Due to an unforeseen incident, the monsters from the Kamen Rider universe have invaded the Marvel realm. The unfortunate protagonist, a hapless individual, finds himself unexpectedly chosen by a system, thrust into the Marvel world as a Kamen Rider devoid of any knightly spirit, tasked with the mission of eradicating the monsters. Chapter 1. Transmigration and the System. Standing by. Transformation complete. In a modest yet impeccably tidy room within a not overly large house, an 18-year-old youth sat before his computer, engrossed in an episode of Kamen Rider Foes. Indeed, he is our protagonist, Yin Chun. He had watched this particular Kamen Rider series several times. Truly impressive, Kamen Rider. Every time I watch, you appear so dashing. As the character Takumi Inui transformed and engaged in battle with Orphnok on the screen, Yin Chun felt a surge of exhilaration. As the fight neared its climax, Takumi unleashed a deep crimson drill strike, vanquishing Orphnok, who subsequently disintegrated into a cascade of sand. Takumi then reverted from his transformation. Just as Yin Chun contemplated clicking to watch the next episode, a dark vortex materialized beside Takumi. Was there such a scene in Foes? I don't recall. Staring at the vortex, Yin Chun wore a perplexed expression. He had no time to ponder further, for the black whirlpool began to expand ominously, emanating a powerful suction that pulled him inexorably toward the screen. Wait, what's happening? In the next moment, he was entirely engulfed. Ding, 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 the alarm clock rang out, startling Yin Chun awake as he bolted upright. So it was just a dream. Glancing around, everything appeared normal, and he groggily muttered before settling back down, drifting off once more. Initializing, please wait. System booting up. Binding process. Host unresponsive, default binding initiated. Binding in progress, please wait. After half an hour, Yin Chun sat up, stretching lazily, his eyes fluttering open to the pristine white walls before him, only to close them again. Suddenly recalling something, he jolted awake, bewildered as he surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings. Where am I? How did I end up here? He exclaimed, astonished by the strangeness of it all. He hastily threw off the covers and prepared to rise from the bed to investigate. Ding! System binding successful. System rebooting. Boot successful. A series of electronic sounds reverberated in Yin Chun's mind. Who's there? He exclaimed, startled, casting wary glances around the room. Though he had consumed countless novels, having left school early to work and face the harsh realities of life, his youthful fantasies had long since faded. The notion of transmigrating into another world seemed unfathomable. This system's full name, Kamen Rider System. As this is the first binding with the host, the system will provide a novice gift pack for the host. Please check it at your convenience. Oh, there's a novice gift pack too. This system is quite impressive, or perhaps not. Where exactly is this place? Yin Chun gritted his teeth, feeling incredulous about being thrust into an unfamiliar realm so suddenly. This is the Marvel Universe. The voice in his mind spoke again. 3 months ago, this world was invaded by monsters from the Kamen Rider universe. Initially, it was the organization known as the Foundation X that discovered a passage leading to this world. However, due to the passage's small size and its inherent uncertainties, they sought collaboration with Foundation X. Upon investigation, it was determined that the passage could only be forcefully opened. Yet, they were unaware of the consequences of such an action, nor could they ascertain what lay beyond the passage. The only certainty was that whatever awaited them on the other side was something they desired, but they could not consume it all. Thus, they extended invitations to other monsters from various Kamen Rider worlds, intending to use them as cannon fodder. As anticipated, unexpected complications arose during the initial expansion of the spatial passage. However, these were within their expectations. But once the passage was fully expanded, monsters from the Kamen Rider world surged through, eager to cross over. Suddenly, a mysterious and formidable force manifested, causing an anomaly in the spatial passage, resulting in a violent explosion. Most of the monsters present were annihilated, leaving only a small fraction to be drawn into this world. Upon investigation, the following monsters entered. Blade's Undead, Fuiza's Orphnok, Kabuto's Worm, Kiva's Fongire, OOO's Greed, Build's Blood 6 Kamen Rider world monsters. Moreover, the monsters that entered would alter the rules of this world. For instance, upon the arrival of Orphnok, individuals who perish here may have a chance to transform into Orphnok themselves, albeit a probability a mere 1,000th of their original world. Furthermore, each monster possesses unique abilities. Worms can reproduce. Greed can create yummy using coins, undead cannot die, but can only be sealed, Fangires blend with humans, and blood exhibits not only strength but superior intelligence compared to humans. Oh, I see. Then you should unbind yourself and seek out another host. I shall not accompany you, Yun Chun declared, unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Naturally, these monsters are not to be trifled with. He is merely an ordinary person, and even Kamen Riders equipped with belts would struggle to defeat them. What chance does he stand against them? His brain must be waterlogged. Moreover, this is the Marvel Universe, where formidable villains frequently emerge. He could very well be swept away by unforeseen calamity within half an hour of sitting here. What a ridiculous notion. Oh, is that so? Are you certain you wish to unbind? If so, the system will sever ties with the host and seek out another. The system responded. Upon hearing this, Yin Shun was about to affirm his decision, but the system interjected. However, the system expended considerable energy while bringing the host here. Thus, upon severance, it will require 100,000 points as energy. Yet, the host currently lacks such points, necessitating the absorption of all the host vitality to replenish the system's energy for the search of a new host. Now, let's sit down and discuss this matter calmly. Upon hearing this, Yin Chun immediately yielded, wearing a sheepish grin. Earlier, you mentioned you were the Kamen Rider system, correct? How can you assist me in defeating these monsters? Can you provide me with a belt? Yin Chun inquired further. Since resistance was futile, he might as well enjoy the experience. Certainly, the system exists solely to eradicate the monsters that have appeared in the Marvel Universe, and can indeed provide the Kamen Rider belts for the host's use. However, they require points. As long as you possess points, you may purchase belts from the system's marketplace. Indeed, you may find trustworthy individuals in this world in exchange for a night belt at the system store to assist you in vanquishing the monsters, the system proclaimed. Oh, and there's a system store? Does it offer all night belts? Yin Chun inquired. Peruse it yourself. It contains not only night belts, but a plethora of various items, the system responded, unveiling the shop. Hiss. Yin Chun gazed at the items within the store, wiping away his drool. The shop showcased everything from the Kuga to the Time King belts, yet only the images of their initial forms glimmered, while the subsequent forms remained shrouded in darkness. Without needing to ask, Yin Chun understood that these would only illuminate upon the exchange of their initial forms. Good grief! Upon seeing the prices, Yin Chun could not help but exclaim in frustration. The Kuga belt's white initial form cost 400 points, its omnipotent form 1,200 points, the transcendent omnipotent form 6,000 points, the Azure Dragon form 1,000 points, the transcendent Azure Dragon form 5,000 points, the Pegasus form 1,000 points, and the transcendent Pegasus form 5,000 points. Just to elevate a single Kuga to its final omnipotent form required such an exorbitant number of points, leaving Yin Chun with a chilling sense of despair. By the way, isn't the Kuga belt supposed to enhance one's power and thus alter its form? Why must it be purchased? Could it be a watered-down version? Yin Chun suddenly pondered aloud. Certainly not. This is merely an option for the affluent and the inept. If you possess the capability, you may purchase the belt and enhance it yourself, the system clarified. Oh, I see. How does one acquire points then? Yin Chun continued to question. Points are obtained through defeating monsters. The stronger the monster, the more points you earn, the system replied. Ah, never mind. Without points, it is futile to even look. Yin Chun sighed in resignation. By the way, system, you mentioned a novice gift pack earlier. What does it contain? Yin Chun suddenly recalled and asked. Please, host, open it yourself, the system responded. With that, the system displayed a panel. Host, Yin Chun. Age, 18. Strength, 7. The human limit is 12. Speed, 6. The human limit is 12. Stamina, 6. The human limit is 12. Items, novice gift pack 1. Points, 0. Open the novice gift pack, Yin Chun commanded. Gift pack open. Congratulations, host, you have received the Freeze basic set and 1 vial of advanced Ophiuchus gene serum. What is this, a belt? Yin Chun asked, puzzled as he examined the Freeze basic set and opened its description. Freeze set. Freeze driver X1. Freeze phone X1. Freeze pointer Freeze flashlight X1. Freeze shot Freeze camera X1. Freeze edge Freeze grip X1. Auto Vagin mobile Pegasus X1. Remarkably, it contains everything for the initial Foe's belt and the mobile Pegasus. However, why are there only initial accessories? Initially thrilled, Yin Chun's excitement waned into confusion. Due to the random nature of a novice gift pack, the system cannot predict its contents, the system explained. I see. And what about this advanced Ophiuchus gene serum? Is it akin to that which the beach zombies received? Yun Chun inquired, opening its description. Advanced Ophiuchus Gene Serum. This is a high-grade enhancement version of the Ophiuchus factor injected by Meteor Academy students. It grants the user the qualification to wield the Fui's World's Belt and allows for the resurrection of ordinary individuals within 48 hours of death, while also enhancing the user's physical capabilities. Chapter 2. Ophiuchus. Ah, splendid, Yun Chun exclaimed, eagerly gazing at the description. Without delay, he retrieved the advanced Ophiuchus Gene Serum from the system space. A double-head, cylindrical tube, metallic at both ends and transparent in the middle, appeared in Yun Chun's hands, containing a grayish liquid. This is the gene serum, however. Isn't this typically injected? Why is this one meant to be consumed? Will drinking it truly be effective? Yun Chun pondered, scrutinizing the vial as a frown creased his brow. Have you questioned the oral medications prescribed by doctors when you are ill? The system retorted. Is it really the same? Yun Chun asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Is it not? The system countered. Fine, I shall retract my question. Yun Chun conceded, twisting off one end of the cap and gulping down the contents in one go. The taste is surprisingly sweet and tangy. Yun Chun had anticipated a terrible flavor, only to find it pleasantly unexpected. Simultaneously, he felt the liquid transform into a warm sensation, sliding down his throat and settling in his abdomen, creating a soothing warmth that made him want to moan with pleasure. Yet, as a grown man, he found the thought of moaning rather distasteful, so he stifled the urge. But the warmth did not cease. It radiated from his stomach, coursing through his veins to every extremity, transforming the initial comfort into a delightful sensation that enveloped his entire being. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yun Chun let out a soft groan, overwhelmed by the exquisite feeling. Yun Chun uttered a sound that sparked endless imagination. At that moment, a foul odor wafted through the air. Looking down at his clothes, he discovered numerous black impurities expelled from his body. Yun Chun quickly disrobed, glancing at his physique, and indeed, he noticed patches of black grime or small particles adorning his skin. To his astonishment, he also saw his long-lost abdominal muscles re-emerging. It had been a year since he last beheld them, as 2 years of work and a sedentary lifestyle had caused them to vanish, replaced by a layer of flab. Yet now, after just a single enhancement, his abdominal muscles had returned. Moreover, many minor ailments plaguing his body had vanished entirely. For instance, the subtle discomfort in his right shoulder from prolonged computer use and the neck strain from sitting too long had completely dissipated. Not only that, but the world around him appeared remarkably vivid. His previous nearsightedness, a consequence of excessive screen time, had inexplicably corrected itself, even granting him enhanced vision. As he focused his mental energy, he could discern the legs of a fly on the wall of a building 10 meters away outside the window. Yun Chun felt his body strengthening in all aspects: strength, senses, vision, and hearing. 2 minutes later, the enhancement concluded. Yun Chun summoned his personal panel. Host, Yun Chun. Age, 18. Strength, 11. The human limit is 12. Speed, 10. The limit for an ordinary person is 12. Stamina, 10. The limit for an ordinary person is 12. Items, initial foes set 1. An almost twofold improvement, quite remarkable. Yun Chun marveled at his own statistics. Perhaps I should take a shower first, he suddenly realized, overwhelmed by his own odor. Exiting the room and surveying his surroundings, he proceeded to the bathroom. There, he discovered a fresh set of clothes and promptly shed his own, tossing them into a nearby trash bag to discard later. Turning on the shower, Yun Chun vigorously scrubbed his body, and as he washed, he noticed in the mirror that he had become more handsome. Wow, impressive, he remarked to himself. After leaving the bathroom, he picked up a broom and swept away the remnants of his earlier shower, then took a mop and a bucket of water to clean the floor. Satisfied that all was in order, he flopped onto the couch like a salted fish. Suddenly, a piercing scream from outside startled him. What's happening? Yun Chun rushed to the balcony to look below. Goodness, what is that? He exclaimed as he witnessed the chaos outside. A grayish-white creature that resembled a dog was rampaging and wreaking havoc. Is that an Ophion? Yun Chun furrowed his brows, contemplating. Oh no! Suddenly, something caught his eye, and without hesitation, he leaped from the second-floor balcony. Upon landing, he took a moment to gather himself before sprinting towards the Ophion. About 10 meters in front of the Ophion, a little girl, no older than 10, sat on the ground, crying in terror. The Ophion had also noticed her and was advancing towards her. Get away from her! Just as the Ophion was about to reach the girl, Yun Chun arrived at its side, leaping into the air and delivering a flying kick to its side. Bang! The impact caused the Ophion to stumble several steps aside before collapsing to the ground. That was tough, Yun Chuan thought, feeling the pain in his right foot, a reminder of his enhanced physique. Remembering his purpose, he glanced at the little girl, unwilling to linger, and quickly scrambled to his feet. He picked up a sizable piece of debris that had fallen from a damaged building and, despite the pain, charged at the Ophion once more, hurling the stone at it. Bang! The stone shattered upon impact, but its effect was minimal, merely slowing the Ophion's recovery. It wasn't that Yun Chuan had become extraordinarily powerful, rather, the Ophion had not been focused on him, which had allowed him to knock it down. The damage he inflicted amounted to little more than a bruise it would recover in half an hour, as the gene serum primarily granted him the ability to use the belt. Seeing the Ophion attempting to rise again, Yun Chuan swiftly kicked it in the head, sending it crashing back to the ground. Without wasting a moment, he seized a rebar embedded in a large chunk of concrete and relentlessly struck the Ophion, preventing it from getting back up. The concrete shattered under his blows, the rebar bent and fractured, and his hands were bloodied and shaken from the impact. In just under 5 seconds, he had struck the Ophion 7 or 8 times. During this time, the Ophion lay on the ground, unable to use leverage to rise, completely at Yun Chuan's mercy. Who is that little guy? He's incredible. Some onlookers, drawn by the commotion, exclaimed in astonishment. Quick, get this on camera. I'm going to make headlines tomorrow, a young man at the front said, hastily pulling out his phone to record the confrontation. Others soon followed suit, eager to capture the spectacle. You little brat, I will end you. Seizing the moment while Yun Chuan was momentarily fatigued, the enraged Ophion rolled over and lunged at him. Fortunately, Yun Chuan's reflexes, enhanced by the gene serum, kicked in, and he rolled aside just in time to evade the Ophion's charge. Regaining his footing, he glanced back at the Ophion and quickly dashed in the opposite direction of the little girl. I'll kill you, the Ophion bellowed, its eyes aflame with rage as it pursued Yun Chuan. Damn, why is it so fast? Yun Chuan muttered, feeling the pressure as the creature closed in. Well done, you've successfully diverted the Ophion to allow assistance for the girl, the system noted, initiating a mission. Newbie task issued. Task, defeat the Ophion. Reward, 200 points. The system's voice echoed in Yun Chuan's ears. He ignored it, having no time to respond, and continued to run, searching for a suitable battleground. Even without the system's prompt, he had no intention of letting the Ophion escape. Damn it, why is it so fast? Yun Chuan glanced back and saw the Ophion was less than 3 meters away, its pursuit relentless, while he had yet to find a proper fighting ground. Gritting his teeth, he felt his adrenaline surge, temporarily boosting his physical capabilities. Just as the Ophion was about to catch him, Yun Chuan abruptly stopped, steadied himself, spun, and dashed past the creature, heading towards an alley. The Ophion roared in fury and quickly turned to follow him. Yes, in the alley, as he darted left and right, Yun Chuan spotted an abandoned steel factory sealed off with a warning sign. Glancing back at the relentless Ophion, he charged inside. The Ophion followed suit, crashing into the factory behind him. Chapter 3. The Battle Upon Entering. Ophion lost all trace of Yun Chuan. Kid, come out. I swear I will kill you. Ophion shouted in fury, kicking a nearby iron barrel across the room. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan was concealed behind a wall, gasping for breath. Hearing the sound of his ragged breathing, Ophion smirked coldly and approached with eyes ablaze. As the footsteps drew nearer, a gleam of excitement flashed across Yun Chuan's face. He swiftly retrieved a silver belt from his system space, adorned with a camera on the left and a flashlight on the right. He fastened the belt around his waist and produced a flip phone. Flipping open the phone, he pressed the number 5 3 times and then selected the confirm key. Standby mode, he declared, closing the phone. Transform, he shouted as he inserted the phone into the belt. Transformation complete. Tubes glowing with a crimson light extended from the belt toward various parts of his body. In an instant, a brilliant red light enveloped him, and Yun Chuan emerged clad in armor, black with red stripes, a white chest plate, yellow eyes, and a helmet resembling a shark. What an exhilarating sensation. Yun Chuan marveled at his newfound armor, feeling the surge of power within him. He stepped out from behind the wall, confronting Ophion directly. A masked rider. You have come to this world as well. Ophion exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation as he recognized Yun Chuan's transformation. Mistaking him for Qian Xiao, whom he had never encountered in this realm, Ophion's anger flared. But what does it matter? I will defeat you. Seize that belt for myself. And then I shall join the lucky four-leaf clover, he declared with a derisive laugh. How I wish I were what you imagine, Yun Chun retorted, but alas, I am not. However, I assure you, I am not significantly weaker. Defeating you will suffice. With that, Yun Chun removed the phone, flipped it open, and pressed the 106 key 3 times. Rapid-fire mode. He bent the phone, transforming it into the shape of a handgun, and pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of yellow glowing bullets toward Ophion. Startled, Ophion reacted quickly, raising his hands to deflect the incoming projectiles. As Yun Chun advanced while firing, the bullets soon ran out. Now face to face with Ophion, Yun Chun seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch that sent Ophion crashing to the ground. Following up with a swift kick, Ophion rolled to evade Yun Chun's strike, rising to his feet and seizing a nearby iron block to hurl at him. Upon encountering the iron block, Yun Chun did not retreat. Instead, he struck it with a powerful punch. The sound reverberated as his fist made contact, leaving an imprint on the metal, which then flew outward, hurtling towards Ophion Inua, who had intended to launch a surprise attack on Yun Chun. The iron block collided with him, sending him crashing into several steel frames before he collapsed to the ground. Moments later, the shards of the steel frames erupted violently, revealing the battered Ophion Inua within. In disbelief at his defeat, Ophion Inua clenched his fist and, with a roar, charged at Yun Chun. Observing Ophion Inua's approach, Yun Chun remained unfazed. He removed the camera from the left side of his belt and affixed a crystal card from his phone cover onto the camera. Preparation, he declared, flipping open the phone cover and pressing a button. Energy charged. He closed the cover once more. A crimson light emanated from his belt, coursing through the red stripes on his body and into the camera he held. Just then, Ophion Inua stood before Yun Chun, delivering a fierce punch. As Ophion Inua's fist approached, Yun Chun retaliated with his camera-clad hand. The two fists collided, yet the anticipated explosion failed to materialize. How is this possible? Ophion Inua exclaimed in sudden terror. In that moment, a symbol appeared on his body, and he ignited in an eerie blue flame. Seeing this, Yun Chun retracted his fist. Half a second later, the flames dissipated, and Ophion Inua's form transformed into sand, scattering across the ground. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been issued. Please check the system space. The voice of the system announced. Yun Chun removed the camera and detached the phone from his belt, pressing a button that released a flash of red light. He reverted to his original form. Was Ophion Inua too weak, or is my belt too powerful? He pondered quietly, reflecting on how he had dispatched Ophion Inua in less than a minute. This was a rather fortunate Ophion Inua, having narrowly escaped the spatial explosion. However, his luck ended the moment you entered this world, the system remarked. Hearing this, Yun Chun smiled, stowing the belt and phone into the system space as he turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, a figure clad in yellow robes appeared behind, silently observing his departure. After exiting the abandoned factory, Yun Chun relied on his enhanced memory to navigate back to the spot where he had encountered Ophion Inua. There, he found a large crowd gathered around 2 police cars, with several officers inquiring about the recent events, while a female officer cradled a little girl in her arms. Relieved, Yun Chun glanced toward the place from which he had emerged. It was a 2-story building, the first floor housing a restaurant, alongside a garage. System, is this my house? Yun Chun inquired. Indeed, upon your arrival, a legitimate identity and residence were provided for you. You are now recognized as a Chinese orphan who, through sheer determination, has acquired this house and transformed it into a restaurant. You moved in just last week. In this realm, all your records are impeccable, devoid of any discrepancies. There are also some items on the table in the upstairs living room. You may explore them at your leisure, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun circled around and, unnoticed, entered the restaurant. Inside, there were 10 square tables, each surrounded by 4 chairs, with the stove nestled in the innermost corner. After observing for a moment, Yun Chun navigated around the tables and ascended to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the upper level, Yun Chun found 4 rooms and 2 bathrooms. In addition to the living room, a cursory glance revealed that each room contained a bed, a desk, and a chair, nothing more. The 2 bathrooms comprised a combined shower and toilet, equipped with all the necessary amenities, including a water heater, a commode, and a wash basin. Next, Yun Chun stepped into the bathroom to cleanse himself of the dust acquired during the earlier skirmish. While washing, he noticed that the gash on his hand, inflicted while attacking Ophanor, had nearly healed. Once refreshed, Yun Chun proceeded to the living room, which featured 2 sofas arranged in a 7 shape surrounding a table. In the center, there was a television stand holding a television set. Yun Chun settled onto the sofa and gazed at the items the system had mentioned on the table. Upon inspection, he discovered a set of keys, a bank card, a small pile of coins, a mobile phone, a driver's license, a social security card, a property deed, and a document chronicling the entirety of his fabricated identity's life experiences. As Yun Chun examined these items one by one, the system spoke, "Host, in order to facilitate your future endeavors, battles, and tasks, there are some matters I must discuss with you." "What is it?" Yun Chun asked. "First, regarding this world, the humans and everything else here are real, possessing emotions and lives of their own. Please do not treat them as mere characters from a film, akin to those in a game. Your original world was a rather unique entity, allowing you to witness the Marvel Universe through films," the system elucidated. "Ah, I see." Rest assured, Yun Chun responded, feeling inexplicably relieved. Next, the system addressed the matter of identity, advising, "Considering the Marvel Universe and your current circumstances, it is prudent to conceal your identity until you have grown sufficiently powerful. I understand. After all, the most terrifying aspect lies within the human heart. When confronted with formidable equipment, no one can remain unmoved. A single misstep could lead to one's demise, often without any comprehension of how it occurred." Yun Chun remarked with a sigh. "Ah, you surprise me. Who would have thought you possessed such insight? Is this a moment of youthful exuberance? Or are you speaking from the heart?" The system teased in response. "Life is already harsh enough," Yun Chun retorted, a frown creasing his forehead. Moreover, to facilitate the host's growth, the system has allocated a 6-month novice period. During this time, the system will endeavor to provide the utmost assistance to the host. This encompasses the deletion, blocking, and modification of any videos that might reveal the host's identity, alongside granting the host an invisible ability, a temporary doppelganger, and the capacity to alter the host's voice during transformations and battles. This is to prevent any organization from connecting the host to the clues overlooked by both the system and the host, while also providing an alibi during confrontations. The system elaborated. "Wow, are you truly capable of such feats, including invisibility and creating doppelgangers?" Yun Chun exclaimed in astonishment. These abilities are not inherent to the system. They are plugins added by the developers, designed to accommodate various potential scenarios for the host. You will learn more about them in due course, the system explained. Chapter 4. New tasks. Additionally, to assist the host, the system will periodically issue novice tasks during this introductory phase. Upon completion, these tasks will yield corresponding points and rewards. Furthermore, the tasks are optional. The host will not face any penalties for non-completion, the system stated. "Is that so?" Yun Chun inquired, his curiosity piqued. "The system merely serves as an assistant and cannot interfere with the host's decisions," the system clarified. "By the way, I have always been puzzled. Since you are a Kamen Rider system, and the tasks aim to eliminate all invading monsters, why not simply provide me with a powerful belt from the outset? Wouldn't that make things easier? Or perhaps you could summon the original riders to battle here directly. Wouldn't that be simpler?" Yun Chun questioned, his mind lingering on the enigma. "Shoo, keep your voice down. Surely you must understand this question? Not even the author would agree with such an approach, let alone the readers. If you were bestowed with a powerful belt from the very beginning, reaching maximum level and defeating all monsters effortlessly, what would be the point? Would readers remain engaged? Most would prefer a narrative of gradual growth, where equipment is slowly upgraded before triumphing over the monsters, thus maintaining their interest," the system explained quietly. "And the original riders? If they were to arrive immediately, what would be the significance? They are meant to come later, and their stay cannot be prolonged, or else it loses its meaning. Do you understand?" The system whispered to Yun Chun. "Oh, I see now. I understand," Yun Chun replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. "Once you comprehend, refrain from further inquiry." The system advised softly. "Understood," Yun Chun nodded, responding in a hushed tone. At that moment, a sudden rumble emanated from Yun Chun's stomach. "Well, I suppose I should eat first," Yun Chun awkwardly remarked, clutching his belly. He hadn't consumed anything since last night, and after his recent confrontation with Ophiino, it was hardly surprising that he felt famished. Rising to his feet, Yun Chun descended the stairs and entered the kitchen. He opened one of the several refrigerators provided by the system, glanced inside, and silently closed the door. He repeated this with another fridge, only to shut it quietly as well. After a few moments, Yun Chun stood before the fourth refrigerator, resting his hand upon it while engaging in quiet contemplation. "System, won't you casually provide me with some food?" he inquired. "You have 5,000 in your account. Manage it yourself," the system replied. Hearing this, Yun Chun felt somewhat exasperated and decided to return upstairs. He gathered all the items the system had placed on the table and handed over the documents containing falsified information for destruction. With keys, a bank card, and some change in hand, he ventured out to find a meal. Upon stepping outside, he noticed that the police and the crowd had dispersed. Yet the buzz from earlier still lingered, with many individuals engaged in conversation. Fortunately, due to the intimidating presence of Ofiino, the onlookers had not dared to approach Yunchun closely enough to discern his features, allowing him to remain unnoticed. After contemplating for a moment, he entered a nearby garage. Ensuring no one was watching, he retrieved a motorcycle, a celestial steed, from the system's space, donned a helmet, and started the engine in search of a dining establishment. After a little over 10 minutes, Yunchun arrived at a buffet restaurant. Some time later, under the astonished gaze of the restaurant owner, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and leisurely exited, revving the engine of his motorcycle as he departed. I didn't anticipate that enhancing my physique would significantly increase my appetite, Yunchun mused. Of course, if your appetite were small, how would you sustain your body? The system stated matter-of-factly. But I can't cook. Having a restaurant seems somewhat futile, doesn't it? Yunchun queried. If you lack the skills, you can always hire a chef for assistance, the system responded. That's a valid point, Yunchun conceded, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, a news broadcast caught Yunchun's attention as he drove. Tony Stark, the owner of Stark Industries, has been missing in Afghanistan for over 3 months, and no trace of him has been found. Everyone believes he is dead, leading to a significant drop in Stark Industries stock. What is your opinion on this matter? As he paused to listen, he turned his gaze toward a large screen on the side of a building, recognizing the unfolding narrative. Is this the plot of Iron Man 1? He pondered. He recalled that Tony's uncle, Obadiah, had hired the 10 Rings to eliminate Tony and seize control of Stark Industries. Yet the 10 Rings, in their arrogance, had spared Tony's life, hoping he would create the Jericho missile. Tony, in a state of resignation, feigned compliance and, with the aid of the 10 Rings, covertly collaborated with Ethan to construct a suit of steel armor, ultimately managing to escape and embark on the journey of becoming Iron Man. Suddenly, an electronic voice from the system interrupted. New mission. Task: rescue Tony Stark within 48 hours. Reward: 500 points, culinary expertise, and combat proficiency. Host: do you accept this mission? Yes, I could use the points, but I need to travel to Afghanistan first. I suppose I need to buy a plane ticket, but it seems you haven't provided me with a passport. Obtaining one would take considerable time, which is quite troublesome. Will there be enough time for this? Yunchun expressed his frustration. I shall assist you with that. Consider it a benefit for your beginner phase, the system responded. Passport and ticket have been placed in the system space. Please check and swiftly proceed to the airport to catch a flight departing in 30 minutes to Afghanistan to complete your mission, the system announced. Concurrently, a holographic display that only Yunchun could perceive appeared before him, revealing the quickest route to the airport. Very well, thank you, he said, glancing at the display before shutting it down with a smile and starting his vehicle towards the airport. Wait a moment, the system interjected suddenly. What is it? Yunchun inquired. To conceal your presence, it is advisable for you to return home first to create an alibi before heading to the airport, the system advised. Are you jesting? If I create an alibi, what purpose do the ticket and passport serve? Once I board the flight, there will undoubtedly be a record in the system. Yunchun replied, feeling somewhat misled. Did you think the system overlooked this? After you complete your mission, the system will erase all records of your entry and exit, ensuring no traces remain, the system clarified. I see. Very well, I understand now, Yunchun responded, enlightened. He activated his vehicle and returned home. Upon arriving, Yunchun parked the vehicle in the garage and ascended to the second floor of his residence. During this time, several neighbors were engaged in conversation nearby, inadvertently assisting in solidifying his alibi. What should I do? Yunchun asked the system upon reaching the second floor. Leave it to me, the system replied. And suddenly a 2-meter-tall blue magic circle manifested before Yunchun. As the magic circle materialized, it shifted back half a meter before vanishing, and in its wake, a figure identical to Yunchun appeared before him. Surprised at the sight of his doppelganger, Yunchun extended his hand, eager to touch the apparition. Hello, I am Yunchun, the owner of this restaurant. It is a pleasure to meet you. At that moment, Yunchun's eyes were suddenly drawn to the figure opposite him, who smiled and spoke, startling Yunchun and causing him to take 2 steps back. What is happening? Yunchun gazed at his doppelganger and inquired of the system. Since I am tasked with providing you with the most impeccable alibi, this doppelganger will surely be capable of movement and speech. Moreover, as an extension of you, all its thoughts and actions will mirror your own, allowing it to respond effortlessly during interactions. Simultaneously, it can synchronize all experiences with your mind, the system explained. Remarkable. That's truly extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun exclaimed in astonishment. Now, let us transform quickly. I'll cloak you, and we can commence the mission. Oh, by the way, I must clarify the cloaking ability. It will enable you to evade all forms of surveillance and detection, as well as muffle any sounds or movements you produce. The sole drawback is that you must avoid contact with living beings or any significant assaults. Otherwise, you will break the cloaked state, the system elaborated. Understood, I leave everything to you. Saying this, Yun Chun produced his belt, transformed, and, under the system's guidance, entered a cloaked state, vanishing from his residence. After Yun Chun's departure, the doppelganger settled onto the sofa and began fiddling with a mobile phone. Once in a cloaked state, Yun Chun descended the stairs and, without making a sound, drove the agile Pegasus swiftly to the airport. Within a few minutes, he arrived at the airport, sought out a secluded corner, and concealed the Pegasus. After a while, Yun Chun successfully boarded the plane, savoring a glass of juice in leisurely enjoyment. The journey was tranquil, with nothing amiss. After Yun Chun had boarded the aircraft, two young men arrived outside the residence. This must be the place where the individual who battled that creature this morning resides, remarked the gentler-looking man. Ah, how absurd. Why did Mr. Coulson assign us to handle this? Does he truly believe he can defeat that monster? This is utterly tedious, the other man said with a hint of resignation. Cross. We cannot afford such a mindset given our positions, the gentle man quickly retorted. Indeed, Cross replied with a touch of exasperation. Enough complaints. This is part of our assessment. Let us proceed, the gentle man urged. The two then approached the entrance to the dining area and pressed the doorbell that led directly to the second floor. The doppelganger upstairs heard the doorbell and, feeling puzzled, set down the cup in hand, rose, and descended the stairs. Chapter 5, S-H-I-E-L-D arrives. Who are you? Upon reaching the bottom, the doppelganger opened the door and inquired of the two individuals standing at the threshold. Greetings, I am Grace, and this is Cross. We are representatives from the Department of Homeland Strategic Intervention Logistics. We wish to inquire about the events of this morning, specifically regarding your encounter with the unidentified life form, Grace stated with a poised demeanor. Upon hearing this, the duplicate rolled his eyes and was about to close the door. Our department is newly established, and here is our identification. At this, Grace swiftly interposed her hand to block the door, producing an ID card with practiced ease, clearly indicating she had performed this action numerous times before. The duplicate paused, scrutinized the two, took the ID, and began to examine it. Come in, he finally said, taking another glance at the ID before returning it to them. He opened the door wider and stepped aside, accepting the ID. The two sighed with relief and followed the duplicate inside. Please, have a seat. He gestured towards a table before making his way to the kitchen. Hearing this, the two pulled out chairs and settled down, their eyes surveying the surroundings. A few moments later, the duplicate re-emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 cups of water, which he handed to them before taking a seat himself. Thank you, they replied, placing the cups beside them. What would you like to ask? The duplicate inquired after a brief pause. If possible, we would like to start from the beginning, Grace responded, simultaneously retrieving a notebook, pen, and a recorder. Following her cue, the duplicate took several seconds before finally addressing them, slowly recounting, at 9 o'clock this morning. I finished tidying up the upstairs room and was about to take a break when I suddenly heard a scream from outside. I rushed to the balcony and discovered a creature, the nature of which I could not identify, wreaking havoc. In front of the creature stood a little girl, who seemed to capture its attention as it moved toward her. Concerned for her safety, I leaped from the balcony. At this point, he abruptly paused. I regularly engage in fitness, the duplicate added, his expression betraying concern that the two might not believe him. Please, continue, Grace urged, diligently recording his words. Upon hearing this, the duplicate appeared to exhale in relief and continued. After jumping from the second floor, I ran directly towards her. He recounted the events leading to his rescue of the girl, stopping only when he reached the point of entering the factory, recounting every detail truthfully, without embellishment or omission. Were you not afraid during your battle with the creature to save that little girl? Cross inquired as the duplicate fell silent. I don't know. When I saw the girl, I didn't think about it much, he replied, his expression revealing uncertainty. I understand. Please continue, Grace encouraged with a smile. Do you believe me? The duplicate hesitated for a moment, as if making a decision, then looked at the two with a hint of excitement and asked. Upon hearing this, Cross and his companion exchanged a glance, filled with curiosity. Grace then spoke. I was being pursued by that monstrous creature, and I fled into an abandoned factory. I sought refuge within its confines, hoping to escape unnoticed, yet I was discovered regardless. Just as the creature approached, intent on ending my life. A figure clad in black and silver armor, adorned with crimson stripes and a peculiar belt, appeared before me. His eyes gleamed a striking yellow, and he positioned himself between me and the monster. As he recounted this, his excitement became palpable. At this revelation, Cross and his companion fell silent, exchanging bewildered looks. The appearance of this figure seemed to astonish the monster, which referred to him as Kamen Rider, expressing disbelief that he had also arrived in this realm. The armored figure regarded the creature silently. Before he could respond, the monster declared it would not fear him, vowing to defeat him, seize his belt, and utilize it to join some organization called Lucky Clover. The being known as Kamen Rider retorted, asserting that although he was not the individual the monster spoke of, he was no less formidable and would assuredly vanquish the creature. Thus, a fierce battle erupted between Kamen Rider and the monster. As the tale unfolded, Cross suddenly interrupted with an involuntary sound. His companion turned to him, noticing that one of Cross's hands was bent, his elbow resting on the table, palm covering his mouth as he stifled laughter. Suddenly, unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter before hastily regaining his composure, although the mirth on his face was unmistakable. "What are you laughing at?" his companion inquired. "I recalled something joyous," Cross replied. "What joyous thing?" his companion pressed. "Upon the conclusion of this mission, I shall receive a promotion," Cross declared. At this, Grace could no longer suppress his amusement and laughed heartily, quickly following Cross's lead in attempting to regain his composure. Both men leaning on the table, hands covering their mouths as they tried to stifle their laughter. "What about you?" Cross's companion asked Grace. "I, too, am to be promoted," Grace managed to say through his laughter. The duo, unable to restrain themselves any longer, erupted into laughter once more, their bodies shaking as they concealed their faces, striving to regain their decorum. "I speak the truth. I am not jesting," Cross's companion declared in irritation. Very well, Grace responded. Yet the laughter continued to escape them. Observing the two, Cross's companion shouted in frustration. With a series of loud thuds, he pounded the table, creating a tremendous noise. Apologies. Let us return to the matter at hand. You mentioned that armored figure. Was he striking?" Cross inquired, attempting to compose himself. "It is not a matter of whether he is handsome. Rather, he possesses a rare quality. At the center of his belt, there lies a flip phone, which, upon opening its cover and bending it, transforms into a weapon capable of launching energy projectiles. To the left of his belt, there appears to be a digital camera that, when wielded, exudes formidable power, capable of vanquishing a monster with a single punch. On the right side of his belt, there seems to be a flashlight, presumably endowed with extraordinary abilities. Regrettably, this morning, he only utilized the camera to defeat the creature, and I was unable to witness the moment he wielded the flashlight." With a smile, my doppelganger mused aloud. Upon hearing this, Cross could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter once more. "You have gone too far. I have endured your antics for long enough," my doppelganger exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and shouting at Cross. "I am about to be promoted," Cross replied with a grin. "You are clearly mocking me. You have not ceased your laughter," my doppelganger retorted angrily. "Sir, we have undergone rigorous training. No matter how amusing the situation, we shall not laugh," Cross stated. "Perhaps your expression was not entirely clear. Let us first investigate that abandoned factory you mentioned. And if necessary, I shall return for your assistance," Grace interjected, eager to diffuse the tension. "In that case, I shall change my attire and accompany you there," my doppelganger declared, rising swiftly and making his way toward the staircase. As he exited their line of sight, the two erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Upon hearing this, my doppelganger turned back, taking a few steps down and gazing at the two. "Mr. Yin, are you ready?" Upon his sudden appearance, the two halted, instantly reverting to their original demeanor, looking at him with puzzled expressions. With that, my doppelganger ascended the stairs once more. As he vanished from view, the two erupted into laughter again, particularly Cross, who was stomping his feet and slapping the table in amusement. Unable to bear it any longer, my doppelganger descended the stairs. The moment he appeared, the two once again restored their composure, gazing at him in bewilderment. My doppelganger approached angrily, picking up a chair in his path. "Sir, please remain calm," Grace urged swiftly. "Get lost." My doppelganger raised the chair, coldly addressing the two. "Very well. We shall leave immediately," Grace responded, hastily gathering the items from the table and turning to flee with Cross. As they dashed out, laughter erupted once more between them. After their departure, my doppelganger returned the chair to its original position, gazing at the doorway with a smile. What a serendipitous turn of events. At that moment, Yun Chun was en route to Afghanistan to rescue Tony, chuckling at the synchronized messages from his doppelganger. He had initially worried that merely showing his face in front of the neighbors might not suffice, but with S-H-I-E-L-D, sending someone to inquire, Yun Chun was able to completely dispel any suspicions. This was a stroke of luck. We likely won't be able to secure a promotion this time, Grace remarked after they had run a short distance. Not being promoted is of no consequence. It's simply too amusing. The armored personnel. And transforming a mobile phone into a firearm. The camera's power is formidable enough to vanquish monsters. Cross gasped for breath from laughter. All right, let us first gather with Mr. Coulson. I just wonder why he hasn't mentioned the monster's whereabouts, Grace stated. Well, if he doesn't say anything, we can investigate gradually. If it turns out he is deliberately harboring the monsters, he'll have to face imprisonment. A pity indeed, Cross replied. And the two made their way towards the abandoned factory where Yun Chun had previously battled with Offenor. A few minutes later, they arrived at the factory just as the team inside was emerging. They quickly approached. Mr. Coulson, how did the investigation go? Cross asked a gentle-looking middle-aged man, who appeared to be the leader of the group. He had a demeanor that was warm and non-threatening, making him quite likable. We've uncovered quite a bit, but it's still insufficient. How about you? Coulson inquired. Chapter 6. The rescue begins. Apologies. It seems we may have messed up, Grace said awkwardly upon hearing Coulson's words. What? Is his temper not good? I recall the records indicating he shouldn't be that kind of person, Coulson asked, somewhat puzzled. Not at all. He has a good temperament. It's just, perhaps you should take a look for yourself, Grace replied, casting an awkward glance at Cross, who looked equally uncomfortable, as he handed over his notebook and recorder to Coulson. Taking the notebook and recorder, Coulson furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the two. We should head back for now. I'll listen to this on the way and organize the data to report to the director, Coulson said, putting the items away without directly reviewing them. Then, everyone boarded the vehicle parked nearby and departed from the abandoned factory. 10 hours later, as Yun Chun was becoming increasingly impatient, they finally arrived in Afghanistan. And he disembarked from the plane. At last, we've arrived. Stepping off the plane, Yun Chun surveyed his surroundings, stretched, and moved his body before saying, System, do you have a location fix? Of course. With that, the system projected a holographic display visible only to Yun Chun, featuring a blue dot and a red dot. The red dot represented Yun Chun, while the blue dot indicated Tony Stark's location, along with the most direct route. Such a long distance. Yun Chun lamented as he examined the route, then found a secluded corner of the airport, summoned the mechanical Pegasus, and pressed the accelerator to head towards Tony's current position. After 5 hours of driving and refueling 4 times, Yun Chun was finally nearing the terrorist stronghold where Tony was imprisoned. Approximately 150 meters from the base, Yun Chun halted the vehicle, stowed away the mechanical steed, and transformed his belt. Crouching low, he approached the terrorist enclave cautiously. The security was quite tight. How could he infiltrate the base while ensuring Tony's safety? Utilizing his enhanced vision and X-ray capabilities, Yun Chun surveyed the interior of the terrorist base, deep in thought. After contemplating, he retreated a short distance, retrieved the mechanical steed once more, grasped the handlebars, and with a twist, transformed them into a crimson sword. He then pressed a button on the steed's fuel tank. The mechanical steed convulsed and morphed into a sleek silver form, with rear wheels converting into jet propulsion for flight, and the front wheels transforming into a dual-purpose shield that could also fire bullets like a submachine gun. You distract them and eliminate as many as you can. Yun Chun instructed the mechanical steed, pointing towards the terrorists within the base. Upon hearing this, the mechanical steed's eyes flickered momentarily before it unleashed flames from its back and soared into the air, charging towards the terrorist stronghold. Meanwhile, Yun Chun sprinted swiftly in another direction, circling to the rear of the base. Boom, boom, boom. The mechanical steed hovered above the base, and upon spotting the enemies, it raised its wheel and began to spin rapidly, unleashing a barrage of bullets that rained down upon the terrorists. In an instant, several terrorists fell victim to the steed's overwhelming firepower, while the remaining assailants scrambled for cover, realizing they were under attack. There's an intruder. Terrorists from other areas rushed over, aiming their weapons at the mechanical steed, pulling the triggers in a desperate attempt to retaliate. However, the steed's defenses were far from easily breached. Bullets merely left faint white marks upon its surface, without causing any significant damage. In contrast, the terrorists suffered considerable losses under the steed's formidable onslaught, which threw them into disarray. What on earth is that? Quickly, fire a rocket launcher at it. roared the furious leader of the terrorists, observing the chaos through surveillance monitors. Hearing this, a terrorist nearing the mechanical steed spotted a nearby rocket launcher. He seized it, took cover behind an obstacle, aimed at the mechanical steed, and pulled the trigger. Boom. Whoosh. Boom. A missile erupted from the rocket launcher, trailing fire and smoke as it soared towards the mechanical steed. Upon impact, it detonated, sending the mechanical steed hurtling through the air. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, all the terrorists were filled with exhilaration, with some even emerging from their concealment to approach the mechanized steed, eager to discern its true nature. Just as the terrorists neared the formidable machine, it abruptly rose to an upright position, aiming its wheel at them, which began to rotate once more, unleashing a barrage of bullets that struck the unsuspecting assailants. Overwhelmed by regret, the terrorists could only watch in horror as the projectiles pierced through their bodies and those of their comrades, severing limbs and leaving them to collapse onto the ground, slowly closing their eyes, some even devoid of eyes to shut. Subsequently, the wheel behind the mechanized steed erupted in flames, propelling it into the air once more as it ruthlessly engaged the remaining terrorists. In response to the carnage, the terrorists, now gripped by terror, began to retreat in a desperate attempt to flee. The artillery fire had not been entirely ineffective. The mechanized steed bore the marks of battle, its surface marred and a portion of its chest visibly dented. After being struck by a rocket, the steed swiftly targeted the assailants wielding the rocket launchers, eliminating them before turning its attention to those attempting to escape. Meanwhile, Yun Chun, having drawn most of the terrorists' attention away, effortlessly dispatched a few stragglers and evaded several surveillance cameras, finally arriving at the cave where Tony was imprisoned. "Boss, we have an intruder." A furious henchman alerted the terrorist leader upon spotting a figure on the monitors outside the cave holding Tony captive. "Damn it, it's a diversion. He must be here to rescue Tony Stark. Everyone follow me. We must intercept him and take him hostage. No one is to leave," the furious leader commanded, seizing an assault rifle and rushing outside. Simultaneously, the other terrorists, who had been en route to the mechanized steed, abruptly halted and redirected their course toward the cave. Inside the cave, the terrorists prepared to act upon receiving the news, but Yun Chun had already confronted them, dispatching them one by one with swift strikes, taking their lives without hesitation. It was not that Yun Chun sought to avoid detection by the surveillance. Rather, the camera directly monitored the entrance of the cave. Unless a new passage could be created, the noise of such an endeavor would be no different from a direct assault, leaving Yun Chun no choice but to charge in. What is happening outside? Has someone come to rescue us? Or is it merely a man, clad in disjointed steel armor with a glowing orb on his chest, appearing quite disheveled? He inquired of another man, bespectacled and thinning-haired, who was assisting him in donning the armor. "I don't know, but I hope it is a rescue. However, we cannot afford to waste time," the bespectacled man replied, hastening the process of equipping the armored figure. Indeed, these two individuals are destined to become the future Iron Man, Tony Stark and Ethan, who saved him and ultimately perished at the hands of terrorists while attempting to buy him some time. At this moment, they are clad in the Mark I armor that Tony developed for his own salvation. Just as Ethan is about to place the final helmet upon Tony's head, the door is suddenly kicked open, startling both of them into stillness as they turn to face the entrance. There stands Yun Chun, wielding a beam saber in his right hand and grasping the bloodied neck of a terrorist with his left. Releasing his grip, the terrorist collapses to the ground, lifeless. "Who are you?" Ethan stands frozen, swallowing hard, his face a mask of tension. "I am the one who came to rescue you." "Hurry up," Yun Chun commands. But halfway through his statement, he notices his voice has transformed into that of a middle-aged man. Pausing momentarily, he recalls the capabilities of the system and continues, turning back towards the passage to prevent any interruptions. "Quickly, continue," he urges. Relieved, the two men resume their tasks, and Tony quickly instructs Ethan. All right. Upon hearing Tony's words, Ethan snaps back to reality and hastily places the final piece of the armor, the helmet, on Tony's head, completing the suit. Almost there. Ethan then rushes to a nearby laptop, pressing a few keys, and glances at Tony, now clad in the armor, saying, "Click, click." At that moment, as Yun Chun nears the cave's entrance, the sound of hurried footsteps approaches from outside. Yun Chun peers out to see the terrorist leader, furious, leading a group of a dozen henchmen charging towards him. Upon noticing Yun Chun, the leader instinctively discards his gun, seizing a rocket launcher from one of his subordinates, aiming it at Yun Chun and pulling the trigger. Boom. The projectile from the launcher hurtles towards Yun Chun. With no time to evade, he raises his beam saber to shield himself. The missile collides with the blade, forcing him back several steps before it detonates, unleashing a powerful shockwave and flames. The force of the explosion shatters the stone walls of the cave, causing the entrance and a portion of the passage to collapse entirely. Observing the cave's entrance cave in, the terrorist leader exhales in relief and discards the rocket launcher onto the ground. Chapter 7. The Lion Inside the Cave, where Tony is held captive. He crouches on the ground, his back hunched, clad in the Mark-I armor, surrounded by debris. Are you all right? After a few moments, Tony, reassured by his own safety, rises. He notices Ethan, curled up on the ground beside him. At the moment the artillery shell fired by the terrorist leader struck Yun-Chun, Tony's iron armor was fully donned. As the explosion resonated, he instinctively embraced Ethan and crouched down. I'm fine, what exactly is happening outside? Ethan inquired, rising cautiously after feeling reassured. I don't know, let's venture out. Stay behind me and watch for falling debris, Tony replied, stepping outside. Ethan followed closely behind Tony as they slowly emerged. Upon reaching the corridor, they were greeted by an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any light. I'll fetch a flashlight, Ethan declared, retreating briefly into the shadows to retrieve one. Illuminating the corridor, the flashlight revealed several lifeless bodies of terrorists strewn across the ground, accompanied by a cascade of rubble. The sight clarified the situation for both men. Taking a deep breath, they advanced cautiously towards the cave entrance, with Ethan picking up a rifle from the ground and cradling it in his arms. Damn it, the entrance is sealed, Tony exclaimed in frustration after a few moments. Gazing at the blocked exit. Where's Yun-Chun? Ethan asked, scanning the surroundings but failing to locate him. Just then, a noise erupted from the sealed entrance, startling them as they turned to investigate. There stood Yun-Chun, trapped beneath the rubble up to his chest, struggling to free himself. The sound they heard was of him pushing away the stones that had pinned him down. Relieved yet hesitant, the two men observed him, wary of approaching too quickly. Meanwhile, Tony scrutinized Yun-Chun's armor, deep in thought. After some effort, Yun-Chun finally emerged, brushing off dust with the beam from Ethan's flashlight. What transpired? Ethan asked before Tony could speak. As you can see, the entrance collapsed. He intended to imprison us here, Yun-Chun answered, glancing at the sealed exit before moving to shift some rubble, retrieving the beam, sword trapped beneath. Can we escape? Ethan queried once more. Of course we can. Tony responded before Yun-Chun could, striding towards the entrance. What do you intend to do? Dig it out? Yun-Chun questioned, observing Tony's approach. What other option do we have? Rely on your sword? Tony countered. Leave it to me, Yun-Chun replied with a smile, detaching the flashlight from his belt and removing the crystal card from his phone to insert it. Ready, he proclaimed, squatting down to secure the flashlight to his foot while stepping back several paces, eyeing the blocked entrance. Observing Yun-Chun, Tony was enveloped in perplexity, uncertain of the significance behind his recent actions and his intentions at present. After retreating a few steps, Yun-Chun flipped open his phone and pressed a button. Energy recharge. To Tony's astonishment, a brilliant red light emanated from his belt, coursing through the crimson stripes on his body and into the flashlight at his feet. With a half squat, Yun-Chun swiftly charged toward the cave entrance, leaping into the air as a drill composed of red energy materialized on his foot. Armed with this energy drill, he kicked at the stone blocking the entrance. With a resounding explosion, Yun-Chun's drill pierced through the rock, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air. As the smoke dissipated, Tony inhaled deeply, gazing toward the cave entrance. It had been completely breached, revealing Yun-Chun outside, much to Tony's astonishment, as the thickness of the blockage was an impressive 10 meters. Upon emerging, Yun-Chun startled the gathered individuals outside, who all instinctively aimed their weapons at him, uncertain of whom to confront. The area was now swarming with terrorists, the ground littered with corpses left by the mobile Pegasus, which had been engaged in battle with a formidable foe that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. This adversary was a lion-like creature, its head and upper body gleaming gold, while its face and lower half were cloaked in black, with exceedingly robust arms and fists. The lion-like monster held the advantage, and the mobile Pegasus appeared to be on the brink of defeat. Unfazed by the emergence of the lion-like creature, Yun-Chun discarded the flashlight at his feet and withdrew a crystal card, restoring the weapons to their rightful places. In the moment when the terrorists shifted their aim, he charged forward with determination. Empowered by the enhancements of his armor, his speed and defenses augmented, Yun-Chun struck down one enemy after another, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The terrorist leader, now gripped by terror, shouted in haste. Hearing this, the remaining terrorists hastily discarded their weapons and fled. Ethan, stay hidden. As the terrorists attempted to escape, Tony, who had endured their torment and narrowly avoided death, was now emboldened and sought revenge. He charged at them, launching his attacks. However, Yun Chun did not pursue, for on the other side, the mobile Pegasus had been vanquished. Sent flying by a powerful punch from the lion-like creature, landing on the ground and transforming into motorcycle form. A masked rider? After defeating the mobile Pegasus, the lion-like creature turned its gaze toward Yun Chun, sneering coldly as it approached him. Regarding the lion-like monster, Yun Chun initially could not discern his true nature. However, upon noticing the belt around his waist, he confirmed his identity as a member of the world, specifically the Spade Suit, number 3. Observing the approaching figure, Yun Chun brandished his sword and charged forward, the battle poised to erupt. In the split second when they could make contact, Yun Chun swung his beam sword with the intent to strike. Yet, the adversary, half-crouched and tilting his head, evaded the blow, subsequently delivering a powerful punch to Yun Chun's abdomen, forcing him to stagger back several paces. The foe then lunged at Yun Chun, leaping into the air to deliver another blow. In response, Yun Chun swiftly raised his sword to shield himself, attempting to block the incoming fist. Unfortunately, his defense proved insufficient. The punch collided with the sword, sending Yun Chun reeling backward even further than before. Such formidable strength! Yun Chun exclaimed, regaining his balance. The greatest asset of Spade 3 is his raw power. I recommend that the host defeat him through speed, the system advised. Is that so? Yun Chun mused, casting a glance at his opponent. Submit to me, and perhaps I shall spare you, the adversary sneered. To demand my submission, you must first demonstrate your capability. Yun Chun retorted coldly, charging forward with his sword in hand. Humph, stubborn as ever, the opponent remarked icily, clenching his fist as he advanced. As Yun Chun neared, the foe prepared to unleash a punch. In a moment of agility, Yun Chun leaped, vaulting over his adversary's head. What? The opponent gasped in astonishment. Ignoring the surprise, Yun Chun struck down with his sword while airborne. The blow landed, causing the adversary to stagger forward a few steps as Yun Chun descended gracefully to the ground. Upon landing, Yun Chun seized the opportunity, pivoting swiftly to launch another assault. The opponent, now facing Yun Chun, attempted to dodge but was caught off guard, raising his hands in a futile defense. With a flurry of strikes, Yun Chun pressed the attack, each swing forcing the adversary to retreat. One decisive slash disarmed him, while another pierced his flesh. Ugh! The adversary gasped, stumbling backward before losing his balance and collapsing to the ground, a pained cry escaping his lips. His arms bore deep gashes, oozing green blood. You wretch, I will see you dead, he roared, surveying his bloodied arms before rising to charge at Yun Chun once more. In anticipation, Yun Chun prepared to execute the same maneuver, dashing forward and leaping again, aiming to land behind his opponent. Regrettably, this time, it proved ineffective. As Yun Chun soared over the adversary's head, poised to swing his sword, the opponent suddenly pivoted sharply, unleashing a powerful punch that struck Yun Chun, sending him flying into a pile of iron barrels, the beam sword slipping from his grasp. With a scoff, Yun Chun dashed out, letting out a cold snort as he rushed towards the pile of iron barrels where he had been thrown. He swiftly pulled Yun Chun out from the heap. In a sudden movement, he seized Yun Chun by the neck and delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying, crashing against the mountainside before collapsing onto the ground. Yun Chun, lying on the ground, coughed up a mouthful of blood, which flowed from the mouthpiece of his helmet, designed to prevent liquid from infiltrating the circuitry. It dawned on him that even an ancient creature with tens of thousands of years of existence, regardless of its strength, would possess a cunning nature beyond belief. How could he possibly think that this being would be so easily flustered by mere injury? Clutching his chest, Yun Chun gazed at his adversary and spoke. With a disdainful laugh, his opponent charged at Yun Chun, leaping into the air with a clenched fist aimed at the fallen figure. Observing this, Yun Chun quickly rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the punch that instead struck the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Undeterred, his adversary sprinted towards Yun Chun once more. Chapter 8. The Seal, Preparation. As the opponent approached, Yun Chun recognized the futility of evasion. He swiftly retrieved a camera from his belt, removed the crystal card from his phone, and inserted it into the camera, securing it onto his hand. Energy charge. He then flipped open the phone, pressed a button, and a beam of red light emerged from the belt, flowing into the camera he held. At that moment, the opponent was upon him, delivering a punch aimed directly at Yun Chun. In response, Yun Chun directed his fist, equipped with the camera, straight towards the incoming blow. The two fists collided, the force creating a momentary stalemate that lasted half a second. As Yun Chun unleashed his attack, the overwhelming energy cascaded down upon his opponent, sending him flying into the air, where he rolled several times upon landing before coming to a stop, gasping on the ground, clutching his chest. Yun Chuan expelled a stream of green blood, while the fist that had met his own suffered a catastrophic fracture. How could this be? He uttered in disbelief, staring at his hand. In stark contrast, Yun Chuan was even more astonished, having never anticipated that he could withstand the force of the massive impact generated by the camera, sustaining only a broken hand in the process. At that moment, Tony, clad in Mark-I armor and pursuing the terrorists, returned, eyeing Yun Chuan. After chasing the terrorist leader, Tony had found himself unable to keep pace due to the weight of his armor, ultimately forced to resort to his flamethrower to destroy the weapons sold to the terrorists by Stark Enterprises. Upon witnessing this, Ethan hurried over to inquire about the situation concerning the terrorists. Preparation. Although Yun Chuan noticed Tony, he chose to ignore him, plotting instead to seize the opportunity to strike a decisive blow. He removed the crystal card from the camera, stowed it away, and retrieved a flashlight, inserting the crystal card before strapping it to his foot. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Utilizing lethal techniques multiple times in quick succession will impose a significant burden on your body. You have already employed them twice since the onset of this confrontation. The system cautioned suddenly. Do I have a choice? Yun Chuan remarked as he flipped open his phone and pressed a button. Energy infusion. A beam of crimson light emanated from his belt, coursing along the red stripe and entering the flashlight. With a swift run-up, Yun Chuan leapt into the air, and a drill composed of red energy materialized beneath his foot. He aimed at his opponent, who had just regained composure, their face a mask of terror, and delivered a fierce kick. No, they shouted, only to be sent flying by Yun Chuan's strike, not merely penetrated but forcefully propelled away. After being hurled, they crashed to the ground, rolling several times before collapsing, the buckle on their belts snapping open to reveal a number 3, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. Observing the open buckle, Yun Chuan finally exhaled in relief. Ha ha ha, what does it matter if you defeated me? I shall not perish. Once I recover, no matter where you hide, I will track you down and dismantle you utterly, he declared with manic laughter. Rewards have been issued. Please check your system space. The system's voice chimed in. Tony and Ethan inhaled sharply at this revelation. They had just witnessed Yun Chuan using a deep crimson drill to penetrate 10 meters of stone, and the fact that his opponent was still alive and capable of speech after being struck by the same technique left them in awe. System, you must possess a sealing card, correct? Yun Chuan suddenly recalled that he could seal, but not kill, and addressed the system. In the system marketplace, a sealing card is available for 50 points, the system replied. I will take one, Yun Chuan stated, taking a moment before approaching. Without uttering a word, Yun Chuan retrieved the newly exchanged card from the system space. The card in his hand bore crimson patterns on its back. While the front was adorned only with edge designs, the center featured a blank square. No, you cannot do this. The opponent finally cried out in fear upon seeing the card in Yun Chuan's possession. Tony and Ethan exchanged bewildered glances, unsure why the sight of the card instilled such dread. Ignoring their confusion, Yun Chuan flicked his wrist, sending the card flying toward his adversary. As the card embedded itself into their body, it absorbed them like water, eliciting a final gasp. The two watched in astonishment as the card, having fully absorbed its target, returned to Yun Chuan's hand. Upon inspecting the card, Yun Chuan noted a transformation. The front now depicted a lion within the square, with the numbers 3 and a spade illustrated in the upper left and lower right corners, respectively. After a brief glance, he stowed the card away. Subsequently, Yun Chuan disregarded Tony and Ethan, striding toward the mobile Pegasus. Tony, wanting to speak, found himself at a loss for words. He was perplexed about who Yun Chuan truly was and how he possessed such a formidable yet compact exoskeleton armor. Why did his robot transform into a motorcycle? Or conversely, why did his motorcycle become a robot? How did he know he was here, and what compelled him to come to his rescue? What were his true intentions? These questions lingered in Tony's mind, leaving him to ponder if he was falling behind the times. Yun Chuan approached the mechanized Pegasus, propping it up and examining its body. The entire surface of the mechanized Pegasus was marred by burn marks, a deep, ashen black, riddled with numerous shallow and deep craters, creating a site so densely packed that it could provoke a sense of claustrophobia. Even the fuel tank had caved in, forming a significant dent. Upon witnessing this, Yun Chuan covered his face, overwhelmed by a wave of exhaustion. System, can the mechanized Pegasus still function? Yun Chuan inquired. It can operate, albeit only barely. The system succinctly replied. Can you repair it? Yun Chuan pressed. Certainly, it will take 10 hours and cost 200 points. Do you wish to proceed with the repairs now? If you add 50 more points, I can also provide you with a new motorcycle, the system explained. By the way, since you utilized the mechanized Pegasus in its transformed state, it is clear that it cannot be used in its non-transformed state, which effectively prevents exposure. However, now that Tony Stark is here, the vehicle will be unusable after a single trip. Thus, you will need to rent a temporary motorcycle for the return journey and later acquire a more permanent one. Is that acceptable? The system pondered aloud before turning to Yun-chun. You decide. I am not well versed in such matters, Yun-chun replied. Very well. I shall take the mechanized Pegasus for repairs and arrange a temporary rental for you, the system concluded. To Tony, the conversation between Yun-chun and the system appeared as if they were contemplating significant decisions. Believing that Yun-chun's vehicle was beyond repair, Tony opened his mouth to speak, only to be startled as the mechanized Pegasus vanished before him, replaced by another motorcycle. The sudden transformation left him dazed, as his worldview shattered, leaving him standing there in a stupor, contemplating the meaning of life. Ethan, standing nearby, also bore a look of confusion, unsure of what actions to take, and similarly remained in a daze. Observing the new motorcycle before him, Yun-chun nodded in approval and took a seat, testing its functionality. Afterward, he turned his attention to Tony and Ethan, pulling out his phone. Just as he was about to toss it aside, he hesitated, retracting the gesture and instead unfastening the phone from his belt, focusing on Tony. Do you have any friends who can come to pick you up? Yun-chun asked, gazing at Tony. What are you planning to do? Tony responded, regaining his composure. If you prefer not to leave, that is also acceptable, Yun-chun replied, raising his phone and giving it a gentle shake. Are you not here to rescue me? Tony inquired. Indeed, I am here to save you. But I lack the means to escort you away, Yun-chun replied. Ethan, lend me a hand. Upon hearing this, Tony, eager to approach and take the phone, realized he was clad in Mark I armor. He turned to Ethan and said, Oh, very well. Ethan, having regained his focus, moved closer and assisted Tony in shedding the Mark I suit. Upon catching sight of Yun-chun's battle attire, Tony regarded his own armor as utterly inferior. Filled with pride, he vowed to develop a new suit capable of defeating Yun-chun's. Minutes later, the two finally stripped Tony of his armor, revealing a sweat-drenched figure beneath. Here you go. Observing Tony's armor being removed, Yun-chun stated, tossing the phone he held towards Tony. Tony swiftly caught it, examining and studying it intently. Clearing his throat, Yun-chun coughed twice, subtly indicating to Tony that they needed to move along. Otherwise, they might be waiting an eternity. However, Tony was lost in thought, oblivious to Yun-chun's hints. Yun-chun coughed again, but still, Tony failed to respond. Almost unable to contain himself, Ethan prepared to intervene. If you have no need to make a call, kindly return my phone, Yun-chun declared loudly. Oh, Tony finally reacted, pressing the buttons to call his friend, Rhodey. Meanwhile, at the military base in Afghanistan, following Tony's disappearance, helicopters were tirelessly dispatched to search for him, yielding no useful information. Frustrated and on the brink of despair, Rhodey was in the command center, reviewing reports from the helicopters sent to locate Tony. Suddenly, Rhodey received a private call. Taking out his phone, he noticed the number was an unfamiliar one with only 3 5s. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated before answering. Hello, who is this? Rhodey asked. Rhodey? It's me, Tony, came the voice from the other end. Tony, where are you? Are you all right? Rhodey's emotions surged with excitement upon hearing Tony's voice as he hurriedly questioned him. Rhodey then gestured to a nearby soldier, indicating him to trace the call's location. The soldier quickly sprang into action. Chapter 9. Nick Fury, I'm fine. I've made it out, Tony said, pausing momentarily. I don't know where I am. There's nothing here but sand. Can't you pinpoint my location? Tony inquired. Upon hearing this, Rhodey glanced at the soldier beside him, who turned to Rhodey and shook his head. I am uncertain as to what is happening. We are unable to locate your number. Where did you acquire your mobile phone? Roddy inquired, furrowing his brow. Where exactly are we? Tony directed his question towards Yunchuan. Approximately east of the airport in Afghanistan, Yunchuan intended to respond, but soon realized he too was unaware of their precise location. After a brief hesitation, he added, This is a point east of the airport in Afghanistan. Perhaps you could try to ascertain more. Noticing Yunchuan's discomfort, Tony hesitated momentarily before addressing his phone. Please hold on. I shall be there shortly. Upon hearing this, Roddy remarked, promptly terminating the call and quickly organizing the logistics, commanding the soldiers to prepare a helicopter towards Tony's direction. All right, let us wait a moment. They should be arriving soon. After ending the call, Tony reluctantly returned the phone to Yunchuan and said, May I inquire your name? Additionally, how did you come to know of my presence here? And what is your purpose in rescuing me? You may refer to me as Kamen Rider. I happen to learn of your whereabouts, and my intent in rescuing you is indeed purposeful. However, I have already obtained what I sought, so you owe me nothing, Yunchuan replied. $500 billion. Are you willing to sell your armor and motorcycle? Tony queried, shifting focus after considering Yunchuan's words. Regrettably, they are not for sale. Furthermore, as Tony Stark, the most brilliant mind on Earth with unparalleled intelligence, you are entirely capable of creating armor that rivals my own. Thus, you do not require mine, Yunchuan stated. Upon hearing this, Tony's breath quickened, and he clenched his fists, taking several moments to regain his composure before looking at Tony. While internally he felt a profound sense of loss. That is certainly the case. It merely requires some time, Yunchuan continued. Tony felt a pang of disappointment at Yunchuan's refusal to sell, but upon hearing him proclaim his status as the most brilliant mind on Earth, his spirits lifted considerably. What was that creature we encountered? Why was it drawn into your card? Tony recalled the monster he had witnessed being defeated by Yunchuan. That creature is, as its name suggests, immortal. It can only be sealed away, and the card serves as the tool for its confinement. Moreover, it is not the only one of its kind. There are many others. For your own sake, as well as for those around you and for the world, I strongly advise you to expedite the development of your own iron armor, Yunchuan cautioned. Tony's brow furrowed at this. Given your position, perhaps you should be more concerned about your company. All the weapons utilized by these terrorists were manufactured by you. How did they acquire them, and who sold them? You ought to investigate this matter. It is quite possible that you may find yourself ambushed before even encountering the creature, Yunchuan warned. Indeed, that will be addressed. Tony replied with a grim expression, voicing the discomfort of nearly perishing by his own creation. Are you injured? How severe is your condition? Tony asked, directing his attention to the blood emanating from the mouth of Yunchuan's armor. I am fine, Yunchuan assured him. As soon as your ride arrives, I shall take my leave. At that moment, Yunchuan seemed to hear something through the air, and as he revved the motorcycle, he departed swiftly before Tony could react. Hey, Tony called out, but alas, Yunchuan was already far from sight, leaving him in a state of helplessness and confusion as he glanced around, finding nothing amiss. 2 minutes later, a resounding noise echoed in the distance. Finally, it has arrived. Upon hearing the sound, Tony looked up to see a helicopter rapidly approaching. Here we are, he exclaimed, waving his arms excitedly at the aircraft. The helicopter descended a mere 10 meters away, and several soldiers disembarked, rushing towards Tony and Ethan. Are you still driving that cheerful jeep? Rhodey panted as he approached. Next time, come with me, all right? He placed a hand on Tony's shoulder and embraced him. Tony smiled, choosing not to respond, his heart brimming with emotions. He then introduced Ethan, stating, "This is Ethan, who was imprisoned alongside me by those terrorists. Without his assistance, I would not have survived to see you. Thank you, Mr. Ethan. Please return with us so we may express our gratitude," Rhodey said, extending his hand. They had been anxiously searching for Tony day and night, and now that they had finally found him, their excitement was palpable, and they felt compelled to properly thank the man who had saved him. You're welcome, Ethan replied, somewhat nervously shaking Rhodey's hand. All right, let us go, Rhodey said, turning to lead Tony and Ethan towards the helicopter. Ethan interjected. Your hometown has been completely devastated, hasn't it? Upon hearing this, Tony understood Ethan's unspoken words. He turned to face him and replied, yes. Ethan clenched his fists and lowered his head, trembling. Come with me, Tony said, embracing him. Meanwhile, after a short distance, Yunchuan activated his cloaking mode and made his way to the airport. Throughout the journey, he maintained his stealth, only stopping briefly for refueling. Before arriving at the airport, he paused to have a meal before boarding the aircraft. Once on board, fatigue from his injuries overcame him, and he fell into a deep slumber. On the other side, in the Trident building, Coulson held a file as he approached the door of an office, knocking lightly. Come in. A man's voice called from within. Hearing this, Coulson opened the door and stepped inside, closing it behind him. Upon entering, Coulson found himself in a sparsely furnished room, equipped with a solitary desk, a computer, a chair, 2 sofas, and a table. At that moment, clad in a black coat, with dark skin and a bald head, one eye obscured by a black eye patch, Nick Fury stood behind the desk, gazing out the window. The voice that had just spoken emanated from his lips. Director, here are the findings of the investigation, Coulson stated, producing a file. At this, Nick Fury turned around, pulled out a chair, and seated himself. Observing this, Coulson extended the file towards him, waiting in silence. Nick Fury accepted the file, opened it, and began to peruse its contents. What is your opinion on this individual? He inquired, his tone devoid of any emotional inflection. A few minutes later, nonsense. With current technology, exoskeletal armor remains merely a concept. However, based on the conditions at the factory and the pile of ashes left by the demise of 318, I cannot conceive of anyone capable of such a feat, Coulson replied. If his claims hold any truth, who could don exoskeletal armor and defeat 318? What is the likelihood of that? Nick Fury questioned. There are three possibilities regarding the existence of exoskeletal armor. The first is that it was manufactured by a certain organization, but I have never heard of such an entity. Nor do I believe any organization could produce such a thing. Thus, the likelihood is minimal. The second possibility is extraterrestrial technology. However, there have been no indications of their visitation in recent years, and if they possessed such armor, they would not remain so discreet, making this possibility also unlikely. The third possibility is that it emerged 3 months ago alongside those unidentified life forms, yet there has been no record of exoskeletal armor appearing during this period. Unless there was a malfunction with the armor that has only now been rectified, or it was fabricated in these past 3 months, this is the most plausible scenario. However, if the wearer of the exoskeletal armor is one of those unknown entities, what would their motive be for attacking 318? Regardless of the scenario, there is no evidence pointing to the armor's wearer being that child, Coulson concluded. Prepare yourself and bring along an artist. You will personally engage with him. Nick Fury instructed after a moment of silence. Understood, Coulson replied, then inquired, what shall be done with Cross and Grace? Proceed according to protocol. In the absence of significant contributions, they are prohibited from participating in promotional assessments for 2 years, Nick Fury stated. Very well, Coulson said, turning to leave. What of 103? Nick Fury suddenly asked. There have been no changes. The blood remains unyielding in its results and causes, Coulson responded. And what of Tony Stark? Still no news? Nick Fury inquired once more, this time his voice betraying a hint of emotional fluctuation. Indeed, I have just received word that Tony Stark has been located by an officer named Rhodey, and he is currently en route to a military base in Afghanistan, Coulson reported. It is your task to ascertain the details of his return, Nick Fury instructed. Very well, after I gather information from that young man, I shall make my way there, Coulson responded. To what extent has the investigation into the quantity and location of the unidentified life forms departing from the area progressed? Nick Fury asked, his expression serious. The numbers are substantial. Currently, the discovered count, excluding those already eliminated, exceeds 200, with over 90% having concealed themselves within human society, Coulson replied gravely. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury fell silent for a moment, before slowly stating, proceed with your mission. Without uttering another word, Coulson turned and departed. At the military base in Afghanistan, Tony and Ethan were brought there by Rhodey. Shortly after their arrival, Rhodey provided them with some much-needed sustenance. Who exactly captured you, and how did you manage to escape? Rhodey inquired, observing Tony, who, despite having endured hunger for so long, maintained a certain nonchalance while eating, in stark contrast to Ethan's ravenous demeanor. I prefer not to revisit that period of my life. It was too painful, Tony replied, feeling the knife in his hand and touching his chest. Very well, continue eating. I will arrange for medical personnel to examine you, Rhodey said, understanding Tony's temperament, and stood to leave. Chapter 10. Press conference. I would like to take a shower first. Then please help me find my belongings. Afterward, I wish to rest a bit more, Tony stated. All right, Rhodey replied, exasperated by Tony's indifference towards his chest wound as he turned to leave. I truly believe you should allow the medical staff to take a look, given the circumstances. My surgery was not executed to the best of standards, Ethan remarked after Rhodey's departure. I am well aware, Tony replied. At the entrance of Yunchun's residence, Coulson arrived with a forensic artist, tasked with creating a composite sketch based on witness descriptions of the target's characteristics. He pressed the doorbell. Who are you? The doppelganger asked, descending the stairs and opening the door, regarding Coulson and his companion with suspicion. We are from the Department of Homeland Strategic Intervention, Coulson began. But before he could finish, the doppelganger shouted, Get lost, and attempted to slam the door shut. Wait a moment, sir. We are here to apologize, Coulson quickly interjected, placing his hand against the door to prevent it from closing. Unnecessary. Do not compel me to resort to violence. Leave at once. The doppelganger retorted, his expression stern. It took Coulson half a minute, utilizing his exceptional oratory skills, to pacify the doppelganger and calm his emotions. Therefore, Mr. Yun, it is not that we harbor disbelief. Rather, the tale seems too fantastical to comprehend. According to the investigation conducted at the factory, the circumstances indeed align with your account. Thus, we wish to further inquire about the events at that time and the details regarding the armored individual, Coulson articulated. Very well, please come in. The doppelganger replied after a moment's hesitation, glancing at the two. Thank you, Coulson responded with a smile, trailing behind the doppelganger as they entered. Throughout the exchange, the quiet observer, who had remained silent and intently watched the simulation artist, was thoroughly captivated by Coulson's prowess, recognizing him as one of the few elite agents. It was the same table, the same 2 glasses of water, the recording device, and the notebook. Thus, half an hour passed in this manner. Mr. Yun, could you describe the appearance of the individual you referred to as the masked rider? The doppelganger inquired. Certainly, the doppelganger began to delineate the figure, adopting the perspective of an onlooker, omitting certain intricacies. As he spoke, the artist sketched diligently. Sir, was the person you observed at that time akin to this? The artist inquired, presenting the completed drawing to Yun Chun. Indeed, exactly so, the doppelganger exclaimed, excitement evident in his tone. Yet, upon further reflection, he added, although he was of that stature, he was not as robust. Upon hearing this, the artist annotated the doppelganger's comments, intending to refine the drawing later. Thank you, Mr. Yun. We shall take our leave now, the artist said after finishing the drawing. Coulson rose alongside him, turning to exit. Take care. The doppelganger bid them at the door. Once in the vehicle, Coulson could not suppress a sigh. Agent Coulson, do you truly believe everything he stated is fabricated? The artist queried, studying Coulson's expression. Do you genuinely believe that an exoskeleton armor could be so diminutive, so slender, yet wield such immense power? Coulson retorted. Given the emergence of such formidable creatures, the existence of such armor is not beyond the realm of possibility, the artist contemplated. Coulson, taken aback, regarded him with surprise before responding. This notion is indeed plausible. I nearly erred gravely. As an agent, having witnessed so many astonishing phenomena, I now find myself doubting the existence of an exoskeleton armor. I merely speculated. Its existence remains to be substantiated, the artist replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Certainly, verification is essential. If it indeed exists, it could not merely appear once, Coulson remarked nonchalantly. As Yun Chun disembarked from the aircraft, it was already the morning of the 3rd day since his arrival in this world. He sought a secluded corner to transform, cloak himself in invisibility, and summon the mechanical steed to proceed to his dwelling. Upon returning to his residence, Yun Chun made his way to the garage, where he stored away his mechanical steed, the Sky Horse, and retrieved another motorcycle, remarkably similar to the former, boasting an over 80% resemblance. The previous one had already been returned to the system. Subsequently, Yun Chun entered the shop, ascended to the 2nd floor, and commanded the system to retract his avatar. Afterward, he indulged in a refreshing shower and changed his attire before venturing out for a meal. After dining, he procured some provisions and returned home, placing them in the refrigerator. Due to his injuries, he then ascended to the upper floor and reclined on his bed to rest, awaiting his recovery while continuously processing the myriad experiences he had encountered since his arrival in this world. This respite lasted an entire day. The following morning, at an airport somewhere, a private jet came to a halt. As the cabin door opened, Tony, clad in formal attire and supported by Rhodey and Ethan, disembarked from the aircraft. Outside, a beautiful woman and a man in a black suit awaited their arrival. These 2 individuals were among the few closest to Tony. The woman, his secretary, housekeeper, caretaker, and beloved, Pepper Potts. The other, his bodyguard and chauffeur, Happy Hogan. Are you jesting? Get rid of them, Tony remarked, pushing Rhodey aside upon spotting the 2, particularly the woman. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed medical personnel approaching with a surgical cart, which irritated him, prompting a sharp retort directed at Rhodey. With a resigned sigh, Rhodey waved his hand, signaling for the cart to be taken away. Tony then slowly descended from the plane, striding toward the woman, with Rhodey and Ethan trailing behind. With red-rimmed eyes, she gazed intently at him, and he teased, I see you missed your boss. I'm simply relieved. I can spare myself the job hunt, Pepper replied, taking a deep breath to compose herself, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, your holiday has concluded. Allow me to introduce you to my friend Ethan. Without him, you might not be standing before me now, Tony said, gesturing toward Ethan as he introduced him to Pepper. This is my assistant, Pepper Potts. He turned to Ethan to introduce her in kind. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, and thank you for saving Tony. Pepper extended her hand with a smile. Hello, my pleasure, Ethan replied, shaking her hand in return. All right, let us return, Tony declared, leading Ethan and Pepper to Happy's vehicle. Ethan and Happy occupied the front seats, while Tony and Pepper settled in the back. Where to, sir? The driver inquired. Take us to the hospital, Happy. Pepper interjected before Tony could respond. We're not going, Tony interjected. Not going. Tony, you must go to the hospital, Pepper insisted, her tone firm as she faced him. I have said I will not go, the doctor insists, but do not compel me to the hospital. I have been confined for 3 months and now desire to do but 2 things, to savor a cheeseburger, and the other matter. Before I could finish, Pepper interjected with annoyance. You are quite the lecher. Not that, I retorted. I need your assistance in organizing a press conference, Tony replied. Yes, a press conference. What do you intend to do? Pepper inquired. Drive, first. We shall grab a bite to eat. Ethan listened quietly to their exchange, remaining silent, unsure of what to say. After all, the disparity between his and Tony's statuses was immense. Their environments and experiences worlds apart. They shared no common language of change. Had it not been for this circumstance, their paths would have never crossed. Thus, Ethan could only quietly contemplate the future. Ethan, would you like something to eat? Tony asked, glancing at him. I am fine with anything, Ethan responded, coming to his senses upon hearing Tony's words. Very well. Pepper, please assist me in getting something for Ethan and myself, Tony instructed. Certainly, sir, Pepper replied. Happy, let us go, Tony said. All right, Happy responded, starting the car. Upon arriving at the entrance of the press conference venue, Happy halted the vehicle. Oh, look who has arrived, a bald man, who had seemingly been waiting for quite some time, approached and opened the car door for Tony. The group disembarked together. The man who opened the door was Obadiah Stane, who had conspired to harm Tony and seize control of Stark Industries. He was also one of the few individuals, along with Pepper and Happy, whom Tony felt comfortable with. Obadiah embraced Tony, saying, I was on my way to the hospital to see you. I am fine, Tony replied, unaware that this seemingly well-meaning figure was, in fact, someone who nearly brought about his demise. At that moment, Happy approached with several large bags containing cheeseburgers and handed them to Tony. Tony retrieved one from the bag and instructed Happy to pass the rest to Ethan. Ethan accepted the offering and expressed his gratitude to Happy. Where's mine? Obadiah asked, looking at Ethan, puzzled by the treatment Tony afforded him. Oh, I have yet to eat. I forgot to buy yours. Allow me to introduce you. This is my friend Ethan. Without his assistance, I might not have returned. Tony gestured toward Ethan, who appeared somewhat out of place amid these proceedings. Hello, I am Tony's uncle, Obadiah Stane. Thank you for saving Tony, Obadiah said with a smile, extending his hand, revealing no hint of ulterior emotions. You are welcome, Ethan replied hastily, shaking his hand. Subsequently, Tony and his companions entered the venue, while Ethan, feeling uncomfortable in such an environment, remained in the car alongside Happy, waiting for their return. Tony and Obadiah approached the podium, while Pepper paused, observing their advance. Miss Potts, good day, came the unexpected voice of Coulson, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Addressing Pepper, what is it? She inquired, turning her head. May I have a word with you? Coulson asked. I am not a journalist. I am Agent Coulson, he interjected. Sensing Pepper's inclination to decline, I represent the Department of Homeland Strategic Intervention, Enforcement Logistics. He presented his business card to her. It may be convoluted, and we are addressing that issue as well, he added, understanding her apprehensions. What do you need? Pepper glanced at the card and asked. We wish to gain insight into the circumstances surrounding Mr. Stark's escape, Coulson replied. I will arrange that. Could you please wait? Pepper responded, affirming his expectations. Thank you, he said before turning away. Shall we all take our seats? Sitting down allows us to see and be seen, making things more casual, Tony remarked as he sat beneath the podium, munching on a hamburger. The journalists followed suit, settling down or crouching nearby. What is the purpose of this gathering? Colonel Rhodes inquired, positioning himself beside Pepper. I have no idea what this is about or what he intends to do, Pepper replied, furrowing her brow. I missed the opportunity to see my father one last time. I want to ask him about his views on arms production, Tony stated earnestly, putting down his hamburger. Has he ever experienced internal conflict, wavered in his beliefs, or is he, as the media portrays, an unyielding figure? I have witnessed young soldiers perish, dying under the very weapons I intended to use for their protection, and I have come to realize that I am becoming a part of this irresponsible world. Mr. Stark, a journalist raised his hand to inquire. Please proceed, Tony encouraged. What truly transpired there? The journalist pressed. I awoke. I became aware, Tony declared, rising and approaching the podium. Beyond manufacturing weapons, I can contribute more to the world. Therefore, I have decided to shut down Stark Industries Weapons Division, effective immediately. At this declaration, all the journalists, along with Obadiah, rose in excitement. Until I find a new purpose for the company in a direction I believe to be right, aligned with the nation's best interests. He concluded, descending from the podium amidst the astonished gazes of the audience. The collective astonishment stemmed not only from the closure of the largest arms division, but also from the fact that many of them had invested in Stark Industries. The shutdown signified a loss of potential profit, even the threat of bankruptcy. On the other side, Yunchuan had already risen, The injuries within his body had healed considerably, no longer impeding his ability to fight. This was largely due to his enhanced physique. Otherwise, in his previous state, he would have had to remain in the hospital for a considerable period after such trauma. After all, I was unsure how severe to depict the consequences of being struck to the point of vomiting blood, so I opted for a casual description, as it seems the severity is often downplayed in television portrayals. Having finished his morning routine, Yun Chuan was about to descend the stairs when he suddenly recalled that he had yet to check the rewards following the completion of the mission to save Tony. Thus, he opened the system panel to assess his status. Host: Yun Chuan. Age: 18. Strength: 11. The limit for an ordinary person is 12. Speed: 10. The limit for an ordinary person is 12. Stamina: 10. The limit for an ordinary person is 12. Points: 445 items. Initial set 1. Culinary Mastery. Combat Mastery. Upon examining the panel, Yun Chuan noted that his total points amounted to 445. Originally, it should have been 700 points. But after spending 200 points on repairing the mechanized Pegasus, 5 points on renting a temporary motorcycle, and 50 points on purchasing a new motorcycle, he was left with the current 445 points. System: how do I utilize these two skills? Yun Chuan inquired, gazing at the culinary and combat mastery he had acquired. Simply click on them, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Yun Chuan promptly activated both skills. He watched as 2 orbs of light, each a different hue, emerged from the panel and swiftly penetrated his forehead. Subsequently, an avalanche of information regarding culinary arts and combat techniques flooded his mind. In terms of culinary skills, he now possessed knowledge of stir-frying, roasting, frying, pan-searing, boiling, steaming, and more. If ingredients were available, Yun Chuan could immediately prepare a dish that would be visually appealing and delectable. Previously, he had been utterly inept in the kitchen, surviving on instant noodles and takeout, which had led to a state of nutritional deficiency. As for combat, he had acquired foundational techniques such as punches, slaps, elbows, kicks, and various attacking maneuvers. Although my descriptions of combat may lack depth, I find solace in the fact that Yun Chuan, in his current state, would not face the same disgrace when confronting Spade 3 as he did previously, requiring only a single finishing move rather than 2. After taking a moment to absorb this newfound knowledge, Yun Chuan proceeded downstairs to address his hunger. Upon reaching the kitchen, he retrieved the food he had purchased earlier and began preparing a meal. After dining, he returned upstairs, settled onto the sofa, and contemplated whether to turn on the television to observe the state of the world in the aftermath of the monster invasion. As soon as Yun Chuan turned on the television, he was greeted by a news report about Tony Stark's closure of his weapons division, filled with scornful remarks directed at Stark Industries, as if they believed Tony could not survive without selling arms. Has he returned? It makes sense. It has been several days. At this point, he must be immersed in the development of the Iron Man suit, Yun Chuan mused while gazing at the screen. Meanwhile, Tony had indeed begun to focus on creating the armored suit, even incorporating Yun Chuan's research on the mechanized Pegasus into his work. Has he been suppressed? Yun Chuan switched through several channels, yet gleaned no useful information. With a sigh, he turned off the television and picked up his phone for another round of searching. For the remainder of the day, apart from meals, Yun Chuan diligently sought information on everything in this world, preparing for what lay ahead. It wasn't until 6:30 in the evening that he paused, descended to prepare dinner, and eat. Upon reaching the kitchen, he realized that he had completely consumed all the groceries he had previously bought. In truth, Yun Chuan had purchased a considerable amount of food, but due to his enhanced physique and the intensity of recent battles, including sustaining injuries, his appetite had surged. Faced with this dilemma, he reluctantly retrieved his motorcycle from the garage and set off to the market for supplies. Suddenly, as he passed through a grove of trees, he was startled by a terrified voice. Stopping in his tracks, he peered into the woods. There, he saw a creature resembling a smaller, snow-white version of the transformed wolf-like Ophion, standing before a man who was panic-stricken and seated on the ground. Goodness, how long has it been? Has Ophion already begun to influence the rules of this world, giving rise to new manifestations of Ophion? At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Task initiated. The voice continued. Objective: defeat the new Ophion and acquire its information. Reward: 500 points. With no time to contemplate the system's announcement, Yun Chuan hastily dismounted his motorcycle, retrieved his belt and phone, donned the belt, and pressed the button 3 times while rushing forward. Beep, beep, beep. He then pressed the confirm button and closed the cover. Standby mode. Transformation. Yun Chuan inserted the phone into the belt. Completion. A flash of red light enveloped him as he transformed into Kamen Rider. At that moment, the system seemed to recall something. and a magical circle suddenly materialized beside Yun Chun's motorcycle. From within, a clone emerged, swiftly mounting the motorcycle and speeding away. Why? What have I done wrong? Why do you treat me this way? A woman's emotionless voice emanated from the Ophion as it staggered towards the man on the ground. No. At that moment, the man spotted Yun Chun, hurriedly scrambling to his feet and calling out, rushing towards Yun Chun in hopes of seeking salvation. Observing this, Ophi Inua transformed her feet into those resembling a wolf's, her entire stature rising significantly. Subsequently, she extended her claws, leaping with ferocity towards the man. Just as Ophi Inua was about to seize him, Yun Chun sprang into action, delivering a swift kick that sent Ophi Inua flying. She arched her body midair, landing with both feet and claws, sliding backward for a distance before finally coming to a halt. Well done. Eliminate her. Kill her. The man exclaimed excitedly, turning to face Yun Chun and Ophi Inua. Yun Chun paid no heed to the man, as Ophi Inua was charging towards her once more. In response, Yun Chun dashed forward. As she neared Ophi Inua, the latter leapt over Yun Chun, pursuing the man who was now behind her. Seeing Ophi Inua barreling towards him, the man scrambled to his feet and fled in terror. Witnessing this, Yun Chun swiftly turned and gave chase, seizing Ophi Inua by the waist, spinning her around, and flinging her in another direction. At that moment, Yun Chun glanced back at the man, only to discover he had already bolted into the distance, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief as she focused on confronting Ophi Inua. Why? Why are you blocking me? What have I done wrong? Ophi Inua cried out in anguish as she rose, realizing the man had escaped. She glared at Yun Chun, filled with rage. I know not what he has done to you, but if he has inflicted any harm, it should be left to the authorities to address, not you. Observing the large pit beside them and the shovel that had been there all along, coupled with Ophi Inua's reaction, Yun Chun surmised a portion of the truth and spoke. If it were effective, would we be in this predicament? Ophi Inua retorted, charging directly at Yun Chun with a claw poised to strike. In response, Yun Chun swiftly sidestepped her attack, seizing her hand and executing a swift maneuver, performing a shoulder throw that sent Ophi Inua sprawling. In midair, Ophi Inua twisted and turned like a cat, landing gracefully on all fours. Without hesitation, she launched herself at Yun Chun once more. Yun Chun, anticipating the move, leaned back, allowing Ophi Inua to leap over her. Rising to her feet, Yun Chun pivoted to face Ophi Inua, who, enraged, extended her claws again and charged forward. This time, Yun Chun did not evade. Instead, just as Ophi Inua's claws were about to reach her, she crouched slightly and delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen, sending Ophi Inua flying once more. After Ophanor was forcefully ejected, she collided with a tree, causing it to sway violently. Subsequently, she fell to the ground, kneeling in agony and letting out a painful cry. Chapter 12. The Battle. Damn, that wretched woman. I never anticipated that you were a monster. I hope he doesn't eliminate you too swiftly. I could profit from this, thought the man as he sprinted a short distance before pulling out his phone and rifling through his contacts. Found it, he exclaimed upon discovering a number. Just as he was about to dial, his foot unexpectedly struck a rock, causing him to stumble and fall. At the precise spot where he fell, a sharp metal object, unknown to him, was embedded in the ground. As he tumbled, his hands instinctively braced against the earth. But the combination of inertia and the length of the metal led to it piercing through his eye and into his brain. He collapsed, quivering momentarily before lying still, with a copious amount of blood seeping from his head. Meanwhile, Ophanor had regained her footing and was charging furiously towards Yun Chun. Although she initially appeared to be the victim, Yun Chun wished to avoid confrontation. He deftly dodged left and right while retreating to evade Ophanor's claws. Ultimately, he found himself beside a tree and quickly rolled aside, causing her claws to strike the tree instead, severing it. Ophanor pivoted and lunged at Yun Chun once more. Calm yourself, he implored, realizing that evasion was no longer a viable strategy. He seized her hand and shouted. In response, Ophanor emitted a primal roar, delivering a fierce kick to Yun Chun's abdomen. As he winced in pain and released her, she relentlessly raked her claws across his chest. The impact sent him staggering several steps back before he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Ophanor leaped into the air, her claws poised to strike Yun Chun. In a desperate bid, he grasped her hand while still on the ground, executed a swift roll, and forcefully pushed her away before scrambling to his feet. Noticing Ophanor attempting to rise, Yun Chun charged forward, leaping into the air to deliver a flying kick that sent her sprawling. He then retrieved a flashlight from his belt. However, upon acquiring it, he hesitated, fixating his gaze on Ophanor. She rose once more, roaring fiercely and staggering towards him. After a few steps, she collapsed onto the ground. Unconscious, reverting to her human form. Mission accomplished. Defeat the new Offenor to earn 300 points. Relieved, Yun Chun exhaled deeply, stowed the flashlight, and approached her. Yun Chun approached Offenor, only to discover a long-haired woman clad in white attire. As he gently arranged her hair, her face was unveiled. Gazing upon her, Yun Chun was utterly captivated. The girl appeared to be around 18 years of age. Her countenance, marred by excessive sorrow and further diminished by Yun Chun's harsh actions, was pale, her lips devoid of color. Yet, her beauty remained undeniable. A delicate oval face, a perfectly proportioned nose, a slender figure, and smooth, elastic skin, rendering her nearly flawless. The only imperfection lay in her demeanor. As he beheld her, Yun Chun felt an inexplicable quickening of his heart. What transpired between you and him? He murmured, recalling the man he had encountered moments earlier. At that instant, a blaring horn startled him, prompting his gaze to shift and discover his doppelganger. The doppelganger was astride a motorcycle, laden with an array of vegetables and meats. Upon witnessing this, Yun Chun exhaled in relief. After ensuring the vicinity was clear, he dismissed his transformation and lifted the girl, making his way toward the doppelganger, casting furtive glances around, reminiscent of someone abducting an innocent woman. Upon reaching his doppelganger, it vanished, and Yun Chun secured the girl onto the vehicle, fastening her behind him, while she draped her arms around his waist. After another careful survey of his surroundings, he ignited the motorcycle and departed. Moments after Yun Chun's departure, a peculiar creature resembling a lizard materialized atop a large tree, observing the direction in which Yun Chun had vanished. Subsequently, this creature morphed into a middle-aged man who retrieved his phone, dialed a number, and reported, "Is this an ambulance? I've discovered a man lying on the ground, covered in blood. Please hurry." After hanging up, he dialed another number. "Hello, is this the police station? I've found a man sprawled on the ground, bloodied. Please come quickly. I've already called for an ambulance." He concluded the call, extracted his SIM card, flicked it away into a nearby pond, and transformed back into the lizard creature, vanishing into the woods. Throughout the journey, Yun Chun navigated safely back to the shop, placing the girl on the bed in the room across from his own, once more gazing at her face. Spring had arrived, heralding the season of animal procreation, with the air thick with the scent of hormones. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. Hearing this, Yun Chun curled his lips in irritation. "Host, you are engaging in perilously reckless behavior. Do you realize that a moment's carelessness could expose your identity? Everything we have done thus far could be rendered futile. Please exercise caution," the system admonished. "I apologize." Upon hearing this, Yun Chun awkwardly remarked, "Seeing your face brimming with infatuation, are you inclined to keep her?" The system jested. "Let us observe further," Yun Chun replied, rising to descend the stairs and commence preparing a meal. After several minutes, he had concocted a substantial pot of beef noodles, which he carried upstairs, only to find the girl still asleep, so he began to eat alone. Meanwhile, the peculiar individual who had previously called the police and then vanished suddenly materialized at the threshold of an office within a towering building, reverting to his human form. Gently knocking on the door, "Come in," a man's voice beckoned from within. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man opened the door and entered. "You mentioned discovering a promising candidate. Why didn't you bring her back? Is it that she cannot adapt to her identity, or is there another reason?" inquired a middle-aged man seated behind the desk, engrossed in paperwork. "I apologize, President. I was unable to establish contact with her," the man replied, bowing his head in deference. "Oh, what transpired?" The president continued to peruse his documents, seemingly indifferent. "Just as I was preparing to report to you and make contact, the masked rider appeared," the middle-aged man explained. "Which one are you referring to?" The president finally lifted his gaze to regard the man, inquiring. The man replied, "It was him." "Proceed," the president instructed, setting aside his documents and leaning back in his chair. "Just as I was about to act, he appeared, but the one clad in armor was not Kaido. Rather, it was a child of similar stature. Upon his arrival, he rescued the girl from danger and engaged in combat with her. Ultimately, he was defeated," the man recounted. "Therefore, did that child perish?" the president queried. "No, he did not kill her. Instead, he took her away, and it seems he possesses the ability to create duplicates, suggesting he may not be human," the man clarified. "Order the subordinates to remain cautious, especially the four-leaf clover," the president mused before commanding. "Understood," the man responded, turning to exit, but then abruptly halted. "Mr. Solong, do you require something?" he asked. Before him stood a young man at the door. "No, I was merely passing by. Solong replied with a smile, glancing briefly at the president inside before turning to leave. Watching Solong depart, the man cast a long, contemplative look at him before exiting the office. Meanwhile, Yin Chuan, feeling somewhat bored as he consumed his noodles, switched on the television. At 6:42, a man tragically lost his life due to an accident in the nearby woods. Let us turn to our reporter for the latest coverage, announced the host as the television flickered to life. Upon hearing this, Yin Chuan ceased her actions and turned her gaze towards the television. Upon viewing the content, she inadvertently spat out the noodles in her mouth, some even exiting through her nostrils, dangling there. Hastily, Yin Chuan set down her bowl and chopsticks, removed the noodles from her nose, and took a piece of paper to wipe herself before finally focusing on the report on the television. To her astonishment, though the head of the corpse was pixelated, she recognized the man as the one she had just rescued from the clutches of Ophion. Watching the broadcast, Yin Chuan felt a strange sense of wonder. The man had not perished at the hands of Ophion, but had instead met an untimely demise on the road. Indeed, it seems that when the king of hell calls for you at midnight, who can save you until dawn? Yin Chuan mused. Wait a moment. This should be the domain of the Grim Reaper. Then, she recollected herself and said, what does it matter? I saved him. His unfortunate fate is of no concern to me. During the confrontation, given the girl's words and the animosity she displayed towards him, Yin Chuan's initial impression of the man was far from favorable. She felt no sorrow for his demise. Subsequently, losing interest in the television, she switched it off, tidied the table, and served herself another bowl of noodles. Meanwhile, in the room, the girl finally regained consciousness from her stupor and, upon realizing she was in an unfamiliar bed, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She rose from the bed, slipped on her shoes, and gingerly opened the door, clutching her slightly dizzy head. As soon as she opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Yin Chuan, heartily enjoying her noodles. Oh, you're awake, Yin Chuan remarked, noticing her, breaking off a strand of noodle and swallowing it. The girl, captivated by the sight and the aroma of the noodles, felt her stomach growl, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Are you hungry? Come over and have some. That bowl is prepared for you, Yin Chuan offered, gesturing to a bowl beside her. Before returning to her meal, heeding her words, the girl said nothing and quietly approached, taking a seat and beginning to eat the noodles. The two shared a comfortable silence, both immersed in their meal. Chapter 13. Conversation. A few minutes later, having finished her noodles, Yin Chuan wiped her mouth with a napkin and picked up her phone, quietly observing while waiting for the girl to finish her meal. After a short while, the girl finally set down her bowl, satisfied. What happened earlier? Why were you pursuing that man? Yin Chuan inquired, breaking the silence. He pushed me down the stairs and attempted to bury me, the girl replied softly. Could you elaborate on the circumstances? Yin Chuan asked, intrigued. He is my boyfriend, and we grew up together in an orphanage. During our childhood, our bond was strong. But eventually, we were adopted by different foster families and lost touch. It was not until last year that I encountered him again. At that time, he treated me with great kindness. We spent 2 months together and soon became a couple. However, I later discovered that his affections were merely a guise to gain access to my foster parents' wealth. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, reddening them. Witnessing this, Yin Chuan handed her a tissue. She accepted it, dabbed her eyes, and continued, he sacrificed my foster parents for their fortune, deceived us of all our money, and even sold our house, gambling away every last cent. When I confronted him, he pushed me down the stairs. I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, he was attempting to bury me. I had no idea how I became that monster. She broke down in tears before finishing her tale. System, can you confirm the truth of her words? Yin Chuan inquired, for although he harbored feelings for the girl, it did not mean he would readily believe her. The brainwaves, heartbeat, and emotional states present no discrepancies. It can be inferred that her account is indeed truthful, the system responded. Do not dwell on the details. Yin Chuan again offered her a tissue. Why do you wish to prevent me from killing him? Why? The girl, sobbing, confronted Yin Chuan without taking the tissue. If I do not intervene and allow you to take his life, what then? What will you do afterward? Yin Chuan questioned, gazing at her intently. What can I do? I have reported him to the police, but he has destroyed all the evidence. What choice do I have? I am left with nothing, she replied, her voice choked with emotion. He is already dead. He met with an accident while attempting to flee, Yin Chuan stated, looking at her. Upon hearing this, the girl ceased her tears, her eyes still red as she regarded Yin Chuan. He retrieved his phone, conducted a quick search, and presented it to her. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the device and began to read. A few seconds later, upon confirming the man's demise, she bowed her head and quietly wept. Yin Chuan chose not to disturb her, remaining silent in his seat. "I'm sorry," the girl eventually murmured, stopping her crying after several minutes. She placed the phone on the table and continued, "Thank you. What do you plan to do now? Will you cook? There is a newly opened Chinese restaurant downstairs. Since you have lost everything, would you consider working with me?" Yun-chun asked, putting away his phone and looking at her. Surprised by his words, the girl gazed at him wide-eyed before lowering her head and softly responding, "I can. My foster parents were Chinese and ran a Chinese restaurant. I have some experience. But is that feasible? Then I warmly welcome you to join me. I am Yun-chun, and I have yet to learn your name," he said with a smile. "Thank you. My name is Christine Jones," she replied. "I reside here alone, with several rooms still available. Henceforth, you shall make this place your home. Here is the key. The business hours will commence the day after tomorrow, as the shop downstairs has yet to prepare any items." Yun-chuan produced the key from downstairs and handed it to Jones, stating, "Thank you, Brother Yun." Jones expressed his gratitude as he accepted the key. "I shall leave these dishes in your care and venture out to procure some daily necessities," Yun-chuan remarked, rising and making his way downstairs. Observing Yun-chuan's departure, Jones stood and bowed deeply in the direction he had gone, subsequently taking the dishes downstairs to wash them. After approximately 20 minutes, Yun-chuan returned upstairs with his purchases, at which point Jones had already finished cleaning the dishes and was seated on the sofa, waiting. "Brother Yun," Jones called, rising upon Yun-chuan's return. "These items are for you. Once you've organized them and freshened up, do take some rest. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to purchase anything else you may require." Yun-chuan handed the large bags he was carrying to Jones as he spoke. "Thank you," Jones replied as he accepted the bags. Yun-chuan smiled at her, said nothing further, and turned to return to his room, while Jones took her items back to her room to organize. Upon returning, Jones tidied up and discovered the contents included a bedsheet, a blanket, a pillow, 2 cups, 2 pairs of slippers, a toothbrush, toothpaste, 2 towels, a mobile phone, a comb, and 2 sets of pajamas. Except for a few items whose sizes were uncertain or unsuitable for purchase, Yun-chuan had procured nearly everything Jones needed. Surprised and somewhat bewildered by the array of items, Jones seemed to reach a decision after a few moments and continued organizing. Once everything was in order, she retrieved a set of pajamas and went to the bathroom to freshen up. After completing her ablutions, Jones returned to her room to rest. Meanwhile, in his own room, Yun-chuan lay on the bed and activated the system panel to examine his personal data. Apart from his points, no other data had changed. He currently possessed a total of 745 points. "System," Yun-chuan called out. "What is it?" The system inquired. "Do you possess any items that could enhance my combat capabilities? With the emergence of the new Ofine model, I am concerned that my combat prowess may be insufficient," Yun-chuan expressed. "Well, you do have the Spade 3 card, don't you? How about I utilize the system's forging capability to create a card-use device that can be attached to any belt? It will require 200 points. The system suggested after a moment of contemplation. "I would appreciate your assistance, but does the system truly have such functionality?" Yun-chuan asked. "It appears that many functions within the system remain concealed, requiring the host to trigger them at random. The forging capability, for instance, is activated by cards," the system explained. "How long does it take to create the card-using device?" Upon hearing this, Yun-chun felt a flicker of confusion but refrained from pondering further, directing his inquiry to the system. 10 minutes, the system replied before falling silent. After this, Yun-chun chose to remain quiet, patiently awaiting the outcome. "The card-using device has been placed in your system space. Please check." The system's voice echoed in Yun-chun's ear 10 minutes later. Responding to this, Yun-chun opened the system space and retrieved the item. Before him lay a rectangular object measuring 1583, gleaming in a silvery hue. Its front transparent and featuring a slot at the top for card insertion. "How does one utilize this?" Yun-chun inquired, gazing at the card-using device. "Simply insert the card into the slot, then attach the device to a location you find convenient for wearing. Only one card may be used at a time," the system responded. After considering the device, Yun-chun opted not to experiment with it, choosing instead to stow it away. "System, do you believe I can acquire anything useful with my remaining 545 points?" Yun-chun continued, noting that he possessed only a single card that enhanced his direct punch strength, which offered minimal improvement. He intended to invest all his points accumulated over the past few days to bolster his combat prowess. "What do you think?" the system retorted. "With those few points, what more do you wish for? Don't even mention the acceleration watch." The system halted momentarily, as if struck by a sudden realization. "What is it?" Yun-chun asked. At that moment, the system displayed a panel featuring several images, each accompanied by the names and prices of the items. Item: Primitive Amazon Gene Optimization Potion Points. 100 Description: A mediocre product, not worth further elaboration. Item: Alpha Amazon Gene Optimization Potion Points. 300 Description: a potion optimized using the genes of the Alpha Amazon, eliminating the original transformation ability while retaining self-healing, strength, and speed. It also enhances resurrection capabilities, but only for ordinary humans. It is ineffective for other beings. Item: Omega Amazon Gene Optimization Potion Points. 400 Description: a potion optimized using the genes of the Omega Amazon, eliminating the original transformation ability while preserving all capabilities aside from transformation, including self-healing, strength, speed, and jumping ability. It also increases resurrection capabilities, but again, only for ordinary humans. It is ineffective for other beings. Item: Soluble Amazon Gene Optimization Potion Points. 350 Description: erases previous transformation abilities while retaining self-healing, strength, and speed. Item: New Amazon Gene Optimization Potion Points. 400 Description: a potion optimized with new Amazon genes. It eliminates prior transformation abilities while preserving combat skills. However, it may lead to uncontrollable side effects during significant emotional fluctuations. Do you truly possess this? Yun Chun inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice, for he had not been classified as a Heisei Kamen Rider. Of course. Who do you think I am? I am your Kamen Rider system, after all. I possess everything. The system retorted with a touch of pride. Why do the retained abilities differ? And why is the original not elaborated upon? Yin Chun queried, perplexed. The original is actually less effective than your previous Ophino gene enhancement potion, the system clarified. I recall the combat abilities being quite formidable. Why is this variant, which is merely an optimization, priced so low? Yin Chun suddenly wondered aloud. I didn't expect you to uncover that. Allow me to graciously enlighten you. The system proclaimed with a boastful tone, before its voice took on a more detached quality. Because this is a defective product. Are you jesting with me? Yin Chun exclaimed, taken aback. Chapter 14. The Shattered Egg. One cannot truly label it as a defective product. Rather, it has been excessively optimized. When utilizing such gene potions, the user endures immense suffering. To alleviate this pain during production, the formula is segmented for enhancement. As a result, the user experiences a reduced sensation of pain, but initially, the enhancement received is only partial. The remaining potency lingers within the user's body and requires intense combat to be fully activated. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, this residual potency proves exceedingly difficult to stimulate. The only useful revival ability is inferior to that of the Ophino gene potion, and its steep price dissuades anyone from acquiring it, leaving it to be treated as a defective product, the system explained. So, it amounts to me having struck a bargain? Yin Chun asked. One could say that, the system replied. What extent can the first stage of enhancement reach? Yin Chun inquired further. It depends on the user's physical constitution. The stronger the physique, the greater the enhancement received. However, activating the subsequent residual potency becomes increasingly challenging. So, which variant do you ultimately desire? The system responded. Which would you recommend? Yin Chun gazed at the array of potions displayed before him. Omega Amazon. As it retains numerous abilities and boasts commendable power, the system suggested. Then I shall choose this one, Yun Chun concluded, feeling it to be a favorable option. Very well. We welcome your next visit, the system replied cheerfully. 400 points deducted. The item has been transferred to the system space. Please check your inventory. Yun Chun took out the gene optimization potion, revealing a glass vial akin to the one he had previously used for the orphanot gene enhancement. Though this time it contained a radiant green liquid. He twisted off the cap and drank the potion in one swift motion. Ugh, it's a bit spicy. Why does it taste so terrible? Yin Chun remarked, inhaling sharply. Suddenly, he winced in pain, exclaiming softly, System, did you not claim this was optimized? Why does it still hurt so much? Did you give me the wrong one? The agony caused his veins to bulge as he spoke in a low voice. No, this is indeed the correct one. Do not worry, it will only last a few minutes. Just endure, and victory shall be yours, the system replied. As the pain intensified, Yun Chun could scarcely articulate his thoughts, collapsing onto the bed and gripping the blanket tightly, biting down to withstand the torment. Breathe, hold on, it will be over soon. He urged himself. At that moment, the system seemed to have a sudden thought, displaying a comical expression. If I had a physical form, it remarked. Hearing this, Yun Chun was nearly driven to madness by the system's banter, yet the agony in his body left him no room for distraction. Hang in there. It will be over soon, the system encouraged. After several minutes, under the system's dramatic persuasion, the transformation concluded. Yun Chun collapsed onto the bed, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Indeed, he resembled someone who had just given birth. Congratulations, it's a boy, the system chimed in again. Get lost. Yun Chun retorted in exasperation. Indeed. This pain was worth it. After a few moments of recovery, he finally sat up and surveyed his body, remarking, but why is this time different from the last? Aside from the sweat, he noticed no other changes, feeling somewhat perplexed. The impurities in your body were purged during the last session. There is nothing left. Had it not been for the excessive impurities previously, you could have enhanced even further. Most of the last potion was spent cleansing your body, the system explained. I see. Yun Chun acknowledged. He then rose from the bed and approached the mirror, assessing his reflection. It seems there are no significant changes. Contemplating his image in the mirror, he declared, open the system panel. Host. Yun Chun age. 18 strength. 15. The human limit is 12. Speed. 18. The human limit is 12. Stamina. 20. The human limit is 12. Vitality. 50 ability. Self-healing items. Initial set 1. Card usage device 1. Card 1. To his astonishment, he had experienced such a significant enhancement, even gaining 2 new attributes. System, I understand the ability aspect. But what does vitality entail? Yun Chun gazed at the record indicating a vitality of 50 and inquired, with your intelligence, it is quite challenging for me to elucidate. Suffice it to say, it is a valuable item. The system jested in response. Yun Chun cursed under his breath. Never mind, summon the avatar. I wish to venture out. After assessing his body, Yun Chun addressed the system and approached the window. Well, my vision and hearing haven't enhanced much, he mused, peering outside. Then, he lifted his foot, preparing to climb through the window and leap out. Good grief, the system interjected suddenly. What are you doing? Yun Chun asked. Are you simply going to exit like that? The system replied. Isn't it sufficient to have an avatar left behind? Yun Chun countered. I meant you. Are you truly going to exit in such a manner? The system reiterated. Then how should I proceed? Yun Chun replied awkwardly. Naturally, you must disguise yourself, the system stated. As a small assortment of items materialized in midair before falling. Yun Chun, quick-witted, caught the items and examined them. They consisted of a pair of glasses, a black outfit, a mask, and a cap, after which they vanished. Observing this, Yun Chun chuckled awkwardly and began changing clothes. Upon completion, Yun Chun's appearance was rather mismatched, even bordering on unsightly, yet he remained indifferent. He then looked out the window, and upon confirming the absence of onlookers, he leaped outside. How light! Yun Chun exclaimed after landing, turning to gaze back at his dwelling. Let us give it a try. As if struck by a thought, Yun Chun took 2 steps back and sprinted toward the wall of his residence. Just before reaching it, he jumped and, using both hands and feet, swiftly ascended to the rooftop. Standing atop the building, he surveyed his surroundings, took a deep breath, and with a running start, leapt towards the adjacent rooftop, landing triumphantly. Yun Chun exuberantly bounded from one rooftop to another, like a child reveling in joy, shouting with glee as he leaped from one building to the next. How childish! The system remarked disdainfully. Yun Chun was startled by the system's sudden interruption, misstepping momentarily. His left foot had reached the rooftop, while his right foot twisted awkwardly. And due to inertia, his legs were forced apart. Right in the heart, he exclaimed. Yun Chun clutched his groin, whirled around, and plummeted from the 5th floor. System. Yun Chun quivered, his voice laced with anger as he growled in a low tone, crashing down onto the ground. He then sprang up abruptly, hopping while shielding himself, alternating between jumping around and rolling on the ground. At this moment, Yun Chun appeared utterly unrecognizable, drenched in blood, his clothing in tatters. Yet the visible wounds upon his body were gradually healing. Trembling, he raked his hands together, addressing the system with a quivering voice. After several seconds, tears glistened in the corners of his eyes, and he collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Do not feign death. Were you not jubilant? Continue, why have you ceased? The system taunted him with malicious glee. Yun Chun sprang to his feet, disregarding the system's cruel mockery and failing to ascertain if anyone was nearby. He hastily removed his tattered trousers and examined his lower self. Relieved, he breathed out, thank goodness, I'm still able to stand. What the hell do you think you're doing? Yun Chun shouted in anger. You dare to raise your voice at me? How could you? I see now, have you grown weary of me? The system feigned a heartbroken tone. Very well, let us henceforth be like 2 strangers. Do not cling to me. The system embarked on a theatrical display. I will not cling to you. You should simply depart, Yun Chun retorted with evident displeasure. Is it merely a matter of a broken egg for a few minutes? Is everything not well now? Upon hearing Yun Chun's nonchalant remarks, the system's theatrics faltered. How dare you speak so lightly? You try it. Yun Chun was once again inflamed by the system. Do you not comprehend my good intentions? I risked the peril of needing to find a new host to demonstrate your remarkable self-healing abilities. And this is how you repay me? You wound my heart terribly. The system resumed its performance with fervor. To avoid an untimely demise caused by the system's provocations, Yun Shun took several deep breaths to regain his composure. Choosing to ignore the system, he lost interest in continuing the conversation and resolved to return home. He turned to survey his surroundings before heading in a specific direction, opting for a side path as if evading detection. Midway through his journey, he suddenly heard heavy gasping emanating from a nearby, impoverished neighborhood slated for demolition and repurposing. Frowning, Yun Shun halted. An instinctive feeling washed over him, suggesting that if he departed now, he would regret it in the future. Gazing at the dimly lit, dilapidated residential area before him, he contemplated for a moment, then retrieved his flashlight, switching it on as he cautiously approached. Upon activating the flashlight, the gasping ceased abruptly, only to resume shortly after, though now significantly weaker. A sense of vigilance enveloped Yun Shun as he moved toward the source of the sound. As he walked, he observed the remnants of battle surrounding him, clear evidence of fierce conflict, one in which he felt he could not have participated. Just as he contemplated leaving, that compelling feeling surged within him once more, stronger than before. Resolutely, Yun Shun gritted his teeth and pressed onward. As Yun Shun was nearing the source of the sound, a place ravaged by battle and nearly reduced to rubble, a figure suddenly lunged forth, aiming directly at him. Chapter 15, The Block. Upon witnessing this, Yun Shun quickly rolled aside, narrowly evading the assault. He promptly regained his footing, directing his flashlight towards the figure, only to find it charging at him once more. Once again, Yun Shun dodged, causing the figure to crash into the adjacent building, shattering the wall as it barreled inside. In that fleeting moment, Yun Shun finally discerned the creature's appearance. The creature was a bizarre entity, its entire body a shade of brown, adorned with silver armor on its legs, chest, shoulders, and arms, and it wore a belt around its waist. Two horns protruded from either side of its head, resembling a shovel-nosed insect. The creature bore deep, festering wounds, from which green blood continuously oozed, suggesting it had recently engaged in a fierce battle, though it remained uncertain whether it had emerged victorious or defeated. To his astonishment, this being was possibly among the most formidable adversaries he had encountered. Regaining his composure, Yun Shun quickly retreated a few paces, stowing away his flashlight and donning his belt. He then retrieved his phone, pressed a few buttons, and transformed. In a flash of crimson light, Yun Shun underwent a metamorphosis. At that moment, fueled by a potent fighting spirit, the red stripes, photon veins, on his body pulsed in response to his will, accelerating the flow of photon blood within, glowing brightly, while his eyes radiated a golden luminescence. Current mission, defeat reward. 800 points. Just as Yun Shun completed his transformation, the system's voice resonated, and the figure charged at him once more, delivering a powerful punch. Observing this, Yun Shun clenched his fist, crouched low, and sprang into action. With a thunderous clash, their fists collided midair, producing a resounding boom, and both were sent reeling backward, crashing to the ground. How formidable! Yun Shun quickly scrambled to his feet, wincing from the pain in his hand. Meanwhile, the creature also rose, but instead of rushing forward, it stood alert, eyeing Yun Shun with caution. Kid, you must be aware of my identity. Leave this place, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, once I recover, your demise is inevitable, it proclaimed suddenly. I'm sorry, but you are one of my targets. Given your current severe injuries, I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. I would regret it immensely, Yun Shun retorted, charging forward. Then prepare to perish, the creature declared, also advancing towards him. As they approached each other, Yun Shun abruptly halted, leaning back slightly, pivoting on his left foot, and launched a powerful kick with his right foot aimed at the creature's chest, which was poised to attack. With a resounding thud, the creature staggered back several steps. With renewed determination, Yun Shun charged forward once more. As he approached, his opponent, despite enduring excruciating pain, steadied himself and surged ahead. He swiftly crouched down, executing a powerful sweep with his right leg that struck Yun Shun's foot, toppling him. Just as Yun Shun was about to hit the ground, he spun around and grasped his opponent's neck, rising to deliver a series of relentless punches to Yun Shun's chest, each blow infused with all the strength he could muster, rendering Yun Shun utterly defenseless. Then, he hurled Yun Shun upward, and as Yun Shun was on the verge of descending, he leapt, delivering a fierce kick to Yun Shun's abdomen. This strike, fueled by his full might, sent Yun Shun hurtling through the air, crashing into a room and shattering two walls in the process. Both staggered, blood escaping their lips as the impact exacerbated their injuries. Yun Chun was grievously wounded, forced to revert from his transformation and succumb to unconsciousness. Fortunately, he had recently injected a gene enhancement serum. Otherwise, this blow could have compelled the system to seek a new host. However, he languished in place, devoid of combat capability, gradually regaining his strength. Yet, it was evident that Yun Chun had a greater chance of recovery. The serum was working diligently to mend his injuries with remarkable speed. Possessing an immortal ability did not equate to exceptional regenerative powers. This analysis was contingent upon Yun Chun awakening within the hour. Should he fail to do so, the system's pleas echoed in desperation, urging him to regain consciousness. Half an hour later, while still in a state of unconsciousness, Yun Chun heard a false cry resonating in his ears, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. At last, you've awakened. If you were to die, I wouldn't know how to survive. The system exclaimed upon seeing him rouse. What happened to me? Yun Chun inquired, feeling a sharp pain in his chest and struggling to comprehend his surroundings. Surely you haven't lost your memory from the blows? The system replied, astonished. I remember now, Yun Chun said, finally recalling the events. What is the situation? Like you, I've lost combat capability, the system informed him. That's good. We still have time. Yun Chun sighed in relief, awaiting his body's recovery to seek vengeance. A few minutes later, feeling revitalized, Yun Chun slowly rose, retrieved his belt from the debris, and emerged from the ruins. He glanced at his opponent, who was crouched and clutching his chest, visibly relieved. Unlike Yun Chun, his opponent was utterly astonished. He had been acutely aware of Yun Chun's previous condition, and the speed of his recovery left him in disbelief. I rose to my feet while you remained immobilized. Proclaiming my victory, Yun Chun declared, fastening his belt and retrieving his phone. With determination, he bore the pain and charged forward, faced with his advance. My only recourse was to extend my hand in defense. As Yun Chun's strike approached, a flying kick landed squarely on my outstretched hand, forcing me to stagger backward. Unrelenting, Yun Chun pressed on, unleashing a barrage of punches, elbow strikes, kicks, and knee blows, employing every means at his disposal to assault me. After a flurry of blows, I fell to my knees, utterly incapacitated. Alas, the buckle of my belt seemed intractable, refusing to yield. Yun Chun stood still, clutching his chest, gasping for breath, casting a glance at the stubborn buckle with a mix of resignation and a flicker of hope. The superior opponent was formidable, and before his ascendance, direct confrontation was out of the question. Encountering a foe on the brink of collapse felt like serendipity. It was time to conclude this. Then, Yun Chun produced a flashlight, declaring, remove the crystal card from the phone and insert it. Preparation. He affixed the flashlight to his foot, opened the phone's cover, and pressed a button. Energy charging. A beam of crimson light emanated from the belt, coursing through Yun Chun's photonic veins and into the flashlight on his foot. He charged forward, leaping into the air, where a drill manifested at his foot. With the drill, he delivered a fierce kick. In a resounding impact, akin to the earlier encounter with the Spade 3, his target was sent flying against the wall, though it did not breach the structure. It merely struck and then crumpled to the ground. The deep crimson drill unleashed all its might within, vanquishing the foe from the inside out. At that moment, the buckle of the belt finally released. Mission accomplished, rewards dispensed. As Yun Chun landed, he took a deep breath, relieved to see the buckle had finally opened. He purchased an empty card from the system, approached, and hurled it, piercing it into the adversary and drawing him in. After the card absorbed the target, it returned, soaring back into Yun Chun's hand. To his surprise, it was a square. No wonder it was so powerful. Who could have possibly reduced him to this state? Yun Chun pondered as he examined the card, which now bore a brown shovel-shaped creature with a green square at its center. After stowing the card away, Yun Chun activated his invisibility, struggling slightly as he made his way back to his residence. Upon returning, he entered the room through the window. Once inside, he shed all his clothing and entrusted it to the system for destruction. He then retrieved a fresh set of garments, gently opened the door, and peered out. Upon discovering that Jones was absent from the living room, Yun Chun stealthily emerged and made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. After completing his ablutions, he returned to his room. Instead of succumbing to slumber immediately, he sat on the bed and retrieved the cube, examining it intently. System. How many points does the Gelen belt require? Yun Chun inquired of the system, recalling the formidable combat prowess of the cube. He contemplated utilizing it to enhance his own fighting capabilities. Indeed, esteemed guest, it costs exactly 800 points. Would you like to purchase it? The system chimed in. Wow. Are you sure that's the right amount? Yun Chun responded, somewhat taken aback. Please refrain from jesting. Do you wish to make the purchase or not, esteemed guest? The system replied in a rather grating tone, which irked Yun-chun. Just sell it and spare me the theatrics, he retorted, feeling a chill run down his spine. Very well, esteemed guest, it shall be placed into the system's storage. We eagerly await your next visit, the system replied with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Yun-chun extracted the belt and began to examine it. Oh, by the way, host, I nearly forgot. With your low fusion coefficient with the cube, what purpose do you have for the belt? Are you planning to gift it to someone? Have you any suitable candidates in mind? The system queried, feigning ignorance just as Yun-chun was about to make use of the belt. System, you really, Yun-chun exclaimed, a vein throbbing on his forehead in frustration. Hey now. Host, what troubles you? Why the hostility towards me? The system chuckled, barely containing its amusement. Yun-chun, feeling exasperated, put away the belt and the cube, then lay down on his bed, pulling the covers over himself to sleep. Host, is everything all right? The system continued. Leave me be, Yun-chun replied curtly. Chapter 16. The following day at 7 o'clock, Yun-chun opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Taking a deep breath, he felt completely revitalized. Stretching his limbs, he remembered his promise to Jones to accompany her on a shopping excursion, so he refrained from lingering in bed. Rising, he opened the door and stepped outside. Brother Yun, you're awake. As soon as he opened the door, he spotted Jones ascending the stairs with a tray of food, calling out to him. Oh, you're up quite early, Yun-chun remarked, noticing that Jones appeared to be in good spirits. Yes, I've prepared breakfast. Brother Yun, you should wash up first. And then come taste the dishes I've made to see if they suit your palate, Jones said with a warm smile. It smells delightful. It must be delicious. Yun-chun replied with a grin, making his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Were you waiting for me? There's no need to do that. Eat without me next time, he suggested upon finishing his wash, only to find that Jones had yet to begin her meal, patiently awaiting his return. He approached her and took a seat. It's perfectly fine, Jones assured him, ladling a bowl of porridge and offering it to Yun-chun. Thank you, he said, accepting the bowl and utensils. No, I should be the one thanking you, Jones replied with a smile. Please eat as well. Let us go shopping together shortly, Yun-chun suggested, as he began his meal. Jones replied, joining in on the feast. As they dined, Yun-chun noticed that Jones was still clad in the outfit she had worn the previous night when he brought her home. Though any stains and dirt had been meticulously cleaned away, it seemed she must have changed, washed the clothes, and hung them to dry before donning them again this morning. However, Yun-chun chose to remain silent to avoid any awkwardness. After more than 10 minutes, they finished their meal. Jones began to tidy up the dishes and headed downstairs to wash them, while Yun-chun stayed upstairs, engrossed in his phone, awaiting her return. Indeed, having a woman in the house brought about a delightful change, he mused with a smile. After a while, Jones returned upstairs. Are you ready? Yun-chun inquired, gazing at her. She affirmed. Then let us go, he declared, rising to accompany her downstairs. They exited the house, made their way to the garage, and he retrieved his motorcycle, fetching a new safety helmet he had purchased the night before, which he handed to Jones. All set, he said. Jones accepted the helmet and donned it before climbing onto the motorcycle. Suddenly, she froze for a moment, blushing as she grasped the metal bars on either side of the bike and said, I'm ready. Noticing her grip, Yun-chun felt a pang of regret and started the engine. I will wait for you outside, he said, bringing them to a halt in front of the women's clothing store. He took out some money and handed it to her, saying, Here you go. Okay. Jones hesitated briefly before accepting the money and stepping into the store. After she emerged, Yun-chun guided her to other locations, purchasing various items as well as utensils and ingredients needed for the store's reopening. They only returned after their purchases filled the motorcycle to capacity. Now, I leave the organization of these items to you. I must head out again. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call me. Yun-chun instructed Jones after they stowed the items in the store. All right, take care, she replied, giving a gentle wave. Yun-chun restarted the motorcycle and departed, intending to explore the area for any suspicious individuals while instructing the system to monitor all connected cameras for potential anomalies. Watching him leave, Jones closed the door, took a deep breath, and began to organize the items. Once outside, Yun-chun found a secluded corner, transformed his appearance, and summoned a doppelganger to ride his ordinary motorcycle while he activated his stealth mode to roam about. Host, a suspicious individual has been detected. The system's voice suddenly rang in his ears after he had been wandering for a few minutes, accompanied by a map projection appearing before him. Upon hearing this, Yun-chun promptly halted the vehicle and, after consulting the map to ascertain the location, swiftly executed a U-turn, accelerating towards the strange figure ahead. A few minutes later, as Yun-chun neared the designated point indicated by the system, he caught sight of a bizarre creature from a distance. This creature, entirely enveloped in green. Wielded two scythe-like appendages from its hands, sported several pairs of insect-like claws on its abdomen, and bore two antennae upon its head. It was seen showering itself with a pile of verdant banknotes, which, upon contact, were immediately absorbed by its being. Surrounding this creature were two police officers who had arrived first, aiming their weapons and incessantly firing at the monster. Yet, the bullets merely ricocheted off the creature's form, falling harmlessly to the ground, inflicting no damage whatsoever. What manner of monster is this? I have no recollection of such a being, Yun-chun pondered aloud, navigating the mobile Pegasus with curiosity. Nevertheless, it suffices to eliminate it. Despite his confusion, Yun-chun did not hesitate. He pressed the accelerator, hurtling the mobile Pegasus directly towards the creature. Just before impact, the system rendered Yun-chun visible in an area devoid of surveillance and largely unnoticed by passers-by, ensuring his appearance was not overly abrupt. With a resounding crash, Yun-chun collided with the creature, sending it tumbling several meters before it rolled on the ground, several silver coins spilling from its form and scattering across the earth. "Who is that?" gasped the onlookers, their astonishment palpable as they hastily retrieved their mobile phones to capture the moment. The two police officers exchanged bewildered glances, but upon witnessing Yun-chun's decisive action, they quickly holstered their firearms, grabbed their radios, and began to disperse the gathering crowd. However, the innate human tendency to revel in spectacle left them feeling powerless. "It must be the dark manipulator. I hope it isn't here, for that would pose a significant problem. I must eliminate it swiftly," Yun-chun thought. Having identified the creature by the coins strewn across the ground, he then halted the vehicle, disembarked, and pressed forward, launching himself at the creature just as it began to rise. With a flying kick, he sent the creature crashing into the bank, coins cascading from it in a glistening shower, fortuitously, as the bank was now devoid of patrons. New mission: defeat the dark manipulator. Reward: 200 points. Collect the coins afterward. They can be exchanged for points, the system enticed. Really? That is splendid. Not only will I receive a reward for vanquishing it, but the coins will also yield points. Yun-chun exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. But how do I collect them with so many people around? He mused, rushing into the bank. "Leave that to me." "You need not worry," the system assured him. As Yun-chun had yet to complete his words, several energy blades emanating a green luminescence suddenly shot out from the bank, striking him and causing him to stagger several paces back before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the peculiar individual emerged from the bank, seemingly unscathed. Quickly recovering, Yun-chun rose to his feet. Thanks to the fortifying effects of the gene enhancement potion, he bore no injuries, and even if he had, he would have restored himself within moments. The enhancement of his physique proved advantageous, facilitating his swift recovery, which he marveled at. Naturally, for the system's creations are always of exquisite quality, the system replied with a hint of pride. Observing Yun-chun rising, the assailant rushed forward, brandishing his weapon with the intent to strike. Yun-chun deftly intercepted his wrist, preventing the blow, and with a swift tug, drew the attacker closer, delivering a series of punches to his abdomen. With each strike, coins cascaded from Yun-chun's form. Following this, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the assailant crashing against the wall outside the bank, where he crumpled to the ground, unable to rise immediately. Seizing the moment, Yun-chun retrieved a camera, affixing it to his wrist, and extracted the crystal card from his phone to insert it into the camera. "Preparation," he declared, flipping open the phone's cover and pressing a button. "Energy charge," he continued, sealing the cover once more. As he observed the assailant struggling to regain his footing, Yun-chun surged forward with a mighty punch, catching him unawares and delivering a tremendous impact. The force erupted, coins bursting from within the assailant's body, while a profound symbol materialized upon the wall behind him. "Mission accomplished. Rewards have been dispensed," the system's voice echoed. Yun-chun's combat prowess had ascended to an entirely new echelon. Previously, dealing with such an adversary would have demanded considerable effort, yet now, he could resolve it in under 2 minutes. "System, what must we do now regarding the collection of the coins?" Yun-chun inquired. "Leave it to me," the system replied, summoning a potent gravitational force that drew the coins into its spatial realm. The onlookers, caught in the whirlwind, shielded their eyes against the swirling dust, which obscured their vision and diminished visibility. Seizing the opportunity presented by the declining clarity, Yun-chun activated his invisibility mode and, riding the mechanized steed, departed the scene. "Are you not going to seek retribution for your creation? You've amassed quite a collection of coins this time. Can you truly let it go?" remarked one of 2 men observing from a nearby building. The one clad in yellow attire responded, "It matters not. Mere ordinary coins can be acquired at any time." It is unwise to prematurely reveal oneself. I am merely curious about the true identity of that masked rider, the man in yellow mused. Regardless of who he is, we must hasten to retrieve our core coins. Those 3 I misplaced remain unaccounted for. Once I find them, I shall ensure that this individual faces dire consequences. The man in green declared. Chapter 17. The fortunate 4-leaf clover. By the way, where has he gone? I haven't seen him today. The man in green continued to inquire. Perhaps he has taken the last remaining core coin to seek her out. The man in yellow replied. Did you not inform him that the core coins have been destroyed, leaving only that one? The man in green asked. I did, but he remains unconvinced. There is little I can do, the man in yellow lamented. Curse it. Had I known, I would have declined that invitation. I have lost 2 of my coins and misplaced 3 others, the man in green exclaimed in rage, though the memory of the explosion still haunted him. You are fortunate to have 4 remaining. I am down to 3 destroyed and 3 lost. That fool has destroyed 3 and lost 4, with only a few ordinary coins left. Now, he can only inhabit the body of a child. As for the last one, I wonder if it still possesses any consciousness. It is merely us 3 who continue to cling to life here. We are fortunate that we did not come this time. The man in yellow remarked, acknowledging that survival had become the only priority. In the midst of the battle, Yun-chun and all the coins vanished seconds later as the wind gradually subsided. What has become of that individual and those coins? The onlookers queried, scanning their surroundings in confusion, but found nothing amiss. However, unlike these ordinary individuals, a video of Yun-chun's recent battle, along with detailed information derived from it, materialized before all those of higher status in this world. At that moment, Yun-chun officially entered the consciousness of the elite, becoming a part of this world's history. In S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson clutched a dossier, his brow furrowed as he swiftly made his way to Nick Fury's office. Knock, knock, knock. Coulson rapped on Fury's door. Come in, Nick Fury replied. Upon hearing this, Coulson opened the door and stepped inside. At that moment, Fury was seated behind his desk, repeatedly viewing the footage of Yun-chun's battle, lost in thought. How did he appear, and how did he leave? Nick Fury inquired. Investigations from all nearby surveillance cameras indicate that he emerged from a blind spot near the battlefield. Within a kilometer radius, there are no traces of his presence. I have dispatched personnel to expand the investigation. As for his departure, it remains unclear. He may have mingled with the crowd after the wind rose. However, the number of people present at that time is precise, and investigations are ongoing. Furthermore, the motorcycle he used upon his arrival also vanished with the wind, and no nearby surveillance captured any sight of the vehicle. The origin of the wind is also under investigation, Coulson remarked. What about the child? Where was he at the time of the incident? Nick Fury inquired. He was at a nearby shopping mall purchasing groceries. All the surveillance cameras in that vicinity captured his presence. After leaving his residence, his route posed no discrepancies, Coulson replied. Did he engage in any unusual activities over the past couple of days? Nick Fury continued to question. Here are all his records from the past 2 days, Coulson said, handing over the documents he held to Nick Fury. Fury accepted the documents and began to peruse them. He returned from the nearby woods last night with a woman. The investigation into her identity revealed that she is an orphan, adopted by a Chinese couple who run a restaurant. Recently, however, her adoptive parents were murdered by a man who had lived in the same orphanage with her during her childhood, who subsequently swindled them of their entire fortune. This same man was found dead last night in the woods near the child's residence, Coulson stated. How did he die? Nick Fury asked. It was an accident. According to the investigation, he seemed to have been pursued by something, stumbled over a rock, and fell, resulting in a sharp metal object piercing his head, causing instantaneous death. Additionally, traces of a large creature had broken a tree in that area, and signs of a struggle were found around the broken tree, albeit not severe. Furthermore, a freshly dug pit and a shovel were discovered there, which bore the deceased's fingerprints. Bloodstains were found next to the pit, matching those of the woman taken by the child. The deceased's vehicle was also parked nearby, containing the woman's blood as well, Coulson elaborated. Where was the child at the time of the deceased's death? Nick Fury inquired once more. In a nearby shopping mall, also purchasing groceries, Coulson responded. Isn't it a bit too coincidental? After he arrived there, events unfolded one after another, Nick Fury remarked, then turned to Coulson and asked again, do you have any hypotheses? The matter of the masked rider may indeed be unrelated to him, yet that woman might have been born just last night, an unknown life form of Type 3. Prior to the deceased's demise, investigations revealed that he had met with the woman. Bloodstains were found at the location of their meeting, belonging to her. Regarding the deceased and the woman taken by the child, my conjecture is as follows. Before 6 o'clock last night, the woman sought out the deceased, was pushed down the stairs by him, and died on the spot. Upon discovering her lifeless body, the deceased dragged her into his vehicle, intending to bury her in the woods. While he was digging the pit, the woman revived, transforming into a Type 3 life form. Subsequently, the deceased, in a state of panic, was pursued by her, at which point someone intervened, confronting her in a battle. Subsequently, the woman was defeated, losing consciousness and reverting back. Her opponent may have presumed her dead or left for other reasons. Meanwhile, after the deceased was intercepted, they continued to flee, resulting in an unexpected incident. Following the death of the deceased, the police received an emergency call. However, upon their arrival at the scene, they found no trace of the caller. An attempt to trace the number yielded no information. It was also noted that prior to the report, the caller had dialed for emergency assistance. Thus, it can be inferred that the caller might be the individual who had battled the woman, possibly being the masked knight, Coulson speculated. Before the police's arrival, a child, after purchasing groceries, stumbled upon the woman in the woods and took her back. Coulson concluded his deduction. During the night, was the location marked by signs of a skirmish easily discernible? Nick Fury inquired. Indeed, there were streetlights nearby, in close proximity to the concrete road, Coulson responded. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury questioned, "What is your perspective on this masked knight? According to current conduct, he should not be a malevolent individual nor affiliated with those unknown life forms, though further observation is warranted," Coulson replied. "Dispatch orders to thoroughly search for the masked knight. Instruct undercover agents within major corporations and industries to investigate any concealed secrets within their organizations. Additionally, reach out to the two children," Nick Fury commanded. "Understood," Coulson affirmed. Turning to depart. After Coulson left, Nick Fury gazed at the photographs of Yun Chun and Jones, lost in thought. He then retrieved a collection of images, placing them on the desk as he pondered. The contents of these photographs depicted the location where Yun Chun had triumphed over the cube. In another office, several floors above Nick Fury's, a somewhat handsome middle-aged man sat in a chair, fixated on a video of Yun Chun's battle on his computer, deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, in Tony's villa, he was in the underground laboratory, watching the footage of Yun Chun's fight, as well as all the videos and documents regarding the monsters that his artificial intelligence, Jarvis, had unearthed from the network. "What is this?" Tony mused, his face stern, recalling Yun Chun and asking, "Who exactly are you? What organization do you belong to? And how much do you know?" Behind Tony lay various parts of steel armor components. In a secluded bar, a striking woman stood behind the counter, pouring drinks for three men of varying demeanor, one of whom was the previously encountered Solon. Indeed, the lost belt had truly arrived in this world. It remained uncertain who its wearer would be, Solon remarked with a cold smirk while observing a video on his phone. "Oh, it appears you have a certain interest in the belt." Upon hearing this, the woman at the bar turned to Sorang and, with a smile, pushed a drink towards him. "Indeed, I am quite intrigued, and what would the scattered belongings of our Ophion truly signify?" Sorang picked up the drink and, with a cold smirk, downed it in one gulp. "So it seems you intend to take action?" A man beside him remarked with a grin. "Certainly," Sorang replied. "However, I recall the president issuing orders that we should not act recklessly." The man continued. "Since when have we, the fortunate four-leaf clovers, been under the jurisdiction of that old fool from the gorge? Moreover, what I choose to do is none of your concern, especially for a newcomer like you." Sorang shot a frigid glance at the man. "Do not misunderstand. I have no intention of meddling in your affairs, merely inquiring," the man said with a smile. "Let us hope that is indeed the case," Sorang replied, rising and turning to leave. As Sorang departed, the woman and the man exchanged smiles. "Mr. Midge, what is your view on this masked rider?" the man inquired of the black man beside him. "I have no interest in your matters, Mr. Midge replied with an impassive expression. "Huh, Mr. Midge remains as ever," the woman chuckled. "Well then, Miss Shania, could you enlighten me about this masked rider? I noticed Mr. Sorang seems quite concerned about him, and I wish to understand more," the man said. Chapter 18 Certainly, little Banki. Shania smiled at Banki and said, "The belt used by the masked rider was originally manufactured by our company, Intellect, and can only be wielded by Ophion, to safeguard one of the king's belts. Unfortunately, the previous president stole all the belts from the company, handing them over to several humans who had injected themselves with the Ophion factor, turning them against us and the king. Although we later reclaimed some of the belts, several remain unaccounted for, and this is one of them," Shania lamented. "Are these belts powerful?" Banki inquired. "Indeed, the king fell to the hands of 3 masked riders." "What do you think?" Shania remarked. "Then why did the previous president steal the belts and give them to humans to fight against us?" How many belts have we managed to reclaim, and how many are still out there? Banki asked, determined to uncover every detail. I am not entirely certain why the previous president acted thus, and there are 5 belts in total. 1 is in Mr. Sorang's possession. But I do not know what it is, and as for the remaining 3, I have no knowledge of how many the president has recovered or lost. Shania replied with a hint of exasperation. Such a pity, Banki remarked upon hearing this. Indeed, it is truly regrettable, Shania sighed. Returning home, Yunshun opened the shop door and stepped inside. Brother Yun, you have returned, exclaimed Jones upon noticing Yunshun. Who is he? As Yunshun was about to respond, he observed Jones seated at a table opposite a young child of about 11 or 12, who was munching on a chicken leg. He may have gotten lost. I found him squatting at the entrance earlier, and when I inquired, he remained silent, so I brought him in and offered him some food, Jones remarked, gazing at the child. Oh, intrigued, Yunshun approached. Host, this individual is one of those who entered this world. Eliminate him, the system suddenly interjected. What? Yunshun halted, his gaze fixating on the child, his pupils dilating in shock. Perhaps I should take him to the police station. His family must be worried about him. He quickly composed himself, concealing his unease from Jones as he approached him. All right, that would be helpful. Thank you, Brother Yun, Jones replied, rising from his seat. Little friend, do come back to play next time, he added with a smile. Indeed, let us depart, Yunshun said as he took the child's hand. Come along, little one. He forced a smile, addressing the child. Can you help me find her? The child suddenly asked, producing a blue core coin and looking up at Yunshun. Of course. Let us seek her out now, Yunshun replied with a smile. The child beamed with innocence as Yunshun led him outside. The two mounted a motorcycle and sped off in a specific direction. After several minutes, Yunshun brought the child to a secluded forest. Is it here? He inquired after dismounting. What do you intend to do? Yunshun demanded, his voice rising in intensity. Task initiated, defeat. Reward, 500 points, a message echoed. I just want to find her. Didn't you say you would help me? The child suddenly burst into tears. Yunshun unsheathed his belt, transforming into his combat form. Reveal your true nature. Otherwise, you shall lose your chance. Ah! The child shouted, his right hand morphing into a thick, monstrous black arm. With a swift motion, he swung the monstrous fist at Yunshun. What is happening? Yunshun grasped the child's arm in confusion. In terms of power, you should be formidable. Why are you so weak now? With a sudden tug, Yunshun attempted to lift him, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Yet, unexpectedly, the child's arm broke free, and he collapsed against Yunshun. I have come to find you. The monstrous arm, having lost its connection to the child's body, crumbled into a pile of coins. A blue orca core coin cascading to the ground alongside it. In truth, he had long been aware that only this solitary coin remained. Yet he had never felt any consciousness emanating from it. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to accept that there was no return, persistently deceiving himself into believing he was still alive. Task completed, rewards have been issued, resonated the system's voice. Yunshun glanced at the few coins scattered on the ground. Apart from the singular blue whale core coin, there were 2 additional core coins, a white rhinoceros and a black elephant, alongside 10 ordinary coins. Beneath the ordinary coins, surprisingly, lay a green locust core coin and a yellow tiger core coin. System, what is going on? Yunshun inquired, perplexed. Consider yourself fortunate. Some of the core and ordinary coins were destroyed during the transit, and others were lost, which is why you were able to eliminate one so easily. Furthermore, it seems this one no longer possesses the capability to generate or replenish ordinary coins, rendering it weak, the system explained. Well then, shall we sell these ordinary coins to the system? It added, brimming with excitement, having directly eradicated one. And what about this child? Yunshun asked as he picked up the little one. He must have suffered severe injuries in the past, likely on the brink of death, and was merely sustained by the attachment to his body, preventing his deterioration and subsequent demise, the system responded. Is there any way to save him? Yunshun asked urgently. Unfortunately, no. The remedies available in the marketplace are too potent for him to endure. He might not survive even if he were to recover, the system replied, resigned. What about the Ophiangene elixir? I recall it had the power to bring the dead back to life. Surely it can help? Yunshun expressed his growing frustration. Even after arriving in this world, donning the guise of a masked rider and having taken many lives, he had witnessed death only among those who deserved it. He had never hesitated, regardless of the number. But this child was different. He ought to be joyfully playing in school. Yet now he could only helplessly watch as death loomed. Yunshun could not bear it. No, his body likely did not receive any energy replenishment during the possession. Even with the Ophiangene elixir, without the strength to sustain his life, it would be futile. He is far too fragile, the system explained. Yun Chun pondered for a moment, then gently placed the boy back on the ground, gathered up the 3 other core coins, and left the remaining core and ordinary coins in the child's hands. He recalled the Masked Rider series he had watched before arriving in this world. Apart from the initial resurrection where a few police officers were harmed, he had not seen the protagonist inflict harm on anyone else. The character's desires were entirely self-generated, exhibiting a profound dependency on water, constantly accompanied by it. He was the only one to have fully awakened twice. First, sacrificing everything to be absorbed, and the second time, seeking vengeance, when the dinosaur turned true would destroy the core coins. Unlike others, he was not arrogant, cunning, volatile, ruthless, or nihilistic. His desires were almost entirely manifested in his being. At the time of his demise, he bestowed his most beloved candy. Yun Chun perceived him as a simple child yearning for love. "What do you intend to do?" The system suddenly shrieked. "Spare me the trivialities," Yun Chun retorted. "Not merely a naive child. Even if it were to save this young boy, he must be revived. You dare to treat me this way for the sake of 2 outsiders? You heartless creature. Just the other day, in bed, you professed your love for me, and now, the moment you rise, you begin to shout at me. Can you truly justify this? Woe is me." The system commenced its performance again. Fully aware that Yun Chun's resolve would not easily waver, yet it could not let go of this indignation. With a clatter, the coins in the boy's hand levitated, merely attaching themselves to him. "System, give me several of the ordinary coins that have yet to be converted into points," Yun Chun instructed. "You scoundrel. When you require my assistance, you beckon me, but when I am of no use to you, you dismiss me. Now that you need me, you behave thus." "I refuse to listen," the system exclaimed dramatically, simultaneously dropping 10 ordinary coins at Yun Chun's feet. "You are the best, dear system," Yun Chun consoled, picking up a coin. He then placed the ordinary coins given by the system onto the boy's hand where the coins had adhered. The coins began to merge slowly, and moments later, they reverted to their former state. The boy, no, he should be referred to as such, opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he immediately searched for the last core coin. Disregarding Yun Chun produced the coin and offered it to him. The coin, once taken, wept bitterly. "Let us go? Perhaps she still has a chance to be revived," Yun Chun reassured him. "Really?" Upon hearing Yun Chun's words, he lifted his head, momentarily forgetting what Yun Chun had just done, and asked tearfully, "Are you not also a creation of humanity? Perhaps if we crafted her a few more coins, she could be revived. How can we know without trying?" Yun Chun averted his gaze, for despite the words spoken, the technology of the 2 worlds was fundamentally different. These coins were alchemical creations, and Yun Chun was entirely unfamiliar with anyone possessing alchemical skills. He was even uncertain if such individuals existed in this world. "Fine. As long as you can bring her back to life, I will heed your every command," he said, clutching Yun Chun's clothing with urgency. "Do you know who this child you are now inhabiting is?" Yun Chun inquired. "No, I only found him beneath a large rock, where a multitude of humans were attacking a being from another world. The coins were also discovered there," he replied, words laden with significance. "Is this the reason the child is in such a state?" Upon hearing this, Yun Chun clenched his fists tightly. "Let us return. But you must not reveal your true self before Jones. As for the matter at hand, I am currently unable to resolve it. Yet I shall devise a means to find someone capable of creating coins for her," Yun Chun remarked, gazing intently. "Very well, as long as you can be revived. I shall heed your every command. She bears a striking resemblance. I shall not do her any harm." With that, he declared, "Let us depart." Subsequently, Yun Chun ushered him into the vehicle, steering towards their destination. "Remember, you cannot be called by your previous name. You are now Graham. When others inquire about your name, simply respond with this." Along the way, Yun Chun instructed him. He nodded silently in acknowledgement. Initially, Yun Chun intended to enact a complete charade, taking him to the police station for inquiries, but upon further reflection, he refrained, concerned that his parents might indeed still be alive, which would lead to an awkward situation. "Brother Yun, did you not take him to the police station?" Upon their return to the store, the clock signaled noon. Jones was preparing a meal and, noticing Yun Chun's return with Graham, inquired with curiosity. "His parents have passed away, and there are certain special circumstances. I have decided to adopt him," Yun Chun explained. Upon hearing this, Jones regarded Yun Chun with evident perplexity. "You see, the police have already arranged these documents for me." Yun Chun, recognizing that he could not deceive Jones, felt a bit awkward and produced the temporary documents prepared by the system, handing them to Jones. "It is nothing. I do not doubt you, merely perplexed," Jones quickly replied upon seeing the documents. "Well then, Brother Yun, you continue conversing with Jones." He suddenly paused and turned to Graham, asking, little brother, what is your name? My name is Graham, the boy replied. Then, Graham, why don't you and your elder brother Yun go upstairs for a while? Once your sister has finished cooking, she will bring your meal up, all right? Jones gently ruffled Graham's hair and smiled at him. Sister, could you perhaps give me more of that thing? Graham inquired, looking at Jones. The chicken leg? Of course, I can, Jones responded, momentarily taken aback, then continued. Thank you. Sister, Graham expressed gratefully. Now, brother Yun, you and Graham should head upstairs for a moment, Jones instructed, turning back to Yun Chun. Yes, I appreciate your assistance. Yun Chun replied with a smile. It is my duty, Jones responded cheerfully. Following this, Yun Chun led Graham upstairs. Please, have a seat, Yun Chun offered, guiding Graham to the sofa. I recall that when you were incomplete, you lacked the sense of taste. Is that not so? At that moment, a thought struck Yun Chun, prompting his inquiry. I do not know, but after possessing this person's body, I gained it. That food was truly delicious, Graham replied, reminiscing about the chicken leg Jones had given him, salivating at the memory. Is that so? Yun Chun mused, recalling that he too had acquired the sense of taste after possessing the body of Izumi Neru's brother, Izumi Shingo. After a brief wait, Jones ascended with the food. All right, it's time to dine, Jones announced as she placed the food on the table. Upon seeing the meal, Graham, without hesitation, excitedly grabbed a chicken leg and began to eat. Don't just focus on eating. Remember to express your gratitude to Sister Jones for the food, Yun Chun remarked as he observed Graham devouring the dish. Huh. Graham paused, looking at Yun Chun, then quickly regained his composure and replied, Thank you, sister. It's nothing. You're welcome, Jones responded with a smile. Both Yun Chun and Jones shared a laugh at Graham's enthusiasm. Brother Yun, you should eat too, Jones encouraged, directing her attention to Yun Chun. Oh right. You should eat as well, Yun Chun chuckled in response. Jones replied, and together they resumed their meal, with Jones serving a bowl of noodles on the table in front of Graham. After finishing a chicken leg, Graham was about to discard the bone carelessly when something struck him. He glanced at the bone and, deciding against throwing it away haphazardly, disposed of it properly before picking up another piece to eat. Observing this, Yun Chun felt relieved, knowing at least Graham possessed some common sense. Wait a moment. The chicken legs are fried. Consuming too many isn't good for children. You should stick to the noodles, Jones quickly advised upon noticing Graham's enthusiasm. Indeed, you should have some noodles. They are quite delicious as well, Yun Chun chimed in, finally realizing the situation. Really? Is there anything tastier than chicken legs? Graham inquired, as the chicken leg was the first food he had experienced after his possession, leading him to believe it was the best dish. He was skeptical of Yun Chun's claim. He had previously been too preoccupied with searching and had not eaten anything, which explained the frail condition of the body he inhabited. Of course, there are many things that are even tastier than chicken legs. You will come to know this in time, Yun Chun responded with a smile, feeling increasingly sympathetic towards Graham. Possessing immense power yet lacking taste and smell, Graham could only perceive the world in shades of black and white, with sounds blending into a cacophony. At this, Graham set down the chicken leg and picked up a fork, struggling to eat. After taking a bite, his eyes widened, and he continued to eat with excitement. Slow down. Take your time. Don't choke, Jones cautioned upon witnessing Graham's fervor. As Graham indulged in his meal, Yun Chun suddenly contemplated a method to resolve troubles without confrontation. However, with Jones present, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and quietly continued to eat. No more for you. You might overindulge, Yun Chun exclaimed after finishing his meal and noticing that Graham, having devoured 2 bowls of noodles, still desired more. Alarmed, he swiftly seized the bowl from Graham's hands. I want more, Graham protested, his expression resembling that of a child on the verge of tears. Are you still eating? Can your stomach handle it? Finish digesting first, and then you can eat again tonight, Yin Chuan remarked. Oh, will there be more tonight? Upon hearing Yin Chuan's words, Graham felt a peculiar sensation in his stomach. Not quite pain, but certainly uncomfortable, though ultimately satisfying. He pouted as he responded. Rest assured, there will be more tonight. Jones chimed in with a smile. All right then, Graham replied. Observing this, Jones chuckled as he wiped Graham's mouth and hands, gathering the dishes to take downstairs for cleaning. Graham, who else came with you? Yin Chuan inquired, watching Jones depart. Well, he didn't come, and now it's just the 3 of us left, Graham said, disappointment evident in his voice. Graham, good things are meant to be shared. How could you possibly enjoy such delicious food all by yourself? Why not let you have a taste too? After all, you have it, and they don't. What would they think? Yin Chuan persuaded him. All right, then you can give me a little to take to them, Graham conceded. That's fine, just tell me where they are, and I'll deliver it for you. Yin Chuan replied eagerly. Oh, okay, they're at Thus, Graham unwittingly divulged his location under Yun Chuan's persuasion. How many core coins do they have left? Yun Chuan continued. There are 4 left, 3 were lost, and 2 were blown up on the way here. 3 remain, 3 were lost, and 3 were blown up. Graham confessed, utterly defenseless. Then why didn't you give them those 2? With that, Yun Chuan produced 2 core coins. Humph, they wouldn't take me to find them. So why should I give them anything? He replied sulkily. Oh, never mind. Let us just eat noodles. Yun Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Host, you truly have a dark heart, deceiving even children. He. The system chuckled mischievously. How can clearing out monsters be called deception? Yun Chuan retorted with a playful laugh. You're quite mischievous, host, the system remarked. Mutual. They both laughed in a conspiratorial manner. What is going on? I really want at that moment. Graham suddenly yawned and rubbed his eyes, but he couldn't articulate what he wished to do. If you're tired, just lie down and close your eyes to sleep, Yun Chuan said as he gently patted his head with a smile. Sleep? Graham asked, perplexed. Then lay down and promptly fell asleep. Perhaps it's better to sleep in the room. It's more comfortable there. Yun Chuan picked him up and declared, carrying him to a bed in a room, tucking him in with a blanket before quietly leaving and closing the door behind him. At that moment, Jones approached, accompanied by a young man. The youth had a pleasing countenance and wore a seemingly old yet impeccably clean outfit. Brother Yun, he is here seeking employment. Jones informed Yun Chuan. Greetings, manager. May I inquire if you are hiring? The young man asked as he stepped forward. We do have intentions to hire. Are you interested? Yun Chuan replied. Indeed. What tasks might I undertake? The young man inquired. Are you proficient in cooking? Yun Chuan asked. Yes, though my culinary skills are rather modest. The young man admitted, a hint of shyness in his voice. That is quite all right. You can start by washing dishes, serving plates, and cleaning vegetables. Let her handle the cooking. What is your name? Yun Chuan gestured towards Jones. Certainly, I am Hank Smith. When does the store commence operations? Hank asked. Our establishment will open the day after tomorrow. Please come then. Is a monthly salary acceptable? Yun Chuan replied. Thank you very much. Hank responded with evident excitement. I shall take my leave now and return to work the day after tomorrow. After expressing his gratitude to both Yun Chuan and Jones, Hank turned and departed. With the store opening soon, the two would not have to toil as hard. Yun Chuan smiled at Jones, who reciprocated the expression. By the way, Brother Yun, where is Graham? Jones inquired, having noticed Graham's absence. He is asleep in his room. Yun Chuan indicated a door. Oh, then I shall return to washing dishes, Jones said before turning to descend the stairs. Yun Chuan also made his way back to the room. Upon returning, Yun Chuan summoned his doppelganger through the system, then transformed and rendered himself invisible, leaping from the window. He called forth his mechanical steed and directed it toward Graham, stating, the remaining 2 have moved in different directions. A mission notification appeared. Mission, resolve all troubles reward. 1,200 points. As Yun Chuan drove along the road, he was taken aback by the substantial reward points bestowed by the system, taking a deep breath. This is quite normal. For each peculiar entity you vanquish in a world, the system rewards you with a significant amount of points. Had there not been only 2 remaining, the reward would have been even greater, the system explained. Acknowledging Yun Chuan's astonishment. Excellent, Yun Chuan remarked. By the way, host, concerning the location previously mentioned by Graham, I infiltrated nearby cameras and discovered that both have left that area, heading in divergent directions. The system continued. What? Where have they gone? Yun Chuan halted, inquiring. To these 2 locations, the system presented a map interface before Yun Chuan, revealing a yellow dot, a green dot, and a red dot on the map. Beneath the map, there were descriptions. The yellow dots represented one thing, the green dots another, and the red indicated himself. With that settled, Yun Chuan pondered for a moment, then activated his mobile Pegasus and proceeded in the indicated direction. A few minutes later, he arrived at a bustling square, scanning for new prey. At that moment, he seemed to have found his target, stealthily trailing a well-dressed woman adorned with heavy makeup. Observing the surroundings, Yun Chuan decided to follow her discreetly, planning to strike when they reached a less crowded area, for engaging in combat amidst so many people was unthinkable. What if he unintentionally harmed an innocent? His previous encounter had necessitated such recklessness due to urgency. Moreover, creating chaos in such a crowded place was now out of the question. Should the SHIELD or military catch wind of it, his current state would not allow for an escape. Eventually, Yun Chuan followed his quarry into a grand building. The woman approached the elevator, waiting patiently. Noticing the lack of onlookers, she produced an ordinary coin. At that moment, a coin slot resembling that of a vending machine appeared at the back of her head, unbeknownst to her. Suddenly, Yun Chun made his move. He dashed forward, leaped, and delivered a flying kick that sent her sprawling, scattering ordinary coins across the ground. Only then did she react, letting out a startled scream as she turned to find Yun Chun standing beside her, while a shadowy figure knelt in the distance. Bystanders turned their gaze, astonished. Kamen Rider, someone exclaimed, taken aback to realize they had been discovered. Without hesitation, the woman bolted, fleeing in panic. Having witnessed how easily Yun Chun had dispatched his previous creation, she now possessed only 3 core coins, merely a feast for the Kamen Rider. There was no chance of confronting him directly. Seeing her flee so decisively, Yun Chun momentarily stood stunned before regaining his composure and giving chase. After a brief distance outside the building, he caught up to her, grasped her hair, and with a swift motion, he lifted her off the ground, flipping her overhead and slamming her down hard. She crashed to the ground, a cascade of coins spilling from her, further debilitating her. It's that person. The onlookers outside had taken notice, excitement glimmering in their eyes as they furtively gathered around, phones in hand, capturing the unfolding scene. Observing this, Yun Chun furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of irritation wash over him. Upon reaching this point, it became evident that passivity would only hasten one's demise. Perhaps through defiance, survival could be attainable. With a fierce roar, I extended my claws and charged forward. As I approached, Yun Chun dismissed the ordinary individuals around him, deftly evading their attacks with agile movements. He then crouched low and delivered a powerful punch to the adversary's abdomen, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. Concerned that delay could invite unforeseen changes, Yun Chun advanced, seizing his opponent and unleashing a series of relentless blows that forced him to retreat until he collapsed onto the ground. The foe, possessing merely 3 coins, was significantly weaker than any adversary Yun Chun had previously encountered, exhibiting no capacity for resistance under Yun Chun's assault. I must not have provoked you. We have no grievances. Why seek my life? The defeated adversary exclaimed, rising in fury to confront Yun Chun. Observing this, Yun Chun found no merit in engaging in dialogue with the most cunning individual present. He approached, removing the camera from his belt and fastening it onto his hand, while extracting the crystal card from his phone and inserting it into the camera. Preparation, he declared. Subsequently, Yun Chun flipped open the cover of his phone and pressed a button. Energy charging. A beam of crimson light surged from the phone along the red stripes to the camera on his hand. At that moment, Yun Chun stood directly in front of his opponent, his fist adorned with the camera, which he then hurled forward. A symbol appeared on the adversary's body, and with a resounding explosion, coins scattered in all directions, creating a miniature rain of currency. Yun Chun paid no heed to the ordinary coins. Instead, he crouched down and retrieved 3 yellow core coins from the ground, inspecting them before stowing them away. System, I leave this to you, he said, observing the crowd around him excitedly capturing his image with their phones. All right, no problem, leave it to me, the system responded. In an instant, a tempest arose, drawing the coins into the space in front of Yun Chun. Dust swirled about, rendering the surrounding crowd unable to open their eyes. Now it's my turn, Yun Chun remarked, entering a state of invisibility as he surveyed his surroundings and prepared to depart. Where did he go? As the gale subsided, Yun Chun and all the coins vanished, as though nothing had transpired. Host has been created. The system's voice echoed suddenly in Yun Chun's ear as he traveled along the road. What? Upon hearing this, Yun Chun furrowed his brow and pressed the accelerator to the maximum, racing forward at breakneck speed. Upon nearing the vicinity, he spotted an entity inciting chaos. After a brief observation, he refrained from engaging in direct combat, recognizing that the host's desire was tied to wealth, thus warranting little concern. Yun Chun halted his vehicle and stealthily approached the nearby building to find a place to hide. Finally, he arrived at a suitable refuge, moving cautiously within. Who goes there? Upon hearing the footsteps of Yun Chun approaching from outside, I turned my head and cautioned, Kamen Rider, is that you? However, as Yun Chun emerged, he glared at me and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, just yesterday, I lost one of my own, and you dare to show your face before me. Die. In a sudden transformation, he reverted to his monstrous form, his mind already somewhat muddled. In a fit of rage, he charged at Yun Chun without contemplating the vast disparity in their combat prowess. As he lunged forward, Yun Chun deftly sidestepped the claw aimed at him. Another claw came slashing, but Yun Chun evaded once more, retaliating with a kick to his abdomen that sent him staggering back 2 paces. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Chun advanced, delivering a punch to his face, which caused him to crash into a nearby chair. Scoundrel! He bellowed in anger, charging at Yun Chun once again, his claws swiping wildly. Yun Chun continued to evade, growing increasingly exasperated. In that moment, Yun-chun spotted a vulnerability and launched a kick directly at his chest. The impact sent him hurtling through the air, shattering the glass window and landing outside, startling the ordinary people who were fleeing in panic. "I want you dead," he shouted, struggling to rise. And with a thought, the body in the distance erupted, transforming into a multitude of coins that surged toward him, merging into his being. Once fused with the coins, a surge of green electricity coursed through him, amplifying his strength. Witnessing this, Yun-chun leaped from the upper floor, charging towards him. "Ah!" he roared as he saw Yun-chun rushing at him, and he too charged forward. Yun-chun soared into the air, both feet aimed at him. Yet this time, he did not soar away but was forced to retreat several steps. As Yun-chun landed, he once more charged at him. Steadying himself, he roared and extended his claws towards the advancing Yun-chun. Yun-chun clenched his fist, and just as the claws were about to descend, he struck the arm with a powerful blow, diverting it to the side, then delivered a kick to his chest, knocking him to the ground. Subsequently, Yun-chun sprang up, bending his knees and crashing down upon him. Sensing the impending impact, he rolled away, causing Yun-chun to kneel on the ground, his knees smashing into the earth, creating two shallow craters and fracturing part of the surface. At that moment, he rose and swiped at Yun-chun with a claw. Yun-chun quickly leaned back, dodging the strike, and grasped the claw he had swung, forcefully lifting himself up and throwing him aside. After tossing him away, Yun-chun stood and charged once more, leaping into the air and delivering a flying knee that struck his face with ferocity, sending him flying and scattering coins across the ground, which ultimately fell and clattered to the earth. Chapter 21. The return visit of Coulson. Subsequently, Yun-chun retrieved a flashlight, removed the chip from his phone, and inserted it into the flashlight. "Preparation," he declared, affixing the flashlight to his foot. He then opened the phone and pressed a button. Energy charging. A crimson beam of light emanated from the phone, coursing along a red stripe and into the flashlight at Yun-chun's foot. At that moment, the adversary, having regained his footing, realized the disparity between them and resolved to flee. He turned, trembling, and began to retreat, coins cascading from his person as he moved. Observing this, Yun-chun dashed forward, leaping into the air as a spiraling drill composed of red energy materialized at his foot. He directed the drill towards the foe with a powerful kick. The adversary emitted a pained cry as Yun-chun's drill penetrated him, the impact sending him hurtling through. "I refuse to accept this," he gasped, looking at Yun-chun with difficulty as a symbol appeared on his body. In an instant, he exploded, scattering coins across the ground. "Mission accomplished. Congratulations, host, for completing a major task. Rewards have been dispensed," announced the system's voice. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across the corner of Yun-chun's mouth, concealed within his armor, as he approached the site of the explosion and collected for core coins. Finally, he had resolved a significant predicament. Gazing at the green core coins in his hand, Yun-chun exhaled in relief. At that moment, the system initiated its own actions, summoning a tempest that stirred up dust and swept the coins from the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yun-chun, just as before, activated his invisibility and departed from the scene. "System, how many points do I have now?" he inquired on his way back. "Congratulations, host. You currently possess a total of 2,645 points. With 600 points obtained through coin exchanges," the system replied. Upon hearing this, Yun-chun felt a surge of excitement. "Host, would you like to purchase something to celebrate?" the system suggested enticingly. "Please get me an acceleration watch," Yun-chun responded with a smile, having long desired it. Alas, his previous financial constraints had held him back, but now that fortune smiled upon him, how could he resist? "Very well, congratulations, host. Purchase successful, totaling 1,200 points," the system chimed cheerfully. "What? An acceleration watch costs that much?" Yun-chun exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed, do you think it's a mere trinket?" the system retorted. "How about an additional belt? There's a discount available," the system continued to tempt. With nearly half his points already diminished, Yun-chun could hardly justify acquiring another belt. However, this also attested to the formidable nature of the acceleration watch, as it belonged to a rare form of the Kamen Rider that had never faced defeat. At last, on the 5th day of Yun-chun's arrival in this world, he had successfully dealt with a significant trouble. During Yun-chun's return to his residence, Coulson drove his beloved flamboyant pink antique convertible, Laura, and came to a halt at the storefront. "I apologize, sir, but we do not commence operations until the day after tomorrow. If you seek a meal, I suggest you look elsewhere," Jones stated as he emerged to dispose of the trash just as Coulson exited the vehicle. "No, I am not here for a meal. I am in search of Mr. Yun," Coulson replied with a smile, gazing at Jones. "Oh, my apologies. Please, come inside, Jones hastily responded, opening the door and ushering Coulson in. As Coulson stepped inside, a figure clad in black, bearing a quiver and bow, and wearing a Bluetooth headset, observed Yun Chun's establishment from a nearby building. Numerous onlookers in the vicinity also scrutinized the shop. Brother Yun is upstairs. Allow me to take you there, Jones said as he led Coulson further into the shop. Miss Jones, please hold on a moment, Coulson interjected. Is there something you need? Jones inquired. This is my business card. Prior to meeting Mr. Yun, I would like to ask you a few questions, Coulson stated, producing his card and handing it to Jones. Mr. Coulson, what inquiries do you wish to make? Perhaps we could sit down to discuss them, Jones replied, examining the card briefly before returning it and heading to the kitchen to pour a glass of water. She returned to Coulson and offered him the drink before taking a seat. Thank you. Coulson accepted the water, setting it aside. Here's the matter. Last night, we discovered a male body in this vicinity, the cause of death being accidental. Our investigation revealed he had engaged in numerous illicit activities, and you and your foster family were among his victims. Furthermore, we noted that you had reported him to the local police multiple times, yet lacked sufficient evidence. We wish to ask you a few questions that may assist you in obtaining compensation and restitution. If that would be agreeable, Coulson inquired, looking intently at Jones. Well, go ahead, Jones replied, her pupils constricting slightly as she lowered her gaze and spoke softly. At that moment, upstairs, a doppelganger had just exited a room, intending to descend, when he suddenly paused upon hearing Coulson's voice from the staircase, listening intently. Meanwhile, Yun Chun, who was on the road, felt an uncanny connection to his doppelganger's perceptions, furrowing his brow. I believe this should be recounted by you. Please elaborate on the transgressions he committed against your family, Coulson prompted. Very well, I understand, Jones responded after a brief pause, and then began to recount everything she had shared with Yun Chun the previous night. She also mentioned her return with him, omitting her transformation into Ophanor and the skirmish with Yun Chun. At the onset, when Jones recounted how Yun Chun had brought her back, both the doppelganger and the newly arrived Yun Chun were taken aback, nearly rushing down in alarm. Fortunately, Jones had concealed certain details, allowing both the doppelganger and Yun Chun to exhale in relief. Subsequently, Yun Chun swiftly dismissed his invisibility and transformation, exited the room, and retracted the doppelganger, standing there to listen intently. I apologize for reminding you of sorrowful matters. Upon our return, we shall thoroughly investigate this matter and ensure justice for your family, he declared. Below, Coulson, having listened to Jones' account, responded, It's nothing. Jones, with reddened eyes, replied, I'm sorry. Please allow me to meet with Mr. Yun. I wish to delve into further details, Coulson requested. Certainly, please follow me, Jones replied, regaining her composure as she led Coulson upstairs. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun hastily approached the sofa, seated himself, and began to engage with his mobile device. Brother Yun, this gentleman is seeking you, Jones announced as she brought Coulson upstairs. What seems to be the matter? Yun Chun began to respond, but upon noticing the glimmer of distress in Jones' eyes, he stood up and walked over, disregarding Coulson's presence, and inquired, Brother Yun, I am fine. I merely recalled a somber event. Jones responded with a smile. I apologize, Mr. Yun. This is my fault. I prompted Miss Jones to bring up the painful subject, Coulson interjected, stepping forward to offer his apologies. Brother Yun, you may converse. I shall return to my room, Jones stated as she made her way back. What is it that you wish to discuss? Yun Chun asked coldly, observing Jones retreating with red-rimmed eyes. I would like to inquire about the events surrounding Miss Jones' return last night, Coulson replied. Have a seat, Yun Chun coldly gestured, turning back to the sofa and resuming his seat. Thank you, Coulson replied as he settled down. Last night, as I traversed through the woods, I found her lying on the ground and simply brought her back. What else do you wish to know? Yun Chun remarked frostily after Coulson took his seat. At that moment, Graham within the room suddenly sensed something, awakened, descended from the bed, and opened the door to step outside. Graham, you're awake. Yun Chun exclaimed as both Coulson and he turned to see Graham. Who is this child? Coulson inquired, looking at Graham. This is the child I have adopted. Is there an issue? Yun Chun replied, mentally cursing the author. Thank you, Mr. Yun. I shall take my leave now. Please convey my apologies to Miss Jones, Coulson said after a few minutes of questioning, rising and turning to descend the stairs. Throughout Coulson and Yun Chun's conversation, Graham had been observing Coulson intently. After escorting Coulson out of the establishment, Yun Chun addressed the system, saying, System, the author's suggestion is to temporarily conceal my identity, correct? Is there a problem? Upon hearing Yun Chuan's obedient voice, the system replied softly, I have only been in this world for a few days, and he has already assigned Jones and Graham to my side. leading to suspicions from S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you really think I can keep my identity concealed? A scowl formed on Yunchuan's forehead as he spoke through gritted teeth. Well, aren't you pleased that the author placed Jones by your side? The system timidly inquired. Of course, I am delighted. But is this truly all right? Yunchuan initially expressed joy, only to furrow his brow in concern. Trust the author's arrangement. It should be fine, the system awkwardly replied. You call this fine? The entire book has undergone major revisions. Yunchuan retorted. The system, feeling somewhat embarrassed, was at a loss for words. Hearing the system fall silent, Yunchuan had no choice but to return upstairs. What's the matter? Just as he arrived back upstairs, he spotted Graham at the staircase, gazing at him. That person seems to possess my core coin, Graham stated. What's going on? Upon hearing this, Yunchuan hurried over to inquire. The second core coin from chapter 22 was sensed on him while I was sleeping, Graham explained. Hand it over to me. Upon hearing this, Yunchuan pondered for a moment and then replied, heading back to his room. Seeing this, Graham wore a puzzled expression but chose not to pursue Yunchuan, instead sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. Once inside his room, Yunchuan transformed, entering a state of invisibility, and jumped out the window. He then summoned his agile steed and pursued the direction in which Coulson had departed. 2 minutes later, Yunchuan caught up with Coulson, discovering that 3 other vehicles were trailing behind Coulson's car, with armed individuals inside, presumably agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Noticing this, Yunchuan decided to ignore them and did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he circled around to the front of Coulson's convoy and came to a halt, deactivating his invisibility. Seeing Yunchuan suddenly appear a mere 5 or 6 meters away, Coulson quickly brought his vehicle to a stop, following Coulson's lead. The other vehicles also came to a halt. Upon spotting Yunchuan, the agents swiftly grabbed their weapons, disembarked, and aimed directly at him. Fortunately, there was no one else around, or the commotion would have been considerable. At that moment, Coulson exited his vehicle, shielded by the archer standing behind him. Relax. I merely wish to request something from you. Yunchuan addressed Coulson, remaining seated on his agile steed. Is there something on me that you desire? Coulson inquired. Locking eyes with Yunchuan. Just a few coins of different colors, Yunchuan replied. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury, who was observing the footage from Coulson, furrowed his brow in confusion. Is this what you meant? At that moment, Coulson retrieved 2 core coins, one white and one blue, from his pocket. Observing this, the man beside Coulson looked at him with a puzzled expression, while Nick Fury's brow remained furrowed. Indeed, leave it to me. When Lien Yunshun beheld the blue core coin, he was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure and extended his hand, inquiring, could you enlighten me as to what this is? It was inconceivable for Coulson to simply hand it over, and he responded to Yunchuan's question. Desire. Yunshun replied, his tone nonchalant. Desire? Coulson echoed, perplexed. You need not know too much. They will no longer manifest. Yet these remnants cannot be left in the hands of ordinary people. Yunshun stated as he exited the vehicle and began to stride forward. Halt. Suddenly, the man wielding the bow and arrow shouted, drawing an arrow, pulling back the bowstring, and taking aim at Yunshun, while the agents tensed, poised to launch an attack at any moment. I do not wish to engage in battle with you, Yunshun remarked, observing their stance, as he pressed a symbol on the side of the mechanized Pegasus's fuel tank. The mechanized Pegasus twisted and morphed into its robotic form. Witnessing this, Nick Fury's remaining eye widened, his pupil constricting, as he pondered the implications. Do not let them depart before I obtain what I seek, but do not harm them. Yunshun commanded the mechanized Pegasus. Hearing this, the wheels behind the Pegasus ignited, propelling it into the air. Hand me the coins. It would be for the best of all, Yunshun said as he advanced. At this juncture, everyone in Coulson's vicinity became tense, fully aware of Yunchuan's combat prowess. Nonetheless, Coulson refrained from directly handing over the coins, awaiting Nick Fury's command. If Fury ordered them to safeguard the coins, they would fight Yunshun to the death, no matter the cost. Give him the coins. As Yunshun drew nearer, Nick Fury finally issued the command. Here you go. Upon hearing this, Coulson exhaled in relief, addressing Yunshun as he tossed the coins over. Yunshun reached out, accepted the coins, glanced at them, stowed them away, and turned to leave as the mechanized Pegasus descended. May we inquire about something? Coulson asked Yunshun. I am aware of your inquiries. Perhaps another time, we shall meet again, Yunshun replied coolly. Are you human? Coulson pressed. I am human. Yunshun approached the mechanized Pegasus, pressed the symbol on its chest, reverting it to motorcycle form, mounted it, and prepared to depart. Wait a moment. Upon reaching this juncture, Coulson pondered briefly before hastening over and producing a business card, which he extended towards Yun-Chun. Observing the card being offered, Yun-Chun reached out to accept it, subsequently stowing it away before starting the vehicle and departing. Come back, Nick Fury instructed Coulson and the others as he noted the conclusion of the matter. Which coin should I bestow? Returning to the store, Yun-Chun deactivated his invisibility and transformation, deep in thought. He considered giving the core coin to Graham. Yet he hesitated to present both, fearing that Graham might resort to creating chaos in his quest for revival. However, offering just one seemed equally unwise, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. After some contemplation, Yun-Chun approached the door, opened it, and stepped outside. Upon exiting his room, he found Graham sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in an animated show that Jones had likely turned on, while Jones herself was nowhere in sight. Graham, has Jones come out yet? Yun-Chun inquired as he approached. She is downstairs cooking, Graham replied. Upon hearing this, Yun-Chun pondered for a moment and made his way downstairs. Upon reaching the kitchen, he discovered Jones engaged in meal preparation. Jones, he called out. Brother Yun, are you hungry? Just a moment, it will be ready shortly, she responded, turning to face him. No, take your time, I merely wanted to check on you. Yun-Chun said. I'm fine, Jones assured him with a smile. That's good to hear, Yun-Chun replied, feeling a sense of relief. Well then, Brother Yun, why don't you wait upstairs for a bit? Jones suggested once more. Very well, I appreciate it, Yun-Chun said, choosing not to disturb her further as he ascended the stairs. After Yun-Chun's departure, Jones gazed towards the staircase, her smile fading as she bit her lip, lost in thought. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and continued cooking. Back upstairs, Yun-Chun observed Graham, fully captivated by the television, and called out, Graham. What? Graham replied without turning his head. What do you think of this? Yun-Chun inquired, presenting the blue octopus core coin and his white gorilla core coin with a smile. Graham reluctantly turned around, only to be momentarily stunned. He stared blankly at the core coins in Yun-Chun's hand. Give it to me, Graham exclaimed as he leaped up and rushed towards Yun-Chun, clinging to his leg. Yun-Chun was taken aback by the intensity of Graham's reaction. I recall you mentioning that only one core coin remained, didn't you? Yun-Chun questioned Graham. I'm not certain. I remember during the explosion, turning to look at my position, and there were only 8 core coins, 7 were obliterated. I assumed that the remaining one had been destroyed earlier, Graham replied, somewhat bewildered. Graham looked at the blue octopus core coin in Yun-Chun's hand with a pitiful expression and asked, Do you want this? Yun-Chun teased Graham, replying, I do. Graham lamented. Then how do you plan to resurrect? Do you possess a regular coin? Yun-Chun inquired. I can go find some, Graham hesitated. But when I went to look for them, they had already left. This means you cannot locate them. How do you intend to acquire them? Yun-Chun refrained from admitting that he had already dealt with them. He lacked the courage. Graham fell silent, gazing at Yun-Chun with a sorrowful look. All right, I can give it to you, but you must heed my words. Do not leave the house recklessly, and do not seek regular coins on your own. Can you manage that? Yun-Chun said sternly, hoping to stabilize Graham with the core coin, fearing he might wander outside. Even though there were attractions to keep him engaged, Yun-Chun dared not take the risk. What about the regular coins needed for resurrection? Graham asked. I will find a way, Yun-Chun assured him. Good. You must definitely find the regular coins, Graham insisted, fixing his gaze on Yun-Chun. Rest assured, Yun-Chun replied, handing over both the core coin and Graham's core coin. Upon receiving the core coin, Graham absorbed his gorilla core coin into his hand without a glance, then joyfully hopped back to the sofa, pulling out the previous coin and examining it with excitement. Once I find the regular coins, you can be resurrected, Graham exclaimed with enthusiasm. You ungrateful little one. Do you think you're better than me and Jones? You long for her resurrection so much, Yun-Chun said, feeling discontent as he watched Graham's excitement. In truth, he recognized that the past 8 centuries had been spent together. Although insincere, what did sincerity matter in the grand scheme? I wish to be resurrected. But I also really like you and Sister Jones, Graham replied to Yun-Chun's words. The title Sister Jones was taught to Graham by Yun-Chun, who adamantly refused to accept being called brother by someone 800 years old, regardless of Graham's childlike appearance. I see you have a fondness for food, Yun-Chun remarked without hesitation. I do enjoy food, but I cherish you and Sister Jones even more, Graham declared, unblushing and unwavering. At this, Yun-Chun smiled and took a seat on the sofa, deep in thought. Chapter 23, The Angry Yun-Chun System. You previously mentioned that I could give the belt to others to assist in eliminating the monsters, correct? Yun-Chun queried the system within his mind. Yes, what about it? The system responded. Once they defeat the monsters, how are the points calculated? Yun-Chun asked. Esteemed guest, your inquiry is indeed astute. Allow me to elaborate. The system has commenced its presentation once more. Our humble establishment offers 2 distinct packages for the delivery service of the Kamen Rider belt. The first package requires no expenditure of points. You may directly present the belt to another individual. Should the belt's owner vanquish a monster, you shall receive 1/3 of the points awarded for the defeat, while 2/3 shall be retained by the system. This arrangement persists until the system accumulates points equal to 3 times the original price of the belt. However, this package is contingent upon the condition that the belt's owner must accrue points equivalent to the original price of the belt by defeating monsters within 2 months. Failing to do so will result in the establishment deducting the original price in points directly from your wallet, and you shall lose the right to utilize that belt permanently. Only the owner, excluding yourself, may wield it, yet you retain the liberty to determine and change who may use the belt. The second package entails your full purchase of the belt for another individual. With this option, you will eternally receive 2/3 of the points from each monster defeated by the belt's owner, with 1/3 allocated to the system. Furthermore, you will retain perpetual rights to its usage and may freely designate or change the user of the belt. Additionally, any belt you gift shall remain under your absolute ownership. Remember, this is ownership, not merely usage rights. Even if the user of the first package fails to defeat monsters within the stipulated time frame, resulting in your loss of usage rights, you may reclaim the belt from the system space if the user does not adhere to your established requirements during their usage. Thus, regardless of my ownership rights over the belt, should the user's actions deviate from my expectations during their usage, I may reclaim the belt from the system space. Moreover, irrespective of the chosen package, I possess the freedom to designate and alter the user of the belt, correct? Yin-chun queried. Indeed, however, the stipulations you impose must remain within the reasonable capabilities of the belt's user. Otherwise, the user does not violate any rules, and reclaiming the belt arbitrarily is not permissible. Furthermore, the selected user must meet the belt's inherent usage criteria, such as achieving the highest fusion coefficient with the cube to utilize the belt. Otherwise, it becomes unusable. The system cautioned. I see. Yet, why do both packages allow you to earn points when the belt's user defeats monsters? Yun-chun inquired, fixating on these finer details. You are a cunning merchant, Yun-chun retorted indignantly. So, are you contemplating gifting the belt? Have you selected a recipient, perhaps someone from S.H.I.E.L.D.? The system inquired. I suppose so, Yin-chun replied. Then why did you not dispatch it earlier? The system pressed. I am still deliberating, Yin-chun responded. Yin-chun had indeed contemplated the possibility of donating the belt to S.H.I.E.L.D., but after Coulson's arrival, which left Jones in tears, it was inconceivable for him to simply hand it over. Subsequently, Yin-chun disregarded the system and continued to ponder. Brother Yun, Graham, it's time for a meal, Jones announced a few minutes later as she brought up lunch. Thank you, Sister Jones, Graham exclaimed, tucking away his core coin, eagerly anticipating the meal she would serve him. Soon, Jones had prepared the food for Yun-chun and Graham and handed it to them. Thank you. Yun-chun expressed his gratitude to Jones, and the three began to dine together, presenting a warm tableau akin to a family of 3, albeit with Yun-chun and Jones being slightly younger and Graham being a tad older. After the meal, Yun-chun and Jones settled on the sofa, keeping Graham company while he watched television. Brother Yun, I think we should perhaps commence operations tomorrow, since everything is already ready, Jones suggested after a moment of thought. That sounds agreeable. We shall open tomorrow. As for Hank, there likely won't be many patrons dining tomorrow, so he can come by the day after. Besides, I seem to have forgotten his number, Yun-chun replied after some contemplation. All right, sounds good, Jones responded. They continued to watch television with Graham. In the ensuing hours, Yun-chun refrained from venturing out in search of the bazaar, as they had not made an appearance, and the system had not detected anything. Thus, Yun-chun granted himself a leisurely half-day to rest. In an abandoned factory, Sorang made his appearance, facing a large group of Orfino, of which only a few stood upright while the rest lay sprawled on the ground, lamenting. Evidently, a battle had transpired. So it is you? Sorang sneered at the standing Orfino. What is it that you require of us, Mr. Sorang? To eliminate that recent nuisance, the one called Kamen Rider? One of the Orfino inquired. Precisely. I need you to create a disturbance to lure him out and then eliminate him, retrieving his belt for me. If you accomplish this task, I assure you, you shall not be left wanting, Sorang retorted with a sardonic grin. Mr. Sorang, are you perhaps overestimating Kamen Rider? Are we truly required to mobilize so many for just one individual? Another Orfino interjected. I do not wish for any unforeseen complications, do you understand? Sorang replied. Rest assured. Mr. Sorang, leave it to us. We were just looking for an opportunity to cause some chaos, the first Orfino assured him. The following day, Yun Chun descended after his meal and noticed only a handful of patrons dining. He inquired of Jones, "How is it? Is everything all right?" "Yes, everything is fine. There aren't many people here right now," Jones replied with a smile. "Very well, I shall leave it to you," Yun Chun remarked, gazing at Jones. "All right, brother Yun," Jones replied. Subsequently, Yun Chun returned upstairs, as the situation below remained calm. He had no intention of intervening. His plan was to temporarily entrust everything to Jones, allowing him to live and work here without worry. Upon arriving upstairs, he found that Graham was still asleep. Yun Chun entered his room, summoned his doppelganger through the system, and donned his belt, transforming and entering a state of invisibility. He intended to patrol outside, seeking out the nefarious creatures causing turmoil. As a masked rider, was it not rather slow to traverse daily routes on a motorcycle? Perhaps the bar was set too low? While cruising along the road, Yun Chun contemplated the capabilities of the mechanical Pegasus. "There exists a night system that can fly in the mall. Should I consider acquiring one?" The system interjected, promoting its belt. "Be gone, you unscrupulous merchant," Yun Chun retorted without hesitation. "Come now, the lowest price is just over 1,000 points. Why not purchase one?" The system urged. "I refuse, I cannot afford it," Yun Chun replied resolutely. Having previously obtained 2 points and purchased a speed watch for 1,200. He now had merely 1,445 points left. It was insufficient to acquire a new flying belt. Currently, he did not require an enhancement in combat prowess. The remaining points should be judiciously utilized. He would not squander them frivolously on a belt. "Humph, a poverty-stricken fool," the system derided Yun Chun, regardless of the system's scorn. Provocation or sales pitches, Yun Chun remained steadfast in his decision not to buy. Significant disturbance detected, the system suddenly announced, projecting a map before Yun Chun. Upon hearing this, he promptly halted and examined the projection to ascertain the creature's location. Once confirmed, he swiftly activated his vehicle, heading toward the site of the disturbance. Minutes later, he arrived at the scene and spotted a white Ophine from a distance. Surrounding it were the ruins of numerous buildings and injured civilians. Piles of sand littered the ground. Remnants of ordinary people who had perished at the hands of Ophine, their forms reduced to dust. Some were even disintegrating into sand right before Yun Chun's eyes. In that instant, cries of anguish and despair erupted around him. Witnessing such devastation, Yun Chun's heart tightened, his eyes burning with fury. This was the first time he had witnessed such carnage since arriving in this world. Previous foes had been vanquished before they could wreak havoc. At last, Yun Chun erupted, his voice a desperate roar as he twisted the throttle, charging directly at the Ophine and colliding with it, sending it sprawling. Dismounting from his vehicle, Yun Chun abandoned it and rushed toward the flung Ophine. "Are you the masked rider? I've heard you are formidable. Let me test your mettle," the Ophine taunted. Having risen once more, arrogance dripping from its words. As a powerhouse among the Ophiuchus, even if newly awakened, their defensive capabilities and strength far exceed that of ordinary Ophiuchus. At last, the two collided. Yun Chun, fueled by resentment, unleashed all his might with a single punch. The moment their fists met, a resounding crack echoed. An Ophiuchus was hurled backwards, rolling several meters before coming to a halt. How could this be? I am a strength-type Ophiuchus. It is inconceivable that I could be outmatched in strength. Enraged, Ophiuchus attempted to rise. Just then, Yun Chun charged forward, leaping into the air. His legs bent and knees directed downward, concentrating all his force upon his knees as he aimed to strike Ophiuchus. Seeing this, Ophiuchus swiftly rolled aside, narrowly evading Yun Chun's assault. With a thunderous crash, Yun Chun landed heavily, creating a crater beneath his knee and fracturing the ground within a 3-meter radius. By this time, Ophiuchus had managed to stand, casting a wary glance at Yun Chun, yet still charged forward. In response, Yun Chun quickly regained his footing and, upon witnessing Ophiuchus's punch, struck the inner side of his wrist, deflecting the blow. Following this, he delivered a powerful kick to Ophiuchus. As Ophiuchus was about to be sent flying once more, Yun Chun seized his hand with his left, pulling him back and delivering a series of punches to Ophiuchus's abdomen. Gasping in pain, Ophiuchus cried out, and ultimately, Yun Chun grasped him with both hands, lifting him high before launching him skyward. In midair, he kicked Ophiuchus away, who tumbled to the ground, rolling several times. Ophiuchus managed to flip over and lay on the earth, struggling to rise, but found himself unable to do so, remaining prone on the ground. "Are you not going to intervene?" Ophiuchus shouted laboriously in a particular direction. Chapter 24. The siege. At that moment, Yun Chun charged once more. Leaping high, his legs bent and knees directed downward, descending upon Ophiuchus with tremendous force. With a resounding impact, Yun Chun finally struck Ophiuchus. A torrent of blood erupted from Ophiuchus as he sank 10 centimeters into the ground, the surrounding earth cracking under the force. Stop! Several Ophiuchus approached, the foremost one declaring haughtily. Yet, Yun Chun paid no heed, remaining atop Ophiuchus, raining down punches upon his chest, roaring with fury. It was then that Yun Chun comprehended the trap set against him, his anger intensifying. Weighed down by the thought that perhaps the casualties would not have been so grave had it not been for him, he relentlessly pounded Ophiuchus's face, forcing him back into his human form. Hey you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Do you not regard us? The leading Ophiuchus remarked, his expression darkening as he observed Yun Chun's indifference. Yun Chun remained indifferent, gripping the neck of the transformed Ophion tightly, hoisting him from the ground. Spare me. I do not wish to perish. The bloodied Ophion gasped, struggling for breath. If I let you go, who will spare them? Yun Chun replied coldly, extending his hand to pierce through Ophion's chest. No, Ophion uttered, his body slackening, eyes failing to close in death. Defeating Ophion granted 300 points and new data on the Ophion, yielding an additional 200 points. Kill them all, commanded the leading Ophion. Finally enraged for being disregarded for the first time as a high-ranking Ophion, witnessing his subordinates' demise before him, he unleashed a blue energy projectile toward Yun Chun, charging forward with his comrades. Yun Chun deftly tilted his head, evading the projectile, and casually discarded Ophion's lifeless form onto the ground. Subsequently, he summoned the mechanized Pegasus from the system space, retrieving it and placing it beside him. Grasping the handle of the mechanized Pegasus, he twisted and pulled, extracting the energy blade within. He then pressed the button on the fuel tank, transforming the mechanized Pegasus into combat mode. Leave no one alive. Yun Chun commanded the mechanized Pegasus as he surged forward. At that moment, the foremost adversary charging at Yun Chun was a grayish-white tiger-like Ophion from another world. Behind it followed various Ophions: butterfly, eagle, fox, spider, bear, and bull types, among which 2 were primal grayish-white Ophions, while 5 were the white new Ophions from this realm. Upon Yun Chun's command, the mechanized Pegasus ascended and activated its machine guns, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the Ophions. What a grand scheme to summon so many Ophions for your demise, Yun Chun thought furiously, joining the fray. Meanwhile, in Tony Stark's underground laboratory, Tony was watching the battle between Yun Chun and the Ophions with bloodshot eyes, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding, his face a mask of frustration. He glanced at the steel armor pieces before him, continuing his development. Where are the S.H.I.E.L.D. troops? Have they not arrived yet? Nick Fury inquired, watching the footage of Yun Chun's battle. Just received clearance. They are en route, replied a female agent at the computer. At the Cloverleaf bar, 3 individuals sat at the bar, engrossed in watching the video of Yun Chun's combat on their phones. Solon observed the footage with a smirk. It seems the Kamen Rider is doomed this time, he remarked. Beside him, Banji chuckled. Hearing this, Solon said nothing further, merely smiling. At that moment, Banji lifted his gaze and exchanged a glance with the mountain-like Maya, revealing an enigmatic smile. Subsequently, the 2 cast a sidelong glance at the expressionless Mijia, who merely met their gaze momentarily before looking away. In the office of Xia Village, Xia sat impassively before the computer, intently observing Yun Chun's battle, while the chameleon-like Ophinor stood opposite him, awaiting any commands that Xia might issue. On the desk before him, another laptop displayed the video of Yun Chun's confrontation. Meanwhile, Yun Chun struck a bull Ophinor with his sword, swiftly pulling his right hand in a clockwise motion to slash at the 2 additional Ophinors charging towards him, forcing them to retreat a few steps before refocusing his assault on the bull Ophinor. With a kick, Yun Chun sent the bull Ophinor flying, then turned to attack the Ophinor that had just risen, delivering precise, lethal strikes that drove them back. He retrieved a crystal card from his phone and inserted it into his sword, causing the beam sword to emit a crimson glow, enhancing its power. Yun Chun then pivoted and cleaved the bull Ophinor in 2, its lifeless form collapsing to the ground, blood pooling around it. The defeat of the Ophinor netted him 300 points. At that moment, the 2 previously downed Ophinors had charged at Yun Chun from behind. He hastily rolled forward, but was struck on the back by their combined force, managing to mitigate some of the impact. Quickly regaining his footing, Yun Chun advanced and swung his sword at one of the bear Ophinors. To him, the ordinary Ophinors posed little threat in small numbers. 2 was manageable. He felled one with a decisive blow and then kicked at another, a spider Ophinor attempting a sneak attack, sending it staggering backward. His strategy was to eliminate them one by one. He turned back to the bear Ophinor, trying to rise, and thrust his sword through its body. pulling upward to sever its upper half, rendering it lifeless in an instant. Another 300 points for slaying an Ophanor. Just then, a white butterfly Ophanor breached the line of the mechanized Pegasus and flew towards Yun Chun, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. He landed beside the previously downed spider Ophanor, which seized the opportunity to assault him, landing several kicks. Yun Chun rolled rapidly to evade the Ophanor's strikes. At that moment, the butterfly Ophanor joined forces with the spider Ophanor against him, and he found himself caught between their attacks, ultimately being kicked away. Using the momentum from being knocked back, Yun Chun distanced himself from the two Ophanors and quickly crouched, rolling sideways to evade their next coordinated strike. Yun Chun rose to his feet, leaping forward with his sword poised to strike the butterfly Ophion. The butterfly Ophion swiftly flapped its wings to evade the attack, but it was a moment too late. Yun Chun's blade struck its wing, eliciting a piercing scream as the creature plummeted, rendered incapable of flight. Just as Yun Chun sought to deliver a finishing blow, the spider Ophion charged at him, compelling him to pivot and engage in combat. Energy recharge. Yun Chun flipped open his phone and pressed a button. A crimson light streaming from the device along the red lines into the sword held firmly in his grasp. With renewed vigor, he swung the sword at the spider Ophion, effortlessly vanquishing it. The demise of the Ophion yielded a reward of 300 points. After dispatching the spider Ophion, Yun Chun glanced back at the butterfly Ophion, now a distant figure, and resigned himself to pursue the other three Ophions battling the mechanical Pegasus. Impossible, exclaimed Solong, aghast at how Yun Chun had systematically eliminated his meticulously chosen subordinates. What a pity. It seems your plan, Mr. Solong, is destined for failure, Banji remarked with a smirk. Not yet. The remaining three are my strongest Ophions. They are now at their last gasp. He stands no chance against them. Absolutely none, Solong retorted through gritted teeth. Observing Solong's growing frustration, Banji and Shania exchanged knowing smirks, while Mijia drummed his fingers lightly on the table. None of this registered with Solong, who remained wholly fixated on the unfolding battle. Ensure they do it cleanly, and remember to record it, said Xiaosi Yuan. Understood, President, replied the chameleon Ophion, turning to arrange the recording, before returning to his post, watching the video while awaiting orders. Traitor. The tiger Ophion spat in fury upon seeing the butterfly Ophion escape. Worry about yourself, Yun Chun replied, brandishing his sword toward the tiger Ophion. Unfazed by Yun Chun's advance, the tiger Ophion merely parried the strike with his blade, forcefully pushing Yun Chun back several paces. At that moment, the fox Ophion struck from behind, clawing at Yun Chun and sending him tumbling back toward the tiger Ophion, who promptly slashed at Yun Chun. Ack! Yun Chun collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Come on. The tiger Ophion taunted boastfully. Seeing Yun Chun wounded, the mechanical Pegasus attempted to rush to his aid but was obstructed by the eagle Ophion. Unable to break through, the mechanical Pegasus opened fire on the eagle Ophion, but soon found its ammunition depleted. Ha ha ha, now let us see who can save you, the tiger Ophion cackled, reveling in the perceived triumph. Is that so? Yun Chun detached the mobile phone from his belt, transforming it into the shape of a firearm. He pressed the button marked 106, followed by another on the device, activating the continuous fire mode. Setting the phone to a 3-shot burst, he aimed at the tiger, Ophanor, unleashing a barrage of energy bullets that struck the beast, forcing it to retreat until it stumbled and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Chun grasped his sword and lunged at the fox, Ophanor, who, caught off guard, was struck by Yun Chun's blade. With relentless precision, Yun Chun slashed at the fox, bringing it down. However, having already utilized the crimson blade strike once, he could not employ it again in quick succession, and without an energy-infused sword. He found it challenging to inflict significant damage on the already formidable fox, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Chapter 25. The belt of the Celestial Emperor. At that moment, the eagle, Ophanor, had also triumphed over the mobile Pegasus, causing it to crash to the ground, reverting to its motorcycle form. The eagle launched an assault on Yun Chun, swooping down to claw at him. Yun Chun swiftly turned, crouched low, and pressed the button marked 103 on his phone, activating the single-shot mode. A continuous beam of energy struck the eagle, inflicting considerable harm. As the energy bullets from the 103 mode were exhausted, the eagle plummeted, landing directly on the fox, who was attempting to rise. Meanwhile, the tiger, Ophanor, had regained its footing and charged at Yun Chun in a furious rage. Yun Chun reattached the phone to his belt, picked up his camera, removed the crystal card previously affixed to his sword, and inserted it into the camera, strapping it to his hand. Preparation. Yun Chun flipped open the phone and pressed the button. Energy recharge. A crimson light streamed from the phone through the red stripes into the camera. Yunshun then threw a powerful punch at the charging tiger, which attempted to block the tremendous force with its blade. The impact shattered the tiger's weapon, sending it hurtling away. Although it sustained only minor injuries. Do you know why we must eliminate these individuals? The fox, Ophanor, who had just risen, inquired from behind Yunshun. Upon hearing this, Yunshun turned to face him. Ha ha ha, it is to draw you out, the fox declared with a wicked laugh. Had it not been for you, we would not have needed to slay them, huh? The fox signaled to the tiger, who understood the intent and began to stealthily approach Yunshun from behind, preparing to employ a psychological tactic. Upon hearing this, the host system recognized the psychological manipulation at play and feared that Yunshun might succumb to despair. In a state of urgency, it called out, yet the words were incomplete. Is it true? Without me, would you cease your killings? I fear you would only slay more. Yunshun remarked with a cold smile. Mastering the art of psychological warfare was hardly a novel skill. Though witnessing the demise of so many weighed heavily on his heart, he refused to surrender to despair so easily. Relieved to hear this, the system noted that although they had perished, he would exact vengeance upon each of their killers. With that, Yunshun pivoted and struck fiercely at the approaching tiger, Ophanor, with his sword, channeling 200% of his strength and sending the beast flying. You have no more tricks left, do you? Continuing this battle will only lead to mutual destruction. Let us cease hostilities for the benefit of us all. What do you say? Proposed Fox Ophanor. They were all wounded, and even if they managed to defeat Yunshun, he would take a piece of them with him. Upon hearing this, Eagle Ophanor took to the skies to intimidate Yunshun. System, you previously mentioned possessing a flying knight's belt, correct? What is its nature? Yunshun inquired, gazing at the soaring Eagle Ophanor. Indeed, it is the Emperor's belt of the world, priced at 1,600 points, the system replied. Purchase it directly, Yunshun declared without hesitation. Very well, the system responded, noting his decisiveness. How can you be so certain I lack other techniques? Yunshun retorted, producing the acceleration watch he had acquired earlier and donning it. I vowed to avenge them, and I shall keep my word. With that, he removed the crystal card from the watch and inserted it into his phone. Completion. In an instant, his chest armor unfolded, revealing an electronic panel to cool down, while the phone on his belt emitted a blinding flash. The red stripes on Yunshun's body flickered, transforming into a silver hue. With his eyes shifting to a crimson shade, he pressed the button on the watch. Countdown initiated. The watch emitted a powerful, buzzing vibration, warping the space around Yunshun, causing the world he perceived to slow. He charged towards Fox Ophanor, delivering blow after blow, before kicking him towards Tiger Ophanor. Leaping into the air, a red light emanated from his foot, morphing into a drill. Yunshun propelled the drill directly at Fox Ophanor, piercing through his body, igniting him in ethereal blue flames accompanied by a symbol. The residual force of Yunshun's kick struck Tiger Ophanor, sending him flying. Yunshun leapt once more, unleashing the deep red drill towards Tiger Ophanor. With a resounding impact, Tiger Ophanor ignited in the same ethereal blue flames and symbol as Fox Ophanor. Time's up. Yunshun reverted to his original form. Defeating Ophion rewarded 350 points. Defeating Ophion again rewarded 400 points. The Tiger Ophion collapsed lifelessly to the ground, while the Fox Ophion transformed back into human form, revealing a gaping wound in his chest. The Eagle Ophion, taken by surprise, witnessed the demise of both the tiger and fox forms in an instant and fled without a moment's hesitation. Moving at an accelerated pace, he became invisible to the naked eye, utterly unaware of the extraordinary actions that Yunshun had undertaken. Realizing that the tiger and fox Ophion had perished in the blink of an eye, he knew he would not last much longer. It's your turn, Yunshun declared, regarding the fleeing Eagle Ophion as he dispelled his transformation. At the moment of his transformation's cessation, a thick, swirling black mist enveloped him, obscuring his figure from the spectators who had gathered to witness the battle, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Within the depths of the black mist, Yunshun retrieved a white belt identical to the one before, featuring a slot for a mobile device at its center. He produced a white phone, flipped open its cover, and pressed the keys in a sequence. 315. Beep, beep, beep. He pressed another key. Stand by, he announced, closing the cover. He inserted the phone into the belt. Transformation complete. From an external perspective, the belt extended luminous blue tubes to various parts of his body, forming a glowing blue humanoid framework. A brilliant white light erupted, dispersing the black mist, revealing that Yunshun had transformed into a figure clad entirely in white, adorned with a purple circle at his chest and eyes. Striking blue lines, more numerous than before, adorned his form, marking him as Kamen Rider, Emperor of the Heavens, Saiga. The onlookers were left in astonishment, unable to fathom that Yun Chun possessed yet another set of armor. The most shocked among them were Solong and Kayamura, who could hardly believe that Yun Chun even had a belt. "President, what shall we do? Do I need to take action?" The chameleon Ophion inquired of Kayamura. "Wait. Unless you are absolutely certain of success, do not engage him. We may still need him. Let them act," Kayamura instructed. "Understood." The chameleon Ophion replied before turning to exit and make another call. Inside the bar, Solong furiously smashed his phone against the ground, exclaiming in frustration. Observing Solong's distress, Banki and Shania exchanged amused glances, but said nothing. At that moment, the phones of Banki, Shania, and the third companion rang, except for Solong's. Hearing the notifications, the three picked up their phones and listened intently, only to hang up simultaneously afterward. "Whose call was that?" Solong inquired, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. "It was the president's," Banki replied with a smile. "What was his purpose in contacting you?" Sorang inquired. Banji chuckled softly, remaining silent, and the trio subsequently rose together, transforming into their Ophion forms. Banji embodied the majestic King Cobra Ophion, while Shania assumed the guise of the common Cobra Ophion, and Mijia represented the Tiger Ophion. Although Mijia was a Tiger Ophion, he differed significantly from the one defeated by Yun Chun. Mijia was more robust and towering, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, with muscles that were remarkably taut, resembling a tank-like tiger. The sight alone could terrify an ordinary person. "Have you all pledged allegiance to the Gorge Village?" Upon witnessing this, Sarang spoke through clenched teeth, morphing into a monkey Ophion. After transforming, Yun Chun summoned the wings of heaven, a colossal flying apparatus that adorned his back, with 2 control levers at either side. Grasping the levers, Yun Chun crouched and leaped into the air, as the base of the wings of heaven emitted plumes of white smoke, propelling him skyward in pursuit of the eagle Ophion. In midair, Yun Chun aimed at the eagle Ophion and pressed the grip, unleashing a barrage of bullets from beneath the control levers towards the avian foe. The eagle Ophion, sensing the impending projectiles, swiftly evaded, veering to the side, only to retaliate with feathered bullets aimed at Yun Chun. He deftly maneuvered to avoid the feathered assault. Yun Chun continued his relentless onslaught against the eagle Ophion, leaving it no opportunity to counterattack, forcing it into a defensive retreat. Despite its efforts, it sustained several hits to its wings and eventually circled back to the original battleground. Yun Chun was determined to bring the confrontation to a swift conclusion. Pressing a button on the control lever, he activated the cannon rifle mode, deploying 2 cannons from either side of the wings of heaven, transitioning to bombardment mode. With a resounding boom, the cannon mouths exuded blue flames, launching energy orbs towards the eagle Ophion. The eagle, wounded from earlier encounters, could not evade in time and was struck, plummeting to the ground. Energy recharge. Yun Chun opened his phone, pressed 9, and then another key, emitting a brilliant blue light that coursed along a blue stripe into his right foot, illuminating it entirely. Subsequently, a blue drill resembling a deep crimson one materialized. Releasing the control lever, Yun Chun, with the blue drill, propelled himself towards the Ophion with a powerful kick. The impact resonated as he struck the Ophion, piercing through its form and landing on the ground. The Ophion ignited in ethereal blue flames, revealing a symbol that instantly disintegrated into dust. Having vanquished the Ophion, he was awarded 400 points. As Yun Chun descended to the ground, he surveyed the casualties around him, feeling a weight in his heart. Chapter 26. The box. The distant sounds of clattering and thudding echoed in the air. Yun Chuan turned to observe several combat helicopters soaring above and tanks rumbling on the ground, surrounded by a throng of soldiers hastily advancing towards his location. It was evident that military personnel had arrived. Upon witnessing this, Yun Chuan immediately activated his cloaking device, engaged his heavenly wings, and ascended into the sky, departing the scene. When the aircraft, tanks, and soldiers reached the area, they realized that the battle had already concluded, and Yun Chuan had vanished, leaving them in an awkward predicament. As the soldiers collected themselves, they quickly redirected their focus towards aiding the wounded. "Host, are you unharmed?" The system inquired as Yun Chuan soared through the air. "I am fine. Did I not mention that even in my absence, they would continue their bloodshed, perhaps even more so? If I were to break down over this, what kind of Kamen Rider would I be? I might as well find a block of tofu to end it all," Yun Chuan replied. "That is a relief." The system responded with a sigh of relief. "Please assist me in finding a temporary storage location." "What do you intend to do?" the system questioned, perplexed. "Just help me find one," Yun Chuan insisted. "Very well," the system acquiesced, beginning its operations. Done. Please check, the system announced as a map projected before him. Provide me with the data on all the incoming monsters, as well as the operational methods and abilities of the Guron driver, along with the usage rules. Additionally, procure 10 blank cards and acquire a box to store the driver, the block cards, the 10 blank cards, and the 2 sets of data, Yunchuan instructed, glancing at the map before proceeding to the indicated location. Understood, the system acknowledged, comprehending Yunchuan's intent. A few minutes later, Yunchuan arrived at his destination, an abandoned old villa. He flew inside and reached the garden, where he refrained from entering the house and instead retrieved a box, placing it in the flower bed. Subsequently, he took out his phone and Coulson's business card, dialing the number inscribed on it. Apologies, Coulson, who was reporting to Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D., suddenly received an incoming call. Noticing the interruption, he glanced at Fury and remarked, "It's nothing. Director, there's an unusual number," Coulson stated. Pulling out his phone to examine the caller ID, 315. He paused momentarily before informing Fury. "What?" Fury looked at him, somewhat puzzled. Coulson handed the phone to Fury. "You answer it," Fury replied, merely casting a glance at the device. Upon hearing this, Coulson accepted the call, activating the speakerphone. "May I inquire as to your identity?" Coulson inquired, a vague suspicion stirring within him. "I have placed something in the flower bed of the villa's garden. You may come and retrieve it yourself." Upon connecting the call, Yunchuan stated, then abruptly hung up, activating the wings of heaven and departing. Yunchuan felt no concern that the item might be taken by others, for he knew he could reclaim it at any time. "Hello, Mr. Knight." Upon hearing this, Coulson responded, only to be met with the sound of a disconnected line. He glanced at his phone before turning his gaze towards Nick Fury. "Natasha, please come to my office," Nick Fury remarked without awaiting a reply. Picking up his phone to make a call. "Wait a moment. You and Natasha need to head over together, and keep this entirely confidential. The fourth party must not be informed," Nick Fury instructed. "Understood," Coulson replied, waiting patiently. A few minutes later, a knock echoed through the office. "Come in," Nick Fury commanded. "Director, is there a mission?" A stunning woman clad in a form-fitting black suit with long, chestnut hair entered, addressing Nick Fury. "You and Coulson are to retrieve an item, and this matter must remain concealed from the fourth party," Nick Fury reiterated. "I understand," Natasha acknowledged, casting a glance at Coulson before they departed together. Back at the shop, Yunchuan deactivated his invisibility and transformation, contemplated briefly, and exited the room. Outside, Graham was still engrossed in watching television. Yunchuan quietly descended the stairs, surveyed the shop still devoid of guests, and noted Jones's ease before returning upstairs. "Graham, tell Jones not to disturb me until lunch. I need to rest," Yunchuan instructed. "All right," Graham replied without turning, seemingly unaware if he had heard. Yunchuan returned to his room to rest. After all, engaging in battle with 8 Ofino simultaneously, even with gene-enhancing potions, was no trivial feat. Meanwhile, Coulson and Natasha arrived at the location where Yunchuan had previously left the box. With swift efficiency, they opened the iron gate outside the villa and stepped inside. After a brief circuit, they reached the rear garden, scanning the surroundings until they finally spotted a box nestled within a flower bed. They opened the box, conducted a thorough inspection, and then secured it before returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. In the underground office building of the Canyon Village, Soren was bound to a golden sun-metal wall, having suffered a severed arm and numerous injuries. Standing beside him were Midge and Banshee, while Canyon Village faced him directly. "Canyon Village, I shall kill you." Soren growled menacingly at his adversary. "Mr. Soren, we have delivered you to Canyon Village, and now we shall take our leave," Banshee remarked with a smile, observing both Canyon Village and Soren. "Thank you, I appreciate it," said Xia Village with a smile upon hearing this. "It's nothing," Banshee replied, turning to leave, while Mijia cast a glance at Xia Village before following suit. "You two traitors, I will never let you escape my wrath," Soren cried weakly. After contemplating for a moment, Xia Village instructed a subordinate beside him and departed without directly eliminating Soren. In a clandestine base of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, Coulson, and Natasha materialized. "Director, we have retrieved the items." Coulson and Natasha placed a box on the table, stating, "Do we need to leave?" Natasha inquired. "No, it is unnecessary," Nick Fury replied, opening the box to examine its contents. Inside, there lay a driver, a square card, 10 blank cards, 2 discs, and a piece of paper. Fury picked up the paper and began to read. The text, printed by a computer, conveyed, "This is the driver. The number of monsters is overwhelming, and I cannot eliminate them all alone. Hence, I shall lend you the knight system. However, all knight systems must not be used in battles other than the extermination of monsters without prior permission. Otherwise, I shall reclaim the knight system. You may test my resolve. After reading the document, Nick Fury glanced at the two beside him and handed them the paper. They took it, examined it briefly, and placed it on the table, then turned their attention to the other items within the box. Nick Fury picked up the driver, the square card, and a few blank cards for further inspection. Is this the armor of the Kamen Rider? Natasha inquired, gazing at Coulson in confusion. I'm not certain, but it appears so. Based on the previous battle, it seems his armor originates from the belt around his waist, Coulson responded. After studying the driver, Nick Fury set it down and picked up the two discs. He activated a nearby computer, inserting one of the discs. Once inserted, the computer screen displayed an interface containing 6 folders. The first folder was labeled Source of Monsters. The second, Ophion. The third, Undying Creatures. The fourth, Alien Insects. The fifth, Vampires. The sixth, Desire Manifestation. And the seventh, Bloodline. Upon observing the numerous folders, Nick Fury's brow furrowed with an unsettling premonition, a sentiment echoed by Coulson and Natasha behind him. After a moment of hesitation, Nick Fury clicked on the first folder. Source of Monsters. Inside, he found only 3 brief paragraphs. Each category of monster originated from a parallel Earth. For reasons yet unknown, they congregated and arrived at the world of Earth. Upon their arrival, another unexplained explosion occurred, resulting in the death or severe injury of the majority. Witnessing this, the 3 individuals furrowed their brows, for the explanations contained within the documents seemed utterly nonsensical to them. Subsequently, Nick Fury closed this file and opened the second folder pertaining to Ophion. Ophion, a form of evolution of humanity from a parallel Earth, arising after humanity faced extinction and subsequently revived. Typically, their appearance resembles that of their former human selves, yet they possess the ability to transform, according to their will, into beings endowed with traits of flora and fauna, as well as exceptional combat prowess. This transformation embodies the subconscious battle form of humanity. Each individual's skin tone is predominantly gray, symbolizing death and annihilation. During transformation, their pupils turn gray, intricate patterns reflecting their characteristics emerge upon their faces, followed by a physical metamorphosis. When conversing in human language in the Ophion state, a pale blue shadow of a naked human torso appears at their feet. Some of the more powerful Ophions can exert a certain degree of strength even in their human form, making it laughably easy to defeat ordinary Ophions. The majority of Ophions become intoxicated by their power, losing their humanity, and while mingling within human society, they covertly attack humans, believing coexistence to be impossible, with the goal of creating a world solely inhabited by Ophions. However, there are those who wish to coexist with humanity or aspire to live as humans. When on the brink of death, an Ophion is enveloped in blue-white flames, transforming into ash to embrace death. Upon receiving a powerful blow that incapacitates them, they instantly disintegrate into ash amidst a blue explosion. Moreover, as they approach their life's end, their bodies occasionally exhibit slight graying, and upon death, they collapse entirely into ash. The intensity of the evolutionary process has rendered their bodies unsustainable. Unless the Ophion king emerges, they face inevitable extinction. Yet, when Ophions arrived in this world, their king had already perished, which motivated them to seek survival in this realm. Chapter 27. The Origins of the Creature's New Ophion. After arriving in this world, the Ophions exerted an influence that infected a portion of humanity here. This led some humans to transform into Ophions upon death, yet these infected Ophions differ from their original counterparts, possessing a pure white exterior and enhanced strength. Additionally, the Ophions of this world are impervious to the evolutionary pressures that would typically render their bodies unsustainable, thus avoiding the fate of a shortened lifespan. When defeated by great power, they do not disintegrate into ash. Instead, they revert to their human form and fall into unconsciousness. The sole method to halt the emergence of the new Ophion is to eradicate all Ophions that do not belong to this realm. Once this is accomplished, the new Ophion will cease to appear. However, those who have already transformed into Ophions will remain as such until death. It is noteworthy that Ophion is the weakest among the 6 aberrations that have arrived in this world. Upon reviewing the information, Nick Fury and his companions fell into contemplation, their expressions grim. The revelation that Ophion is the weakest left humanity's prospects in dire straits. Moments later, Nick Fury closed the Ophion dossier and opened another titled The Birth of the Unknown, which detailed a total of 54 entities corresponding to the 4 suits of playing cards: spades, diamonds, hearts, and clubs, with 13 entities in each suit, alongside 2 wild cards. Apart from the wild cards, each entity serves as the progenitor of a race, including humanity, represented by the Heart of Two. Every 10 millennia, these 54 beings engage in a fierce ultimate battle. The victor gains the power bestowed by the sealing stone, leading their race to dominion over Earth, while the vanquished are sealed by the stone, awaiting the next ultimate battle a millennium hence. However, should the ultimate victor be a wild card, the world faces annihilation. The combat prowess among these entities varies, with the strongest being the representatives of each suit and the 2 wild cards, collectively termed the superior ones, each possessing formidable strength. They are ageless, immortal, and indestructible. Upon defeat, they do not perish but enter a state of stasis, during which the buckle of their waist belt will automatically release. The only means to confront them, aside from the sealing stone, is to utilize the cards left behind after their seals are lifted. In the previous world, during the ultimate battle 10 millennia ago, it was the Heart of Two, a human, who emerged victorious, becoming the progenitor of humanity and leading them to rule the earth and thrive. Now, after a span of 10 millennia, the seals on the 54 have been lifted, initiating a new round of ultimate battles. However, for reasons unknown, the sealing stone, which serves as the arbiter, has failed to appear, rendering the conflict devoid of purpose and causing a collective loss of direction, until an unforeseen cause manifested in this world. Following this, 5 tables recorded the representative numbers, races, abilities, and appearances of each category. As the trio examined the information within the dossier, they glanced at the belts, the blocks, and the empty cards. The cards sealed should possess additional functions, correct? Natasha pondered aloud, her gaze fixed on the dossier. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury and Coulson remained silent. After another glance at the information, Nick Fury closed the dossier and opened the subsequent folder labeled Aberrant Insects. Aberrant insects possess the ability and instincts to eliminate their targets and mimic the appearance of the victims. The mimicry ability of the extends beyond merely imitating human appearance. It can also entirely replicate memories. The most distinctive feature of the lies in its dual forms, pupa and adult. Regardless of the number of present, their pupal forms remain identical. It is only upon molting into their adult state that their true nature is revealed. In this adult form, it possesses extraordinary capabilities, notably the ability to move at speeds imperceptible to the human eye. However, the prevalence of adult is exceedingly rare, from 100. Only one may undergo molting to reach adulthood, and the larvae themselves are not significantly more powerful than ordinary humans, easily dispatched by conventional weaponry. The designation is attributed to their numerous traits reminiscent of insects. As the 3 individuals absorbed this information, their breathing grew heavy. The mere notion of mimicry and memory replication was already daunting, but the added capability of superspeed movement presented a dire threat to humanity. Observing the data, Nick Fury's expression turned grave. After a minute of contemplation, he closed the file and opened the subsequent file on the regarded as the apex of the 13 demon clans of the original world, stands as the mightiest race. While similar to vampires, they differ in that they consume the life energy of humans, which can be described as their souls or lifespans. The more life energy they absorb, the more formidable their power becomes. During the process of consumption, they summon 2 colossal luminous fangs from the ether, which they pierce into the necks of living beings to draw forth life energy. Their targets are exclusively humans. Unlike vampires, can traverse the daylight and partake of human sustenance. Typically, their lifespan ranges from 300 to 500 years, or even longer. Once a human's life energy is depleted, death ensues, and even the demise of it cannot reclaim the consumed essence. Upon death, A's body shatters, transforming into fragments akin to stained glass found in churches. In non-combat scenarios, they typically assume human forms, revealing their true appearance only during conflict. Within the lineage exists a hierarchy. Ordinary are akin to the common folk of human society, lacking significant responsibilities, often residing within human communities and forming social bonds, some even falling in love with humans or contributing to their evolution. Upon the death of A, the energy within may coalesce into a formidable monster, corresponding to the royal guard in chess. The 4 chess pieces represent the nobility of the clan, referred to as the 4 strongest, each possessing unique tasks that align with the roles of the king, queen, bishop, and rook in chess, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary. Wong is the bat-like vampire, the most formidable of all vampires, reigning as the sovereign over his kin. The queen, a pearl oyster vampire, is tasked with the eradication of all vampires who harbor affection for humanity or contribute to its well-being. The bishop, a butterfly-like vampire, serves as the strategist among the elite, overseeing the essential lifestyle of the vampire clan. The chariot, a lion-like vampire, acts as the enforcer when necessary, remaining the most idle among the ranks. Dissatisfied with the thrill offered by the less intriguing vampire of the unusual insects, Nick Fury closed the vampire folder and opened the subsequent one. 8 centuries ago, scientists in the original world inadvertently created artificial life by condensing the powers of various beings into coins. Initially, 10 coins devoid of any will were produced. Each scientist drew 1 coin from this self-made collection, but upon reaching the incomplete number of 9, a yearning to fulfill this incompleteness emerged. This longing astonishingly evolved, granting it will and thereby creating life, which came to be known as these entities lacked the 5 senses of humanity, rendering their desires unfulfilled. Only by collecting 9 core coins could they transform into their complete forms and experience all that humans can perceive. However, upon achieving this completeness, a high probability of rampaging and consuming the world arises. Once endowed with life, all will converge within a singular core coin. If this core coin is lost, any coin possessing will, upon contact with another core coin, will awaken its will and seek out the remaining core coins. Yet, to attain a physical form, a vast number of ordinary coins is required. Otherwise, they remain merely a collection of movable coins. To acquire these ordinary coins, they are generated through human desires. The creations will enhance themselves and accumulate ordinary coins by satisfying the desires of their hosts. The process of creation merely requires implanting a cellular coin into the human's head. The nature of the resulting beings varies accordingly. Those born from green core coins belong to the insect-type pupae, initially manifesting as white, incomplete mummies, lacking any abilities or thoughts, simply amplifying desires, and at times, even disregarding the commands of their creators. Once their desires reach a certain threshold, they shed their mummy-like exterior and gain special abilities and intellect. Those born from yellow core coins are classified as cat-type parasites, akin to the pupae but beginning their existence within the host's body. This type does not detach from its host until maturation, after which it will consume the host. Lastly, those birthed from white core coins fall into the weight-type rapid growth category, emerging as complete beings from the moment of their creation. The aquatic nests, characterized by blue core coins, are established in a nesting form at the onset of their existence. They thrive by consuming the desires harbored in human hearts, proliferating relentlessly. Thus, their complete eradication becomes exceedingly difficult without the destruction of their nests. The avian nurturing type, identified by red core coins, caters to the desires of its host by imprisoning them and assisting in the fulfillment of those desires, akin to a mother bird feeding its young. Even if the host manages to escape, it can be tracked down. The dinosaur type, denoted by purple core coins, is an entity of possession that can be manufactured from inorganic materials, solely enacting the desires of its creators, hence transforming into a complete form. Initially, even if the complete form is vanquished, it yields only a single cell coin, yet in later stages, it can produce a multitude of cell coins. Furthermore, the dinosaur-type coins possess the ability to nullify desires, thereby easily obliterating other core coins. Additionally, there exists a variant that, apart from the dinosaur type, has assimilated other core coins, acquiring corresponding abilities, and can simultaneously possess multiple maternal capabilities and attributes, mirroring the growth pattern of a pupating insect. You have heard him say that they have all been eradicated, correct? Nick Fury inquired of Coulson without turning his gaze from the documents. Indeed, Coulson affirmed. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury scrutinized the documents once more, shutting them down and opening the subsequent, final folder. Chapter 28. Spade. Upon opening the folder, the 3 individuals widened their eyes in astonishment, struggling to regain their composure. The contents of this folder were recorded in a glaring blood-red hue, and the information was scant, comprising only a few segments. The Hunting Star clan exists solely for the annihilation and destruction of everything within their planetary domain, having even obliterated their own world. Highly intelligent, immensely powerful, yet exceedingly rare, they possess a vitality akin to that of a pestilent creature, coupled with an ability to camouflage themselves. Until they acquire the might to utterly devastate a planet, they remain concealed, instigating strife among living beings to incite mutual destruction and disrupt all order. When their power reaches a sufficient threshold, they will obliterate everything in a single stroke. Such simple, yet profound statements left the 3 in a state of disquietude. We still have the Night System, which should be capable of addressing them, correct? Natasha remarked, glancing at the 2. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury extracted a disc, replaced it with another, and inserted it. Inside was merely a single folder, Night System. Upon viewing this, Nick Fury promptly opened it, revealing only 2 sentences. A card pairing chart, a record detailing methods to assess fusion coefficients, and an image, crafted for combat. The Night System is designed according to specific abilities, utilizing block transformations, excelling in firearm usage, and engaging in combat with card types corresponding to the blocks. Usage restriction: only those with the highest fusion coefficient with the blocks can fully unleash the armor's utmost power. Coulson, impersonate a Kamen Rider. I have some inquiries to make. Nick Fury contemplated for a moment before speaking. Very well, Coulson replied, picking up his phone and dialing 315 to contact Yun Chun. In the shop, Yun Chun was peacefully slumbering when his phone suddenly rang, jolting him awake. Opening his eyes with a sense of resignation, he retrieved his phone to check the call. System, alter my voice, he commanded upon recognizing Coulson's number. Understood, the system responded, proceeding with the adjustment. Hello? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yun Chun answered the call. Mr. Ryder. This is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I wish to inquire about certain matters. As the call connected, Nick Fury began. I have provided all the information within. What more do you wish to know? Yun Chun replied with impatience. I would like to ascertain how many of those 6 types of monsters have crossed into this world, Nick Fury inquired. I am uncertain about Ophion, the aberrant insects, and the bloodsuckers. All I know is that they have all arrived. Among the 4 strongest bloodsuckers, 2 have come. One is a bishop, the other is a war chariot. For have arrived in total, 1 was immediately destroyed, while I eliminated the remaining 3. All cores bearing their will are in my possession. I will ensure they do not resurrect. The few that remain scattered are of little consequence. Yun Chun elaborated. Do you have any leads on their whereabouts? Nick Fury asked. None, Yun Chun replied curtly. Since there exists a Kamen Rider system to combat them, is there also a system to deal with other monsters? Nick Fury continued. Indeed, but I only possess the 2 sets you have seen. Rather than engage in these trivial inquiries, you should expedite your search for those with the highest compatibility to the fusion cube, Yun Chun asserted before abruptly ending the call, aware of his limited knowledge. He then put away his phone and resumed his slumber. Watching the call disconnect, Nick Fury felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Return and compile the information on these monsters, send it to all agents above level 6, and seek those capable of wielding the drivers. Natasha, why don't you give it a try? Nick Fury directed his gaze towards Natasha. Understood. Natasha, momentarily taken aback, responded. She picked up the driver and cards from the table, inserting the card into the right side slot of the driver. She then placed the driver at her waist. Before long, a series of brown cards emerged from the left side of the driver, encircling Natasha's waist before connecting to the opposite side of the driver. The cards then swiftly contracted and transformed into a belt, securing the driver around Natasha's waist. Transformation, Natasha remarked, tugging at a buckle on the right side of her belt. The device on the front turned, and a square materialized before it. Subsequently, a luminous blue wall, adorned with a shovel-shaped insect, and standing 2 meters tall, surged forth from the belt, abruptly appearing 2 meters ahead of Natasha. She gazed at the radiant wall and approached it, attempting to pass through, only to be repelled forcefully upon contact, after which the wall vanished. Steadying herself, Natasha sighed at the disappearing light barrier, feeling a twinge of regret. A sentiment echoed by the 2 individuals beside her. Coulson, why don't you give it a try? Nick Fury suggested to Coulson. Upon hearing this, Coulson attempted the same, yielding results identical to Natasha's. Observing this, Nick Fury refrained from trying himself and departed with the items, returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, Yun Chun had slept until nightfall. Upon awakening and opening the door, he found Jones just about to knock. Brother Yun, are you all right? Jones inquired hastily upon seeing Yun Chun. I'm fine, just a bit tired, Yun Chun replied with a smile, noticing the concern in Jones's eyes. Is dinner ready? At that moment, Yun Chun caught a whiff of the delicious food wafting from the table. His stomach grumbled as he glanced past Jones, inquiring. Yes, it's ready. Come eat. Jones replied with a grin. The 2 then made their way to the table and sat down. At that moment, Graham was already halfway through his meal, his cheeks stuffed. Observing this, Yun Chun and Jones exchanged a knowing smile before starting their own meal. A few minutes later, the 3 had finished dining. Graham still appeared stuffed, while Jones busied himself washing the dishes downstairs, and Yun Chun wore a look of boredom. After a while, Jones finished washing the dishes and returned with money and a ledger. Brother Yun, here are today's earnings and the ledger, he said, handing them to Yun Chun. Oh, Yun Chun exclaimed, taking the ledger to examine it. Today is our first day of business. We haven't earned much yet, Jones noted. No worries. You can keep the money and ledger for now. After all, I won't be in the shop often. You'll have to handle the groceries and such with Hank. Just remember to keep the accounts, Yun-chun said, returning the ledger to Jones with a smile. All right, Jones replied, a bit taken aback before continuing. At S-H-I-E-L-D, Nick Fury and Coulson arrived at a cell located underground in the base. Inside, several soldiers were busy clearing away an inexplicable haze. Once you've finished, send in 20 more, Nick Fury instructed as he approached. Understood, Director, replied one soldier, albeit with a hint of confusion, as he complied with the orders, hastening the cleanup and calling for 20 grenade-like bombs to be brought in. After a while, the smoke cleared, revealing a cage that surprisingly contained a creature. Within the confines of this prison lay a being, its waist strap unfastened, its body marred with wounds and continuously oozing green blood, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. The surrounding bars and the ground bore the marks of dark, scorched remnants. Once the area was cleared, the soldiers picked up a grenade and hurled it inside. The sound of explosions echoed repeatedly, and a few minutes later, as the last grenade was thrown, the soldiers resumed their efforts to dissipate the smoke. Once the haze was lifted, Nick Fury retrieved one of the 10 blank cards given by Yun-chun and handed it to a nearby soldier. All right, he instructed. The soldier, perplexed, took the blank card and, using a long clip, extended it into the cage, inserting the card into the creature. Upon contact, a green light emanated from where the card connected, and it was swiftly absorbed, transforming into a card depicting a silver-white longhorn beetle, adorned with a red spade symbol on its back, alongside the word transform inscribed on its left side. The soldiers were astounded. The monster that had withstood their relentless bombardment was thus subdued. Even Nick Fury, usually stoic, displayed a flicker of astonishment in his singular eye. The soldier opened the cage door, entered, and retrieved the card from the ground, presenting it to Nick Fury. Is it a spade of sorts? Nick Fury pondered as he regarded the card. I hope what transpired just now remains between us, he cautioned, pocketing the card before turning to depart with Coulson. The following day, Yun-chun awoke and stepped out of his room. Graham, with a lollipop in his mouth, lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a cartoon, appearing as if he were merely a child. On the adjacent table rested a glass of milk, accompanied by a plate of eggs and 2 slices of bread. Yun-chun smiled, but chose to ignore Graham, heading into the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. A few minutes later, Yun-chun returned to the living room, picked up the 2 slices of bread, and wrapped the eggs within them to eat. Have you eaten? He inquired of Graham. I have, and I'm quite full, Graham replied, embodying the demeanor of an ordinary child, waking to eat, watching television post-meal, and continuing to snack until Jones instructed him to bathe and sleep. After finishing his meal, Yun-chun carried the plate downstairs, where Hank had already arrived, holding a plate as he approached a guest. Good morning, have you awakened? Hank asked. You're here? Yun-chun responded. To which Hank smiled and continued toward the customer. The day's clientele was modest, yet an improvement over the previous day. Yun-chun entered the kitchen, handed the plate to Jones, exchanged a few words with her, and then ascended the stairs. In the ensuing days, perhaps due to Yun-chun's remarkable ability to subdue 8 peculiar individuals, a span of over half a month passed without the sight of any strange beings, and the system failed to detect their presence, leaving Yun-chun in a state of idleness, akin to a languid fish. Meanwhile, the S-H-I-E-L-D and Tony Stark's faction made significant strides. S-H-I-E-L-D identified the individuals with the highest cube fusion coefficient within the second week, 2 individuals, namely Grace and Cross, who had initially sought out Yun-chun. Concurrently, Tony Stark developed the Mark II and Mark III suits, the latter of which diverged significantly from Yun-chun's recollections, exhibiting formidable strength and enhanced firepower. Following their creation, Tony ventured into Afghanistan and the Middle East, executing a comprehensive purge of the terrorists in those regions. Chapter 29. The battle between Yun-chun and Tony on the afternoon of the 18th day post the extraordinary confrontation. Yun-chun awoke in his bed, unable to endure the monotony of idleness any longer. He resolved to rise, freshen up, and take a leisurely stroll outside. At that moment, Jones ascended the stairs with food in hand, entering the living room to find only Graham engrossed in the television. He placed the food upon the table and inquired, Brother Yin, are you still not up? Not sure. I haven't seen him come out, Graham replied, seizing the chicken leg that Jones had prepared, taking a bite. Stop staring at the screen. It's not good for your eyes, Jones said, making his way toward Yun-chun's room while casting a glance back at Graham. As he approached the door, Yun-chun coincidentally opened it, resulting in a collision between the two. Although Jones was an Olympian, Yun Chun's enhancements were far superior, causing Jones to stumble backward. Quick on his feet, Yun Chun stepped forward and caught the falling Jones. "Are you all right?" Yun Chun inquired, steadying Jones. "I'm fine, brother Yun. You're awake." Jones responded. "What's the matter?" Yun Chun asked, releasing his hand from Jones's waist, a look of confusion on his face. "Nothing. The meal is ready. And I wanted to call you up." Jones indicated towards the plates on the table, but before he could finish his sentence, "Oh no, Graham. Why did you take brother Yun's portion?" It turned out that while Jones had been conversing, Graham had swiftly pilfered the chicken legs from both their plates. As Jones turned to confront him, Graham had already dashed back to his room, locking himself inside. In a fit of anger, Jones rushed to knock on Graham's door, shouting, "Graham, come out. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." "Only a fool would come out," Graham retorted from within his room, seated comfortably while munching away. Having watched so much television and emulating its scenes, Graham increasingly resembled a human. Furthermore, under Jones's care, Graham had transformed from a frail figure into quite a plump little fellow. "You wait right there. If you have the guts, don't come out," Jones yelled back. "Not coming out, not coming out. If you dare come in," Graham taunted from behind the door. Graham, with his tongue out, remarked, "Never mind. I can just make another one." Upon hearing this, Yun Chun's irritation vanished, and he smiled at Jones, saying, "All right, brother Yun, please wait a moment." With that, Jones descended the stairs to prepare a fresh meal. Yun Chun glanced at Graham's room and then at Jones as he went downstairs, shaking his head with a smile before heading to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. By the time Yun Chun finished, Jones had returned with a new array of dishes. "Brother Yun, it's ready to eat," Jones announced as Yun Chun emerged. "Yes, good, you should eat as well," Yun Chun replied, and the two began their meal together. Meanwhile, Graham sat in his room, staring blankly at 2 chicken bones in his hand, feeling a mix of daze and regret. After finishing their meal, Yun Chun turned invisible and leaped out the window, donning the wings of heaven, intending to fly around and see if any troublemakers would dare to stir unrest. Moments later, while soaring through the sky, he failed to notice a similarly colored figure, red and gold, flying ahead, oblivious to Yun Chun's invisible presence. With a sudden collision, the two crashed into each other. Propelled backward and losing their sense of direction, the flight systems still operational. After a brief chaotic spin in the air, they regained their composure and looked at one another. "It's you," Yun Chun exclaimed, having lost his invisibility due to the impact. The other individual, surprised, responded, "It's you. What are you doing here? You've already activated your armor?" Yun Chun recognized the figure as none other than Tony Stark. "Indeed, I am Tony Stark," he declared proudly, then turned to Yun Chun and inquired, "And what's the issue with me flying over my own house? But you, why are you here? Are you investigating me?" "This is your home?" Yun Chun asked, glancing down at a seaside villa. "Of course," Tony replied. "I was just passing by. I shall take my leave now," Yun Chun said, preparing to depart. "Wait, let us engage in combat. I want to see how strong your new armor is," Tony interjected, blocking his way. "Are you certain?" Yun Chun regarded him thoughtfully before responding. "Very well." Tony, eager for the challenge, declared, "Then I won't hold back." With that, Yun Chun grasped the control stick and flew toward Tony, raising his foot to kick him in the chest. Tony did not evade but raised his hand defensively, wanting to test the strength of Yun Chun's armor. A resounding thud echoed as Yun Chun's foot connected with Tony's hand, sending him flying backward. Swiftly, Yun Chun soared forward, lifting his foot high before bringing it down forcefully onto Tony's head. At this moment, Tony had stabilized his body, grasping Yun Chun's foot, and with himself as the pivot. He spun vigorously, hurling Yun Chun away. Subsequently, the armor on Tony's shoulders twisted, revealing a series of small missiles that were aimed directly at the airborne Yun Chun. By this time, Yun Chun had regained his balance and, observing the incoming missiles, gripped the control stick and squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of blue energy projectiles towards the approaching missiles. The moment the energy projectiles collided with Tony's missiles, explosions erupted, capturing the attention of a multitude of civilians in the distance, as well as a military base situated within the city. "What is happening?" In the military base, an officer received a report and approached. Glancing at the large screen, he inquired of his subordinate, who was operating the computer. "The Kamen Rider is engaged in battle at sea with the individuals who previously dismantled several terrorist bases in Afghanistan," the subordinate replied. "Sir S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the line." Just as the officer was about to respond, a soldier nearby interjected. "Excuse me." The officer approached and answered the call. "What?" "Understood." The officer replied after a brief exchange, then hung up the phone. As long as they do not cause destruction within the city, we shall not interfere. The officer then turned back to the soldier. Understood, the soldier acknowledged. Meanwhile, all the missiles launched by Tony were intercepted and destroyed by Yun Chun's energy projectiles, creating a thick cloud of smoke between the two combatants. However, this smoke had no effect on either of them as they charged into it, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows and kicks. Is this aircraft manually controlled? Tony asked, noticing that Yun Chun was solely using his feet. Is there a problem? Yun Chun replied. Upon hearing this, Tony said nothing, chuckling as he swiftly unleashed a palm cannon aimed at Yun Chun. Yun Chun, maneuvering the wings of heaven, deftly dodged Tony's palm cannon shot. Yet, would Tony's palm cannon fire only once? In a swift motion, Tony extended both hands towards Yun Chun, continuously firing the palm cannon. Yun Chun evaded Tony's palm cannon shots with agile movements in the air, while simultaneously firing his own blue energy projectiles, targeting both Tony and intercepting his palm cannon blasts. Observing the seemingly infinite barrage of Yun Chun's energy projectiles, Tony ceased firing his palm cannon, realizing that his energy reserves were not as abundant as Yun Chun's. After halting his attacks, Tony quickly maneuvered, dodging Yun Chun's energy projectiles with precision, barely escaping each strike. He then accelerated, aiming to circle behind Yun Chun to launch a direct attack on his wings of heaven. As Tony accelerated, Yun Chun found it impossible to aim at him. Realizing this, Yun Chun ceased firing energy projectiles and pursued Tony instead. Observing that Yun Chun had halted his attacks and was now chasing him, Tony had no choice but to maneuver in the air, swerving left and right as they engaged in a thrilling aerial chase. Seeing Yun Chun closing the distance, Tony was astonished by his speed. Little did he know that if Yun Chun were more familiar with the belt and capable of full-throttle flight, he would be even more impressed. At the same time, Tony recognized that if he did not devise a strategy soon, he would likely face defeat. Suddenly, an idea struck Tony. He continued flying while glancing back at Yun Chun, and just as Yun Chun was about to catch up to him, Tony executed an unexpected maneuver, pivoting on his axis. As Yun Chun reached his side, Tony delivered a powerful kick to the back of Yun Chun's heaven's wings, sending him plummeting downward in a swift dive. Immediately, Tony surged towards Yun Chun, channeling his energy into the palms of his hands before unleashing a beam of light aimed directly at him. Just as Yun Chun stabilized himself, he spotted the incoming light beam and activated heaven's wings with all his might, narrowly evading the attack. Witnessing Yun Chun's escape, Tony felt a pang of regret and dove after him. With their distance dwindling to less than 100 meters, Tony once again directed one palm towards Yun Chun, firing a series of palm cannons, while simultaneously launching all remaining types and models of missiles without restraint. As Yun Chun prepared to pull the trigger, Tony deftly redirected his hand, striking one of the missiles directly. The missile exploded, triggering a chain reaction that caused the others to detonate as well, halting Yun Chun's hand mid-action and forcing him to swiftly maneuver his body instead. Finally, as the last of the missiles erupted, a thick cloud of smoke engulfed the area. Gazing into the haze, Tony's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, he looked up to find Yun Chun hovering above him, a deep blue drill attached to his foot, poised to strike. In response, Tony concentrated all available energy into his palms, activating the palm cannon at maximum power, transforming it into a robust golden beam aimed at both Yun Chun and the drill. The palm cannon's blast collided with Yun Chun's drill, halting him momentarily. However, Yun Chun summoned his strength and, after a brief pause, launched another kick towards Tony. As Yun Chun approached with the drill, Tony attempted to utter a warning, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as Yun Chun's kick connected with him. Chapter 30. What to do if you accidentally eliminate Tony in the Marvel Universe. Yun Chun's drill struck Tony's armor, propelling him downward with great force. As they descended, the relentless power of the drill ravaged Tony's armor and penetrated his flesh. Witnessing this, despair washed over Tony, while Yun Chun finally came to his senses, startled and hastily activating his wings of paradise in an attempt to halt their descent, yet it was too late. When the drill had forcibly embedded itself nearly 15 centimeters beneath Tony's chest, Yun Chun managed to bring his body to a halt and ascended into the sky. However, by this time, Tony's life was gradually ebbing away. Simultaneously, he plummeted rapidly toward the ground, crashing onto the beach and rolling several times, blood spilling forth along with the remnants of his shattered armor. It was only after several rotations that he finally came to a stop, his armor reduced to mere fragments scattered about. Lying on the ground, Tony gazed up at the cosmos, mouth agape and motionless, before ultimately succumbing to the void of death. Yun Chun descended, his face a mask of horror as he beheld the lifeless Tony. Faced with the tragic sight of Tony, who had already departed for the afterlife, Yunchuan found himself at a loss. System, the Ophianon gene elixir can resurrect humans, correct? I need a vial, he implored, suddenly recalling something. One vial costs 2,000 points. But the host does not possess sufficient points, the system replied, exhibiting no sign of Yunchuan's panic. Why is it so expensive? Yunchuan stammered, his mind racing in disbelief. Resurrecting a human without side effects is inherently costly. Moreover, even with the Ophianon gene elixir, there is no guarantee of success. The wounds are far too extensive, and the rate of recovery cannot keep pace with the loss of life, the system explained. What other options do you have? Yunchuan exclaimed, pacing in a frenzy. How about a gene optimization elixir? The system suggested. Yes, 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 Yunchuan exclaimed, suddenly remembering this alternative. Cut the nonsense. The system teased. Stop joking. This is infuriating. Just give me the elixir. Yunchuan shouted in exasperation. You frighten me, apologize, or I won't give it to you. The system retorted, unfazed by Yunchuan's distress. Will you give it to me or not? Yunchuan, fists clenched and veins bulging on his forehead, muttered fiercely. Fine. The system conceded. Alpha Amazon gene optimization elixir has been placed in the system space. Please retrieve it. Hastily, Yunchuan extracted the elixir, which appeared as a vial of crimson liquid. After a moment's contemplation, he uncapped it and poured the liquid into the gaping wound on Tony's body. The fluid seeped into the depths of Tony's flesh, mingling with blood, muscle, and organs. 3 seconds later, the wounds and damaged organs on Tony's body began to heal at a visible pace. After approximately 30 seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes, rose to a sitting position, and clutched his chest, releasing a pained cry. At that moment, he caught sight of his blood-stained armored hands and the crimson-soaked fabric of his clothing. However, before he could fully comprehend his horror, the agony overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the ground, pressing his chest in distress. Observing this, Yunchuan felt a sense of relief. A few minutes later, Tony lay on the ground, no longer crying out in pain, but gasping for breath. Are you all right? Yunchuan inquired, glancing at Tony. What have you done to me? Tony struggled to his feet, still clad in his armor, though the chest plating was utterly shattered. I inadvertently killed you, so I had to bring you back to life, Yunchuan explained. Upon hearing this, Tony stared incredulously at Yunchuan, then looked down at his chest. Despite being covered in blood, it was miraculously unscathed. Since you're fine now, I shall take my leave, Yunchuan stated, preparing to activate his wings of heaven, only to realize he was unable to do so. Is something wrong? Do you need my assistance? Tony asked, observing him. No, it's fine, Yunchuan replied, removing the wings and stowing them away before summoning his mechanical steed and mounting it. What manner of technology is this? Tony questioned, gazing at the mechanical steed. It cannot be created with the current technology of this world. Yunchuan hesitated before responding, activating the steed and departing while entering a state of invisibility. Watching Yunchuan vanish, Tony clenched his fists, his gaze shifting to the shattered remnants of his armor. A look of frustration etched on his face. Jarvis, are you there? Tony then located his helmet, picking it up. Yes, sir. Are you all right? Jarvis replied. I'm fine now. Please summon Happy and Ethan, Tony instructed. Understood, sir, Jarvis acknowledged, setting to work. Also, have the wings of heaven repaired. On his way, Yunchuan communicated with the system. Hurry. The system, cautious in its response, replied and commenced repairs. Tony, what happened? Meanwhile, after a brief wait, Happy and Ethan arrived in a vehicle, surprised to see Tony, with Ethan hastily checking on him. I'm fine. Just help me retrieve the armor. Tony indicated the scattered pieces on the ground. Ignoring Tony's words, Ethan examined Tony's body, and upon realizing he was truly unharmed, he exhaled in relief. Tony is all right. Ethan turned to Happy, proclaiming, I told you, let us load the equipment, Tony said, exasperated. Subsequently, the three individuals embarked on their task, loading fragments into the trunk of the vehicle before returning to Tony's villa. Meanwhile, Yunchuan, lacking the inclination to continue her outing, returned to the shop, where night had already fallen. Upon exiting her room, she observed Graham dining. Jones has forgiven you, has she? Yunchuan inquired, directing her question towards Graham. Humph. With my charm, a little coaxing, and she easily forgives me. She's quite gullible, Graham retorted dismissively. Oh, is that so? At that moment, Jones emerged from behind Yunchuan. Well, I've had my fill, Graham remarked before making a hasty retreat. However, this time, Jones was prepared and would not allow him to escape. Let you bask in your glory, indeed, she said, swatting Graham on his exposed backside. Stop, stop. I promise I won't do it again, Graham cried out in protest. Do you think I'll believe that? Jones continued her playful assault. All right, let us spare him this time. Let us eat, Yun Chun chuckled. On account of brother Yun, I shall let you off this time. But next time, I shall make your backside sore, Jones warned, relenting upon hearing Yun Chun's words. The meal looks splendid today, Yun Chun remarked as she surveyed the dishes on the table. It's nothing special, quite similar to usual, Jones replied with a smile. The trio commenced their meal. Meanwhile, Tony and his companions had returned to the villa, where Tony immediately retreated to the bathroom for a shower. Upon finishing his bath and stepping out, he was taken aback by his reflection in the mirror. As he gazed at his image, he noted the transformation of his skin to a fairer tone. The dark circles from sleepless nights spent crafting the Iron Man suit had vanished. The bloodshot veins in his eyes had cleared, and his once protruding belly had given way to well-defined abdominal muscles. Tony assessed his body further, recognizing significant changes. He felt lighter, his eyes sparkled more brightly. His thoughts were clearer, his strength amplified, and previous scars had seemingly disappeared. With this realization, Tony dried off, donned fresh attire, and exited the bathroom. Ethan, could you examine my physique? Tony called out to Ethan, who was enjoying his dinner in the living room, before heading directly to the underground laboratory. Noticing the change in Tony, Ethan set down his meal and followed him. How did you come to the basement? He asked, astonished by Tony's altered appearance. Please, assist me with an examination, Tony requested as he reclined on a medical chair. Without hesitation, Ethan began to assess Tony's condition. Moments later, following the examination, it was revealed that your metabolism had accelerated by over tenfold. All your hidden injuries had healed, your bones had become denser, your muscles more resilient, and even your strength and constitution had ascended to a higher echelon, as if you had acquired a unique ability. Ethan, astonished, addressed Tony. A unique ability? Tony, upon hearing Ethan's words, appeared somewhat perplexed. Indeed, it seems I possess a self-healing capability. What transpired just now? Ethan inquired. Am I still human? Tony hesitated before questioning. Aside from my improved physique, I have not discerned anything else unusual, Ethan replied, momentarily taken aback. Let us proceed with our meal, Tony suggested, ascending the stairs. Noticing the situation, Ethan wore a puzzled expression but chose not to comment and followed suit. Beep, beep, beep. Just as they sat down, Tony's phone rang. He retrieved his device and saw it was Pepper, answering the call. Meanwhile, Ethan picked up his food and resumed eating. Just as Tony brought the phone to his ear, a sound akin to metal scraping resonated from behind, causing both him and Ethan to turn pale, their veins visibly pronounced on their faces. And the food in Ethan's hand fell to the ground. At that moment, a hand snatched the phone from Tony. Obadiah. Breathe, relax, Obadiah instructed, supporting Tony's head against the back of the sofa and displaying a small object before him. Do you remember this? Unfortunately, it was not approved back then. But temporary paralysis still has many applications. Obadiah moved from behind Tony to face him, removing the earplug. When I initially contemplated ending your life, I was genuinely concerned about killing the golden goose. Obadiah brandished a silver, claw-like device and inserted it into the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, twisting it to extract the reactor. Chapter 31, Iron Tyrant. Quite exquisite, Obadiah remarked, gazing at the arc reactor. Tony, this is your 9th symphony, behold it. For this shall be your legacy. The core of the latest generation of weaponry is embodied within it. It is unfortunate that you involved Pepper. I would have preferred her survival. Upon concluding his words, Obadiah secured the reactor and turned his attention to Ethan. Ah, Mr. Ethan, I am exceedingly grateful for your intervention on Tony's behalf. Otherwise, I would have lamentably missed this final golden egg. With a gentle push, he forced Ethan back against the sofa's armrest. Best of luck to you both, Obadiah said with a smile, taking the case containing the arc reactor and departing amidst the despairing gazes of the two. Meanwhile, Pepper, noticing Tony's lack of response, sensed something amiss and conveyed her findings to Colonel Rhodes, urging him to search for Tony. Wait for me. Tony, having received a gene-optimizing serum from Yun Chun, experienced a swifter recovery than Ethan. He addressed Ethan before dragging his numbed body toward the basement. Intending to utilize the arc reactor he had previously replaced to power the newly crafted Mark IV Iron Man suit in the underground laboratory to rescue Pepper. Upon reaching the basement, Tony crawled on the ground towards the table where the arc reactor was placed. He attempted to rise, but his body remained immobilized in a state of paralysis, leaving him in a moment of despair. At that moment, a mechanical hand grasped the arc reactor and presented it to Tony. Good boy. Tony felt a flicker of hope reignite within him as he seized the box containing the arc reactor and hurled it onto the ground. He then took the arc reactor and inserted it into the cavity of his chest. Gradually, his self-healing abilities began to take effect, and he slowly rose, using the table for support as he made his way toward the Iron Man suit. Meanwhile, Rhodey arrived at Tony's villa, calling out for him. Upon seeing the pale Ethan leaning against the sofa, he hurried over and inquired, "Ethan, what's wrong?" "Where's Tony?" "In the basement," Ethan replied hoarsely and with great difficulty. "Wait for me." Hearing this, Rhodey rushed toward the basement. "Tony, what's wrong?" Upon entering the basement, Rhodey observed the weakened Tony, who was attempting to approach the Mark IV suit. He quickly moved to support Tony and asked, "Where's Pepper?" "She's fine. 5 agents are with her," Rhodey responded. "That's certainly not enough manpower," Tony remarked before instructing Jarvis to assist him in donning the Iron Man suit. "Wow, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen," Rhodey exclaimed, having never seen the suit up close before. "It's all right," Tony replied nonchalantly. "Please clear the airspace of any aircraft." With that, he soared into the sky. "What the?" Rhodey exclaimed as he watched Tony ascend, bewildered by the lack of explanation for the unfolding events. "I'll come back another time," he said, glancing at the Mark II suit nearby. "How long do you think the arc reactor in the Mark III can last?" Tony inquired of Jarvis while airborne. "Energy levels are at 48 and still declining. This arc reactor was not designed for sustained flight," Jarvis replied. "First, call Pepper," Tony instructed. "Tony, are you all right?" Pepper asked. "I'm fine, Obadiah." Before she could finish, Tony interjected, "I know, you need to leave there immediately. I'll be there shortly." Just then, Obadiah, clad in an armor even larger than Tony's Iron Man suit, appeared before her, startling Pepper into retreat. "Where do you think you're running?" "You are of no value now," Obadiah declared, raising his machine gun and aiming it at her. As Obadiah was about to pull the trigger, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Tony had arrived, colliding forcefully with the Ironmonger and sending him crashing into a wall. Meanwhile, in Yun Chun's establishment, the trio had finished their meal, with Jones downstairs washing the dishes. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated in Yun Chun's ear, alerting him to the unfolding situation. "What's the matter? Has the monster emerged?" Yun Chun inquired hastily. "No, it's Tony Stark battling Obadiah. Do you wish to join the fray and lend a hand?" The system responded. "Where?" Yun Chun asked, rising and moving towards his room. "Here," the system replied, projecting a map before him. "Has the wings of heaven been repaired?" Yun Chun queried, retrieving the Emperor's belt to transform. "Yes, it just required a replacement part," the system confirmed. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun rendered himself invisible, leaping out of the window and swiftly donning the wings of heaven as he sped towards Tony's location. He chose not to deploy a clone, as it was deemed unnecessary. After an extensive investigation, SHIELD had found no evidence of wrongdoing on his part, and given the recent emergence of the monsters, resources were stretched thin, making it improbable for anyone to keep a close watch on him. Thus, he felt emboldened to act. "I absolutely adore this suit," Tony remarked, while Obadiah, with a mocking smirk, maneuvered the Ironmonger to seize a vehicle. "Concentrate the energy at the chest," Tony instructed, unleashing a beam of energy from his suit that struck the Ironmonger, propelling it backward. He quickly rushed to catch the vehicle as it fell. "Energy levels have dropped to 19, Jarvis alerted. After setting the vehicle down, a terrified woman inside accidentally pressed the accelerator, causing the car to lurch forward and trapping Tony beneath it, sparks flying as he was dragged along. With a sudden effort, Tony lifted the rear of the car to extricate himself. Just as he regained his footing, he was struck by the Ironmonger, sending him flying. At that moment, Yun Chun arrived just in time to catch Tony. "Hey, thanks." Tony exhaled in relief upon recognizing Yun Chun. "Could you assist me one more time?" Tony implored, realizing the gravity of the situation. A mission was then issued. Objective: defeat the Ironmonger. Reward: for 100 points certainly, Yun Chun replied, gripping the control stick and preparing to fire energy projectiles at the Ironmonger. However, noticing the crowd around, he hesitated, fearing collateral damage. Instead, he maneuvered the wings of heaven and charged towards the Ironmonger. Seeing Yun Chun approach, Obadiah swung a punch directly at him. Anticipating the attack, Yun Chun deftly dodged, retaliating with a kick aimed at the Ironmonger. With a resounding crash, Iron Tyrant was sent staggering backward, colliding with a car and crushing it completely, fortuitously. There was no one inside at that moment. Subsequently, Yun Chun soared through the air once more, and upon noticing the absence of any onlookers, gripped the control stick, prepared to pull the trigger. At that instant, Obadiah seized a vehicle and hurled it towards Yun Chun, swiftly dodging 2 cars. Yun Chun was unable to evade the surprise punch from Obadiah, which sent him flying through the air. Witnessing this, Tony rushed forward, aiming his weapons at Obadiah and unleashing all his low-energy consuming armaments upon him. The barrage of projectiles struck Obadiah, scattering sparks in every direction. "Is this all you are capable of?" Obadiah mocked as the smoke dispersed, revealing him unscathed. He extended his hand, launching a missile at Tony. Tony deftly evaded, causing the missile to detonate against a nearby building, shattering 2 walls. Cries of panic erupted as vehicles collided uncontrollably, unable to engage in long-range attacks. "Flying is of little use," Yun Chun lamented, detaching the control stick from the wings of heaven, transforming it into 2 crutches before retracting the wings and charging towards Obadiah. As Yun Chun approached, Obadiah aimed another punch, intent on launching him once more. Yun Chun sidestepped, evading the blow, and struck Obadiah's foot with a crutch, leaving a deep indentation on his armor. After all, the material of Obadiah's battle suit was not particularly durable, inferior even to Tony's, making it reasonable for Yun Chun to breach its defenses with ease. One after another, Yun Chun relentlessly struck Obadiah's foot with the crutches, systematically dismantling the armor. Obadiah, having nearly lost the use of his foot, kicked out violently, sending the unsuspecting Yun Chun flying again. Adjusting his body mid-air, Yun Chun thrust one crutch into the ground to stabilize himself, then charged back towards Obadiah to block his path. At that moment, Obadiah pointed at Yun Chun, seemingly addressing an unseen audience. Simultaneously, another missile was launched at Tony. Flames erupted from beneath Tony's feet as he ascended into the air. "Did you think you were the only one who could fly?" Obadiah taunted, flames igniting beneath him as he too took to the skies. Yun Chun dashed towards Obadiah, intent on thwarting his ascent. "We cannot allow you to pass." At that moment, 2 individuals emerged to obstruct Yun Chun's path. "Who are you? Step aside at once." Yun Chun halted, glaring at the 2, anxiously glancing at the airborne Obadiah. "Apologies, but for our survival in this world, we cannot allow you to proceed." Upon finishing their sentence, intricate, colorful patterns resembling shattered fragments appeared on their faces, transforming them into 2 blood demons. Mission issued: defeat the blood demons. Reward: 800 points. "Blood demons?" With a huff, Yun Chun remarked, "If I do not seek you out, yet you dare to emerge on your own, then do not blame me." With that, he seized his cane and struck towards the Fongul. After all, he had already lost precious time. The Iron Overlord had ascended, and he was still confronted by 2 Fonguls. There was no way he could retreat. At that moment, the situation took an unexpected turn as a figure stepped forth from the shadows, grasping Yun Chun's wrist. "Who are you?" Yun Chun inquired, furrowing his brow as he regarded the individual who had seized him, his demeanor cautious. He had not anticipated that this sudden Fongul would be so formidable, able to thwart his advance without even transforming. Although he had not exerted his full strength, neither had the adversary shifted form. The prospect of an unfavorable outcome sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to contemplate the dire consequences. Chapter 32. The enigmatic Fongul. "Let us offer them a chance for an apology. It is my fault for not exercising stricter control," the man stated. "Host, this Fongul's combat prowess is nearing that of a cadre level. Perhaps we should flee, for you cannot defeat him now," the system interjected unexpectedly. "Sir," both Fonguls exclaimed in astonishment. With a swift motion, the man delivered a resounding slap, sending the 2 Fonguls crashing to the ground. "Apologize," he commanded coldly. One of the Fonguls attempted to rise and protest, but was silenced by the other. "We are sorry. Please forgive us," they both bowed in unison. "What do you intend?" Yun Chun asked warily. "My apologies. This matter is my responsibility. I implore you to spare them. Here is my card. Once this is resolved, we can discuss any reparations needed," the man said, presenting a card with an air of composure. "I had no intention of intervening on their behalf. They chose to obstruct me. Do you truly believe I would let them go?" Despite the evident disparity in strength, Yun Chun stood resolute, unwilling to yield easily. Moreover, if this Fongul had wished him harm, he would have perished long ago, rather than engage in such courteous discourse. At that moment, Yun Chun epitomized the notion of gaining ground. "That said, I still intend to take them with me," the man asserted firmly, though his expression remained composed. With that, he placed the card into Yun Chun's hand, relinquishing his grip, and departed with the 2 Fonguls in tow. "You should be more concerned about your friends," the man remarked as Yun Chun made a move to stop him. "What transpired? Let us glance back a few minutes prior." "Sir, what do you suppose John and Mike wish for us to witness?" A muscular man queried a scholarly figure adorned with spectacles as they traveled. "I am uncertain. They merely mentioned that they had discovered someone who might provide us shelter from the bishop's relentless pursuit, a protector who could ensure our survival in this world," the scholarly figure replied. "Yet, a foreboding feeling lingers within me. Who in this world possesses the capability to aid us? The scholarly man lamented. Can we truly never return? Had I known then, I would not have heeded the counsel of the bishop and his ilk. I wonder how they are faring now, the strong man lamented. Perhaps so. I have yet to uncover a means of returning. Though the king is ruthless, he should remain true to his word. Our numbers have dwindled to merely a handful. Now, outside, we must refrain from provoking unnecessary conflict. We must suppress our predatory instincts as we did before. Should we find ourselves unable to contain them, let us seek the assistance of those whom humanity has deemed pariahs, the gangs. Exercise caution. Do not allow the bishop's men to discover us, advised the scholarly man, who perceived this world as exceedingly perilous. From the onset, when the otherworldly beings arrived in this realm, they were besieged by a multitude of soldiers, who mercilessly eradicated over 1/8 of their kind, despite the fact that many were injured from the explosion of the portal. Subsequently, when a kin was discovered to have consumed a human, they were assailed by a group of unknown assailants wielding unfathomable weapons, resulting in swift fatalities. Now, they tread cautiously even when venturing outside. A mere deviation from the demeanor of ordinary humans could render them targets. Several of their kin have fallen victim to gunfights, sustaining bullet wounds, but surviving nonetheless. In a matter of days, the number of their kind has diminished from over 50 to barely 30, the weaker ones having perished, leaving only the elite among them. Ultimately, he resolved not to continue opposing humanity alongside the bishop and discreetly departed with those who shared his reluctance. This, however, drew the bishop's ire, prompting relentless pursuit, leaving them too fearful to venture outdoors. Very well, sir, replied the muscular man. By the way, sir, why are all these people retreating? He inquired. I know not. Perhaps it is merely humans engaging in mutual destruction. Pay them no mind. Let us proceed, replied the bespectacled man indifferently. Having endured in this world for quite some time, he had witnessed such occurrences multiple times before. It was all too commonplace. Upon reaching the battlefield, they beheld two of their kin courting disaster by provoking the masked rider, culminating in the scene before them. Humph, Yin Chun scoffed coldly, turning to gaze at Tony above. Suddenly, the two fell from above, and Yun Chun rushed to catch the energy-depleted Tony. Thank you. Could you assist me in removing my battle suit? Tony requested of Yun Chun, who promptly began discarding his attachments. Are you certain you wish to do so swiftly? Yun Chun inquired, glancing at Tony's rear. Tony began to question, only to be abruptly shoved aside by Yun Chun, who swung a fist towards the spot where Tony had just stood. The Iron Overlord, having missed his strike, retaliated by launching a punch at Yun Chun, who, undeterred, responded in kind. With a resounding crash, the Iron Monarch staggered back a few steps, its fist shattered. At that moment, Obadiah sensed that Yun Chun was formidable and resolved to eliminate his primary concern, Tony. He soared toward Tony, seizing him and applying a fierce grip. Nearly all of Tony's weapon systems lay in ruins, leaving him with no choice but to deploy incendiary rounds, briefly dazzling Obadiah and causing him to inadvertently release his hold. Pepper, activate all the switches on the arc reactor and overload it, quickly, Tony shouted to Pepper. Seizing the opportunity, Tony leaped behind the Iron Monarch, dismantling its display system. Yun Chun rushed in, striking Obadiah with relentless blows, shattering the Iron Monarch's other leg. With its balance compromised, the Iron Monarch crashed onto the rooftop glass, plummeting downward. At that moment, Pepper successfully activated the switch, unleashing a brilliant blue light as all systems overloaded and began to collapse, sparks dancing across the surface. A tremendous energy beam erupted, striking the Iron Monarch and soaring into the sky. Obadiah's body slammed against the arc reactor. A thunderous explosion followed, prompting Yun Chun to drag Tony away to safety. In less than 2 seconds, the spot they had just vacated was obliterated, and the entire building crumbled. Perfect, Tony declared, raising his arms in triumph. Mission accomplished, rewards have been dispersed. Thank you. He turned to Yun Chun, who, upon hearing his words, said nothing. Instead, he retrieved the wings of heaven, donned them, grasped the control stick, crouched, and leaped, a plume of white smoke erupting from the wings as he ascended. Vanishing as the smoke dissipated, Tony watched with a smile as Yun Chun departed. Tony! Tony! At that moment, Pepper rushed over, calling out. Are you all right, Tony? She inquired. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Tony responded, opening his arms. Pepper immediately embraced him. It's all right now, Tony comforted her. Minutes later, on the second floor of Yun Chun's restaurant, a white humanoid figure soared in from the balcony, appearing in the living room. As the smoke cleared, it revealed itself. Who are you? Jones exclaimed, rising abruptly, his face adorned with the white markings of Ophion, fixating on the newcomer with scrutiny. startled by Jones's sudden outburst. Yun Chun quickly dispelled his transformation. It's me, he reassured. Ah, brother Yun, it's you. When did you come out? Jones's face returned to its original beauty as he queried. When you were washing dishes, Yun Chun replied, stowing away the Emperor of Heaven's belt. Aren't you asleep yet? He then asked, glancing at the time. I was just about to go to bed, Jones replied. Oh, then hurry off to sleep, Yun Chun urged. Well then, brother Yun, you should rest early. Jones smiled as he spoke to Yun Chun. After saying that, he returned to his room, while that little rascal Graham had long since fallen asleep. Seeing Jones retreat to his quarters, Yun Chun felt there was nothing more to occupy his mind, and considering the late hour, he turned off the lights in the living room and also headed to his room. What exactly did those vampire fiends intend to do? Lying on his bed, Yun Chun took out the card given to him by that man and pondered. Forget it. Let whatever comes be met with resolve. I shall not dwell on it. He shook his head in contemplation. System, how many points do I currently possess? Yun Chun suddenly inquired of the system. You currently have 895 points. Would you like to purchase something, esteemed guest? The system responded. Such a meager amount. Did I not just defeat 8 Definers, along with that Obadiah earlier? Yun Chun exclaimed. The belt costs 600 points, 10 blank cards are 500 points, and the gene optimization elixir is 400 points, the system elaborated. How much is the belt? Upon hearing this, Yun Chun asked. Do not even consider it. The belt alone is nearly 2,000 points. And you must first possess the Vampire King's magical power to utilize it, the system replied. Do you have any suggestions? Yun Chun was at a loss for what could enhance his strength. My suggestion is that you should modify your existing equipment. Your points are just sufficient, the system advised. Is that so? If I were to upgrade the Photon Blood to the strongest blue variant and transform all the Sun God Metal to Moon God Metal, how many points would that require? Yun Chun inquired. After encountering that high-ranking vampire, he felt his current strength was somewhat lacking and burdensome, prompting him to seek a means to enhance his power. However, purchasing a new belt would not significantly boost his strength. While any substantial enhancements were beyond his financial reach and could not be immediately utilized, leaving Yun Chun in a state of helplessness. I regret to inform you that the strongest Photon Blood is not blue. It is the golden hue of the Earth Emperor, followed by silver, and blue comes in third. Upgrading to blue Photon Blood costs 600 points, and converting to Moon God Metal is also 600 points. There are 2 types of modification fees, one at 200 points and the other at 600 points, totaling either one for 100 points or 800 points. Which would you prefer? Furthermore, the appearance will undergo some changes post-modification. Are you certain you wish to proceed, esteemed guest? The system queried. Such an expense. And why are there 2 different modification fees? Yun Chun asked, perplexed. Dear guest, the modification you are considering is essentially akin to purchasing a new belt. Charging you this modest fee should be taken as a bargain, the system retorted with irritation. Moreover, the 2 types of modifications differ significantly. The 200-point option merely alters the materials and Photon Blood, while the 600-point option, I shall keep some mystery, but rest assured, this modification will be exceptionally worthwhile. Very well then. I shall proceed with the 600-point modification. Yun Chun deliberated for a moment, feeling a pang of regret, but ultimately consented, recognizing that this was the only viable option available to him at present. What direction do you wish to modify? A focus on strength, speed, or perhaps a robust defense? I would advise against prioritizing speed, as you already possess an acceleration watch. Let us set that aside. Alternatively, we could consider a balanced approach or a hybrid model. The system inquired. What other modification directions are there? Yun Chun asked, bewildered. Currently, you embody a balanced model, which can be classified as hybrid. Your strength, speed, and defense are all average, the system replied matter-of-factly. Then let us enhance strength, defense, and speed in a ratio of 4:2. Yun Chun contemplated before articulating his decision. Understood, the process will take 2 hours, the system acknowledged. By the way, you mentioned that the appearance would change. What will that entail? Yun Chun suddenly inquired. Well, the most immediate alteration will be that the red stripes will transform into blue ones, increasing in number as well. Furthermore, the armor will become thicker, exuding a greater sense of power. The weaponry will also undergo modifications. You shall witness the results for yourself, the system explained. Will I still be able to utilize the explosive form driver after this? Yun Chun sat up abruptly, his tone urgent. Of course. But it will require some adjustments and will be slightly more expensive. Additionally, if you wish to continue enhancing your modifications in the future, the explosive form driver will need further alterations, the system clarified. That's reassuring, Yun Chun said before reclining once more. As time passed, possibly due to the weight. Yun Chun gradually succumbed to slumber. Ding. Modification complete. Please verify, the system announced suddenly, but alas, Yun Chun was already asleep. How frustrating. After all my hard work, you dare to fall asleep. The system lamented in exasperation. Meanwhile, on another front, now, explain the situation. How could you be foolish enough to provoke the Kamen Rider? The bespectacled man sat expressionless in front of the two individuals. I apologize, sir. We merely sought someone who could assist us in evading the bishop. I thought he could help, but I was mistaken, one of them replied weakly. Is this the person you claimed could aid us in evading the bishop's pursuit? The man gestured towards the television, where a lifeless, disfigured body, barely recognizable as that of Obadiah, was displayed. And you had the audacity to provoke the Kamen Rider? This is your solution to evade the bishop? Had I not intervened, you would not only have perished but also attracted a far greater adversary. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? The man thundered, striking the table in frustration. The two stood in silence, unable to utter a word. Even they themselves puzzled by their audacity to provoke the Kamen Rider despite knowing his identity. Sir, we cannot place all the blame on them. After all, their intentions were well-meaning, the muscular man interjected. The bespectacled man remained silent, turning to fixate on him with an intense gaze. The muscular man felt an uncomfortable pressure under the scrutiny, his resolve faltering as he refrained from speaking further. We must swiftly devise a strategy to quell the Kamen Rider's fury, he thought to himself. The man with the piercing eyes pressed his forehead and exclaimed, Get out of here. Observing the two lingering in the vicinity, he bellowed with irritation, You're simply a nuisance. Upon hearing this, the two felt as if a weight had been lifted and hastily exited. Yun Chun collapsed into slumber until 8 o'clock the following morning. Stretching languidly and twisting his body, he groaned, having completely forgotten about the modifications he had requested from the system the previous night. Rising from his bed, Yun Chun opened the door and made his way to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. A few minutes later, he emerged to find, as usual, little Graham was engrossed in television, and remnants of breakfast still lay on the table. Jones had also risen early, collaborating with Hank to manage the restaurant. Have I forgotten something? Yun Chun pondered, seated on the sofa, aimlessly staring into his bowl. Host, do you not think this bowl bears a resemblance to the belt you asked me to modify last night? The system suddenly interjected. Huh. Yun Chun halted his eating, momentarily taken aback. He quickly finished the contents of his bowl and plate, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and retreated to his room, locking the door behind him. Huh. Graham looked on with curiosity as Yun Chun entered his room. Thumping his chest, Yun Chun swallowed the morsel that had lodged in his throat, exhaling deeply to regain his composure. What have you modified? What does it look like? He eagerly inquired. Indeed, see for yourself, the system responded, producing the belt and placing it in Yun Chun's hands. Quite impressive. The belt's colors have transformed beautifully, Yun Chun remarked, admiring the alternating white and deep blue hues of the belt and the transformation phone. Allow me to try it on, he said, fastening the belt around his waist. Flipping open the phone and pressing the number 5 3 times. Beep, beep, beep. He pressed the button once more. The transformation sound effect mirrored that of the belt as he closed the cover, inserting the phone into the belt. A series of blue tubes extended from the belt, encircling his entire body. A flash of blue light enveloped him, and he underwent a transformation akin to his previous one. In comparison to before, while the color of his photon veins had shifted to blue, other aspects remained unchanged. Standing now at 2 meters tall, his physique appeared more robust, suggesting an enhancement in the thickness of his armor. An increase in the number of photon veins adorned his frame, now transformed into a striking blue. Distinct from the blue stripes of the belt, the modified color exuded a hauntingly deep blue, imparting an air of intimidation. Prominent shoulder armor adorned both sides, while a garment reminiscent of an apron cinched around his waist, secured by the belt. This robe, embellished with blue stripes along the edges, appeared visually harmonious without the disproportionate effect of being top-heavy. The figure resembles a muscular butcher, bare-chested, or perhaps an enhanced version of Zoro 2 years hence, with even more pronounced musculature. Adorning his arms are 2 white guards, one encircling the wrist and the other at the elbow, while his feet bear similar white protections, one at the ankle and another at the calf. The chest plate is white, akin to the previous design, yet at its center lies a spherical core pulsating with azure photon blood. The head maintains a familiar appearance, though the eyes have transformed into a haunting cerulean hue, and the horns have grown slightly larger. To the left of the belt rests a grand sword, interlaced with hues of blue and red, while to the right is a firearm reminiscent of a shotgun, also embodying the same spectral colors. Remarkable, This is truly worth every point, Yun-chan exclaimed, admiring the armor adorning his form. Indeed, a creation of the system is always of exquisite quality. Did you think the additional 400 points were merely for show? The system responded with pride. This armor is entirely forged from moon god metal, and the photon blood has been enhanced by the system, rendering it 50% more potent than standard blue photon blood. The veins coursing with this photon blood have also been modified, crafted from a superalloy more resilient than sun god metal, approaching the strength of moon god metal. The robe is constructed from moon god metal as well, providing complete defense against formidable assaults. The core of red photon blood at the chest has been transformed into a striking azure hue. The chest plate has been fortified, designed with 5 layers of moon god metal 114 to protect the energy source, surpassing even the robe in strength. The sword is fashioned from the previously exchanged sun god metal and a portion of moon god metal, capable of loading crystal cards to unleash ultimate techniques infused with photon blood, much like a beam sword. The helmet is composed of 100% moon god metal combined with a special hard resin. Its functionalities remain similar. It can still deploy the deep crimson, oh no, the azure drill, without the need for that flashlight-like device. Simply pressing the number 9 on the mobile device suffices. The massive shockwave can also be activated without the camera, merely requiring the press of the number 3. Moreover, I have transformed the mobile device into a firearm, entirely reconstructing it. The 106 3-round burst mode has been upgraded to a 10-round enhanced photon burst. The 103 single-shot compressed energy attack mode has likewise been revised to a 3-round mode, activated by simply pressing the numbered buttons on the weapon. The standard mode, without pressing numbers, will still allow the use of infinite ordinary energy bullets. The acceleration mode has also been reinforced due to the enhanced armor materials. It can be utilized for 35 seconds, provided your body can withstand it. Currently, you can only sustain it for 20 seconds. Exceeding this limit will deactivate the acceleration mode. As for the other features, I invite you to explore them yourself. The system meticulously outlined. I adore you, system, Yun-chan exclaimed with fervor. Leave, you disgust me. The system replied. Transformation ceased, and Yun-chan excitedly exited the room. Are there any strange individuals nearby? Yun-chan inquired of the system, eager to test his armor. Apologies. There are none, the system responded. Well then, he sighed, somewhat disappointed, yet only mildly so. Get up, I wish to watch television too, Yun-chan said to Graham. No, I want to watch Batman, Graham countered. Hurry and fetch the remote, or Jones will make you regret it, Yun-chan threatened. Humph, you scoundrel, villain, Graham retorted before darting back to his room. Chapter 34. The battle with the vampire. Yun-chan shamelessly seized the remote and began to switch channels. Suddenly, he caught sight of Tony on screen, halting his channel surfing. He knew that the flamboyant Tony was about to announce his identity as Iron Man. And having been present that day, he wondered how Tony would respond. Pouring himself a glass of water, he prepared to listen. It had been quite some time since the last press conference. Well, I suppose I shall read from the script, Tony stated, pulling out the notes provided by Coulson. Some questioned me. Tony hadn't finished when a reporter interjected. I apologize for the interruption, Mr. Stark. Do you really expect us to believe you? Your bodyguard just appears out of thin air? The reporter asked. I understand this may sound fantastical. You may question the official statements. But, Tony was cut off again as Rhodey leaned in. Just read from the script, Rhodey advised. Very well, I am Iron Man, Tony proclaimed flamboyantly. The reporters erupted in excitement. Then, Mr. Stark, what is the true identity of that masked rider? Did you create him as well? The earlier reporter pressed, as no one had inquired about the vampire. For when it had appeared, the crowd had fled in terror, leaving no witnesses. Hearing this, Yun-chan focused intently, eager to see how Tony would respond. I do not know who he is. I am not acquainted with him, Tony stated before promptly exiting. Just like that? Observing Tony, Yun-chan felt a twinge of confusion. After a moment of contemplation, he turned off the television and reclined on the couch, bored and uncertain of what to do next. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he retrieved the phone number the man from yesterday had left him. System, what was up with that vampire yesterday? You mentioned he was of cadre level. Which cadre is he from? Surely not a bishop? Yun-chan asked, as he could not recall any such designation for the vampire. I did not mean cadre level. Rather, his combat prowess is close to that of a cadre. According to the records within the system, they do not seem to be vampires like bishops or kings. They prefer to coexist with humans, the system explained. Are there really good individuals among the monsters invading this world? Yun-chan found it hard to believe. Having invaded another world, could they truly be benevolent? According to the records, they were likely regarded as expendable. In this world, they have made significant contributions to human society. The king, upon learning of this, initially intended to eliminate them. However, he received an invitation from the Grand Repairman at that moment. With few allies by his side, the bishop proposed a suggestion to the king to explore this world alongside them, thus utilizing their potential. The system remarked, "Yet, what exactly do they wish to achieve?" Despite hearing so much, Yun Chun remained perplexed about the intentions of those vampire-like beings from last night, who had inexplicably obstructed him and then vanished just as mysteriously. Why not call and inquire? The system suggested. That appeared to be the only recourse. After some contemplation, Yun Chun replied, retrieving his phone and dialing the number. "Hello. Is this Mr. Knight?" As the call connected, before Yun Chun could speak, the man's voice resonated on the other end, inquiring of him. "It's me. What was your purpose last night?" Yun Chun asked coldly. "I apologize. It was my oversight for not managing them properly, allowing them to disturb you. However, that was not their intention. If possible, could we arrange a time to discuss this? I'd like to offer compensation," the man earnestly proposed. "Time and place." Yun Chun responded curtly. "Thank you. Let us finalize it before we—" Suddenly, an explosion reverberated. "Apologies, perhaps another time. I hope we can speak again." The man hurriedly concluded and abruptly hung up. "Hello?" Yun Chun exclaimed upon hearing the call end. "What was that explosion about?" he inquired. "Most likely, they have been located by the bishop," the system replied coolly. "Can you pinpoint their location?" Yun Chun asked, intending to investigate further and perhaps recruit them. Indeed, recruiting them, how audacious. He believed that since they were not like the bishop's vampire-like beings and had managed to evade him for so long, they must possess some strength. If he could bring them under his wing, it would surely prove beneficial. Here, the system responded, projecting a map before Yun Chun. He retrieved the Celestial Emperor's belt. Transforming into invisibility, leaped from the balcony, and summoned the wings of heaven, soaring towards the location indicated on the map. Minutes later, he arrived at a bustling urban center, where a place that should have been teeming with people was now ravaged by a group of peculiar beings engaged in combat, divided into two factions. Surrounding them, a large contingent of soldiers was attacking these vampire-like entities, but the bullets merely grazed them, causing no harm whatsoever. The dominant faction of vampires had only deployed a couple of their kind to hold the soldiers at bay. At that moment, observing the two vampires relentlessly harassing the soldiers, who were utterly ineffective against them, a commanding officer shouted to his subordinates, "Switch to rocket launchers. Take those two down." Upon witnessing the unfolding scene below, Yun Chun refrained from descending directly. Instead, he sought refuge in a secluded corner, donning his armor anew. "All traitors must perish," declared a butterfly-shaped vampire to a crimson horse-shaped vampire. "Why must we pursue total annihilation? We can never return," gasped the horse-shaped vampire. "My proposal to the king for your survival was not meant for you to coexist with humanity in this realm. Since there is no turning back, allow me to assume the throne and rule this world," responded the butterfly-shaped vampire, exhaling a cloud of golden powder towards the horse-shaped vampire. With a violent explosion, the powder ignited upon contact, sending the horse-shaped vampire tumbling to the ground. The humans of this world are not to be underestimated. Opposing them leads to dire consequences. As you surely understand, the horse-shaped vampire struggled to rise, addressing the butterfly. "What of it? With our protracted lifespans as vampires, it suffices to control a faction of the technologically advanced human organizations. In due time, we shall dominate this world," the butterfly-shaped vampire retorted coldly. With that, the butterfly lunged at the horse, delivering a powerful punch. Just as the fist neared its target, an elephant-shaped vampire charged in to intercept, staggering back from the blow. "Old elephant," the horse-shaped vampire began, but was interrupted. "I am unscathed. Swiftly take them and flee. I shall hold off the bishops," the elephant asserted. "Not a single one shall escape." A voice bellowed from the side as a lion, freshly victorious over a cat, charged forth, scattering the feline into vibrant fragments. A barrage of blue and red energy bullets erupted before the lion and the butterfly, forcing them back several paces. "Who dares?" Both the lion and the butterfly exclaimed in unison, their fury palpable. "Go ahead. I shall handle this," Yun Chun declared, stepping before the horse and elephant. "Thank you," they responded, momentarily taken aback before hastening their retreat with their subordinates. "Do not let them flee," the lion roared, attempting to pursue. However, Yun Chun unleashed another energy blast, compelling the lion to evade, and by the time he sought to chase again, it was too late. "Fool, why are you still dawdling? Chase after them," the lion barked at his minions. At this command, his subordinates hastened to pursue, including the two who had been harassing the soldiers. Yun Chun did not intervene. He had already intercepted two of the higher-ranking officials, and if the horse and elephant could not withstand the remaining pursuers, there was little he could do. To think they would collaborate with you, Kamen Rider, the butterfly remarked with a cold chuckle. Yun-chun remained silent, pressing forward. Eliminate him, commanded the bishop to the lion, and together they charged at Yun-chun. Yun-chun observed the two individuals charging towards him and pressed the 106 on the gun, shifting it into combat mode. He aimed at the butterfly and the lion, pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck the butterfly and the lion with such velocity that they barely had time to react, stumbling back a few steps. The butterfly steadied itself and unleashed a spray of golden explosive powder towards Yun-chun. Sensing the imminent danger, Yun-chun deftly performed a somersault, evading the butterfly's attack. Before he could land, the lion barreled towards him, delivering a powerful kick that sent Yun-chun flying into the powder. Boom, boom, boom. The powder detonated, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. Cover that individual. Train all weapons on those two scoundrels and eliminate them, commanded the officer, witnessing Yun-chun's predicament. His subordinates aimed their weapons at the butterfly and the lion. As they saw the missile from the rocket launcher hurtling towards them, neither the butterfly nor the lion attempted to evade. Instead, they reached out and caught it, hurling it back with force. Run, the officer shouted, urging his men to flee. However, it was too late. The missile was upon them. Boom, boom. Two energy projectiles emerged from the smoke, striking the missile. Get down, the officer yelled. Boom. The missile exploded, unleashing a tremendous fireball. Humph, the bishop remarked coldly, noting the lack of damage to his group, his gaze fixed on the smoke. Yun-chun emerged unscathed from the haze. Upon seeing him, the bishop drew his sword, aiming a strike at Yun-chun, with the lion poised to launch a surprise attack. As the bishop swung, Yun-chun retracted his gun, unsheathing the massive sword from his left hip, and parried the bishop's blow. At that moment, the lion charged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Yun-chun. Anticipating the attack, Yun-chun forcefully pushed the bishop's sword aside and kicked the lion, retreating a few steps to avoid another strike from the bishop. Damn it! It worked last time. Why is that officer battling Yun-chun? The blood demon cursed, perplexed as to why the missile had no effect. Little did he know, this iteration of the blood demon was far superior to the previous ones. These two were among the strongest subordinates after the king and queen. Two mere missiles stood no chance against them. Continue the assault. If we can't eliminate them, at least harass them, the irate officer commanded. Aim for their eyes, he added. Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers aimed at the eyes of the two blood demons. Damn it. The butterfly and the lion had no choice but to shield their eyes with one hand while attacking Yun-chun with the other. Chapter 35. The puzzled Tony Yun-chun wielded his sword, striking upward at the butterfly, disarming him, and then delivered a kick before swiftly turning to slash at the lion. At that moment, the lion abandoned his defense and seized Yun-chun's sword-wielding arm, delivering a powerful punch to Yun-chun's abdomen. Yun-chun's left foot curved upward, deftly blocking the lion's punch. At the same time, he released his sword with his right hand, catching the descending blade with his left, and struck toward the lion before delivering a swift kick, sending it tumbling beside the butterfly. Damn it! The bishop, incensed by the soldier's harassment, exclaimed, Cover me. I shall deal with those humans first. With that, the two parted ways, one charging toward Yun-chun and the other rushing toward the gunfire. This is bad, Yun-chun remarked as the lion closed in. He quickly leaped, landing behind the lion, and fired several energy bullets at the bishop. Bang, bang, bang. The energy projectiles struck the bishop, causing a detonation that sent him sprawling to the ground. At that moment, the lion had already turned back, delivering a powerful punch to Yun-chun's back, propelling him through the air. Meanwhile, the soldiers had retreated. Rising to his feet, Yun-chun flipped open his phone and pressed the number 9. Ready, he proclaimed, pressing the button again. Energy charging. A beam of blue light emanated from his belt, following the ethereal blue lines into his right foot, illuminating it entirely. Yun-chun straightened his right leg, positioning himself to kick, and launched a forceful strike at the lion. A beam of blue light shot from his foot, transforming into a piercing drill that struck the lion, rendering it immobile. Subsequently, Yun-chun retracted his foot and dashed toward the lion. When he was just a few meters away, he leaped, aiming a kick at the drill embedded in the lion. Yun-chun's kick connected, but the lion summoned all its strength to resist. As Yun-chun exerted more force, the lion raised its fist, preparing to strike back. With a resounding thud, Yun-chun was sent flying, while the lion collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Yun-chun was propelled in the direction of the bishop. Using the force of the lion's blow, he drew his sword mid-air, swiftly retrieving the ethereal blue crystal card from his phone and inserting it into the blade. Ready, he declared once more, flipping open his phone and pressing the button. Energy charging. A blue light surged from his belt into the massive sword he held, which began to glow with an ethereal blue radiance. Yun-chun raised the colossal sword, aiming it at the bishop. In response, the bishop exhaled a golden powder toward Yun-chun, but upon contact, the powder was swiftly disintegrated by the energy emanating from Yun-chun's sword. Realizing the powder was ineffective, the bishop drew his own sword to parry Yun-chun's formidable strike. A thunderous clash resonated as their blades met. With a crack, the bishop's sword shattered, and Yun-chun's blade struck him directly. Yet, it did not deliver a fatal blow. Rather, it sent the bishop hurtling away, crashing into a building and causing it to collapse. As Yun-chun turned back, intent on delivering a final blow to the lion, he was met with the disheartening sight of its absence. With no other option, he proceeded toward the position of the bishop. At that moment, the bishop emerged, drenched in blood. "Next time, I shall not let you escape," he declared before transforming into a blue speck of light and vanishing into thin air. Yun-chun frowned at this revelation. Despite having invested so many points into upgrades, he had been unable to vanquish these two high-ranking blood vampires. Consider yourself fortunate. Had they not been injured, you might not have triumphed over them at all, the system interjected, seemingly aware of Yun-chun's thoughts. What? They were injured? Yun-chun gasped in disbelief. Indeed, otherwise, with your combat prowess, I would have allowed them to flee long ago. The molar blood vampire and the incisor blood vampire are equally formidable. Their strength is nearly comparable to that of the cubic adversary you faced on that fateful day, the system explained. Taking a deep breath, Yun-chun processed this information. Just then, the soldiers returned, hesitant to approach him, merely observing quietly as they awaited their officer's command. Beep, beep, beep. The military officer's phone rang, drawing Yun-chun's attention as he turned to look. The officer answered, recognizing his superior on the line. "General, what are your orders?" he inquired respectfully. "Capture that individual and acquire his armor," the voice instructed, but before the order could be fully articulated, the irate officer abruptly shouted, "Eat shit, get lost," and hung up the phone in a fit of rage. "Let us move," the officer commanded his soldiers, leading them away. His superior was none other than General Ross, notorious for his relentless harassment of the Green Giant. The officer had long harbored dissatisfaction with Ross's reckless disregard for the lives of his soldiers, obsessed solely with the enhancement potions for the Hulk. He had reported Ross's conduct multiple times, yet each complaint was dismissed. Now, Ross had ordered them to capture Yun-chun. Setting aside the fact that Yun-chun had saved them, their weaponry barely scratched the blood vampires, akin to mere tickling, while the two blood vampires had barely withstood a few of Yun-chun's strikes. In this light, it became clear that his soldiers were nothing more than a trivial meal for Yun-chun. Moreover, Yun-chun had not harmed anyone. The officer was no fool and would not engage in a futile endeavor that could only lead to death. Casting one last glance at Yun-chun, he led his men away. With enhanced hearing, Yun-chun had overheard the conversation on the phone. He had initially believed the officer would follow through with the orders. But to his surprise, the officer had reacted so brashly, rebuking his superior mid-sentence. Yun-chun found this audacious display quite admirable, though he suspected the officer would face repercussions upon returning. Suddenly, an idea struck Yun-chun, and he set off in pursuit of the direction where the molar and incisor had departed. Upon arriving in another district, the two factions continued their fierce conflict. However, the side led by the bishop had diminished in combat effectiveness due to the loss of two key officers. Meanwhile, the horse and elephant, despite their injuries, exhibited a fighting prowess that rivaled the officers, yet they were hindered by a troublesome individual, Tony, who obstructed their ability to swiftly engage the bishop's vampire minions. Cloud, slightly perplexed by Tony's presence, refrained from expressing his confusion and instead drew his sword, launching an assault on the bishop's vampire. After modifications, this was the first battle in which Cloud failed to eliminate a single monster, leaving him quite dissatisfied. He swiftly inserted a crystal card from his phone into the sword, which emitted an ethereal blue glow. With renewed vigor, Cloud charged forward and struck a vampire, resulting in an explosive burst of colorful shards. A luminous orb emerged from the fragments, suspended in midair. Defeating the vampire rewarded him with 400 points. What should I do now? Cloud gazed at the orb, uncertain of how to proceed, and inquired of the system. This is a valuable item. Once collected, it can be utilized by simply grasping it. The system replied, "Is that all it takes?" With that, Cloud extended his hand to seize the orb. "Congratulations, you have acquired 1 life energy," the system announced. Witnessing Cloud's effortless defeat of a vampire, those present paused to observe. "What is this?" Tony exclaimed, astonished at Cloud's modified armor as he noted the fallen vampire. The target is that vampire over there, Cloud informed Tony and lunged toward another vampire with his sword. Upon seeing Cloud charge towards him, the vampire hastily raised his sword in defense, but it was futile. Cloud effortlessly knocked the weapon aside and landed another strike, with a resounding impact. Yet another vampire was vanquished, earning Cloud another 400 points. Observing Cloud's ease in dispatching the vampire, Tony felt compelled to compete and unleashed a barrage of palm cannons, ultimately taking several shots to defeat one, his expression darkening. In a moment of panic, a vampire, witnessing the rapid demise of 3 comrades, shouted and promptly fled the scene. Cloud chose not to pursue. His objective today was not vengeance. Instead, he collected the life energy from the defeated vampire, stowed away his weapon, and approached the horse. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Tony shouted in alarm as Cloud sheathed his weapon and approached a vampire. "I have matters to discuss with them," Cloud replied nonchalantly. As Cloud neared, the monsters on the horse's side transformed back into human form. "Thank you," the bespectacled man said, his complexion pale as he expressed gratitude to Cloud. "Could I trouble you to find a place where I can speak with them?" Cloud inquired, glancing at Tony. "A trivial matter. I possess a residence here. Specifically the 3rd house after 5 streets. Please proceed there. I shall arrive shortly," Tony remarked, curious about why Yun-chun retained these peculiar beings. "Thank you," Yun-chun replied. Subsequently, Tony ascended into the air, heading towards his abode. "You may proceed," Yun-chun observed the desolate surroundings and declared, entering a state of invisibility. Upon witnessing Yun-chun vanish, the bloodthirsty creatures exchanged glances, and under the guidance of the bespectacled man, they ventured towards Tony's indicated location. "System, please erase all footage capturing them as bloodthirsty creatures." Once cloaked in invisibility, Yun-chun addressed the system. "Understood," the system responded, initiating the task. "Jarvis, delete all videos recorded in that vicinity." Tony in the air also commanded. "Certainly, sir," Jarvis replied, proceeding with the deletion. Minutes later, the group arrived at a building that bore a slight resemblance to Yun-chun's own home. Observing the structure, Yun-chun, still invisible, pondered how Tony could possess such a dwelling, as it was not reflective of his style. "Come in." Tony appeared at the door, still clad in his iron armor, addressing the bloodthirsty beings before turning to enter the premises. Chapter 36, Spade 8 and Diamond 9. In truth, Tony had only recently acquired this property, having casually mentioned the location and subsequently purchased the house at 5 times its worth. The landlord had just departed. Upon recognizing Iron Man, he had intended to offer it as a gift, but Tony was not one to take advantage, promptly paying 5-fold. Hearing this, the bloodthirsty creatures exchanged glances and stepped inside. Yun-chun followed closely behind, entering the interior. Upon entering the house, the layout was rather ordinary, lacking any remarkable features. Once all had entered, Yun-chun deactivated his invisibility, glanced outside, and upon confirming no one was present, shut the door. Hearing the door close, all the bloodthirsty beings and Tony, seated on the sofa in his armored suit, turned to discover Yun-chun's presence. "Please introduce yourself. What is your name? And how did you come to confront the bishop? What are your ultimate aims?" Yun-chun approached and inquired. "My name is Jack. We did not intend to come to this world. We disapprove of the bishop's methods. So I led others who share my sentiments away from him, only to be pursued," Jack replied, taking a seat. "This is the core coin you defeated. Consider it our compensation and gratitude." Jack produced 4 circular objects and placed them on the table. Tony, perplexed, inquired, "What is this?" "From the beings of other worlds who accompanied us," Jack explained. "Where did you acquire these?" Yun-chun asked, momentarily taken aback by the items. "This was discovered when we first arrived in this world. Aside from this, I cannot think of anything else that might pique your interest," Jack remarked. "Very well. Then all matters between us shall be considered settled," Yun-chun replied, stowing away the core coin. Yun-chun's actions left Tony beside him somewhat puzzled, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. We wish to follow you, if that is permissible," Jack said, gazing at Yun-chun. "Your abilities are on par with mine. And with so many of you, it seems unnecessary to accompany me. Furthermore, I am currently alone and cannot assist you in any way. Are you certain you wish to follow me?" Yun-chun inquired, having initially intended to recruit them, but then realized he was on his own, with no leverage to gain the allegiance of these bloodthirsty vampires. "Consider it an investment," Jack said with a hint of resignation. "At present, I cannot assist you. What are your plans moving forward?" Yun-chun asked. "Perhaps we will continue to evade the bishop," Jack replied. "Besides combat, do you possess any other skills?" Yun-chun probed. "We were researchers in our original world," Jack responded, momentarily taken aback by Yun Chun's inquiry. Really? Yun Chun exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. We have replicated the first-generation system of the Supreme Blue Sky, and our version is even more potent. Before arriving in this world, we had already begun working on the second generation, which is nearing completion, with only the core energy left to procure, Jack proudly stated. Are you considering taking them in? Their system is no less formidable than my previous Armored Knight system. Their expertise in system creation may offer you inspiration and guidance for your steel combat suits. Yun Chun remarked, turning to Tony. That is a possibility, but I hope they do not harm others indiscriminately. Otherwise, I cannot harbor them. Tony pondered for a moment before responding. Rest assured, we are not like the bishop. We are not those kinds of bloodthirsty vampires, Jack assured. Very well. I have a laboratory available for you, equipped with all necessary apparatus, and situated in a sufficiently remote location to avoid disturbances. Additionally, I can provide you with some protection, but I require all data from your system, Tony stipulated. Agreed, Jack replied with a smile. Now that you have reached an accord, you may accompany him. Here is my phone number, 555. Should you require my assistance, feel free to contact me, although I may not be able to offer much help at this time. Yun Chun said upon seeing Jack and Tony finalize their arrangement. Thank you, Jack responded. Here is what you sought. I entrust them to you. I shall take my leave now, Yun Chun said, presenting a disc to Tony and gesturing towards Jack and the others. What is this? Tony asked as he accepted the disc. You'll find out soon enough. I must depart, Yun Chun replied, activating his invisibility and vanishing from sight. This is my number. And this is the address of the laboratory. I will arrange for someone to pick you up shortly. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Tony glanced at the departing Yun Chun and then at the disc in his hand before handing his phone number to Jack, saying, Here you go. Thank you, sir, Jack replied with a smile. You're welcome, Tony responded, turning to leave. Meanwhile, Jack and the others remained in the house, engaging in conversation. After a brief wait of several minutes, Happy arrived, accompanied by a few vehicles, to escort them to the laboratory. Meanwhile, Tony returned to the villa and entered the underground research room, where he inserted the disc provided by Yun Chun into the computer for examination. Upon accessing the disc, Tony discovered that the information contained within mirrored what Yun Chun had provided to S.H.I.E.L.D., albeit with greater detail. It included records of the annihilated entities, as well as information about the remaining vampires, specifically the bishop and the war chariot. Additionally, it contained methods for manufacturing solar and lunar metals. The more Tony delved into the contents regarding the creatures, the more astonished and despondent he became. On the other hand, after leaving, Yun Chun sought a discreet corner to change out of his armor and don the wings of heaven before soaring back to the shop. As he flew back, he suddenly spotted two indistinct black humanoid figures in a secluded area and voiced his curiosity. He then directed his flight toward them. What is going on? How could there be two of them here? Yun Chun landed and scrutinized the two black figures before him, perplexed. Before him lay two defeated entities, battered and covered in green blood, with numerous claw marks adorning their bodies. Yun Chun surveyed the vicinity, but found no sign of any assailant, leaving him utterly mystified. Could this be a trap? The system inquired. But I don't see anyone around, Yun Chun replied. Never mind, I'll just collect them. Even if it is a trap, the enemy won't detect me while I'm cloaked, he confidently declared, producing two empty cards and tossing them toward the figures. The cards embedded themselves in the two beings. And with a swift pull, both were drawn into the cards, which then returned to Yun Chun's hands. Sealed, gained 300 points. Sealed, gained 300 points. To his astonishment, the cards were the 8 of spades and the 9 of diamonds. Who could be so formidable as to eliminate two near-elite beings? Yun Chun wondered aloud, gazing at the cards in disbelief. The 8 of spades represented magnetic superposition, capable of attracting and repelling metal, while the 9 of diamonds signified duplication, something even Yun Chun himself might struggle to confront two at once. Is this truly not a trap? He pondered, feeling a tinge of disbelief. Ever since rescuing Tony, he had not encountered anything like this. How unexpected it was to stumble upon such remarkable treasures merely by stepping outside. After surveying his surroundings and confirming there were no traps, Yun Chun felt a surge of excitement and, with a smile, activated his heavenly wings and ascended into the sky. Unbeknownst to him, on the other side, a strikingly beautiful yet fiercely dressed woman with an air of aloofness flicked her wrist and emerged from the alley where Yun Chun had just collected 2 items. Are you alone? A small-time thug leered as he approached the woman. Get lost, she retorted, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing into a nearby vehicle, rendering him unconscious. The car's alarm blared, but the woman paid no heed and continued on her way. Meanwhile, at SHIELD, Agent Coulson, armed with documents, made his way to Nick Fury's office. Director, the materials are all organized, Coulson announced as he handed the files to Fury. Upon perusing the documents, Fury noted that the Kamen Rider seemed to have acquired a new form and had appeared alongside Tony Stark in the bustling city, engaging in battle against the vampires. The vampires had split into two factions, with Kamen Rider and Stark managing to repel one group before departing with the other. Investigations revealed that Stark had temporarily purchased a house in the vicinity, where he had engaged in undisclosed conversations with the remaining faction of vampires. Minutes later, Stark left, followed by his driver, Happy, who transported them to a secluded private laboratory. What about the Kamen Rider? Fury inquired. After repelling one faction of vampires, he departed. And we lost sight of him, Coulson replied. Investigate Stark further to ascertain his perspective and deploy surveillance on that laboratory, Fury commanded. Understood, Coulson acknowledged, turning to leave. Once Coulson departed, Fury's countenance grew serious as he entered a contemplative state, utterly perplexed by the enigmatic intentions of Yun-Chun and Tony. Upon returning to the shop, the sky had darkened considerably. Welcome back, Brother Yun. Dinner is ready, Jones greeted as he prepared to close the establishment. Thank you for your efforts. Yun-Chun responded with a smile. Not at all. Could you please call Graham down to wash his hands for dinner? Jones requested. Certainly. Yun-Chun replied before ascending the stairs. Graham, come down and wash your hands for dinner. Yun-Chun called out as he entered the living room, where Graham was engrossed in a television show. All right, I'm coming, Graham exclaimed, instantly energized by the prospect of dinner. Sighing as he observed Graham's physique, Yun-Chun couldn't help but feel a sense of concern. What's wrong? Graham asked, noticing Yun-Chun's gaze upon him. Never mind, let's go downstairs for a meal, Yun-Chun remarked to Graham. Chapter 37. The lottery function. Upon descending, they discovered that Jones had already set the table with an array of dishes. Wow, my favorite chicken drumstick, Graham exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with delight. First, wash your hands, Jones instructed sternly as Graham reached for the drumstick. All right, he replied, dashing towards the kitchen. The three of them gradually took their seats and began their meal. Starting tomorrow, you shall embark on a weight loss journey, Yun-Chun stated, eyeing Graham as he incessantly filled his mouth with food. And, Jones, you must supervise him. Look at how he has become, only concerned with eating, sleeping, and watching television, he added, directing his comments to Jones. Moreover, Graham's meals should be adjusted to 2/3 of his usual portions from now on, Yun-Chun contemplated aloud. No, that's far too little, Graham protested, momentarily pausing his eating. That is already quite ample. What need does a child have for such quantities? Yun-Chun replied dismissively. Also, tomorrow I shall purchase a treadmill for you. Simply run for half an hour each day, Yun-Chun said nonchalantly as he continued his meal. Sister Jones. Graham, seeing that Yun-Chun remained unmoved, turned to Jones and began to plead. Well, if Brother Yun has said so, then I have no choice, Jones teased with a playful smile. You villain, Graham grumbled, returning to his food. After finishing their meal, Jones headed to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Graham, lacking the inclination to watch television, settled onto the sofa to rest. System, is there a method to enhance my transformation? Yun-Chun inquired. What? The system, perplexed by Yun-Chun's question, awaited clarification. I currently possess 2 belts. Switching between them during battle is rather cumbersome. Is there a more efficient method? Yun-Chun elucidated. Oh, you mean that? A bit of forging will suffice, the system replied. And how does one forge? Yun-Chun asked eagerly upon hearing that a solution existed. That depends on what you desire. Do you wish to retain the belts after forging, or transform them entirely? The system queried. What is the difference? Yun-Chun sought clarification. Retaining the belt allows you to modify the transformation method, making it simpler and faster, while still keeping the belt for future use. This way, when you grow stronger, you can transform in front of others without the need for swift belt changes, thus showcasing your prowess, the system articulated, fully understanding Yun-Chun's character. The alternative would permit the use of a single belt to assume multiple knight forms, akin to a single belt. However, in this case, it would be wiser to simply purchase the respective belts. The system advised against this option. Undoubtedly, the first option. What is the point of living if not to impress? Yun-Chun declared with conviction. Very well, it will cost you 300 points. Please present your mobile device, and leave the rest to me, the system instructed. Agreed. Yun-Chun took out his phone and placed it in his hand. Just wait a few minutes, the system instructed. After a brief interval, the system reappeared, placing the phone along with what appeared to be a Bluetooth headset into Yun-Chun's hands. What is this? Yun-Chun inquired, puzzled by the sight of the Bluetooth device. I have made some enhancements, Now you simply need to speak the armor transformation and the transformation command into the headset to transform. Additionally, I have modified the phone to be one that does not require charging, the system replied. So, all I need to do is utter the name of the armor and shout the transformation words, correct? Yun-chun asked. Precisely, the system responded with pride. Excellent, splendid. Yun-chun exclaimed in admiration. Ding. The forging function has been utilized more than 3 times. Unlocking the lottery feature, the system announced. Yun-chun thought he had misheard. Congratulations, the lottery function is now unlocked, the system said with a chuckle, though a hint of mischief laced its tone, the reason for which need not be elaborated. Ha ha ha. Yun-chun erupted in ecstatic laughter. He had longed for a lottery feature and had been disappointed for quite some time when he thought it was unavailable. Now he was overjoyed. Oh my, this is insane. Graham, who was lamenting the days to come, was startled by Yun-chun's raucous laughter. Thinking Yun-chun had lost his mind, he took a step back and glanced at him. Upon hearing Graham's words, Yun-chun turned to him with a smile. Graham, caught off guard by Yun-chun's gaze, recoiled further, leaning against the sofa and trembling slightly. Realizing he had lost his composure, Yun-chun took a deep breath to regain his composure and walked into the room. System, introduce me to what splendid items await. As he entered the room, Yun-chun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Humph. First, the lottery feature is divided into 4 tiers. Basic, intermediate, advanced, and elite. The system cleared its throat and began. Then, each tier offers different rewards. The basic tier can yield everyday items such as clothing, tissues, and similar goods. There are also skill proficiencies like your previous culinary expertise, as well as driving, marksmanship, swordsmanship, and martial arts proficiencies. Additionally, there are basic knight assistance items, such as empty cards for swords, CDs for sound beasts, and auxiliary memory devices for blue skies weaponry, and even canned robots. Furthermore, there are peculiar items that even the system cannot identify, along with the possibility of winning a chance to use the intermediate lottery for free. Each lottery costs 100 points, with 3 free uses weekly, guaranteeing a win, and the chances can accumulate. Peculiar items that even the system cannot identify? Yun-chun responded with curiosity. Indeed, the system has no knowledge of what those items may be or their origins. If fortune favors you, you may discover them, the system replied. In the intermediate category, there exists a knightly belt, with the majority of belts housed within this tier. There are also knightly motorcycles, capable of transformation akin to a mechanized Pegasus, alongside other ordinary items. Some special belts necessitate gene potions, while knightly paraphernalia includes transformation memory devices, eye-souls, transformation switches, and various components for advanced forms. Additionally, there are peculiar items akin to those found in standard lotteries, available across all tiers of the lottery, where one can draw for a mere 1,000 points. With 2 complementary chances each week and an 80% probability of success, while the remaining chances can accumulate. The system elucidated this information. What? There's a chance of drawing empty? Yun-chun incredulously inquired. Of course, otherwise, how could you ascend to become the world's greatest? The system retorted with disdain. As for the advanced category, it features formidable belts absent from the intermediate tier, such as Kamen Rider Kuga and Kamen Rider Agito. A portion of the nightly upgrade items is also included here, with each lottery draw costing 3,000 points, allowing 1 complimentary attempt weekly, and possessing a 60% chance of success, with remaining opportunities accumulating. The top tier is indeed remarkable. All items cannot be directly purchased through the system. It contains the complete set of nightly belts, and upon drawing one immediately acquires all the necessary items to upgrade that belt to its ultimate form, with the exception of a few rather unique items. For instance, the dragon from Castle Duran is separate from the belt, yet it includes all requisite items for the final upgrade form, such as the golden little dragon and 3 monstrous servants, along with the Demon King's sword. There is also the Den-O train, which, like the Den-O belt, is distinct, containing 5 antipads. Oh no, I mean, the insect god, among other things. Furthermore, there are special items like the Pandora's box panel. Additionally, one can directly utilize the knight's final form without needing a prior transformation. However, this requires exceptional physical prowess and is subject to a limit on usage, disappearing once the allotted attempts are exhausted. Lottery opportunities cannot be purchased with points. They can only be obtained by completing special tasks, along with 1 complimentary use per month, boasting a 40% chance of success, while any remaining draws can be accumulated. The system had finally completed its comprehensive introduction. 666. Yun-chun exclaimed. System, I wish to utilize my free lottery attempt, Yun-chun stated. Very well, the system replied, promptly displaying a blue panel featuring 4 options, ordinary, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. Yun Chun clicked on the ordinary lottery, and the panel transformed into a series of cards, each adorned with various images, including sword belts, scrolls, and garden plates, among others. Yun Chun then clicked the Start Draw button atop the cards, and they swiftly flipped over, revealing their red backs as they began to shuffle, changing positions at a pace too rapid to discern. After 10 seconds, the cards ceased their movement. Humph. To traverse among billions, my luck is undeniably extraordinary. Behold as I channel the spirit of fortune, Yun Chun proclaimed with pride. Casually, I opened a card, and a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings as the card flipped over. Congratulations, you have acquired a peculiar item, the annoying dog flower. The system's notification chimed in. What on earth is this? Yun Chun was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name. You may peruse the description yourself. I can scarcely articulate it, the system awkwardly replied. Yun Chun examined the newly drawn card, which depicted a sunflower planted in a pot, with a white dog head at its center. Gazing at the dog head, Yun Chun felt an inexplicable urge to strike it. Name, annoying dog flower. Combat power, 0. Trait, undying. Ability, exceedingly annoying. Remarks, young man. Have you ever been infuriated to the point of high blood pressure, feeling as if your veins might burst? Perhaps not, but an opportunity now lies before you. Give it a try. This creature's maximum annoyance time is 13 hours. Please take heed. For your safety and the world's, do not use it against the Hulk. Upon reading this, Yun Chun's interest was piqued. It had even caused someone's demise and could not be employed against the Hulk. He continued to delve deeper. Usage instructions. Within 100 meters of the target, simply state the target's name while holding the card. After contemplating the description, Yun Chun decided against using it for the time being and stored it away. Next, Yun Chun clicked on another card, and once more, a brilliant light shone forth as the card flipped over. Congratulations, pterosaur type, Ken Robot 4. This must be from this world. What are its functions? Yun Chun pondered, scratching his head as he examined the open card. Similar to the flower, it illustrated a purple can and a small purple pterosaur. Name, pterosaur type, Ken Robot. Ability, emits ultrasonic waves to attack enemies. Usage instructions, simply open it. It seems I have indeed been graced with good fortune. How delightful. Yun Chun exclaimed, noting his luck thus far. He clicked on the last free opportunity for a regular draw. Chapter 38, The Melancholy of Jones. Congratulations, a cup of never-ending pure water. Staring at the description, Yun Chun felt a twinge of confusion and opened the card for further inspection, revealing an illustration of a cup brimming with water. Name, a cup of never-ending pure water. Function, never runs out. If the cup is destroyed, it can be restored 5 times. Remarks, Nongfu Spring is a bit sweet. Mother need not worry about my hydration any longer. Yun Chun found it difficult to describe this item. It felt somewhat lackluster. Never mind. Let us try the intermediate draw instead, he said, rubbing his hands together. However, he accidentally slipped and returned to the previous interface, clicking on the intermediate draw once more. Similar to the regular draw, there were rows of cards, yet some were empty, indicating that they had been drawn from. It was time to showcase true skill. Yun Chun clicked to begin the lottery, and as expected, the cards revealed themselves, albeit with a twist. Their backs transformed into a vibrant yellow, shuffling with anticipation. With a casual flick, Yun Chun selected a card. Congratulations. You have obtained the Emperor of Earth card. Wow, my luck is incredible. I truly am a lucky one. How splendid. Yun Chun exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the card. Wake up, don't be lost in dreams. Be clear-headed. It's merely a card, not a belt. The system interjected with a dose of cold reality. Is the card not a belt? Yun Chun asked, momentarily taken aback. Certainly not, the system replied. Name, the Emperor of Earth card ability. Summon the Emperor of Earth to assist in battle usage limit. Infinite duration per use. Situational cooldown. 2 hours note. Only by utilizing the transformation handgun can one summon the Emperor of Earth for battle. Young one, how can you grow stronger without spending? Come, purchase a transformation handgun for merely 2,000 points. Another useless item, Yun Chun muttered, exasperated. Ignoring this card, he resigned himself to the fact that he could not afford the transformation handgun and clicked on another card. Congratulations. You have received a peculiar item, the sorrow of the egg. How is this even included? Yun Chun thought, without needing to ponder further. A memory of a previous experience flashed through his mind, and he instinctively crossed his legs. Not wishing to dwell on this, he accidentally swiped back to the previous interface and selected the advanced lottery option. With another click to commence the lottery, the card turned over, revealing a blue back. Shuffling with anticipation once more, Yun Chun hesitated briefly before carelessly selecting a card. Congratulations. You have obtained the fourth type transformation function once. Weren't there only 2 types? Yun Chun pondered in confusion, examining the card closely. The card depicted a fearsome purple creature, reminiscent of the transformation before you had acquired the belt. Clad in a belt akin to those worn by Run and Yu, though its eyes gleamed a haunting purple. Name: fourth type transformation function. To transform a corpse into one that absolutely obeys commands. Note: transformed beings are devoid of emotions, incapable of feeling pain, and tireless. As long as energy permits, they will fight eternally, a true machine of slaughter. The mightier the corpse in life, the stronger it becomes post-transformation. Am I to understand this as a call for murder and transformation? Yun Chun asked, bewildered. Foolishness. How many die here daily? Just find any random one. The system retorted disdainfully. Let us set that aside for now. I wish to see what splendid items I might acquire from the top-tier lottery. Yun Chun redirected the conversation. He casually selected a top-tier lottery card. Congratulations. You have received nothingness. How could this happen? Yun Chun felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Ah well, it's just one empty draw. I remain a lucky one. Perhaps next time, he reassured himself. Yun Chun pondered for a moment before expressing his sentiments, feeling that he should be content. Otherwise, I might as well use my points for a few more tries. The system tempted him. Well, perhaps I shall indulge a bit more, Yun Chun decided, promptly initiating another round of the ordinary lottery, expending 200 points for 2 additional attempts. Congratulations. You have won a towel. Congratulations, you have won 10 pounds of strawberries. Had he only known to stop while ahead. Yun Chun gazed at the towel and strawberries, feeling somewhat bemused. Oh well, I suppose it's quite fortunate to receive so much for free, he thought. At that moment, looking at the strawberries, he contemplated and then took them out, exiting the room and making his way to the living area. Jones, would you care for some strawberries? Yun Chun inquired with a smile. Huh. Jones, deep in thought, was startled by Yun Chun's sudden voice. Is something the matter, Brother Yun? He responded, regaining his composure and looking at Yun Chun. Would you like some strawberries? Yun Chun asked, holding them out. Oh sure, Jones replied. I'll go wash the strawberries. Just wait a moment, said Yun Chun as he took the strawberries to rinse them. All done. A few minutes later, Yun Chun placed a dish of washed strawberries on the table and said, let's eat. The two began to indulge in the strawberries in silence. Jones, is something bothering you? Noticing that Jones had seemed peculiar since earlier, Yun Chun decided to inquire. Oh, I'm fine, Jones replied, snapping back to reality upon hearing Yun Chun's question. Brother Yun, the strawberry season has already passed. Where did you get these? He shifted the topic. Oh, a friend gave them to me. He must have cultivated them himself somehow. Yun Chun explained. Ah, Jones responded, and once more, silence enveloped them as they continued to eat the strawberries, perhaps feeling the weight of the awkwardness. Yun Chun turned on the television in an attempt to alleviate the tension. This morning around 10:30, a bizarre monster skirmish occurred near the bustling downtown area. According to eyewitness videos and photographs, it appears that the same type of monster has divided into 2 factions and is engaged in combat, the reason for which remains unknown. The television relayed the morning's events. Following the report, the military swiftly arrived at the scene, yet bullets and missiles struck the monsters without inflicting any damage. Shortly thereafter, the masked rider made an appearance, sporting a new design. The rider brandished a firearm, forcing the monsters back, seemingly protecting another group of monsters that was retreating under duress. What could be the reason behind this? What manner of creatures are these? To date, there has been no definitive response. Meanwhile, Iron Man Tony Stark is scheduled to hold a press conference tomorrow. Could he provide clarity on the origins of these monsters? We will continue to follow this story closely. Citizens are advised to exercise caution while traveling. The host concluded the report. System, have you not deleted all the videos? Yun Chun furrowed his brow as he inquired. While watching the news, perhaps they were released prior to the deletion. However, rest assured that Jack and the others' identities remain undisclosed, the system replied. Brother Yun, just as Yun Chun was about to speak, Jones suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Yun Chun turned to her, questioning. Can you tell me what kind of monster I have become? Will there come a day when I lose my sanity like those creatures, destroying everything, and you will eliminate me as you did with them? Jones lifted her head, her eyes reddened, and choked on her words. Since the day Yun Chun brought her back. Upon learning of her ex-boyfriend's demise and her own transformation into a monster, her heart gradually closed off, leading to increasing feelings of inferiority. Recently, she had witnessed those monsters wreaking havoc and taking lives, while Yun Chun cleared them away, as reported in the news. That will not happen. You are unlike them. They have lost their humanity, consumed by power. That is why I must eradicate them. Not all monsters require elimination. Some are good and do not deserve death simply for being what they are. Yun-chun quickly reassured her, sitting beside her. What kind of monster am I then? Why have I become like this? Jones gazed at Yun-chun, tears streaming down her face. You are an Ophelian, transformed by the infection of Ophelians from another world. Yun-chun said tenderly. Is there still a chance for me to recover? Jones looked at Yun-chun with hopeful eyes, lowering his head at her expectant gaze. Yun-chun felt a weight in his heart. Noticing Yun-chun's reaction, Jones began to tremble, tears flowing silently as she wept softly. It's all right. I am here for you. Whether human or otherwise, what matters most is the heart. As long as your heart remains human, it is all right. I will help you find a way to recover. Yun-chun comforted her, embracing Jones. Leaning into his embrace, Jones cried sorrowfully, her tears soaking Yun-chun's clothing. Time passed unnoticed until Jones, perhaps exhausted from crying, fell asleep against Yun-chun, her body occasionally twitching. Seeing this, Yun-chun gently lifted the still twitching Jones and carried her to her room, laying her gently on the bed, tucking her in and wiping away the tears from her eyes. Do not worry, I will always be by your side, Yun-chun whispered softly, yet firmly, as he caressed her cheek. He then quietly exited the room, closing the door behind him. System, is there truly no way? Back in his room, Yun-chun frowned as he questioned the system. Alas, my host, it seems there is truly no remedy for this predicament. If she had not yet awakened, it would have been simple to extract the energy. However, she has been fully integrated for quite some time now, rendering it impossible. It is best to relinquish hope, the system replied with resignation. Sighing, Yun-chun picked up his phone and dialed Hank. Hello, who is this? Hank inquired upon answering the call. It is I, Yun-chun. I wish to inform you that the store will be closed for a day tomorrow, with wages unaffected, allowing you all some time to rest, Yun-chun conveyed. Oh, the store manager. Thank you for the call, Hank exclaimed with enthusiasm. Not at all. That will be all, Yun-chun replied. All right then, Hank said before hanging up. Brother. Who was that? A little girl at Hank's home asked curiously. It was the store manager from my workplace, informing me that we have a day off tomorrow. I can play with you. Hank affectionately patted the girl's head. Yay, we can play together tomorrow. I'm so happy. The little girl cheered. Seeing her joy, Hank couldn't help but smile as well. Chapter 39. The belt. The following day, at Tony's villa, Coulson arrived at the door and pressed the doorbell. Mr. Stark. Coulson is here to see you, Jarvis announced to Tony, who was engrossed in his research on the Iron Man suit. What does he want? Let him in, Tony replied, frowning as he made his way upstairs. Hello, Mr. Stark, Coulson greeted as he entered, noticing Tony's approach. Have a seat. What brings you here? Tony asked as he settled down. Thank you. I would like to inquire about the group of vampires you took yesterday, Coulson said, taking a seat himself. So that's the reason for your visit. Indeed, I have established a partnership with the Kamen Rider. He works for us in exchange for our protection. Is there a problem with that? Tony responded. Mr. Stark, they are vampires, Coulson said, his brow furrowed. I have conducted a cursory examination of them, and my impression is far more favorable than that of certain humans. Moreover, even the Kamen Rider trusts them. Why should I not? Tony remarked, downing a glass of water. Is the Kamen Rider also involved in this matter? Coulson inquired. Indeed, is there an issue? Tony replied. Could you disclose what you and the Kamen Rider wish for them to assist you with? Coulson asked. Apologies, that is proprietary information. If there is nothing else, I must attend to my work, Tony stated, rising and heading towards the laboratory below. By the time Jones awoke, it was already past 10 in the morning. How did I end up sleeping in bed? Was it Brother Yun who carried me in? Jones recalled the events of the previous night, feeling a twinge of melancholy. However, he quickly remembered Yun-chun's words, collected his thoughts, and regained his composure. Oh dear, it's nearly 10:30 already. I still need to open the store. At that moment, Jones glanced at the clock, startled to see how late it had become, and hastily sprang up. As he opened the door, Yun-chun was ascending the stairs. You're awake. Hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face. I've already prepared breakfast, Yun-chun said with a smile upon seeing that Jones was up. I'm so sorry. Brother Yun, I overslept, Jones apologized. It's all right. Today I'm giving you all a day off to rest. I spoke with Hank about it last night. Yun-chun replied. Thank you, Jones said, feeling a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. I've placed the food on the table. Just eat after you finish washing up. Yun-chun smiled at Jones. Okay, Jones responded, turning towards the bathroom. After watching Jones head off to freshen up, Yun-chun returned to his room to organize the discoveries he and T finished examining from the previous day. He pulled out a card depicting 2 eggs, one of which was cracked, revealing the yolk inside. Name, the sorrow of the egg ability, allows one to experience the sensation of an egg breaking note. by uttering the target's name within 100 meters. Regardless of race or gender, any living being, excluding plants, can be made to feel the discomfort of an egg breaking. Goodness, how extraordinary! Yun-chun gasped, astonished that it could disregard both race and gender. He then pulled out several other cards he hadn't reviewed yet, but their contents, images, and descriptions were rather mundane. Strawberries were nothing more than ordinary strawberries, and towels were just plain towels. Brother Yun, the treadmill you ordered has arrived. Jones called from outside the door. Earlier, while Jones was still asleep, Yun-chun had stepped out to purchase the treadmill, which was now being delivered. All right, Yun-chun said as he opened the door, went downstairs to receive the delivery, and, to the astonishment of the delivery person, effortlessly carried the treadmill back upstairs. Is it really necessary to do it this way? Jones inquired, seeing that Yun-chun had truly bought the treadmill. Of course. This little chubby one eats and sleeps all day. It's only a matter of time before he jeopardizes his health. Some exercise will do him good, Yun-chun stated matter-of-factly. At that moment, the door to Graham's room cracked open slightly, revealing half of his head and a pair of mournful eyes fixed intently on Yun-chun. Sensing something, Yun-chun turned to look at Graham's room, only to meet those sorrowful eyes. Useless. Starting today, you're to run for half an hour every day. Otherwise, you can forget about eating, Yun-chun declared resolutely. Gazing at Graham, Graham remained silent, fixated on Yun-chun, his expression marred by an air of grievance, an almost pitiable look, with a hint of glistening tears at the corners of his eyes. All right, just run for 20 minutes, Jones quickly interjected, noticing Graham was on the verge of tears. Yun-chun, hearing this, chose not to speak. After all, a gradual approach was preferable. Sister Jones is the best, Graham exclaimed, his previous disheartened demeanor replaced by a joyful countenance. Yun-chun turned to gaze at Graham. He huffed upon noticing Yun-chun's attention shift. Irritated, Yun-chun picked up a slipper, intending to swat Graham. All right, hurry and go run. At noon, Sister Jones will make you your favorite chicken drumsticks, okay? Jones, seeing the slipper in Yun-chun's hand, quickly shielded Graham and urged him to start running. Fine, Graham reluctantly replied, making his way to the treadmill. He scoffed again as he passed Yun-chun. Yun-chun felt his blood boil, realizing that the frustration caused by Graham far surpassed that from the previous draw of the dog flower, and he reached out to strike. Hey, don't, Jones exclaimed, grasping Yun-chun's hand. Don't stoop to a child's level, she advised. This little rascal will surely drive me to madness, Yun-chun murmured, observing Graham already on the treadmill. He reluctantly set the slipper down at Jones's urging. Seeing their interaction, Jones chuckled, her spirits lifting as she contemplated that perhaps this life wasn't so bad after all, spending each day in the shop, cooking, chatting, without the need to venture outside. For the next fortnight, no peculiar individuals appeared, allowing Yun-chun to accompany Jones and oversee Graham's weight loss journey. While monitoring Graham's exercise from upstairs, Yun-chun's phone suddenly rang. Hello, who is this? He inquired, his voice altered with the system's assistance. Graham, perplexed by the change in Yun-chun's voice, glanced at him in confusion. Yun-chun shot him a warning glare, signaling him to continue. Graham pouted, letting out a dismissive snort as he resumed his running. Mr. Knight, it's me, Jack. The first form of the system has been developed. Would you like to come and see it? Jack's voice resonated from the other end. All right. I understand. Thank you. I will come to take a look shortly, Yun-chun decided, contemplating whether there might be any unusual occurrences. Graham, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. Don't celebrate too soon. There are still 5 minutes left. I'll wait for you to finish running before we head out, Yun-chun remarked, having perceived Graham's eagerness as he ended the call. Graham dared not protest, fully aware that he had been punished with an additional 10 minutes for speaking back to Yun-chun earlier, and begrudgingly continued his run. 5 minutes later, Graham completed his run, and Yun-chun, having released him, descended the stairs. I'll step out for a moment. The shop is in your capable hands, Yun-chun remarked as he left the restaurant, addressing Jones and Hank. All right, take care, they replied. Stepping outside, Yun-chun sought a secluded corner, cloaked himself, and took flight, patrolling the vicinity. Moments after his departure, a middle-aged man, gentle in demeanor, donned in a yellow hat and glasses, emerged from a newly opened bubble tea shop next door, carrying several cups of tea towards Yun-chun's restaurant. Hello, may I inquire if the owner is present? The middle-aged man asked upon entering the restaurant. Greetings. The owner has just stepped out. How may I assist you? Jones responded, observing the man's approach. I am the proprietor of the new bubble tea shop next door. This is a small token of goodwill. I hope you enjoy it, the man said with a smile, offering the cups of tea to Jones. Thank you so much. Please, "Come in and have a seat," Jones replied as he accepted the beverages. "No, no, I must attend to matters at my shop. Please continue with your work." The middle-aged man chuckled, seeing Jones accept the gift before he took his leave. A few minutes later, Yun-chun arrived at the laboratory prepared for Jack by Tony, landing gracefully and dispelling his invisibility as he entered. Meanwhile, in the distance, Hawkeye, tasked with surveillance over the past few days, observed the scene and promptly reported to Nick Fury. "Continue monitoring," Fury instructed. "Understood," Hawkeye replied, resuming his watch. "You've arrived as well?" Tony greeted as Yun-chun entered the lab. "Yes, just got here. What is the status?" Yun-chun inquired. "Jack has successfully developed the first form and has reduced the requirements for the user," Tony explained. At that moment, Jack approached, carrying 3 boxes. He placed them carefully on the table, opening each one in turn to reveal 3 identical belts and 3 similar gauntlets. "This is the Knight system. Simply wear the belt and press the button on the side of the gauntlet to insert it into the belt. All the data and specifications are contained within," Jack elaborated, producing 2 sets of documents and handing one to each of them. Both men examined the materials. "So, did you summon us to bestow these belts upon us?" Yun-chun queried, glancing at the documents. "Indeed, within this fortnight, we have created 3. If you wish, you may take them all," Jack replied. "I only require 1. "I have no need for the documents, nor can I produce them," Yun-chun asserted, sealing 1 set of the system in a box and returning the documents to Jack. "With this information, 1 is sufficient for me as well," Tony added, claiming a set along with the documents. "Indeed," Yun-chun suddenly interjected. "I believe that mere reliance on him may not suffice for your survival in this world." Jack, intrigued, inquired, "What do you mean?" Yun-chun continued. "It might be advantageous for you to collaborate with another organization." Chapter 40. The Peculiar Investigation Function Shield? Tony remarked upon hearing this. "Precisely. Their influence is extensive, and their power considerable. They would indeed be of assistance to you. However, I advise against direct contact with SHIELD. Rather, you may approach them through him," Yun-chun suggested, gesturing towards Tony. "Don't look to me. I prefer to avoid entanglements with them. You should handle it. As you are likely quite familiar with them," Tony promptly declined. "That is also an option," Yun-chun conceded. "After all, it is said that one who receives must also give, and it would be quite simple for me to offer a life-saving suggestion after having accepted their belt." "Then we shall entrust this task to you, Sir Knight." "What must we do?" Jack asked. "Naturally, it involves a gift," Yun-chun replied, indicating the last belt on the table. "Could we trouble you, Sir Knight, for assistance?" Jack suddenly grasped the implication and asked. "Certainly, they are currently away." "As you are likely aware," Yun-chun noted. "Moreover, regarding the Bishop and Locke, I am currently no match for their combat prowess. It would be wise for you to develop a Knight system that is uniquely yours. We are aware of that, but aside from a few who are insufficiently powerful, it is of little use to us. Furthermore, the creation of new armor poses challenges in terms of materials and energy," Jack lamented. "This is the method for material fabrication and energy. I can only assist you to this extent." Yun-chun reflected for a moment before producing the crafting method for solar metal and requesting a small amount of yellow photon blood from the system, which he handed to Jack. "Thank you very much," Jack responded, momentarily taken aback before accepting the items. "Mutual assistance is beneficial, should you require further aid. Feel free to reach out, but I hope you do not neglect the enhancements thereafter," Yun-chun advised. "I understand," Jack exclaimed with enthusiasm. "What is that?" Tony inquired, eyeing the photon blood in Jack's hand. "An energy source, though unsuitable for human use," Yun-chun clarified. "Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," he stated, picking up the box containing the belts and departing. "I shall take my leave as well," Tony remarked, following Yun-chun out. Upon exiting, Tony soared into the sky, while Yun-chun, carrying the box, made his way towards Hawkeye's location. As Yun-chun approached slowly, Hawkeye felt a surge of tension. "This is a gift from them to you. Their arrival in this world was not their intention, and I can vouch for that," he declared. At last, Yun-chun arrived beneath Hawkeye's tree, gently placing the box in his hands on the ground. He then turned away, entering a state of invisibility, vanishing from Hawkeye's sight without casting a glance in his direction. "Return the item," Nick Fury's voice echoed in Hawkeye's ear. "Understood." With that, Hawkeye leaped down, let out a sigh, and picked up the box, heading back to SHIELD system. "Do you not possess the ability to locate the anomalous entities?" In midair, Yun-chun inquired of the system, as the absence of any strange beings recently hindered his endeavors. Before he could finish, a voice suddenly emerged. Keyword detected. Probing function activated, an electronic voice announced. "Indeed, It exists, the system replied with a hint of sarcasm. Please commence your performance, Yunchuan exclaimed with excitement. The system refrained from verbal communication, instead displaying a panel that revealed a map. This map was adorned with various symbols, each in different colors. The anomaly detection function is activated by the host's spoken keywords. Instructions. 1. This function can only detect types of anomalies that the host has previously encountered and recorded by the system. Unknown types cannot be detected. 2. Different shapes on the map represent different types of anomalies, while colors indicate varying levels. The Ophiuchus is represented by a circle, the blood vampire by a triangle, and others by crosses. Further details can be found in the upper right corner. 3. To prevent the host from recklessly endangering themselves, the detected anomaly level will not exceed the host's current level. Thus, anomalies detected will not surpass a danger level of 5. 2. Unless high-level anomalies appear within 1,000 meters of the host. 4. Should the host utilize the detection function to eliminate anomalies, the system will automatically deduct 1/3 of the points from the eliminated entities. End of introduction. Ah, yet another charge, Yunchuan remarked with a frown, listening to the system. All explanatory rights belong to the system, it responded coolly. Yunchuan cursed under his breath, redirecting his gaze to the map. So many, he stammered, shocked. The map was densely populated with symbols, nearly covering the entire panel, representing merely 3 types of anomalies, with the circular symbols dominating at nearly 70%. System. What is the meaning of this? Yunchuan asked anxiously. Look closely, most of the Ophiuchus symbols are white and green, so there is no need for excessive worry. Maintain your composure, the system replied calmly. White and green. Yunchuan pondered, slightly perplexed. See for yourself, the system retorted, disinterested in further explanation. Yunchuan glanced to the upper right corner, where a box was displayed. The representation of colors and their corresponding levels and conditions is as follows. Yellow indicates a danger level of 3 to 4. Blue signifies a danger level of 4 to 5. Silver denotes a danger level of 5 to 6. Purple reflects a danger level of 6 to 6.5. Gray indicates a danger level of 6.5 to 7. Red represents a danger level of 7 to 7.5. Black signifies a danger level of 7.5 to 8. Special colors are temporarily exclusive to the Ophine. White indicates an unawakened state. Green signifies an awakened state, but one who has not taken a life. Phew, what a relief. Upon reading this, Yunchuan exhaled in relief, grateful that most of the Ophines were essentially unawakened. But what about those in white and green? Yunchuan inquired. The white ones can be directly separated using an Ophine gene separation device, while I'm uncertain about the green ones. It depends on your perspective. The system replied with indifference. Upon hearing this, Yunchuan pondered for a moment, glanced at the map, and headed toward the nearest white Ophine. System. How many points does the Ophine gene separation device cost? Yunchuan asked the system while soaring through the air. A neat 300 points. Let us get one. Shall we? The system responded. Ah, fine. Let us do it. Yunchuan replied resignedly, realizing his points were depleted again. All right, it has been added to the system space. Please check, the system announced. Yunchuan retrieved the newly purchased Ophine gene separation device and examined it. It resembled a square, transparent bottle, standing 16 centimeters tall, with a length and width of 8 centimeters. The bottle's opening featured 2 straw-like tubes, and there was a button on the body. How does one use this? Yunchuan questioned, gazing at the device. Simply position the opening towards a person who possesses Ophine genes, but remains unawakened within a 10-meter radius, and press the button. The system instructed. Then let us give it a try, Yunchuan declared, descending and stealthily approaching an unawakened Ophine man, directing the bottle's opening at him, and pressing the button on the body. At that moment, a white luminous powder, visible only to Yunchuan, emanated from the Ophine and was drawn into the gene separation device. After 5 or 6 seconds, the device ceased its absorption, and the man staggered slightly, clutching his head and shaking it before continuing his path. The bottle now contained a swirling mass of white luminous powder. Successfully separated 1 Ophine. The system automatically deducted 1/3 of the points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 points. Only 10 points? Yunchuan was taken aback by the meager amount. Indeed. You didn't need to engage in battle to eliminate the Ophine. How many points did you expect? The system remarked. What then are these luminous particles? And how should they be dealt with? Yunchuan asked, gazing curiously at the particles within the bottle. This is the Orphean gene, capable of enhancing the human physique. However, it must first undergo a transformation in the separation device until it dissolves into a liquid state, followed by a thorough purification process before it can be utilized. Otherwise, Using the unrefined Orphean enhancement liquid may lead to uncontrollable behavior and a loss of rationality. The purification process is complementary. But utilizing the unprocessed Orphean gene will result in direct transformation into an Orphean. The system remarked. What a remarkable substance. Yun Chun exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the device. Be advised, the more formidable the physical attributes, the greater the quantity of Orphean gene solution required. Given your current physique, do not expect to enhance even slightly without acquiring at least 20 doses, the system interjected, dousing Yun Chun's enthusiasm with a dose of reality. How does that work? Yun Chun inquired. Based on your physical attributes, the system responded, revealing Yun Chun's personal panel. Host. Yun Chun age. 18 strength. 15. The average human limit is 12. Speed. 18. The average human limit is 12. Stamina. 21. The average human limit is 12. Vitality. 51 ability. Self-healing items. Initial modification, set X1. Set 1 card usage device X1. Card X3. Cat core coin X5. Insect core coin X6. Weight core coin X2. Orphean gene separation device X1. Annoying dogflower card X1. Unquenchable pure water X1. Earth Emperor summoning card X1. Ole cavalry summoning card X1. Eggs sorrow card X1. Endless sunflower seeds X1. These were obtained from the lottery over the past half month. The rest are rather insignificant, and after 5 attempts, Yun Chun was so frustrated he nearly dismantled his home. Chapter 41. The police arrive. Let us consider your strength. At least 20 doses are required for even a slight enhancement, while for speed, 24 doses are necessary. Thus, to augment any physical attribute, you must acquire an amount equal to your current attribute plus 1/3 more, the system elucidated. Is it really that much? Yun Chun was taken aback. Of course. The stronger you are, the more challenging it becomes to enhance. Is that not common knowledge? The system replied with an air of certainty. This is frustrating, Yun Chun lamented. Well, I should focus on resolving these unawakened ones first. He grasped the device and continued on his way. After an hour and a half of running about, Yun Chun had only managed to absorb 10 doses, accumulating merely 100 points. By this time, it was noon, and feeling hungry, he decided to resume his efforts in the afternoon. He summoned his wings of paradise and soared back toward the store. Upon returning, he found the establishment bustling with patrons. Likely due to the mealtime rush. There are quite a few people here. Allow me to assist you, Yun Chun declared as he entered the kitchen, addressing Jones and the others. Welcome back. Why not? Yun brother, go eat first. We can manage here, Jones suggested. That's all right. I can wait a bit longer. Yun Chun replied with a smile. Thus, the three busied themselves until 1:30 in the afternoon. Phew, the crowd today is quite substantial, Yun Chun remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed, the newly opened milk tea shop next door has attracted quite a throng with its delightful flavors. Many were queuing for their beverages. And as it coincided with mealtime, they decided to dine with us, Jones replied with a grin. By the way, this morning, when you left, the owner of the milk tea shop came by, bringing some drinks. I've placed them upstairs. Hank and I both tried it, and it was exquisite. You should give it a taste, Jones suddenly added. Oh, I must try it, Yun Chun said, removing his apron and ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, Yun Chun slipped off his shoes, intending to fetch the milk tea from the living room, when he chanced upon Graham lounging on the sofa, both hands occupied with strawberries. His head resting on the table, and 2 straws protruding from a cup of milk tea, relishing his snack. Graham tossed 1 strawberry into his mouth, eager to retrieve the last cup of tea. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Chun, frowning, picked up a slipper from the floor and approached Graham. As Graham savored his snack and contemplated another cup of tea, he suddenly perceived a shadow before him, lifting his head to find Yun Chun glaring at him. Slipper in hand. Is it delicious? Yun Chun inquired, a frown creasing his forehead. Before Graham could articulate a response, he sprang up and dashed towards his room. However, Yun Chun was not about to grant him such an easy escape. He lunged forward, brandishing the slipper, and struck Graham's backside. The resounding crack echoed delightfully in Yun Chun's ears. Ah! Graham yelped, clutching his rear as he collapsed onto the sofa. Yun Chun seized him and positioned him across his lap. The sound of slaps filled the air, accompanied by Graham's cries of protest. The satisfaction Yun Chun derived from the encounter was palpable as he delivered 7 or 8 light smacks, merely reddening Graham's posterior. This time, Jones isn't here to save you, Yun Chun said coldly, recalling how every previous attempt to discipline Graham had been thwarted by Jones's intervention. This time, he was determined to teach him a lesson. Help, Sister Jones, Graham wailed. Yet, the only response he received was the sound of Yun Chun striking his own palm. Humph, Let us see if you dare to misbehave again. Yun-chun paused, releasing Graham and taking a seat beside him, leaving Graham to ponder his life choices on the sofa. Yun-chun picked up the untouched cup of milk tea and took a sip. It truly is delightful. No wonder business is thriving, he exclaimed, finishing the entire cup in one go. Feeling quite satisfied, Yun-chun let out a contented sigh and licked his lips. It seems I may have to frequent the milk tea shop next door more often, he mused, having never tasted such exquisite milk tea before. Just then, Jones arrived with the meal. Apologies, Graham. I have been quite occupied below and have just now made my way up, Jones remarked as he placed the dishes upon the table. Brother Yun, the meal is ready, he added with a smile directed at Yun-chun. Hey, Graham, what's the matter? Jones inquired, noticing Graham slumped motionlessly on the sofa. Perhaps he is merely fatigued from play, Yun-chun replied nonchalantly, refraining from revealing the truth of the matter. Upon hearing Yun-chun's words, Graham lifted his head, his gaze filled with a sense of grievance as he fixed his eyes intently on Yun-chun. Brother Yun, you haven't struck Graham, have you? Jones asked, furrowing his brow at Graham's demeanor. How could that be? Am I the sort of person to do such a thing? Isn't that right, Graham? Yun-chun queried with a threatening glint in his eyes aimed at Graham. Humph. Graham turned away, presenting his back to Yun-chun with a huff. Well then, let us hasten to dine, Graham. There is your favorite chicken leg waiting for you. Jones tempted, before making his way downstairs. Upon seeing Jones descend, Graham remained silent, rising from the sofa and gingerly making his way to his room, clutching his backside. If you are not going to eat, I shall consume it all, Yun-chun teased, lifting a chicken leg and directing a playful gaze towards Graham as he walked away. Humph. Graham turned his head to glare at Yun-chun, letting out a cold snort before continuing on his way. Noticing that Graham was unresponsive, Yun-chun ceased his teasing and continued to eat, planning to address the unawakened Orphean thereafter. You scoundrel, I will make you pay, Graham muttered as he retrieved Jones's phone, which he often used due to Jones's preoccupation. Graham pressed the emergency number and held the phone to his ear, awaiting a response. Hello, how may I assist you? A police officer's voice answered. Help. I must report a case of child abuse. I am an 11-year-old child suffering mistreatment. Graham cried, tears streaming down his face. What? Where are you? We will come immediately. The officer responded, her anger rising at the thought of child abuse. I am at. Oh, please hurry. Graham sobbed as he relayed the address of the establishment. We are on our way, the officer assured him before ending the call and heading to Yun-chun's shop with her colleagues. Humph, let us see how you handle this, Graham remarked under his breath. Unbeknownst to Yun-chun, who remained blissfully unaware of Graham's machinations, he continued to enjoy his meal. After a while, Yun-chun finished his food, wiped his mouth, stretched, and prepared to venture out to further extract Orphean genes. At that moment, Jones approached with 2 police officers in tow. Jones, what is going on? Yun-chun asked, eyeing the officers curiously. Who is Yun-chun? One of the policewomen inquired, scanning the scene. I am, Yun-chun replied, puzzled by the police officer who had called his name. Someone reported that you are abusing children. Please come with us, the officer stated, her expression reflecting disdain. What? Abuse children? I would never, Yun-chun protested, feeling unjustly accused, as he had hardly encountered any children to begin with. Indeed, our manager is not that kind of person. You must be mistaken, Jones interjected in defense of Yun-chun. Please accompany us. If you are innocent, we shall clear your name, the officer said coldly. Very well. Yun-chun acquiesced, compelled by the officer's words. Who called for Graham? She inquired next. He is in the room. I will fetch him, Jones quickly responded. Officer, could it be that little rascal who reported this? I am innocent, Yun-chun suddenly realized, directing his question at the officer. Any matters can be discussed at the station, she replied, disregarding his plea. Just then, Graham emerged, glancing at the officer, then at Yun-chun, his heart swelling with glee, though soon enough, he would find himself in a predicament of his own. Is this the person who mistreats you, young one? The officer asked as Graham approached under Jones's guidance. Yes. It's him, officer. Graham pointed accusingly at Yun-chun. How dare you, Graham? Yun-chun shouted, his forehead creased with anger. I'm scared, officer, Graham whimpered, clinging to the police officer's leg. Silence. All matters will be addressed at the station. Take them away, the officer commanded, observing the frightened Graham and the furious Yun-chun, her conviction solidifying. I will walk myself, Yun-chun said, casting a glare at Graham. Graham tightened his grip around the officer's leg. Disgraceful, the officer muttered under her breath. Casting one last glare at Yun-chun, the anger within Yun-chun intensified at her words. Brother Yun, Jones called out, worried as he saw Yun-chun and Graham being taken away. Do not worry. It's just a misunderstanding, Yun-chun assured Jones with a smile, giving her a reassuring look. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, we will ascertain the truth, the officer interjected, leading Yun-chun and Graham downstairs to the police car. What has happened to the manager and Graham? Hank asked Jones, observing the scene. I do not know. I hope they are all right, Jones replied anxiously. Little one, do not fear. We will assist you, the officer said gently to Graham in the car. Okay, Graham responded, his heart already filled with joy at her kindness. Yun-chun remained silent, his gaze fixed fiercely on Graham. He refrained from offering an explanation, aware that the authorities would not take his word seriously. Chapter 42, Kamen Rider, Ix's, at S. H-I-E-L-D. Hawkeye returned with the box gifted by Yun-chun, entering Nick Fury's office. Director, Hawkeye called out, placing the box on the desk. Ah, you've brought it, Nick Fury replied, rising from his seat and moving to the other side of the desk to open the box. Inside lay a belt, a pair of gauntlets, and a manual. Nick Fury picked up the manual and began to peruse its contents. This belt has a low restriction level. Do you wish to utilize it? Nick Fury inquired, glancing at the manual before handing it to Hawkeye. I believe this belt would suit Rumlow from the Rapid Response Team better than me, Hawkeye remarked. Is he currently in the office? Nick Fury asked. Yes, I just saw him, Hawkeye responded. Then summon him. Let him transform using this belt and test the various data, Nick Fury instructed. Understood, Hawkeye replied, turning to leave. Upon arriving at the police station's entrance, several individuals exited their vehicle and entered the building. Is that Mr. Yin? At that moment, Agent Coulson approached from behind, recognizing Yun-chun with a hint of confusion as he entered. The police officer escorted Yun-chun and Graham into the precinct, guiding them to the interrogation room. This child has just reported that you abused him. Is there any truth to this allegation? The police officer inquired, approaching with some documents in hand. I merely. Tell me, how did I abuse you? Yun-chun stammered, casting an angry glare at Graham. Bang. What? Do you still intend to coerce him into providing false testimony? The police officer exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table. Young man, please tell us how he mistreated you. She then turned to Graham gently. He hit my bottom, very hard, and he wouldn't feed me, and he made me. Graham began to cry. All right, little one, it's okay. The police officer quickly consoled him, then turned coldly to Yun-chun. Do you have anything else to say? I merely encouraged him to lose weight. Look at him. He's overweight and has been indulging excessively. If I don't impose a diet and encourage exercise, what do you think will happen, officer? I truly feel wronged. Yun-chun lamented helplessly. Is what he said true? Upon hearing this, the police officer felt it was indeed a misunderstanding and glanced at Graham. But he really hit me, and it hurt so much. Sister, you must take my side. At this revelation, Graham realized the gravity of the situation, paused momentarily, then began to wail. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you, the police officer said, exasperated, as she rubbed her forehead and addressed Yun-chun. It's all right. Can we leave now? Yun-chun sighed in relief and replied. I'm sorry, you may go. The police officer stood up and stated. No, please. Sister, he's going to kill me. Graham cried in terror, clinging to the police officer. This is a misunderstanding. You must not harm him when you return. Observing Graham's distress, the police officer furrowed her brow and looked at Yun-chun. Of course, I am a law-abiding citizen. Yun-chun responded with a smile. All right, Graham, let us depart. Yun-chun approached Graham and forcibly pulled him away from the police officer, smiling, although to Graham, that smile resembled that of a devil. Subsequently, Graham was led out of the interrogation room by Yun-chun. Ah, Mr. Coulson, you are here too? Yun-chun exclaimed upon spotting Coulson, who was engaged in conversation with another officer. Oh, Mr. Yun, I am here to retrieve some information. What brings you here? Coulson replied with a smile. At this moment, a man beside Coulson, who appeared to be a director, was taken aback. What is going on? The director inquired of the police officer. It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. Yun-chun quickly interjected. Oh, that's a relief, the director sighed. Well, Mr. Coulson, we shall take our leave now, Yun-chun said with a smile. Allow me to escort you. I have just obtained the documents, Coulson offered. Thank you, Mr. Coulson, Yun-chun responded. Not at all, let us go, Coulson said, exchanging a few words with the director before leading Yun-chun away. Just wait, I will show you what true cruelty is. Yun-chun coldly remarked to Graham before getting into the car. Graham shuddered at these words. The three then entered the vehicle together. System. Could you replicate the locations of the unawakened Ophine and those who have awakened but have not killed for S-H-I-E-L-D to assist in extracting the genes of the unawakened Ophine and dealing with those who have not taken a life? On the car, Yun-chun contemplated that perhaps S-H-I-E-L-D could help resolve the troubles posed by the Ophine, a addressing the system with his query. Certainly, the system replied. How many points are required to replicate the locations and information of all unawakened Ophine? Yunchun inquired. If it's merely a copy, it's free. Do you want it? I wonder if the system feels remorseful towards Yunchuan, as this time it surprisingly incurs no charges. Oh, free of charge? When did the system become so benevolent? Yunchuan exclaimed in astonishment. If you don't want it, then leave, the system retorted angrily. Feeling its kindness was taken for granted. All right, let us split it into 2 parts. One for the unawakened and one for the awakened, who have not committed murder. Yunchuan quickly suggested, fearing the system might retract its offer. Shortly after, Carlson dropped Yunchuan and Graham off at the store entrance before departing. Brother Yun, are you both all right? Jones inquired upon seeing Yunchuan and Graham return. It's nothing, just a misunderstanding, Yunchuan replied with a smile. That's a relief. Jones said, visibly easing up, then turned to Graham and asked, Graham, how could you act like that? Sister Jones, I was wrong, Graham lamented, clinging to Jones's leg, tears welling in his eyes as he spoke pitifully. Sister Jones still has work to do. Let us head upstairs, Graham, Yunchuan said, pulling Graham with a smile. No, no, Graham exclaimed in fear, struggling against Yunchuan's grip. Whether you like it or not, we're going, Yunchuan asserted, dragging Graham upstairs. Brother Yun, you mustn't be too harsh, Jones remarked, observing Graham's inevitable fate, but understanding Yunchuan's anger. It's fine, Yunchuan reassured. Where do you think you're going? Graham? Once upstairs, Yunchuan coldly addressed Graham, who attempted to sneak away. I need to use the restroom. It's urgent. Graham stammered, attempting to escape after being caught. Let us resolve our matters first. There will be time for that later. Don't you agree, Graham? Yunchuan said while pressing his fingers down. For the next 5 minutes, no one knew what transpired with Graham, save for Yunchuan. However, in the following days, Graham was even fed by others. Reflect properly. I'll step out for a moment. Noticing Graham sprawled motionless on the sofa, Yunchuan picked up the slippers in his hand and, turning, descended the stairs and exited. A few minutes later, Yunchuan returned to the garden of the previous villa, placing the box containing 2 Ophi Inoki gene separation devices and 2 devices recording the location of Ophi Inoki within the flower bed. He then took out his phone and called Carlson. Hello, Mr. Knight. How may I assist you? Carlson answered, having been lost in thought while driving back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon recognizing Yunchuan's name, he quickly found a place to pull over and answered, What's the location? I have something for you. Yunchuan stated before hanging up. Hello? Upon hearing this, Carlson tucked his phone away and swiftly turned the car around, speeding toward the location Yunchuan mentioned. After hanging up, Yunchuan departed from the site, continuing his absorption of the Ophi Inoki genes. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's office. Director. You summoned me? A robust man entered, inquiring. This is a night system brought to us by Hawkeye, who recommended you as its potential user, Nick Fury responded. Upon hearing this, Rumlow felt a mixture of surprise and excitement. Initially, Nick Fury had considered him for testing the driver, but due to his low compatibility with the cube, he was unable to use it, which had left him somewhat disappointed. Now, with a new night system available, how could he not feel exhilarated? Here are the instructions. Utilize it and then test the various data, Fury instructed. Understood, Rumlow replied, taking the manual and glancing through it before picking up the belt from the box on the table, fastening it around his waist, and then reaching for the gauntlets. After donning the gauntlets, Rumlow extended his left hand and pressed his palm against the 2 silver holes on the left side of the gauntlet. Preparation. An electronic voice announced. Transform, Rumlow exclaimed, inserting the gauntlet downward into the belt, where the components seamlessly coalesced into a unified whole. Subsequently, the red spherical object embedded in the front of the belt illuminated, projecting a golden cross that gradually expanded, morphing into a golden armor that enveloped Rumlow. Once the armor had fully encased him, Rumlow transformed into a figure clad in black. Adorned with a significant amount of white armor and bearing a golden cross on his visage, he had become Kamen Rider, Aixa, in its protective form. How does it feel? Nick Fury inquired, observing Rumlow's completed transformation. Powerful, Rumlow remarked, admiring the armor that adorned him. Let us proceed and conduct some tests, Fury directed. Yes, Rumlow replied, reverting to his normal state, placing the belt and gauntlets back into the box, and departing the office with Fury, en route to the testing facility. As they made their way to the testing site, Nick Fury's phone emitted a series of beeps. Carlson, what is the matter? Fury answered the call. Understood, bring him back. Fury instructed before ending the call and putting his phone away. Meanwhile, Carlson arrived at the villa, exited the vehicle, and entered the premises. After a brief exploration, he reached the garden and discovered a box nestled within a flower bed. Coulson approached, retrieved the box, and returned to his vehicle, accelerating back towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 43. The battle. Upon Coulson's return, Nick Fury departed the testing site, leaving Rumlow to continue assessing the armor's various data. Nick Fury arrived back at his office, where Coulson had already been waiting for some time. "Where's the item?" Fury inquired, closing the door behind him. "It is here," Coulson replied. Coulson remarked as he opened the box on the table. Inside, there were two Ophion gene separation devices, each equipped with a button and a projection lamp on the side. One was white, the other green. Additionally, there was an instruction manual and a letter from Yun-Chun to S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury picked up the manual and began to read. Item: Ophion probe device, white, function, capable of detecting all individuals infected by Ophion who have yet to awaken. Usage: upon pressing the button, a map will be projected from the outlet, with each point representing an infected individual. Next, there was an image of the white cube. Following that was the information for the other Ophion probe device. Item: Ophion probe device, green, function, capable of detecting all individuals infected by Ophion who have transformed into Ophion but have not yet committed murder. Usage: upon pressing the button, a map will be projected from the outlet, with each point representing an infected individual. Next, there was an image of the green cube. Below that was the explanation for the Ophion gene separation device. Item: Ophion gene separation device function, to separate the genes of those infected who have yet to awaken, allowing the infected to revert to their human form. Simultaneously, the device can dissolve the absorbed Ophion genes into a gene elixir that enhances human physicality. Usage: within 10 meters of an unawakened Ophion, direct the mouth of the device towards the Ophion and press the button. Precautions: 1. The Ophion gene separation device only works on unawakened Ophions. It is ineffective on those who have awakened. 2. Undissolved Ophion genes cannot be used, otherwise the user will directly transform into an Ophion. 3. The Ophion genes must be further purified after dissolving. Using unpurified elixir may lead to user loss of control. 4. The enhancement effect of the Ophion gene elixir depends on the user's physical constitution. The weaker the constitution, the stronger the effect, and vice versa. 5. Each Ophion gene separation device can separate up to 200 Ophions. Upon reaching this limit, the device will cease its absorption function. Next, there were images of the Ophion gene separation device, undissolved Ophion genes, the liquid post-dissolution and pre-purification, and the purified Ophion gene elixir. After finishing the manual, Nick Fury handed it to Coulson and picked up the letter, which read, "I am not one to silently give without recognition. Only I possess the method for purifying the Ophion gene dissolution liquid. Should purification be necessary, place the vessel filled with the solvent in that flower bed, and then contact me. I shall find the time to retrieve it for purification. In return, I shall require 1/3 of the purified Ophion genetic serum as remuneration. If you harbor doubts regarding the precautions stated, or if you possess the capability to purify, you are free to disregard my words. Lastly, those who have awakened but have not taken lives as Ophion, though transformed, once were human and have not forsaken their desire to remain human. I trust you know how to handle them, so I leave it to your discretion." Upon reading the content, Nick Fury remained silent, passing the letter to Coulson, then picking up the white Ophion diagnostic device to examine it before pressing the button. A map projected from the device appeared before Fury and his companion. However, upon observing the number of Ophion indicated, both men's pupils dilated in shock. Fury then grasped the green Ophion diagnostic device, pressed the button, and scrutinized it closely. "Tomorrow, promptly dispatch personnel with these two Ophion genetic separation devices to isolate the genes of the unawakened infected. Furthermore, I grant you the authority to assemble a team specifically tasked with guiding those who have transformed into Ophion but retain their humanity, to prevent them from acting out of fear and committing irreparable acts." After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury promptly addressed Coulson. "Understood," Coulson replied. "What is the status of the two suitable candidates for the belt? When can they engage in combat?" Fury inquired. "They are resting. They will be ready for battle by tomorrow," Coulson responded. Meanwhile, having concluded the tests, Ramlal, resting in his room, retrieved his phone and extracted a phone card from a corner of the bed, inserting it to send a message to an unknown recipient. Subsequently, he dismantled the card, entered the restroom, and broke it into several pieces before flushing it down the drain. On another note, when Yun-Chun returned home, the clock read 6:30. During these hours, he had absorbed 40 Ophion, restoring his points to nearly 600. Moreover, This area was entirely cleared of Ophion, and Yun Chun, wielding the wings of heaven, soared back to the shop. Upon his return, Jones had already closed the store and was upstairs waiting for Yun Chun while feeding the sprawled-out Graham eating dinner. You, of all things, why must you do this? Now look, you've been beaten by Brother Yun, Jones remarked, shaking his head in exasperation as he fed Graham. Humph. Graham grunted in response, remaining silent. All right, enough of that. Let us eat, Jones said to Graham, scooping a spoonful of rice to feed him. I'm back, Yun Chun announced as he ascended the stairs. Brother Yin, you're back. Dinner is on the table. Please help yourself, Jones said without turning around. Hey, Jones. What are you up to? Yun Chun inquired, his view obstructed, unaware of Graham's presence. Look at what you've done to Graham, Jones replied, turning around with a furrowed brow, her expression adorably disapproving. He's asking for it. Who told him to behave that way? Yun Chun retorted nonchalantly. I won't allow you to harm Graham any further, Jones declared, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yun Chun like a protective mother cow. Humph. Graham, having overheard Yun Chun, took a bite of his meal and let out a grunt. Another grunt, and I'll make you regret it, Yun Chun warned, glaring at Graham while holding his bowl. Graham almost let out another grunt, but caught himself, shooting a glare at Yun Chun before resuming his meal. Back to you, Jones said, turning her attention once more. Fine, I want to hit him again, Yun Chun conceded. Feeling defeated, the evening passed in this manner. The next morning, at 7 o'clock, Yun Chun was awakened by a series of persistent beeping sounds. Assimilating an Ophion gene, earning 10 points. Assimilating an Ophion gene, earning 10 points. What is going on, system? Yun Chun asked, yawning and still groggy. The Ophion gene extraction device you activated yesterday has successfully assimilated the Ophion genes, the system responded. Is S-H-I-E-L-D this efficient? Can you adjust the notifications to once an hour? Yun Chun requested. Certainly. Done, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun settled back down to continue his slumber. When he awoke again, it was already 11:30, nearly noon. It's already midday, Yun Chun thought, glancing at the time before rising to wash up in the bathroom. After freshening up and sitting for a while, Jones brought him food. Once he finished eating, he stepped out to continue his mission of clearing the unawakened Ophions. Since the Ophions in this area had already been cleared by Yun Chun, he summoned his wings of heaven and ventured to another zone. Ding. Defeated. Reward, 300 points. Ding. Defeated. Reward, 300 points. What is happening? Yun Chun paused, momentarily stunned by the system's notifications while absorbing the Ophion genes. These points are from the belt seal. I didn't expect the owner of that belt to be so formidable, defeating 2 level 3.5 dangers on the first try, and it seems effortless. The system marveled. It seems S-H-I-E-L-D has recruited some impressive individuals, Yun Chun mused, equally impressed, recalling that he hadn't been that capable on his first attempt. Continuing on, Yun Chun no longer paid attention to anything else, engrossed in absorbing the genes of the Ophion. As of 3:30 today, he had already collected over 30, leaving fewer than 10 in this area. Meanwhile, the individual praised by Yun Chun and the system held 2 cards in hand, a Frog Square 3 that enhanced arm strength and a Rhino Diamond 4 that amplified charging power. He exhaled in relief, revealing a smile that betrayed his excitement. Recently, in order to adeptly wield the belt and combat the monsters, Glaze had undergone grueling, almost inhuman training. Under immense pressure. Fortunately, the results were commendable, living up to the trust placed in him by the director. Well done, exclaimed a member of S-H-I-E-L-D, watching the battle through the recording equipment, cheering with enthusiasm. These agents, who had been training Glaze and Cross, were well aware of the monster's formidable prowess, and witnessing their allies so effortlessly subdue and seal them filled them with exhilaration. Even Coulson's usual stoic demeanor seemed to brighten, while Nick Fury's expression was less severe than usual. Well done, Glaze. Who would have thought you'd become so strong after training? Said a young man behind Glaze, gently tapping him on the shoulder. It's not bad. These two were merely low level. If they were stronger, it might not have been so easy. Glaze replied with a smile. Now it's my turn, right? Cross raised an eyebrow. Sure. Glaze handed the belt to Cross, smiling. Next. We ought to deal with that trio. They've taken the lives of so many civilians and our comrades. It's time they paid the price. Cross's grip on the belt tightened, his expression darkening. Be careful. They are not easy to handle. Glaze, noticing Cross's somber demeanor, placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. I'll be cautious, Cross reassured, regaining his composure. Chapter 44. The Hulk, although S-H-I-E-L-D lacked the capacity to engage with the monsters recently, they never ceased their search for their whereabouts. The two monsters sealed by glaze had been under surveillance for quite some time, unbeknownst even to Yun-chan. The trio cross-mentioned was composed of awakened Ophion, former fugitives whose crimes were innumerable. During a previous escape attempt, they were shot by the police and subsequently awakened as Ophion, becoming even more brazen. Prior to Yun-chan's arrival in this world, S.H.I.E.L.D. had made several attempts to capture them, all of which ended in failure, resulting in the loss of many agents. Returning to the other side, Yun-chan was en route to confront the last unawakened Ophion. Suddenly, while walking, he heard distant screams, gunfire, and explosions emanating from a nearby school. What was happening? Furrowing his brow at the sight of the rising black smoke, he hurried over. Before him lay a formidable battalion of soldiers assaulting a massive green figure. Yun-chan froze momentarily. Wasn't he that the Hulk alongside his father-in-law, General Ross? Was this truly the extent of the Hulk's combat prowess? Observing the confrontation between the Hulk and the military, Yun-chan squinted and remarked, "The pressure is immense." At that moment, a soldier foolishly stood before the Hulk and taunted, "Is that all you've got?" In a fit of rage, the Hulk retaliated with a powerful kick that sent the soldier flying, crashing into a tree, rendering him lifeless. Unbeknownst to Yun-chan, this man was abomination. Had he perished, the subsequent events in Chinatown would have been averted. "Fall back, find cover," General Ross commanded through his walkie-talkie. At his behest, the soldiers retreated, seeking refuge. Suddenly, a striking woman strode directly toward the Hulk. Recognizing her as Betty Ross, General Ross's daughter and the Hulk's girlfriend, Yun-chan took out a handful of sunflower seeds won from a lottery and began to munch, observing quietly. This was not his affair. It was a predicament of General Ross's making, one he ought to resolve himself, especially as the ordinary civilians had all fled, leaving only the soldiers behind. By now, Betty had approached the Hulk. Perhaps witnessing his daughter near the Hulk ignited a surge of anxiety in General Ross, who shouted something into his walkie-talkie. A combat helicopter swooped down, unleashing gunfire upon the Hulk. The bullets ricocheted off the ground, inching closer to their target. The Hulk instinctively shielded Betty, and the bullets struck him, merely bouncing off without leaving a scratch. Observing this spectacle, General Ross erupted in a furious roar, though the content of his outburst was lost in the chaos. Enraged, the Hulk seized a metal plate and hurled it toward the helicopter. The plate struck the aircraft, causing it to plummet. Quickly, the Hulk shielded Betty, and as the flames dissipated, he scooped her unconscious form into his arms, preparing to depart. Yun-chan was taken aback, dropping the sunflower seeds from his hands, for the direction in which the Hulk ran was precisely where he had concealed himself. "Oh no," he exclaimed, attempting to evade the impending collision, but it was too late. The impact sent Yun-chan sprawling, while the Hulk, owing to his size, merely paused briefly. However, due to inertia, Betty was flung from his grasp, hurtling toward Yun-chan. As Yun-chan emerged from his concealed state, he crashed to the ground, only to see Betty soaring toward him. Without a moment's thought, he instinctively extended his hands to catch her. This was a disaster. Observing the individual in his grasp, Yun-chan spoke. Indeed, upon seeing Betty in Yun-chan's hands, the Hulk roared in fury at Yun-chan, yet refrained from rash actions, fearing for Betty's safety. General Ross and his soldiers, taken aback by the sudden appearance, also stood on guard. "Kamen Rider?" General Ross remarked, his gaze fixed on Yun-chan's composed visage. Recalling how his subordinates had previously compelled him into a humiliating situation due to this very individual. With everyone's eyes upon him, Yun-chan gently placed Betty on the ground, raised his hands, and began to retreat slowly. Observing Yun-chan's release of Betty, the Hulk emitted a low growl, akin to a cat defending its territory, and cautiously approached her. General Ross, hesitant to give the order to fire for fear of harming his daughter, could only watch as the Hulk drew nearer to Betty. Gradually, the Hulk crouched down, tenderly lifting Betty into his embrace, gazing at her with gentleness. He then turned his head to look at Yun-chan, who had raised his hands, and at General Ross and the others behind him, before leaping away in a bounding run. "Capture him." After the Hulk's departure, General Ross pointed at Yun-chan and commanded his soldiers. Believing that with Yun-chan's many belts, they might be able to mass-produce them, perhaps even more easily than capturing the Hulk. Upon hearing General Ross's orders, all soldiers aimed their weapons at Yun-chan and began to advance cautiously. Cursing under his breath, Yun-chan quickly jumped up and activated his cloaking state. "Fire!" General Ross shouted as he noticed Yun-chan had vanished. The soldiers opened fire at the spot where Yun-chan had disappeared. "Bastard!" Yun-chan exclaimed. Having been forced out of his cloaking state, enraged, for while cloaked, He could neither attack nor be attacked. Capture him. Upon seeing Yun Chun reappear, General Ross sighed in relief and continued to instruct his soldiers. Realizing it was time to flee, Yun Chun dashed in a particular direction, entering the thicket beside the school, intending to cloak himself again before making his escape. Don't let him enter the forest. Blow those trees to smithereens. Evidently aware of Yun Chun's intentions, General Ross shouted at the armored vehicles. In that case, do not blame me, Yun Chun thought, truly enraged, coming to a halt. From his system space, he retrieved the card of the Sorrow of the Egg and aimed it at General Ross. General Ross, Yun Chun called out, as the card emitted a glow visible only to him, shooting towards General Ross and entering his body, dimming as it did so, displaying a 1-hour countdown. With a crack, General Ross seemed to hear a sound, his face reddening as he clutched his groin and collapsed to the ground, emitting sounds of distress. The soldiers, witnessing their commander kneeling in agony without further orders, dared not act rashly and remained frozen in place. As Yun Chun seized the opportunity while the soldiers were captivated by General Ross, he swiftly dashed into the jungle, cloaking himself and altering his course to escape. Once the target had departed, the soldiers gravitated towards General Ross, awaiting further commands, while one of the leaders cautiously approached the general. General? The leader softly called, gently touching Ross. Overcome with pain, General Ross was unable to respond, his face flushed and immobile. Medic! Quickly summon a medic, the leader exclaimed in alarm, noticing Ross's reddened visage and his hands clutching his abdomen. Meanwhile, Yun Chun had already left, making his way towards the last unawakened Ophion. Deservedly so, Yun Chun mused. Feeling a surge of satisfaction upon witnessing General Ross's agony, a smile creeping onto his face. TSK, 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 you're quite ruthless. Although this entity only inflicts pain without causing harm, I suspect he'll be left with a psychological scar. I wonder if he can ever regain his composure. The system commented with a sense of glee. Serves him right for stirring trouble, Yun Chun thought, devoid of sympathy for the general. As Yun Chun absorbed the final Ophion, dusk settled in. He stowed away the Ophion gene separation device and donned the wings of paradise, intending to return to the shop for a meal. ISNT that the belt I provided to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Could it be that individual is the belt's rightful bearer? While soaring back, Yun Chun spotted Cross engaged in a battle with an Ophion below and, intrigued, descended to a rooftop nearby to observe the confrontation. Looking impressive, he's significantly more powerful than at the outset, Yun Chun remarked, nodding at the unfolding struggle. Cross, wielding his awakening gun, shot down a wild dog Ophion, bringing it to the ground, then swiftly kicked away another wild boar Ophion attempting to ambush him, all while a menacing-looking black man lay motionless nearby. Cross activated the enhancement module he had recently acquired from Grace, watching the awakening gun's digits shift from 5500 to 4900. He holstered his weapon, preparing to deliver a punch to the wild boar Ophion, but the wild dog Ophion had already risen and stealthily approached him. Be careful, Grace shouted from a nearby rooftop. Just then, the wild dog Ophion raised its fist, ready to strike. Unable to watch any longer, Yun Chun squeezed the trigger of the wings of paradise, firing several shots at the Ophion lurking behind Cross. Who is that? Grace wondered aloud, glancing in Yun Chun's direction upon witnessing the assistance provided to Cross. With Yun Chun's support, Cross no longer had to worry about his flank and unleashed a powerful punch towards the wild boar. With a resounding thud, Cross sent the wild boar flying. Though its hide was thick and tough, it was not enough to withstand the force of his strike, leaving it severely weakened. Upon witnessing the scene, Yun Chun realized that victory was assured. He retrieved the previously found zebra-patterned block capable of creating doppelgangers and flung it towards Cross, subsequently vanishing into invisibility as he departed. Cross sensed that someone had aided him, yet the identity of this benefactor eluded him. At that moment, a card soared through the air, which Cross caught with an outstretched hand. He was somewhat taken aback, yet he understood that this was not the time for astonishment. He activated the newly acquired card on his awakening gun, causing the numbers to shift to 3,500. In an instant, Cross split into two, launching simultaneous attacks on the two Ophiners. Before long, he had reverted both Ophiners back to their human forms, while concurrently assisting Yun Chun in accumulating 810 points. Chapter 45. Sure, who is it that just helped me? Cross inquired, having resumed his original form and gazing at Glacé, who was rushing towards him. It seemed to be a masked rider, Glacé replied, brimming with excitement. Is that true? Thank goodness for his intervention. Otherwise, defeating those three rascals would not have been so effortless, Cross exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the three individuals lying on the ground. At that juncture, agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived on the scene. In truth, these agents had been shadowing Cross and his companion all along. But due to the imminent battle, Cross had instructed them to maintain their distance to avoid collateral damage. Now that the skirmish had concluded, they approached to secure the area, binding the three with specialized iron chains and hauling them away in a vehicle. Just then, a car approached and halted before the two. The door swung open, revealing Coulson, who greeted them with his customary smile. "Thank you for your hard work. It's late. It's time to rest," he said warmly. "Certainly. Thank you for coming to collect us," Cross replied with a smile as he entered the vehicle. Meanwhile, Yun Chun returned to the shop, bemused to find it still open. "I'm back," he announced as he stepped inside. "Welcome back. Dinner is ready," Jones called, carrying a platter towards a table where a gentle-looking middle-aged man sat. Upon seeing Yun Chun's return, the man smiled and said, "Thank you." "Not at all, and I must also thank you for the milk tea," Jones replied, waving his hand with a grin. "Who is this?" Yun Chun inquired, puzzled by the presence of the dining gentleman. "Oh, hello. I am the owner of the milk tea shop next door. My name is Shi. You must be the proprietor of this establishment. I look forward to your guidance." The milk tea shop owner introduced himself, rising to extend a hand before Jones could respond. "Greetings, I am Yun Chun, the owner here. Likewise, I welcome your guidance," Yun Chun replied, smiling as he shook hands with him. "Brother Yun, the meal is served," Jones said, returning with the dishes and placing them on the table. "Thank you for your effort," Yun Chun responded, taking a seat and beginning to dine with Shi. "By the way, this is the milk tea that the shop owner brought along," Jones added, approaching once more with the beverages. "Well, don't rush. Let's eat first," Yun Chun remarked, observing the busy Jones. "It's all right. I'll head upstairs to feed Graham first. You all go ahead," Jones replied with a smile before ascending the stairs. "Mr. Yun, is this your girlfriend? She is quite beautiful and virtuous. Cherish her well," Shi said to Yun Chun, watching Jones depart. No, not yet. She is merely my employee," Yun Chun quickly clarified. "Oh, I see I misunderstood," Shi responded. "No worries," Yun Chun replied, then began his meal. After several minutes, both had finished dining, and Yun Chun picked up the milk tea beside him and took a sip. "Mr. Shi, your milk tea is truly delightful. How do you make it?" Yun Chun inquired after finishing his drink. "That's a trade secret. I'm afraid I can't disclose it. But if you enjoy it, feel free to come by for a drink, and I'll give you a 10 discount, Shi replied with a grin. "Sounds great," Yun Chun responded, smiling as well. "I'll take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality. The meal was excellent," Shi said, wiping his mouth and standing up. "Won't you stay a while longer?" Yun Chun urged. "No, I have matters to attend to at the shop. I must be going," Shi replied. "You are welcome to visit again." Yun Chun waved as Shi opened the door and departed. After Shi left, Yun Chun took the dishes to the sink to wash them. "Hey, Brother Yun, did the milk tea shop owner leave?" Jones asked, coming down with the dishes after feeding Graham. "Yes, he mentioned having some things to take care of," Yun Chun said, still focused on the task at hand. "Brother Yun, you've worked hard all day. You should rest. I can handle this," Jones said as she entered the kitchen and saw him washing the dishes. "I'm not tired. I hardly did anything today, just watched a couple of shows. You should hurry and eat. I'll manage here," Yun Chun insisted, taking the dishes from her hands and ushering her out of the kitchen. "All right then, thank you, Brother Yun," Jones replied before heading off to eat. At S.H.I.E.L.D., "Thank you for your hard work today. How was the encounter with the aberration?" Nick Fury inquired as the three arrived at his office. "Not too bad. The creature we faced this time wasn't particularly strong, so we managed," Grace replied. "I must apologize. I was a bit careless today. If it weren't for someone's assistance, it might not have gone so smoothly," Cross said apologetically. "Oh, what happened?" Nick Fury asked, noticing Cross's concern. "I was too eager for victory and overlooked another Ophion lurking behind. If not for someone intervening, I might have been in trouble," Cross explained. "Someone helped you? Do you know who it was?" Nick Fury asked, perplexed. "It resembles a Kamen Rider. He merely fired a shot, repelling an Ophion, and handed me a square card." As he spoke, Cross produced a square 9 card and placed it on the table. "All right, you two should return and rest. You've had a long day," Nick Fury remarked, glancing at the card before returning it to Cross. "Understood," the two replied, turning to depart. In Tony's villa, he emerged from the restroom, clutching his abdomen, his face pale. "Ethan, when can the surgery commence?" Tony inquired as he settled onto the sofa in the living room, addressing Ethan, who was enjoying a meal. "That depends on when you can refrain from using the iron armor for a week," Ethan replied. "A week without the iron armor is impossible. It will never happen." "I rely on it for my bravado," Tony retorted. "Then by all means, Develop that new element you desire. Ethan replied with a resigned expression. I will create it. I assure you, Tony declared. I can't hold on any longer. I must return. With that, he clutched his abdomen and hurried back to the restroom. Observing Tony, Ethan suddenly found the lobster in his hand unappetizing and reluctantly set it down, feeling a pang of sympathy that such a remarkable gene serum was wasted on Tony. The night passed in tranquility. The following day, Yun-chun awoke early, finished his meal, and set out once more. This time, he intended not to continue extracting Ophion genes, but to eliminate those who had awakened, hidden away, and lost their humanity. Business next door continues to thrive, Yun-chun remarked, glancing at the neighboring establishment before turning to leave. In that same secluded corner, he donned his Bluetooth headset and called forth the transformation belt. With a command, a beam of light emanated from his waist as the belt appeared. His phone inserted within it. Blue photon veins extended from the belt, enveloping Yun-chun entirely. A bright light enveloped him, and he transformed into Kamen Rider. Yun-chun equipped the wings of heaven, entering a state of invisibility as he flew toward a base constructed by a faction of Ophions who had lost their humanity. Before long, Yun-chun arrived at an abandoned factory in a slum, landing while maintaining his stealth. Is this the place? Yun-chun pondered, observing the multitude of yellow dots and 2 blue ones on the panel, noting at least 20 yellow points. How should I proceed? He mused, entering the derelict factory. The interior was modest in size, comprising 3 floors filled with metallic debris. In the center of the first floor, 4 individuals were seated at a table engaged in a game of cards, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. In a nearby corner lay several policemen, battered and unconscious, while adjacent to them were several dismembered bodies, identifiable as police officers by their uniforms. 2 individuals were methodically dismantling the remains. A bunch of useless fools, thinking they can meddle in the affairs of the White AO gang. Do they even comprehend their own insignificance? Remarked a burly African-American as he played a card. Enough. Let us just bury the rest alive. Their mere presence is irksome. His demeanor suggested indifference, as if observing mere insects. Yun-chun could no longer contain his fury. Grasping his cane, he approached with the intention of striking the man. Host, remain calm. This is not the time for recklessness. If you eliminate him outright, it will expose us and make it even more challenging to defeat them. We must dismantle them one by one, the system urged as it sensed Yun-chun's impulsive intent. Acknowledging the system's counsel, Yun-chun understood it was not the moment for rash actions. He tightened his grip on the cane, his veins pulsing, then gradually relaxed his hand and withdrew. Are there any cameras nearby? Where are the blind spots? Yun-chun inquired of the system. The corner to your left is the blind spot, the system replied. Yun-chun proceeded to that location and, speaking into his Bluetooth headset, commanded, transform. A bright light enveloped him, and as he reverted from his transformation, a new belt materialized around his waist. From this belt, an abundance of blue photon-like veins extended, enveloping his body in luminescent blue. In less than 2 seconds, Yun-chun regained his invisibility. He drew his sword, poised to await the emergence of the body disposers. Within moments, 3 individuals appeared, dragging several bags as they approached a truck. One by one, they tossed the bags into the vehicle and moved toward the door to board. In his invisible state, Yun-chun advanced and swiftly dispatched the first man with a lethal thrust, dragging his body and tossing it into the truck seat as he awaited the next. The second met the same fate, silenced and similarly discarded. However, an unexpected turn occurred with the third. Sensing something amiss as he neared the truck door, he began to retreat, intent on returning. Realizing the man was about to enter the surveillance zone, Yun-chun felt urgency rise within him. He circled around to approach from behind, but in his haste, he inadvertently bumped into the vehicle, producing a sound. Who is there? The last man shouted, now acutely aware that something was awry. He turned to flee toward the abandoned factory. Yet Yun-chun had already closed the distance, not allowing him to escape, and with a swift strike, he pierced the man. The adversary, resigned to his fate, opened his mouth to cry out. Yun-chun quickly covered his mouth, but the cry had already escaped. What is happening outside? One of the onlookers inquired. Uncertain, they decided to step outside. As they spoke, the 2 of them walked out together. Yun-chun quickly assisted the last person towards the car, opened the door, and tossed them inside before following suit, deliberately slamming the door shut with force. Although Yun-chun had never driven a car, he had observed others do so and, recalling the steps from memory, ignited the engine and headed in a particular direction. The individuals who emerged saw the car start and, thinking they had misheard, paid it no mind and returned inside. At this moment, Yun-chun sighed in relief. Nearly revealing himself, and continued to drive ahead. Once he reached a secluded area of the abandoned factory, he halted the vehicle, stepped out, and contemplated before retrieving his phone to call Coulson. "Mr. Knight, what can I do for you?" Coulson inquired upon recognizing Yun Chun's voice. "I'm merely notifying you that I've encountered a group of orphanor at the abandoned factory in the district, and I intend to eliminate them. There are also injured individuals here, so please bring a few doctors," Yun Chun stated before hanging up. Upon receiving this information, Coulson tucked away his phone and promptly informed Nick Fury, subsequently gathering his team to head out. On the way, he also contacted Cross and Grace, requesting their presence as well. After ending the call, Yun Chun stowed his phone and proceeded towards the rendezvous point. "System, how many points do I currently possess?" Yun Chun inquired of the system, eager to make a purchase. "Understood. You have 3,560 points. How may I assist you today, esteemed customer?" The system responded. "How many points for the transformation gun?" Yun Chun asked. "May I inquire whether you desire the initial version of the transformation pistol or the new variant?" The system queried. "Do you think I can afford the new one?" Yun Chun replied, his expression darkening. "Oh, my apologies, I forgot you were somewhat financially challenged," the system retorted sarcastically. A vein throbbed on Yun Chun's forehead as he exclaimed. "How dare you? Very well, the price is 2,500 points, but I can offer you a discount at 2,450 points. Additionally, if you add 450 points, the system will grant you a random Kamen Rider card as a bonus. Quite the bargain, wouldn't you agree?" The system chimed with a sly tone. "Fine. I'll add 450 points. I'll make the purchase," Yun Chun said, rubbing his forehead while listening to the system's antics. After all, he believed that this venture would lead to a windfall, and such a trivial amount of points would not concern him. "Excellent choice, esteemed customer. Congratulations on acquiring the transformation pistol and one Kamen Rider King Snake card. We look forward to your next visit," the system exclaimed enthusiastically. Yun Chun produced the transformation pistol, a uniquely designed blue handgun with a black grip, featuring two small silver barrels at the tip and a card slot on the left side of the body. He then retrieved the King Snake and Leo Rider cards, inserting the King Snake card into the side slot of the pistol, pulling the mechanism and extending the transformation pistol. The card projected an image of a cobra before vanishing into thin air. Yun Chun retracted the gun, inserted the card once more, and elongated the weapon again. Kamen Rider Olga. The gun-S card position projected a symbol that quickly disappeared. Yun Chun pulled the gun back, retrieved the Leo Cavalry card, and executed the same maneuver before decisively pulling the trigger at the group below. Several figures, adorned in red, green, and blue, darted before the crowd, merging into 5 distinct Kamen Riders: a purple Cobra-themed King Cobra, a black Kamen Rider, and 3 beige Leo foot soldiers. "Who are they?" a burly man exclaimed, rising abruptly. Yun Chun concealed the transformation handgun, opting for a vantage point from above, poised to fire at any fleeing Offino. "Kamen Riders? How can there be 5? A corpulent man beside him remarked, furrowing his brow. "Regardless of their numbers, we shall eliminate them," the burly man commanded his subordinates, reverting to his Offino form. "Are they all white?" Yun Chun pondered, observing the scene below. Ever since the S.H.I.E.L.D. incident, the gray ones had truly faded into obscurity, leaving only the white ones to wreak havoc. In the ensuing chaos, King Cobra brandished the Snake Fong sword, charging forth with ferocity, swiftly dispatching 3 Offinos. Among all Kamen Riders, King Cobra was the most ruthless, a born warrior devoid of compassion. Another combatant, wielding the Earth Emperor's sword, approached the Offinos with a regal demeanor, slashing with elegance, rivaling King Cobra in prowess. Meanwhile, the Leo Cavalry also performed admirably, losing only 2 to the blue-tier Lion Offino and another blue-tier Rhino Offino, leaving the final one standing helplessly, questioning its existence. Moments later, it too dissolved into various colored figures, disappearing from sight. Witnessing the fierce battle of the 3 cavalrymen, Yun Chun covered his eyes in exasperation, unable to bear the sight. Thankfully, King Cobra and the others managed to eliminate 5 yellow-tier Offinos in mere minutes, earning Yun Chun 1,350 points, igniting a spark of excitement amidst his earlier fury. "Useless, 20 cannot defeat 2, the lion seethed in anger. "Allow me to handle this." With that, he retrieved a belt of the same type from behind and fastened it around his waist. "What?" Yun Chun gasped in disbelief. How could an Offino possess a belt? Where did it come from? The lion, brandishing a phone, navigated through its functions, pressing 913, and announced, "Stand by." He then closed the phone, inserting it into the belt. Completed. A series of yellow photon vessels extended from the belt, enveloping Ophion, illuminating him. In a dazzling flash, Ophion transformed into a Kamen Rider Caesar, adorned with a black base, violet eyes, and streaks of yellow. The origin of this belt is quite intriguing. Ophion is the mightiest subordinate of Solong. However, when Solong sought to seize the Yunchun belt, Ophion was elsewhere, compelling Solong to enlist other minions. Upon Ophion's return, Solong had already been vanquished by several Clover members and brought before the Gorge village. Concurrently, the village commenced the purging of Solong's remnants. Forewarned, Ophion ventured to Solong's collection hideout, appropriating the belt along with the remaining subordinates who had yet to be eliminated, seeking refuge here. Troublesome indeed. Yunchun noticed that upon his transformation, the danger level escalated from 41 to 43, surpassing his own by 1. "Let me witness your combat prowess," declared the lion, seizing his crossed sword and charging towards the king snake. The surrounding Ophions gazed at Rhinoceros, exuberantly roaring, convinced of their leader's assured victory. The emergence of Rhinoceros captured the attention of the two Kamen Riders, who engaged in combat with him. King Snake parried a descending strike with his sword, retaliating with a kick that forced his opponent to retreat. Shifting to gun mode, he unleashed several shots that struck King Snake, causing him to stagger back before reverting to sword form to launch an attack once more. Meanwhile, Rhinoceros engaged in a similar battle, attempting to deliver a powerful strike, only to be preempted as Rhinoceros landed a punch, disarming him of his sword. Rhinoceros followed up with a blow to the chest, which was blocked, prompting a counterkick that pushed Rhinoceros back a few steps. With relentless aggression, he pressed forward, delivering blow after blow to Rhinoceros, sending him flying. Retrieving the fallen sword, Rhinoceros rose, brandishing his staff to counterattack. A swift sword block halted Rhinoceros's advance, momentarily incapacitating his weapon-bearing arm. With a decisive pull, he slashed at Rhinoceros, sparking a small flare as he staggered back. The pressure mounted as he relentlessly pursued Rhinoceros, temporarily gaining the upper hand in the skirmish. Yet, despite Rhinoceros's apparent disarray, he bore no severe injuries. On the other front, King Snake found himself slightly at a disadvantage, continuously fending off attacks. Enraged, he recognized that although summoned by Yunchun, this incarnation of King Snake embodied the personality and combat memories of Asakura, albeit with diminished combat strength, possessing a danger level of merely 40. Only through Yunchun's enhanced combat prowess could the summoned knight grow stronger, perhaps even surpassing the original. Abandoning his defenses, King Snake allowed an incoming sword strike to land upon him, while simultaneously thrusting his own blade forward. With a resounding clash, sparks flew as both warriors recoiled. King Snake enduring the pain as he grasped the Snake Fong's sword, preparing for another strike. Sparks erupted from his body, propelling him outward until he fell to the ground. Enraged, the King Snake rushed forward, delivering a swift kick, reaching out to grasp, pulling, and with a swift turn, he hurled the King Snake away. He quickly regained his footing, retrieved the crystal card from his phone, and inserted it into the cross sword. Preparation. He flipped open the phone and pressed the button. Energy charge. Closing the lid, a beam of yellow energy surged from the phone, coursing along the yellow stripes on his body and entering the sword in his hand, radiating a brilliant yellow glow. The King Snake also swiftly rose, brandishing a staff resembling a cobra scepter. He extracted a card emblazoned with a cobra symbol from a slot in the staff's head and inserted it into the top of the staff. Final ascendance. A fearsome purple cobra materialized, writhing and swiftly advancing towards the King Snake. The King Snake dashed forward, the cobra trailing behind him, sword raised. Clang. Let us first revisit the recent skirmish. The rhino quickly regained his stance, wielding a stick and charging with his sword. Chapter 47. The Terrifying Ophino. A metallic clash resonated as the two weapons disengaged, sending one combatant flying. After all, the rhino was a tank-like Ophino, known for its high offense and thick defenses. Rising again, he retrieved the crystal card from his phone, inserting it into the Earth Emperor sword. Preparation. He flipped open the phone and pressed the button. Energy charge. Closing the lid, a golden light emanated from the phone, flowing along the golden stripes on his body and into the sword, which now shimmered with intense energy, growing more formidable in size. The Ophino sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the sword, tightening his grip on the stick and preparing to strike first as he charged forward. With a swift block of the sword, he deflected the stick, bringing the sword down in a powerful arc, sending the opponent flying and leaving a deep gash across his body. The rhino discarded his stick, letting out a roar as he transformed into a state of fervor, morphing into a colossal white rhinoceros, his size increasing several-fold. Should it be time to strike? Yunchuan observed from above. Noting the rhino's danger level had escalated from 4 to 42, contemplating his readiness to act at any moment. Perhaps I should wait a bit longer, he mused, relaxing his stance. With the Earth Emperor's sword in hand, he charged toward the rhino, swinging the blade toward him. The rhino, seeing the advance, charged back. Thud! The sword collided with the rhino's charge, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming, sending him crashing against the wall. Meanwhile, the king snake also charged forward. With the cobra in pursuit, the king snake leaped, landing before the cobra, his back turned. The cobra unleashed a stream of venom toward the king snake, propelling him through the air. In mid-flight, the king snake executed a series of cross kicks, aiming to strike back. Die! Upon perceiving the oncoming strike from the king snake, I gripped my sword firmly and swung it towards the advancing creature. The moment of impact resonated with a thud, sending the king snake hurtling away. It became evident that action was imperative. Observing this, Yun Chun seized his sword, leapt down, and launched a fierce attack. Sensing an approach from behind, he turned to counter the attacker. However, having just vanquished the king snake, he found himself devoid of strength, utterly incapable of resisting such an assault. With a resounding crash, he was sent sprawling, skidding several meters across the ground. Take care of them, leave none alive, Yun Chun commanded, casting a glance at the king snake. Upon hearing his words, the two rushed towards the group of affiners, descending upon them like wolves among sheep, striking them down one by one. Particularly, the king snake grew increasingly irate, delivering blows with escalating ferocity, as it relentlessly slaughtered the affiners. Although they struggled against the blue-tier affiners, it did not imply they were incapable of defeating the yellow-tier ones. Damn it, he bellowed, witnessing his subordinates fall one after another. In a fit of rage, he brandished his sword and charged at Yun Chun, who met the attack with his own blade raised in defense. Observing Yun Chun engaged, the rhinoceros roared and charged towards the king snake, who was mercilessly annihilating his minions. The two, upon witnessing the rhinoceros's approach, opted to evade rather than confront him directly. Given the rhinoceros's massive size and lack of agility, it was impossible for them to mount an effective assault. Meanwhile, the king snake continued to decimate the remaining subordinates, leaving only 5 alive. Run! The rhinoceros shouted, declaring that there was no need for a prolonged confrontation. After issuing the command, he charged towards Yun Chun, delivering a powerful kick. Caught off guard, Yun Chun was struck by the rhinoceros's hoof, sent flying. Seeing Yun Chun under attack, the king snake and his companion abandoned their pursuit of the affiners and turned towards the rhinoceros. They executed their ultimate technique simultaneously upon the rhinoceros's back. The sheer size of the rhinoceros left him unable to pivot in time, and he was struck forcefully by both. The rhinoceros cried out in anguish as he exploded into a burst of energy, reverting to his human form and collapsing unconscious on the ground. The king snake, too, exhausted from the energy exertion, dissipated into a triad of red, green, and blue hues, vanishing from sight. Now, it appears we are left with just the two of us. Yun Chun rose and remarked with a cold smile. Cursed be it, I shall surely slay you next time. Finding himself alone, he uttered a threat and contemplated fleeing. During their previous battle, he had realized that Yun Chun's combat prowess was on par with his own, prompting him to flee without a second thought. Can you truly escape? Yun Chun retorted with a mocking grin, flipping open his phone and pressing the number 9. Preparation, he declared, followed by another press. Energy charging, closing the phone's lid. A spectral blue energy surged along the ethereal blue stripes adorning his body, converging into his feet, illuminating his right foot with a brilliant blue radiance. Standing still, the right foot launched a kick, sending a beam of energy piercing forward, transforming into a cerulean drill that penetrated his body. No, I cannot move, he bellowed. Yun Chun crouched and leaped, striking the cerulean drill embedded within him, causing it to whirl violently. With a forceful thrust, Yun Chun emerged from his own body, a cerulean symbol materializing before him. He was compelled to revert from his transformation, his belt falling to the ground, while the imposing figure collapsed beside him, lifeless. Observing the demise of the lion-like Ophidian, Yun Chun approached, retrieved the belt, examined it briefly, and stored it away. Subsequently, he turned towards the rhinoceros-like Ophidian, brandishing his sword and plunging it downwards, swiftly ending its life. No, please, spare us, came a plea. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and terrified voices erupted from outside. Yun Chun hastily stepped out to investigate the commotion. Host, wait, do not go out, the system cautioned. Just as Yun Chun was about to respond, a resounding crash echoed as an Ophidian burst through the crumbling wall of the abandoned factory, rolling to a halt before him and transforming into human form. The humanized Ophidian gazed at Yun Chun, reaching out as if to speak, but fell limp and succumbed to death. Yun Chun turned, peering through the breach in the wall, and beheld a towering, 2-meter-tall tiger-like Ophelion standing outside, clutching the neck of a fleeing Ophelion, hoisting him aloft. The fleeing Ophelion struggled desperately to escape the tiger-like Ophelion's grasp, but to no avail. With a powerful squeeze, the tiger-like Ophelion severed the neck of the one captured. The lifeless body of the fleeing Ophelion crumpled to the ground, and the tiger-like Ophelion fixed its gaze upon Yun Chun through the hole in the factory wall. "What is its level?" Yun Chun inquired, his hand trembling slightly as he addressed the system. 55, on par with the king of the Ophelions in this world, the system replied. "Did you not mention that you would alert me if a creature of a level exceeding mine by 10 appeared nearby?" Yun Chun retorted angrily. I did not notice, and by the time I became aware, it had already arrived," the system replied weakly. "However, rest assured, you possess the ability to become invisible. Even if you cannot defeat it, you can escape," the system continued. At that moment, the tiger-like Ophelion regarded Yun Chun, reverted to its human form, and turned to depart. Observing this, Yun Chun waited a moment, and upon confirming its distance, he finally exhaled in relief. Just then, the sound of approaching vehicles filled the air. Yun Chun recognized that Coulson had arrived, promptly entering his invisible state and exiting the factory. As Yun Chun stepped outside, he indeed found Coulson. Coulson halted the vehicle, and a throng of agents, accompanied by Grace, emerged. Some proceeded towards the abandoned factory, while others approached the lifeless body of Ofino, who had been slain by the tiger-like Ofino, to inspect the scene. Observing this, Yun Chun chose to disregard the unfolding events, turning instead to seek a secluded corner where he could change out of his armor before departing. Upon entering the derelict factory, Coulson and his team were met with the sight of numerous corpses strewn across the ground, while in the distance, several police officers, bound and battered, awaited rescue. "First, we must save the survivors," Coulson urged with urgency. Several agents promptly rushed towards the injured police officers to administer immediate aid. "Have they left?" Coulson pondered as he surveyed the area. Just then, Cross approached, reporting, "Mr. Coulson, all Ophinos have been eliminated. Remove the bodies and secure the scene," Coulson commanded. "Understood," Cross replied, swiftly taking action. "Was that Ofino a king?" Yun Chun inquired of the system while airborne. "No. He holds the rank of second among all Ophinos in this world," the system responded. "Only second? Is the first one a king? Is the current king stronger than the world's ruler?" Yun Chun asked, astonished. "No, the top rank is not a king. After arriving in this world, Ophinos have inexplicably enhanced their combat abilities and are no longer affected by the limitations of lifespan. However, they remain the weakest among the 6 types of monsters," the system explained. "Even so, if they are considered weak, what must the strongest be like?" Yun Chun expressed a sense of helplessness. "The first rank belongs to a race capable of annihilating planets. Surely you are aware of this," the system replied. "Damn it," Yun Chun muttered in resignation. After a while, Yun Chun returned to his residence, but did not enter the shop immediately. Instead, he ventured to the adjacent milk tea shop, intending to purchase a few cups to lighten his mood. It was then that Yun Chun encountered Shi Yi's milk tea shop for the first time. The layout was quite similar to his own establishment. The sign above the entrance read Shi Yi Milk Tea Shop, with the words milk tea hastily scribbled on a piece of paper affixed between Shi Yi and the shop's interior, obscuring whatever was written beneath it, creating an odd impression. Upon entering the milk tea shop, he found it relatively uncrowded at that hour. Yun Chun approached the counter. "Oh, isn't this the esteemed manager Yun? Care for some milk tea?" Shi Yi greeted him with a smile. "Indeed, do you have any recommendations?" Yun Chun replied with a grin. "What would you like?" Shi Yi inquired, handing Yun Chun the menu with a cheerful demeanor. "I'll take these 3 varieties, 2 cups of each, please," Yun Chun said, pointing to the 3 selections on the menu with a smile. "All right, please hold on for a moment." Shi Yi briefly spoke and then picked up the materials to begin his work. I had just returned when a feminine voice echoed from the doorway. Yun Chun turned to see a charming girl with a sweet appearance, dressed in a pink jumpsuit and sporting a cute short haircut. "I'm back," Shi Yi replied without turning his head. "Yes, I finally finished delivering the milk tea. It was exhausting," the girl said, playfully leaning on Shi Yi's shoulder. "Let me introduce you. This is Yun Chun, the owner of the restaurant next door," Shi Yi said, gesturing towards Yun Chun. "This is my daughter, Shirmei," he added, turning to Yun Chun. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. You are welcome to come to our shop for milk tea," Shirmei said with a smile. "I'm equally delighted to meet you. You should come by our place for a meal sometime," Yun Chun replied, returning the smile. Perhaps due to their first meeting, the two exchanged only a few words before falling into a comfortable silence. Shirmei helped her father prepare the milk tea while Yun-chun quietly awaited her order. Thank you for your patience. Here's an additional complimentary coffee. I'm quite confident about this one, Shirmei suddenly announced, handing Yun-chun the milk tea and a cup of coffee. Upon hearing his words, Shirmei appeared momentarily stunned, as if a thought had crossed her mind. Is everything ready? Thank you. How much do I owe you? Yun-chun inquired as she accepted the milk tea and coffee. No need to worry. Just treat me to a meal sometime. Shirmei waved his hand dismissively. Thank you so much. I'll be on my way now, Yun-chun replied. Not wanting to be overly formal, she took the milk tea and coffee, bid farewell to Shirmei, and exited the shop. It was then that Shirmei suddenly recalled something important and said to Shirmei, Dad, I'm stepping out for a moment. Without waiting for a response, she hurried after Yun-chun. What is going on? Shirmei wondered, puzzled by his daughter's behavior, but continued his task of preparing milk tea. Wait a moment. Shirmei called out as she caught up with Yun-chun just before she re-entered the shop. Oh, it's you. Is there something you need? Yun-chun asked. Looking at Shirmei. How should I put this? Just don't drink that cup of coffee, Shirmei said awkwardly before turning and leaving. How strange. What was that about? Yun-chun thought to herself, bemused by Shirmei's sudden departure, and returned to the shop. Take a moment to rest and enjoy some milk tea, Yun-chun said as she entered the kitchen, addressing Jones and Hank. Brother Yun, did you buy that? Jones asked, eyeing the milk tea in Yun-chun's hands. No, this was a gift from the milk tea shop owner for you. I'm heading upstairs to see Graham, Yun-chun replied, setting down a few cups of milk tea before taking others upstairs. Graham, it's time for milk tea, Yun-chun called out as she entered the living room, where Graham was lounging on the sofa watching television. I want some, Graham exclaimed, waving his hands excitedly upon hearing Yun-chun's voice. Here you go, don't finish it all. Yun-chun placed the milk tea on the table and handed a cup to Graham. Graham remained silent, opening his cup and taking a sip. Yun-chun, on the other hand, scrutinized his own cup of coffee. It smelled delightful. Was there an issue? He lifted the lid, took a whiff, and remarked, perplexed. Suddenly, he took a sip, but before he could swallow, he spat it out vehemently. What on earth is this? It's utterly dreadful, Yun-chun exclaimed, sticking out his tongue. What are you doing? Graham asked, startled as some of the liquid splattered onto him. My apologies, Yun-chun said, offering an apology while reaching for a tissue to clean up. No wonder she advised me against drinking it, he thought. Finally understanding what had been concealed beneath the milk tea, regretting not heeding Shirmei's warning. How could the milk tea be so delightful while the coffee tastes like this? Yun-chun pondered, feeling quite baffled. Never mind, I'll stick to the milk tea. After tidying up the table, he disposed of the coffee and returned to his room with a fresh cup of milk tea. System, how many points do I have now? Yun-chun eagerly inquired. Congratulations, host. You currently possess a total of 710 points. Perhaps you should treat yourself to something special. The system tempted him incessantly. Ah, splendid. How many points are required for the explosive transformation equipment? Yun-chun inquired, unaffected by the system's seduction. It cost a total of 600 points. Would you like to proceed, esteemed guest? The system responded. Give me one. I have points to spare, Yun-chun declared grandly. Regrettably, my lord, your danger level is insufficient. You lack the authority to purchase it, and even if you did, it would be unusable, the system replied awkwardly. What's going on? Yun-chun was bewildered. Purchasing equipment required a level of authorization. Well, the original explosive transformation equipment can be used at your current level, but since yours is unmodified, it requires a danger level of 28, which is just slightly above the average. However, after modification, it necessitates a level of 35. At that time, your danger level was already 38, so you could use it without any trouble. The same applies to the acceleration watch. Initially, it required a danger level of 32, later increasing to 37, which is the minimum standard that allows for 10 seconds of use. At your current level of 42, you can utilize it for 25 seconds. The system explained, somewhat awkwardly. How can I elevate my danger level? Yun-chun inquired. There are two methods, enhancing your physique or gaining combat experience, the system succinctly replied. However, you don't intend to rely solely on that belt for combat in the future, do you? The system suddenly expressed astonishment. Is there an issue? Yun-chun asked, genuinely curious, as that was indeed his intention. After all, he had been using the belt for quite some time and had grown quite accustomed to it, having modified it to become even stronger. Should one abruptly switch their belt, a period of adjustment may be necessitated, much like my own experience, which is still not entirely seamless. Are you aware that this is among the weakest of all the primary riding belts? Initially, it was merely designed to protect the king, whose level, as previously mentioned, is a mere 55. Consequently, The belt's level could never surpass that of the king. Even at its zenith, it would only reach 54. Even with system enhancements, it cannot exceed 58, nor can it undergo further upgrades, rendering its explosive form as the utmost pinnacle of its potential. Moreover, its usage imposes a strain upon the wielder's physique. There are numerous belts of the same grade that surpass its capabilities and are far easier to wield. How could you possibly wish to continue using such a belt? The system remarked to Yun Chun. Is it true that it cannot be upgraded? Yun Chun exclaimed in disbelief. You have been bested. It would be prudent to swiftly replace your belt, the system replied, exasperated. Furthermore, it is rare to find a belt that is flawless and can be utilized indefinitely. There will always be some minor defect. Naturally, if you possess the combat prowess equivalent to that of the initial user of the smoke gun, or his brother, you may wield a silver or gold grade belt, or even a diamond grade belt with sheer force. Otherwise, it would be wise to either replace your belt or enhance your physique, the system continued. Is there any potion available to enhance my body? Yun Chun inquired, feeling defeated. None. The genetic potion you possess is already the most potent. Moreover, your genetic potion has yet to fully integrate within your body. What need do you have for further enhancement potions? The system responded. What is the highest potential of the genetic optimization potion? Yun Chun asked. Well, it can allow your physical body to contend with monsters of danger level 55 with relative ease, the system replied after some contemplation. Wait, can it truly allow me to physically confront the king of Offenor? That is astonishing. Yun Chun exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, if you wish to elevate your integration level, I suggest you engage in combat, not just any combat, but extreme battles. This will undoubtedly exert pressure on your body, yet for you, the impact will be minimal. What you need to do is utilize the acceleration watch during combat. I shall refrain from elaborate explanations, as you will comprehend it better through experience. This method significantly accelerates the integration process, and this belt is quite suited for that purpose, the system remarked with a smirk. Additionally, you may directly confront monsters. With your current physique, you can take on creatures of danger levels ranging from 2.5 to 3.3 with relative ease. Lastly, you could seek out a monster of one level higher than yourself and engage it directly. I could assist you in unlocking one. This method would undoubtedly be the swiftest. Would you care to try it? The system teased. Are there any belts, aside from Kong Hua and Yaji 2, that would be suitable for me at this moment? Yun Chun deftly redirected the conversation. Listening to the tone of the system, Yun Chun immediately discerned that it was not a favorable suggestion. As for the belts of Kong Hua and Yaji 2, they were indeed exorbitantly priced, prompting Yun Chun to express his inability to afford them, suggesting instead to await future opportunities for a lottery draw. Choose for yourself, the system stated directly, clearly disheartened by Yun Chun's rejection of its counsel. Let us set this aside for now and contemplate. Yun Chun was uncertain about which option to select. By the way, the Ophiuchus gene within my gene separation device should have completely dissolved by now, Yun Chun remarked, retrieving the gene separation apparatus. Is this sufficient? He inquired, glancing at the liquid inside. Indeed, a purification will suffice, the system replied, taking the device from Yun Chun's hands. Moments later, the apparatus reappeared in Yun Chun's possession. Can I simply drink it? He asked. Absolutely. This should enhance 3 aspects of your physical attributes, the system affirmed. Yun Chun poured the solution into a cup and took a sip. It appears to be insufficient. The enhancement is minimal, and my danger level remains unchanged. Yun Chun lamented upon finishing the drink. Chapter 49. The Cheetah Ophiuchus knock, knock, knock. Afternoon tea time has arrived, Brother Yun. Jones called from outside the door. I'm coming, Yun Chun replied, rising to his feet. It was already 3:30, he realized as he checked the time, stepping out of his bedroom. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, during which he savored Jones' culinary creations, Yun Chun took a moment to rest before venturing out again, intent on testing the physical monsters mentioned by the system to elevate his danger level. This time, Yun Chun opted not to transform using the Heavenly Emperor's belt, but instead walked directly towards a yellow-level Ophiuchus location. Welcome back, how did it go? Xia Siyuan inquired of the tiger-shaped Ophiuchus. Everything has been eliminated. However, I only dispatched a few, as the majority were taken care of by the Kamen Rider. The tiger-shaped Ophiuchus replied matter-of-factly. Oh, this raises some questions, Xia Siyuan remarked, then asked, what became of him? Since you had previously ordered me not to engage with him. I returned promptly, the tiger-shaped Ophiuchus stated calmly. Excellent work. You may return to rest now, Xia Siyuan responded. Understood, the tiger-shaped Ophiuchus acknowledged before turning to leave. President, shall we commence the implementation of the plan? The chameleon Ophiuchus approached, inquiring. Have they established a connection? Xia Siyuan asked. Indeed, The connection has been made. The chameleon Ophiuchus confirmed. Then prepare the Delta and Ophiuchus genes and arrange a suitable time. You and I shall pay a visit, Xia Siyuan instructed. President, is it truly necessary to bring along the Delta? The belts have already been developed. And although we have yet to discover an alternative to photon blood as a long-term power source for the armor, the current energy is sufficient to operate it for 10 minutes. Before Chameleon Orphanu could finish his thought, Xia Village interrupted, asking, do you think that is adequate? We only have the Delta belt powered by photon blood left. Chameleon Orphanu urged once more. It's all right. You may go down and make arrangements, the president replied. Understood. Seeing the president's resolute stance, Chameleon Orphanu refrained from further comment and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Yun Chun walked along, observing the scenery and the throng of people, marking his first genuine examination of this world. Beep. Hearing the honk of a horn, Yun Chun turned to see a taxi weaving through the traffic, ultimately speeding towards him, startling him into a quick leap aside. Gasping, he pressed a hand to his chest to steady his racing heart. Are you out of your mind? Just as Yun Chun was about to confront the driver, he noticed a man exiting the vehicle, followed by a woman who shouted at the driver from the window, her demeanor intimidating enough to deter Yun Chun from approaching. The woman barely uttered a few words before the driver hastily sped away, inciting her fury. You coward! She bellowed at the fleeing vehicle. If Yun Chun had ventured any closer, he would have recognized this woman as Betty, the girlfriend of the Hulk, and the man as none other than Bruce Banner himself. Banner, appearing somewhat meek, murmured something to Betty, who gestured for him to be silent, pointing in a particular direction, and together they departed, leaving Yun Chun bewildered and alone. Realizing that he was being ignored, Yun Chun resigned himself to misfortune and continued towards his destination. Soon, despite not rushing, he arrived at his intended location, a subterranean casino. He donned the Iron Man mask he had casually purchased earlier to conceal his identity, though he doubted its efficacy. Upon reaching the entrance of the underground casino, the doorman, perhaps believing that no one would dare cause trouble there, allowed Yun Chun to pay the entry fee and enter. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by a spacious, opulent environment bustling with patrons, both men and women, most adorned with masks. To his surprise, it was not as raucous or smoky as he had anticipated. My friend, what game would you like to play? A man approached with a smile. No, thank you. I'm merely here to find someone, Yun Chun replied, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, take your time. Should you wish to play, feel free to seek me out, the man said, maintaining his smile as he turned to leave. Yun Chun approached one of the tables and tapped a man who was engaged in a game of dice on the shoulder. May I ask who you are and what business you have? The man turned his head and asked, appearing similarly masked and dressed in ordinary attire. From his voice, he seemed to be of a stature comparable to Yun Chun. Gazing into his eyes evoked a sense of despondency. His demeanor was refined, yet did not resemble the scoundrels Yun Chun had previously encountered. He struck Yun Chun as a mere salted fish, devoid of ambition. Were it not for the detection function revealing him as Ophieno, Yun Chun would scarcely believe he had ever taken a life. Typically, those who had not committed murder would be displayed in green, regardless of their level, yet he was marked in yellow. The Ophieno Yun Chun had previously encountered were all ruffians and ne'er-do-wells. I have a matter to discuss with you. Could you step outside for a moment? Yun Chun said casually. Very well, just a moment, the man replied, finishing his game before following Yun Chun outside. May I inquire as to the nature of your summons? The man asked, glancing around at the desolate surroundings, his brow furrowed in concern. Reveal your true form. Let us engage in combat, Yun Chun stated, fixing his gaze upon the man. I do not comprehend your words. I must take my leave, the man responded, his pupils narrowing beneath the mask as he turned to depart. However, Yun Chun would not afford him such an opportunity. He dashed forward, delivering a swift kick at the man. The man sidestepped, evading Yun Chun's attack and rolling aside. Since you seek death, I shall oblige, he retorted, white patterns appearing upon his face as his body began to expand, transforming into a white leopard Ophieno. Perish, the Ophieno charged at Yun Chun, one claw poised to strike. Yet, as the leopard approached, Yun Chun crouched and leapt over its head, landing behind the beast and evading its claws. Turning swiftly, he unleashed a kick that struck the leopard's back, propelling it forward several paces. TSK, the flesh is still too feeble, Yun Chun remarked, observing how the leopard had merely stumbled forward. He mused that were he to unleash his full power, a single kick could annihilate this creature. Deemed a threat level of 32. Scoundrel. The leopard, infuriated by Yun Chun's musings, charged once more, claws slicing through the air, a testament to its rage. Yun Chun had no choice but to evade continuously. Without armor, Being caught would be no trifling matter. Seeing Yun Chun's evasive maneuvers, the leopard ceased its side swipes and instead leapt directly at him. As the leopard lunged, Yun Chun quickly crouched and then sprang upward, driving his fist, imbued with his full strength, directly into the creature's abdomen, sending it hurtling backward. Ah! The leopard groaned, clutching its midsection as it struggled to rise, wincing in pain. Though it was merely a human, the strength and speed displayed were formidable. No matter how the leopard attempted to strike, it could not land a blow. Frustration mounted within the leopard as it charged at Yun Chun once more, claws bared. As the cheetah charged towards him, Yun Chuan narrowly evaded its claws once more. Observing Yun Chuan's agile maneuver, the cheetah smirked, showing no sign of hesitation as it continued to sprint away, leaving Yun Chuan momentarily dazed. If I cannot defeat it, must I not flee? Pondered the cheetah, having no intention of engaging in combat with Yun Chuan. It simply opted to run away. Realizing the cheetah had escaped, Yun Chuan swiftly glanced at the exploration map and set off in the direction that Ophanor had fled. As he ran, he approached a bustling area, where the thought of battling in such a crowded place filled him with dread. Concerned about the potential collateral damage to innocent bystanders, he reluctantly abandoned his pursuit, resigning himself to misfortune as he turned to leave. System, record my information for future reckoning, Yun Chuan instructed the system, casually removing his mask and tossing it into the system's space. Very well, but how pitiful you are, to have been outpaced by a mere level 32 Ophanor. The system retorted mockingly. How was I to know? That scoundrel fled without a shred of dignity, Yun Chuan replied, feeling quite helpless. Meanwhile, the cheetah, having transformed back into its human form, had already reached the back of an upscale restaurant, where it paused to catch its breath, while the front was bustling with patrons. This secluded area was devoid of any onlookers. After regaining composure, the cheetah entered a nearby building. Ascending the stairs, it retrieved a key and unlocked a door to a room, stepping inside. Who have I offended to ruin my good mood? The cheetah muttered, shedding its clothing for a fresh outfit, irritation evident in its voice. If I encounter you again, I will ensure you regret it thoroughly. Having changed, the cheetah resigned itself to the impending duties of the day. Checking the time, it declared, time to get to work, before exiting the room and making its way downstairs into the restaurant. Hey Tom, up so early? Out of money to gamble, or have you lost it all? Quipped a man dressed as a chef as the cheetah entered. Gray man, if you retract your earlier words, we can still be friends, Tom replied with a hint of melancholy. By the way, your ex-girlfriend Anna came looking for you earlier, but left when she saw you weren't here. Why did you break up with her? Gray man inquired while chopping meat. It's nothing. Don't mind her, it's all in the past, Tom replied, donning his chef's attire, a fleeting sadness glimmering in his eyes. Noting Tom's reluctance to divulge further, Gray man chose to drop the subject, understanding that as a single man, he was ill-equipped to navigate matters of the heart. Chapter 50. The Arrival of Hatred. Is it already this late? Yun Chuan remarked as he gazed at the darkening sky. Realizing that his initial plan to seek out another Ophanor for battle had been thwarted by the passage of time. Forget it, I might as well return home, Yun Chuan thought, turning to walk in another direction. What is that? As he walked, he suddenly noticed armored vehicles moving nearby, with numerous soldiers armed and helicopters flying overhead. What could possibly be happening? Curiosity, driven by his innate desire for spectacle, compelled Yun Chuan to run towards the armored vehicles and helicopters. Was that not General Ross? He saw a group of soldiers carrying a man, followed by Ross and his daughter. He mused. That must be the Hulk banner. Yun Chuan stood in a corner, gazing at the entrance of a building and pondering. Watching the soldiers lift banner onto the helicopter, Betty seemed eager to follow. At that moment, General Ross held Betty back, speaking to her in a manner that suggested a serious disagreement. Ross appeared quite helpless, while Betty was visibly furious, directly boarding the helicopter, with Ross following suit. Should I make a run for it? Suddenly, a thought struck Yun Chuan, and he prepared to flee. Are you truly untroubled by your conscience? The system interjected. Yet, what can I do? I cannot defeat the abomination. Staying here would be futile, wouldn't it? Yun Chuan halted, responding to the system. Indeed, he recalled that the abomination was about to appear. I cannot say for certain, but I estimate the abomination is not as formidable as the Hulk. With a danger level around 53, if you give it your all, you should be able to handle him. Besides, do you not possess the King Cobra and 2 cards? With such numbers, defeating the abomination should not be overly challenging, the system reassured him. You are quite endearing, speaking so lightly of it, Yun Chuan remarked. Do you not wish to elevate your danger level? Then why wait? Take action and engage him. As long as you survive, your level could increase by at least 0.3. Furthermore, do you not have one more opportunity for a class 4 enhancement? This situation provides an ideal opportunity. Moreover, the genes within the abomination's body could enable your enhanced level to reach approximately 55, akin to that of the previous Ophelion. Lastly, if you manage to defeat him, you will also gain 1,500 points. This chance is not to be missed. The system tempted Yun Xuan to fight. However, it failed to mention that the cost of operating the enhancement after transformation would be steep, often prompting Yun Xuan to curse. Points? What use are they? Yun Xuan rolled his eyes and responded, lamenting his dire financial state, with only points remaining. Very well, let us go for it. After some contemplation, Yun Xuan gritted his teeth and declared, "By the way, I should first call Jones and inform him," he suddenly said, pulling out his phone to dial Jones. "Hello. Is that you, Jones? I have something to discuss. I may be very late returning tonight, so you all should rest without worrying about me." Yun Chun spoke to Jones on the other end of the phone. "Oh, very well, Brother Yun. Please be cautious," replied Jones upon hearing Yun Chun's words. I shall hang up now," said Yun Chun before ending the call. "Now that's more like it. Let us proceed," exclaimed the system, thrilled that Yun Chun was finally taking action. "Proceed with what? The abomination has yet to emerge," Yun Chun began to say, but before he could finish, a chair was hurled from the window of a tall building, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, followed by the sound of gunfire. Moments later, several soldiers were seen leaping from the window, landing on the balcony of another building. A group of soldiers rushed towards the edifice, conversing rapidly into their radios. With a tremendous crash, a colossal figure burst through the second-floor wall, landing heavily on the ground, its size rivaling that of the Hulk in his transformed state. Before Yun Chun could discern its appearance, the creature charged in a specific direction, prompting the soldiers to hastily pursue it. At that moment, a vehicle came hurtling back from the direction of the creature. "This truly seems formidable," Yun Chun inhaled deeply, remarking as he leapt onto a nearby building to chase after the creature. The timing coincided with peak hours, with a multitude of vehicles congesting the streets. Soldiers maneuvered their armored vehicles skillfully, weaving past cars one after another. "The Hulk is on the streets." "Repeat, the Hulk is on the streets," shouted a soldier from within a vehicle, gripping his radio. "How is that possible?" General Ross turned to Banner, his expression incredulous. "What is your location?" he inquired urgently. The soldier promptly relayed his position. "Turn back," General Ross commanded the pilot. Upon hearing this, the pilot swiftly adjusted the steering wheel, reversing course. "Why are we turning back?" Banner questioned, sensing the plane's change in direction with confusion. "Damn it, give me visuals," General Ross barked, ignoring Banner's inquiry. "Understood, sir," the soldier replied, activating the helmet-mounted camera to focus on the creature. A deafening explosion erupted as another vehicle detonated, screams filling the air. By this point, Yun Chun had yet to spot the creature, but had already witnessed multiple cars bursting into flames. At this juncture, the abomination came to a halt, allowing Yun Chun to finally see its form, a grotesque figure, its skin resembling withered leaves, adorned with lizard-like spines protruding from its back, its skeletal chest exposed. Entirely devoid of hair, standing nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a monstrous human. Observing the chaos wreaked by this creature, Banner and Betty rushed over, scrutinizing the footage transmitted by the soldiers. General Ross, gazing at the image of the monster, glanced back at Banner, his mind struggling to process the situation. "Damn it!" Yun Chun seethed as he watched the burning vehicles and the panicked crowd from atop the building, cursing as he pulled out his headset. "Transform!" Yun Chun shouted into the headset, and a surge of azure light illuminated the scene, transforming him. He opened his phone, pressed the number 9, and directed a kick towards the abomination. A beam of energy surged forth, morphing into a ghostly blue drill that pierced the abomination, rendering it momentarily immobile. Yun Chun leaped and delivered a fierce kick into the drill embedded in the abomination, which incessantly drilled into its flesh, breaking through its skin and causing yellow blood to spurt forth. General Ross, observing Yun Chun's figure through the soldier's camera feed from the helicopter, clenched his legs together, recalling the ecstasy he had felt the previous day. After Yun Chun's departure, a doctor summoned by the soldiers had examined the area, yet no findings emerged. Leaving General Ross perplexed, the pain he endured was undeniably real, evoking memories of his parents who had long since passed. Startled by the sudden appearance of the drill and Yun Chun, the abomination felt a jolt of pain, howled in response, and violently broke free from the ghostly blue drill's grip, swinging a fist towards Yun Chun, who was still drilling into it. How could this be? Yun Chun was astonished to witness the abomination escape the drill's hold. He had never encountered a foe capable of such an escape. "This is bad." Caught off guard by the abomination's sudden freedom, Yun Chun failed to notice the incoming fist until it was nearly upon him, too late to evade. With a resounding thud, Yun Chun was sent flying, crashing through the wall of a building. A child's voice cried out nearby. Yun Chun turned to see a family of 3, frozen in place, gazing at him with wide eyes, clearly having been interrupted during their meal. The scream had emanated from a child. My apologies for the disturbance. Please, continue. Yun Chun said awkwardly, brushing off the debris from his body and standing up. Clatter. The couple's hands slipped, sending their bowl crashing to the ground, which, astonishingly, did not shatter despite its unknown material. The family continued to stare at Yun Chun, dumbfounded. Ignoring the bewildered family, Yun Chun stepped back outside. Witnessing the abomination continuing its rampage, casually tossing a car that smashed into various structures before exploding. Damn it, he muttered. Retrieving his transformation handgun and producing the 3 knight cards, inserting them one by one before elongating the weapon and aiming at the rampaging abomination, pulling the trigger. A flurry of tricolor figures darted rapidly in front of the abomination before merging into one. The abomination, noticing this, seized a vehicle and hurled it towards the figures. Just in time, the king snake and the 2 knights had completed their fusion. They swiftly leaped aside as the vehicle hurtled towards them. However, the Leo cavalry was not so fortunate. Their fusion process lagged slightly behind, and as they finished merging, the vehicle was already upon them. With a resounding crash, the vehicle propelled 3 of the Yuri cavalry into the air, their bodies soaring before skidding several meters upon landing. Witnessing this spectacle, Yun Chun could only press his forehead in disbelief, mirroring his previous reaction. The trio righted themselves, struggling to stand, and turned to face Yun Chun, extending their hands, with one defiantly raising 2 middle fingers before they dispersed into ethereal figures, vanishing from sight. Stunned, Yun Chun remained frozen in place, his hand still poised on his forehead. After narrowly avoiding the vehicle, Wang Shi drew his weapon and charged towards the abomination, while he summoned a cobra to join him in the assault amidst the chaos of fleeing crowds. Both Wang Shi and the serpent exhibited remarkable agility, dodging the abomination's attacks while landing blows that left fleeting scars on its form. Yet, within mere moments, these marks vanished as if they had never existed. Yun Chun observed in dismay, realizing that even the 10-centimeter deep wound he had inflicted with the azure drill had completely healed, leaving no trace of injury. How can one fight under such circumstances? He furrowed his brow and lamented. Chapter 51. The arrival of Hulk at that moment. Incensed by the attacks from Wang Shi and his companion, the abomination seized a vehicle and swung it around, hurling it towards the 2. Wang Shi promptly crouched, but the cobra beside him was caught off guard, struck and sent flying, rolling several times before coming to a halt. As the cobra righted itself, it cast a mournful glance at Wang Shi. Turning to his companion, Wang Shi sighed in relief, but upon returning his gaze, a colossal foot was already descending towards him. With no time to evade, he too was launched into the air, crashing onto another vehicle. The abomination roared in triumph at having sent the 2 flying. In the wake of its destruction, the streets were choked with wrecked vehicles, while the crowd continued to scream and flee in terror. The abomination rampaged on, demolishing everything in its path, seizing cars to hurl them, each swing sending multiple victims sprawling, resulting in countless casualties. "Where are your people?" Banner questioned General Ross. His brow furrowed as he observed the scene of devastation wrought by the abomination. "My God, what have you done?" Betty exclaimed in disbelief. General Ross remained silent, merely observing the chaos. "Fire! Fire!" shouted the approaching police and soldiers, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. However, the bullets merely grazed the abomination, rebounding harmlessly without leaving a single mark. In response, Yun Chun drew his sword, leaped onto a vehicle, and charged at the abomination. Meanwhile, seeing the ineffectiveness of their firearms, the soldiers scrambled to their vehicles, opened the rear compartments, and retrieved a rocket launcher, aiming it at the monstrous foe. A missile was launched directly toward the abomination. Yun Chun, wielding a sword, had already positioned himself behind the creature, prepared to strike. At that moment, the missile reached the side of the abomination, coincidentally striking Yun Chun, propelling him into the sky. "Sour lemons!" Yun Chun shouted in midair. An extravagant display of fireworks erupted in the heavens. The soldiers stood frozen, witnessing the loss of a perfectly good missile, which had seemingly taken one of their own. Meanwhile, the abomination, attracted by the sound of the missile's launch, turned and charged towards the soldier armed with a rocket launcher. Not even the vehicles in its path could impede its advance. With a mere wave of its hand, the cars were sent flying. Despite its massive form, the abomination moved with remarkable speed. "Run, soldiers!" General Ross exclaimed, observing the creature's approach. At the sound of his command, the soldiers finally reacted, abandoning thoughts of their comrade Yun Chan, who had transformed into a firework, and hastily started their vehicles to flee. Seeing the soldiers attempting to escape, the abomination wasted no time. It leaped over the cars and pursued them relentlessly. As the soldiers drove, they suddenly found themselves at a dead end. With the abomination closing in fast, despair began to set in. At that moment, a taxi driver, in a panic, collided with the abomination, delivering an unexpected blow. The abomination stomped on the cab, sending it soaring into the air, and with a swift motion, it grasped the vehicle, lifting it above its head. "Let me have a proper fight." The abomination roared, and with that, it hurled the taxi toward the fleeing soldiers. Fortunately, King Snake had just arrived, launching into action with a spectacular move. Soaring through the air, propelled by the venomous spray of a cobra, he delivered a kick to the abomination, sending it crashing into a building it had previously destroyed. The abomination then dashed toward the soldiers, arms outstretched, ready to catch the taxi as it fell. Just as the vehicle was about to strike, it was seized in midair, its momentum absorbed, and it was gently placed on the ground. Seeing the taxi land safely, the terrified driver scrambled out, abandoning the vehicle, and fled. The soldiers exhaled in relief, their bodies sagging against their cars. The two warriors, armed once again, made their way toward the towering structure where the abomination had retreated. The helicopter crew above breathed a sigh of relief, witnessing the soldiers' rescue. Suddenly, the abomination burst from the building with a roar, seizing a massive boulder and hurling it toward King Snake, followed by another stone as it charged forward. With a series of gunshots, two of the stones were shattered by the returning Yun Chan, allowing King Snake to continue his advance. The King Snake retrieved a card from the belt's compartment and once again inserted it into the scepter. "Final descent," he proclaimed, leaping into the air and landing before the cobra. In response, the cobra unleashed its venom upon him, propelling the King Snake forward to strike at the abomination, while it hastily pursued him, scaling the ground with fervor. Meanwhile, he removed the crystal card from his phone and inserted it into the Earth Emperor's sword, which radiated a potent energy as he swung it towards the abomination. At that moment, the descending Yin Xuan, having just regained his footing, recognized the opportunity and unleashed his ultimate technique, directing the azure drill towards the abomination. Observing the trio's advance, the abomination seized a car to shield itself. Yet, could such a meager barrier withstand their formidable assault? With a resounding explosion, their attacks struck the abomination directly, engulfing it in a massive flame that sent all three flying in different directions. Yin Xuan quickly scrambled to his feet, eager to assess whether their combined efforts had inflicted significant damage upon the abomination. "You have provoked my wrath," it bellowed, rising amidst labored breaths. Its ghastly wounds oozing yellow blood, yet visibly healing at an alarming pace. Although it could not rival the Hulk, it was still a formidable adversary. The abomination hurled several cars at the trio. As the vehicles hurtled towards him, Yun Xuan leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the impact as they crashed to the ground behind him. Witnessing this, the King Snake sought to evade as well. However, with others behind him and his strength nearly spent, he could not escape in time and was struck by a car. With a resounding crash, the two men shielded those behind them from the oncoming vehicle, only to vanish into a myriad of colors. "Damn it!" Yun Xuan exclaimed upon seeing their disappearance, compelled to charge forward with his sword. "Sir," the driver called out to General Ross, "have them gather all equipment, including helmets, to assist that night." After a moment of contemplation, General Ross replied, "Let me go." Banner addressed him earnestly. "What are you saying? Do you believe you can manage this?" Betty inquired incredulously. "No, not manage. I'm uncertain, but I will do my utmost," Banner replied. "And if you fail?" General Ross pressed. "This is a situation of our making, involving all of us. We cannot allow an innocent to fight for his life while we do nothing. He stands no chance against it. I implore you," Banner beseeched. Fully aware of the abomination's formidable combat prowess, "Find a suitable place to land," General Ross instructed the helicopter pilot, glancing at Banner. "No, this altitude is sufficient." "Open the rear hatch," Banner insisted. General Ross nodded, signaling for the soldiers to open the hatch. Without hesitation, Banner made his way to the back. Bruce, do not stop. What are you doing?" Betty rushed forward, grasping Banner's hand, and continued, "Think about it. You may not even be able to transform. There's no need for this. Please, don't be foolish." Betty said sorrowfully. "Betty, I must try." "I'm sorry," Banner replied, planting a kiss on Betty before leaning back and falling away. Betty leaned against the hatch, gripping it tightly, anxiously watching Banner below. "Oh, shoot," Banner cursed midair. And then he fell, crashing into the ground and creating a pit, unnoticed by the chaos around them as the crowd continued to flee in panic. "Pull her in," General Ross shouted. "Come inside, miss," a soldier said, helping Betty into safety. Meanwhile, Yun Chun continued battling Abomination, who wielded a car as a weapon, striking at him. Yun Chun could only defend against the relentless attacks with his sword, while simultaneously slicing off parts of the vehicle, sending debris flying. At that moment, under the gaze of Betty and General Ross from the helicopter, a hand of a vibrant green hue emerged from the pit created by our friend Banner. Soon, a colossal figure, entirely cloaked in that same shade of green, climbed out. Yes, it was our beloved Hulk, finally making his long-awaited entrance, while the crowd still frantically fled. With a mighty roar, Hulk made his presence known, and that single sound proved disastrous for our dear Yun Chun. Just as he was on the verge of completely dismantling the car in Abomination's grasp, the sudden roar startled him, causing a brief pause. Seizing the opportunity, Abomination discarded the vehicle and delivered a kick towards the still-dazed Yun Chun. With a thud, Yun Chun was sent flying into a building. High energy ahead, Abomination, now exhilarated, turned to the source of the sound, his eyes landing on his long-anticipated foe, the Green Giant. "Hulk!" Abomination shouted, striding towards the green behemoth, eager to pin him down. Seeing Abomination approach, Hulk tore off his tattered clothing to reveal his powerful torso, joyfully advancing towards his adversary. Abomination could hardly contain his excitement and charged forward, with Hulk also rushing towards him amidst the fleeing crowd. As they neared one another, Abomination leapt with open arms, and Hulk followed suit, diving into the embrace. However, Abomination, in his eagerness, exerted too much force and sent Hulk soaring through the air, crashing and rolling on the ground, inadvertently tossing Hulk away as the crowd continued their frantic escape. The Hulk rolled a few times on the ground before rising to his feet, slightly dizzy and struggling to maintain his balance. The Abomination approached with open arms and said, "Come here." Chapter 52. The battle between Hulk and Abomination irritated. Hulk had initially intended to embrace the Abomination, but was instead thrown aside, sustaining some scrapes. The Abomination showed no concern for Hulk's plight and wore a mocking grin, which only fueled Hulk's anger. In a fit of rage, Hulk smashed a nearby police car several times before tearing it in half and brandishing it as a weapon. Realizing Hulk's fury, the Abomination rushed over in an attempt to comfort him. However, Hulk, unappreciative of the gesture, hurled the torn police car at the Abomination, striking him with such force that the monstrous foe was left utterly defenseless, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Hulk mounted the Abomination and continued his assault, driving him deeper into the earth, utterly demolishing the police car in the process. Yet, this was not enough. Hulk tightened his grip around the Abomination's neck and delivered a powerful uppercut to his face. "Is that all you've got?" The Abomination, now feeling a surge of anger himself, questioned Hulk's ferocity, wondering why such a response was warranted for a mere toss. Observing the Abomination's refusal to apologize and his mocking demeanor, Hulk's ire only intensified. He launched another uppercut, but the Abomination, anticipating the move, kicked out forcefully, sending Hulk crashing into a building. Seeing Hulk thrown into the structure, the Abomination began to ponder whether he had indeed overdone it and hurriedly pursued him to check on his condition. As he jogged, he cleared the path for the janitors and even dismantled an illegal construction along the way. Upon reaching the building, he leaped and grasped a gaping hole on the second floor, peering inside for a glimpse of Hulk. "Use that to assist him, soldier," commanded General Ross from a helicopter, unable to bear the sight of the Abomination and Hulk's quarrel. Just moments ago, he had been sharing a tender moment with his daughter, and now he watched the scene unfold with disdain. His son-in-law was being assaulted, and while he could tolerate a beating from the Abomination, he could not stand for anyone else to inflict harm upon his kin. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he ordered his soldiers to take action. "Help whom?" One soldier replied, torn between the two foes, knowing one was his superior's son-in-law. "The green one, you fool. What do you think? Eliminate the other." General Ross scolded the oblivious soldier. Without hesitation, the soldier drew his weapon and fired several rounds at the Abomination. Feeling the onslaught, the Abomination turned his gaze skyward, spotting the father of the woman who had stolen his best friend from him. Enraged at this betrayal and the assault on his person, the Abomination roared in fury. With a leap of fury, the Abomination soared upward, evading the bullets fired by the soldiers. Another soldier pursued him in a helicopter, and upon reaching the rooftop, the soldier continued to shoot while the Abomination dashed forward, skillfully dodging the projectiles. At that moment, Hulk finally regained his composure, rising to his feet. Hearing gunfire above, he glanced upward and was taken aback to see his father-in-law chasing his best friend. Unable to bear the sight, He hurriedly ascended. As Hulk reached the rooftop, he was suddenly met with the sight of his girlfriend watching him from the helicopter, causing him a pang of embarrassment. He had come to rescue her. Yet the situation had devolved into chaos. Meanwhile, the Abomination, growing increasingly frustrated by the relentless gunfire, charged toward the helicopter, intent on destroying both the occupants and the aircraft, thereby eliminating any competition for Hulk's affection. Realizing the Abomination's intentions, Hulk panicked. His father-in-law and girlfriend were up there, and although the Abomination was his close friend, he could not allow such treatment of his beloved. He sprinted forward, desperate to stop the Abomination. The Abomination leaped, seizing the helicopter midair, while Hulk also jumped, grasping the Abomination's foot, leaving them suspended in the sky. To prevent the Abomination from harming Betty and the others, Hulk climbed higher, relentlessly striking the Abomination. Enraged, the Abomination retorted, "You ungrateful wretch, having me and still wanting your girlfriend." He retaliated with fierce kicks aimed at Hulk, attempting to dislodge him. The helicopter, now precariously held, began to falter, shaking violently, and causing Hulk and the Abomination to collide against the interior. "We must descend," the soldier exclaimed anxiously. "Hold on," General Ross bellowed. The helicopter, unable to withstand the strain, finally succumbed, plummeting to the ground with both men still clinging on. It was then that Yun Chun crawled out from the debris, surveying the desolate surroundings. "It seems I have been forgotten," he remarked, quickly making his way toward the battlefield. "It's time to employ the acceleration watch," he muttered as he ran. Initially, he had refrained from using it, wishing to gauge the direct disparity between himself and the Abomination and to await Hulk's arrival to weaken the Abomination's defenses. Now, however, he realized he stood no chance against the Abomination and had no choice but to activate it. "Are you really going to use the acceleration watch? Perhaps it's better to wait for another time," the system interjected suddenly. "Another time? Where's the option for that?" Yun Chun, oblivious to the system's unusual tone, replied urgently, charging toward the Abomination. Meanwhile, on the other side, after the helicopter had fallen, a fuel barrel ruptured, spilling its contents everywhere. The fate of the occupants remained uncertain, with only General Ross and his daughter conscious, both struggling to crawl out, yet the cabin door remained jammed, preventing their escape. The Hulk yearned to rescue those in peril, but found himself pinned against the wall by the Abomination, who cruelly sought to force him to witness the demise of his beloved girlfriend and father-in-law. In a fit of rage, Hulk's fist struck the Abomination, yet he remained steadfast, relentlessly holding the Hulk down and enduring his blows. At last, Hulk broke free from the Abomination's grasp, delivering a powerful punch to his head and forcefully slamming him into the wall, embedding the Abomination within it. Only then did Hulk glance towards the helicopter, but suddenly, a spark fell onto some oil nearby, igniting an inferno in an instant. Hulk rushed over, bringing his palms together, which had remained solitary for over 20 years, and struck forcefully, creating a gust that extinguished the flames. At that moment, the Abomination rose behind him, seizing a nearby iron chain. "Be careful," Betty shouted from the helicopter. But it was too late. The Abomination swung the chain, sending Hulk flying. With a fierce pull, the Abomination yanked the chain free, its ends adorned with heavy stones, and began to whirl it menacingly towards the recently risen Hulk, sending the poor creature hurtling through the air once more. Hulk attempted to rise, but found himself momentarily incapacitated. At that juncture, a white knight accompanied by a group clad in black tactical gear hurried over, rescuing General Ross and Betty from the helicopter. The white knight and his team were none other than the transformed Rumbelow and the Rapid Response Unit. "Who are you?" General Ross inquired, eyeing the newcomers. "We are from S.H.I.E.L.D. It is perilous here, we must leave at once. We can discuss matters later," Rumbelow commanded, urging his subordinates to swiftly escort the two to safety. He then cast a glance at the Abomination and Hulk, who were poised to engage once more. "Rumbelow, your current mission is to evacuate civilians and tend to the wounded. Do not concern yourselves with anything else for the time being." Nick Fury's voice resonated through Rumbelow's earpiece. "Understood, Director," Rumbelow replied, turning away to assist other civilians in distress. Meanwhile, the Abomination seized the chain and turned to see General Ross and his daughter emerging from the helicopter with the help of the Rapid Response Unit, attempting to flee. He spun the chain menacingly, preparing to strike. "Any last words?" The Abomination taunted as he twirled the chain. "Open fire," General Ross commanded. The soldiers unleashed a barrage of bullets, but to no avail. With a thunderous roar, the Abomination prepared to unleash the chain. Die! Just then, Yun Chun arrived, charging in with all his might, delivering a flying kick that sent the Abomination crashing back into a building. In midair, Yun Chun executed a flip, sending the stone-laden chain hurtling towards the abomination's previous location. At this moment, Hulk seized the opportunity to rush towards Abomination, grasping the chains around him. With a powerful maneuver, he executed a strongman lock, binding the chains tightly around Abomination's neck in an attempt to strangle him. Abomination struggled relentlessly, pummeling Hulk with his fists. Yet Hulk clung to the chains, enduring the onslaught without loosening his grip. As Abomination was firmly ensnared by Hulk, Yun-chun swiftly removed the crystal card from his acceleration watch and replaced it with the one from his phone. With a surge of blue light emanating from the belt, it coursed through the blue stripes on Yun-chun's body and entered his chest armor. The armor swung open, revealing a circuit board within, where a hauntingly blue energy core illuminated, transforming the blue stripes into white and changing his eyes from red to blue. At that moment, Tony, having received news unbeknownst to him, arrived, hovering silently in the air, observing the metamorphosed Yun-chun without intervening. Jarvis, record this. Tony suddenly recalled something, addressing Jarvis as he wished to discern the capabilities of Yun-chun's new form. Hulk, move aside, Yun-chun called out to Banner, then pressed the timer button. Timer initiated. An electronic sound resonated. With a thunderous boom, a fierce gust of heat erupted from Yun-chun, causing his garments to flutter violently and warping the surrounding space. General Ross and others were compelled to turn their heads, shielding their eyes from the intense wind. Hearing Yun-chun's command, Banner momentarily hesitated as Hulk. But upon witnessing Yun-chun's transformation, his flickering rationality prompted him to retreat to the side. What an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yun-chun reveled in this form, feeling the power straining to compress and tear at his body, yet there was no room for regret now. Chapter 53. Tony's retrieval of Yun-chun. Once Yun-chun saw Hulk evade, he drew his sword, suppressing the overwhelming pressure, and took a step forward, vanishing in an instant. Subsequently, numerous deep, bone-revealing wounds appeared on Abomination's body. 10 seconds later, a figure materialized beside Abomination, halting abruptly. It was Yun-chun. Ah! Abomination cried out in agony, clutching his body as yellow blood stained him entirely. Jarvis, what is happening? Is it similar to last time? But was it this formidable before? Tony, astounded by the bizarre scene, inquired of Jarvis. Not only Tony, but everyone present was equally astonished. Such a powerful monster had transformed in an instant. According to the analysis, his speed reached 50 times the speed of sound in that fleeting 10 seconds, during which he had struck the creature hundreds, if not thousands, of times. What? Tony was even more astonished upon hearing Jarvis's reply. Ah! Yun-chun let out a pained roar, collapsing to the ground. Had he not been clad in armor at that moment, onlookers would have witnessed numerous wounds tearing across his body, crimson blood seeping forth and staining his form. However, even with the armor, blood began to permeate through, subtly tainting its exterior. It was then that he comprehended the earlier words of the system. Struggling to rise, he noticed the wounds on the Abomination beginning to heal and realized it was time to showcase his true skills. Enduring the agony, he leapt into the air, vanishing once more. In an instant, ethereal blue drill-like projectiles materialized around the Abomination, piercing its flesh, 28 in total, each striking before disappearing. A series of tremendous explosions erupted, engulfing the Abomination in fierce flames that not only surrounded it, but also spread outward. Take cover, get down, General Ross bellowed, swiftly embracing Betty and pressing her to the ground for protection. The surrounding crowd followed suit, the flames expanding to a radius of 15 meters. Hulk only reacted when the flames reached General Ross's back as he shielded Betty. He rushed forward to stand before them, blocking the inferno. Within the flames, multiple gaping wounds appeared on the Abomination, penetrating its body, with its heart now absent. The blood and flesh inside writhed, desperately attempting to regenerate, yet without a heart. Recovery was impossible. After a few futile convulsions, it succumbed, motionless at last, finally dead. Upon witnessing this, Yun-chun extended his hand, touching the Abomination's corpse and absorbing it into the system space, his hard-earned trophy. 3, 2, 1, time's up. Yun-chun reverted to his original form. But the injuries he sustained could no longer withstand the pressure of the armor, forcing him to relinquish his transformation and collapse to the ground, his belt falling beside him. As Yun-chun stored the Abomination's body, the flames began to dissipate, and just before they vanished entirely, the armor shielded him from the last remnants of fire. The individuals on the battlefield remained oblivious to how many were observing this confrontation. Once Yun-chun reverted, all eyes eagerly turned towards him, anxious to witness his condition. Oh no, we're doomed, the system lamented. Jarvis, block all accessible cameras. In that instant, Tony, for reasons unknown, commanded Jarvis, then dashed forward, lifting Yun Chun and seizing the belt, departing at the utmost speed. As the video feed was cut off, a wave of frustration washed over the crowd, akin to a coveted duck slipping away from their grasp, leaving them in a state of agitation, though not all shared this sentiment. Immediately give the order to investigate the identity of Kamen Rider at Tony Stark's residence, commanded a figure who, after watching the video, directed his subordinates regarding those intrigued by Yun Chun's belt. Has Kamen Rider grown to such an extent? On the battlefield, a man holding a green mechanical locust stated gravely. Should we eliminate him? Questioned a seductive woman approaching him. Let it be for now. It is not yet the right time, wouldn't you agree? The man remarked, gazing at the mechanical locust in his hand. On the opposite side of the locust, a slender middle-aged man wearing glasses sat quietly before a computer, observing the recorded footage of the locust. His left arm rested upon a white, bald doll, while his right hand held several coins, remaining silent as he watched. With a plethora of coins and various colored cans strewn across the table behind him. Let us depart, the man with the mechanical locust stated before turning to leave. Humph. The woman cast a glance at Yun Chun, sneering softly, and followed suit, accompanied by another man who also glanced at Yun Chun before departing. Unbeknownst to them, a middle-aged man wearing yellow glasses stood at a distance in a nearby building, peering not at Yun Chun, but rather at their retreating figures. I had hoped that bringing my daughter here would allow us to live in peace. Yet this world proves to be perilous, and you have managed to track us down. Our tranquil days are numbered. Perhaps it is time to enlist your aid. The man sighed, glancing at the object in his possession before he too turned to leave. In various other buildings, several individuals observed Yun Chun lying on the ground. The curtain has fallen. Let us hasten and maintain our concealment, instructed a man clad from head to toe, addressing a group of indifferent women dressed in black. After issuing his command, he departed, leaving behind several corpses that seemed to belong to the house's owners, without a single mark of injury upon them. A similar scene unfolded elsewhere. As ominous winds began to stir, "Father, over here," Betty urged General Ross to stand, her eyes glistening with tears as she regarded his bloodied back. "I am fine," General Ross replied, recalling the far more severe wounds he had endured during his time as a soldier. "Are you all right?" General Ross inquired with concern, for he could maintain indifference towards anyone, but not his daughter. "I am fine," Betty replied, her eyes still red. "That is good to hear." After General Ross spoke, he gazed toward the direction Tony had departed and the massive crater that lay empty. He assumed the abomination had been completely obliterated. "Have I truly erred?" General Ross pondered, reflecting on the countless lives lost in pursuit of the super serum. Was it truly worth it? Betty, uncertain how to respond, simply supported General Ross. The sound of gunfire echoed nearby. An armed helicopter approached, producing a deafening roar. Upon hearing the sound, Hulk seemed to be reminded of a troubling memory, instinctively letting out a furious growl. "Banner." Betty turned to look at Banner and walked over. "It's all right, Banner," she comforted through her tears. Banner reached out to wipe away Betty's tears, but upon realizing his body remained that of the Hulk, he hesitated, fearing he might lose control and harm her. He turned away, intending to leave. Soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at the Hulk. "Let him go," General Ross rasped. Hulk glanced back at Betty one last time before leaping onto the rooftop of a nearby building and departing. "General, we will handle the situation from here. You should leave," Langley said as he approached with the rapid response team after witnessing Hulk's departure. "Thank you for your assistance," General Ross replied hoarsely, as he was helped into a helicopter by soldiers and Betty. "Now, let us take care of the scene," Langley remarked, watching the general leave. When suddenly Nick Fury's voice pierced through his thoughts. "Collect the blood. Gather the blood." Taken aback, Langley turned to the rapid response team and relayed the order. He then gestured towards the back, prompting one of his team to pause momentarily before continuing with their tasks. "Humph," Langley scoffed, observing Tony and Yun Chun as they departed. Meanwhile, Tony, cradling Yun Chun, discreetly entered the house he had previously acquired for Jack and the other vampires. He placed Yun Chun on the living room sofa, disregarding the blood that might stain it, and pressed a button on his left hand. Instantly, the iron armor he wore began to twist and shed, transforming into a gauntlet that adorned his left arm. This was the Mark IV, a modification of his armor utilizing the technology developed based on Jack and the other vampire systems. Designed primarily to test the compression technology, it was merely a prototype, yet its combat capabilities were only slightly inferior to the Mark III. Tony gazed at Yun Chun on the sofa, but the blood obscured his features, making it difficult for him to discern Yun Chun's appearance. Contemplating, Tony began to remove Yun Chun's clothing. "I can't believe I'm doing this," he murmured as he stripped Yun Chun down to his underwear. "But what do you really look like? You seem quite young," he remarked, frowning as he examined Yun Chun's body. He then grabbed a piece of paper from the table and began to clean the drying blood from Yun Chun's skin. So young? As Tony cleansed the blood from Yun Chun's face, revealing his true visage, he expressed his astonishment. However, it was but a fleeting surprise before he resumed his task. At this moment, aided by his remarkable healing abilities, Yun Chun had ceased to bleed, yet his body was riddled with numerous wounds, though they were not as deep as before. To an unknowing observer, it would appear as if someone had cruelly inflicted these injuries upon him with a knife, carving into his flesh. Once Tony had nearly finished wiping away the blood, he glanced at Yun Chun and began searching the house for a medical kit. Retrieving the kit, Tony returned to the living room, opened it, and gently applied cotton and antiseptic to Yun Chun's wounds, meticulously disinfecting them. Chapter 54, The Battle 10 minutes later. Tony had sanitized all of Yun Chun's injuries, and he observed the wounds healing at a visibly rapid pace, confirming his suspicions. After a moment's contemplation, Tony lifted Yun Chun and carried him towards the guest room. Once he laid Yun Chun on the bed, he took out his phone and called Happy, requesting him to procure a set of clothing for Yun Chun before exiting the room. Sir, there have been over 20 calls that have been screened for you. Jarvis's voice resonated in Tony's ears as he entered the living room. Oh, upon hearing this, Tony pulled out his phone to check. Indeed, after a brief glance, he smirked and remarked, all the incoming numbers belong to politicians of considerable stature. Beep, beep, beep. Ignoring the incessant notifications, Tony received a call from Pepper. Tony, what have you done? Why are so many politicians calling me? I was trying to rest. Pepper's incredulous voice came through after he answered. My apologies, just ignore them. This month's salary is doubled, Tony chuckled in response. This isn't about the salary, it's affecting my rest. Oh, here we go again, Pepper interjected, suddenly pausing before exclaiming in exasperation, I'm so sorry. With that, Tony hung up the call. Seeing Tony disconnect, Pepper promptly powered down the other office phone, which had been incessantly ringing. After a while, Happy called. Have you arrived? Tony inquired. I'm here, just behind, Happy replied. Upon hearing this, Tony made his way to the kitchen and peered out the window at Happy outside. Didn't anyone spot you? Tony asked, scrutinizing Happy. I'm a professional, Happy asserted, handing Tony the clothes he held. Go back and rest, Tony said as he accepted the garments before turning and heading back to Yun Chun's room. After Tony departed, Happy glanced around before turning to leave as well. Tony entered Yun Chun's room, placed the clothes aside, glanced at Yun Chun, and then turned to leave. The following day, Yun Chun was awakened by the persistent sound of his phone. It rang incessantly. Rubbing his eyes, he groggily reached for the phone beside him. Hello, who is this? Yun Chun answered. Is this Brother Yin? Did you not come home last night? Came the voice of Jones from the other end. Oh, Jones. I was busy with matters last night, and it got too late, so I slept outside. Sorry to worry you, Yun Chun replied, suddenly sitting up, surveying his surroundings and his own condition, then hastily added, Oh, I'm fine. When do you plan to come back? Have you eaten? Jones inquired. I might be a bit late. I can eat outside, Yun Chun said, noticing his belt still beside him, feeling relieved. He then continued, All right, Brother Yun, you take care. I'll hang up. After that, Jones ended the call with a sigh of relief. System, who brought me back last night? Have I been exposed? What did the person who brought me back do to me? After hanging up, Yun Chun recalled the events of the previous night, got out of bed, and looked at his bare body. Feeling a sudden tension, he asked the system, Who brought me here? It was Tony Stark, aside from him. No one else knows your identity. He cleaned the blood from your body, brought you to this room, prepared clothes for you, and then departed, the system responded. Hearing this, Yun Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then glanced at his body, now covered in scabs, and was instantly overcome with a sense of dread, quickly tending to the wounds on himself. Just then, the door swung open, and Tony stepped inside, catching Yun Chun in the midst of cleaning his wounds. Tony had intended to check on Yun Chun, but was taken aback to see Yun Chun's hand on his own exposed body, and upon seeing Yun Chun's startled expression, he paused momentarily. Pardon the interruption. Take care of yourself, Tony remarked before stepping back out and closing the door. It's not what you think. Let me explain, Yun Chun called out, disregarding the risk of being discovered, wanting to chase after Tony. However, noticing his nakedness, he hastily grabbed some clothes nearby and dressed. After hastily putting on his clothes, Yun Chun opened the door and stepped out, intending to clarify the misunderstanding with Tony and inquire about the events of the previous night. Upon entering the living room, he saw Tony eating. After a moment's thought, he said, It's not what you think. I was merely tending to my wounds. I didn't say anything. Why are you so anxious? Tony replied with a teasing tone while chewing his food. Hearing this, Yun Chun's face darkened. Hurry, brush your teeth. Wash your face and eat before it all gets cold. Here are your toothbrush and towel, Tony said to the sullen Yun-chun. Breakfast and the toiletries were prepared by Happy. Upon hearing this, Yun-chun felt his stomach grumble. After the lengthy battle last night and the injuries he sustained, he was indeed famished. However, rather than acting immediately, he gazed at Tony and remarked, "Your identity must not have been compromised last night. Let us discuss it further after we eat." Tony understood Yun-chun's unspoken concerns and interrupted him. Without further ado, Yun-chun picked up the toothbrush and towel and made his way to the bathroom. A few minutes later, he returned, seated himself, and began to devour his meal voraciously. Tony had already finished eating and was preoccupied with his phone, lost in whatever activity he was engaged in. Meanwhile, in a villa situated within a slum, two young men weakly extended their hands to block a stunningly beautiful yet aloof woman at the entrance. "Please stop. You cannot enter," they said. "Step aside." The woman coldly replied, her gaze fixed on them with an icy demeanor. The men, sensing her resoluteness, remained silent, trying to hold their ground. "Will you not move?" she reiterated, her patience wearing thin. "I'm sorry, but you cannot enter," the two men stammered, their fear palpable, yet they were even more terrified of what lay inside, compelling them to maintain their blockade. "Then do not blame me," the woman declared, launching a kick towards them. As her foot approached, the two men transformed into creatures, one resembling a deer wielding a sword, and the other a bug brandishing a shield, both adorned with black belts around their waists. They raised their weapons in an attempt to defend against her strike. With a resounding thud, they were effortlessly sent flying, crashing to the ground, their weapons clattering beside them. The woman paid them no heed and strode past them into the villa. "You cannot enter," they called out, scrambling to intercept her, one of them clutching her ankle. Enraged at the audacity of the assault, the woman transformed into a tiger with a yellow upper body and black lower half, donning a belt. The tiger leapt, shaking off the grasp of her assailant, and descended with all her might, crushing both men beneath her paws. With a sickening thud, they were left bloodied, having been vanquished in mere moments. The circular emblem on their belts opened, revealing numbers. One bore a 6 of spades, the other a 7 of spades. The tiger extended her foot once more, launching one of the men several meters away, far from the villa, and turned to confront the other. Who was making such a ruckus so early in the morning? A young man clad in red pajamas emerged, yawning, trailed by a man with a blank expression. "Oh, you finally decided to show yourself," the tiger remarked, lowering her foot. Well, what brings you here?" The man in the red attire, upon spotting the tiger, approached politely and said, "My apologies, sir, it is my inadequacy." The 7 of spades, observing the red-clad man's approach, struggled to speak. "If you are aware of your own worthlessness, then why remain here?" With that, the expression on the man's face shifted, and he delivered a powerful kick that sent the 7 of spades flying several meters, landing beside the 6 of spades. "I beg your pardon for the spectacle," the man in red said with a smile. "Enough of the chatter, let us engage in combat," the tiger replied coldly, fixing his gaze on the red-clad man. "Why bother? Without the philosopher's stone, what purpose does our continued struggle serve?" The man sighed, reflecting on his past when he was once filled with aspirations and ideals, only to be gradually defeated by the harshness of reality, ultimately becoming a mere shell of his former self. "Moreover, you cannot overpower me. It would be wise to concede," he declared with disdain. "I am willing, whether I can defeat you or not. I must try. Come at me," the tiger exclaimed, charging towards the man and swiping a paw in his direction. "To think that the masked knight is so youthful, merely a child," Tony remarked as he observed Yun-chun finishing his meal. "Apologies, but I am of age now," Yun-chun replied coolly. "I am curious about what battle feels like for you. What drives you to fight?" Tony inquired. "It feels rather mundane. Initially, I was quite fearful, but eventually, all I wanted was to eliminate those deranged beings. Fighting is merely my occupation, nothing more," Yun-chun responded. "You are not from this world, are you?" Tony asked. "Indeed. Like those monstrous entities, I hail from a different Earth in a parallel universe." Yun-chun leaned back in his chair, stating. "Who assigned you this role?" Tony probed. "I'm afraid I am bound by a confidentiality agreement," Yun-chun quipped. "Are you tired?" Tony asked. "Not at all, as long as those monsters do not appear. I have no work to do. Recently, they have been in hiding, granting me a prolonged holiday," Yun-chun explained. "Well then, thank you for bringing me here. I hope you will not disclose my identity. I must take my leave now." As he stood up and retrieved his headphones, he declared, "Transformation." Once transformed, Yun-chun entered a state of invisibility, affording Tony no opportunity to speak as he exited the premises and made his way back to the store. Watching Yun-chun depart, Tony pondered over something. Chapter 55, Types and Continuation. Subsequently, Tony stood up, pressed a button on his gauntlet, donned his Iron Man suit, exited the house, and closed the door behind him before taking flight. System, are you there? Yun Chun inquired while soaring through the air. I am here, the system replied. What is my danger level? Yun Chun asked. 46, the system responded. So, that means I can purchase equipment for explosive transformation. Let me acquire a belt. Yun Chun contemplated aloud. Very well, sir, 2,400 points. Upon hearing this, the system instantly transformed its demeanor and spoke in a gentler tone. All right, procure me one. Yun Chun stated. Certainly, sir, the system replied with excitement. Wait a moment, system, Yun Chun suddenly called out. What is it? The system inquired. Its tone tinged with concern over Yun Chun's possible change of heart. I recall that the insect instrument selects its suitable user, requiring a perfect amalgamation of virtue, rationality, and wisdom to harness its full potential. Will I be able to utilize it after purchase? Yun Chun pondered aloud. You need not worry. The insect instrument driver inherently enhances rationality and intelligence, boasting an increase of 13 levels in capability, so there is no cause for concern. The system reassured him with a sigh of relief. That's splendid. Let us proceed with the purchase, Yun Chun exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. The belt has been placed into the system's space. Please check, the system's voice announced. Yun Chun did not retrieve it immediately, but intended to return to the shop for further contemplation. Soaring through the sky, buoyed by the recent acquisition of the belt, Yun Chun felt an immense sense of joy as he took in the scenery below. What is that? As he flew, he suddenly spotted two dark masses on an open field, a sight that felt uncannily familiar. Could I be going mad? Without hesitation, Yun Chun plunged towards the ground at 50 times the speed of sound, reaching the earth in a mere half-second. Ha! Yun Chun landed, eyeing the two figures before him, who had just deactivated their invisibility and emitted a chilling laughter. Who are you? The two stammered in terror, struggling to flee but finding themselves utterly immobilized. With a grin that stretched from ear to ear, Yun Chun remained silent, concerned about potential complications, and swiftly produced two empty cards, hurling them at the two beings, which pierced through and ensnared them. The cards absorbed the entities and returned to Yun Chun's hand. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, ha, cough. Yun Chun laughed maniacally, collapsing to the ground, pounding it in fervor. Enough, enough, that's quite enough, the system interjected, unable to bear the spectacle. Cough, cough. Yun Chun rose, clearing his throat, momentarily unsteady on his feet. What a thrill, he bellowed. I wonder if there are more. He turned his gaze to survey his surroundings. Oh my, there truly are. In that case, I shall not be modest in claiming them. Ha ha ha. Yun Chun, spotting two combatants several hundred meters away, wore a look of foolish delight and laughter, re-entered stealth mode, and rushed forward. Host, those appear to be of considerable rank. Is it truly wise to approach? The system suddenly cautioned. Upon hearing the system's words, Yun Chun's face blanched, and he abruptly halted his advance. However, having propelled himself forward with such velocity moments prior, he could not stop in time, sliding uncontrollably ahead. In an effort to halt his momentum, Yun Chun leaned back, his feet fervently digging into the earth, carving out two furrows that stretched 5 meters in length and 30 centimeters in depth. He finally came to a stop, just 3 meters away from two entities, swiftly turning around to maximize the firepower of his heavenly wings and retreat into the air. Who? The two beings sensed something amiss, simultaneously pausing their actions and calling out. Fortunately, Yun Chun was cloaked in invisibility, otherwise he would have surely met his demise. Indeed, Yun Chun was apprehensive, for at his current level, he could only face off against entities of ranks 9 or 10, while he might manage to escape from those of lower ranks. Confronting beings of a higher level would simply lead him to seek a cool spot to lie down and avoid the stench of defeat. The danger levels of these entities ranged between 55 and 70, with the weakest combatant being the king of Ophanor. Yun Chun stood no chance against them. The disparity between ranks above 10 and those below was as vast as the heavens and the earth, entirely incomparable. Regardless, he had resigned himself to cowardice, leaving the confrontation to others while he remained unscathed. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, there were indeed fools who ventured forth to engage the two combatants. Let us not digress. The battle continues. Do not think of fleeing. Although the entities had sensed a presence, they had discovered nothing amiss, determined to press on with their conflict. That scared me. Thank goodness for invisibility, Yun Chun said, patting his chest in the air, beads of cold sweat trickling down as he flew back towards the shop. After Yun Chun's departure, several SHIELD vehicles arrived near the combatants. and two individuals disembarked, Cross and Glacé, while the others remained in the vehicles to avoid the skirmish. Finally located them. I wonder if they belong to the square type, Glacé remarked. Observing the fighting entities, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Whatever the case, we shall defeat them, regardless of their classification. With that, he drew his belt and prepared to charge forward. Wait, don't act rashly. Let me ascertain their ranks first, Glacé urged as Cross was about to rush in. What are we waiting for? Let us engage them. Are they likely to be of a higher rank? Do you think they would allow us to encounter them so easily? Cross retorted, bolting ahead. Be careful, come back. They are indeed of a higher rank. As Cross surged forward, Glacé recalled the information Yun Chun had provided, which indicated that these two were of a more formidable type, and he shouted in alarm. However, Cross was already in motion, oblivious to Glacé's warning. Drawing a rank 9 square card and activating it on his weapon, transforming it into two, as he raised his fists and charged towards the two combatants. At this moment, both individuals were exceedingly agitated. One was irked by the incessant defensive stance of the other, unable to breach his defenses, while the latter refrained from launching any attacks. Simultaneously, the other was vexed by the unwarranted trouble that had come his way. Upon witnessing Cross charging towards them, they leaped into action. One delivered a kick to his abdomen while the other struck his head, sending Cross flying into the backdrop, colliding with Grace and the other agents. They then disregarded him and resumed their skirmish. Cross, Grace shouted, hastening towards him with the agents in tow. Are you all right? He exclaimed, as he assisted Cross to his feet. At that moment, Cross's face was swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig, having been compelled to revert from his transformation. His belt lay discarded nearby, evidently destroyed and rendered utterly unusable. Ambulance mumbled the battered Cross, clutching Grace's hand with great effort before losing consciousness. Quickly, get him in the vehicle and retreat. Grace instructed the nearby agents, seizing the ruined belt and helping Cross into the car before they departed. Fortunately, the two higher-ups seemed entirely disinterested in their plight. Upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., Cross regained consciousness during their journey. In the eyes of his adversaries, he was merely an ant. It required little force to eliminate an ant. Moreover, thanks to the protection of his belt, his injuries were not gravely severe, though the wounds on his face would take longer to heal. After Grace sought medical attention for him, they proceeded to the director's office together. Director, I apologize, Cross said, placing the damaged belt on the table, standing quietly beside Grace with his head bowed. Speak, what transpired? Nick Fury inquired with a grim expression. I apologize, Director. I failed to intercept him in time, which allowed him to charge forward, Grace interjected, concerned for Cross as he observed the director's stern demeanor. No, Director, it is my fault. I was reckless and impulsive. Leading to this situation, Cross hastily interjected, understanding the consequences of the destroyed belt and seeing Grace defending him. I merely wished to know how the belt was ruined. Is that too difficult? Fury's face darkened slightly, yet his tone remained calm. Upon receiving intel about the emergence of unusual individuals, we rushed to the scene only to discover a confrontation unfolding. At that moment, I failed to assess the threat level and charged in, only to be kicked back. It was only later that I realized as Cross spoke, sensing Fury's growing ire. His voice diminished, and Grace refrained from interjecting further. Is Coulson in the office? Have him come to my office, Fury said, pondering Cross's words as he picked up the phone to contact Coulson. When you arrived, were they already harming anyone? Nick Fury asked in a composed manner. No. They are engaged in combat, Cross replied. Is the location of their confrontation in the bustling city? Nick Fury inquired further. No, it is quite desolate, with no one around. Cross responded, lowering his head. Nick Fury took a deep breath, massaging his temples, and fell silent, as both men dared not speak. The atmosphere in the room was heavy. Chapter 56, The Fourth Kind. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Come in, Nick Fury commanded. Director, what can I do for you? Coulson entered and asked. You two may leave for now, Nick Fury instructed Cross and the other. Understood, Grayson replied, pulling Cross along, who seemed to have more to say. Take this and call the Kamen Rider to inquire if it can be repaired, Nick Fury said, rubbing his temples. Certainly, Director. What about the two of them? Coulson asked, gathering the belt. Cross is temporarily suspended. We shall await the results of the belt first, and Grayson, remain on standby, Nick Fury ordered. The device known as the Ophanok gene separation apparatus should have dissolved the genes by now. Take this as well, Nick Fury added, producing a spade card and handing it to Coulson for transport. Very well, Coulson accepted the card, then took the belt and turned to leave. Mr. Coulson, what did the director say? Grayson and the other approached Coulson as he exited. The director has instructed me to seek the individual responsible for our belts and see if they can be repaired. You are to remain on standby. And Cross is suspended pending results, Coulson relayed to Grayson. The Ophanog gene separation apparatus is with you, right? Bring it along. I want it purified as well, Coulson stated. Oh, certainly, Grayson replied, retrieving the apparatus from his bag and handing it to Coulson. Mr. Coulson, may we accompany you? Grayson inquired as he saw Coulson take the device. Apologies, Coulson shook his head and turned to leave. Do not worry, since the Kamen Rider can provide us with belts, it should also be able to repair them. Let us consider this a brief holiday, Grayson consoled, observing Cross's despondent demeanor. I am fine. There is no need to worry about me. Cross smiled weakly at Grayson, his expression a mix of pain and concern, as he covered his face and walked away in a particular direction. Grayson watched Cross depart with worry but, feeling helpless, turned to leave himself. Knock, knock, knock. Outside a room on the upper floor. The agent from the Rapid Response Unit, who had witnessed the gesture from Langlois, knocked at the door. Come in, a man's voice responded from within. Hearing the sounds emanating from within, the agent glanced around before cautiously entering and securely closing the door behind him. How is the matter progressing? Inquired a figure seated at a desk upon the agent's arrival. As you anticipated, his blood possesses unique properties and is currently under examination, the agent replied, bowing his head as he placed a vial of blood upon the table. And what of his identity? The seated individual straightened, picking up the vial and observing it with a glimmer of excitement. Initially, he had reverted from his transformation, but the intensity of the explosion obscured our view. Once the flames dissipated, Iron Man, Tony Stark, intervened and took him away, leaving us unable to discern his true visage, the agent responded. No matter. Having the blood is advantageous, and we can investigate his identity later, the middle-aged man remarked with a smile. Now, take him away. I expect results within a month. He instructed, handing the vial back to the agent. Understood, the agent affirmed. Hail Hydra, he whispered before turning to depart. Meanwhile, Yun Chun, having just fetched some milk tea from the adjacent room, placed a few cups on the kitchen table before ascending the stairs. He set the milk tea on the living room table, retrieving only one cup to return to his room. Taking a seat, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and began to drink, attempting to calm his nerves. Phew. Thankfully, I was not discovered, Yun Chun sighed in relief. Continuing to sip his beverage. After finishing a cup of milk tea, he retrieved a belt from his system space for inspection. A silver-white insect instrument driver belt and a red stag beetle insect instrument materialized in his hands. The belt, though simple in design, exuded a striking aesthetic. Crafted from metal with a sleek silhouette, it featured a black outer edge with a silver inlay at its center, flanked by two square components, one on the right containing a button to activate super acceleration, while the other served as a slot for placing devices capable of enabling super acceleration and time travel, the super energy insect instrument. The beetle itself was predominantly red, with a silver base resembling the belt, adorned with a formidable horn at its head. After examining the items, Yun Chun returned the belt to the system space, while the red beetle fluttered its wings and took flight, vanishing through the window to reappear only when Yun Chun required it. System, Yun Chun called out, observing the departure. I am here, sir. What else do you need? The system responded humbly. Transform the abhorrent corpse into a class 4, Yun Chun instructed. Due to the considerable strength of the abhorrent corpse, the modification will take some time, approximately 4 hours, the system replied, commencing its task. After the system commenced its transformation, Yun Chuan climbed directly onto the bed to rest. The intense battle of the previous night had left him weary, and being abruptly awakened by Jones early that morning had afforded him scant little sleep. Meanwhile, Coulson drove to the Villa Garden where he was to exchange items with Yun Chuan. He placed a box containing the driver, the Orpheus gene separation device, and the spade card into the flower bed, then took out his phone to call Yun Chuan. The phone rang, disrupting Yun Chuan's slumber. Hello, who is this? He asked, reluctantly opening his eyes and sitting up. Sir Knight, this is Coulson. The Orpheus gene separation device has reached a state of full dissolution, and we would like to request your assistance in purifying it. Additionally, we have sealed the spade, which I believe could be of use to you, so I brought it along as well. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, the belt you provided us was accidentally damaged, and I would like to inquire if you could repair it. Coulson explained. Repair is certainly possible, but what exactly happened? Yun Chuan asked, perplexed. This morning, we received intelligence indicating activity near the slums. We located 2 suitable candidates for the drivers and set out with them to investigate. Unfortunately, we encountered 2 superior beings engaged in battle. The users acted recklessly and charged directly into the fray, resulting in their defeat and the destruction of the belt. Fortunately, they escaped with minor injuries. Coulson recounted with a sigh of relief upon hearing that Yun Chuan could indeed repair the belt. Your agency is truly remarkable, filled with such talent. Even I would hesitate to confront those superiors directly, yet you dared to engage not one, but two, and emerged with but a few bruises. Yun Chuan remarked, clearly impressed, while realizing who the two individuals Cross had provoked were. You misunderstand, Mr. Yun. Those two superiors had no interest in our agency's candidates. Otherwise, they would not have escaped. Coulson discerned the teasing tone in Yun Chuan's voice. Just leave the items there. I will retrieve them shortly. Yun Chuan instructed before ending the call. Upon hanging up, Coulson departed. Transformation. Yun Chuan stored his phone, stretched languidly, got out of bed, donned his headphones, and exited the room, calling out. After completing his transformation, he equipped the wings of heaven, maneuvering them to enter a state of invisibility as he flew out of the window. A few minutes later, Yun Chuan arrived at the flower bed, collected the box that Coulson had left, and departed. Upon returning to the shop, he deactivated his transformation, seated himself on the sofa, and opened the box to inspect its contents. Picking up the belt, he noticed a significant dent on the left side of the front. I'll leave these two with you, Yun Chuan said, shaking his head at the system. Understood, the system replied, taking custody of the belt and the Orpheus gene separation device. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan examined the spade card closely. The fourth transformation has been completed. Please check. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed. Oh, is it done already? Upon hearing the system's words, Yun Chuan inquired with delight, stowing away the spades and the box. Indeed, esteemed guest, the system replied. Wonderful, Yun Chuan exclaimed, rising with exhilaration as he entered the room. Quick, let me see how it turned out. He seated himself and began summoning from the system's space. Before him, a magical circle materialized, then receded and vanished. As the magical array retreated, a figure emerged, possessing a resolute visage, clad in a well-fitted black suit, holding a black belt adorned with two purple spherical objects resembling eyes, with two red handles beneath the eyes. Greetings, master. The figure bowed with its left hand placed over its chest, addressing Yun Chuan with utmost respect. Splendid, splendid. Yun Chuan was overwhelmed with excitement. But system, why does he not appear as a grotesque being? This form won't affect his combat abilities, will it? Yun Chuan questioned the system. Rest assured, his combat prowess remains unscathed. In fact, he is now more formidable than he was in his previous form. This appearance was designed to conceal his former identity. The system has undergone modifications to his physique, enhancing his visage, and has thoroughly transformed his previous appearance. Additionally, the genes of the grotesque have been altered and integrated, allowing him to maintain the same size post-transformation as he did prior. I wonder how satisfied you are with the system's enhancements, the system proudly articulated. Absolutely satisfied. Exceedingly so. Yun Chuan responded with fervor. Please bestow a name upon me. He bowed once more, requesting a name from Yun Chuan. Do refrain from calling me master. Simply address me as sir. Yun Chuan waved his hand, feeling somewhat uneasy with such formalities from a large man. Although the system's modifications rendered him quite handsome, Yun Chuan found it hard to accept. Understood, sir, came the reply. Chapter 57. Catbug. How about the name Sigma? Yun Chuan pondered for a moment, opting for the name directly from his transformed state. Thank you, sir, Sigma replied, lowering his head. By the way, system, what powers him? Yun Chuan suddenly wondered how such a powerful entity as Sigma could be driven. Ah, well, allow me to introduce you to Sigma, the system stammered, quickly shifting the conversation. Firstly, Sigma's danger level in his untransformed state is 45, and he possesses combat skills. Upon transformation, Sigma's danger level has escalated to a silver 57. Next, as previously mentioned, devoid of pain and emotion, he is nothing more than a relentless killing machine. When combined with his original selves and the abhorrent ones, he cannot be vanquished unless obliterated in an instant. Moreover, no creature with a danger level below 55 can inflict any harm upon him. Sigma possesses perceptive antennae capable of sensing surrounding sounds and the movements of adversaries, allowing him to evade danger and eliminate targets with utmost efficiency. While secreting substances that enhance focus and judgment, his compound eyes can freely adjust their field of vision and focus, accurately tracking objects moving from a distance of up to 1,000 units. His jaws are equipped with fangs capable of effortlessly shattering steel, while his arms bear blades that can break through rock plates approximately 80 units thick with a single punch. The potency of his claws can inflict severe internal damage upon his foes. His legs are enhanced with instant cellular activation, granting him superior mobility. A single kick can fracture rock plates around 95 units thick. The handle on the left side of his belt is for transformation, while the right side features a detachable grip that can morph into a weapon, offering 4 forms: a dagger, a trident, a spear, and a whip. Upon detaching the handle, it reads the user's consciousness to select and form the most suitable weapon for the situation. The system elaborated on Sigma's capabilities. Thus, how does one activate it? Yun Chun's expression darkened slightly upon hearing the system shift the topic, a sense of foreboding settling in. Each activation requires at least 2 tubes of supercompressed protein liquid. In its untransformed state, its combat prowess is equivalent to that of a high-level special forces soldier, or even stronger, nearing the pinnacle of strength, with formidable fighting abilities. In this form, it can engage in battle for an entire day, while in its transformed state, it can unleash its full power for 1 hour per activation. With each tube of supercompressed protein costing 800 points, the system awkwardly replied, "Ah, truly, the system is as vexing as ever." Yun Chun inhaled sharply. Indeed, activating it would consume a staggering 1,600 points, equivalent to 2 belts. But is it truly worth it? He had hoped that with the enhancements, he could reach the pinnacle of his existence without further concern for the monsters lurking about. Instead, the system delivered a harsh reminder, bringing him back to reality. Now, does he possess any energy within to power this transformation? And if so, how much, and for how long? Yun Chun inquired, his face darkening. Yes, indeed. There are 2 tubes, a complementary provision upon modification. As previously mentioned, it can sustain full power for an entire day without transformation, and for 1 hour when transformed. The system hastily responded. I suppose that shows some conscience. Yun Chun sighed in relief, then proceeded to store Sigma away. Even without combat, every moment drains points, which he could not afford as a financially constrained individual. By the way, host, a week has passed, the system suddenly murmured. So it has, Yun Chun thought, initially indifferent to the system's remark, unsure of its significance. However, as the realization dawned upon him, his excitement surged. What? Another chance to draw? Yun Chun instantly perked up. Hurry, hurry, I am about to draw. Yun Chun clicked on the lottery button on the system panel, entering the ordinary lottery as before. The familiar feeling and formula enveloped her as she casually selected a card. Congratulations. You have obtained a peculiar item, the adorable cat bug. What on earth is that? Yun Chun was bemused as she examined the introduction. The card depicted a fluffy orange cat, devoid of legs, exuding cuteness with its large, round eyes and an expression of innocence. Name: adorable cat bug. Combat power: 0 traits. Immortal abilities: cuteness, super cute, counter to dogflower remarks, the nemesis of dogflower. It feeds on the petals of dogflower. Although it has no legs, its speed of movement is undeniably swift. No female creature can resist its charm, absolutely none. And even males may find it difficult to withstand. Usage: as it is not a creature of the enemy, simply utter the command to use it. Oh, dogflower has yet to be utilized, and now its nemesis has arrived. This should make a delightful birthday gift for Jones. Yun Chun nodded, recalling that tomorrow marked Jones' birthday. Use, she declared, holding the card aloft. The card in Yun Chun's hand glowed, transforming into a beam of light that moved a meter in front of her and gently descended to the ground. Gradually, the light faded, revealing a cat. Upon its emergence, the cat bug spotted Yun Chun and began to chirp enthusiastically. The cat bug inched forward, rubbing its head against Yun Chun's pant leg, emitting a soothing sound. How adorable! Yun Chun exclaimed, excitedly scooping up the cat bug and caressing its fur, reluctant to let go. Gurgle. A sound emanated from the cat bug's body. Meow. The cat bug gazed at Yun Chun with an innocent expression. Oh, are you hungry? Yun Chun asked, looking at the cat, yet her hand continued to stroke it. Unwilling to release her grasp, the cat bug maintained its gaze, this time adopting a pitiful look, its large eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture. All right, I shall feed you. Yun Chun relented, unable to resist the pleading gaze of the cat bug, and produced the dogflower card. Use, she declared to the card. Like the cat bug, the card transformed into a beam of light, departing from Yun Chun's hand and moving to a meter in front of her, morphing into a pot of flowers resembling sunflowers. At the center of the sunflower was a dog's head, evoking an irresistible urge to poke it. Allah, is this the new world? Are you my master? What is your name? The dogflower emerged, inhaling the fresh air of this new realm, then began to hop around, chattering incessantly. And you belong to me. I create. You are the cat bug. Suddenly, Dogflower caught sight of the cat bug nestled in Yun Chun's arms. Just as it was about to continue its nonsensical chatter, it clearly discerned the appearance of the cat bug, which startled it. With a quick leap, it backed against the wall, panting heavily, its petals trembling incessantly. The cat bug, gazing intently at Dogflower, let out a sound, extended its tongue to lick its lips, and then leapt towards Dogflower. Before Yunchun could comprehend how the footless cat bug had managed to jump out of his embrace, it had already appeared before Dogflower, opened its mouth, and bit off a petal, excitedly beginning to feast on it. No. Witnessing the loss of a petal to the cat bug, Dogflower leapt up in fright and scampered away. At that moment, the cat bug had finished devouring the petal and was now pursuing Dogflower. What am I doing? Yunchun suddenly realized he wasn't engaged in a lottery. Instead, he was caught up in the antics of the cat bug and Dogflower. Shaking his head, he chose to ignore the chaotic chase, continuing with the lottery by clicking on another card. Congratulations. You have obtained a fragment of one of the elements that constitute the world. Wow, what an audacious name. What could this remarkable thing be? Ecstatic at the exaggerated name, Yunchun took out the card and examined it. So, this is what is referred to as an element that constitutes the world. Staring at the card, Yunchun was left bewildered. The card depicted a small stone, and then it vanished, leaving him puzzled. Is it possible that I opened it incorrectly? Yunchun was deeply perplexed and glanced at the description. Name: a fragment of one of the elements that constitute the world. Note: stone, no issues here. Yunchun was utterly flabbergasted. You're rather adorable. This is what is said to be a fragment of the elements that constitute the world. He was so incensed that he could barely argue back. Wasn't the soil that transforms into stone also one of the elements that constitute the world? In his frustration, Yunchun summoned a stone and hurled it forth. Ow! Dogflower, who was leaping and dodging the cat bug, was suddenly knocked to the ground by Yunchun's throw. The cat bug hurriedly crawled over, climbed onto Dogflower, and opened its mouth to bite off another petal, relishing its meal. Stop, please! Dogflower cried out, lamenting its loss. With only 6 petals in total, having already lost 3 was devastating. Thankfully, the cat bug had satisfied its hunger. Otherwise, the remaining petals would have met a similar fate. After feasting, the cat bug wriggled towards Yunchun, nuzzling against his pant leg and letting out a contented sound. Meanwhile, Dogflower retreated to a corner, quietly contemplating its existence as a flower and a dog. Good boy. Yunchun looked at the cat bug, his spirits instantly lifted. He then remembered that this was merely an ordinary lottery. What treasures could he truly expect? He picked up the cat bug, indulged it with affection, and clicked on the last ordinary lottery card. Congratulations on receiving an empty card. Yunchun felt a slight tinge of disappointment, yet it did not weigh heavily on his mind. With a swipe, he tapped once, exited the ordinary lottery, and entered the intermediate draw, selecting a card. Congratulations on receiving a candied hawthorn skewer. To think this even exists. Just like that, a promising intermediate draw was squandered. Yunchun grumbled a bit, but still took the candied hawthorn card to peruse its description. Name: a skewer of candied hawthorn. Remark: this skewer consists of 30 pieces, crafted from the finest materials, ensuring a taste that is absolutely unparalleled. Those who have tasted it all rave about its exquisite flavor, and once savored, one is bound to crave more. You truly deserve this. Such lofty praises, but how delightful could it be? As he mused, Yunchun, petting his cat, retrieved one skewer and took a bite. Chapter 58. Hiss. As he indulged, Yunchun's eyes widened in astonishment. Without uttering a word, he continued to eat. In less than 2 minutes, he devoured 6 pieces of candied hawthorn. It truly is delectable, he thought, his eyes gleaming as he swallowed, yearning for more. Unable to resist the temptation, Yunchun took out another skewer, finishing it in a few swift bites, his face radiating satisfaction. Well then, it's time to continue the lottery. After finishing the skewer, Yunchun resumed drawing. Congratulations on receiving nothing at all. Yunchun clicked on a card only to find it empty. Cursing under his breath, he exclaimed, Heaven help me. Please let something good come next. Releasing the cat, he clasped his hands together, murmuring a prayer. Taking a deep breath, Yunchun cautiously clicked on the advanced lottery card. Congratulations on receiving a Kamen Rider transformation device. What is this? A mere trinket? It arrives just as I'm about to purchase it. What a joke. Yunchun was exasperated. This transformation device was utterly useless. Well, at least it's not completely empty. Reflecting on his good fortune in acquiring the transformation device, he reassured himself that he shouldn't be too greedy. Yunchun examined the transformation device, Thunder Dragon Grip, and Thunder Dragon Insect Device. It resembled a grip in alternating black and blue, not particularly attractive, rather mundane. The other item resembled a dragonfly, also in black and blue, adorned with large silvery wings and a long blue tail, significantly larger than usual, and rather pleasing to the eye. What a useless trinket, Yun Chuan lamented, stowing it away in the system's storage. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted him. Who is it? Yun Chuan inquired. Brother Yun, dinner is ready, came Jones's voice from outside. Oh, all right, I'm coming, Yun Chuan replied. Suddenly aware of how late it had grown, the room now dimmed. As the moment arrived, the cat bug began to chirp. Let us return. There are matters to attend to today. We shall venture out again tomorrow, Yun Chun remarked with a smile, transforming the cat bug back into a card and retrieving it into the system space. And you, do not think that hiding will make me forget you. Yun Chun fixed his gaze upon the wall-facing Dogflower. Look at me, so adorable. Would you truly let me go? Dogflower turned, eyes glistening with tears as it looked toward Yun Chun. To be fair, although Dogflower's charm could not quite match that of the cat bug, it was still rather endearing. Moreover, the petals consumed by the cat bug had already reverted to 4, only 2 remained. I have put away the cat bug. Which is cuter than you? Can you rival its charm? With that, Yun Chun promptly transformed Dogflower into a card and stored it away. Yun Chun opened the door and stepped outside. Brother Yun, are you conversing with someone? I could have sworn I heard a cat's meow. Do you have a cat? Jones tilted his head, peering into Yun Chun's room. No, perhaps you misheard, Yun Chun replied, stepping aside to allow Jones a glimpse of his room. Smiling as he spoke. That must be it. Brother Yun, it's time for dinner. Manager Shi and his daughter have arrived as well. Let us head down together, Jones remarked after surveying Yun Chun's empty room. Oh, Manager Shi is here too, Yun Chun inquired. Indeed, Grime has already gone down. You should join us soon, Jones said before making his way downstairs. Yun Chun pondered for a moment before retrieving the candied hawthorn he had drawn earlier from the system space, placing it into a clean bag to take along. Hey, Manager Yun, you've come down quite late. Upon descending the stairs, Yun Chun heard Shi's voice. Yes, I stayed up a bit late last night. I just took a nap and have only just risen, Yun Chun replied with a smile. Hello, Brother Yun. Shirmei approached with a plate of dishes, cheerfully greeting Yun Chun as she set the food upon the table. Greetings, Shirmei. It's lovely to see you, Yun Chun responded, equally cheerful. Indeed, I've visited several times, but this is the first occasion I've seen you at home, Shirmei remarked with a smile. Huh. Aside from meals, I'm usually out attending to affairs. It's been rather busy, Yun Chun yawned. All right, let us eat. It's getting cold, Jones interjected, carrying dishes towards them. Okay. The group seated themselves. This is the candied hawthorn my friend gifted me when I returned at noon. Feel free to take some as a dessert after the meal. It's quite delightful, Yun Chun said, placing the bag of candied hawthorn beside him. Oh, hearing that. I must try some later. Shuri expressed interest upon hearing Yun Chun's words. I want some, Grime exclaimed, reaching for the bag. We'll discuss that after the meal. Otherwise, you might spoil your appetite. Yun Chun grasped Grime's hand, fixing him with a firm gaze. With guests present, he refrained from being overly stern with Grime. Indeed, Graham, it's time to eat, Jones remarked. Upon hearing Jones's words, Graham reluctantly began his meal. The 5 individuals dined in silence, the atmosphere thick with unspoken thoughts. 20 minutes later, Graham finished his food first and eagerly grabbed a candied hawthorn skewer, exclaiming, Wow, this is delicious. He savored the treat with gusto, swiftly finishing one skewer before reaching for another. Observing Graham's delight, the other 3, save for Yun Chun, were filled with curiosity and hastily finished their meals to join in. With wide eyes, they devoured their own skewers, swiftly consuming the treats without uttering a word, feasting ravenously. Watching this scene unfold, Yun Chun felt a pang of urgency. If he delayed any longer, there would be none left for him. He hastened to finish his meal. Finally, Yun Chun completed his dinner and joined the fray. In a matter of minutes, the 5 of them polished off 15 out of 28 skewers, leaving only 8 behind, not for lack of desire, but for the sheer inability to consume more. They leaned back in their chairs, clutching their stomachs in contentment. My apologies, Brother Yun, they're just too delicious, Jones exclaimed, suddenly realizing he may have overindulged, his cheeks flushing. I'm sorry too, Shirmei chimed in. Noting her own similar posture and feeling it somewhat inappropriate, she quickly adjusted herself, her face turning red. No need to apologize, they were meant to be enjoyed. Yun Chun waved his hand dismissively, expressing his indifference. By the way, Director Yun, where did your friend procure these? They are far superior to any I have tasted before. Shi inquired, leaning back in his chair, unlike Jones and his daughter, whose decorum seemed lacking. Dad, Shirmei nudged Shi gently. I heard they were custom-made, using only the finest ingredients, crafted by the best chefs. I happened to be there when he gifted me some. I must remember to ask for more next time. Yun Chun replied nonchalantly, his composure unwavering. I'll wash the dishes now, Jones announced as he stood up, beginning to gather the bowls. Let me help you, Sister Jones. May also rose to assist. No, it's all right. You rest. I can manage, Jones insisted hurriedly. It's no trouble. I have nothing pressing to do. May replied while tidying up the dishes. Thank you then. Jones acknowledged her persistence as they both made their way to the kitchen sink, scrubbing the dishes, while the three men languished in their chairs like lethargic fish. After a while, May approached, saying, Dad, we should be leaving. She nudged Sure-E gently. Huh. Sure-E opened his eyes and looked at May. What do you mean, huh? It's time to go, she clarified. Oh, right. Sure-E replied as he rose to his feet. Then we shall take our leave. Thank you for your hospitality, Sure-E remarked as he rose from his seat. You're welcome. Won't you stay a little longer? Yin-chun inquired, also standing up. No, we must be on our way. Thank you for the candied hawthorn. Sure-E waved his hand and, holding the treat, returned to the adjacent room with his daughter. They have departed. Jones emerged from the kitchen to ask. Indeed. Yin-chun stretched lazily in response and walked over to close the door. Graham, it's time to head upstairs, Jones called to Graham. Thus, the night passed uneventfully. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Yin-chun, having slept excessively the previous day, found himself wide awake and rose early. He opened the door, stepped outside, and entered the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. At that hour, Jones had yet to awaken. The shop typically opened at 7, and Jones usually rose at 6:30. Yin-chun recalled that today was Jones's birthday and decided to prepare a special breakfast for him. 20 minutes later, when Jones finally got up, Yin-chun had already set the meal on the table upstairs. Brother Yin, you're up so early, Jones exclaimed upon seeing Yin-chun holding a plate. Indeed, I slept far too long yesterday and felt no drowsiness. Now, quickly wash your face and brush your teeth. Breakfast is ready, Yin-chun replied with a smile as he set down the plate. All right, Jones said as he entered the bathroom to freshen up. Watching Jones attend to his morning routine, Yin-chun returned to his room, retrieved a small box, and summoned the caterpillar creature. Shoo, be quiet, Yin-chun instructed, placing his finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. The caterpillar understood and gazed at him quietly. Yin-chun gently placed the caterpillar into the box, closed the lid, and took out his phone to call Hank. As it was Jones's birthday, he intended to grant her a day off, while also suggesting that Hank take a break. Why isn't anyone answering? Yin-chun wondered, hearing the phone's ringing tone. Never mind, I'll inform him when he arrives, he thought, assuming Hank was already out and resolved to wait until he returned. Chapter 59. Hank's identity. Yin-chun, holding the box, exited his room. At that moment, Jones was already enjoying his breakfast. Brother Yin, aren't you eating? Jones asked as he noticed Yin-chun's entrance. No, I've already had my meal, Yin-chun replied, approaching with the box in hand. What is in the box you are holding? Jones inquired while eating. Happy birthday. This is a gift for you. Yin-chun placed the box on the table with a smile. Ah, today is my birthday. I had almost forgotten, Jones suddenly remembered. Thank you, Brother Yin. May I open it? Jones asked as he took the box. Let us finish our meal before proceeding. Yin-chun did not immediately allow Jones to open the box. Very well, Jones replied, swiftly finishing his meal and wiping his mouth. I shall open it now. With that, Jones lifted the lid. Meow. The creature within the box let out a delightful sound. Oh, how adorable, Jones exclaimed, gazing at the little creature with excitement. Do you like it? Yin-chun asked with a smile. Yes, I absolutely love it. Thank you, Jones responded, cradling the creature and petting it. I'm glad you like it, after all. It's your birthday today, so take a day to relax, Yin-chun said, watching Jones delightfully play with the creature. Thank you so much, Jones replied joyfully. But why does it not have legs? Jones frowned, observing the creature. This is a new breed. It is the only one of its kind in the world, Yin-chun casually explained. Oh, is that true? Jones seemed skeptical. Of course would I deceive you? Yin-chun said, maintaining a composed demeanor. That's a relief, Jones sighed, feeling reassured and continued to pet the creature. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from downstairs. What is happening? Yin-chun heard the noise and rushed toward the stairs. Jones, feeling anxious, followed closely, cradling the creature. Upon reaching downstairs, they saw a man unsteadily approaching Yin-chun, carrying a small girl. Hank, Yin-chun exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the man. Indeed, it was Hank, appearing disheveled and injured, with green blood seeping from his wounds. The girl he held looked around 10 years old, unconscious, with minor scrapes and dirt on her clothes. Store manager, I'm so sorry, please take care of my sister. She should not be involved in my troubles. I beg you, Hank panted, handing the girl to Yin-chun before kneeling on the floor. No problem, but what happened? Please, get up and tell me, Yin-chun inquired, frowning as he took the girl. I'm so sorry, please, Hank said, without explaining, and then ran away. Brother Yin, what just happened? Jones, just arriving, witnessed the disheveled man fleeing. Chairs toppled at the entrance, and a table askew, while Yun Chun held the girl. I'm not sure what occurred. That man is Hank. Please take care of this child while I go investigate, Yun Chun said, handing the girl to Jones. All right. Be careful, Jones replied, setting the creature down to take the girl. It's all right, Yun Chun assured before rushing out, closing the door behind him as he pursued Hank. As Yun Chuan pursued Hank, three individuals with distinct appearances, a construction worker, a chef, and a white-collar worker, were trailing behind him. Despite their varied garb, their expressions mirrored one another, exuding an emotionless demeanor akin to that of soulless automatons. Who exactly were these people, and what was Hank's situation? Yun Chuan pondered in confusion as he chased after them. Was annihilation their only intent? Hank led them to a desolate and vacant area, coming to a halt, and furiously inquired, "Do traitors deserve to live?" The chef among the trio responded coolly. At that moment, Yun Chuan arrived nearby, choosing not to intervene directly, but instead hiding in a corner to observe Hank and the three individuals, intending to ascertain the truth of the matter. All I wish for is to live in peace. Is that so arduous? Hank, shedding his previous feeble demeanor, growled through clenched teeth. Your identity has predetermined your fate. Either you survive, evolve to dominate this world, or become mere cannon fodder, the chef declared, his form suddenly illuminating as he began to expand, transforming into a terrifying figure. When the light faded, the chef had morphed into a monster, entirely green, adorned with a helmet-like shell atop his head and elongated, crimson claws, to be slain by us. Subsequently, the other two individuals underwent similar transformations, becoming monsters akin to the chef. What? These are aberrant creatures. Yun Chuan gasped in astonishment, having encountered such beings for the first time since arriving in this world. Aberrant creature data successfully recorded. Anomaly detection functionality updated, the system's voice announced. Ah, Hank shouted, also transforming into an aberrant creature, charging at the other three. Traitors devoid of the aberrant heart do not deserve to live, perish. One of the aberrant creatures exclaimed as it lunged forward. Hank swiped at an aberrant creature, which, unable to evade due to its cumbersome form, could only meet Hank's assault head-on. The clash of their bodies erupted in sparks as Hank, enduring blows from the other two aberrant creatures upon his back, summoned all his strength to strike one of them. With a resounding explosion, the aberrant creature Hank struck was engulfed in ghostly green flames. At that moment, Hank succumbed to the onslaught of two aberrant creatures and fell to the ground, utterly exhausted. I'm sorry, I can no longer accompany you, Hannah, Hank murmured, tears slipping from the corners of his eyes. As the claws of the two aberrant creatures descended upon him, Hank closed his eyes. Was this to be his final moment? Who would care for that little girl? A voice emerged from nearby, and the claws of the aberrant creatures hesitated to strike. Hank, puzzled, opened his eyes. Manager, he exclaimed, witnessing Yun Chuan gripping the claws of the two aberrant creatures, rendering them immobile. Hank stared in disbelief. He had never realized the manager possessed such formidable prowess. Who are you? The aberrant insect, drenched in cold sweat, inquired, aware of its own nature as a peculiar creature. Though merely the weakest of larvae, its strength surpassed that of any human. The man before it, merely holding its hand, rendered it immobile. Manager, look at how effortlessly Yun Chun thwarted the aberrant insect's assault. Hank exclaimed in astonishment. Begone, Yun Chun commanded, pushing the two aberrant insects back several paces, causing them to collapse to the ground. I must care for my family. He turned to Hank and declared. But Hank began, but was abruptly interrupted by Yun Chun. Here, defeat them yourself and return to take good care of your sister. As he spoke, Yun Chun produced the rather useless item he had drawn the previous day, the Thunder Dragon grip, and tossed it to Hank. What is this? Hank questioned, catching the grip-shaped object in his hands. Whether you gain his acknowledgement depends entirely on you, Yun Chun replied, stepping back and leaping atop a building, leaving the battlefield to them. Hank, uncertain of Yun Chun's intent, yet resolute not to surrender, after all, he had to look after Hannah, rose and charged at the two rising aberrant insects, delivering a powerful punch that felled one to the ground. With a swift motion, he struck the other with the back of his fist, bringing both insects crashing down. Suddenly, a sound resonated from behind Hank. Turning, he spotted a dragonfly-like entity soaring in the air, circling him. After a moment's thought, he raised the grip in his hand, and the dragonfly pivoted, aligning its tail with the grip to merge into a dragonfly-shaped firearm. What is this? Hank pondered as he gazed at the weapon, puzzled. At that moment, segments of silver and blue hexagonal objects extended from the hand gripping the gun, enveloping Hank entirely. He transformed into a figure clad in black, adorned with a thick silvery chest plate, an inconsequential belt at his waist, and 2 black power cables encircling his abdomen. His arms bristled with protective gauntlets. His head featured 4 square eyes, and his mouth was connected to another power cable. Thus he became the masked warrior, Kamen Rider, Thunder Dragon. What immense power! Hank marveled, feeling the might of the Thunder Dragon. The traitors must not survive. One aberrant insect roared, charging at Hank alongside its companion. Without a moment's hesitation, Hank pulled the trigger as the aberrant insect lunged forward. With a resounding bang, one insect was obliterated in a burst of green flames, the explosion sending the other insect sprawling backward. As the remaining aberrant insect scrambled to its feet, it let out a roar, its body turning red and heated, warping the air around it. Gradually, its exoskeleton began to melt away, falling to the ground, transforming into a yellow-striped spider-like adult aberrant insect. The aberrant creature abruptly activated its hyperspeed, vanishing in an instant. Hank, witnessing its disappearance, turned to survey his surroundings, bracing himself for the impending assault. Yet, was this precautionary measure of any use? Before Hank could discern anything, sparks erupted around him, propelling him into the air, with flames continuing to cascade from his form. A cry escaped Hank's lips as he crashed to the ground, overwhelmed by pain. At that moment, the aberrant creature ceased its hyperspeed and reappeared before Hank, struggling to rise. Hank drew his weapon and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the bullets were about to strike the creature, it vanished once more, reappearing in a different location. Hank repeatedly pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets, yet they all missed their mark. Ultimately, he was struck by the creature, collapsing onto the ground. The aberrant creature, relishing Hank's suffering, refrained from pursuing him further, leaving Hank half-kneeling, gasping for breath. Chapter 60. The origins of Hank. As Hank pulled the lever on his weapon, Yun-chan, unable to bear the sight any longer, called out to him. Huh? Hank, puzzled by Yun-chan's words, turned his gaze towards the dragonfly insect device. Is this it? He inquired, yanking on the lever. Armor activation. The weapon emitted a sound, and then Hank's armor began to shift and detach piece by piece. Observing Hank's movements and the transformations of his armor, the aberrant creature felt an ominous premonition and rushed towards him. Bang! Pieces of Hank's armor flew off, several striking the creature and sending it hurtling away. Dragonfly transformation. As the armor dispersed, Hank's overall appearance became more streamlined and agile. His lower body remained unchanged, but his upper body underwent significant alterations. The power cables vanished, the forearm guards were significantly reduced, and the chest armor transformed to a striking blue. Silver dragonfly wings adorned both his chest and back, with their tips oriented to the right, while his eyes morphed into 2 large, blue orbs. What a light and exhilarating sensation, Hank remarked, admiring his transformed physique. Witnessing Hank's metamorphosis, the aberrant creature grew increasingly agitated, once again activating its hyperspeed and charging towards him. Bang, bang, bang. Hank was propelled into the air once more, sparks flying. Press the button on the right side of your belt to enter hyperspeed mode. Yun-chan shouted to Hank, who, upon hearing the command, swiftly pressed the belt's button. Hyperspeed. Instantly, Hank felt the world around him slow down, and he caught sight of the aberrant creature. As it lunged towards him, he deftly sidestepped its punch. However, due to his lack of combat experience, he resorted to firing his weapon directly. Bang! The aberrant creature was forced out of its hyperspeed mode, while Hank continued to unleash a relentless barrage of gunfire. With a resounding boom, the bullet struck the alien creature, causing it to explode in a burst of green flames. Yet, to Yun-chan, it seemed as though only mere seconds had passed. After vanquishing the creature, it separated and transformed into a dragonfly, while Hank reverted to his human form, turning to watch the dragonfly depart. Observing this, Yun-chan leaped down from the upper floor and approached Hank. Store manager, Hank began as he noticed Yun-chan's approach, but was swiftly interrupted. Let us discuss this later. Here, take this back, Yun-chan said, extending his hand. Hearing Yun-chan's words, Hank presented the item he held before him. Since you have gained his acknowledgement, I shall temporarily entrust it to your care. Yun-chan declined to accept it and, having spoken, proceeded towards the store. Thank you, store manager. Hank, eschewing any pretense, accepted the item and followed Yun-chan as they exited. Upon returning to the store, they found that Jones had tidied up downstairs, returning everything to its rightful place and cleaning the floors. Yun-chan did not ascend immediately. Instead, he found a chair and sat down. Please, take a seat and share your situation with me, Yun-chan said, observing Hank, who stood there in a daze. Hank wished to speak, but was unsure where to begin. Store manager, Do you believe in parallel worlds and universes? Hank suddenly inquired, as a thought struck him. Speak. Yun-chun responded, unperturbed by Hank's question. Continuing, Hank said, though you may find it hard to believe, I, along with those three earlier, truly hail from another parallel universe. A race known as the alien bugs. Several months ago, we were invited to this world. I had just been born and accompanied them. An accident occurred that day, leaving only the king and a few leaders, along with dozens of our kin, to arrive in this realm. Hank spoke softly. We alien bugs can mimic any human form and replicate their memories. 2 days prior to arriving at this store, several of my kin received orders from our leaders to disguise ourselves as humans, to conceal ourselves within human society while we awaited the opportunity to conquer this world. It was on that very day that I encountered this individual. He had been in a car accident and was already deceased, so I assumed his identity. Hank glanced at his own body. At that moment, I was unaware of what compelled me. It felt as if an overwhelming urge guided me to his home. And in a daze, I arrived there. I met a young girl, and through her memories, I learned that she was his sister. Before I knew it, I found myself living with her. However, I soon ran out of money and sought employment, which led me to your store. The rest, as you are aware, manager. Hank lowered his gaze. But since taking on this guise, I never intended to harm anyone. Suddenly raising his head, Hank spoke passionately, fearful that Yun-chun would perceive him as a mere monster bent on destruction. Do you not recognize the item I presented to you? Yun-chuan inquired, gazing at Hank. I have no recollection. Is there an issue? Hank responded, perplexed. Have you ever heard of the night system? Yun-chuan pressed further. No. Hank sheepishly scratched his head. Weren't you the one who claimed to hail from another world? How could you be unaware? Yun-chuan was taken aback. Well, I arrived in this world right after my birth and have never encountered anything referred to as the night system, Hank admitted with a hint of resignation. Could it be that you two are from another world, shopkeeper? Hank asked in astonishment upon hearing Yun-chuan's words. That is not something you need to concern yourself with. Yun-chuan replied, casting a glance at him. Never mind, just go upstairs to check on your sister. I wonder if she has awakened. As for your previous residence, if it feels unsafe, perhaps consider relocating to the adjacent rental unit for better oversight, Yun-chuan suggested with a wave of his hand, pondering the redundancy of explaining why there were rooms upstairs, yet suggesting they move out. Oh, all right. Thank you, shopkeeper, Hank said as he rose and bowed respectfully to Yun-chuan before heading upstairs. System, what is the status? Yun-chuan inquired of the system. As it had indicated, Hank truly had not taken any lives. The investigation function displayed a green status. Moreover, once you are mentally prepared, take a look at the map within the investigation function. The system suddenly remarked with a tone of sympathy. What is it? Your words are making me uneasy, Yun-chuan admitted, feeling a tinge of fear. How shall I put it? You may observe for yourself. Prepare yourself mentally. Due to updates, new symbols and colors have emerged. Their meanings are for you to decipher. The system stated, bringing forth the exploration map. Upon viewing the map, Yun-chuan was taken aback, exclaiming in frustration. The map revealed various new symbols in different colors, with annotations in the upper right corner identifying the creatures represented, the aberrant insects, which were concentrated in 3 locations. The aberrant insect symbols on the map featured 5 distinct colors, a yellowish hue representing larvae, categorized as danger level 2 to 3. Although feeble, their numbers were substantial, nearing 600, which was one of the reasons for Yun-chuan's outburst. Next was the yellow symbol, indicating newly evolved adult aberrant insects, classified as danger level 3 to 4, with a count of just over 40. The blue symbol represented advanced adult aberrant insects, classified as danger level 4 to 5, with a mere 10 individuals present. The silver symbol denoted egg-laying aberrant queens, classified as danger level 5 to 6, with only 6 in existence. Due to his own level, Yun-chuan was unaware if there were higher-tier aberrant insects beyond those displayed, as the map did not reveal such information. Lastly, the white symbol, differing from the unawakened Ophino, indicated eggs without a danger level, with an approximate count of 1,000. This was the primary reason behind Yun-chuan's exasperation. Should they hatch, it would spell disaster. In the upper right corner of the system, beneath the introduction of the alien insect symbol, there was a line that read, only the alien insect queen from another world can lay eggs and hatch alien insect larvae. Those queens born in this world lack this ability. Upon reading this, Yun-chun let out a sigh of relief. There are 3 gathering points for these alien insects. Should one be eliminated? Yun-chun gazed at the densely clustered points on the map, narrowing his eyes as he pondered how many lives these numerous alien insects had claimed. Although there are 3 points, most of them are concentrated in one, which likely serves as the main base. However, there are not many advanced alien insects within. The other 2 points seem to be branches established by the alien insects as a precaution. System. Are there any more formidable alien insects at this gathering point aside from those displayed? Yun Chun inquired, pointing at the point with the highest number of alien insects. No, only those indicated on the map. The stronger ones are at different gathering points, but if they were to discover this, given their abilities, they could arrive in as little as 10 minutes, the system replied. This implies that to eliminate this gathering point, it is imperative to maintain secrecy. If any information is leaked, all alien insects must be defeated within 10 minutes. Yun Chun stated expressionlessly. Indeed. But I do not recommend you attempt to eliminate them so hastily. Although there are no stronger alien insects inside, it is still beyond your current capabilities, the system responded. Who says I will go alone to eliminate this gathering point? Yun Chun replied calmly. Oh, who do you intend to involve? The system asked. You'll find out shortly. Do you have any devices that can temporarily grant super acceleration abilities? Yun Chun posed a question to the system without directly answering. They can be forged, but the devices created can only be used on armor and cannot be equipped by ordinary individuals, as they cannot withstand the pressure that super acceleration entails. Moreover, the devices are single-use. Once activated, they can only be employed for 1 hour, during which the strength of the armor must also be monitored. As one cannot remain in super acceleration for the entire hour, the system explained. How many points for one? Yun Chun inquired. 300. The system replied. Are there any weaker, less expensive options? Yun Chun asked. The purely acceleration type costs 150 points, but even with armor, humans may not successfully utilize it, as the acceleration synchronizes both the brain and body. The other type accelerates only the body and requires exceptional reflexes. If the brain cannot keep pace, it is of no use. You should have felt this yourself, the system remarked. Chapter 61. Alien Insect Gathering Point. Indeed, Yun Chun recalled that each time he used it, he felt as if he was on the verge of lagging behind. Forge them. 3 types, 5 of each, Yun Chun commanded. Understood, 1,350 points. The system confirmed. Proceed with the forging, Yun Chun instructed. Very well, sir, in 30 minutes, the system cheerfully announced. At that moment, Yun Chun pondered a query. Is it possible for others, aside from myself, to view the anomaly detection panel? Indeed, if that is your desire, the system replied. This prompted Yun Chun to contemplate whether or not to bring Hank along. Although he was a traitor among the alien insects, he was, after all, still one of them. Brother Yun, why aren't you heading up? Jones inquired as he descended the stairs. Wait a moment. How are Hank and his sister faring? Yun Chun asked. His sister has awakened and is quite well, currently playing with Graham. I came down to prepare some food for them, as they haven't eaten yet, Jones explained. Heading into the kitchen. After a moment of reflection, Yun Chun stood and ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, he found Hank seated on the sofa, watching over his sister, while Hannah sat beside Graham, munching on snacks. For some reason, Yun Chun sensed a hint of shyness emanating from Hannah. Hannah, this is the manager. Call him brother, Hank said as he noticed Yun Chun's arrival. Hello, brother, Hannah greeted softly, her gaze fixed on Yun Chun. Hello there, little sister. What is your name? Yun Chun inquired with a smile as he took a seat. My name is Hannah, she replied timidly. Such a good girl, Yun Chun remarked with a warm smile. Hank, come here for a moment, Yun Chun called, before making his way to the balcony. Manager, is there something you need? Hank followed closely behind, questioning as they reached the balcony. What are your thoughts on your kind and your people? Yun Chun asked directly. I disapprove of their actions, yet I cannot change anything. I no longer wish to be associated with them, Hank replied with a shake of his head. Do you believe that, aside from yourself, any other alien insects have hope for coexistence with humanity? Yun Chun pressed further. I find that highly unlikely. Our leaders harbor great ambitions. Their goal is to dominate the earth and eradicate all humans. Coexistence is not an option for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent someone to assassinate me. Hank shook his head again. Moreover, humans would not coexist with us either. After all, those who are not of our kind harbor different intentions. Thus, humans cannot trust us. And perhaps only one of our races can survive, Hank expressed, troubled. Take good care of your sister. I must step out for a while, from now on. The safety of the establishment will rest in your hands, Yun Chun said, giving Hank a reassuring pat on the shoulder. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided against bringing Hank along and turned to leave. Very well, I shall not let you down. I will ensure this place is well protected. Hank solemnly vowed to Yun Chun as he departed. Brother Yun, where are you headed? Just as Yun Chun descended the stairs, he encountered Jones, who was carrying a meal upstairs. I have a matter to attend to, Yun Chun replied with a smile. Be cautious, Jones remarked. stepping aside as he recognized that Yun Chun was preparing for battle once more. Understood, Yun Chun replied, proceeding onward while Jones ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the doorway, Yun Chun paused to glance back at Jones, who had already made his way upstairs. Is the Glen belt repaired? And has the liquid in the Ophion gene separation device been purified? Yun Chun inquired of the system. Both tasks have been completed, came the system's response. Understood. With this affirmation, Yun Chun projected a panel before him, selecting the alien insects. He retrieved his phone and captured several images of the panel before dismissing it and dialing Cole's number. At that moment, Cole was engrossed in reviewing documents when his phone suddenly chimed with an incoming message. As he reached for it, another call came through. Noticing Yun Chun's name on the screen, he answered promptly. Please pass the phone to your director. This matter is of utmost importance and must remain confidential. Yun Chun stated immediately upon connection, without awaiting Cole's greeting. Certainly, please hold, Cole replied, sensing the gravity of the situation as he hurried to the director's office. Within moments, Cole knocked on the director's door and was invited in. Come in, Nick Fury's voice called from inside. Director, the phone call is from the Kamen Rider, Cole announced as he entered. Really? Nick Fury inquired, taking the phone with a serious expression. Hello, Mr. Rider. What is the matter? I have located a gathering point for the alien insects, containing approximately 700 eggs, numerous larvae, and several adult insects, including 2 fertile females. You are undoubtedly aware of the threat posed by these creatures, and I require your assistance in eliminating them, Yun Chun stated succinctly. What? Where? Nick Fury shot to his feet, alarmed. I have sent the location to Cole's phone. You can review it there. I will also summon others to assist. And we can meet approximately 500 meters from the site. Their abilities are heightened speed, so sheer numbers may not be effective. Weaponry and defense are paramount. Furthermore, I will prepare a specialized Kamen Rider system tailored for combating the alien insects, including the Glen driver and the Ophion gene separation device, both of which are ready for deployment, Yun Chun concluded, hanging up before Nick Fury could respond. Transfer the documents to my computer, Nick Fury instructed as he returned the phone to Cole, his demeanor solemn. Yes, Cole acknowledged, beginning the task at hand. System, procure the Kamen Rider, Jaw 13. Oh no. It's the Queen Bee and Kick Locust systems, Yun Chun commanded after ending the call. Affirmative, the total is 200 points. Your points balance is now depleted. Please replenish in a timely manner, the system replied. Certainly, proceed with the purchase, Yun Chun said nonchalantly. The purchase has been successfully completed and has been added to the system space. Please check, the system responded. System, can you retrieve Tony Stark's number? Yun Chun intended to send the image to Tony, only to awkwardly realize he did not possess Tony's number. Affirmative, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun entered the number and sent the image, subsequently calling Tony. In the underground laboratory of Tony's villa, he was engrossed in the development of a new Iron Man suit. Sir, an unknown image file has been received, Jarvis announced. There is also an incoming call from the same mysterious number. Before Tony could respond, Jarvis continued, What is the number? 555, Jarvis replied. Answer it, and open the file. Tony instructed. Is there something you need? He queried upon answering the call. Did you receive the item? Yun Chun inquired. Are you referring to the map? Yes. I received it. What are those colored symbols? Tony asked, gazing at the map displayed by Jarvis. Those represent a type of creature known as aberrant insects, as recorded in the disc I previously provided you. The colors signify their ranks, with annotations in the upper right corner, Yun Chun explained to Tony. Are they the creatures capable of mimicking and replicating anyone's memories, and can they accelerate their movements? Tony asked in alarm as he scrutinized the map. Indeed. I believe you have noticed their numbers as well, which is why I seek your assistance in dealing with them. I have gathered some allies to enhance our chances of defeating them together. Additionally, I possess some devices that can temporarily grant acceleration to those in armor, which I can lend to you to bolster our combat effectiveness and odds, Yun Chun articulated. Understood. I shall head over immediately, Tony replied, preparing to end the call. Wait, bring along all the weapons you can carry. The more potent, the better, Yun Chun urged as Tony was about to hang up. Absolutely, Tony affirmed before terminating the call. He swiftly gathered all powerful weapons, activated his gauntlet, donned the Iron Man suit, and was ready to depart when he suddenly paused. Jarvis, mobilize the other suits, Tony commanded, glancing at the previous sets of armor. Certainly, sir, Jarvis responded, activating the iron armors. In an instant, the arc reactors on all the armors illuminated, advancing towards Tony. Observing the suits in motion, Tony took flight, with the armors following closely behind, flames erupting from his palms and feet as he ascended into the sky. Do not concern yourself with how Tony acquired this technology so swiftly. Agent Coulson of SHIELD promptly summoned Ramlo and his rapid response team, instructing them to gather another similar unit and bring along all-powerful weaponry at their disposal. He also called for Cross and Grace, directing them to remain on standby at the location indicated by the masked rider. Additionally, he informed Cross that should they succeed this time, reinstatement would follow. After examining the map, Nick Fury quickly interjected, "Indeed, but this is within the city. Without orders, can we proceed in this manner?" Coulson inquired with a hint of concern. The insects have already assumed human forms. There exists no evidence to suggest these entities are monsters, and they will not believe it. Besides, the area is entirely overrun by the insects, and there are no others present. We shall report post-operation, Nick Fury contemplated before responding. Understood, I shall proceed immediately. Upon hearing Fury's resolute tone, Coulson turned to gather the agents. Meanwhile, after concluding the call, Yun Chun transformed into Saiga, activating his invisibility and swiftly departing, accelerating to 50 times the speed of sound towards the insect congregation point. Chapter 62. The Masked Rider. Minutes later, Yun Chun arrived atop a skyscraper, surveying the surroundings. Noting that others had yet to arrive, with a twinge of concern, he summoned Sigma. Here, utilize this combat gear shortly. Yun Chun presented the buckle, belt, and the green locust-shaped insect instrument to Sigma. Yes, sir, Sigma replied respectfully as he accepted the items. Observing Sigma don the belt, Yun Chun retrieved the final ride handgun, inserting the King Cobra and Olga cards into the weapon, ready to pull the trigger. After a moment's hesitation, he also inserted the Leo Cavalry card before squeezing the trigger. In an instant, several figures, each adorned in different hues, shot forth from the barrel, swirling and eventually merging together. Masked Ride, King Cobra. Masked Ride, Olga. Masked Ride, Leo Cavalry. Subsequently, King Cobra and Leo Cavalry materialized before Yun Chun. Upon their appearance, King Cobra raised his weapon, scanning the vicinity with vigilance. Meanwhile, the three Leo Cavalry members knelt, raising their hands in a gesture of surrender. Yun Chun's expression darkened, and he approached them, delivering a swift kick that sent them sprawling to the ground. "What are you doing?" he bellowed, regretting their summoning immensely. The Leo Cavalry members scrambled to their feet, glancing around in confusion. Upon realizing there were no enemies present, they exhaled in relief. However, upon noticing Yun Chun's scowling visage directed at them, they hastily drew their weapons, mimicking the defensive posture of King Cobra. Witnessing this scene, veins pulsated on Yun Chun's forehead, igniting a fierce urge to unleash his wrath. Continuing on, Yun Chun had no time to attend to them. He donned the insect instrument driver belt and extended his hand toward the sky. A rustling sound echoed from above. As he gazed upward, a luminous portal appeared in the heavens, from which emerged a crimson stag beetle, flapping its wings as it approached. With a swift motion, Yun Chun captured the red beetle. "Now, I hold the future in my grasp," he mused, regarding the stag beetle with a hint of adolescent bravado. Transform. Grasping the stag beetle insect instrument, he slid it from right to left into the insect instrument driver and shouted the transformation command. Transform. The core of the stag beetle insect instrument ignited with a golden light, and hexagonal segments extended from the belt, enveloping Yun Chun entirely. He transformed into a figure adorned in black, clad in thick silver armor, with portions of red armor on his chest and arms, and blue eyes. His forehead bore the two horns of the masked rider Kabuto. Upon transformation, Yun Chun felt clarity of thought, enhanced reflexes, and an overwhelming sense of calm, as if nothing could disturb his composure. He lifted the horn of the stag beetle insect instrument, and arcs of purple electricity coursed across his armor, which began to shift and crack. "First armor," Yun Chun declared, twisting the horn to the opposite side. "First armor." The core of the stag beetle insect instrument illuminated, and electricity continued to surge through Yun Chun's body. With a resounding explosion, his armor shattered, and a prominent horn rotated from his chin, affixing itself to his forehead. Beetle morph. Yun Chun transformed into the knight form of Kabuto, featuring a base of black and silver, red armor on his upper body, blue eyes, and a red stag beetle horn adorning his forehead. "Super speed," Yun Chun exclaimed, pressing the button on the right side of the belt. Super speed. In an instant, he perceived the flow of time around him slow down, propelling himself toward the gathering point of the aberrant insects, entering a state of invisibility as he ran. Within mere seconds, he arrived at the locus, a steel processing plant bustling with activity. Workers moved about, diligently attending to their tasks in an orderly manner. Were it not for the knowledge that these beings were aberrant insects, Yun-chun might have mistaken them for ordinary humans, as their mimetic expressions were indistinguishable from those of real people. Yun-chun refrained from directly attacking these aberrant insects, wary of alerting them. In his stealthy state, he retrieved his phone, activated the video recording mode, and began documenting the environment within. As he traversed the premises, he recorded every corner, capturing images of the insect, eggs, and workers, ascending the stairs while maintaining an unperturbed demeanor in the face of the multitude of eggs. At this moment, Tony arrived with 3 armored suits. Observing the presence of the Cobra and the other knights, he descended from the air. Upon noticing Tony's approach, all the knights and Sigma turned momentarily to acknowledge him before returning to their contemplative state. Where is he? Tony pondered, glancing around but failing to spot Yun-chun. His curiosity piqued. Where is the Kamen Rider? He approached Sigma, eyeing the belt in his possession, and inquired with a hint of impatience. Sigma remained unresponsive to Tony's query, eliciting a flicker of irritation from the proud inventor. Suddenly, the sound of screeching brakes echoed from below, capturing Tony's attention just as he was about to speak. He leaned forward to peer down. A group of agents clad in black tactical gear emerged from a vehicle, led by Nick Fury, who directed them to halt beside the building. Only Fury, accompanied by a few individuals, proceeded into the edifice. Is that not Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., along with Coulson? Did he seek them out too? Tony mused in confusion. As he contemplated this, the sound of footsteps reached his ears, prompting him to turn. The iron door swung open, revealing Nick Fury and several others approaching. Upon stepping outside, Fury was struck by the sight of so many armored figures. Alongside a man in a black suit with an inscrutable expression. Tony Stark? Fury's gaze fell upon the armored Tony, and he inquired. It's me. Did he come looking for you as well? Tony replied coolly. Indeed, Fury acknowledged, then shifted his attention to Sigma, momentarily taken aback before striding over. Mr. Knight? Fury and Coulson addressed Sigma with curiosity. Behind them, Rumble, Cross, and Glacé also regarded Sigma with varying thoughts. However, Sigma exhibited no response to their inquiries. Mr. Knight? Fury called once more. Enough with the calling. He isn't. He was summoned as well, Tony interjected, feeling slightly reassured by his revelation. Then where is he? Fury asked, his silence suggesting he understood the unspoken tension as he stepped away from Sigma to approach Tony. I have no idea. I didn't see him upon arrival, Tony replied, his frustration palpable at being left in the dark. Fury frowned at this response. He's gone to assess the situation inside. Sigma suddenly spoke up. What? How could he have entered so swiftly? Is he not concerned about alerting anyone? Fury inquired, his brow furrowing as all eyes turned to Sigma. Yet, Sigma fell silent once more, leaving Fury and the others in a state of perplexed resignation. Meanwhile, Nick Fury and his companions recalled the designation Sigma had for Yun-chun, pondering the nature of their relationship. At that moment, Yun-chun had ascended to the uppermost level, where he beheld 4 elite aberrations guarding 2 recently laid resting matriarchs. Stealthily, he retreated, deactivating the recording feature and shifting to photography, capturing the myriad corners of the factory. A few minutes later, Yun-chun emerged, reactivating his super speed, and made his way back to Sigma. Have you arrived? Within mere seconds, Yun-chun returned to the rooftop, disengaging from his cloaked state. He observed Nick Fury and Tony among others and inquired. The sudden appearance and voice of Yun-chun startled Fury and his team, who turned to face him, momentarily taken aback by Yun-chun's armor, which had transformed into the Aegis. Sir Knight? Nick Fury finally recognized him and asked. It is I. Yun-chun replied as he approached, surveying those present, astonished to discover that 2 members of S.H.I.E.L.D. were here, marking his first encounter with them since arriving in this world. Among them was the unfamiliar figure of Ramlo, holding the Ikasa belt, evoking a sense of familiarity within Yun-chun. What is the situation inside? Tony inquired. These are the images I captured earlier. Take a look, Yun-chun responded, producing his phone to display the recorded video and photographs. His device projected several images, showcasing the footage he had gathered. Upon witnessing the projections, the S.H.I.E.L.D. team and Tony approached. Are these all aberrations? Coulson asked in astonishment. Indeed, they have all assumed human guise, Yun-chun confirmed. Let me outline my plan. There are 3 strongholds of the aberrations. This is the largest and the weakest. Our objective is to target this primary gathering point. The most formidable challenge lies with the elite aberrations on the top floor, and I cannot guarantee we can eliminate them all, Yun-chun stated, gesturing towards the 4 elite aberrations and the 2 matriarchs depicted in the images. Moreover, The other two strongholds harbor even more powerful aberrations. Should they appear here, none among us would stand a chance. If they become aware of our assault, they could arrive within 10 minutes or even less. Thus, we must dismantle this stronghold in the shortest time possible, Yun-chan asserted with gravity. Therefore, our primary objective is to eradicate these eggs and larvae, naturally. If we can also eliminate the elite aberrations and matriarchs, it would be even better. I propose that Sigma engage the two matriarchs while I contend with the 4 elite aberrations. The remaining adult aberrations, larvae, and eggs will be entrusted to all of you. Yun-chan addressed the group, directing his gaze towards Wang Shi and the others. Your glindrives have been repaired. Yun-chan produced the damaged device, ravaged by the undead, and handed it to Nick Fury. Nick Fury accepted the device, casting a glance at Cross and Grace, contemplating for a moment before passing it to Grace. Observing this exchange, Cross felt a twinge of awkwardness. Chapter 63. The battle commences. This device, which can only be wielded by those transformed and clad in armor, allows the user to engage in super speed by merely pressing a button. However, it is a one-time use, with a limited duration of 1 hour, so do not squander it. Furthermore, possessing the capability for super speed does not guarantee the user can maintain it for the entire hour. The wristband will automatically allocate time based on each individual's physical constitution and endurance. Once the user can no longer withstand the strain, they will be automatically ejected from the superspeed state. Yun-chan then revealed 3 silver-white wristbands, distributing 2 to Nick Fury and 1 to Tony, stating, "This as well permits entry into superspeed, but is exclusively operable on the robots. Conveniently, you possess 3. Subsequently, Yun-chan produced 3 black wristbands and handed them to Tony. After a moment of contemplation, Yun-chan turned his gaze towards the King Snake and the other knights, hesitating briefly before redirecting his attention. Nick Fury examined the wristbands in his possession, after which he allocated 2 to Grace and Ramlo. Tony, on the other hand, donned 1 for himself and entrusted the remaining 3 to the iron armors behind him, instructing J.A.R.V.I.S. to allocate them. Lastly, this is the knight system I previously mentioned, specifically designed to combat the alien insects, Yun-chan declared, presenting a wristband and a wasp to Nick Fury. How does one utilize this? What requirements are there for the user? Nick Fury inquired, scrutinizing the items in his hands. This is the knight system of the masked rider wasp, capable of super speed, usable by anyone leading a team, Yun-chan elucidated. Director, allow me to take charge, Ramlo interjected. Approaching Nick Fury. Very well, it is entrusted to you, Nick Fury replied, contemplating before handing it over to him. At this juncture, Ramlo passed the belt and super speed wristband to Cross, who accepted them. Don the wristband on your left hand and affix the wasp to it, Yun-chan instructed Ramlo. Like this? Ramlo asked, following Yun-chan's guidance, transforming into a masked rider wasp, adorned in thick yellow armor, with eyes reminiscent of an insect's compound eyes. This form boasts high defense and attack power, though it lacks speed. By adjusting the wings of the wasp in another direction and giving it a twist, he can shift into the knight mode capable of utilizing super speed. However, the defensive and offensive capabilities in night mode are diminished, yet still sufficient to contend with ordinary adult insects, as Yun-chan explained to Ramlo. Upon hearing Yun-chan's words, Ramlo manipulated the wasp's wings accordingly, preparing for the battle ahead. The armor of Ramlo began to shift, fragmenting and springing forth, transforming him into a knight adorned in a striking black and yellow ensemble, with eyes as dark as night. With a mere press of the button on the left side of his belt, he could activate his super speed mode. Now, do we have any further inquiries? Yun-chan inquired, surveying the assembly. We have none, Nick Fury replied. I have a query, Tony interjected, directing his gaze at Sigma. You mentioned confronting the mother bug. It must be formidable. Will he be able to handle it? Yun-chan remarked. If he cannot, then there is no one here who can withstand the mother bug. All right, let us all transform. The battle is about to commence, Yun-chan continued. Sigma, it's time to transform, he called out. Understood, sir, Sigma responded, donning the belt and opening the central compartment. When he acquired the belt, the system had meticulously implanted all necessary instructions and information into his mind. With a wave of his hand, a vibrant green grasshopper leapt toward him, ultimately landing on Sigma's palm. He gently placed the grasshopper into the box, after which green squares emanated from the belt, enveloping his entire being. Grasshopper transformation. Sigma morphed into a figure clad in black armor highlighted with green, his eyes gleaming red, a golden armor piece adorning the heel of his left foot, and a sharp horn crowning his head, resembling the masked rider, Grasshopper. Yun-chan, alongside the transformed Sigma and King Snake, descended the stairs with Nick Fury. "Let us proceed to our destination," Nick Fury stated as he descended. Upon hearing his words, the agents fell silent, moving in an orderly fashion towards the assembly point. They surveyed their surroundings, seeking cover to conceal themselves. Before long, they arrived outside the gathering point. Once inside, eliminate anything you encounter, Nick Fury commanded from his vehicle, refraining from approaching due to his position, with Coulson similarly situated in the car. "We will enter first. You shall follow shortly," Yun Chun declared, activating his super speed mode along with Sigma as they charged inside. Ignoring the lesser aberrations, they ascended directly to the uppermost level. "System, alert me immediately if there are any unusual movements from the elite aberrations," Yun Chun instructed. "Affirmative," the system replied. Upon reaching the pinnacle, Yun Chun wasted no time, delivering a powerful kick that sent a high-ranking aberration flying. Drawing his dagger, he gripped it firmly and launched himself forward, intent on swiftly dispatching another before the remaining aberrations could react, thereby alleviating the pressure on himself for the impending conflict. With a series of swift strikes, Yun Chun relentlessly wielded his dagger against the alien creature, which remained oblivious due to its lack of super speed. In less than a second, sparks erupted from its body. Sigma, not one to be outdone, charged directly at the queen bug, delivering a powerful kick. However, unlike Yun Chun, Sigma did not send the queen flying. Instead, he seized her hands, pulling her towards himself before driving his knee upwards. The queen's exoskeleton shattered under Sigma's forceful impact. Despite the alien's ability to accelerate, its defenses were inferior to those of similarly ranked creatures, and Sigma's every attack was executed with utmost power, making the queen's shattered shell unsurprising. Yun Chun continued his relentless assault on the alien, slicing left, right, up, down, forward, and backward, leaving a tapestry of wounds across its body. Feeling it was time to conclude the encounter, he halted behind the creature and pressed 3 buttons on the side. 1, 2, 3. With a sudden twist, he redirected the creature's horn. "Night kick," Yun Chun proclaimed, resetting the horn's position. Night kick. A surge of purple electricity coursed from the belt into Yun Chun's upper body, channeled into the horn atop his head, and then flowed down to his right foot. Yun Chun extended his leg, pivoted, and launched a kick at the alien. At that moment, Sigma's battle reached its climax. "Night jump," he exclaimed as he forcefully pressed the protruding button on his heel. "Night jump." The opposite side elevated, propelling Sigma into the air. The alien, witnessing its companions soaring skyward, finally comprehended the situation and activated its super speed. How could Kamen Riders be here? How did they find this place? As the alien entered super speed, it caught sight of Yun Chun transforming. It instinctively retaliated with a kick aimed at one of its allies, astonished, and was about to rush to aid its comrade. However, upon seeing the queen being assaulted by another Kamen Rider, all the aliens abandoned their pursuit of Yun Chun and charged towards Sigma, intent on rescuing the queen. With a resounding kick, Yun Chun obliterated one of the aliens, while Sigma, having leaped into the air, saw the button he had pressed rebound. Night kick. Sigma launched a kick at the queen. At that moment, another queen had reached the injured one, attempting to shield her, but alas, it was too late. The injured queen narrowly avoided a fatal blow, only to be struck on the shoulder by Sigma's kick, sending her crashing into the oncoming aliens, scattering them like leaves in a storm. Calculating swiftly, Sigma executed a double jump in midair, targeting one of the flying aliens before the queen could react. With a decisive kick, he annihilated the blue-ranked alien, the disparity in their levels proving insurmountable. In less than 5 seconds, Yun Chun and Sigma swiftly obliterated 2 blue-tier aberrations and incapacitated a silver-tier queen bug, leaving it prostrate on the ground, devoid of any means to resist. What a pity. Exiting the state of acceleration, Yun Chun sighed, having hoped to eliminate a queen outright. "System, I trust my points are sufficient. Please fabricate 2 additional acceleration bracelets for the Wang Shi and myself," Yun Chun instructed. The system acknowledged, initiating the process, though it required a brief span of time. "Damn it, kill." The other queen bug snarled through gritted teeth. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, agents below kicked open the door and stormed in, immediately opening fire without hesitation. Some individuals struck by the bullets transformed instantaneously, morphing into grotesque green monstrosities that erupted violently in bursts of eerie green flames. Witnessing this, the agents pressed on, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the aberrations. Lamro, accompanied by Cross and 3 Leo cavalrymen, charged forward. As they all bore human forms, they had no means to distinguish between the mature and immature forms of the aberrations, thus launching indiscriminate attacks. Lamro activated his acceleration, raising his fist to smash into those still in their human guise, obliterating several in the blink of an eye, none of whom were mature. Cross and Grace similarly pressed the buttons on their bracelets, entering acceleration and systematically gunning down aberrations and eggs. In an instant, a significant swath of the first floor was cleared, engulfed in ghostly green flames and the viscous green liquid spewing from the ruptured eggs. At this juncture, the aberrations finally regained their senses, reverting to their original forms and charging towards Lamro and his companions. The three Leo cavalrymen, exhilarated to the brink of madness, had never once triumphed over a monster since their summoning by Yun-chan. Now, surrounded predominantly by larvae, they seized the opportunity to showcase their prowess, dashing in and wielding their weapons to hack down one after another. Before long, the trio had dispatched 5 or 6. Though such a feat was but a mere drop in the ocean for the aberrations, hardly worth mentioning. Chapter 64. The grueling battle. Meanwhile, Wang Shi and Tony, accompanied by 3 armored suits, leapt up to the second floor, where no larvae were present, only yellow-tier mature aberrations. Wang Shi and his companion tackled a single mature aberration, as neither had entered acceleration and thus had to cooperate to take it down one at a time. Tony, having activated his acceleration, soared into the air, targeting the eggs with precision gunfire, ever ready to counter any aberration that threatened his allies, occasionally pivoting to assist the battling armored suits against encroaching foes. What transpired below? Hearing the gunfire and explosions, all aberrations atop the building that had intended to assault Yun-chan and Sigma ceased their movements, glancing downwards with inquiries. Damn it! Hurry and assist, eliminate them. The queen insect, witnessing the swift disappearance of her painstakingly laid eggs and the loss of numerous larvae, felt a pang of heartache so intense it was almost unbearable. She bellowed at her subordinates in fury. Upon hearing her command, the remaining 2 elite aberrant creatures abandoned Yun-chan and his companion, turning to charge downwards. The ensuing matters were left to those below. They would continue the fight. Yun-chan rushed forward, positioning himself before the 2 aberrant creatures with a mocking tone. Sigma likewise stood before the queen, creating a tense standoff. You fools! If you seek death, do not blame us, the queen roared, activating her acceleration as she lunged towards Sigma, claws poised to strike. Sigma deftly retreated, evading her assault, and retaliated with a kick aimed at her chest. The queen raised her hands to block, intending to deflect Sigma's blow. However, Sigma swiftly altered his trajectory, landing a kick to her abdomen that forced her back by 2 steps. As Sigma advanced, he continued to unleash kicks upon the queen. This time, she did not attempt to block, but sidestepped, retaliating with a punch aimed at Sigma's midsection, causing him to stagger back a few paces. The battle raged on, with neither side clearly superior due to their equal prowess. Meanwhile, as an aberrant creature charged at Yun-chan, he deftly ducked and crouched, narrowly avoiding the creature's attack. He then delivered a powerful punch to its abdomen, sending it reeling. Standing tall again, he turned to kick another aberrant creature attempting a sneak attack, sending it sprawling. He then returned his focus to the previously retreating creature, adopting the same crouching stance, launching rapid punches against its belly, forcing it to retreat once more. In a swift motion, Yun-chan suddenly crouched down. A fist grazed the top of his head as he evaded the attack from behind. With a quick pivot, he employed his shoulder and arm in a shoulder check, crashing into the aberrant creature and sending it stumbling back several steps. Under the influence of the rhinoceros beetle insect instrument, his strikes were impeccably precise and devoid of superfluous motion. The battle on the rooftop remained in a stalemate, while below, the skirmish took a turn as the adult insects regained their senses. They activated their acceleration and surged towards the agents of S, H, I, E, L, D. The sounds of impact and agonized cries filled the air as the aberrant creature struck, resulting in the immediate demise of 3 agents. And one of the Leo cavalry also vanished. Had it not been for Tony's assistance, the losses could have been far greater. Witnessing this alarming scene, Romulo rushed forward, intent on rescuing his subordinates. However, another aberrant creature blocked his path, forcing him into combat. Meanwhile, Glace and Cross, unable to endure the strain, exited their accelerated state, only to be attacked by an aberrant creature that had just entered acceleration, rendering them unable to advance. Disperse. Do not cluster together. Gradually retreat, and utilize flashbangs and grenades to obliterate them, Romulo commanded through his earpiece, urging his agents to act swiftly. Upon hearing Lanulo's command, the agents opened fire while strategically dispersing and retreating. A few agents produced flashbangs, as the accelerated adult insects were nearly invisible, and they cast the devices in various directions. Once the flashbangs were deployed, the agents swiftly turned away, closing their eyes, yet continued to fire their weapons. One of the adult insects was momentarily blinded by a flashbang, forced to revert from its accelerated state, halting and shielding its eyes from the incoming bullets. 3 seconds later, the agents turned back to find the insect had stopped, and concentrated their firepower upon it. The sound of gunfire erupted. Though the bullets inflicted minimal damage on the creature, the sheer volume of rounds proved lethal, particularly given its relatively low defenses. The aberrant insect was ultimately obliterated, igniting in a ghostly green flame. Witnessing this spectacle, the agents were invigorated, having triumphed over one of the adult insects, which significantly boosted their morale. Nevertheless, the soldiers remained focused on their primary objective. Believing that using firearms was too sluggish for exterminating these monstrosities, they armed themselves with specialized grenades, hurling them at various locations populated by larvae and eggs. The explosions obliterated dozens of larvae in an instant. These grenades, custom designed by the SHIELD agency, were engineered to minimize the blast radius while maximizing lethality. Specifically tailored for urban combat to mitigate collateral damage to innocent civilians and infrastructure. Their effective range extended only 2.5 meters. Yet their destructive power was remarkably potent. At that moment, Langmulo exhaled in relief and resumed his battle against the adult insect before him. Grace and Cross, fortuitously, faced an insect that had been momentarily blinded, causing it to cease its accelerated state. Seizing the opportunity, they swiftly rose and charged at the creature, delivering decisive blows. Meanwhile, on the second floor, the king snake and his companion were engaged in a prolonged struggle, having eliminated only a single insect despite their combined efforts. Their energy reserves had dwindled to nearly half. Although the adult insects were classified as yellow tier and relatively weak, their accelerated state made it challenging for the duo to keep pace, relegating them to a defensive posture. They could only strike when the insects reverted to their normal state, having vanquished one due to its inherent weakness. Had the insects not possessed acceleration, each of them could have handled 2 opponents. Alas, such hypotheticals remained unrealized. In stark contrast, Tony's 3 robots fared significantly better, with one eliminating an insect, albeit at a greater energy cost than King Snake and his partner, as they relied on accelerated operations necessitating immense computational support. Observing Tony's armor, King Snake, despite Yun Chun's assertion that their current mission focused on larvae and eggs, felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He retrieved a card from his deck and inserted it into his scepter. Final Descent. A purple cobra materialized behind King Snake. Upon its emergence, the cobra unleashed a torrent of venom in all directions. Regrettably, it seems to have been of little use, having only produced a single specimen. Upon witnessing this, the king serpent brandished his sword and charged forth, exerting all his strength to strike the aberrant creature. He had intended to join in, but was unfortunately intercepted by another aberration, which sent him soaring into the air. Had it not been for Tony's armored intervention, he might have vanished without a trace. With a resounding fury, the king serpent relentlessly hacked at the aberration, employing a brutal form of slaughter that prevented it from entering a state of hyperacceleration, ultimately obliterating it. Meanwhile, at the far end of the first floor, behind the aberration, 2 earthy-hued figures appeared. They were the remaining 2 Leo cavalrymen. They exchanged glances, and had they possessed human forms, one would have perceived their lewd smiles. Stealthily, they approached the rear of a larva, weapons in hand, and struck with precision before retreating to the cover of nearby obstacles. The larva erupted in an explosion. Upon hearing the detonation, several other larvae turned to investigate. Finding nothing amiss, assuming their comrade had been struck by stray fire, they disregarded it and continued forward, noticing that the aberrations ahead remained oblivious. The 2 exchanged glances once more, clutching their cover, and stealthily approached another larva. With reckless abandon, they closed in, striking without hesitation, and concealed themselves again, resulting in yet another 2 explosions. Thus, the pair engaged in their furtive assaults, emerging as the foremost monster slayers. Back on the top floor, Yun Chun unsheathed a dagger and plunged it into the head of an aberration, dispatching it in a fiery explosion that engulfed him. Observing this, the remaining advanced aberration lunged forward, intent on eliminating Yun Chun. Unperturbed by the flames from the blast, Yun Chun discarded his dagger and pressed a button. With a swift motion, he twisted the horn to the opposite side. Night kick, he proclaimed, resetting the horn. Another night kick unleashed a surge of purple electricity that coursed from his belt to his upper body, re-emerging through the horn and channeling down to his right foot. Yun Chun extended his leg, pivoted, and delivered a powerful kick to the aberration, which was instantly obliterated. Now, Only the mother creature remained. Damn it, she bellowed, having blocked Sigma's kick, momentarily retreating as she roared. With a scornful sneer, Yun Chun regarded the mother creature with disdain, turned, lifted his foot, and crushed the mother creature, which had been left defenseless by Sigma's earlier assault. Thus, the mother creature met her demise. Yun Chun cast one final glance at her before leaping to the second floor. The mother insect watched in despair as Yun Chun crushed her companion and leapt downwards, intent on eliminating her own offspring. She attempted to pursue, only to be intercepted by Sigma, who sent her sprawling with a powerful kick. Rising to her feet, the mother insect screamed in anguish, lamenting the destruction of her long efforts at the hands of Yun Chun and his allies. Upon descending, Yun Chun beheld the defeated aberrant creature, which had fragmented into 3 phantoms and vanished. One of Tony's armors lay incapacitated on the ground, having exhausted its energy reserves. Observing this, Yun Chun activated his speed enhancement and aimed a kick at the vanquished aberration. For Yun Chun, dealing with yellow tier monstrosities was now a matter of mere moments. Are you finished up there? Tony queried as he launched a small missile downward, obliterating a dozen larvae. He noted that throughout the skirmish, he had scarcely eliminated any mature insects, primarily focusing on eradicating eggs and younglings. Almost done, just the mother insect battling Sigma remains, Yun Chun replied. Die. The mother insect bellowed, slamming down on a button atop a nearby table. A sound echoed ominously. Ha ha ha, the leader is coming. All of you shall perish. She raved maniacally, charging toward Sigma. Chapter 65. An unexpected annihilation. Seemingly driven mad, the mother insect ceased her defenses and was swiftly kicked by Sigma. She was sent hurtling back, crashing into a table. Ah! She cried out again, clawing frantically at Sigma, who agilely evaded her strikes, retreating with deftness. In her frantic state, the mother insect's attacks became chaotic, allowing Sigma to seize another opportunity and launch her away once more. Meanwhile, in a similar factory, a man stood expressionless on the rooftop, observing the commotion below, lost in thought. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds emanated from a table behind him. Startled, the man whirled around, his expression darkening. This sound signaled grave trouble at base 1. You two, follow me, he commanded sternly to the 2 individuals beside him. Without hesitation, he activated his speed enhancement and moved towards Yun Chun's location. A similar scenario unfolded at another base, where a grim-faced man led 2 others toward the unfolding crisis. Host, trouble is afoot. The elite aberrants have been detected, the system suddenly exclaimed. Oh, Yun Chun, engaged in battle, replied nonchalantly, though internally he felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, a strange calmness enveloped him, making the situation seem less dire. Host, 6 of them are approaching. 2 silver tier aberrants of danger level 58, accompanied by 4 blue tier aberrants of danger level 46. They will arrive within 8 minutes. You must escape, the system urged urgently. Oh, but there are still so many larvae and eggs yet to be eliminated. Yun Chun observed over 100 larvae and more than 200 eggs remaining, feeling a slight conflict within. Since the onset of battle, a mere 15 minutes had elapsed, and despite the disturbance caused by the adult insects, fewer than 300 of the 400 larvae had been eradicated, and the eggs remained similarly untouched. Let us wait a bit longer, Yun Chun said calmly. Mr. Fury, how many grenades do you have left? Throw them all, the top-tier aberrations are approaching. Once you are done, retreat swiftly. Yun Chun communicated through his earpiece to Nick Fury. What? We've already exhausted our grenades. Nick Fury replied, urgency creeping into his tone upon hearing Yun Chun's words. What about you? Yun Chun kicked over an aberration and turned to Tony. I have 2 grenades left, but it is insufficient, Tony lamented, tossing the remaining explosives, which obliterated a few larvae. Never mind, we must evacuate quickly, time is running short. I will devise a solution for the rest, Yun Chun instructed Nick Fury and Tony. All right, it's in your hands. Nick Fury replied. All personnel, heed my command and evacuate immediately. I repeat, evacuate at once. Nick Fury grabbed another radio and shouted to his subordinates. Understood, an agent responded, firing his weapon to cover the others as they retreated. Ramlo, if possible, bring back a few eggs, Nick Fury pondered and instructed Ramlo. Yes, sir, Ramlo replied without question. Drive and rendezvous with them, Nick Fury said to Coulson beside him. Yes, sir, Coulson responded, starting the vehicle and heading towards the assembly point. Mr. Ramlo, what shall we do with all these larvae and eggs? Cross inquired, having overheard Nick Fury's command. There is no other choice. Knight informed the director that more formidable aberrations are on the way, so we should retreat, Ramlo stated, casually picking up 2 eggs while providing cover for other agents as they withdrew. Glaze and Cross exchanged glances, uncertain of Ramlo's intentions with the eggs, and began their own retreat. Cover their departure, Yun Chun instructed the still engaged King Cobra. Upon hearing Yun Chun's words, King Cobra kicked aside an aberration and charged forward with the Cobra. Jarvis, provide them with cover, Tony instructed Jarvis. Certainly, sir, Jarvis replied, maneuvering the remaining 2 suits to shield the agents. After killing so many of our comrades, they think they can leave so easily? Such a thing cannot be allowed. As Coulson and the others attempted to escape, several aberrations, their eyes glowing red with fury, surged towards them, blocking their path. Let us handle this. You must flee immediately, Yun Chun declared, activating his super speed and rushing towards them, paying no heed to the eggs in Ramlo's possession. Upon hearing Yun Chun's words, Ramlo departed from the factory, accompanied by his comrades and the insect eggs. Now, only Yun Chun, the king snake, Tony with 2 armored suits, and Sigma with a solitary queen insect remained. Sigma, swiftly conclude this battle, Yun Chun commanded. Understood, Sigma replied. With a powerful leap, Sigma pressed down with his hind foot, executing a night jump. The other side sprang up as Sigma propelled himself into the air. At the moment of his ascent, the side he had pressed down rebounded. Night kick. Electricity coursed through Sigma as he launched a kick toward the queen insect. Ha ha ha, all of you shall perish today, the queen exclaimed, struck in the chest by Sigma's kick, before erupting in a violent explosion. After vanquishing the queen, Sigma leapt down from the building, dispatching several aberrant creatures with swift kicks, and soon reached Yun Chun's side. System, do you possess any potent weaponry suitable for the present situation? Yun Chun inquired amidst the fray, unwilling to retreat so easily. Let me think, the system responded anxiously. Ah, here it is, but there are only 3 minutes left, it exclaimed, pulling up a panel. However, upon a mere glance, Yun Chun dismissed the panel. Please provide a brief overview of its capabilities and usage. I am somewhat occupied, he replied while continuing to fight. Very well. This is the World-S fracture shell, immensely destructive. 2 shots could annihilate this horde. Each shot costs 800 points. Let us procure 2, the system urged, panic evident in its tone. Make that 3 shots, Yun Chun remarked nonchalantly in response. Transferring to system space, please check your inventory. You must leave immediately. Only 2 minutes remain. I am preparing something that may cause collateral damage, so hasten your departure, Yun Chun instructed. Stepping back as he retrieved a firearm-like device and 2 bomb-like objects from the system space. He loaded the fracture shell into the gun, aiming in a specific direction as he awaited Tony's exit. I'll take my leave now. Do be careful, Tony said, feeling a twinge of apprehension at the sight of the weapon in Yun Chun's hands. After a moment's thought, he dashed to the side, grabbed 2 insect eggs, and turned to fly away with the remaining armored suits. As soon as Tony departed, Yun Chun fired his weapon, unleashing a bullet radiating intense heat towards one of the larvae. Without pausing to witness the outcome, he entered a state of super acceleration, reloaded, and aimed once more. With a resounding shot, another bullet, exuding searing heat, struck another aberrant creature. Observing that the projectile had found its mark, Yun Chun swiftly recalled Sigma and the king snake, racing outward in his accelerated state. At this moment, 2 Leo cavalrymen were stealthily ambushing the larvae behind them, entirely oblivious to the events unfolding ahead, secretly reveling in their own delight. Previously, Yun Chun had not noticed the Leo cavalrymen, assuming they had vanished into the sea of insects as before, and thus paid them no mind. In the fleeting second before Yun Chun departed, the 2 aberrant insects struck by the shrapnel bomb had their chests pierced, the bomb falling to the ground while still radiating intense heat, leading to the immediate melting of the 2 aberrant creatures. The moment after Yun Chun left, the shrapnel bombs silently erupted in flames, swiftly incinerating the surrounding aberrant insects. No, roared the mature aberrant insect within. The 2 Leo cavalrymen, who were in the midst of their ambush on the larvae, suddenly beheld flames emerging ahead, rapidly approaching them, leaving them momentarily stunned. In an instant, the entire factory was engulfed in fierce flames, consuming it entirely and giving rise to a mushroom cloud. Is this a miniature nuclear bomb? But can it truly annihilate them all? Tony, clutching the insect egg, inquired of Yun Chun, who was rushing towards him amid the chaos. I cannot say if it rivals a nuclear bomb, but it will undoubtedly obliterate everything inside. Moreover, the elite aberrant insects are on their way. We must flee. Yun Chun cast a glance at the insect egg in Tony's arms and, without pausing, dashed past him. Upon hearing Yun Chun's words, Tony entrusted the insect egg to a nearby armored companion and set down a small surveillance device aimed at the blazing factory before turning to leave with the remaining 2 armored individuals. Barely 20 seconds after Yun-chun and Tony's departure, 6 men clad in black suddenly appeared at the scene. Ugh. One man, veins bulging, breath quickening, gritted his teeth and growled softly as he observed the flaming base. With a furious kick, he sent a stone the size of a bowl flying, exclaiming in anger. The stone crashed down onto the ruins of the factory, creating a 2-meter-wide crater. Calm down. Another man approached and placed a hand on the shoulder of the enraged individual. Speaking with a tranquil tone, though his own veins were visibly strained, betraying his fury. Let us go. What has happened, and anger serves no purpose. With that, the composed man led his companions away from the scene. Will we just let this slide? The furious man turned to the calm one, grinding his teeth in frustration. What else can we do? Do you have any idea who is responsible? The composed man halted and turned back to ask. Furthermore, if those individuals were capable of exterminating all our men, do you truly believe you can defeat them? He continued, oblivious to the identity or number of their adversaries. After speaking, the composed man disregarded the angry man and departed. Curse it, let us go. The furious man glanced at the ruins and instructed his subordinates before turning to leave. A scene that was captured in vivid detail by the surveillance device Tony had left behind. A few minutes later, unbeknownst to who made the call, the military, police, and fire brigade arrived simultaneously, silently commencing the cleanup of the scene. Chapter 66. The Greedy Council. Who is it? At this moment, having just returned to the shop and reverted from his transformed state, Yun-chun took out his mobile phone and connected the call, inquiring, "Hello, is this Mr. Knight? How are things on your end?" The voice of Nick Fury resonated from the other end. "All the alien insects have been eradicated," Yun-chun stated. "That's good to hear. I must hang up now. I have other matters to attend to." "Please forgive me," Nick Fury replied, visibly relieved. Yun-chun ended the call just as Jones descended from upstairs. "Brother Yin, you're back," Jones exclaimed upon seeing Yun-chun. "Yes, how are Hank and Hannah?" Yun-chun asked. "Hank has gone to rent a house, and Hannah is upstairs playing with Graham," Jones replied. "Oh, that's wonderful. What are you up to now?" Yun-chun inquired. "Of course. I am preparing lunch. It's nearly noon, didn't you notice?" Jones answered. "Ah, is it noon already?" Yun-chun said, puzzled, as he pulled out his phone to check the time, only to realize it was already 11:30. "Huh, I got so caught up in the busyness," Yun-chun admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Then, Brother Yun, please head upstairs for a moment," Jones chuckled, making his way to the kitchen. "All right, I leave it to you," Yun-chun said as he ascended the stairs. "Director, your phone." Nick Fury had just hung up when Coulson approached with a mobile phone in hand. "Whose is it?" Nick Fury inquired as he took the phone. "It's from the Secretary General," Coulson replied with a hint of exasperation. "Hello, is this Nick Fury? You certainly know how to create trouble for me." A man's voice came through the line. "I will personally explain everything to the council," Nick Fury responded, his expression unyielding. "Very well, we shall see how you handle it," the voice on the other end replied. "Indeed," Nick Fury concluded before hanging up. "Coulson, please process the battle footage we just recorded and have it ready for me within 20 minutes, Nick Fury instructed. "Understood, Director," Coulson replied, rising to attend to the video. "And after you return, bring Langley back with the insect eggs for research. We need to explore the possibility of creating a device that can identify the alien insects masquerading as humans in our world," Nick Fury added, observing Coulson's intention to leave. "Yes, Director," Coulson affirmed, beginning his work on the video. When Hank returned and Jones finished preparing the meal, Yun-chun and the others began to eat, while Nick Fury had already returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon arriving at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury did not take a moment to dine. Instead, he tirelessly commenced preparations. Coulson was also enlisted for assistance. It was only after an hour and a half of diligent organization that Nick Fury and Coulson finally sat down to eat. After finishing their meal, the two rested briefly before ascending to the top floor in a spacious, well-lit room. Nick Fury stood at the center, facing a projection of 4 impeccably dressed middle-aged individuals, both men and women. To Fury's left stood Agent Coulson, while on the opposite side was a gentle-faced man, equally matched with Coulson. "Nick Fury, how do you intend to justify your actions? Do you still consider us at all? Have you given up? You arrived with numerous agents and weaponry, yet you remained silent while heading into battle in the city. What were you thinking?" One of the men in the projection exclaimed with indignation. "Please, everyone, calm down and take a look at this," Nick Fury replied with measured composure, signaling to Coulson. Coulson bowed to the group and produced a device, pressing a button that displayed an image before them. "What is this?" inquired one of the middle-aged women in the projection. The screen revealed a first-person perspective. The camera seemingly mounted on the head of the shooter, who kicked open an iron door and charged inside. The sound of footsteps echoed behind him, numbering no fewer than 30. Upon entering, They found themselves in a vast steel manufacturing plant bustling with activity. Upon hearing the doors crash, many turned to see what was happening. Without hesitation, the shooter drew his weapon, aimed at the workers, and opened fire. "What does this mean, Nick Fury?" one of the men in the projection shouted, rising abruptly in outrage, while the others displayed expressions of anger, including the gentle-faced man beside Fury, who furrowed his brow. "Please, continue watching," Nick Fury said, unperturbed. "What more is there to see?" The middle-aged man began, but before he could finish, the camera captured those struck by bullets suddenly enlarging, transforming into green monstrosities that exploded in a burst of emerald flames. Soon after, others began to morph as well, becoming grotesque, bug-like creatures, their forms eerily reminiscent of the earlier explosion. "What on earth is happening?" the middle-aged woman in the projection exclaimed, gazing at the monstrous figures in astonishment. "This is one of the creatures reported from other worlds, known as the insectoid. They possess the ability to perfectly mimic any human and replicate most memories. Furthermore, upon shedding their exoskeleton and evolving into their adult form, they gain enhanced speed, moving and attacking at velocities imperceptible to the naked eye. I took it upon myself to engage in battle without prior notification because none of you believed the reports I submitted," Nick Fury stated, his expression unwavering. "Are you suggesting that these monsters are indeed as formidable as the data provided by the Kamen Rider indicated?" Upon hearing this, the members of the Security Council furrowed their brows. "As you can observe, what you currently see are merely larvae. Their combat capability is rather feeble, easily dispatched with a mere dozen bullets. However, the adult forms are an entirely different matter. Once they enter a state of hyperacceleration, it becomes nearly impossible to strike them." As Nick Fury spoke, various types of alien creatures flashed across the screen, only to vanish in an instant. Subsequently, the video began to shake violently, ultimately revealing an injured, headless corpse lying on the ground. The sight of this left the few viewers in the projection utterly astounded. "This is hyperacceleration. Let us view another," Nick Fury continued, as Coulson prepared a new video. In this instance, all agents and the green larvae appeared to move in slow motion. Even the bullets could be seen traversing through the air. Only the other cameraman and several distinct alien creatures engaged in battle at normal speed. The room fell silent. As no one dared to speak, all eyes fixed on the screen. "What is this?" a middle-aged man in the projection exclaimed softly, noticing several armored figures. After several minutes, the final video concluded, and Coulson pressed a device in his hand to turn it off. "I understand you have many questions for me, such as how we discovered this alien hive, the number of such locations, the origins of the armor capable of combating hyperaccelerated aliens, and why we retreated just as victory seemed within our grasp. I will address each of these inquiries, so please, exercise patience," Nick Fury addressed the eager audience. "Firstly, there are 3 alien gathering points in total. This is the largest, housing the most creatures. However, the aliens here are not the most formidable, which is why we were able to destroy this gathering point with such minimal cost. The other 2 locations, though they harbor fewer aliens, are significantly stronger, so powerful that we are ill-equipped to confront them, even with armor. Our knowledge of this gathering point and the strength of the aliens within was imparted to us by Kamen Rider. He also provided us with the armor. Our communication with him has been strictly one-way. We have never seen his true form and remain unaware of his identity." Nick Fury decisively cut off any inquiries regarding Yun Chun's identity, as he himself was in the dark. "The reason for our sudden withdrawal was due to information relayed to us by that individual, warning that the powerful aliens from the other 2 gathering points were en route, set to arrive on the battlefield within 8 minutes. Should we fail to evacuate in time, it would spell disaster for our forces." Nick Fury meticulously conveyed the information provided by Yun Chun to the captivated audience. "This concludes my report. Do any of the esteemed council members have further questions?" Nick Fury inquired, his tone neutral. "I believe that the armors belonging to SHIELD ought to be safeguarded by the Security Council." A projection of a middle-aged man observed the silence of those around him, his countenance serious yet tinged with avarice as he expressed his desire for the knight armor. "I am afraid that is beyond my authority. These armors have been lent to SHIELD by the Kamen Rider, who explicitly stated they are not to be used outside the eradication of monsters, nor lent to others," Nick Fury replied, fully aware of the sentiments that would arise. "Is it not within SHIELD's capabilities to ascertain his identity by now?" The man who had sought the armor inquired, visibly displeased. "I apologize. He remains elusive, with an array of abilities that even hinder our tracking efforts," Nick Fury explained. Upon hearing his words, the man expressed his frustration. I recall that Tony Stark had previously taken a Kamen Rider, who had already retracted his transformation from Chinatown. Is there a collaboration at play here? Have you not extracted the Rider's identity from him? A woman interjected. Given Stark's stature, he is not inclined to divulge information. And I presume you have all attempted to inquire as well, Nick Fury replied. Very well, retain the video. You may all leave for now. We shall entrust this matter to the Security Council, a man stated coolly. Understood, Nick Fury responded, leading a now unencumbered Coulson out of the room. The gentleman who had previously stood beside Fury glanced back at the departing duo. Pierce, have you failed to uncover the identity of the Kamen Rider? A middle-aged man asked as he witnessed Fury and Coulson's exit. Indeed, it remains a mystery, Pierce replied. Continue the investigation. Such formidable weaponry must never rest in the hands of an individual. It poses too great a risk, the man declared, wearing an expression of global concern. Absolutely. And the Iron Man suit belonging to Tony Stark is equally perilous, several others chimed in, expressing their discontent regarding Stark's armor as well. Rest assured, I shall take care of it. I will uncover the truth, Pierce said with a smile. The individuals in the projection nodded in agreement before vanishing. Throughout this exchange, neither Nick Fury nor Pierce mentioned the vampires collaborating with Yun-Chun. Meanwhile, Tony returned to his villa, gazing at the images transmitted from the surveillance cameras positioned at the insect factory. As he absorbed the content, he was overcome with a profound sense of frustration and helplessness. Recalling Yun-Chun's belt and its capabilities, J.A.R.V.I.S. Have all the details regarding the super speed state been recorded? Tony inquired. Yes, Sir J.A.R.V.I.S. replied. Create a document and include him in the research and development plan, Tony instructed. Certainly, Sir J.A.R.V.I.S. acknowledged. In Yun-Chun's vicinity, he had just finished his meal and was assisting Hank in moving, transporting belongings from their previous residence to the rental house adjacent to the store. After completing the move, Yun-Chun was sharing a moment of respite with Hank in his new home, enjoying some milk tea, when the phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he discovered it was Jack and promptly answered. As soon as the call connected with a resounding thud, Yun-Chun hadn't uttered a word when he heard a cacophony of objects being smashed on the other end, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. Sir, the research facility is under attack. We can barely hold on. Please help us. Jack's anxious voice echoed through Yun-Chun's phone. I'll head over immediately. Hold on, Yun-Chun replied before abruptly disconnecting the call. Manager, what is happening? Hank inquired, observing Yun-Chun's evident distress. It's nothing. Just inform Jones that I may be late returning tonight, Yun-Chun responded, hastily retrieving his headphones and placing them in his ears. Transform, he commanded into the headphones. Transformation complete. A burst of blue light enveloped him as he morphed, subsequently donning the wings of heaven from the system's inventory. Yun-Chun immediately activated his invisibility and soared out of the window, accelerating towards the research facility at 50 times the speed of sound. Warning, warning. The research facility is under attack. Jarvis's voice suddenly pierced through the silence on Tony's end. What? Cut to the surveillance, Tony urged, his voice laced with urgency. Understood, sir, Jarvis responded, accessing the surveillance footage from Jack's research facility. Inside, several individuals clad in Exa armor were engaged in battle with a lion-like vampire. Despite the solitary nature of the lion-like vampire, its combat prowess was formidable, allowing it to hold its own against the other vampires and armored individuals, even gaining the upper hand. Upon witnessing this, Tony contemplated swiftly before pressing a button on his gauntlet, donning his Iron Man suit, and flying out through an opening in the ceiling. What is the matter, Jack? Haven't you eaten? Why are you so weak? Locke taunted, delivering a punch that sent Jack sprawling. How have your injuries healed so quickly? Jack coughed, clutching his chest as he gazed at Locke battling his armored comrades. Just absorb a few more humans, don't you know? Locke retorted, tightening his grip around a knight's neck while glaring at Jack. Oh, I forgot. You've nearly assimilated with humans. How could you possibly absorb them? Locke feigned realization, discarding the knight, who crashed into other knights and vampires attempting to rush in, before advancing towards Jack. At that moment, Yun-Chun finally arrived above the research facility. Without hesitation, he dove down, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Locke. Thud. Caught off guard, Locke staggered back a few steps. Sir. Upon seeing Yun-Chun's arrival, Jack exclaimed, What on earth is happening? Yun-Chun approached and assisted him to his feet, inquiring further. One of our members was out on an errand and inadvertently got discovered, leading to them being followed all the way here, Jack confessed, filled with remorse. At last, you have arrived, Kamen Rider. This time, I shall ensure your demise, declared Locke. who had risen from the ground, casting a glance at Yun Chun. Turning to see Locke, Yun Chun remarked, "Ah, it is you. It seems the lesson from our last encounter was insufficient. You have returned to seek death, and alone at that. I shall not let you escape this time." With an impassive expression, Yun Chun continued, "Oh, is that so? Then let us see if I can indeed vanquish you on my own." As he spoke, Locke advanced toward him. Transformation. Yun Chun shouted into his headset, and a radiant blue light enveloped him. His armor and belt vanished, only to be replaced by another belt around his waist. Another burst of blue light emerged, revealing tubes that exuded a fierce azure glow, enveloping him as he transformed into Kamen Rider. "Sir, his injuries have healed significantly. Please be cautious," Jack urged. Yun Chun, having heard this, remained silent and charged at Locke. He threw a punch at Locke, who responded in kind. The two fists collided with a resounding boom, causing Yun Chun to stagger back, while Locke remained steadfast, hardly budging. How is this possible? Yun Chun thought, astonished, recalling how Locke had been motionless in their previous encounter. He had not anticipated Jack's words, that Locke had indeed recovered so much. "Is this all you are capable of, Kamen Rider?" Locke taunted arrogantly. Clenching his fists, Yun Chun surged forward once more, this time with all his might. The sounds of their fists meeting echoed, bang, 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 as they exchanged blows. "If your abilities truly amount to this, then prepare to meet your end," Locke declared, seizing Yun Chun's hands. "What?" Yun Chun exclaimed in disbelief as he found himself immobilized. Unfazed by Yun Chun's bewilderment, Locke yanked him closer, driving his knee into Yun Chun with force. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew as Yun Chun was struck, and then Locke delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him flying. Observing Yun Chun's trajectory, Locke shrugged and relished the sound of bones cracking. Gritting his teeth, Yun Chun rose once more and charged at Locke, relentlessly swinging his fists. As Yun Chun's punch approached, Locke countered with a blow that deflected Yun Chun's strike, delivering a series of punches that landed on Yun Chun's body before finally hammering down on his shoulder. This forced Yun Chun into a half-crouch, culminating in Locke's decisive kick that sent him sprawling. With a thud, Yun Chun fell onto the grass, clutching his abdomen, struggling to rise. At that moment, Tony arrived with two armored companions, and upon seeing Yun Chun sent flying, he prepared to intervene. "Take them away. I wish to handle this myself." Upon witnessing this, Yun Chun declared, rising once more to confront Locke. He could not bear the thought of being unable to defeat someone he had once vanquished with such ease. Record every moment of his fight, Tony instructed Jarvis, clenching his fist. "Understood, sir," Jarvis replied. Subsequently, Tony approached Jack and led them away. "By the way, hack into all cameras and surveillance equipment in this vicinity and erase all data pertaining to this battle." Just before departing, Tony suddenly remembered something and issued another command to Jarvis. "Affirmative, sir." With that, Jarvis began infiltrating nearby electronic devices, erasing all information regarding the conflict. "Haha, come on. Keep it coming. I'm not done yet," Locke exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Yun Chun approach, disregarding Jack and the others. His sole focus was Yun Chun. "Prepare." Yun Chun flipped open his phone, pressing the number 3 followed by another key. Energy charging. A blue glow emanated from the phone, flowing along the blue stripes toward Yun Chun's fist. "Let us see how you handle this." With that, Yun Chun charged forward, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful punch aimed at Locke. "Humph." Observing Yun Chun's advance, Locke sneered, countering with a punch to Yun Chun's abdomen, disrupting his momentum and sending him crashing to the ground. Locke then relentlessly kicked Yun Chun, propelling him away. "Ugh." Yun Chun groaned, clutching his chest in pain. "System, what is happening? Are they truly this powerful?" He struggled to ask the system. The disparity in strength was beyond what he could comprehend. His own combat abilities had seemingly diminished, even though they had previously sustained injuries that limited their full potential. How could there be such a vast difference, leaving him virtually powerless? Yun Chun found it unacceptable. "Host, you must consider this. There were originally 13 demon clans in this world, and now only one remains alongside another. The rest have been thoroughly exterminated. Do you truly believe that to become the strongest demon clan, capable of annihilating all others but those they ally with, they would be anything less than formidable?" The system responded with a hint of exasperation. "And what of Jack and the others? They are similarly close to being elite." Yun Chun questioned. Being close to elite and actually being elite are two entirely different matters. It's akin to the distinction between high school and university. A senior is nearing university, yet there are still 4 years of university. First year and fourth year are both university, but can they be compared? The system explained. "Damn it." Yun Chun, filled with frustration, exclaimed that he had never anticipated the formidable strength of the blood demon. System, purchase the burst form equipment for me, he commanded. Understood. It will cost 2,400 points. Do you wish to proceed with the purchase? The system inquired. Chapter 68, Burst Form. Yes, I wish to buy it, Yin Chun replied, panting heavily. Acknowledged. The item has been added to the system space. Please check your inventory. Warning. Due to the burst form being the most powerful state, an unforeseen change occurred during the modification, rendering the burst form excessively potent, surpassing its original level by several multiples. Consequently, the system has sealed 60% of its combat power. Only as the host's danger level increases will the seal gradually lift, allowing full access to the burst form. The system cautioned. What exactly transpired with the burst form to necessitate such sealing? Yun Chun was taken aback by the system's revelation. Unknown. No information regarding this alteration has been retrieved, the system responded. Very well, Yun Chun said, shaking his head at Locke and choosing to disregard the matter. Congratulations, host. You have gathered all forms of the main riding armor, granting you a chance for a top-tier lottery, the system announced. Come on, Locke called out as he approached Yun Chun, ignoring the system's announcement of the lottery. Yun Chun did not activate the burst form, but instead retrieved the great beam sword from the system space. Armed with the sword, he charged at Locke, eager to ascertain whether the disparity between them was truly insurmountable, to the extent that he could not defeat Locke without resorting to the burst form. Seeking death, you dare to approach? Locke scoffed, bemused by Yun Chun's audacity. Yun Chun swung the sword repeatedly at Locke, sparks flying, yet Locke remained unmoved, sustaining no damage. In a swift motion, Locke deflected Yun Chun's blade, pushed it aside, and delivered a flurry of kicks to Yun Chun's body, culminating in a powerful punch that sent him staggering backward. Regaining his footing, Yun Chun lunged forward again with his sword. Locke evaded the strike, swiftly grasped the hilt of Yun Chun's sword, turned his wrist, and struck down on Yun Chun's arm with a precise chop. Ah! Yun Chun cried out in pain, his grip faltering as Locke seized the sword from him. With the sword in hand, Locke kicked Yun Chun away and pursued him, raining down blows on Yun Chun's resilient frame. The clang of metal echoed as Yun Chun's armor sparked under the relentless assault, sending him flying. This time, Yun Chun did not rise, lying on the ground, gasping for breath, questioning his existence. Ha ha ha, it has been ages since I experienced such exhilaration. Come at me again. Locke laughed maniacally, thrusting the sword into the ground. What is the matter? Are you unable to continue? Locke taunted, observing Yun Chun's failure to get up. It appears there is no way forward, he concluded. Yun Chun rose with a sense of resignation, extracting a square-shaped device resembling a symbol from the system space. This equipment, titled Explosion, was adorned with numerous numerical buttons and bore a silver, white, and red hue. System, why are there several buttons of different colors? Yun Chun inquired. Observing the 5 additional buttons, red, yellow, blue, silver, and gold, that had appeared, with the red, yellow, and blue buttons illuminated. This is an unknown transformation, the system replied. Each corresponds to different forms that you can utilize based on your level. You are currently able to access the red, yellow, and blue forms. Simply press the button before use. The others will become available as you grow stronger. If you doubt this, feel free to press 1 and see for yourself. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun pressed the blue button. Blue. He then removed his phone from his belt and inserted it. Awakening. He pressed the number 5 3 times and then hit the key. Stand by. A blue light ignited, oscillating up and down. The green light in the center of his eyes began to flicker, and then the photon veins within him glowed, transforming into a golden hue, pulsating with brilliance. Starting from his feet, the moon god's attire shifted from black to deep blue, gradually enveloping his entire being. In the end, Yun Chun emerged clad in a striking blue ensemble, with a black skirt at the waist and white armor adorning his body. Except for the chest area, where the stripes turned golden, the rest of his attire bore black stripes. The central photon core remained blue, and his eyes reverted to a golden shade. On his back, he carried a white flight pack, with golden photon blood tubes extending from both the flight pack and his arms. This was Yun Chun's current explosive form. After this transformation, I feel distinctly more powerful. Let me give it a try, haha. Locke laughed maniacally as he charged toward Yun Chun, eager to test his newfound abilities. Let us see what you've got. Yun Chun responded, rushing forward. He intended to morph his weapon into a sword, but Locke was already upon him. So he abandoned the thought. Locke swung a punch at Yun Chun, who deftly dodged to the side and retaliated with a kick aimed at Locke's abdomen. Following this, he struck Locke's back with a punch, sending him crashing to the ground. Locke swiftly regained his footing, but Yun Chun continued his assault with a kick directed at Lok. Lok raised his hands to block, deflecting Yun Chun's foot but retaliating with a kick to Yun Chun's stomach. Yun Chun stumbled back, falling to the ground. Observing this, Lok rushed forward to attack. Yet, as Yun Chun lay on the ground, he did not rise. Instead, he kicked out at Lok, pushing him back several steps. Haha, not bad at all. Bring it on, Lok exclaimed, impressed by Yun Chun's newfound strength. As you wish, Yun Chun declared, charging forward to deliver a punch. With a series of thuds, Lok parried Yun Chun's strikes and extended his claws, swiping at Yun Chun with ferocity. Yun Chun, enduring the agony, suddenly seized his hand, intending to strike at Lok. Observing his hand being grasped, Lok swiftly turned his body, capturing Yun Chun by the neck and flinging him away. He then extended his claws like projectiles, launching them towards Yun Chun. With a series of explosive impacts, Yun Chun was struck by Lok's claws, sparks erupting from his body as he fell to the ground. However, relying on his nearly indomitable physique, Yun Chun rose once more, retrieving his explosive form equipment. Pressing the button marked 143, then another key. Sword mode. The weapon transformed, elongating into a lengthy grip, from which emerged a golden blade at the apex, metamorphosing into a photon destruction sword. Armed with the sword, Yun Chun charged at Lok, aiming to strike. Humph, Lok scoffed, mistakenly believing this sword to be akin to the previous one. He remained motionless, extending his hand to block the blade. Seeking death, Yun Chun coldly remarked upon witnessing Lok's audacity. Just as the photon destruction sword was about to connect with Lok's hand, a surge of danger coursed through Lok, compelling him to retract his hand and retreat to evade Yun Chun's strike. Yet, would Yun Chun allow such an opportune moment to slip away? He swung upwards with great force. Bang! Lok was cleaved, sparks flying as he was sent hurtling to the ground. Impossible? Lok exclaimed in disbelief, climbing back up, astonished by the sword's formidable power. Seizing the moment, Yun Chun pressed his advantage. Having endured a severe beating earlier, he would not let Lok escape so easily. He charged forward, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Lok was propelled away once more. At that moment, Tony, having ensured Jack and the others were secure, returned and witnessed Yun Chun transformed into a new form, gaining the upper hand. He instructed Jarvis to scan Yun Chun's explosive form and quietly observe the battle. Feeling the toll of his injuries, Yun Chun sought to end the confrontation swiftly, discarding the sword and dashing towards Lok. A blue light manifested beneath his feet as he leapt, aiming a kick at Lok. Ah! Lok bellowed in response, summoning all his strength to throw a punch at Yun Chun. As Yun Chun and Lok collided, two fan-shaped beams of blue energy erupted between Yun Chun's foot and Lok's fist, spiraling and expanding, severing the surrounding structures as they surged towards Tony. Noticing the energy beams approaching, Tony swiftly took flight, evading the destructive force. Witnessing the devastation of the buildings around him, a profound sense of defeat washed over him, coupled with astonishment at Lok's combat prowess. Meanwhile, Lok's foot had already shattered the ground, creating a web of fissures beneath him. Observing Lok's continued resistance, Yun Chun summoned all his strength for a decisive stomp. Bang! Ah! At that moment, Lok could no longer withstand the assault and was propelled away by Yun Chun's kick, emitting a wretched cry as he crashed into the distant ruins. Observing Lok's flight, Yun Chun descended swiftly, eager to ascertain whether he had indeed triumphed over his foe. Not far behind, Tony pursued, cursing the fact that Lok had managed to flee. Upon reaching the ruins, he found no trace of Lok, leading Yun Chun to express his frustration. The toll of the confrontation weighed heavily on Yun Chun, who soon found himself unable to endure the strain and collapsed to the ground, relinquishing his transformed state. Fortunately, following Jack's prior intervention with SHIELD, the agency had evacuated the area, thereby concealing Yun Chun's presence. In truth, this encounter had resulted in a significant defeat for Yun Chun, who had been rendered devoid of combat capability, while Lok remained capable of escape. Had Lok unleashed his full power from the outset, the narrative would have taken a different course. Are you all right? Tony inquired as he observed Yun Chun kneeling on the ground. I am fine. What about them? Yun Chun managed to rise and asked with difficulty. They are unharmed. I have relocated them to safety, Tony assured him. That is a relief, Yun Chun responded, visibly easing at Tony's words. Would you like to rest at my place? Tony suggested, regarding Yun Chun with concern. That would be acceptable, Yun Chun replied, feeling the fatigue that rendered the belt unusable. Contemplating Yun Chun's condition, Tony instructed Jarvis to grant Yun Chun authorization to don the Mark II armor, and together they made their way back to the villa. Upon their arrival, Ethan had stepped out, and Pepper was at work. For the sake of tranquility and security, Tony had opted not to invite anyone else. Thus the villa was devoid of other inhabitants, allowing Yun-chun's presence to remain unnoticed. Chapter 69. Tony's request entering the living room. Tony pressed the button on his gauntlet to disengage the armor, subsequently instructing J.A.R.V.I.S. to do the same for Yun-chun, who maneuvered the armor toward the basement. By this time, Yun-chun's injuries had lessened significantly, enabling him to walk independently. He estimated that within an hour, he would fully recuperate, as this encounter had not been as taxing as his previous battle with the abomination, where he had exerted considerable strength, thereby enhancing his healing abilities. "How are you feeling? You appear to be improving," Tony remarked, assisting Yun-chun into a seated position on the sofa while observing the gradual recovery of his injuries. "Yes, I believe I will be completely restored in about half an hour," Yun-chun replied, assessing his condition. "I recall that fellow from earlier. He seemed familiar, having been defeated by you before. How has he grown so formidable?" Tony queried, recalling Locke's prior combat prowess with curiosity. Previously, he was merely injured and unable to exert his full strength. Moreover, he had no desire to engage with me. Otherwise, given his and the bishop's combined might at that time, they would have easily vanquished me, Yun-chun explained with a hint of exasperation. "Are they truly that powerful?" Tony expressed his astonishment upon hearing Yun-chun's words. "Certainly, among the peculiar beings that have graced this world, they could easily be ranked among the foremost," Yun-chun remarked. Upon hearing this, Tony furrowed his brow. "The armor you utilized during your previous confrontation with Yun-chun, it is indeed derived from various worlds, akin to those peculiar beings, correct? The S-H-I-E-L-D belt is of the same origin, is it not?" Tony inquired, fixing his gaze upon Yun-chun. "Indeed. Each world of these beings possesses corresponding armor, yet such armor was not originally conceived solely for combating them. The two belts I initially employed, and which I frequently utilize, originate from the realm of Ophion, but were initially created not for confrontation, but to safeguard their king," Yun-chun explained. "May I examine your belts?" Tony hesitated momentarily before speaking, then added hastily, "I can offer you a substantial reward." Having perused the data regarding these beings and witnessed Locke's formidable prowess, Tony felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, prompting him to forsake his pride. "Certainly, but monetary compensation does not interest me. I desire this. Let's say 5 would suffice." Yun-chun pointed at the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. "Agreed, just a moment." Hearing this, Tony felt a surge of excitement and promptly made his way to the underground laboratory. For Tony, considering the fact that Yun-chun had once saved his life and administered a gene optimization serum, he would not hesitate to part with 5, nay, even 10, if required. A few minutes later, Tony returned with 3 arc reactors in hand. "For now, I only have these 3. Take them, and I shall expedite the production of the remainder for you," he stated, handing the components to Yun-chun, which he had directly extracted from his armor. "Very well. What would you like to inquire?" Yun-chun accepted the arc reactors, posing the question. "Everything," Tony replied. "Then let us commence with the origins of the Ophion world," Yun-chun said, reaching for the belts. "Let us proceed below," Tony suggested, swiftly leading Yun-chun downwards. Observing this, Yun-chun had no choice but to follow suit. Upon arrival, Yun-chun produced 3 belts, placing them upon the table. J.A.R.V.I.S. Please scan and record the belts along with their descriptions. Encrypting the data, Tony instructed as he gazed at the belts. "Understood, Sir." J.A.R.V.I.S. responded, extending several mechanical arms that emitted a crimson light. Meticulously scanning the belts. These belts were originally crafted by an organization of Ophion to protect their king and eradicate humanity, totaling 5 in number. 555, Caesar, Delta, Saiga, and Olga. Currently, I possess 4. Aside from 1, the others are in my possession. These belts may only be wielded by Ophion, and those who have been injected with the Ophion factor, Yun-chun elucidated. "And you?" Tony inquired upon hearing this. "I have merely administered the orphan genetic serum and the gene optimization elixir, and I remain human," Yun-chun remarked. "What did you administer to me?" Tony inquired. "The gene optimization elixir. Rest assured, you are still human. As for its effects, you should have experienced them yourself," Yun-chun replied. "May I see the transformation? And what about its documentation?" Tony asked, visibly relieved. "Of course," Yun-chun said, as he donned the device. Beep, 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 transformation. A series of luminescent Blue photon blood vessels emerged from the belt, encircling Yun Chun's entire being, forming a radiant photon framework. Then, a burst of blue light illuminated the surroundings as Yun Chun transformed. This framework is composed of photon blood vessels, filled with photon blood, Yun Chun explained, gesturing to the azure stripes adorning his form. The photon blood serves as the armor's energy source, comprising 5 variants: red, yellow, blue, silver, and gold. The red is the weakest, yet most stable. The photon blood utilized by the 5 armors is as follows: red, yellow, silver, blue, and gold. The materials used to forge 555, Caesar, and Delta are composed of a substance nearly as hard as diamond, known as solar god metal. In contrast, the materials for Saiga and Olga exceed diamond in hardness, derived from lunar god metal. This is the very material I recorded for you, Yun Chun elucidated. And what of your current armor? Tony queried, eyeing the armor adorning Yun Chun. This is a modified version. The photon blood has transitioned from red to blue, and the solar god metal has been replaced with lunar god metal. Additionally, some modifications were made, resulting in its current form. Moreover, due to the stability of the red photon blood, this is the only belt capable of accommodating multiple accessories and altering forms. Utilizing this watch allows one to enter a rapid state. Upon entering this state, the chest armor plate will open for heat dissipation, and all photon blood will transform to silver. However, the duration of the rapid state must not be excessive, or both armor and human will collapse. Then there is the explosive state utilized earlier, altered by a device known as. This is the most formidable form, Yun Chun revealed, producing the device. Upon entering the explosive state, all blue photon blood within the photon vessels, save for the chest armor, will be infused into the lunar god garment, transforming it into the ethereal blue garment, while the photon blood in the chest armor upgrades to gold. In the explosive state, any ordinary human or creature that comes into contact with the armor will meet immediate demise. Furthermore, the device that activates the explosive state can be employed as a weapon by pressing different codes. That concludes the entirety of the information regarding this type of belt that I possess. You may explore it at your leisure. Yun Chun introduced the subject, but it felt somewhat tedious. He directly handed the data regarding the other 3 belts, excluding manufacturing details, to Tony, stating, "Here you go." Tony took the documents, flipped through them, and began to read. Next came the drive meant for SHIELD. Yun Chun transformed back, stowing away all the belts, and continued. This particular belt was crafted specifically to combat the ability to mimic. It utilizes sealed cards within blocks to transform into Kamen Riders for battle. Moreover, it can harness the powers of other sealed cards, unleashing varied attacks. In addition to the ability to transform into combat using the square cards, there are also belts that allow transformation using spade cards, known as sword, and those using club cards, referred to as Lian Go. Furthermore, not everyone is capable of wielding a belt to become a Kamen Rider. Only those with the highest fusion coefficient with the specific type can utilize and unlock the belt's ultimate potential, Yun Chun elaborated. Since we have square, spade, and club, what about heart? Tony inquired curiously. The reason these 3 belts can be produced is that their types are in the hands of the creator. However, the heart is not available. The battle for it has already concluded, rendering its creation unnecessary. This is the information I possess. I have nothing more, Yun Chun replied, producing another document. Tony accepted the paper and glanced at it. Next is this, Yun Chun declared, snapping his fingers. Moments later, amidst Tony's bewildered expression, a swarm of insects emerged from a suddenly appearing small spatial portal in the basement, buzzing and flitting around Yun Chun. These were mechanical insects known for their simplistic intelligence. They could be described as semi-living entities or weak artificial intelligence, each possessing its own thoughts. They would autonomously select a suitable individual, bestowing upon them the power to transform into a Kamen Rider. When summoned, they can locate you within 3 seconds, regardless of your location, and will depart on their own when not needed. This is the rhinoceros beetle insect instrument. This is the bee insect instrument. This is the locust insect instrument. This is the dragonfly insect instrument. Yun Chun indicated the rhinoceros beetle, bee, locust, and dragonfly instruments. Jarvis, scan them. Tony commanded. Understood, sir, Jarvis responded, proceeding to scan the insects. Furthermore, to transform, you will also need to use the insect instrument driver, Yun Chun added, producing the device. Observing this, Tony requested Jarvis to scan the belt in Yun Chun's hand. Chapter 70. The forms of suggestions are manifold. For instance, the belt I possess is linked to Sigma, while the one known as Ramlo is associated with a bracelet. Furthermore, there exists a dragonfly-shaped variant that employs a handle type, and another that utilizes a sword, culminating in a total of 4 distinct forms. As Yun Chun spoke, he abruptly halted, contemplating, wait a moment. Ramlo must be affiliated with Hydra. Fear not, the system interjected. Even if he is indeed a member of Hydra, the control of the belt resides with you. What is there to fear? Indeed, Yun Chun acknowledged upon hearing this. What troubles you? Tony inquired, noticing Yun Chun's sudden pause. It's nothing, just recalling certain matters. Yun Chun replied. Apart from Sigma, all other knights possess 2 forms post-transformation, akin to what you witnessed the other day with Ramlo's transformation. These 2 forms consist of a defensive form and a combat-intensive masked form, which is the heavy-set appearance Ramlo initially adopts, albeit at the cost of speed. The other form allows for the utilization of a super-speed knight form. However, while the knight form can harness super speed, it consequently experiences a reduction in both defense and attack power. Yun Chun elaborated. Why does Sigma only possess 1 form upon transformation? Tony gently grasped the locust mechanism while asking. They are part of the first generation of knight systems crafted by the creators of this knight system, whereas those with 2 forms belong to the second generation. Therefore, they are limited to a single form, devoid of distinction between masked and knight forms. Yet they are not significantly weaker than the second generation, also possessing super speed capabilities, Yun Chun explained. Similarly, their usage is restricted. They will only allow those they acknowledge to transform into masked knights. Here are the profiles for Kaido, raiding Dragonfly, Royal Bee, and kicking Locust, Yun Chun stated, retrieving several documents and handing them to Tony. Tony accepted the documents and perused them. Realizing they had little else to discuss, they prepared to take their leave. Next, regarding the gun, it serves as a means to summon knights through knight cards. I understand the principle behind it, though I lack extensive documentation. In my possession, I hold 3 cards. 1 for Leo the Cavalry, 1 for Insert Name, and 1 for King Cobra. Both Leo the Cavalry and Insert Name are from the same world. And as for Leo, I shall refrain from further introduction, having already provided you with the relevant information about Insert Name. King Cobra, on the other hand, utilizes a knight card box and forms a contract with a creature from the mirror world, the Venomous King, transforming into a masked knight with the ability to traverse the mirror world freely. During combat, he can summon various attacks using other cards from the box. I do not have additional documentation on this. That is all I have. Do you need to ask anything further? Yun Chun inquired. That will suffice, thank you. I seem to owe you a considerable debt of gratitude. I am uncertain how to repay it, Tony remarked with a smile upon hearing this. It is of no consequence. Yun Chun replied with a chuckle. By the way, what purpose did you have in bringing back the alien insect egg? At that moment, Yun Chun noticed the insect eggs beside him and inquired, could we explore the possibility of creating a device to identify the anomalous insects? Tony responded, I recall you studied physics. Do you also have knowledge of biology? Upon hearing this, Yun Chun questioned him, you don't, do you? Yet, you claim you can learn. Tony asserted confidently, indeed, I can. Yun Chun found himself at a loss for a rebuttal to Tony's assertion. Do you truly have the time for this? What about your company? Yun Chun leaned against the table and asked. My secretary can handle the company affairs. I have no reason to worry about time, Tony replied. Then why not simply enlist a professional biologist for assistance? Yun Chun suggested. Are you joking? I would never trust them. They are all mad scientists. Who knows what sort of monstrosities they might conjure up? Moreover, having Ethan's help is sufficient, Tony stated. Is his capability truly that formidable? Yun Chun inquired, puzzled. He is currently learning. He should be able to assist in due time, Tony assured him. I happen to know a reliable biologist. Would you consider seeking his help? Yun Chun contemplated before speaking. How long have you been in this world? Do you genuinely know any distinguished biologists? Tony asked, furrowing his brow in skepticism. Certainly. And this individual is utterly trustworthy. He would not conduct reckless experiments. He wouldn't dare, Yun Chun insisted. Oh, who might that be? Tony's interest piqued at Yun Chun's claim. Bruce Banner, Yun Chun replied. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Who is it again? Tony mused, rummaging through his memories. The Hulk. Yun Chun clarified. Are you seeking chaos in this tranquil city by bringing him into the mix? Tony remarked, losing interest, gazing at Yun Chun with exasperation. Furthermore, are you certain you truly know him? Tony scrutinized Yun Chun, clearly doubtful. Given that Banner had been hiding in the wilderness for so long, Yun Chun had only encountered him during their battle. It seemed implausible that he could genuinely know him. I do know him. It is merely that he does not recognize me, Yun Chun asserted nonchalantly, maintaining his composure. Moreover, I possess a means to resolve the Hulk's dilemmas, ensuring he does not wreak havoc here, Yun Chun declared proudly. Oh, what is this method? Tony asked, eyeing the confident Yun Chun with curiosity. That is for you to worry about. I can divulge it if necessary. Yun Chun evaded the question. All right, but do you know where he is? Tony teased. Well, I don't know for certain, but S-H-I-E-L-D does, Yun Chun stated with conviction. Is that so? Then perhaps you should arrange a time to seek him out. Tony observed Yun Chun's demeanor and found him somewhat unreliable. Nonchalantly, he remarked, all right then, let's reconvene tomorrow. I'll consult Coulson. Yun Chun, sensing Tony's skepticism, shrugged it off and replied indifferently. Gradually, the two began to cultivate a camaraderie. You carry on with your tasks. I shall take my leave for now, Yun Chun stated after a brief conversation. Allow me to see you off, Tony offered. No need, I won't exit through the front. Yun Chun responded. Very well, Jarvis, please open the ceiling, Tony instructed. Upon hearing this, he comprehended Yun Chun's intent and addressed Jarvis. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied. Activating the sealing mechanism. Transform. At this, Yun Chun donned his earphones and declared. A belt materialized around his waist, followed by streams of luminescent blue photon veins extending from the belt to form a radiant framework encasing him. In an instant, a flash of blue light enveloped him, and Yun Chun transformed into a masked rider. He summoned his heavenly wings, equipped himself, ascended, and vanished from sight. Watching Yun Chun depart, Tony began to delve into the material concerning the belt that Yun Chun had provided. By the way, I haven't yet delivered the Ophion gene separation device to S-H-I-E-L-D, he mused while soaring through the sky. Subsequently, Yun Chun, with a sense of resignation, altered his course toward the flowerbed of the villa's garden. Arriving at the garden's flowerbed, he set down the Ophion gene separation device, which contained a third of the gene serum he had collected, and retrieved his phone to call Coulson. Hello, Knight, what can I do for you? Coulson, busy with paperwork, answered the call promptly upon recognizing Yun Chun's number. The liquid in the Ophion gene separation device has been purified. It's placed in the flowerbed for you to collect. Also, let me remind you once more. I hope you refrain from using the belts I provided inappropriately, Yun Chun stated before hanging up and taking flight once more. Coulson glanced at his phone, furrowing his brow in confusion but dismissed it, subsequently calling Nick Fury to report, before driving off to retrieve the Ophion gene separation device. Rather than returning directly to the shop, Yun Chun opted to visit a nearby public restroom, where he deactivated his invisibility and transformation before heading to the store. I didn't realize I had been out for so long, Yun Chun mused as he walked, noting the time on his phone. It was nearly 6 in the evening. He arrived at the neighboring milk tea shop, a daily indulgence where he relished a cup of milk tea crafted by Sir E in the afternoon. Ah, Manager Yun. You've arrived. Upon entering, Yun Chun was greeted by Sir Yi's voice from behind the counter. Indeed, I just returned. I intend to buy some milk tea to take home, Yun Chun replied with a smile. Welcome, Brother Yun. At this moment, Shermay approached with a plate in hand, carrying milk tea, and remarked, Hey, isn't this the birthday gift I gave to Jones? How did it end up with you? Yun Chun suddenly noticed the cat collar around Shermay's neck and inquired, Is that a cat collar? This is borrowed from Sister Jones. The cat collar is simply adorable. Don't you mind? Shermay said, looking somewhat embarrassed. Not at all. Since Jones has agreed, what difference does it make? Yun Chun replied with a smile as he made his way to the counter and took a seat. Yun Store Manager, what milk tea would you like today? Still the caramel milk tea? Sure, he asked, observing Yun Chun seated. Yes, please bring me 6 cups. I intend to take them home, Yun Chun responded. All right. Please wait a moment. Upon hearing Yun Chun's request, Sure E began preparing the milk tea. Thank you, Yun Chun said as he settled into his chair. Brother Yun, what do you usually do outside? Why do you come home so late every day? At that moment, after serving the milk tea to a customer, Shermay returned and inquired, gently stroking the cat. If I said I was out there saving the world, would you believe me? Yun Chun replied with a smile, looking at Shermay. Haha, Brother Yun, you truly have a knack for humor. Shermay clearly did not believe him, thinking he was reluctant to share. And she did not press further, laughing as she continued to pet the cat. Haha. Yun Chun understood Shermay's disbelief and chose not to elaborate, simply smiling in response. Xiaomei, that table of customers is ready. Hurry and serve them their drinks. Don't keep them waiting, Sher Yi said, handing several cups of milk tea to Shermay, who was still engrossed in petting the cat. All right, Shermay replied distractedly, her attention fully captured by the cat. Xiaomei. Seeing her distraction, Sher Yi sighed and nudged her, calling out, I need you to deliver those milk teas to the customers. Shermay finally reacted, looking somewhat puzzled. I am asking you to take these drinks to the customers, Shi said helplessly. Oh, I'm sorry, Dad, Shi laughed awkwardly, releasing the cat and taking the milk tea to the customers. Yin store manager, when you head back, could you please bring the cat along? Since that afternoon when we brought it from your shop, Xiaomei has been completely captivated by it. I would greatly appreciate it. Shi whispered to Yun Chun after noticing Xiaomei had departed. Is that so? My apologies. I will take the cat back shortly. Sorry for the trouble. Yun Chun replied, feeling a bit embarrassed at Shi's request. Then I'll leave it to you. Just then, Shi noticed Xiaomei returning and quickly resumed preparing the milk tea. By the way, Xiaomei, has the cat eaten today? As Xiaomei walked back, eager to pet the cat, Yun Chun pondered and asked. I'm not sure, Xiaomei said, momentarily taken aback before responding as she prepared to pet the cat. Meow, meow, meow. At that moment, the stomach of the cat bug began to rumble. I want to find something for it to eat. Hearing the cat bug's belly grumble, Xiaomei said she was about to get up to look for food. Wait. The cat bug has always been fed by me. It might not be accustomed to other foods. Moreover, look at all the people waiting for milk tea in the shop. How about I take it back to eat first? Yun Chun quickly interjected upon seeing Xiaomei preparing to leave. Indeed, Xiaomei, look at how pitiful this cat is. Let's allow Manager Yun to take it for a meal, Shi chimed in. All right then, Xiaomei said reluctantly, but with a hint of resignation. Leave it to me. Yun Chun replied, relieved. Manager Yun, here is your milk tea. At that moment, Shi had already prepared Yun Chun's milk tea and handed it to him. Well, I shall take my leave, Yun Chun said as he paid. Okay, take care, Shi replied, also relieved, with a smile. Yun Chun turned with the milk tea and the cat bug, departing under Xiaomei's lingering gaze. All right, stop staring and help out. There are still so many customers. Shi remarked upon seeing Xiaomei fixated at the door. System, how do I resolve the cat bug's excessive allure to female beings? After Hank left, Yun Chun exited the milk tea shop and inquired of the system. Actually, this is an instinctive ability the cat bug employs for self-protection when it feels fear. As long as those who interact with the cat bug spend enough time with it, they will no longer be drawn to it. Alternatively, you could simply tell the cat bug not to use this ability indiscriminately, the system responded. Is it really that simple? Yun Chun asked, somewhat incredulous. Yes, it is indeed that simple, the system confirmed. Cat bug, remember, you must not use your ability on others indiscriminately from now on, Yun Chun said to the cat bug. Heeding the system's advice, the cat bug let out a meow, indicating its understanding. Hank, are you heading back? Won't you stay for a meal? As Yun Chun reached the shop's entrance, he saw Hank carrying the sleeping Hannah and asked. No, thank you, Hank replied. Then here, take this and travel safely, Yun Chun said, producing a bag containing 2 cups of milk tea and handing it to Hank. Thank you, manager, Hank said, extending a finger for Yun Chun to hang the milk tea on. You're welcome, Yun Chun smiled and replied, and then they each went their separate ways. Yun Chun entered the shop while Hank returned to his rented room. Upon reaching the upper floor, Yun Chun found Grime absent from the living room. While Jones sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Big brother Yin, you're back, Jones remarked upon seeing Yun Chun. Yes, just returned. This is for you, Yun Chun said with a smile, handing the milk tea to Jones, and then placing the cat bug on the sofa, he inquired, where's Grime? Graham is currently slumbering in his room, appearing somewhat drowsy of late. Upon hearing Yun Chun's words, Jones accepted the cup of milk tea and remarked, oh, let us not disturb him for now. Yun Chun settled down, took a sip of milk tea, and began to drink. Jones cradled the cat bug, sipping while affectionately stroking it. Come now, it's time for your meal, Yun Chun said after taking a sip of tea. He then gently took the cat bug from Jones's hands and produced a rather despondent dog flower from the system space, placing it before the cat bug. Upon sighting the dog flower, the cat bug opened its mouth wide and began voraciously devouring the petals. What is this? Jones exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the flower, which had a dog's head sprouting from it. Oh, this is a dog flower. I must confess, I had deceived you. Both the dog flower and the cat bug are extraterrestrial beings. The cat bug is the natural enemy of the dog flower, subsisting on its petals. I acquired both of them by chance, and their temperaments are rather gentle, so I decided to adopt them, Yin Chun explained. Is that so? But the dog flower looks rather pitiable. It won't be completely devoured, will it? Jones asked, concern evident in his gaze. Rest assured, the dog flower is immortal. Even if the cat bug consumes all of its petals today, it will fully recover in less than a day, Yin Chun assured him. Really? Jones expressed skepticism. Oh, beautiful and kind lady, he is deceiving you. Please, save me. I am on the verge of being consumed. At that moment, the dog flower, having heard Jones's words, called out in distress, struggling as it perceived Jones as a beacon of hope for freedom and relief. Ah! Jones gasped in shock. Silence! Yun Chun sharply admonished, slapping the dog flower's head. Can it still speak? Jones inquired, astonished at the howling dog flower. Yes, this is an inherent ability of theirs, Yun Chun replied. Somewhat exasperated. What it just said, Jones began to ask. What I said is the truth. Fret not, it will not perish. From now on, their care will be your responsibility. The dog flower, like any ordinary plant, requires only photosynthesis, water, and soil. However, do ensure that strangers do not see them to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yun Chun instructed as he handed the dog flower and cat bug to Jones. Ah, Jones replied, accepting the satiated cat bug and the beleaguered dog flower. I shall take my leave to rest. Do not call me for dinner. You may eat without me. Yun Chun stood up, stretching lazily as he spoke. Very well, Jones responded, entering a state of dog and cat pampering. By the way, cat bug, keep a close watch on him, Yun Chun suddenly remembered, addressing the cat bug. Meow, the cat bug acknowledged, indicating its understanding. Humph, the dog flower, hearing Yun Chun's words, turned away, disregarding him, and continued to relish Jones's affectionate strokes. The cat and dog, playfully engaged by Jones, emitted soothing sounds that momentarily banished the earlier sorrow. Yun Chun returned to her room and lay upon her bed. System, you mentioned that I have obtained an opportunity for a premium lottery draw, correct? At that moment, a thought struck Yun Chun, prompting her to inquire. Indeed, host. Moreover, it has been a month since your last premium draw, meaning you are now eligible to utilize it twice, the system replied. Ah, has it really been a month? Yun Chun asked excitedly upon hearing the system's words. Yes, indeed, the system affirmed. Splendid. I must use it quickly. Yun Chun, suddenly devoid of any fatigue, sat up in delight. Very well, the system responded, bringing forth the premium lottery interface. Yun Chun gazed at the golden cards above the lottery with a sense of anticipation, her mouth watering. This time, I hope for something extraordinary. Please grant me good fortune, she murmured, rubbing her hands together, closing her eyes, and casually selecting a card. As she slowly opened her eyes to examine her prize, she read, Congratulations, you have received 2 panels of the Pandora's box. Ah, the luck of a true champion. Yun Chun exclaimed in excitement, for the Pandora's box was known to possess world-destroying capabilities. Yet, as calmness returned, she pondered, but what use is this to me? It seemed utterly useless. Pandora's box was a tool for annihilation, wielded only by its kind, and required the complete box to harness its full power. Mere panels held no significance for her at present. So, what utility does this hold for me, system? Yun Chun questioned. How can it be useless? Do you think the individual panels lack value? The system offers numerous solutions, the system retorted with a hint of pride. Oh, what solutions? Yun Chun asked, intrigued. Why not transform it into a weapon? The system replied. Oh, what level of power can it achieve post-transformation? Yun Chun inquired. Hee. Are you familiar with the concept of world annihilation? The system chuckled slyly. Oh, how do we achieve that? Yun Chun asked, her excitement mounting. Ahem, first. You will require a robust vessel to contain the energy of the Pandora's box panels, and then, leave the rest to me, the system clarified, clearing its throat. Oh, what sort of vessel is needed? Yun Chun questioned, perplexed. You may acquire one through the system, or provide your own, the system replied nonchalantly. Do I possess any vessel capable of containing the energy of the panels? I am unaware of such a thing, Yun Chun said, struggling to recall any suitable item. How can you forget? Did you not just receive it? The system responded. Chapter 72, The Pandora Cannon Wait. Did you not say it could not be transformed again? What has changed? Yun Chun asked, intrigued by the system's statement. That is because the panel has not been obtained, the system replied. Will the explosive form still be usable after the modification? Yun Chun inquired. Certainly, the system responded. Just as Yun Chun released a sigh of relief, the system continued. However, hearing the system's heavy breathing, Yun Chun inhaled sharply. After the modification, the level of the explosive form will be fixed. As for which form it will be fixed at, I cannot say, the system explained. Then how many points are required to purchase it from the system? Yun Chun asked without hesitation, realizing that such a powerful explosive form could not be easily modified. The minimum level costs 2,000 points. After modification, it can be used once, unleashing 40% of its energy. However, after usage, it may self-destruct due to energy overload, so the system does not recommend it. The highest level, however, costs 500,000 points and allows for unlimited uses. If you remain single long enough, you can fire 30 energy projectiles within 10 seconds, each capable of unleashing its full power without any side effects. the system replied calmly. Damn, Yun Chun exclaimed, shocked by the exorbitant price of the top-tier option. Thus, host, it would be wiser to proceed with the modification. Consider this. Your current level cannot fully utilize the explosive form's power, yet once modified into a weapon, it can unleash its complete strength with unlimited uses and no side effects. Such a bargain is hard to come by, wouldn't you agree? The system tempted Yun Chun. Then, after modification, what level of power can be attained? Yun Chun, intrigued by the system's words, asked. Well, it depends on whether you modify both pieces or just one. If both are modified together, at minimum power, the range could extend to a radius of 250 kilometers, capable of flattening half of the city beneath your feet. Unless the danger level reaches 65, nothing can withstand such a range, the system replied. What are we waiting for? Let us modify both. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun took out 2 panels filled with substances, one blue and one green, and declared his decision to proceed with the modification. Very well, that will be 2,000 points. Do you wish to proceed with the modification? The system inquired. Absolutely, let us do it, Yun Chun replied nonchalantly, now indifferent to the points. Whether it was expensive or cheap mattered little to him. Please wait a moment, it will take 15 minutes, the system stated as it collected the items. Unbeknownst to Yun Chun, as he produced the panels, Shi, who was joyfully chatting with his daughter next door, suddenly felt something amiss. He looked toward Yun Chun's direction with a serious expression. Dad, is something wrong? Shi nervously asked upon noticing her father's sudden seriousness. Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps it was just an illusion. I thought I heard something. Shi responded with a smile once he realized that the panels in Yun Chun's hands had been taken by the system. Ah, you must have misheard, Shi chuckled, believing his words to be true. Observing her conviction, Shi turned his gaze toward Yun Chun once more. Have they arrived, or is there yet another presence here? He pondered, enveloped in uncertainty. Meanwhile, in an office across the way, a middle-aged man sat, suddenly sensing something amiss. He squinted in a particular direction, closing his eyes in an attempt to grasp an elusive feeling, yet it vanished, leaving him with naught. Furrowing his brow, he reached out to press a button on the computer before him. The monitor split into 2, revealing 2 individuals seated, one male and one female. The man was slightly younger than the middle-aged gentleman, while the woman was strikingly beautiful, almost enchanting. You felt it too, did you not? The middle-aged man inquired directly, eyeing the figures on the screen. I did, but it disappeared in an instant. Was it Chi Lu Ba Si or Ebola? The younger man responded, equally perplexed. It must be, but if so, it should not be this quiet, the middle-aged man remarked, yet before he could elaborate, the alluring woman interjected. I thought the same, but why would he act in such a manner? She questioned, her brow furrowed in contemplation. He arrived here long before us with the Pandora panel. Could it be a display of power? The younger man speculated. Unlikely. He has consistently evaded us and would not willingly expose himself. Something must have transpired. The enchanting woman suggested thoughtfully. Speculating here serves little purpose. We should remain vigilant and see if we can locate him next time, the middle-aged man concluded, listening intently to their dialogue. That seems the only course of action, the woman affirmed, before shutting off the video feed. Upon witnessing this, the other 2 also terminated the connection. Modification complete, ready for insertion into system space. Please acknowledge, announced the system's voice. Oh, splendid, Yun Chun exclaimed, filled with excitement upon hearing the system's notification. He retrieved an object from the system space, identical in appearance yet lacking the transformation button, perhaps due to the system's modifications. Neither Shi nor the 3 others felt any significant change upon its emergence. It seems there are no alterations, Yun Chun remarked, observing that apart from the 5 buttons merging into a singular larger one, everything else remained unchanged. Given that it has been modified, the exterior remains consistent to facilitate your continued use of the upgraded explosive form. To engage the explosive mode, simply operate it as before. However, to utilize the Pandora cannon, press the larger button and, akin to activating the photon destruction mode, simply twist it open, the system elucidated. Remarkable indeed, Yun Chun responded with delight. As he spoke, Yun Chun pressed the large button. Instantly, the device straightened, and with a flash of light, it transformed into an object reminiscent of a cannon. Sighing, he thought, enough. I am utterly exhausted. Time to sleep. After glancing at the Pandora cannon, he stored it away and collapsed onto his bed, weakly declaring that after experiencing 2 battles that day, he was thoroughly spent and lacked the energy to continue with the second premium draw. A gentle reminder echoed in his mind. Due to the immense power and range of the Pandora cannon, it is advisable for users to refrain from utilizing it carelessly within urban areas. The system's voice resonated. What? Yun Chun exclaimed, It was then that he recalled the system's prior warning about the extensive range of the weapon. However, he had been too fatigued to pay attention at the time. Now, realizing he had employed such a formidable piece of equipment in its explosive form, only to learn that it was prohibited for use in the city, he pondered where the monsters would congregate if not there. "I will deal with this tomorrow," he said, overwhelmed, and promptly fell asleep. "I had warned you. You simply chose not to listen. How is it my fault?" The system remarked nonchalantly, observing the already slumbering Yun-chun. Yun-chun slept soundly until 8 the following morning. Stretching comfortably, he rose from his bed, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and had breakfast. After finishing his meal, he recalled his promise to Tony from the previous day and retrieved his phone to dial Carlson. "Hello, is this Mr. Knight?" Carlson inquired once the call connected. Beep. Monitoring detected, location tracking activated to initiate a private call. Just as Yun-chun was about to respond, the system's voice interrupted him. Hearing this, Yun-chun was momentarily taken aback. "Dear guest, the system has detected an unauthorized monitoring of your conversation, as well as the tracking of your location. A private call has been initiated to safeguard your privacy," the system informed him. What on earth is happening? Could it be Hydra? Yun-chun speculated, not suspecting Carlson. For he was indeed speaking with him, and Carlson had always reported to Nick Fury. He could not fathom any reason for Carlson to require such measures. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Carlson called again, noticing Yun-chun's silence. "What is your director's number?" Yun-chun asked after a moment's thought. Carlson hesitated before replying. "I want to ask any questions," and they both ended the call. "Were you able to locate them?" Pierce inquired of an agent at a computer in another SHIELD office. "No, we could only hear Carlson. It seems the Kamen Rider's side is being blocked." The agent turned to respond. Could Nick Fury have discovered something? "What did Carlson say?" Pierce asked, furrowing his brow. "Hello? Is this Mr. Knight? Hello? That is all." The agent recounted line by line. "Attempt to eavesdrop on Nick Fury's communication and see if you can lift the blockade," Pierce commanded. "Understood, sir," the agent replied, springing into action. In the office of the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury glanced at his suddenly ringing phone. Just as he was about to answer, he hesitated, pondering for a moment before retrieving an unfamiliar device and pressing a button. After surveying his surroundings and confirming they were clear, he finally answered the call. "Mr. Knight, what can I do for you?" Nick Fury inquired. "I wish to ascertain the whereabouts of the Hulk, Bruce Banner," Yun-chun responded. "Why do you need his location?" Nick Fury questioned, perplexed by the notion of seeking out someone as perilous as the Hulk. "I require his assistance, and I have devised a method to temporarily subdue him." "There is no cause for alarm," Yun-chun assured. "Very well." Impressed by Yun-chun's confidence, Nick Fury relayed the location without further hesitation. "Thank you. As for your agency, never mind. It's of no concern," Yun-chun concluded before hanging up. Nick Fury furrowed his brow at Yun-chun's parting words. "Speaking of which, it's quite late. I wonder why Graham has yet to awaken," Yun-chun mused, rising to glance at Graham's room. "Forget it," he sighed, shaking his head as he turned to descend the stairs. After exchanging a brief word with Jones, he stepped outside, found a secluded spot to transform and enter stealth mode, and made his way to Tony's villa. A few minutes later, upon arriving at the villa, Yun-chun deactivated his invisibility and entered. JARVIS. "Is Tony downstairs?" he inquired upon noticing Tony was not in sight. "Yes, sir, he is below." JARVIS replied. Following JARVIS's response, Yun-chun proceeded downstairs into the laboratory, where he found Tony engrossed in his research and approached him. "I have located Dr. Banner. Let us proceed," Yun-chun announced. "Are you truly considering seeking his help?" Tony stood up, regarding Yun-chun with skepticism, believing he was merely jesting. "Of course, we agreed upon this yesterday," Yun-chun clarified. "And where exactly is he?" Tony asked. "Right here," Yun-chun responded. "Has he traveled so far in just a few days?" Tony remarked. "Very well. I shall prepare." JARVIS. "Connect me to Pepper," Tony instructed. "Certainly, sir." JARVIS acknowledged. "Hello, is this Tony?" Pepper's voice came through once the call was established. "It is I. Please arrange for a private jet to be ready for immediate departure and expedite any necessary visa arrangements," Tony instructed. "Of course, but what business do you have in such a remote location?" "It seems we have no operations there," Pepper queried, puzzled. "This time it is not business. I am heading there to address some personal matters. I will speak with you once I return. Time is rather tight," Tony explained. "Very well then. Just a moment," Pepper replied before hanging up the phone. "Why do you need a private jet? Don't you possess the iron suit?" Yun-chun inquired. Puzzled by Tony's choice of transport, which seemed slow and lacked the thrill of flying oneself. If not a private jet, how do you plan to bring him back? Are you afraid of others not realizing he has returned, or do you simply desire a grander entrance? Tony remarked, looking at Yun Chun with exasperation. Ah. Yun Chun responded, slightly embarrassed. Just take a seat for now. It might take a while, Tony continued, returning to his research. Yun Chun contemplated for a moment, then found a chair to sit in, gazing vacantly at Tony's work. Sir, Miss Pepper is on the line, Jarvis announced after several minutes. Answer it, Tony instructed, standing up. Tony, it's all set. You can head directly to the airport, Pepper's voice came through. All right, good, Tony replied before ending the call. Jarvis, call Happy, he added. Hello, Happy, could you come over here? Tony said as soon as the call connected. Sure, please hold on, Happy responded. Upon hearing Happy's reply, Tony hung up and looked at the still distracted Yun Chun. Get ready, we can leave now, Tony said, observing Yun Chun's days. Oh, Yun Chun replied, standing up and following Tony back upstairs. Tony changed into a more presentable outfit while Yun Chun transformed, donning the wings of heaven, awaiting Tony's return. A few minutes later, Tony emerged, dressed in a respectable suit. Noticing that Yun Chun had transformed, he opened the door and stepped outside. Yun Chun also activated his invisibility, trailing behind Tony as they exited. Happy, to the airport, Tony instructed as he settled into the car and fastened his seatbelt. Thus, Tony rode in Happy's vehicle while Yun Chun, cloaked in invisibility, followed closely until they reached the airport. Upon arrival, Yun Chun boarded the plane first, intending to drop his transformation and find a seat. However, upon seeing several flight attendants aboard, he opted to remain invisible, standing and waiting for Tony inside the aircraft. At that moment, Tony disembarked from the car and slowly ascended the steps to the private jet. Good day, sir, several flight attendants greeted him as he entered. You need not attend to me. You may leave. I can manage alone, Tony instructed the attendants, noticing their presence on the plane. Understood, sir, they replied in unison. Filing out as instructed. Let us go, Tony said. Observing that the attendant had departed, Tony settled into a seat and picked up a nearby intercom, stating his intention. Upon hearing Tony's words, the captain promptly initiated the aircraft's engines and directed it toward Bruce Banner's location. With the attendant gone and the plane in motion, Yun Chun also deactivated his cloaking and transformation, found a seat, and poured himself a drink. The affluent lived differently, Yun Chun remarked, savoring his beverage. It's rather mediocre, Tony retorted, pouring himself a glass of wine with a tone that could infuriate anyone. The two fell into silence. Several hours later, they disembarked at an airport. As Bruce Banner's current abode was too remote for the plane to reach, they sought out a secluded area, transformed, and took flight. Within minutes, they arrived at a dense forest. Is he here? Tony inquired, peering downwards. According to S.H.I.E.L.D.S. intel, he should be, Yun Chun replied. They descended and landed on the ground, surveying the dilapidated cabin before them. The structure was merely a haphazard assembly of timber, branches, and leaves. Barely sufficient to shield against the wind, it would be uninhabitable in rain. Adjacent to it lay some timber, and further along, an incomplete cabin framework. Is anyone there? Yun Chun approached the rickety cabin and knocked on the door, calling out. It seems no one is home. Shall we wait inside? Yun Chun looked to Tony for confirmation. That works, Tony conceded after a moment's thought. With Tony's agreement, Yun Chun gently pushed the door open, and they stepped inside. The cabin contained only a hammock, a tree stump approximately half a meter in diameter and height, upon which rested some wooden bowls and utensils, alongside a smaller stump. It appears his life is rather challenging, Yun Chun observed, surveying the interior. Isn't that typical? Given his circumstances, he cannot easily venture into populated areas. This setup is quite commendable, Tony remarked, scanning their surroundings. At that moment, a noise emanated from behind Yun Chun and Tony, prompting them to turn. A tall, slender man stood at the entrance. Upon seeing them, Banner instinctively took a step back and inquired, Kamen Rider, Tony Stark? That's us, Tony replied, removing his facial armor. What do you want? Banner questioned, watching them warily. Do not be alarmed, we come in peace. We require your assistance, Tony explained. I have nothing to offer you. Please leave, Banner insisted, dismissing their presence without hearing them out. I understand your concerns. I can temporarily resolve the Hulk issue, and you need not worry about your safety. He can help you, Tony assured him. Upon hearing Banner's words, Yun Chun understood his concerns and replied, the power of Hulk is beyond your imagination. It cannot be resolved. Banner gazed at Yun Chun, his expression impassive, and retorted, how can you be so certain it is utterly impossible? How would you know without trying? Stepping forward, Yun Chun insisted, Do not speak so boastfully. Who do you think you are? Banner was entirely skeptical of Yun Chun's assertions. I am the one who defeated Abomination. Are you not aware of this? Yun Chun stated. At this, Banner found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Even so, it is still impossible to resolve Hulk. Banner said resignedly. You will only know by testing it outside, Yun Chun urged, walking out alongside Tony. No, I do not wish to proceed this way. Banner protested upon seeing Yun Chun emerge. Enough of your hesitations. Come on, Yun Chun urged. This is of your own making, Banner remarked, recognizing there was no escaping it. Suddenly, Banner's body began to swell, transforming into the massive, green Hulk, his clothes ripping apart, leaving only his underwear in a valiant struggle. With a thunderous roar, Hulk emerged, directing his fury at Yun Chun and Tony. Tony, do you wish to engage him in combat and gauge his fighting prowess? Yun Chun inquired, producing a card and turning to Tony. Forget it, Tony pondered before responding. Then I shall take action. Upon hearing Tony's refusal, Yun Chun aimed the card at Hulk. Hulk, Yun Chun declared. With a crack, a sound reminiscent of a breaking eggshell echoed. Suddenly, Hulk clutched his groin and collapsed to the ground, his roar transformed. Tony, witnessing the cracking sound and Hulk's predicament, instinctively covered his own groin, feeling a tightening sensation. If Hulk's previous roar had been likened to a battle-hardened tiger, now his voice resembled that of a newly born kitten. Gradually, as Hulk clutched his groin, he diminished in size, eventually reverting to Banner, who was left blushing, one hand shielding his groin while the other pounded the ground, utterly speechless. So can Hulk still emerge? Yun Chun, having reverted from his transformation, approached and bent over, hands on his knees, inquiring of the embarrassed Banner. At that moment, Banner, face flushed and groin covered, was incapable of responding. What is this? You managed to resolve him without any effort, Tony finally responded, realizing his own actions appeared less than dignified. Noticing Yun Chun was oblivious to him, he quickly composed himself and approached Yun Chun with a question. Is this it? Yun Chun handed the card to Tony. What purpose does this serve? Tony, sensing its potential, still sought clarification. As you can see, Yun Chun replied, reclaiming the card from Tony's hands. He possesses the ability to enable any sentient being, regardless of gender, to experience this sensation, yet it remains merely a feeling, completely harmless to the physical form, but sufficient to deal with the Hulk. Yun Chun pointed at Banner and remarked, Hiss, what is the principle behind this? It defies science, Tony exclaimed, his worldview repeatedly shattered by Yun Chun. I have no idea, Yun Chun responded, stowing away the cards. At that moment, Banner slowly rose to his feet, albeit with some difficulty. How are you feeling? Yun Chun inquired, observing Banner's struggle to stand. I'm fine, it's unbelievable, Banner stammered, his legs trembling, astonished that Yun Chun could indeed resolve the Hulk's dilemma. Now do you believe? Yun Chun asked, supporting him. I believe. But what exactly do you need my assistance with? Banner questioned. Let's discuss it inside. Yun Chun guided Banner further in. Here it is. Upon entering, Tony produced his phone and opened a video. The footage revealed a group of individuals suddenly transforming into monstrous beings. What kind of monsters are these? Hulk asked, gazing at the grotesque creatures on the screen. These are beings known as aberrations, hailing from another world, intent on invading here. They can mimic any human and replicate memories. What we seek is your expertise in developing a device to identify these creatures disguised among humans, Tony explained to Banner. But why me? Don't you have numerous biological research experts at your disposal? Why specifically seek my help? Banner inquired, puzzled. I don't trust them. They are lunatics. I doubt they would limit their research to the device I desire once they discover these creatures. I turn to you because you have endured such trauma. I believe you would not recklessly pursue other avenues of research, Tony elucidated. Very well, but you must consistently assist me with the Hulk issue. And I prefer to work in a secluded place with fewer people, Banner stipulated. No problem. Then let's get ready and go, Tony agreed. All right, Banner replied, trembling as he entered the cabin, emerging a few minutes later, having changed his attire. I'm ready. Let's go, he stated. Wait, it's so far from the airport. He can't fly. How shall we get there? Yun Chun suddenly questioned after transforming alongside Tony. I will use the wings of paradise, so I cannot carry him. Perhaps you should carry him instead, as you have nothing on your back, Yun Chun suggested, pointing at Banner. Do you think I am the sort of person who allows others to ride on my back? Moreover, are you certain he won't become overly excited and transform into the Hulk once airborne? Tony retorted. What then? Yun Chun asked helplessly. The only way to the nearest town is on foot. Hitchhiking to the airport is our only option. With that, Tony disengaged from his Iron Man suit. It seems we have no other choice. Yun Chun also transformed back to his original form. However, The nearest town is quite far away, Banner remarked. Why did you choose such a remote location? You all go ahead. I will follow behind, Yun Chun said, entering an invisible state. Upon witnessing this, Banner was momentarily taken aback. Let us proceed. Ignoring Banner, Tony removed his armor and set off in a specific direction. After approximately 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the nearest town, yet, being extraordinary individuals, they were not winded. That was indeed quite a distance, Tony commented. There was no other option. Hulk's destructive power is too immense, Banner replied resignedly. The group waited at the bus stop for a few minutes before boarding a bus. To avoid unnecessary trouble, both Banner and Tony donned masks they had purchased earlier while seeking a ride. Nearly an hour later, they finally reached the airport. Let us go? It's time to board, Tony instructed Banner, while Yun Chun had already rendered himself invisible and boarded ahead of them. After what felt like an eternity, the three finally returned. However, Yun Chun did not accompany them back to Tony's villa, but instead headed to his own shop. Never mind, let us eat first, Tony thought, glancing at the time upon arriving at the villa. It was nearing evening. Banner's stomach grumbled, having not eaten since the morning when he had intended to, but was interrupted by Tony and Yun Chun's arrival. Seeing Banner's agreement, Tony called Happy to fetch some lunch. While waiting for Happy's return, Tony took Banner to the underground laboratory to examine the insect eggs. These are the eggs of the alien creatures I want you to study, Tony said, pointing to 2 eggs. For the time being, you will stay here and conduct your research. I will arrange for a new laboratory to be built nearby. Just let me, or J.A.R.V.I.S. know if you need anything, Tony instructed Banner. Understood, Banner replied, gazing at the insect eggs. After a while, Happy returned with the food, and the two began to eat. Meanwhile, Ethan was engrossed in his studies at the medical school. Back at Yun Chun's shop, he purchased some milk tea and returned to the kitchen. Jones, Hank, this is for you, Yun Chun announced as he entered the kitchen, placing the milk tea down before heading upstairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, he heard Hannah's voice. What's wrong, Graham? Don't cry. Yun Chun approached to find Graham with his head buried in his arms, weeping, and inquired of Hannah beside him. I don't know. Graham suddenly started crying for no apparent reason. Hannah replied helplessly. The host, now not himself but the child who had been possessed, awakened. At this moment, the system spoke. Upon hearing the system's words, Yun Chun was taken aback. Hannah, here is some milk tea for you. Why don't you go play elsewhere for now? I'll comfort Grime, all right? After a moment's reflection, Yun Chun handed a cup of milk tea to Hannah. Okay, Hannah replied, accepting the milk tea and casting a glance at Grime before walking downstairs. Grime? Yun Chun gently called out. Suddenly, a series of metallic clinks and flowing sounds resonated as coins materialized from Grime's arm, lifting into the air and transforming into the figure of another Grime, who settled onto a different sofa. Humph. The newly formed Grime emerged with a pout, expressing his displeasure towards Yun Chun. Brother Yun, is my mother really gone? Grime, tearful, looked up and asked. During the possession, he could still sense certain things. Do not worry, we are here for you. Everything will be all right. Ignoring the coin-like Grime, Yun Chun quickly sat down, embracing the weeping Grime in an attempt to comfort him. In truth, Yun Chun felt an overwhelming sense of panic. He had saved this child out of a sense of guilt, fearing that he would depart without a chance to help. He had not anticipated such a swift recovery, leaving him unprepared. While hearing Yun Chun's words, the crying Grime fell silent, continuing to sob quietly. At that moment, Jones approached. Observing the 2 Grimes, one nestled in Yun Chun's arms, crying, while the other sat on the sofa, sulking. Humph. Upon seeing Jones, Grimes stood up, huffed, and turned to retreat to his room. Witnessing this, Jones glanced at Yun Chun, who waved his hand, signaling for a moment of patience. Jones nodded and descended the stairs, leaving the space above for the 3 of them. Everything will be all right. This will be your home from now on. We are all your family. Yun Chun continued to console Grime. Grime nodded, his voice choked with emotion. After several minutes, Grime's emotions finally stabilized, and he ceased his tears. What is your name? Yun Chun inquired, gazing at Grime. My name is Grime replied. Besides your mother, do you have any other relatives? Yun Chun asked. No. My father was killed by gamblers, Grime said, his eyes reddening. And your home? Yun Chun pressed on. It was taken by those who killed my father. My mother was trying to find a new house for us. Grime's voice quivered, on the verge of tears once more. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun promptly interrupted him, saying, All right, no more dwelling on that. We are here too. She embraced Grime, softly comforting him. You must be hungry. Let me fetch you something to eat. A few minutes later, observing Grime regain his composure, Yun Chun spoke to him. Thank you, Brother Yun. Grime, still adjusting, lowered his head and spoke softly. Please wait a moment. Yun Chun replied, rising to head downstairs. Brother Yun, how is it possible to have 2 Groms? Jones inquired upon seeing Yun Chun descend. Hank and Hannah also appeared puzzled. Hank was curious about the existence of 2 Groms, while Hannah was confused as she had only seen one when he had come down moments ago. It's a bit complicated. I'll explain later. For now, let us get him something to eat, Yun Chun said, scratching his head in exasperation. Oh, let me get some for you, Jones said, not probing further. He took a plate, filled it with rice and some vegetables, and handed it to Yun Chun. Thank you. Yun Chun nodded, taking the plate and returning upstairs. Here, Grom. Eat up. He placed the plate in front of Grom. Thank you, Brother Yun. With that, Grom picked up the plate and began to eat. Yun Chun smiled as he watched Grom enjoy his meal, feeling inexplicably relieved. Brother Yun, it seems Grom hasn't eaten yet. Perhaps we should save half for him. Grom suggested midway through his meal. Having merged with Grom, he retained some of Grom's memories and understood that Grom could only savor food while possessing him. Likewise, Grom could access some of Grom's memories. Is that all right? Yun Chun asked, feeling a surge of joy. He deeply hoped that the two could coexist harmoniously. Let me go call him, Grom replied, standing up and walking towards Grom's room. He opened the door and entered. Grom, it's time to eat. I've saved half for you. Hurry up, Grom announced to Grom, who was tossing and turning in bed. Grom paused but did not respond. We have chicken legs today. I saved one for you. Don't you want it? Grom asked, puzzled by Grom's silence. Still ignoring him, Grom secretly swallowed hard in a place where Grom could not see. If you don't want it, I'll eat it myself. I'm still hungry, Grom said, turning to leave. Wait, I want it, Grom exclaimed, transforming into a pile of coins that attached themselves to Grom's hand. In an instant, Grom's eyes turned a grayish white before vanishing, and his body fell under Grom's control. Graham sensed his body, a hint of a proud smile gracing his lips before he composed himself and stepped outside. Graham, hurry and eat. You must learn to coexist harmoniously with Grom, Yun Chun remarked as he observed Graham's emergence. Since you insist on my dining, I shall partake a little. Graham retorted with a touch of pride, taking a seat and swallowing hard as he began his meal. Yun Chun chuckled at the proud demeanor of Graham. Suddenly, as Graham enjoyed his food, he found himself choking, pounding his chest in distress. Take your time. No one is competing with you. Here, have some milk tea, Yun Chun said, handing a cup of milk tea to Graham. Upon seeing the milk tea, Graham eagerly grasped it and took a sip. Oh, he sighed in relief as he finally swallowed, ready to continue drinking. Wait a moment. You and Grom will share this equally. Do not finish it all, Yun Chun interjected as he noticed Graham's eagerness to continue. Hearing Yun Chun's words, Graham pouted, appearing reluctant. Look, it has been quite a while, and Grom has yet to taste this milk tea. Besides, he has graciously allowed you to share his body. You should leave half for him, Yun Chun urged, observing Graham's unwillingness. Very well, Graham conceded after contemplating, taking another sip until only half remained, then resumed his meal. 2 minutes later, with a satisfied burp, Graham leaned back comfortably on the sofa. Enjoy a little longer, then return the body to Grom, understood? Yun Chun remarked, observing Graham's contentment with a hint of disappointment. Fine, Graham replied reluctantly, still basking in comfort. After speaking, a myriad of coins manifested from his arm, detaching from Grom's control as he settled onto the adjacent sofa, feeling a sense of emptiness in his body. Grom, the milk tea is meant for you. Take care of each other while I retreat to my room, Yun Chun announced, witnessing the separation of Graham and Grom. All right, thank you, Brother Yun, Grom replied with a smile, taking up the milk tea to drink. Hearing Grom's words, Yun Chun returned to his room, allowing them some time together. System, I recall that if core coins remain within an ordinary body for too long, they may assimilate it. Correct? Yun Chun inquired, frowning as he addressed the system upon returning to his room. Rest assured, host. This situation arises only when there is no form or intelligence and a desire to occupy a body. However, Graham now possesses both form and intelligence and harbors no desire to take over Grom's body, so you need not worry. Such an occurrence will not transpire. Moreover, even if Graham were to develop a desire to occupy Grom's body, having form and intelligence would prevent assimilation. Both conditions must be met for that to happen. The system replied. That is reassuring. Upon hearing the system's words, Yun Chun exhaled in relief. Now, shall we settle our accounts? He inquired. What accounts? The system responded, perplexed, unable to recall any debts owed to Yun Chun. Of course, it's about how you've expanded his lethal range so drastically. How am I supposed to utilize him? 80% of the peculiar beings reside in urban areas. If I can't deploy him there, what purpose does it serve? You must assist me, Yun Chun exclaimed. his voice rising in frustration. This, however, cannot be blamed on me. It is your failure to comprehend the details. It is not my concern, the system replied, exasperated. Yun Chun yearned to argue that it was indeed pertinent, but upon reflection, he realized it might not be. Then you ought to revert it. Yun Chun insisted. It cannot be undone. This alteration is the utmost limit. There is no way to revert it or to reconstruct it. Only the members of his race possess the ability to change his form, the system lamented. Hearing this, Yun Chun expressed his inability to accept it, yet he felt powerless. By the way, host, there remains one opportunity for yesterday's premium lottery. Will you not partake? The system suddenly inquired. No, I feel my luck is insufficient. Perhaps next time. Yun Chun responded. After some contemplation, he decided there was nothing more to do and opened the door, stepping out of the room. Hello, Brother Yun. At that moment, Hannah appeared, greeting him with enthusiasm. Yes, Hannah, dear, Yun Chun replied with a smile. Why are there two Grimm brothers? Hannah asked, rubbing her eyes in confusion as she noticed the two individuals seated on the sofa. This one is Brother Grom, and that one is Brother Grimm, Yun Chun clarified, pointing at each in turn. Oh, greetings, Brother Grom, Hannah said sweetly. Hello, Sister Hannah, Grom replied warmly. All right, you two, enjoy yourselves and get along well. I must go downstairs to assist, Yun Chun declared as he picked up the dishes he had just finished using. Okay, both Hannah and Grom responded in unison. Children truly are different. They paid no mind to the presence of two Grimm brothers and happily played together. Where is Hank? Yun Chun asked, entering the kitchen and noticing only Jones remaining. He set down the dishes and inquired. He just stepped out to purchase some ingredients, Jones answered. But, Brother Yun, why are there two Grimm brothers? What has happened? Jones questioned. Well, let me clarify. Yun Chun pondered for a moment before speaking. The one who was crying is Grom, and the one returning to the room is Grimm. However, Grimm is not actually human. He is a life form birth from the fusion of ordinary coins with core coins infused with biological energy. He possesses 9 core coins that are infused with this energy. Yet, should he lose even one of these core coins, his senses will vanish entirely, devoid of taste and smell. The world before him was rendered in shades of black and white. The cacophony of sound was overwhelming, and he could not even perceive temperature. Even when Graham possessed all 5 senses, his perceptions were far from the clarity experienced by humans, instead appearing rather nebulous, an experience beyond the realm of imagination. A few months prior, due to certain circumstances, a portion of Graham's core coin was destroyed, and the remainder was lost, leaving him with merely 2. Thus, he was bereft of his senses. At that time, even ordinary coins were dwindling to fewer than 20, rendering Graham unable to maintain his humanoid form, and he could only transform into a collection of scattered coins upon the ground. Yun Chun remarked, Is Graham truly so pitiable? Upon hearing this, Jones lowered his head, feeling a sense of melancholy. And what happened next? Jones inquired as he lifted his gaze to Yun Chun. Subsequently, he encountered Grom, who was out with his mother when an unfortunate incident occurred. Grom's mother passed away, and he himself sustained severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death. By chance, he collapsed beside the coins that were once Graham, and instinctively, Graham's essence latched onto Grom's hand. In that moment, Graham not only saved Grom's life, but also regained a heightened clarity of senses without the need for additional core coins. Later, in pursuit of his lost core coins, Graham wandered until he arrived at the shop's entrance, where you brought him in to eat, and the rest, as you know, followed. Yun Chun gazed at Jones as he spoke. Then, just this afternoon, Grom's body fully recovered, awakening with memories of his mother, leading to the scene you witnessed. However, all is well now, Yun Chun added with a smile. That's a relief, Jones exhaled, feeling a weight lift. But what about Graham? Does he still lack his senses? Suddenly, a wave of concern washed over Jones as he asked. Fear not. Grom has permitted Graham to share his body, though he cannot reside within it as he once did. Yun Chun replied. Oh, that is reassuring, Jones said, relaxing once more as he focused on preparing the meal. At that moment, Hank returned with the ingredients, and the two, with Yun Chun's assistance, worked diligently until closing time before finally resting to dine. During the meal, Graham and Grom continued their previous arrangement, each savoring half. Thus, Yun Chun enjoyed a tranquil month. The peculiarities remained subdued, causing him to relish the calm. He occasionally assisted Jones with cooking or spent time with Graham and Grom. His spirits lifted. So as not to disrupt his contentment, he refrained from utilizing any accumulated lottery tickets. One day, while reclining in bed with a book, Yun Chun's phone suddenly chimed. Hello, who is this? Without checking the caller ID, he answered, still engrossed in his reading. It is I. The alien insect identification device has been completed. Come and collect it. The voice of Tony echoed from across the line. A prior conversation between Yun-chun and Tony coming to mind. Oh, very well. Yun-chun replied nonchalantly, ending the call and returning to his book. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Yun-chun had set his phone down, it rang again. Chapter 76. The Desired Grim, who could it be this time? Yun-chun pondered, bewildered by the sudden chime. Hello, who is this? He inquired. Sir, it is I, Jack. The system's second form has been developed. Would you like to come and retrieve it? Jack's voice resonated through the receiver. Oh, that was quick. Yun-chun exclaimed, astonished by Jack's words. Then please deliver it to Tony. I will be heading over shortly. You may simply bring it back. After a moment's contemplation, Yun-chun concluded. Understood. Jack affirmed before hanging up. Yun-chun sat up, stretched languidly, and descended from his bed, preparing to step outside. After conversing briefly with Jones downstairs, he ventured out. Finding a secluded spot, he transformed and, cloaked in invisibility, soared towards Tony's villa. As Yun-chun approached the villa, he spotted a vehicle parked at a short distance, from which Jack emerged, carrying 3 boxes, heading towards the villa. Jack! Yun-chun descended, dispelling his invisibility and transformation, calling out to him. Sir! Jack turned, recognizing Yun-chun, and exclaimed. This is the second form. Upon seeing Yun-chun approaching, he handed over the 3 boxes. Very well, thank you, Yun-chun responded, examining the contents which bore resemblance to the previous first form. How goes the development of your photon? It is complete, possessing a measure of self-defense capabilities. I intend to utilize photon blood as the next direction. Would you like some? Jack replied with a smile. I shall pass. You may proceed as you see fit. Should you require anything, do let me know, Yun-chun stated. Excellent. Then I entrust these 2 to you for Mr. Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D. Jack indicated the 2 boxes. Safe travels, Yun-chun bid him farewell. Indeed, Jack acknowledged before turning to depart. Watching Jack leave, Yun-chun resumed his path towards Tony's villa. Upon arrival, he noticed an almost completed 2-story structure adjacent to the villa, presumably the laboratory Tony had mentioned he was constructing for Banner. With but a fleeting glance, Yun-chun disregarded it and entered the villa, which stood open. Welcome, Mr. Knight. Mr. Stark is downstairs. You may proceed to see him. Jarvis's voice greeted him as he stepped inside. Very well, Yun-chun replied, making his way downstairs. Yun-chun descended below and found Tony engrossed in some research. Beside him, Ethan gazed at Banner with admiration, incessantly inquiring about various matters, which left Banner somewhat exasperated. Hey, what was your name again? At that moment, Tony, who was immersed in his studies, noticed Yun-chun and was about to greet him when he suddenly realized he did not yet know Yun-chun's name. Yun-chun replied. Oh, so that is your name, Tony exclaimed. I hope you won't disclose my name. At that moment, Yun-chun was still clad in armor, addressing the 2 nearby. Rest assured, we are on the same side. We won't, Tony reassured them with a smile. Upon hearing this, both Banner and Ethan chuckled lightly. This is the second form that Jack entrusted me with, Yun-chun stated, producing one of the boxes given to him by Jack and handing it to Tony. Oh, Tony replied, accepting the box and opening it to inspect its contents. What about the device you mentioned for distinguishing the aberrant creatures? What does it look like? Yun-chun inquired. It's this, Tony said, placing the box aside and picking up a device resembling a mobile phone, which he handed to Yun-chun. How does it work? Yun-chun asked as he received the device. As long as there are aberrant creatures within a 100-meter radius, it will vibrate. You can also press the 3 buttons on the left to modify the alert modes. It includes sound alerts, vibration alerts, and voice alerts. Additionally, there is a function for directly pinpointing the location of the aberrant creatures. By pressing the button on the right, the front transforms into a camera feature similar to a mobile phone. If you aim the rear camera at a crowd and move it around, it will display the appearance of any aberrant creature it identifies, Tony elaborated. Isn't that akin to a demon-revealing mirror? Yun-chun exclaimed in astonishment. What do you mean by a demon-revealing mirror? Tony queried, perplexed by the term. No, I meant to say you are impressive, Yun-chun quickly clarified. It's not me who is impressive, it's Banner. Without him, it might not have been possible, Tony humbly acknowledged. No, I only contributed a small part. Banner replied bashfully. By the way, do you have any extra? Yun-chun asked Tony. Of course. For the sake of the company and home, Banner and I made several. How many do you need? Tony responded. Then I would like 4 more, just right for my store in Jack's laboratory, Yun-chun contemplated. That works. But I can deliver them directly to Jack's lab. Just request a bit of their blood, Tony stated, producing 2 additional devices for Yun-chun. Are you planning to create devices to identify all 6 types of invaders to this world? Yun-chun remarked in surprise upon hearing Tony's words. Indeed, after all, they can transform into humans. Who knows if one day they might unexpectedly blend into our surroundings. It's better to be cautious than to regret later, Tony replied nonchalantly. Then you must inquire whether they would be willing, Yunchuan suggested. Of course, Tony affirmed. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yunchuan contemplated for a moment, concluding that there seemed to be nothing pressing. That should be all. Safe travels, Tony remarked as he prepared the blood samples, pondering if there was anything he could solicit Yunchuan's assistance with. While Yunchuan was formidable in combat, he lacked expertise in physics and biological research, thus offering little help in that regard. I shall take my leave then. After stating this, Yunchuan turned to depart. Wait a moment, I almost forgot this. Tony suddenly recalled something and quickly added, retrieving several cards adorned with designs and inscriptions from a nearby table, and handed them to Yunchuan. What is this? Yunchuan inquired as he accepted the cards and began to examine them. Next week, I will be hosting a technology exposition, and these are the tickets, invitations. You are welcome to attend, and you may bring someone along, Tony explained. All right, thank you. If I have no other engagements, I will certainly come by, Yunchuan replied as he accepted the tickets and turned to leave. After Yunchuan's departure, Tony tidied up, entrusted his home to Banner and Ethan, and proceeded towards Jack's laboratory with several boxes in hand. A few minutes later, Tony arrived at the entrance of Jack's laboratory just as Jack returned. Mr. Stark, what brings you here? Jack inquired upon seeing Tony. This is for you, Tony said, producing a box containing 2 devices designed to identify mimetic creatures, and handed it to Jack. Thank you. Have you received the second form from Sir Knight? Jack asked as he accepted the device. Yes, I have, Tony confirmed. That is good to hear, Jack responded. In addition to delivering these 2 devices, I would like to request some of your blood to create a device for identifying vampire blood. Would that be permissible? Certainly, that is no issue. Please, come inside. Jack replied without hesitation, smiling. Subsequently, Tony and Jack entered the laboratory. After a brief discussion with others inside, they formed a line, allowing Tony to draw a small sample of blood. A few minutes later, Tony returned to the villa, carrying a box containing over a dozen vials filled with crimson vampire blood. After leaving Tony's villa, Yunchuan did not head straight back to the shop, but instead lingered aimlessly in the air. Hey, host, isn't that your family's mascot? The system's voice chimed in. What mascot? Upon hearing the system's inexplicable utterance, Yunchuan inquired with a sense of bewilderment. Graham? The system responded. Where? Yunchuan, having acknowledged the system's voice, chose to overlook how Graham had transformed into a mascot and continued to ask with curiosity. He is just below, to your left. Behind the man in black seated on the chair, the system elucidated. Indeed, he was present. What was he doing here? Was he out shopping with Jones? Observing Graham below, Yunchuan posed another question laden with uncertainty. Furthermore, what is that he holds in his hand? At that moment, Yunchuan discerned a small, silvery object in Graham's possession and queried, Is that a coin? It appears to be a coin, the system replied. Oh, a coin. Well, As Yunchuan scrutinized the coin in Graham's hand and his actions, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to rush downwards. Deceiver. If you won't assist in my revival, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Although he vocally declared this, Graham's actions exhibited hesitation, as he seemed preoccupied with an unspoken concern, lingering without tossing the coin into the slot at the back of the man before him. What are you doing, Graham? At that moment, Yunchuan had descended to the ground, having reverted from his transformation, and approached Graham from the alley behind him, questioning the still indecisive Graham. Of course, I am creating. Graham began to respond instinctively to the sound, but abruptly halted, turning to gaze towards the source of the voice. There stood Yunchuan, squinting and smiling ominously, his expression rendered unsettling by the 2 hash marks upon his forehead. Creating what? Yunchuan inquired, his smile lingering. Nothing, Graham stammered, his complexion paling as he withdrew his hand holding the coin, stepping aside in an attempt to flee. You come back here. Observing Graham's intent to escape, Yunchuan swiftly seized the back of Graham's collar, yanking him back and exclaiming, No, I was wrong. Graham struggled, protesting. If I don't thrash you today, I shall take your surname. With that, Yunchuan reached out as if to strike Graham's rear. Hey, wait, let's talk this over. Don't hit the child. At that moment, the man who had been seated before Graham turned around and quickly grasped Yunchuan's hand. Yunchuan contemplated voicing his thoughts, but ultimately refrained. Forget it. I'll deal with you when we get home. Observing that Graham had not yet caused any significant trouble, Yunchuan hesitated to reprimand him publicly, releasing the man's grip and leading Graham back toward the shop. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Yunchuan's phone rang. Who could that be? Today has been quite eventful. Hearing the ringtone, he retrieved his phone while still holding Graham's hand. Ah, It's Jones, concerned for Graham, perhaps? Yun Chun mused as he glanced at the incoming call. Hello. Jones, what is it? Yun Chun answered the phone, inquiring. Brother Yun, something's wrong. Graham has sneaked out, and it's been over half an hour. I haven't found him. What should I do? Jones said anxiously upon hearing Yun Chun's voice. Don't worry, I've already found Graham. He asked with me, Yun Chun quickly replied, sensing Jones's concern. Really? That's a relief. Jones finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Yun Chun's words. Yes, I'm on my way with him now. We'll be there shortly. Yun Chun said before hanging up the phone. See, even Jones is worried about you. Yet you sneak out without a word, Yun Chun remarked, looking at the pouting Graham. Tell me, why did you come out? Yun Chun asked Graham. You previously said you would help me find the ordinary coin for resurrection. It's been so long. And I haven't found it, so I had no choice but to come out myself, Graham said unhappily. Yun Chun paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, Graham had mentioned resurrection, but after that, he seemed to have forgotten about it, and Yun Chun assumed he no longer cared. It was surprising to discover he still remembered. You must not have looked for it, right? You don't want to look for it, do you? Graham said, looking up at Yun Chun with dissatisfaction. I haven't found it because it hasn't shown up lately. I haven't even seen it, so how could I look for it? Yun Chun replied awkwardly. Wow, host. You're even deceiving a child. How shameless can you be? Came the system's voice. Shut up, Yun Chun shouted at the system. All right, I'll be quiet. The system replied, falling silent. Actually, they were defeated by you long ago, right? You don't want to resurrect me, do you? You just see me as a tool to help Graham, right? Now that you don't need me anymore, is that it? Graham looked at Yun Chun. His eyes reddened as he posed 4 questions in quick succession. How could that be? If I didn't need you and only saw you as a tool to help Graham, why would I let you share a body with him? Yun Chun quickly reassured him. At that time, Yun Chun truly wanted to assist Graham, but he never regarded Graham as merely a tool. Over the course of their shared life, he had long considered Graham family. System, do you have any ordinary coins? Yun Chun, feeling apprehensive about Graham, quickly asked the system. System? System? Upon receiving no response, Yun Chun called out anxiously. Didn't you tell me to be quiet? The system finally replied. All right, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Do you have any ordinary coins? Yun Chun hastily apologized and inquired. 1 for 1 point, no bargaining, the system stated flatly. What? Last time it cost so little for so many points, and now it's so expensive. You're taking advantage of the situation, you merchant. Yun Chun was astonished by the system's greed. 2 for 2 points, the system continued, ignoring Yun Chun's protest. Yun Chun was driven to madness by the system yet again, as it spoke only half a sentence before being interrupted. All right, fine, if it's 2 points, then give me 200. Upon hearing the system raise the stakes once more, Yun Chun hastily responded. The reason for acquiring such a quantity was that Yun Chun was uncertain of how many resurrection points would be necessary, and part of the sum was intended for Grime. You think you can shout at me? The system retorted, and after uttering this, it produced 200 ordinary coins and placed them into the system's space. Here you go. Observing Grime with reddened eyes, Yun Chun gently presented a substantial handful of ordinary coins from the system's space to her, stating, take this. Upon hearing Yun Chun's words, Grime looked up at the coins in her hands, her breath quickening as her eyes regained their clarity, nearly on the verge of exclaiming in excitement. She swiftly snatched the coins from Yun Chun, almost spilling them, and had no choice but to absorb a portion into her body. Fortunately, no one was around. Otherwise, Yun Chun's shop would have been closed for business the next day. I shall temporarily forgive you. Grime finally realized her emotional outburst and hurriedly composed herself. The blue core coin she had retrieved was meant for her revival. What are you doing? Yun Chun exclaimed in shock as he noticed what Grime was holding. Reviving her. Grime replied, attempting to place the core coin among the ordinary coins. Wait. Yun Chun snatched the core coin away from Grime's grasp. What are you doing? Give it back. Grime shouted as her coin was taken. We'll do it at home. Reviving her here would be madness. Yun Chun yelled, insisting that reviving her in the middle of the street was akin to lighting a candle in a restroom, a fool's errand. Very well, let us hurry home then, Grime said, tucking away the ordinary coins and taking Yun Chun's hand, leading the way to the shop. Slow down, Yun Chun called out as they ran. Faster, quicker, Grime excitedly urged, pulling Yun Chun along. System, are there any limitations on how to revive her? Yun Chun, being dragged along by Grime, anxiously inquired of the system while glancing at Grime. Yun Chun was genuinely worried. Unlike Grime, who was quite cunning, she feared that Grime and the shop's patrons could be harmed. Host, do you remember when I mentioned that anything that has entered the system's space is under your absolute control? The system responded slyly. If she becomes disobedient, simply confiscate her core coin and tell Grime she fled. This is surely your forte, is it not? What do you mean by my forte? Yun-chun retorted, displeased with the system's words. Isn't it true? Aren't you most adept at deceiving children? The system replied. You. Forget it, I want to argue with you. Yun-chun said, frustrated, choosing to disregard the system. Upon returning to the shop, Graham hurriedly pulled Yun-chun upstairs. Big brother Yun, you finally returned. I was so frightened. At that moment, Jones, noticing the return of Yun-chun and Graham, exclaimed, It's all right. We are back now, Yun-chun replied while being dragged upstairs by Graham. What is going on? Jones pondered, glancing at the two and noticing the absence of customers. He followed them up. All right, we are home now. Quickly return my coins, Graham said, looking at Yun-chun, disregarding the puzzled expression of Grom on the nearby sofa. Wait a moment, don't rush. Before we proceed with the resurrection, we must establish some ground rules, Yun-chun replied to Graham. Upon hearing Yun-chun's words, Graham remained silent, fixating his gaze on Yun-chun. Do not look at me like that. It is necessary, Yun-chun said nonchalantly. Firstly, after the resurrection, she is not permitted to leave the house without my consent, cannot engage in creation, and must not harm others indiscriminately. Can you comply? If not, I will reclaim her coin at any time. Yun-chun declared firmly while observing Graham's resentful expression. Can she possess someone else? Graham inquired. Yes, but only with the other person's consent, Yun-chun contemplated before answering. Very well, I agree, Graham assured confidently. Your agreement holds no weight. It must be her consent, Yun-chun stated as he produced 2 core coins. All right. Upon seeing the coins in Yun-chun's hand, Graham hastily extracted dozens of ordinary coins from within himself, crouching down to place them on the ground. Forget it. I will give you these ordinary coins, and I will acquire some new ones for the resurrection, Yun-chun remarked, laying down all his remaining coins purchased from the system. Seeing this, Graham finally felt at ease to put away his ordinary coins. At that moment, Jones approached, also crouching down to quietly observe Yun-chun and the coins on the ground, a faint sense of conjecture stirring within him. Grom walked over, similarly crouching, looking at the two with curiosity. Sigh. Noticing Graham's expectant gaze, Yun-chun sighed and placed the core coins among the ordinary ones. Then, before Yun-chun, Graham, Jones, and Grom, all the coins began to levitate slowly, swirling in the air. Subsequently, the coins coalesced, emitting a radiant blue light, transforming into the shape of a person. Gradually, it morphed into a beautiful young girl, approximately 15 or 16 years old, with long black hair and adorned in a blue sailor uniform. At that moment, on the second floor, a stunning girl stood, surrounded by 4 individuals crouched on the ground, both male and female, young and old, gazing up at her in an oddly captivating scene. As soon as the girl appeared, she looked around in confusion. Who am I? Where's this place? She asked. I miss you so much. Upon witnessing the resurrection, Graham finally came to his senses, standing up and leaping with excitement as he embraced her, exclaiming joyfully. As he jumped towards her, she instinctively caught him. Is this my name? She murmured, bewildered while holding Graham. System, what is happening? Observing her perplexed expression, which did not seem feigned, Yun-chun continued to crouch and inquired of the system. The 2 others also remained crouched, staring blankly at the transformed coin, feeling as though their worldview had shattered. Chapter 78. The draw of 31 consecutive prizes. It appeared that she had lost her memory, likely due to the severe destruction she had endured upon her previous arrival, obliterating even her recollections. The system assessed the situation and determined that recovery was no longer feasible. It could be said that she now resembled a simple amnesiac girl. You truly are extraordinarily fortunate, the system replied. Really? Yun-chun expressed skepticism, questioning further. Damn it, if you don't believe me, then stop asking, the system retorted before disappearing. Upon hearing this, Yun-chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Have you forgotten me? It's me, Graham asked nervously, gazing at her confusion. I don't recognize you. She replied, still appearing lost. How can this be? Graham felt a twinge of disappointment. Never mind. It's all right. I will surely help you regain your memories, he declared resolutely, disregarding Yun-chun and the others as he took her hand and led her toward the sofa. Graham settled on the couch beside her, leaning into her as they conversed. Brother Yin, what is this? Jones inquired, rising and pointing at Graham and her. Let us discuss it over there, Yun-chun suggested, taking Jones's hand and guiding him to the balcony. Her name is, as you can see, like Graham. She is a being born from the infusion of biological energy into core coins, mixed with ordinary coins. Once on the balcony, Yun-chun continued. The silvery ones you saw earlier are ordinary coins, while the blue ones are core coins. She currently possesses only those 2 core coins, as the others were destroyed in the previous incident. In fact, She has even lost her memories due to that unfortunate event. So, does that mean she, like Graham, lacks all 5 senses? Jones asked, his focus differing from that of an ordinary person. Indeed, Yun Chuan replied, finding it rather peculiar that Jones's concerns were so distinct. How unfortunate, Jones remarked, ever so kind-hearted. Do not be deceived by her exterior. Before her amnesia, she was far from virtuous, not as innocent as Graham, but rather insidiously cunning, Yun Chuan stated solemnly. It's all right. Since she has lost her memories, let us allow her a fresh start and guide her towards righteousness. Jones smiled, maintaining his optimistic outlook. Upon witnessing Jones's lack of sensitivity, Yun Chun felt a sense of exasperation, pressing his forehead in resignation. In any case, do pay a bit more attention, Yun Chun remarked thoughtfully to Jones. It's all right, Jones replied with a grin, casting a glance at the figure seated on the sofa before descending the stairs. As Jones made his way down, Yun Chun also took a moment to glance before retreating back to his room, leaving only Graham and the others in the living room. Due to recent birth, they were still somewhat disoriented, relegated to sitting quietly on the sofa, listening to Graham's discourse while Graham absorbed himself in an animated feature. Returning to his chamber, Yun Chun resolved to expend the lottery chances he had accrued over time, activating the lottery panel. Yun Chun chuckled, gazing at the multitude of lottery entries before him, saliva pooling as he wore an ecstatic grin. After a month of accumulation, Yun Chun now boasted 15 entries for the ordinary lottery, 10 for the intermediate, 5 for the advanced, and 2 for the supreme lottery, including the remnants from before. System, is there a function for consecutive draws? Yun Chun wiped the saliva from his mouth, inquiring of the system, as drawing one by one was rather cumbersome. Yes, it has been modified. Simply click on the card. The system replied. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun accessed the ordinary lottery. Witness the prowess of my Kato Hawk finger, he exclaimed, vigorously tapping the lottery panel. Huff. Yun Chun blew on his index finger and awaited the results. Congratulations, you have obtained 6 blank cards, 3 bottles of top-tier wine, mastery in driving, 10,000, 2 decks of playing cards, and 2 cans of locust-type robot. Indeed, this is the nature of the ordinary lottery, Yun Chun sighed. Exiting the ordinary lottery interface and transitioning to the intermediate one. Employing his Kato Hawk finger once more, he jabbed at the cards on the panel. Congratulations. You have obtained 6 empty slots, 1 box of death dolls, 1 foot insect bombardier from Kamen Rider game, 1 Kamen Rider blade card, and a set of clothing suitable for special occasions for a female companion. Manual humor. Let us just finish all the draws first, Yun Chun muttered, disregarding the items he had received, exiting the intermediate draw to enter the advanced one. Bless me, bless me. Yun Chun clasped his hands together and continued to tap the cards. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 empty slots, a combination set, and 2 extra lives. Then, Yun Chun entered the Supreme Lottery interface. Congratulations, you have obtained an empty slot. Witnessing yet another Supreme Lottery entry vanish in vain, Yun Chun uttered a curse in frustration. Yun Chun utilized the top-tier lottery only once, reserving the other for future use. It was time to reflect upon the acquired treasures. What peculiar items had been procured this time? As she examined her findings, she first encountered 6 sealed blank cards, devoid of any remarkable features. Turning her gaze to the bottles of wine, she read the label, Premium Wine. The description proclaimed, these 3 bottles of wine are crafted from the most exquisite ingredients, utilizing unparalleled craftsmanship, and have been aged for over 20 years. This is mere fabrication. I have never tasted wine, nor do I comprehend its preservation. It is merely for observation, not to be taken too seriously. I do not consume wine. What purpose does this serve? Yun Chun scoffed, removing the bottles with the intention of gifting them, before proceeding to the next item. The next item was titled Mastery of Driving. The description read, upon usage, one can intuitively navigate any mode of transportation, any. This piqued her interest. Yun Chun clicked to activate it. A radiant light emanated from the panel, hovering before her, gradually approaching her forehead before entering her mind. A surge of information flooded her consciousness, accompanied by a slight throbbing sensation. After a few minutes, this feeling dissipated, leaving her with newfound knowledge. Excellent, she remarked, continuing to peruse her acquisitions. The subsequent items from the ordinary lottery held little appeal for Yun Chun. To her, money was simply a sequence of digits. Since her arrival in this world, she had seldom employed currency, and under the management of Jones and Hank, the restaurant's profits had grown substantially, yet remained largely unutilized. Yun Chun had no need for it, and unlike other young women, Jones had not indulged in cosmetics or fashion items, purchasing only occasional snacks for Graham and Grom. The playing cards were of no use to her either. She planned to pass them on to Graham and the others for their amusement. Lastly, she received 2 boxes of world-class locust-shaped robotic cans, totaling 12, designed for surveillance. This was somewhat useful, and she decided to retain them. Next came the intermediate lottery, with 10 attempts, 6 of which yielded nothing, nearly driving Yun-chun to madness. "Chow, you promised an 80% chance of winning, yet I have only received half," she exclaimed in frustration. However, the subsequent item did offer her some consolation. "What is a substitute doll?" Yun-chun pondered, eyeing the box with curiosity as she read the description. Title: Substitute Doll Function, Passive Activation. It only triggers at the moment of the user's true death, automatically taking the place of the user to perish, allowing the user to fully restore to the state at which the contract with the substitute doll was signed. Otherwise, regardless of the severity of injuries, even if limbs are severed, it will not activate. Method of use: to establish a contract with the death substitute doll. The process involves aligning the doll's eyes with the user and pressing the button atop its head. Upon activation, the doll will assume the appearance of the contractor, subsequently transforming into a beam of light that enters the user's body, re-emerging only when triggered. Important note: the user's physical condition at the time of contract signing enhances the state of restoration post-trigger. A user may only utilize 1 death substitute doll at a time, and throughout one's lifetime, a maximum of 3 dolls may be employed. Exceeding this limit will result in the inability to form a contract. "What a marvelous item!" Yun-chun exclaimed upon reading the introduction. He then retrieved a box containing the death substitute dolls, opening it to discover 6 diminutive dolls, each bearing numerous injuries. Appearing tattered and fearsome, Yun-chun casually selected one, directing its eyes toward himself and pressing the button on its head. The doll's eyes blinked, and it transformed into Yun-chun's current likeness, before morphing into a radiant beam of light that vanished into his being. "Is that all?" Observing the light entering his body, Yun-chun felt nothing and was left somewhat perplexed. Never mind. He stored the remaining dolls and continued to peruse the contents. "What is this?" He pondered in confusion as he gazed at the Kamen Rider game. He then read the introduction, which described a support weapon for Kamen Rider game. By pressing the central button, it could launch a small, beetle-shaped bomber from 4 tubes, capable of autonomous flight and firing fragment grenades. These grenades could be replenished via spatial jumping, allowing for infinite firing and continuous assault. "Oh, splendid. What luck!" Yun-chun commended. He then turned his attention to the Kamen Rider blade card. The card depicted a knight clad in heavy bronze armor against a black backdrop, wielding a scissor-like claw akin to a crab's pincers, accompanied by a bronze crab-like creature in the background. The introduction stated, "This is Kamen Rider blade from the world of Dragon Knight, bonded with the giant claw crab as its contracted beast, possessing formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, albeit with reduced speed." Quite impressive, Yun-chun remarked, shifting his gaze to the next item. Chapter 79. System: What is this? A costume is a costume. Why must it be used at special times and specifically for women? Can it be more reliable? Yun-chun questioned, perplexed by the card-labeled costume. Without giving it much further thought, "Why not click in and find out?" The system replied in a cheeky tone. Hearing the system's mischievous tone, Yun-chun felt a twinge of curiosity and decided to investigate further. Upon glimpsing the content within, Yun-chun felt a surge of blood rush to his face, raising the flag with flushed cheeks, only to have a stream of blood cascade from his nose. Hastily, he closed the introduction, seized a piece of paper beside him, tilted his head back, and plugged his nose. "Host, how do you feel? Is it satisfactory?" The system inquired with a teasing tone. Yun-chun, holding his head aloft, uttered not but a thumbs up. Observing Yun-chun's gesture, the system chuckled mischievously. "System, please refrain from such antics next time," Yun-chun replied. Lowering his gaze to the panel, his nose still stuffed with wads of paper, his face still burning. "Do you not find it appealing? Imagine how Jones would look in it, surely." The system leered. "Enough. I have a vivid image now. The river crab deity is present. Let us keep it low-key." At the system's words, Yun-chun revealed a smitten grin before promptly regaining his composure, stating earnestly, "I knew it. You harbor ulterior motives regarding Jones." The system looked down upon Yun-chun with disdain. "What ulterior motives? You were the one who brought it up first. And what do you mean by ulterior motives? I merely appreciate a refined lady. A gentleman seeks a virtuous match." Yun-chun unabashedly retorted. "Oh, a gentleman, you say? Do you truly believe that?" The system scoffed. "Humph." Yun-chun dismissed the system, returning his attention to the treasures acquired from the high-level lottery. The odds for the advanced lottery remained consistent with previous introductions, standing at 60%, with 2 out of 5 attempts yielding no rewards. Surprised by the forthcoming items, Yun-chun quickly scrutinized the images and descriptions on the cards. There, depicted, was a box. Name, combination set description. Opening the set grants a variety of items. Artifacts from the magical realm, which store magical energy within various adornments. Indeed, what treasures lie within? Yun-chun was brimming with excitement as he clicked to open it. As the box opened, a radiant white light emanated, revealing several silver-white rings, 2 bracelets, and a silver-white ornament resembling a chain. The rings and bracelets were simple in design, devoid of any embellishments. What are these? I wonder if there is a guardian among them. Yun-chun pondered, casting his eyes upon the descriptions. He first examined the introduction for the 5 identical rings. Name, nature, body enhancement effect. Enhances all physical abilities of the body, limited to corporeal prowess. Usage, simply wear it on a finger, and it will directly amplify the user's physical capabilities. Quite promising, Yun-chun remarked, then turned his attention to the 2 bracelets. Weapon, air hammer effect, can condense the surrounding air to attack enemies, also capable of emitting a massive shockwave. When the power is minimal, it can repel and knock back foes. At maximum potency, it can shatter an enemy's body, resulting in death, with the magnitude controlled by the user. Method of use, simply wear the bracelet on your wrist. It can also be utilized separately, though its potency diminishes as the user lacks the magical energy to wield it. Consequently, the system has modified the item to operate through mental control. Glancing at the description, Yun-chun inhaled excitedly and shifted his gaze to the final chain-like item. Name, nature, fire. Ability, capable of unleashing fierce flames. Method of use, control through mental power to attack targets. The strength can be amplified in conjunction with the air hammer, transforming it into nature, flame dragon. The lottery feature. Oh, how I adore you. Yun-chun exclaimed with exhilaration. Although there was no guardian, these items were still quite impressive. However, he pondered, system, are we not part of the night faction? How come we possess this? Amidst his excitement, a hint of confusion lingered as he inquired of the system. I don't know. As I mentioned, some items obtained through the lottery are beyond my comprehension, the system replied with resignation. Well, as long as they are valuable, that suffices. Upon hearing the system's words, Yun-chun ceased his questioning and retrieved the ring and bracelet, adorning his right hand with them. Nice, this is absolutely stunning, he exclaimed, admiring the adornments on his wrist. Yun-chun felt a surge of strength coursing through him. After a moment of contemplation, he stood up, approached the window, extended his adorned hand outward, and concentrated. A white light, visible only to him, emanated from his palm, forming a luminous sphere that only Yun-chun could perceive. With a sudden motion, he propelled the sphere outside. It struck the ground with a tremendous sound, creating a crater approximately 30 centimeters in diameter and extending 20 centimeters deep. Wow, such immense power. Yun-chun marveled at his hand, and then at the depression in the grass, astonished that he had not yet exerted his full strength. Indeed, this is a remarkable tool for showmanship, both impressive and powerful, he declared excitedly. After calming his emotions, Yun-chun returned to his chair and examined the final item he had drawn. 2 lives? He pondered, looking at the lottery item with curiosity, and opened the item description. Name, 1 life. Description, can resurrect a person who has died within the last 24 hours without a scratch. It appears to be similar to a death doll, quite a valuable item. At last, Yun-chun reviewed all the items he had won in the lottery and stowed the panel away, feeling greatly satisfied with the outcome of this draw. At this moment, his nose had ceased bleeding. He extracted the 2 crumpled tissues and discarded them in the trash. Yet, the mere sight of the tissues reminded him of the system's earlier words, causing another wave of frustration to rise within him. Quickly shaking his head to dispel the thought, he stood and opened the door, stepping outside. As Yun-chun stepped outside, he noticed someone sweeping the floor, while Grimes sulked on the sofa, gazing discontentedly at the screen. Grom and the newly arrived Hannah were engrossed in a television program together. Hello, Brother Yun. The one sweeping paused to greet him. Yes, hello. She appeared to be an ordinary girl at this moment, and Yun-chun, unaffected, returned the greeting, as Jones and the system had suggested. Since she was no longer the person she once was, granting her an opportunity to embrace humanity seemed inconsequential. However, Yun-chun felt a tinge of curiosity about her sweeping, yet he refrained from inquiring. Turning, Yun-chun descended the stairs and began tidying up as well. Jones, why is she sweeping? Did you arrange this? He asked as he entered the kitchen. Indeed, I noticed she seemed rather bored earlier, and she expressed a desire to help. So I allowed her to sweep for the time being. Also, starting tomorrow, I plan to have her serve downstairs, taking plates and washing dishes. Is that acceptable? Jones looked at Yun Chun, seeking his approval. Of course, you can manage that, Yun Chun replied cheerfully while washing the dishes. All right, Jones responded. Several hours later, after a long day of work, the trio finally concluded their tasks, and it was mealtime. Come, sit here, Grime urged as he pulled Yun Chun downstairs, gesturing towards Grom. Observing Grime's actions, Grom shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. No need. I'm fine with just one meal a day, he replied, shaking his head and extricating himself from Grime's grasp. Earlier that afternoon, with Grom's consent, Yun Chun had briefly inhabited his body, experiencing the human senses for an hour and savoring his first meal of hard coins. During this time, he became aware of the differences between himself and humans, appreciating the beauty of the world. However, he felt it inappropriate to continually inhabit Grom's form to relish the world's wonders, thus he declined Grime's suggestion. Not a problem. After all, Grom isn't opposed to it, right? Grime turned to inquire of Grom. Grom remained silent, still fixated on Grime. See, Grom has agreed. Come on. Grime insisted animatedly. At Grime's words, both Grom and the recently arrived Yun Chun and Jones were taken aback. This was beyond mere eccentricity. No thanks, Grom said, turning to ascend the stairs. It's all right, sister, why not all join in? I have an idea, Grom sighed, addressing Grime. Let us all come together. Upon hearing Grom's words, Grime promptly transformed into a coin, attaching himself to Grom's left hand. Yun Chun and Jones quietly enjoyed their meal, observing the three without uttering a word. Sister, you should join us, Grom urged. Is that permissible? Inquiring within, she too harbored a desire for sustenance. Certainly, but please allow me a moment. Return control of the body to me, and I shall take charge, Grom stated. Thank you, Grom. Upon hearing his words, she transformed into a cascade of coins, adhering to Grom's right hand. Indeed, it is possible, Grom remarked as he attuned himself to the body. Grom, what are you contemplating? Yun Chun inquired, gazing at him. I ponder whether I could have them all attached to me, allowing me to control the body while we indulge in food, thus enabling all three of us to savor the culinary delights, Grom replied. To his surprise, it truly worked, albeit the body felt somewhat heavy. Grom picked up a bowl and stated, How did you conceive of this? Jones asked, observing Grom. Previously, when Graham possessed me, I sensed I could control the body as well. I contemplated this and decided to experiment. I was astonished by the success, Grom expressed, equally amazed. Let us hasten to dine. I am quite famished, Graham's voice interjected. Indeed, let us proceed, Grom responded, taking a bite of the food. The trio fell into a comfortable silence, finishing their dinner in tranquility. Chapter 80. The Technology Expo. After the meal, Graham exited Grom's body. Grom and Graham ascended the stairs, while Jones assisted in clearing the tableware. Jones, I shall step out for a moment, Yun Chun informed Jones before making his exit. Outside, Yun Chun retrieved a bottle of the wine won in a previous lottery and 2 tickets for the Technology Expo, sponsored by Stark Enterprises. Making his way towards the milk tea shop. Upon entering, he found the establishment bustling, with Sher-E and Sher-Mei busily attending to customers. Yun Chun approached the counter with his items in hand. Ah, welcome, Yun Chun. Would you care for a drink? Please, have a seat while you wait, Sher-E greeted him. No, I merely came to deliver something, Yun Chun responded, raising the items. Oh, what is it? Sher-E inquired as he continued preparing the milk tea. A bottle of wine and tickets for the Technology Expo organized by Stark Enterprises, Yun Chun explained, placing the items on the counter. I shall leave these here. Continue with your work, I must take my leave, Yun Chun said, noticing Sher-Yi's busyness. Thank you, Yun Chun. Do sit for a while, Sher-E replied, not fully grasping Yun Chun's words. No, I shall be on my way. You carry on, Yun Chun remarked, contemplating Sher-Yi's hectic pace before turning to depart. Take care. Sher-E called after him. Dad, did Yun Chun just stop by? Sher-Mei approached, asking. Indeed, he mentioned these items were a gift for us before he left. Let us tidy them away, Sher-E replied to Sher-Mei. Oh, she responded, collecting the items and placing them in the back room. Upon returning to the shop, Jones was still tidying up while Yun Chun ascended the stairs and collapsed onto the sofa, resembling a despondent salted fish. After a while, Jones finished his chores and came upstairs. Come here for a moment, Yun Chun instructed thoughtfully. What is it, Brother Yun? He inquired as he took a seat. Since you will be residing here starting tomorrow, I must convey a few of my stipulations, Yun Chun stated, meeting his gaze. All right, please proceed, came the response. Firstly, without my or Jones's permission, do not venture outside indiscriminately. You must not reveal your true form in front of anyone other than us, nor possess Grom. These are all I can think of for now. Do you agree? Yun Chun asked. Certainly, no problem, he replied after a moment's contemplation, finding these requirements reasonable. Additionally, from today onward, you will occupy that room. If you need anything, just ask Jones. Yun-chun indicated towards a room behind him. Moreover, your name should be changed to Maris. How does that sound? Yun-chun suggested. That sounds fine. Maris nodded in agreement. You two should rest. I will return to my room now. Observing that there was nothing further to address, Yun-chun stood and retreated to his chamber. Thus, as was customary, Yun-chun and the others enjoyed a tranquil night. Beginning the following day, Maris took on the role of a server downstairs, leading a fulfilling life. Eventually, the moment arrived for the opening ceremony of the Technology Expo hosted by Stark Enterprises. Are you ready? After dinner, Yun-chun asked Jones and Grom, intending to take them to explore the expo. Yes, we're ready, Jones and Grom replied. Hearing their responses, Yun-chun and Jones each took one of Grom's hands, exited the premises, and hailed a cab to the expo, while Maris and Grim had already possessed Grom. A few minutes later, Yun-chun and Jones, leading Grom, arrived outside the expo, which was a vast and brilliantly illuminated structure. It's enormous, Jones exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the edifice. They then presented their tickets and entered, revealing a spacious interior. Despite the large crowd, it felt remarkably uncrowded. The sights within were quite stunning, featuring long corridors flanked by lush green lawns adorned with numerous unnamed trees, beneath which bloomed vibrant flowers. In the midst, several fountains danced amidst a myriad of lights. Proceeding onward, they encountered a lengthy staircase that led to an expansive exhibition hall, the main hall, which was the largest of all, accompanied by several smaller halls, albeit none as grand as the central one. Yun-chun and his companions directly entered the main hall. Although it was spacious, it felt somewhat congested compared to the exterior. What is the purpose of this gathering? It seems quite lively, inquired Jones, observing the throngs of people. Certainly not. These individuals have congregated here to witness the imminent appearance of a special guest, Yun-chun replied with a smile. Oh, who might that be? Jones asked, perplexed. Have you forgotten? This Technology Expo is hosted by Stark Enterprises, and how could the owner, Tony Stark, possibly miss such an event? Yun-chun explained. Oh, now it makes sense, Jones said, enlightenment dawning upon him. Come, let us move closer for a better view. With that, Yun-chun, utilizing his remarkable physique, gently parted the crowd, leading Jones and Grom deeper into the throng. Why are you pushing? A burly man suddenly exclaimed as Yun-chun nudged him aside. Upon noticing Yun-chun's slight push had merely displaced a hefty individual next to him, he fell silent. What is the matter? Do you have a problem? Yun-chun remarked coolly as he pushed past another person. None at all, the man stammered, astonished by the strength of such a slight figure, his anger quelled. Seeing that the man had no objections, Yun-chun continued to navigate through the crowd. My apologies, Jones said from behind, addressing the burly man. No trouble at all. The man responded, wary of provoking Yun-chun. After some time, Yun-chun finally led Jones and Grom to the front. At that moment, a helicopter soared overhead, and suddenly, the stage erupted in bursts of flame that ascended into the sky, transforming into a spectacular display of fireworks. As the helicopter's rear door swung open, a figure clad in a striking red and gold suit leapt forth, followed by several similar armored figures, none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark, accompanied by his Mark II, III, and 4 suits. Wow! The crowd erupted in cheers and shouts, captivated by the spectacle of Iron Man and his armors. Eventually, Iron Man and the robots descended onto the stage, where music began to play, and a group of elegantly dressed women appeared, their hands and chests adorned with glowing lights reminiscent of the arc reactors in Iron Man's armor, as they commenced to dance, a performance that elicited little response from the audience. Iron Man spread his arms wide, basking in the adoration of the crowd, before pressing a button on his arm-mounted device. The armor began to disassemble and rotate, ultimately vanishing to reveal Tony Stark in a well-tailored suit, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Simultaneously, the platform where the armors had stood cracked open, allowing them to descend slowly, disappearing from sight along with the audience's gaze. Indeed, Tony was quintessentially Tony, always so flamboyant, Yun-chun thought with a smile. As Tony, having shed his transformation, bowed gracefully to the surrounding crowd, he concluded his dashing entrance amidst a throng of dancing women. The music ceased, and the performers descended from the stage. At that moment, Tony cast a glance at the audience and unexpectedly locked eyes with Yun-chun, sharing a knowing smile. He then commenced his speech, exuding an air of flamboyance and pretentiousness. Welcome to the Stark Industries Expo, he declared after an elaborate introduction, inciting cheers and applause from the crowd. Now, a special guest has returned from the past to elucidate all of this. Please welcome my father, Howard, he announced, stepping aside to make way for the grand screen, positioning himself off to the side. Yun-chun mused, observing Tony, who was also focused on the screen displaying his late father's address, feeling a swell of pride. Little did he know, Tony was internally panicking, his stomach in turmoil as he struggled to maintain composure. In that moment, he regretted using the genetic serum provided by Yun-chun, wishing instead to endure the effects of palladium poisoning. Up to this point, he had yet to address the gaping wound in his chest, caught between the demands of time and the unavailability of Ethan, while Banner hesitated to intervene, leaving matters unresolved. Soon, Howard Stark's introduction concluded, and Tony approached with a serene expression. "Please feel free to explore the Technology Expo," he stated before gradually retreating from the stage. "I need to use the restroom," he muttered, tossing his jacket to Happy as he made his way to the facilities. Although his heart raced, he maintained a facade of elegance. But the moment he entered the restroom, he transformed entirely. Observing Tony's exit, Yun-chun, accompanied by Jones and Grom, ventured towards other exhibition halls. As they strolled through numerous displays filled with cutting-edge technology, they were captivated by the array of unfamiliar innovations. "This is so dull. We can't even eat," Grom lamented. "All you think about is food," Yun-chun retorted. "All right, let's explore a bit longer, and then I'll buy you some snacks." Jones replied with a smile. "Yay, Jones is the best," Grom exclaimed excitedly. "We can't always indulge him. We just finished eating," Yun-chun remarked. "It's fine." Jones laughed. The trio continued their exploration, coming across a bustling exhibition hall. "There are so many people. I wonder what they are showcasing. Let us check it out," Yun-chun suggested, and the three of them entered, pushing their way to the front. Yun-chun gazed at the items on the display with an expression of disbelief. "Oh, what are you doing? You've hurt me." At that moment, Grom exclaimed, realizing that Yun-chun, in his excitement, had tightly grasped his hand. "I apologize," Yun-chun quickly responded, regaining his composure. "Brother Yun, is everything all right?" Jones inquired, observing Yun-chun's astonished demeanor. "It's nothing. Let's head back," Yun-chun replied, his expression returning to normal as he grasped Grom's hand and led him outside. Chapter 81. The invitation from Xia village host, an Ophelian, is approaching, and its level is considerable. As Yun-chun walked, the system suddenly announced. Frowning at the system's words, Yun-chun pondered for a moment before addressing Jones. "Jones, may I borrow your phone?" "Oh, sure," Jones replied without questioning, retrieving his phone and handing it to Yun-chun. "System, transfer the Celestial Emperor's belt from my phone to Jones's." Taking the phone, Yun-chun instructed the system. "Understood. Please hold on," the system replied, taking Jones's phone and beginning the modification. After exiting the expo, Yun-chun and Jones stood by the roadside, waiting for their ride while observing the approaching Ophelian. "Done," the system announced, returning the modified phone to Yun-chun, now accompanied by a Bluetooth headset identical to the one he previously possessed. "Here is your phone back, Jones." Along with this, Yun-chun said as he noticed their vehicle arriving, handing over the upgraded phone and the headset to Jones. "What is this?" Jones asked, puzzled as he accepted the headset. "You all should head back. I have a few matters to attend to. Put on the headset, and if you encounter any danger, just shout transform into it, and you will change into the flying white knight I transformed into earlier, allowing you and Grom to escape." Yun-chun whispered discreetly to Jones. "Is something wrong?" Jones asked, concern evident in his voice. "It's nothing. I'm just a bit worried," Yun-chun assured him. "All right, take care," Jones replied, understanding that Yun-chun must have uncovered something concerning. Without wanting to be a burden, he climbed into the car with Grom. Jones's thoughtfulness provided Yun-chun with a sense of reassurance. "System, please keep an eye on Jones and inform me of any developments." Watching as Jones and Grom departed, Yun-chun instructed the system. "Certainly," the system responded. Upon hearing this, Yun-chun turned back, his expression impassive as he fixated on a man approaching him, his grip tightening in preparation for action. "Good day, sir. Our president wishes to meet with you for a discussion, if you have a moment," the man said, stopping before Yun-chun and speaking in a calm tone. "Lead the way," Yun-chun replied, cautiously surveying the crowded surroundings, aware that this was not the ideal place to act. "Please, this way." Upon hearing Yun-chun's consent, the man gestured behind him and, after a brief moment, proceeded in a specific direction. Yun-chun followed closely, glancing at the exhibit as they passed. There stood a figure clad entirely in black, adorned with numerous silver stripes, far exceeding the ones he had previously encountered. It was evident that this armor belonged to the same series. Indeed, it was unmistakable. Yun-chun was taken aback by the presence of this armor here, and even more so by the ostentatious arrival of Ophelian. Before long, the man led Yun-chun to the parking lot. "Sir, please," he he said as he approached a vehicle, opening the back door for Yun-chan. Without uttering a word, Yun-chan stepped inside the car. Once he was seated, the man closed the door and took his place in the driver's seat, starting the engine and driving off in a determined direction. Throughout the journey, Yun-chan remained silent, observing the scenery outside, while the man drove in quietude. After a short while, they arrived at the entrance of an abandoned factory. The man exited the vehicle and opened the back door. Noticing this, Yun-chan retrieved his headphones, placed them on, and stepped out of the car. "Sir, our president is inside. Please follow me," the man said, leading Yun-chan into the building. "Host, the previous level 55 Ophidian is inside, along with another at level 58 and one at level 51, though the latter seems somewhat peculiar," the system remarked. "When danger approaches, one must stand firm. When water comes, the earth shall conceal." Hearing this, Yun-chan's pupils constricted momentarily before he regained his composure and replied, "Let us proceed." As he followed the man inside, the interior revealed nothing particularly extraordinary, with two men standing in the center. One was the level 55 tiger-like Ophidian, a man of African descent, and the other a mild-mannered middle-aged gentleman. Nearby, a cross was affixed to a flatbed, upon which a battered man was bound by iron chains. "Mr. Yun, you have arrived. I apologize for the choice of venue. There is little comfort here, so please do not mind." The middle-aged man greeted with a smile upon noticing Yun-chan's entrance. Yun-chan gave him a brief glance, remaining silent. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the president of Intellect, and my name is Xiasi Yuan," the man stated, observing Yun-chan intently. "In truth, I have invited you here primarily to clarify the reputation of the Ophidians managed by Intellect. Since our intelligent brain arrived in this world, upon the emergence of the newly born Ophinor, we immediately dispatched individuals to recruit them, providing psychological guidance to either have them join us or continue to abide by the laws of this world, living among humans. Naturally, there will always be some who resist discipline, and we directly impose penalties on them. Those who, after transforming into Ophinors, have inflicted significant harm upon humanity are subject to execution, which serves as our form of atonement. However, it is impossible for us to detect every disobedient Ophinor immediately, leading to numerous unforeseen incidents." Gazing calmly at Yun-chan, Xiasi Yuan pointed towards the man bound to the cross beside him, stating, "For instance, this gentleman, formerly one of the four-leaf clovers, the monkey-type Ophinor, Mr. Solong." At that moment, the individual who had previously escorted Yun-chan approached the cross and pushed it forward. Observing Solong, Yun-chan felt perplexed, uncertain of Xiasi Yuan's intentions. It was he who orchestrated the incident involving the 9 Ophinors attacking humans. "All for the sake of seizing your belt," Xiasi Yuan explained. "I never anticipated that you would keep me alive until now for such a reason, and that I would ultimately meet my downfall here. Yet, as the overseer of all Ophinors, how amusing and tragic it is that you, Xiasi Yuan, would choose to compromise with humanity," Solong retorted with a cold laugh. "The Ophinor that escaped from Mr. Yun's grasp has already been executed," Xiasi Yuan replied, receiving a phone from his subordinate and directing the screen towards Yun-chan. When Yun-chan looked, he saw the very Ophinor that had fled from him, pierced through the chest by an arm, subsequently transforming into a human form and dying. "This former four-leaf clover has been entrusted to Mr. Yun for resolution," Xiasi Yuan remarked, returning the phone to his subordinate before addressing Yun-chan. "What exactly do you intend to achieve?" Yun-chan inquired, bewildered by Xiasi Yuan's series of actions. "I wish to collaborate with you, Mr. Yun," Xiasi Yuan declared. "Our positions are fundamentally opposed. What is there to collaborate on?" Yun-chan replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Xiasi Yuan. "Although our stances differ, we share a common enemy. You seek to eliminate all races that do not belong to this world, while we harbor ambitions of conquering it. We can certainly cooperate to eradicate other races together. Moreover, no matter how powerful you may be, it is unlikely that you can eliminate all aberrations in a short time. During this interval, how many ordinary humans will suffer harm from other races? I believe you are well aware of this," Xiasi Yuan asserted. "As far as I know, among all the races that have arrived in this world, you Ophinors are seemingly the weakest. Yet you audaciously aspire to conquer it. While we may be the weakest, our numbers are unparalleled, surpassing even that of the aberrant insect race. It is precisely because of our weakness that we excel in the realm of technology. In this domain, we stand unrivaled among the peculiar beings that inhabit this world. I believe Mr. Yun shares a similar sentiment, does he not?" Xia Village remarked with a smile. "Moreover, our collaboration would ultimately benefit humanity. Our vision is to mass-produce the Knight's Belt and sell it to human governments, thereby granting them the means to ensure their own safety and protect humankind. Before Xia Village could finish, So Long suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Xia Village, you truly are becoming more and more antiquated, proposing to sell the knight's belt to humans. Xia Village disregarded So Long's jest and continued, what does Mr. Yun think? Of course, you need not respond immediately. Please take your time to contemplate this. Here is my business card. With that, Xia Village produced a card and handed it to Yun Chun. Yun Chun regarded him thoughtfully before accepting the card. I shall contact you again, Mr. Yun. I leave the matter in your capable hands. We shall take our leave now. Observing Yun Chun take the card, Xia Village smiled and turned to depart with his subordinates and the imposing black man from Four-Leaf Clover. Boy, what do you intend to do with me? So Long inquired suddenly after Xia Village had left. Yun Chun looked at him but remained silent. Just as So Long was about to say something, Yun Chun abruptly activated all his powers. A radiant light, visible only to him, emanated from his hands. With a resounding impact, Yun Chun delivered a powerful punch directly to So Long's chest. So Long's chest barely managed to block Yun Chun's fist for less than half a second before it was pierced through. After all, So Long was merely in his human form, and given Yun Chun's strength, it was entirely expected. Once his fist penetrated So Long's chest, Yun Chun opened his hand to grasp the heart, crushing it effortlessly. As So Long's heart was shattered, he stared at Yun Chun with unyielding intensity before disintegrating into ash, falling to the ground. Chapter 82. A conversation with Tony. Yun Chun had not forgotten the atrocities committed by the Ophanor against humanity. How could he possibly spare the mastermind behind it all, So Long? As he watched So Long turn to ash, Yun Chun retrieved his headset, only to remember that he had given it to Jones, feeling somewhat helpless. But I still have the mechanized Pegasus. At this moment, recalling the mechanized Pegasus, he declared, let me summon the mechanized Pegasus from the system space. Ever since acquiring it, Yun Chun had neglected the mechanized Pegasus. Had he not given it to Jones today, it might have languished in dust for much longer. Transform. After retrieving the mechanized Pegasus, Yun Chun donned the headset and shouted. A flash of blue light enveloped him, and he transformed before mounting the mechanized Pegasus and heading home. A little over 10 minutes later, Yun Chun returned to the shop, where Jones was already upstairs. Brother Yun, how did it go? Are you all right? Jones inquired upon seeing Yun Chun return. Rest assured, I am unharmed. With a smile, Yun Chun replied and returned to her room, sitting on the bed as she retrieved her phone to call Tony. Hello, is this Yun? What is the matter? Tony's voice on the other end sounded somewhat irritable. The source of Tony's agitation stemmed from the fact that, upon leaving the expo, he had received a subpoena from the Senate Armed Services Committee, the purpose of which was all too clear. Are you aware of the company that showcased in Hall 9 at the expo? Yun Chun inquired, oblivious to Tony's vexation. I have a vague recollection. It seems like a small company that has been operating for less than 2 months. What is the issue? Tony responded. Do you know what they were exhibiting? Yun Chun asked. I heard it was weaponry, but I had other commitments at that time and didn't delve into the details. Why? Were their weapons extraordinary? Tony queried, a hint of confusion in his tone. JARVIS. Please retrieve the company's information and the items they showcased tonight, Tony instructed after a moment's contemplation. Certainly, please hold on, JARVIS replied, subsequently projecting a series of details. The owner of the company is an Ophion, and notably, he is the strongest Ophion in this realm. I suspect that a substantial majority of their employees are also Ophions, perhaps exceeding 80%. Moreover, the armors known as 555, Caesar, Saiga, and Olga were all manufactured by this company. Even the item they exhibited this time is the Delta, which boasts combat capabilities second only to the best. Crafted from Solaris metal and silver photon blood. You should take note of that, Yun Chun elaborated. What? Tony exclaimed, stunned by Yun Chun's revelations. He had not anticipated that these Ophions had established a company in the city, nor that they had infiltrated the expo he organized. Moreover, he was astonished to learn that even the belts were products of their creation. What level of technological advancement did they possess? He gazed at the armor in the information JARVIS had displayed. And how did they acquire such an exhibition platform? A setup of that caliber must not be easily obtained, Yun Chun probed. I remember now. They initially started with a small booth. Then a representative from the Senate approached me and requested a larger setup, so I casually arranged one, Tony responded. Could it be that the senator is colluding with them? Tony pondered, increasingly astonished. The likelihood is quite high, Yun Chun replied calmly. What do you intend to do? Will you treat them like the Chitauri? Tony inquired. No. While they are the weakest of the beings in this realm, their numbers are now overwhelming. Many have even been recruited. Most of these Ophions have not harmed anyone. and they bear no guilt. We cannot resort to extermination against them, Yin Chun asserted. Very well, that's it for now. I'll hang up. Take care of yourself. And don't concern yourself with them for the time being, Yin Chuan said before ending the call. Tony gazed at the information before him, a heavy expression clouding his features. He had not anticipated the complexity surrounding Affinio's affairs, which only served to intensify his agitation. After hanging up, Yin Chuan initially intended to contact SHIELD, but after a moment's reflection, he decided against it, as he doubted the agency would be able to resolve the matter. He retrieved his phone. System. Is there a function to transform a belt into a card? Yin Chuan inquired, contemplating the potential challenges ahead and feeling that perhaps he should bolster his combat capabilities. Indeed. There is, the system replied. Card and belt transformation function activated. Function. The belt can be converted into a card, and vice versa. Converting a belt to a card costs 500 points, while converting a card back to a belt costs 600 points. Can I obtain a card while retaining the belt? Or conversely? Yin Chuan queried. Certainly, for 900 points. However, there is a restriction. The belt and card cannot be utilized simultaneously, the system clarified. Very well then. Proceed to convert the belt into a card without retaining the belt. Yin Chuan decided after considering that the two belts were of little use to him. Understood. This will cost 1,000 points. The conversion will take 2 minutes. Shall I proceed? The system asked. Convert, Yin Chuan affirmed. Please hold on, the system responded. 2 minutes later, the conversion was successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Kamen Rider and Kamen Rider card. Host, what is your perspective on the collaboration proposed by Affinio? The system inquired. What do you think I should do? Yin Chuan replied. The system suggested that collaboration could be beneficial, as there were indeed many monsters. Enabling humanity to possess self-defense capabilities would be advantageous. However, it added, this was merely the system's opinion, and the final decision rested with the host. Upon hearing this, Yin Chuan leaned back in his chair, contemplating with a sense of resignation. The following day, Yin Chuan settled on the sofa early in the morning, engrossed in the television. He suddenly recalled that Tony was scheduled to engage in a debate with the senators today, and he couldn't afford to miss this segment. Coincidentally, the live broadcast had commenced, showcasing Tony conversing with Pepper, who was seated behind him, while a senator vociferously called for Tony's attention, wanting him to turn around and engage in dialogue. Yin Chuan recalled that this senator was reportedly affiliated with Hydra. All right, Senator, what is your concern? Tony inquired. Do you possess a certain special weapon? The senator asked. Do I? How would I know? Tony feigned ignorance. Are you certain there is none? The senator pressed again. That depends on your definition of a weapon, Tony retorted. Iron Man is a weapon, the senator stated nonchalantly. My inventions are not weapons, Tony countered. What is he? The legislator, upon hearing Tony's words, straightened his posture to inquire. They are precisely what they are, Tony replied. And what exactly are they? The legislator pressed, his expression stern. The Iron Man suit is a high-tech prosthetic. It is not a weapon, Tony stated solemnly. What ensued was a heated argument. The avaricious legislator sought to seize the Iron Man suit, while Tony resolutely opposed. Well, I am not an expert on weaponry, but we have summoned one, the legislator proclaimed. I call upon Justin Hammer, the Department of Defense's primary collaborator at present. As he spoke, the photographer shifted the camera to reveal a relatively handsome middle-aged man approaching. I must note that I see Justin Hammer. Yet I do not observe any weaponry expert, Tony remarked upon seeing Hammer take his seat. Listening to Tony, Hammer took a sip of water, smiled, and began to engage in banter, flattering both Tony and his father, Howard Stark, before returning to the matter of the Iron Man suit. We all understand the purpose of our gathering. In the 6 months since those monsters emerged, aside from the Masked Rider, Tony Stark has crafted a formidable sword. Yet he insists it is a shield. He expects us to trust him, to hide behind him. I wish it were genuinely safe. How I long for a night's sleep without the need to lock my doors. But this world is fraught with peril. I believe you have all witnessed the ferocity and danger of those creatures that appeared earlier. Mr. Stark cannot foresee danger. Nor can he guarantee he will be present at the scene before destruction and casualties occur. Thank you. Hammer concluded his remarks, ultimately aiming to argue that the Iron Man suit should be surrendered to the state. Mr. Stark, setting aside your use of the Iron Suit, let us discuss the Masked Rider. He must be your acquaintance, correct? The legislator directed his gaze at Tony. I do know him, but what of it? Are you attempting to coerce him into surrendering his armor? Tony retorted with a cold smirk. We shall revisit this matter shortly. Please direct your attention to this. The legislator stated, indicating the large screen. The screen illuminated with a scene depicting numerous injured civilians, including footage of Yun Chun before his transformation. A figure was seen stepping upon another person, applying pressure until the individual's chest was pierced, blood splattering gruesomely. This was a recording of the previous battle involving Yunchun and Solon dispatched to Ophanor. Gasps filled the room as journalists and attendees became restless, murmuring among themselves. Most present were unaware of the truth. In an effort to conceal the incident and prevent public panic, all video documentation had been deleted, leaving only a single copy stored in a classified archive. Lien Yunchun and Tony were far from composed. This was nothing short of a blatant slander. They were astonished by the shamelessness of these individuals, who could stoop so low. The initial segment of the video had been entirely excised, leaving only this particular scene. Tony Stark, how do you explain this? The congressman sneered. What about the beginning of the video? Tony retorted, producing his phone and fixing a steely gaze upon the congressman. Isn't this sufficient? You are committing murder, the congressman proclaimed loudly. Is that so? You lack the initial footage, yet I possess it, Tony declared, as he hacked into the computer, revealing the earlier segment. The large screen flickered, showcasing an Ophion wreaking havoc, resulting in countless casualties and widespread anguish. The scene shifted again, depicting Yunchun engaging in combat with the Ophion, ultimately sending it flying. Chapter 83, The Enraged Tony. The imagery transformed once more, now portraying Yunchun standing before the Ophion, delivering relentless blows, before seizing its head and forcefully slamming it to the ground. This spectacle sent shivers down everyone's spines. Ultimately, Yunchun rose, placing his foot upon the Ophion, reverting it back to its human form. At that moment, the crowd recognized that this individual was none other than the one they had just seen crushed. Journalists glanced at the congressman, murmuring amongst themselves. The video concluded, mirroring the one previously exhibited by the congressman. Can I sue you for defamation? Tony glared intensely at the congressman. Had this video not been preserved, one can only imagine the consequences. I apologize. When we discovered this video, only this segment remained. The congressman replied nonchalantly. Very well then, my Iron Man suit can prevent wars and monsters. Iron Man is invaluable, and so is Kamen Rider. The nation is secure, and the people are safe. Employ whatever underhanded tactics you wish. However, do not even think about acquiring my iron suit or Kamen Rider armor. Tony stood up and shouted vehemently. What more do you desire? This is the reality. I once considered collaborating with these clowns, but they have utterly disappointed me. Fixated solely on seizing the iron armor and Kamen Rider armor for their selfish desires, Tony addressed the journalists and others present. Damn it, Tony Stark, the congressman cursed vehemently. Tony responded with a raised middle finger before striding toward the exit. Phew, what a relief. Witnessing this scene, Yunchun exhaled, though Rhodey had not made an appearance throughout. All right, host, it's time to fulfill your mission. Your task is to eradicate the anomalies in this world. It has been far too long since you last acted. So get to it, the system interjected. I'm not in the mood to work, Yunchun languidly replied, leaning back on the sofa. Do you still wish to continue? Hurry up and get up, the system commanded. I don't feel like it, Yunchun replied lazily upon hearing the system's words. You, with your little finger raised in disrespect. The system retorted. I really don't want to go to work, Yunchun lamented, sprawled out on the sofa like a salted fish. Believe it or not, if you continue like this, you will lose your precious self, the system warned. All right, enough of the show-off, Yunchun said helplessly. Let me check on that peculiar race. It seems we need some population control. As Yunchun spoke, he lay back on the sofa and activated the anomaly inspection feature. Well, it's all cleared. Too scattered. Nothing has appeared yet. There are a few less blood vampires, and the alien insects had their population control last month, so we can skip this time. It seems only you remain. You claim that since your arrival in this world, you have not harmed anyone, but how should this be explained? Yunchun mused, gazing at the Ophanor in the inspection feature. After selecting a gathering point for the Ophanor, he stood up and headed downstairs. After greeting Jones and the others, he stepped out. Looks like I need to buy a flight belt again. Riding a bike every day is quite tiresome, Yunchun thought as he arrived at a secluded corner, transforming and summoning the mechanical Pegasus. He sighed, concealing himself. Yunchun mounted the mechanical Pegasus and set off toward the Ophanor gathering point he had just observed. Host, I believe you need not proceed further. The system suddenly interjected as Yunchun was nearing the Ophanor gathering point some 10 minutes later. What is the matter? Yunchun inquired. Forget it. Since you have already arrived, see for yourself, the system replied. At that moment, Yunchun reached the Ophanor gathering point and looked inside, only to find a person lying on the ground. Nearby, 3 or 4 Ophanor were engaged in battle with another serpentine Ophanor, but these Ophanor appeared disoriented, swaying unsteadily as if intoxicated. My apologies. The president clearly instructed you to either live as ordinary humans or refrain from using your Ophanor forms while harming others. Yet you chose to ignore this, leaving me no time to spend with my girlfriend. Had I known, I would not have joined Clover, the serpentine Ophanor lamented, having defeated the others within a minute or two, reverting to human form and departing with a resigned expression. After his departure, Yun-chun noticed the body on the ground slowly beginning to dissolve. Frowning, Yun-chun scrutinized the Ophanor and then checked its level. The anomaly inspection panel displayed that the individual S level was 52. With a sigh of resignation, Yun-chun reopened the anomaly inspection panel to search for another Ophanor gathering point. System, have the Ophanor diminished since the beginning? At that moment, Yun-chun recalled the conversation from the previous night in Xia village, as well as the sight of the Banjis battling against those Ophaonos. He scrutinized the symbols of the Ophaonos and discerned that many appeared to be missing. Indeed, since the activation of the monster detection feature last month, excluding those you had eliminated, 220 Ophaonos were absent last month, and 160 this month, the system stated. It seemed that Xia village was indeed a formidable adversary, Yun-chun mused, and he proceeded towards another Ophaonos gathering point. He resolved that this outing could not be in vain. Host, shall we switch to another target? The system suggested just as Yun-chun neared his destination. Damn it! Have they been preempted again? Yun-chun exclaimed upon hearing this. Indeed, it was that level 55 Ophaonos that got there first, and the battle is nearing its conclusion. The system replied, let us search for another. If we are preempted again, we shall leave. Yun-chun retorted with an eye roll, reluctantly changing direction and activating his Pegasus. Surely, he thought, they would not be preempted this time. As he approached the target location, he inquired of the system, is everything secure? Rest assured, this time it will not happen, and there are no other monsters in the vicinity, the system assured him. Upon hearing this, Yun-chun smirked coldly and quickened his pace. Moments later, he arrived at an abandoned auto repair shop. What is the level of the Ophaonos inside? Yun-chun dismounted and asked the system. None exceed level 42. The system replied. How weak? Yun-chun paused, momentarily taken aback, having hastily approached without noting their levels. Well, if they are weaker, it will be easier for me. With that, he drew his sword and stepped inside. Upon entering, he encountered a group of young men, seemingly in their 20s, enthusiastically gathered around a Lamborghini, cheering excitedly. This must be a limited edition or brand new. Where on earth did you acquire it? One of the men questioned a haughty companion beside him. Of course, I snagged it after taking down a few wealthy heirs with my cousin yesterday. I chose this one while my cousin selected another, the arrogant young man replied. I invited you all to join, yet you ignored me. How could I have known? If I had, I wouldn't have sought out that widow and her daughters. The first speaker retorted angrily. You're fortunate. Just last night, out of fear they might scream, you killed all of them, leaving us no choice, you scoundrel. Another man interjected, visibly displeased. Are you not aware that you killed that 8-year-old girl? You were the first to taste her blood, the original speaker remarked, growing increasingly irate. Ha ha, echoed the laughter of all present, joining in the merriment. With a resounding bang, Yun-chun, cloaked in invisibility, could no longer contain himself. He drew his weapon and pulled the trigger twice at the assailants. The unfortunate Ophion, struck, was sent flying, emitting a blood-curdling scream. One of them was instantly decapitated by Yun-chun, meeting a swift demise. Who could it be? At this moment, everyone sought refuge, hiding behind cover. Reverting to their Ophion forms, and gazing at the now visible Yun-chun, inquiring, a Kamen Rider? Some recognized him, their astonishment igniting a desire to retreat. Yun-chun remained silent, aiming at the nearest Ophion and pulling the trigger once more, unleashing an energy projectile. The blast struck the cover where the Ophion had taken shelter, erupting with force, causing the Ophion behind it to leap away. However, it proved futile. Yun-chun swiftly redirected his aim at the evading Ophion and fired again. The energy projectile collided with the Ophion, sending him hurtling through the air. Then, brandishing his sword, Yun-chun charged forward, arriving before the bewildered Ophion in an instant, cleaving him in two with a single strike. A nearby Ophion, witnessing the demise of his comrade, attempted to flee, yet Yun-chun appeared before him in a flash, delivering a lethal blow as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. At this juncture, among the remaining 20 or so Ophions, 2 with a semblance of intellect chose to flee. Altogether, let us vanquish him. One of the remaining Ophions bellowed, rallying the others to charge forth. A pack of fools seeking their own demise. One of the fleeing Ophions pondered, furrowing his brow, choosing to ignore the chaos and continue his escape. As Yun-chun prepared to summon his knight, he noticed the advancing Ophions. System, Keep an eye on them, he commanded, before swinging his sword downward, cleaving an Ophion and sending him flying. With a horizontal slash, he dispatched the surrounding Ophions as well. At that moment, one Ophion soared into the air, launching a kick towards Yun Shan, evading the blow with a swift backward lean. He rolled to the right, dodging another Ophion attempting a surprise attack. Chapter 84. The battle having regained his footing, Yun Shan charged at a lone Ophion, delivering a horizontal strike aimed at its midsection. The Ophion, caught off guard, was swiftly bisected. These Ophions were all below level 4, while Yun Shan had reached level 47, making their defeat a trivial endeavor. Yet, the Ophions remained oblivious to his formidable power, and upon witnessing yet another comrade fall, they brandished their weapons and angrily approached Yun Shan. As the Ophinor charged forward, Yun Shan swiftly blocked one of their swords with his own, pushing him back momentarily before delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him flying. Next, wielding his sword, Yun Shan executed a horizontal slash, disarming another Ophinor beside him. In a seamless motion, he lunged forward, piercing the heart of the Ophinor directly in front of him while deftly evading an attack from yet another. With the pierced Ophinor in tow, he dashed ahead, abruptly halting to let the inertia propel his foe away, crashing into another Ophinor and knocking him down. With a swift pivot, Yun Shan targeted the approaching Ophinors, concentrating his strength into his sword and unleashing a blade-like wave of energy that sent 4 of them hurtling through the air. Indeed, it was effective, he thought with exhilaration as he watched the Ophinors soar away. At that moment, instinctively, Yun Shan rolled aside, narrowly avoiding an attack from the flying bat-like Ophinor. He then summoned his energy once more, sending another wave of sword energy toward the creature's wings. A shriek escaped the bat as its wing was severed, plummeting to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Shan unleashed several more waves of sword energy, sending a few more charging Ophinors flying. With the tip of his sword pointed downward, he gathered all his strength and struck fiercely at the bat-like Ophinor. The energy surged forth, cleaving the creature in two. Excellent. Though it consumes too much mental energy, Yun Shan mused as he gazed at the lifeless body of the bat-like Ophinor. Although he was uncertain of what mental energy truly was, he felt an undeniable fatigue accompanying its use. Preparation. Resolving to conserve his strength, Yun Shan charged toward the clustered Ophinors before him, extracting a crystal card from his phone and inserting it into his sword. He opened his phone and pressed a button. Energy recharge. A brilliant blue light coursed through the photon veins into the sword in Yun Shan's hand, enveloping it in an intense azure glow that made the weapon appear colossal. By the time everything was set, Yun Shan had reached the Ophinors. As they approached with their weapons drawn, ready to strike, Yun Shan met their assault head-on, not flinching nor evading. With a swift motion, his sword effortlessly severed their weapons, striking them directly. The emanating energy from the sword pierced through their bodies, and a blue sigil manifested upon them, transforming them into humanoid forms before collapsing to the ground. Their bodies split in two and blood spilling everywhere. From the moment Yun Shan engaged, he had dispatched 12 Ophinors. At this juncture, the remaining 11 Ophinors finally felt the weight of fear, retreating a few steps, ready to flee. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Yun Shan could hardly allow them to escape. Swiftly, he removed the crystal card from his acceleration watch and inserted it into the mobile device attached to his belt. A radiant blue light erupted, coursing through the azure stripes adorning his body and entering his chest armor. The armor then rotated open, revealing the intricate circuit board within, where the energy core illuminated, transforming the blue stripes into white and changing his eyes from crimson to azure. Subsequently, Yun Shan pressed a button on his watch, initiating the countdown. The watch emitted a powerful buzzing sound, causing the space around him to warp. In that moment, the world around Yun Shan and the Ophinors appeared to decelerate. He charged towards the stationary Ophinor, brandishing his sword and striking them one by one. Then, he leapt into the air, his right foot glowing fiercely with blue light, viewing the Ophinor at normal speed. To his astonishment, a ghostly blue drill manifested beside each fleeing Ophinor, spinning incessantly. One by one, these drills pierced through the bodies of the Ophinors, resulting in a spectacular explosion, igniting ghostly blue flames and revealing a symbol. 3, 2, 1, time's up. At this moment, Yun Shan's time also expired, and he halted, his armor reverting to its original form. Thus, apart from the initial 2 that had fled, all the Ophinors were eliminated by Yun Shan. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned to look outside, where he beheld the tiger-shaped Ophinor, Mijia, of the fortunate four-leaf clover, gazing back at him. After a brief exchange of glances, Mijia turned away and departed. The 2 who had escaped met their demise. Following Mijia's exit, The system announced the news. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun was unperturbed. He surveyed his surroundings and, finding no survivors, retrieved his mobile device to send a location to Coulson before calling him. "Hello, is this Coulson? Come and clean up," he stated before abruptly ending the call and stowing the phone away as he returned to the mechanical Pegasus and took a seat. Meanwhile, Coulson, who had been engrossed in paperwork, stared at the abruptly disconnected call, bewildered as he pondered Yun Chun's cryptic words about cleaning up. Feeling considerably relieved, Yun Chun took a deep breath while seated in the vehicle. Since it's early, why not tackle another? He mused, contemplating his next target. He pulled out his phone once more, noting the early hour, and activated the monster investigation feature on the map. Which would be preferable? The aberrant insect or the Fong vampire? He deliberated, feeling conflicted. What are you so conflicted about? Can you even handle the Fong vampire's bishop, Rock, and those high-tier aberrant insects? Why such indecision? The system retorted disdainfully. So, you suggest I proceed with the extermination? Yun Chun inquired. What else could it mean? The system replied. Oh. Yun Chun pondered as he spoke. It seemed that from the very moment he rescued Tony, he had eliminated one adversary, while the others were acquired through dealings with S, H, I, E, L, D, or perhaps stumbled upon. Yun Chun decided to embark on a search. He glanced at the map and found a location that was the closest to him. This will do, he murmured, starting the vehicle and heading towards his destination. After a brief journey of several minutes, Yun Chun arrived at the target location. Why do these individuals prefer to linger in such places? He remarked, observing the shabby and disorderly slum permeated by a foul stench. With a sense of resignation, he stowed away his mechanical steed and ventured inside. As he walked, a sudden cacophony of gunfire and anguished cries pierced the air. What is happening? Yun Chun thought, racing towards the source of the commotion. Moments later, he found himself outside a dilapidated breeding farm. This is not what I expected, he commented, surveying the scene. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots erupted from within. Yun Chun entered to find two individuals engaged in a fierce gunfight, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of dozens, seemingly fallen not long ago. With a final shot, one of the combatants was struck in the chest and succumbed. Sigh, it seems I must recruit new subordinates again, the survivor muttered, kicking the fallen adversary in frustration. Boss, save me. I can still be of use, called out a subordinate lying on the ground. Oh, really? The man approached, eyeing him. Boss, the prostrate figure raised a hand, pleading for salvation, but the man retorted, I have no need for uselessness. He aimed his gun at the subordinate and pulled the trigger, the bullet piercing through the latter's chest, leaving him lifeless with unblinking eyes. At that moment, Yun Chun deactivated his invisibility and approached. Kamen Rider? The man turned, fixating his gaze on Yun Chun. Ignoring him, Yun Chun charged forward. Seeking death, are we? The man scoffed, transforming into a moth-like creature clad in black, with green hands and dense white fur sprouting from his shoulders and back. From his elongated mouthpart, he shot a feather-like projectile towards the advancing Yun Chun. Yun Chun deftly sidestepped the feather and closed in, landing a blow to the creature's chest. The impact forced the creature back several paces, prompting Yun Chun to raise his fist again and charge. In response, the creature expelled a cloud of powder as a barrier. Bang, bang. Upon contact, Yun Chun's fist rebounded, striking himself and causing him to stagger back and fall to the ground. What is happening? He wondered, bewildered. As the attack was rebounded, Yun Chun swiftly rose to his feet and declared, Ha! My ability is to reflect all attacks. Your strikes are utterly ineffective against me. He laughed maniacally, releasing another cloud of powder. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun contemplated for a moment, drew his sword, and charged forward once more. Taste your own attack, he sneered, yet made no movement. As he approached, Yun Chun executed a leap and performed a backflip, landing behind his opponent. What? Startled by this turn of events, his adversary attempted to pivot. However, Yun Chun would not grant him the opportunity. Sword in hand, he swiftly turned and slashed. At that moment, the powder in front of him seemed to come alive, swirling around his form and swiftly advancing towards his back. With a thud, Yun Chun's sword struck the powder, sending sparks flying as he was propelled backward to the ground. How is this possible? Yun Chun was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom the powder's incredible speed. Ha ha, I told you, you cannot defeat me, his opponent retorted with a cold laugh, having initially misjudged Yun Chun's intentions. Rising to his feet, Yun Chun gritted his teeth, removed the crystal card from his phone, and inserted it into his sword. Preparation, he proclaimed, then opened his phone and pressed a button. Energy charging. A surge of blue light emanated from the device, coursing through the blue stripes on his body and into the sword he wielded. Let us see how you handle this, Yunchuan announced, charging forward once more. Seeing this, his adversary expelled another cloud of powder as a barrier. Just as Yunchuan was about to reach him, he sensed imminent danger and instinctively rolled aside, narrowly evading the attack. As Yunchuan's strike missed its mark, he swiftly turned around, unleashing a flurry of feathers aimed at Yunchuan's back. Thud, thud, thud. Yunchuan staggered forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Observing this, his opponent rushed in, delivering a kick. Yunchuan quickly rolled to the side, activating his sword to unleash a wave of sword energy directed at him. In response, his adversary released several feathers to intercept the energy. The two forces collided, neutralizing each other instantaneously. At this juncture, Yunchuan regained his footing, opting not to advance recklessly. He took a couple of steps back, searching for a strategy to vanquish his opponent. Likewise, his adversary remained cautious, assessing Yunchuan for a potential opportunity to prevail. The two circled each other warily, their vigilance unwavering. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Yunchuan's mind, and he charged forward, slashing at the powder before him. Yet withholding much of his strength, the attack rebounded once more, and in that fleeting moment, Yunchuan leaped high, evading the returning strike. He landed behind his opponent and, summoning all his strength, brought his sword down with fervor. With a resounding thud, the powder surged to his back, positioning itself defiantly before Yunchuan's blade. With a thunderous crash, the powder merely obstructed for less than half a second before being pierced by Yunchuan's sword, sending him soaring away without any rebound from the attack. Indeed, upon witnessing this, Yunchuan felt a surge of exhilaration. He discerned that after rebounding his own attack, the powder would dissipate, requiring time to re-emerge. This revelation allowed him to swiftly draw his gun and pull the trigger. The energy projectiles he unleashed detonated upon impact, launching him further away. Once the commotion settled, Yunchuan holstered his weapon, flipped open his phone, and pressed the button labeled Prepare. Following this, he activated Energy Recharge. A radiant blue energy illuminated the air, coursing through the blue stripes adorning his body and converging into his right foot. With renewed vigor, Yunchuan charged forth, leaping into the air with an ethereal blue drill poised to strike. Seeing this, his opponent hastily scrambled to his feet, expelling a cloud of powder defensively. With a decisive kick, Yunchuan's drill cleaved through the powder barrier in mere seconds, delivering a powerful blow that sent his adversary flying once more. Prepare. As he descended, Yunchuan dashed forward, unsheathing the crystal card from his sword and reinserting it. Energy Recharge. He opened his phone again, activating the process. A surge of blue energy emanated from his belt, infusing his sword with a fierce luminescence. At this moment, Yunchuan confronted his opponent, who had just regained his footing and was yet to unleash another cloud of powder. In a swift motion, he struck with his sword, sending the foe crashing through the wall and collapsing outside, the buckle on his belt popping open. As the buckle released, Yunchuan sheathed his sword and approached, retrieving an empty card and casting it forth, embedding it into his adversary. Upon insertion, he drew in a breath, pulling the essence into the card, which then returned to his hand. It was a red heart 8, capable of reflecting enemy attacks. No wonder it had worked so effectively. Catching the card, Yunchuan examined it, nodding in acknowledgement. System, are there any survivors in the factory? He inquired. None, they all perished in the previous skirmish, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Yunchuan produced his phone and alerted the authorities. After relaying their location and the details of the earlier conflict, he summoned his mechanical steed, ascending into invisibility as he departed. That will suffice for today. We shall continue another time, Yunchuan declared as he drove away, leaving the system in silence. As Yunchuan returned to the store with milk tea from next door, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. After exchanging greetings with Jones and the others, he set down the milk tea and ascended the stairs to his room, reclining in a chair while sipping the beverage. I wonder if I can participate in the lottery again, Yunchuan mused, contemplating the possibility of winning a flying knight belt. He licked his lips, rubbed his hands together, and opened the lottery panel. Initially, Yunchuan intended to engage in a standard draw, but upon reflection, he deemed the offerings therein rather lackluster and opted to bypass it in favor of the intermediate lottery. Taking a deep breath, he clicked on 2 cards. Congratulations. You have won. Empty 2 times. Upon reading this, Yunchuan couldn't help but curse, then proceeded to access the advanced lottery panel. As he perused the cards available, he hesitated momentarily. What the heck, it's free anyway, he declared, casually selecting a card. Congratulations. You have won. Bat full bottle. What is this? Yunchuan inquired, scrutinizing the lottery panel and clicking on the card for further details. The illustration depicted a transparent bottle filled with a purple substance, adorned with a white bat emblem on its exterior. Name, bat. Full bottle description: a substance extracted from the Pandora's box of the Kamen Rider world, contained within a bottle. Function: when paired with a smoke gun, it enables transformation into Kamen Rider, Night Dominator. Wow, this is fantastic. I desperately need flying equipment. Yun-chun exclaimed with enthusiasm, taking the bat full bottle into his hands to admire it. Suddenly, he connected the dots. Wait a minute, a smoke gun? He realized. What the heck, system? Are you seriously bundling sales? Yun-chun was taken aback, discovering that the bat full bottle required a smoke system for utilization. This is not my fault. It has nothing to do with me. I have stated numerous times that anything won through the lottery is beyond my responsibility, the system replied, distancing itself from any blame. Damn it, just tell me, how many points for the smoke system? Yun-chun cursed and inquired of the system. That depends on which type you desire. One merely as a fixed hazard level for flying equipment, or one that can grow stronger and engage in combat alongside the rising hazard levels, the system elucidated. Is that so? What are the respective point costs? Yun-chun pressed further. The fixed level transformation smoke gun costs 2,500 points, while the nebula smoke gun, which can elevate in strength with increasing hazard levels, costs 3,500 points. Moreover, both types of smoke guns can utilize any full bottles, the system responded. Good grief, what a schemer, Yun-chun lamented, feeling exasperated. Then I'll go with the nebula smoke gun, he decided after a moment's contemplation, recalling how he had just vanquished numerous foes and had plenty of points to spare. All right, please hold on, the system responded. Purchase successful. The system has additionally granted you a smoke gun, which has been placed in the system space. Please check. Moments later, the system continued. Hearing this, Yun-chun licked his lips and retrieved the nebula smoke gun from the system space. In his hand appeared a weapon, resplendent in purple with a golden middle section, adorned with several green gears of varying sizes. Is this the nebula smoke gun? Yun-chun exclaimed excitedly, rising to his feet as he admired the weapon. He shook the bat essence bottle, preparing to insert it into the nebula smoke gun. Wait a moment. I forgot to mention, using the nebula smoke gun requires first injecting nebula mist, otherwise it cannot be utilized, the system interjected suddenly. With a clatter, hearing the system's words, Yun-chun's nebula smoke gun and bat essence bottle fell to the ground. System, come forth. I assure you, I will not harm you. Yun-chun breathed deeply, whispering in frustration. I had simply forgotten, the system replied apologetically. How many points will it cost? Yun-chun asked, veins throbbing on his forehead, wary of provoking the system further. It's not expensive, just 800 points, the system quickly answered. Then hurry up, Yun-chun shouted, nearly driven to madness. Oh, all right. The system replied hastily. Purchase successful. It has been placed in the system space. Please check. Upon hearing this, Yun-chun took out a transparent bottle, similar to the bat essence bottle, containing some black substance. How do I use it? He inquired. Simply open the cap and pour it over yourself, the system instructed. Following the system's advice, Yun-chun twisted off the cap, lifted the bottle above his head, and poured its contents over himself. A cloud of black smoke enveloped him entirely. Moments later, the smoke dissipated, revealing Yun-chun once more. Is that all? He asked, feeling no discernible effect. Yes, now you can directly use the nebula smoke gun. The system confirmed. Reclaiming the nebula smoke gun and bat essence bottle, Yun-chun shook the latter before pausing suddenly. Are you certain I can use it now? He queried, concerned about any unforeseen complications. Yes, it's ready, the system replied awkwardly, sensing Yun-chun's skepticism. With newfound assurance from the system, Yun-chun twisted the bottle cap and inserted the bat essence into the nebula smoke gun. Bat, he declared, gripping the nebula smoke gun in his left hand and positioning it on his right shoulder. Zheng Shui Yun-chuan invoked the transformation command and pulled the trigger of the nebula smoke gun. A radiant violet beam emerged from the muzzle, enveloped in a swirling mass of black smoke. With a swift motion, Yun-chuan swept the gun to his left, conjuring a thick cloud of darkness that completely shrouded him. Misty fusion. Within the haze, a brilliant flash of purple light ignited, revealing a fleeting silhouette before it vanished. Bat. Subsequently, a yellow glowing bat emblem materialized within the smoke. Bat. Another slightly smaller bat emblem, radiating the same golden hue, appeared above the first. Fire. As the smoke began to gradually dissipate, a new wave of white mist engulfed the scene, followed by a dazzling display of fireworks. When the last remnants of smoke cleared, there stood a figure clothed in black, adorned with white armor, featuring a distinctively sized yellow bat emblem on the chest and around the eyes. The armor was intricately laced with white tubing extending towards both shoulders, and a black and white horned mask crowned the visage, embodying the persona of Kamen Rider Night Haunter. "This feels splendid," Yun Chuan remarked, savoring the strength of his armor. "Let us venture outside." With that, he activated his invisibility and slipped through the window, landing softly on the grass below. Suddenly, with a thought, the bat emblem on his chest illuminated, and from his back unfurled a pair of magnificent black bat wings. Each wingtip bore a silver-white talon, while the lower edges shimmered in the same hue, embellished with stripes of various colors, exuding a striking allure. Crouching low, Yun Chuan leapt into the air, and with a mental command, the wings flapped powerfully. A gust of wind surged forth, propelling him skyward. "Aya!" he cried joyfully, reveling in the currents of the atmosphere. Though his speed was not overwhelming, he excelled in other dimensions such as control, agility, sensory perception, and aerial combat. Due to the rapid pace, maneuvering could sometimes be tricky, particularly during turns, yet he found it manageable. In terms of agility, he could navigate confined spaces seamlessly, ideal for urban skirmishes, though he was acutely aware of his limitations. Recalling past encounters, his sensory perception heightened, allowing him to feel textures with remarkable clarity. Finally, regarding aerial combat, he primarily relied on the firearms integrated within the wings of heaven during flight, finding it challenging to utilize other weaponry. While these firearms possessed formidable power, close engagements rendered it difficult to unleash their full potential. During flight, one can engage in attacks freely. When the enemy is at a distance, one may employ a smoke gun, and when they are close, one can utilize smoke-infused strikes and kicks, entirely unburdened by concerns of engaging while airborne. "Nice!" Yun Chuan exclaimed excitedly, soaring in a few more circles before declaring, "It's time to return." With that, Yun Chuan changed direction and headed home. Upon returning to the grassy area outside the shop, Yun Chuan did not enter through the front door, but instead retracted his wings and leapt through the window he had just used to enter his room. After reverting to his original form, he reclined on the bed to rest, which lasted until mealtime. "System, can the invisibility feature be activated for Jones?" After finishing his meal, Yun Chuan inquired while seated on the sofa. "Indeed, as long as you consent, others who possess the belt can also utilize this function," the system responded. "Jones, let us step out for a moment," Yun Chuan said, standing up and addressing the nearby Jones. "Oh, what is the matter?" Jones asked, puzzled by Yun Chuan's words. "I'm going to teach you how to use it. Otherwise, what will you do if you encounter danger in the future?" Yun Chuan explained. "Oh, okay," Jones replied, standing up in agreement. "You three keep an eye on the house. Jones and I will be stepping out." Yun Chuan turned to Gray and the others, who were engrossed in watching television, as well as Maris, who was reading. "Sure," the trio replied. Subsequently, Yun Chuan led Jones downstairs. "You should transform first. I will teach you how to fly," Yun Chuan instructed Jones. "All right," Jones responded as he retrieved his headset and donned it. "Transform," Jones exclaimed. The Heavenly Emperor belt appeared around Jones's waist, and glowing blue tendrils enveloped him, culminating in a flash of blue light as he transformed into Kamen Rider. "All my senses have become remarkably sharper." Jones marveled at his armor and surveyed his surroundings. "Of course," Yun Chuan replied with a smile, retrieving the nebula smoke gun obtained earlier that afternoon, along with the bat full bottle. "Bat." Yun Chuan shook the bat full bottle and inserted it into the nebula smoke gun. As he pulled the trigger, a surge of black smoke enveloped him completely. "Smoke match. Bat. Bat. Fire." After a series of sounds, the smoke dissipated, revealing Yun Chuan transformed into Kamen Rider as well. "Now, silently invoke invisibility," Yun Chuan instructed Jones, promptly entering a state of invisibility himself. Upon witnessing Yun Chuan's sudden disappearance, Jones mentally echoed the command for invisibility, and the dining area downstairs became utterly vacant. "Let us proceed," Yun Chuan observed as Jones became invisible, then spoke while opening the door and stepping outside, with Jones following closely behind. When both wielders of the belt are in an invisible state, they can still perceive one another. "Summon the wings of heaven," Yun Chuan instructed as he shut the door and addressed Jones. "Is this it?" Jones queried, glancing over his shoulder. Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from behind him, and a colossal flying apparatus materialized at his back. "Grip it here to steer and manipulate the speed according to your desires. Pull this trigger to use it as a gun or cannon, and by twisting the handle, you can detach these grips to wield as weapons," Yun Chuan elucidated. "However, you likely do not relish combat, so I will teach you to fly instead. Let us begin," he continued, stepping back a few paces. The bat emblem on his chest glowed with a golden light as he summoned his own wings. "Come on," he encouraged, flapping his wings as he gently ascended into the air, addressing Jones. "All right," Jones replied, grasping the joystick. With a thought, The base of the wings of heaven erupted with blue flames, gradually lifting him skyward. Take it slow, don't be anxious, and ascend a bit higher, Yun Chun advised while watching Jones. Heeding Yun Chun's words, Jones gradually increased the power of the wings of heaven, the blue flames intensifying beneath him as he soared higher into the night sky. Good, let us change direction to the left and slowly turn the joystick. Yun Chun patiently guided. After several minutes, Jones had adeptly mastered the control of the wings of heaven. So high, so fast, he exclaimed. Flying at 5 times the speed of sound, his excitement palpable. Yun Chun smiled, watching Jones revel in the thrill. Jones, it is time for us to return, he called out. Oh, right, Jones responded, suddenly realizing his exuberance, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he felt a bit embarrassed. Then let us go, Yun Chun said with a smile, turning to lead the way home. Yun, could you teach me to fight? Jones suddenly inquired mid-flight. Hearing this, Yun Chun reduced his speed and regarded Jones with curiosity. I do not wish to be merely a decorative figure or a burden. I want to assist you in battling the monsters, Jones stated resolutely, looking at Yun Chun. How could you be a burden? Leave the fighting to me. You can manage the shop without worry, Yun Chun replied. No, I genuinely want to help you, Jones insisted, coming to a halt. Are you truly committed? Fighting monsters is exceedingly challenging. Yun Chun stopped as well, observing Jones's determination. I am unafraid. I have made my decision, Jones affirmed steadfastly. Very well. Let us conclude for today. Rest and prepare yourself. Tomorrow evening, I shall instruct you in the art of combat, Yun Chun mused thoughtfully. Indeed, Jones replied with enthusiasm upon hearing Yun Chun's consent. Additionally, here is this for you, an instruction manual. Peruse it and familiarize yourself, Yun Chun said, producing a manual and handing it to Jones. All right, Jones accepted the manual and they both made their way home. Upon returning, Yun Chun and his companions spent a tranquil night, much like any other. The following day, as was customary, Yun Chun ventured out to strategize for the monsters. Which race would be next? Since the other monsters were either too formidable or too dispersed, Yun Chun decided to eliminate another Ophanor stronghold while contemplating his next target from the sky. That morning, Tony Stark, the proprietor of Stark Industries, was attacked while attending a car race in Monaco. Let us observe the footage captured by reporters prior to the incident. As Yun Chun soared through the air, he suddenly heard a voice. Chapter 87, Red Heart 7. Turning his gaze, he noticed a colossal display screen adorning the side of a building, from which the voice emanated. Yun Chun gazed at the screen, which showcased footage of Tony under assault. In the video, Tony was engaged in an interview when a middle-aged man clad in a yellow uniform, with dark skin and numerous tattoos, approached from behind. The man pulled aside his shirt, revealing an unknown apparatus affixed to his torso, complete with a miniature arc reactor akin to Tony's at the center of his chest. Subsequently, the man produced 2 whips, crackling with electricity. As he brandished the whips, his clothing ignited, ultimately disintegrating and cascading to the ground, unveiling the full extent of the device on his body. At that moment, the reporter interviewing Tony was drawn to the man, tilting her head in curiosity. Noticing the reporter's attention shift away from him, Tony turned to see what had captured her focus. As the man observed Tony's reaction, he swung the whips directly at him. Run! Seeing the impending attack, Tony swiftly pushed the reporter and the photographer aside, leaping to safety just in time to avoid the strike, while the whip collided with a nearby chair, obliterating a significant portion of it and inciting a chorus of screams. The man, undeterred by Tony's evasion, renewed his assault with the whips aimed at him. Tony rolled to the side, quickly regained his footing, and dashed a few paces away, casting a glance back at the man as he pressed a button on his gauntlet. A series of metallic blocks emerged from the armature, enveloping Tony in mere moments, transforming him into Iron Man. Who are you? Tony inquired. The man remained silent, continuing to swing his whip toward Tony. With a deft sidestep, Tony evaded the strike. The man, undeterred, launched another whip from his other hand. This time, Tony refrained from dodging, extending his palm to unleash a repulsor blast. As the energy surged forth, the man swung his whip once more, intercepting the blast and neutralizing it with an electric current. Tony, however, did not wish to kill him outright. He sought answers about the man's intent and the arc reactor he possessed. Otherwise, with his current prowess, a single repulsor blast could have easily dispatched him. After countering the repulsor, the man swung his whip again. Tony nimbly dodged, causing the whip to strike the ground, and promptly stomped on it, preventing the man from retracting it. Observing the entrapment, the man unleashed another whip. Tony did not evade this time. Instead, he seized the whip, allowing the electric current to course through him, and yanked it forcefully, pulling the man towards him. With a swift kick, he sent the man sprawling away. The man fell to the ground, coughing up blood, struggling to rise. However, his injuries were severe. As he attempted to strike Tony with the whip, he faltered and collapsed. Tony approached, crouching down to grasp the arc reactor embedded in the man's chest. With a firm grip, he yanked it free. Holding the arc reactor with a grave expression, Tony was about to pose a question when an overwhelming force struck him from behind. With a resounding crash, Tony was sent flying, crashing to the ground. In the spot Tony had occupied, a creature clad in black, entwined with vines, stood menacingly. "Help me kill him. I have upheld my end of the bargain." The man gasped, witnessing the creature's emergence. "You said so yourself. Should you renege, I shall ensure your existence becomes a living nightmare." With that, the creature charged at Tony. Just then, Tony regained his footing. As the creature lunged forward, he unleashed a repulsor blast. The creature leapt aside, evading the energy surge, and retaliated with a vine aimed at Tony. Tony fired another repulsor blast, severing the advancing vine, then continued to bombard the creature with successive blasts. Yun Chun's gaze was completely captivated, fixated on a towering building, retracting her wings as she observed Tony's battle. The crowd on the ground halted their movements, eager to witness whether Tony could vanquish this formidable foe. With a resounding thud, the peculiar figure relentlessly struck at the palm lightning, shattering it with each blow. In that moment, flames erupted from beneath Tony's feet, propelling him into the air as he charged towards the strange entity. With a forceful impact, Tony collided with the creature, sending it sprawling onto the racetrack. The creature quickly regained its footing, extending a vine that ensnared Tony's foot, yanking him towards it with a swift motion. With a violent swing, the creature slammed Tony into the ground before pivoting to strike him again in the opposite direction. As Yun Chun watched the unfolding spectacle with keen interest, his phone suddenly rang, interrupting the moment. "What? Is that Tony? Could it be that he is struggling against this creature?" Yun Chun mused, glancing at his phone only to discover it was indeed Tony. He cast another look at the creature on the large screen and estimated its power to be around level 43. There was no way Tony could falter against such a foe. Puzzled, he answered the call. "Hello, is this Tony? What's the matter? I've encountered a bizarre creature. It seems to be one of those undying beings you mentioned earlier, and I cannot defeat it. Do you possess any sealing cards?" Tony's voice came through, tinged with agitation. Realizing the footage on the screen was delayed, Yun Chun responded, "Of course. Do you intend to return? Or should I come to you? I'm not able to return with this creature in tow. I'm currently here. Could you come over?" Tony replied, "Very well, I shall make my way there." Yun Chun said before ending the call. He unfurled his wings, leaped into the air, and took flight in the direction Tony had provided. A few minutes later, Yun Chun arrived at a mountain densely populated with trees. Where could Tony be? He wondered aloud, surveying the thick canopy that obscured the ground below. Just then, a tremendous noise resonated from ahead. Could it be from there? He speculated, soaring towards the source of the sound. Upon reaching the location where the noise originated, Yun Chun beheld Tony relentlessly bombarding the creature with palm lightning. He descended, deactivating his invisibility, and approached Tony. Suddenly, from the corner of Tony's eye, he caught sight of an approaching figure and instinctively raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of palm lightning. It's me, Yun Chun exclaimed, narrowly dodging the blast. "Yun?" Tony halted upon recognizing Yun Chun's voice. "It's me," Yun Chun confirmed. "Why have you changed your armor again?" Tony inquired, gazing at Yun Chun with curiosity. "Due to certain peculiar circumstances," Yun Chun replied, opting not to elaborate further. "Never mind, let us seal this creature," Tony said, dismissing the question as he focused on the entity sprawled on the ground. "All right," Yun Chun responded, retrieving a blank card. He tossed the card towards the creature, which embedded itself into it, drawing the creature inside before returning to Yun Chun's hand. It turns out to be the 7th type of red heart. Yun Chun remarked as he gazed at the card in his hand. "Here you go," he said, extending the card to Tony. "After all, it was you who defeated it." "Thank you," Tony replied, accepting the card, intending to study how to wield it like armor. "I have some matters to attend to in Monaco. I must take my leave," Tony said, his expression not particularly cheerful, before turning and departing. As he watched Tony leave, Yun Chun spread his wings and flew straight home. Later that evening, after dinner, Yun Chun took Jones to a secluded forest where they landed. Yun Chun deactivated his transformation from Night Dominator and retrieved the insect instrument driver, putting it on and gesturing with his hand. Suddenly, a red rhinoceros beetle appeared from seemingly nowhere and flew towards Yun Chun, who reached out and grasped the rhinoceros beetle insect instrument. Transformation. Yun Chun inserted it, and in an instant, silver blocks emerged from the belt. enveloping him and transforming him into the masked form of a Kamen Rider. Explosive armor. Yun-chun twisted the horn on the belt, which triggered a surge of electricity coursing through his body. The armor began to shift and crack open, ultimately launching off, revealing Yun-chun in the knightly form of the Kamen Rider. You must have reviewed the instruction manual. Let us proceed directly to practical combat, Yun-chun said, turning to Jones. Huh. Jones was taken aback by Yun-chun's statement. Just come at me. Let me witness your combat prowess, Yun-chun declared, adopting a combat stance. All right, Jones replied, not hesitating, charging at Yun-chun with a punch. Yun-chun did not evade. Instead, he seized her hand, pivoted, and tossed her aside. When attacking, get a little closer before throwing a punch and ensure your footing is stable. Otherwise, it will end like this, Yun-chun advised as he watched Jones rise. Again, he instructed. Following Yun-chun's guidance, Jones charged once more, this time with a punch. Taking heed of the lesson, she closed the distance before throwing her fist. Yun-chun swiftly turned his body, evading her blow. Seeing her punch miss, Jones aimed another strike, but Yun-chun pivoted again, dodging her fist once more. Frustrated by her continuous misses, Jones swept her arm to hit the evading Yun-chun. Yun-chun blocked with his right hand, while his left transformed into a palm strike, sending Jones flying. During combat, do not focus solely on offense. Defense is equally vital, Yun-chun stated. Understood, Jones replied as she stood up and charged towards him again. Increase the speed of your punches, Yun-chun said, blocking her strikes with both hands before once more sending her flying away. Chapter 88. A conversation between Roddy and Tony. Thus, Yun-chun persistently engaged in defense, highlighting Jones's shortcomings while meticulously instructing her on the art of combat. That shall suffice for today. Let us take a respite before returning, he declared after an hour, reverting to his original form and resting against the roots of a tree. Very well, Jones replied, breathless, as she too returned to her original form and settled beside Yun-chun to rest. The two sat beneath the tree, eyes closed, savoring the refreshing breeze that caressed their bodies. In their tranquil state, they inadvertently succumbed to slumber, remaining so until dawn's arrival the following day. When they awakened the next morning, it was already 7 o'clock. Yun-chun stirred first, slowly opening his eyes and stretching, only to discover that Jones had fallen asleep against his shoulder. Glancing around, he recalled the previous night's rest and felt grateful that summer was approaching, for otherwise, they might have caught a chill. Quietly observing the slumbering Jones, he chose not to rouse her, maintaining his position in stillness. Moments later, Jones awoke, blinking slowly against the light, and gently rubbed her eyes. You are awake, Yun-chun remarked upon seeing her stir. Brother Yun, Jones exclaimed, straightening up and gazing at him, suddenly aware of her fatigue from the previous evening that had led her to lean on him and fall asleep. Let us be on our way. It is time to return, Yun-chun said, rising and brushing off the dust from his attire. Oh dear, it is already morning, Jones exclaimed, glancing up at the sky and checking her phone in astonishment. Transform, she shouted, swiftly donning her headphones. In a flash of light, Jones transformed, adorning herself with the wings of paradise, ready to head home. Do not fret, it is quite late already, so what difference does a little more time make? Yun-chun reassured her, noting her anxiety as he retrieved his nebulous smoke gun and bat bottle. That cannot be. Grom and the others haven't had their meal yet, Jones insisted, activating her wings and preparing to take flight. Wait, you have not become invisible yet, Yun-chun called out hastily as she prepared to soar. Oh right, Jones replied, entering her stealth mode before taking off into the sky. Sighing as he watched her vanish from sight, Yun-chun inserted the bat bottle into the nebulous smoke gun. With a decisive pull of the trigger, he transformed into Kamen Rider. Spreading his wings, he too activated his invisibility and leaped into the air, pursuing Jones. Upon arriving home, Yun-chun entered the room through the window. Yun-chun released her transformation and stepped out, noticing that Grom and the others were still asleep, and Jones was absent from upstairs. These ungrateful souls made me and Jones worry for nothing, Yun-chun lamented as she observed the slumbering figures of Grom and his companions. She descended the stairs, only to find that the door below had yet to be opened, while Jones and Maris had already begun preparing breakfast. Approaching the industrious duo, Yun-chun greeted them. Brother Yin, you're back, Maris exclaimed, her hands busy washing vegetables. Indeed, Maris, you're up quite early, Yun-chun replied, washing her hands as she joined them. Yes, I am, Maris responded, continuing her task. Due to her lack of sensory perception, cooking was beyond her capability. She typically engaged in simpler chores such as serving dishes, wiping tables, or washing plates. Jones, let Maris and me handle this. You should go wash up, We still have to open the shop later, Yinchun suggested as she approached Jones. Both of them had spent the entire night in the woods and were bound to have accumulated some dust. Very well, Brother Yin, I appreciate your help. Jones conceded after a moment's thought, setting down his work and heading upstairs. With Jones gone, Yinchun picked up a spatula and began to stir-fry the vegetables. Maris, could you please go open the door? She asked. Of course, Maris replied after finishing with the vegetables and walked toward the entrance to open the door. A few minutes later, Hank arrived, and the shop commenced its operations. Manager, you're up so early. Where's Jones? Hank inquired as he entered the kitchen. Washing his hands. He's upstairs, Yinchun replied, having completed the stir-fry and transferring the dishes to a plate. She ladled some porridge, took a tray, and arranged the food upon it. The downstairs is in your capable hands, she said, carrying the tray upstairs. Upon returning upstairs, she found Jones still in the shower, while Grom and his companion remained asleep. Yinchun placed the meal on the table and proceeded to Grom's room. Knock, knock, knock. Yinchun tapped gently on Grom's door. Grom, it's time to rise for breakfast. She called out. Okay, came a lazy voice from within, indeterminate as to whether it belonged to Graham or Grom. Having received a response, Yinchun ceased her knocking and retreated to the living room, taking a seat. Not having brushed her teeth or washed her face yet, she refrained from starting her meal. After a while, Jones emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed and holding his clean clothes as he entered his room to hang them on the balcony. After all, a girl's intimate garments should not be seen by men. Jones, breakfast is ready. You should eat before heading back down, Yinchun said as she stood and made her way toward the bathroom. Oh, all right, Jones replied. Jones closed the door and replied, making his way to the living room, where he settled onto the sofa and began to eat. At that moment, Grom emerged, yawning. Subsequently, a white light illuminated from Grom's left hand, transforming into a pile of coins that detached from his grasp and morphed into Graham. Hurry up and wash up. It's time for dinner, Graham urged, pushing Grom towards the bathroom. After a while, Yinchuan and Grom finished washing up and re-entered the living room. I've eaten, you two go ahead. I'll call Melis up for dinner, Jones announced after wiping his mouth and standing up, heading downstairs. Watching Jones descend, Yinchuan picked up a bowl and began to eat, while Grom remained seated, awaiting Melis's arrival to join him for the meal. Soon, Melis joined them, transforming into a pile of coins that adhered to Grom's hand, commencing to eat, while Graham had already attached to Grom before Melis arrived. Thus, a new day commenced. Though Tony did not share Yinchuan's cheerful disposition, at that moment, Tony was in the underground laboratory, scrutinizing the information displayed on the screen regarding the individual who had attacked him in Monaco the previous day. Tony, you need to come upstairs and take control of the situation, Roddy, clad in uniform, entered and stated as he opened the door. I've spent the entire day on the phone with those people, persuading them not to send tanks to crash through your door and steal your Iron Man suit. They've grown weary of playing games. Roddy approached, addressing Tony. Are you even listening? Seeing Tony's complete lack of response, Roddy nudged him and inquired, Are you all right? I'm fine, Tony replied, detaching the arc reactor from his chest, extracting the palladium energy core, and replacing it with a new one before reattaching the reactor. I need to use the restroom. After changing the energy core, Tony felt a wave of discomfort in his stomach and stood up, heading towards the bathroom. Unbeknownst to Tony, at that very moment, the man who had attacked him was being rescued by Justin Hammer, someone he had encountered in a previous congressional meeting. Meanwhile, after finishing his meal, Yinchuan contemplated before returning to his room and transforming, flying towards a specific direction. You don't need to be the savior alone. You don't have to rely solely on yourself, Roddy earnestly advised when Tony returned. Enough, don't say anymore. Take that armor away. Tony gestured towards the Mark II. What did you say? Roddy was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Given Tony's nature, it seemed implausible that he would allow anyone to take away his Iron Man suit. The Iron Suit may be taken, but under one condition. You must don the armor and engage in battle with me. Should you triumph, the suit shall be yours. If you cannot defeat me, Tony refrained from elaborating further, yet the implication was abundantly clear. In truth, prior to attending the assembly, Tony had already come to a resolution. After all, the world is undeniably perilous, fraught with extraordinary beings, rendering ordinary individuals vulnerable. Thus, Tony had resolved to collaborate with them. However, being a merchant of pride, he would not acquiesce to their demands outright, intending instead to negotiate for the maximization of his own interests before entering into any partnership. As fate would have it, just as Tony was on the verge of agreement, an astute legislator, in a bid to procure the Iron Suit, produced a prior video aimed at defaming Yinchuan, inciting Tony's fury and leading to a dramatic fallout. Are you certain? Rhodey inquired, astonished. Enough of this chatter. Let us proceed, Tony replied, pressing a button on his gauntlet to transform into Iron Man. Very well. I shall not hold back, Rhodey exclaimed, eagerly approaching the suit Tony had indicated. Turning his back to it, he stood before the iron suit, which he had long wished to experiment with. Subsequently, the suit disassembled, its components adhering to Rhodey, thus transforming him into Iron Man as well. Chapter 89. The battle concludes. Let us go, Tony declared, soaring into the air and breaking through the roof. Observing this, Rhodey followed suit, flying through the opening Tony had created. What is happening? Pepper exclaimed, startled, rising to her feet and gazing towards the basement. Beside her stood a strikingly beautiful woman, equally captivated by the unfolding scene. What on earth? At that moment, as Yun Chun soared through the sky, he suddenly spotted an object hurtling towards him and quickly dodged to the side. After evading it, he turned to identify the object. Was that Tony? As he observed the distant golden-red figure, he realized it was Iron Man. What is he doing? Yun Chun's thought was abruptly interrupted as something collided forcefully with his back, sending him hurtling away and disrupting his cloaking state. What the hell is going on? Stabilizing himself, Yun Chun glanced backward to discover an individual clad in a silver-white suit, akin to Tony's Iron Man armor, tumbling in the air, striving to regain control. At last, Rhodey steadied himself, casting a glance toward the spot where he had seemingly collided with something. Noticing that the person in the silver suit had regained their balance, Yun Chun swiftly reactivated his cloaking. I could have sworn I saw something just now. Where did it vanish to? Rhodey, having turned his gaze toward the empty sky, felt a twinge of confusion. Never mind. I must focus on defeating Tony and reclaiming the suit to fulfill my obligations. Shaking his head, Rhodey set off in pursuit of Tony. This cannot be Rhodey attempting to seize Tony's armor, yet Tony is no longer afflicted by palladium poisoning, and the utilization of the armor necessitates Tony's authorization. How, then, did Rhodey acquire it? Moreover, it appears as though Rhodey is pursuing Tony. As Yun Chun observed this scene, a thought struck him. Gazing at the departing Rhodey, he pondered in confusion. Contemplating the unfolding drama, Yun Chun flapped his wings and took flight, eager to discern the truth of the matter. Before long, Yun Chun caught up to Tony and Rhodey, soaring above the cityscape. He witnessed a clash between two armored figures, one red and the other silver, engaged in combat. Tony charged at Rhodey, landing a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Perhaps due to his inexperience with the Iron Man suit, Rhodey took several moments to regain his balance. Suspended in the air, Yun Chun watched the two combatants with a mixture of bewilderment and intrigue. As Rhodey steadied himself, Tony pressed the attack once more. With a series of strikes, Rhodey was relentlessly pushed back. In a moment of opportunity, Rhodey seized Tony's arm and began to spin, flinging him away. As Tony soared through the air, Rhodey unleashed a blast of energy from his palm, striking Tony directly. Tony plummeted into a park, crashing down and uprooting several trees in the process. The instant Tony descended, screams erupted from the park, where a few individuals had been resting, now scrambling in chaos to escape. Observing Tony's fall, Rhodey immediately gave chase, arriving at the park only to find a crater left in Tony's wake, with no sign of him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rhodey exclaimed, activating his Iron Man suit in a bid to ascend. Just as he prepared to take flight, Tony, grasping a tree, struck Rhodey from behind, sending him crashing into another tree, which splintered upon impact. Rhodey tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before leveraging his momentum to spring back up and charge at Tony once more. Although Rhodey's familiarity with the Iron Man suit paled in comparison to Tony's, his background as a commanding officer endowed him with combat skills that rivaled Tony's. As Rhodey advanced, Tony raised the tree in his hands, attempting to strike him down. Rhodey leaped, evading the blow, and retaliated with a punch to Tony's midsection, following up with a knee strike to his chin. With a forceful impact, Tony was sent flying, dropping the tree in his grasp. Reacting swiftly, he ignited flames from his hands to stabilize himself, launching a counterattack with a blast aimed at Rhodey. Rhodey deftly dodged the energy beam, darting to the side, and leaped onto a large tree, using it as leverage to propel himself into the air, delivering a kick aimed squarely at Tony. Tony did not run or evade. Instead, he unleashed a powerful palm blast directly at Rhodey. The force of the blast sent Rhodey flying, crashing to the ground. As Rhodey regained his footing, Tony seized the opportunity, igniting flames beneath his feet and charging towards him. Just as Rhodey stood upright, Tony collided with him, wrapping his arms around him and continuing to propel forward. Moments later, Tony released his grip and ascended into the sky, while Rhodey, propelled by inertia, was sent hurtling backward, ultimately crashing into a large stone that served as a foam mountain in the park's pond. Looks like you won't be taking that iron suit with you, Tony remarked, hovering beside Rhodey, who lay on the ground. Not so fast. The outcome hasn't been determined yet. Rhodey retorted, swiftly flipping over and seizing Tony's foot, rising to his feet. With a forceful tug, he brought Tony down to the ground. Then, with another vigorous pull, he lifted Tony and slammed him down once more, pivoting to repeat the maneuver, sending Tony crashing in the opposite direction. After 3 back-and-forth slams, Rhodey flung Tony away and raised his left hand, launching a palm blast towards him. The blast struck Tony, exploding upon impact, and he collided with a tree, uprooting it before crashing to the ground. How about now? Can we say I've won? That iron suit is mine, Rhodey called out, standing his ground. Wary of Tony's potential retaliation, Tony rose without uttering a word, raising his hand to unleash an energy shockwave directed at Rhodey. The shockwave's might was far beyond that of the palm blast. As Rhodey saw the shockwave approaching, he realized evasion was futile and also raised his hand to counter with his own energy shockwave. The 2 shockwaves collided with a tremendous explosion, generating a massive conflagration and smoke that nearly leveled the park. Yun-chun, witnessing the overwhelming power of the shockwaves, quickly flapped her wings and retreated to avoid the fallout. After a few moments, as the flames and smoke dissipated, both Tony and Rhodey lay on the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Yun-chun hovered above them, observing silently. In a few moments, Rhodey was the first to rise, approaching Tony. Can we consider this my victory? Rhodey gasped, extending his hand to assist Tony. All right, Tony replied, grasping Rhodey's hand with effort as he pulled himself up. However, I cannot let this go unpunished, Tony declared, suddenly thrusting his hand forward and delivering a palm blast to the unsuspecting Rhodey. Whoa, Tony, you jerk! Rhodey exclaimed as he was sent flying away. Oh, that feels much better, Tony chuckled. Tony gazed at Rhodey, who was soaring through the air, and chuckled, come on. In the sky, Rhodey, with flames erupting from both hands and feet, steadied himself and raised a hand, ready to return the favor to Tony. Stop, Tony exclaimed, aiming at Rhodey. Shit. Observing Tony's gesture, Rhodey lowered his hand, not wishing to experience the explosive force of their previous encounter again. Huh, well, I'll take my leave then, Tony remarked as flames ignited beneath his feet, propelling him into the air. Thanks, buddy, Rhodey murmured as he watched Tony depart. Nice, finally I can go back and report. Finally able to silence those guys and put an end to their incessant nagging, Rhodey excitedly declared, taking flight in another direction. As both men vanished from sight, Yun-chun contemplated for a moment before pursuing Tony, eager to inquire about the situation. Moments later, Yun-chun caught up with Tony, who was gliding through the sky, idly observing the world below. Hey, Yun-chun called out, drifting alongside Tony, but was abruptly interrupted by Tony's startled reaction. A sudden sound had startled Tony, causing him to flail his legs and accelerate uncontrollably upwards. Who? After a brief pause, he regained his composure and scanned the surroundings, asking, it's me, Yun-chun. Yun-chun said softly, inching closer. Oh shit, Yun, what are you doing? Tony exclaimed, taken aback. Anyone lost in thought would be startled by an unexpected voice. Sorry. Yun-chun replied, embarrassed, having forgotten he was still invisible. What do you want? Tony inquired, halting midair. Oh, I just wanted to ask why you gave the iron suit to Rhodey, Yun-chun queried. I didn't give it to him. He took it, Tony replied nonchalantly. Do you think I'm blind or deaf? Yun-chun questioned, gazing at Tony. When exactly did you come up beside me? Hearing Yun-chun's words, Tony turned towards the source of the voice. Right before you started fighting, while you were chasing each other in the air. I almost got hit by you. But when I dodged, I didn't realize Rhodey was behind you and got knocked away. So why did you give the iron suit to Rhodey? That's not like you, Yun-chun pressed. Let us find a place to eat and talk, Tony suggested, avoiding a direct answer. Sure, where to? Yun-chun asked nonchalantly. Let us see what looks good, Tony replied, changing direction as he flew. Minutes later, Tony led Yun-chun to a delightful pastry shop. Tony removed his Iron Man suit and stepped inside. Yun-chun observed the crowd and, after some contemplation, decided to remain concealed, following Tony into the venue. Chapter 90. A conversation with Tony isn't that Iron Man? Upon Tony's entrance, an astonished voice erupted from a man in the room. Indeed, it truly is. Hearing this, others turned to gaze at Tony. How is everyone? Tony greeted with a smile and a wave. The crowd responded with enthusiastic acclaim, expressing their admiration. Impressive, truly impressive, Yun-chun remarked, observing the fervent Iron Man enthusiasts. With a grin, Tony waved and approached the counter. Excuse me, could I have several servings of your signature dishes? Also, I would appreciate a quieter atmosphere. Could you kindly clear the area? I will cover their bills, he requested of the proprietor. Certainly, sir. Please have a seat while you wait. The excited owner replied. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Stark wishes for a more tranquil environment. Therefore, I kindly ask you to exit. Rest assured, Mr. Stark will cover your expenses. The owner announced to the crowd. Why is it like this? Despite their discontent, the patrons had no choice but to vacate upon hearing the owner's words. Within moments, the place was emptied. The owner closed the door and began preparing desserts. Observing that the owner remained, Yun-chun chose to remain silent and sat down, patiently awaiting. Mr. Stark, your desserts are ready, the owner said a few minutes later, approaching with a tray laden with confections, placing it on the table. Thank you. Let us settle the bill, Tony replied, retrieving a credit card from his pocket and handing it to the owner. Certainly, the owner responded, swiping the card and returning it to Tony. Could I kindly ask you to leave as well? I will take responsibility for any inconvenience, Tony said to the owner, pulling out a check and writing a few details before handing it to him. Very well, enjoy your meal. The owner, though perplexed by Tony's reasoning, decided to ignore it, attributing it to the eccentricities of the wealthy, as long as he incurred no loss. He then gathered some items from the counter and exited. Why not just go to your villa directly? This seems rather complicated. Clearing the room and covering everyone's bills, Yun-chun remarked after the owner had departed, revealing himself but maintaining his transformation. With wealth comes whimsy, Tony replied, taking a bite of a donut. Tony did not intend for things to unfold this way. He had simply acted impulsively, bursting through the roof and flying out, coincidentally encountering Pepper there. Returning now would undoubtedly subject him to her incessant chatter, which he wished to avoid. Tony's words left Yun-chun without a retort. After all, he was indeed the wealthiest man alive, though Yun-chun was also affluent. The comparison rendered him a mere novice. Then why provide Rhodes with an iron suit? Yun-chun inquired. The world is indeed perilous, filled with eccentric individuals of formidable strength, Tony remarked, reclining against the back of his chair. I had intended to collaborate with them during the council meeting, but their incompetence led to a fallout. Now, I am merely continuing with my original plans, he continued. Are you not concerned that they may replicate your Iron Man suit, especially since they have allied with those Ophion? Yun-chun inquired. If I were afraid, I would not have shared it with them, regardless of whether they can replicate it or not, even if they succeed. What of it? That suit was merely an obsolete model of mine. Is it conceivable that they could produce something more powerful than my current version? Tony replied with pride. Moreover, if the Ophion were capable of creating belts and armor that rival my Iron Man suit, they would not need to seek mine. Indeed. Yun-chun pondered for a moment before responding. In fact, I rather hope they can replicate it, as it would be beneficial for ordinary people. Tony took a sip of his milk tea, shifting the topic. What about your latest night system? Oh, this utilizes the nebula smoke gun in conjunction with this bat bottle to transform into a Kamen Rider, Yun-chun explained, producing the nebula smoke gun and bat bottle, placing them on the table. How does it work? Tony inquired, examining the nebula smoke gun inserted into the bat bottle. Simply shake the bottle, twist the cap, insert it into the nebula smoke gun, and pull the trigger. A cloud of black smoke will envelop the user completely, and once the smoke dissipates, transformation is complete. Yun-chun elucidated. It allows me to adhere to ceilings and wooden surfaces like a bat, or extend wings to fly freely, employing tactics to outsmart adversaries in combat. Your transformation devices are becoming increasingly diverse, Tony remarked, returning the items to the table. Not bad, Yun-chun replied, disregarding Tony's teasing. Wait, may I borrow it for study? Tony asked, taking a bite of dessert. Not for now, I still need it. Besides, even if I lent it to you, it would be of no use. The essence of the transformation lies within the bat bottle, which extracts a substance from Earth. Its nature and extraction method remain a mystery to me, Yun-chun said, half seriously, as he stowed the nebula smoke gun away. Then I shall not press the matter, Tony conceded, noticing the reluctance in Yun-chun. By the way, is that on your hand part of the armor's design? He observed. This? No, Yun-chun raised his hand. Oh, so you have a penchant for this style? Tony queried. You wouldn't understand. This is truly a fine piece. Yun-chun gazed at his hands and spoke with a hint of pride. Oh, could this be yet another knight system? Tony, intrigued, inquired further. Not exactly, but it is hardly inferior to a knight system in my view, Yun-chun replied, smiling as he examined the items in his possession. What is this? What purpose does it serve? Tony paused, asking with curiosity. These are magical artifacts that you physicists often scoff at. The rings I hold enhance physical attributes, such as strength and speed, Yun-chun explained, showcasing the rings. And these two bracelets are called air hammers. They can be wielded as weapons in combat, like so. As he spoke, Yun-chun extended his hand towards a nearby chair. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the chair exploded into fragments. What did you do? Tony exclaimed, astonished that nothing more than a pointed hand had resulted in such destruction. This is the power of these items. Lastly, there is this, Yun-chun continued, producing a chain. It unleashes flames to attack adversaries, like this. He directed the chain at another chair, and with a roar, flames erupted from it, reducing the chair to ashes. Does magic truly exist? Tony asked, astonished as he gazed at Yun-chun's possessions. A staunch materialist, he had always believed only in what he could see. Yet now his worldview was utterly shattered. He could accept the idea of traversing dimensions and night systems. But did you not witness it? Not only in that magical realm, but even in your own world, magic exists. You simply have not encountered it or realized it, Yun-chun replied. Moreover, why should magic not exist? It is merely a unique means of manipulating power, much like your arc reactor, Yun-chun reiterated. Tony fell silent, quietly pondering his existence. Observing Tony's contemplation, Yun-chun also paused, allowing him time to reflect, and they sat together in silence. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the kitchen behind the counter. Hearing this, Yun-chun and Tony turned to see a figure approaching, a person clad in a black coat, one eye covered by a black eye patch. With a gleaming bald head and dark skin, holding a black cup filled with rich chocolate milk tea. It was Nick Fury. Do you mind if I join you? Nick Fury inquired as he approached. Please, have a seat, Tony replied. Thank you. Nick Fury glanced at the ashes and the shattered chair before pulling up a chair and sitting down. Mr. Knight, you are here as well? He said to Yun-chun after settling into his seat. Indeed, Yun-chun replied with a casual tone. Might I inquire if you possess any night systems that we could borrow? Nick Fury gazed at Yun-chun's armor and inquired. I apologize, but no, Yun-chun replied. Well, that's unfortunate. Nick Fury expressed, a hint of regret in his voice. So what brings you here? Tony asked, fixing his gaze on Nick Fury. If it's to recruit me for your little superhero team, you might as well turn back, Tony added before Nick could respond. Huh, I merely came to check on you. Nick Fury chuckled. What is there to see? Tony retorted, his tone indifferent. I've cleared the area outside, but I advise you to expedite matters, Nick Fury stated. At that moment, the shop door swung open, and a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a black combat suit adorned with an array of weapons entered. You're fired, she declared. Tony glanced at the woman and replied coolly, that is not your prerogative. The woman, eyeing Yun-chun, pulled out a chair beside Nick Fury and sat down. Yun-chun observed the three, casually crossing his legs, remaining silent and contemplative. Allow me to formally introduce Agent Natasha Romanoff. Nick Fury gestured towards Black Widow, presenting her to Tony and Yun-chun. Hello, Natasha greeted, extending her hand towards Yun-chun. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped her hand in return. I am an undercover agent for S.H.I.E.L.D. When we learned of your illness, Director Fury assigned me to observe you, Black Widow stated, retracting her hand and addressing Tony. You ought to apologize to me, and when did I ever fall ill? Tony replied, looking between Black Widow and Nick Fury, still defiant. Are we installing an arc reactor powered by palladium in your body? Do you not foresee the consequences? Nick Fury remarked, observing Tony's bewilderment. Are you implying palladium poisoning? That's absurd. How could I be poisoned? Tony scoffed, casting a glance at Yun-chun before returning his gaze to Nick Fury. Nick Fury scrutinized Tony's expression, sensing no deceit. Frowning, he stood and tugged at Tony's collar, tearing it open. Impossible. Staring at Tony's unblemished chest, Nick Fury's demeanor crumbled as he turned to Black Widow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tony had indeed installed an arc reactor powered by palladium, making it inconceivable for him to remain unpoisoned. Black Widow, equally astonished and perplexed, regarded Tony's chest in disbelief. What are you doing? I'm not a machine, Tony retorted, his face contorted in disdain. Did you create what your father left you? Nick Fury collected himself and sat down, posing the question. My father left me something? Upon hearing Fury's words, Tony straightened, his curiosity piqued. Astonished that his father would have bequeathed him anything. You are unaware? Nick Fury was taken aback. Why have you not been affected by the palladium element? Nick Fury gazed at Tony with surprise, suddenly recalling something as he turned his attention to Yun-chun. Yun-chun, taken aback by Nick Fury's gaze, wondered why he was being scrutinized when the conversation was about Tony. Let us not digress. What exactly did my father leave me? Tony exclaimed towards Nick Fury. Never mind. Let us discuss it at your place, Nick Fury remarked, casting a lingering glance at Yun-chun before turning to Tony. Nick Fury nodded at Yun-chun, rose to his feet, and proceeded towards the exit. With a look of confusion, Tony glanced at Yun-chun, stood up, and followed Nick Fury out. As the two departed, Yun Chun remained seated, contemplating whether to pursue them. "Sir Knight, may I have a word with you?" At that moment, Black Widow addressed Yun Chun. "I'm afraid I have other matters to attend to," Yun Chun replied, standing up and turning to leave. He felt it prudent to minimize interactions with these agents, lest a seemingly insignificant gesture reveal his true identity. Observing Yun Chun's exit, Black Widow hastily followed, hoping to detain him. Outside, Nick Fury stood beside a vehicle, opening the door for Tony. "Aren't you coming to take a look?" Tony inquired upon seeing Yun Chun emerge. "No, I have other commitments," Yun Chun replied, revealing the bat insignia on his chest as a pair of wings manifested behind him. With a flap of his wings, Yun Chun ascended, cloaked in invisibility, and departed the scene. Black Widow silently lamented the missed opportunity. Subsequently, the trio entered the vehicle, with Black Widow taking the driver's seat, Nick Fury occupying the passenger seat, while Tony settled in the back. Once Nick Fury and Tony were ready, Black Widow started the car, steering towards Tony's villa. After a while, they arrived at the villa and entered, only to find the underground laboratory in disarray, with 3 agents in suits standing amidst the chaos, including Coulson. Tension filled the air as Coulson and his companions nervously faced off against Banner and Ethan. "Tony, what is happening here?" Banner asked anxiously upon noticing Tony's arrival. He had merely come to retrieve some items from the lab, not expecting to encounter armed individuals. "Stay calm, Banner. They are here for me and have nothing to do with you," Tony quickly assured him, noticing Banner's escalating agitation. Yet, as Banner surveyed the crowd, his composure faltered further, his breathing quickening as he neared the brink of transformation into the Hulk. "Do not worry. We truly are not here for you," Nick Fury interjected, sensing the growing tension. "You surely do not wish to experience that sensation once more, do you?" Upon hearing this, Tony reiterated. At this moment, Banner, lost in thought, tightened his stance, and his emotions swiftly steadied. Please, have a seat." Observing Banner's recovery, Tony exhaled in relief, settling down while wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Banner, Ethan, do join us." Noticing that Banner and Ethan remained standing, Tony urged. "No, we merely came to retrieve something. You carry on with your conversation." With that, Ethan and Banner turned and made their way to the subterranean laboratory. After a brief while, they emerged, each carrying an object. "What you have on your chest is crafted from unfinished technology. Did you know that?" Nick Fury remarked, cracking a sunflower seed as he watched Banner depart. "No, it is already a finished product," Tony replied. "Your father once stated that the arc reactor is merely a stepping stone to greater technology. He has uncovered a trace of a super energy. Compared to him, the arc reactor is akin to a younger sibling," Nick Fury elaborated. "Did he undertake this endeavor all by himself?" "Surely, Anton Vanko was involved as well," Tony inquired, pouring himself a glass of liquor from the table. "Indeed, Anton Vanko was more of a profit-seeking businessman. He viewed this as a lucrative opportunity. It was his son who assaulted you in Monaco," Nick Fury disclosed. "What exactly did he leave for me?" Tony asked, urgency lacing his voice. "Your father indicated that only your intellect and resources could fulfill what he left behind," Nick Fury replied, gesturing dismissively. At that moment, 2 agents approached, bearing a box which they set down on the floor. "Are you certain he actually said that?" Tony asked, furrowing his brow in skepticism. "And what is this?" he continued, pointing at the box. "I have matters to attend to. You may examine it yourself." "Everything your father left is contained within," Nick Fury said, glancing at his watch before rising to depart, accompanied by Coulson, Black Widow, and other agents. In that moment, Tony opened the box, revealing a collection of blueprints and several videotapes. He picked up a tape, scrutinizing it before locating a projector to play it. The video commenced, showcasing content akin to what Tony had previously displayed at the expo, albeit resembling more of a behind-the-scenes glimpse. After a brief viewing, he lost interest and began to examine the blueprints within the box. "Damn it, I actually believe those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents," Tony muttered, casting aside the documents in frustration, feeling deceived, and leaning back in his chair to watch the footage. Suddenly, as he observed, he sensed an anomaly, pausing in his tracks. This was when Tony regarded the video with a hint of surprise. "Tony, you are still too young to comprehend. Thus, I am recording this segment for you." Howard's voice resonated within the video. "All of this was crafted for you. One day you shall comprehend that my greatest creation will forever be you." The video concludes at this point. Upon witnessing this, Tony abruptly stood, pressed the button on his armored suit, transforming into Iron Man, and soared through the roof into the sky. He immediately engaged maximum power, racing at unparalleled speed towards Stark Tower. With a resounding crash, Tony burst into Pepper's office. startling her as shards of glass scattered around her workspace. "What are you doing?" Pepper exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic as she recognized Tony, clearly shaken. "I'm sorry. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Can we discuss this later?" Tony replied apologetically, moving towards a corner of the office. At that moment, the sound of shattering glass and Pepper's startled cry was followed by a group of individuals, led by Happy, who kicked down the door and rushed in, brandishing firearms. "What is happening?" Happy shouted, holding his weapon aloft. "What is going on here?" Happy finally grasped the situation and lowered his gun. "Everything's fine. You all can leave." Tony called out to Happy. All right," Happy responded, turning to lead his team out. Tony approached and pulled back a white cloth draped over an unknown object in the corner, revealing a model identical to the one in the video. Excitement coursed through him as he swiftly folded the model and slung it over his back, preparing to depart. "What on earth are you doing?" Pepper shouted, unable to contain her frustration at Tony's abruptness. "Please, I promise I will explain everything. Just give me a moment," Tony said, placing his hands gently on her shoulders. Without waiting for her response, he seized the model and dashed out. Pepper cried out in despair, stomping her foot in frustration as she watched Tony leave. Moments later, Tony returned to the villa, placing the model on the table and unfurling it. JARVIS. Initiate a scan. I require an interactive, manipulable three-dimensional projection, Tony commanded with a clap of his hands. "Certainly, Sir JARVIS replied, scanning the model and projecting an identical one composed of blue lines. Tony lifted the projected model and positioned it on the open floor, where it floated effortlessly. With a swift motion, he stood the projection upright. JARVIS. Designate this as the atomic nucleus, Tony instructed, tapping on a building within the model. With a subsequent command, the structure detached and enlarged. Clear all pathways, as well as the landscaping, shrubs, trees, parking lots, exits, and entrances. Tony spoke, his hands busily crossing out numerous items. Utilizing the gazebo as a framework, he constructed protons and neutrons. Rubbing his eyes, Tony remarked. Upon hearing his words, Jarvis sprang into action, continuously transforming and combining until ultimately forming a spherical object that hovered before Tony and Yun-chan. As Tony touched the spherical object, he tugged, enlarging it several dozen times. Upon its expansion, it became evident that it was composed of an array of unknown luminous spheres. Tony spun around, observing everything within the light spheres. I never imagined you would still be teaching me after all these years, he said, surveying the surrounding luminous spheres before calming his emotions. Thank you, Dad. With a wave of his hand, he reduced its size again and addressed the sphere. Congratulations. You have discovered a new element that can substitute for palladium. Unfortunately, it does not correspond to any known element and cannot be synthesized. Jarvis informed him. No matter. It's time for a major overhaul. It's time to break a sweat, Tony replied, turning to walk away. In the ensuing time, Tony embarked on a series of renovations to the villa. Chapter 92. The transaction with Gorge Village. As night fell on Yun-chan's side. After dinner, he took Jones back to the forest where they had previously trained, instructing her in combat once more. This time with Jones on the defensive and Yun-chan on the offensive. Perhaps due to her connection to Orfino, Jones exhibited an extraordinary capacity for learning. Within just 2 nights, and not even 4 hours, she had mastered 90% of the combat techniques Yun-chan had taught her, leaving him quite astonished. However, mastering a skill and applying it effectively are two entirely different matters. All right, we shall conclude for today, Yun-chan stated, halting. Sure, sounds good, Jones replied. I didn't expect you to be this capable. You've learned everything I taught you in such a short time, Yun-chan praised. Oh no, it's because you taught so well, big brother Yun, Jones responded with a smile. Tomorrow you shall have the opportunity to put it into practice. Let us head home now, Yun-chan laughed, spreading his wings. All right, Jones replied, donning her celestial wings as well. The two concealed themselves and made their way home. Meanwhile, in the office of Gorge Village. What? You say they plan to collaborate with Hammer Industries? Gorge Village inquired, frowning as he sat in his chair, addressing the subordinate standing at the desk. Yes, the subordinate replied. Why? Is it still about the energy issue? Gorge Village asked, furrowing his brow. Indeed. But that is only part of it. They believe that despite our new alpha armor development, we have yet to find a sustainable energy source to extend its operational time, and they have lost confidence in us. Moreover, Hammer Enterprises, for reasons unknown, has suddenly produced armor akin to that of Iron Man. Not only is it formidable in combat, but it can also be mass-produced. Thus, one of his subordinates, in exasperation, remarked, These scoundrels, as Xia Ziyuan, the president, contemplated the situation. What shall we do now? Should we eliminate Justin Hammer? One subordinate suggested, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. It would be futile, even if we were to kill him. Without destroying the technology behind the iron armor, those who take over Hammer Enterprises could still manufacture it, Xia Ziyuan replied, his expression impassive. So, what course of action should we take? His subordinate inquired. At this juncture, Xia Ziyuan fell silent, deep in thought. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, Yin Chun had just finished his meal when his phone began to ring. He retrieved it and noticed an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Yin Chun answered. Mr. Yun. It is I, Xia Ziyuan, came the voice from the other end. What is it that you require? Yin Chun asked, furrowing his brow. I am currently at the hotel, on the 3rd floor, in a room. I would like to invite you for a meal to discuss matters of collaboration, Xia Ziyuan stated. Understood. Yin Chun replied after a brief hesitation, ending the call. Yin Chun stowed his phone, retrieved his smoke gun and bat-shaped device, transformed, and entered stealth mode. He leaped from the balcony, sprouted wings, and soared towards Xia Ziyuan's location. A few minutes later, he arrived outside a hotel, landing gracefully and stepping inside. Upon entering, he discovered the place eerily deserted. Contemplating his next move, he ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he peered down the corridor and spotted the middle-aged man who had previously driven him to meet Xia Ziyuan, standing by a room door. System. Are there any surveillance cameras here? Yin Chun inquired. No, all surveillance in the building is currently disabled. Furthermore, there are only 2 Ophiuchuses present, the system responded. Satisfied, Yin Chun deactivated his stealth and transformation, advancing toward the middle-aged man. As Yin Chun approached, the man noticed him and turned, bowing slightly. Once Yin Chun was beside him, the man straightened and opened the adjacent door, gesturing for Yin Chun to enter. Upon entering, Yin Chun found the interior remarkably spacious. Xia Ziyuan was seated behind a revolving dining table adorned with a variety of dishes. Mr. Yin, you have arrived. Please take a seat. Xia Ziyuan greeted him with a smile. I have already dined. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. Yin Chun replied, gazing at Xia Ziyuan. Very well. Please follow me, Xia Ziyuan responded. Upon hearing this, Xia Village stood up and made his way towards another door nearby. He opened the door, leading Yin Chun inside. The interior revealed a similarly spacious room, furnished with a sofa, 2 chairs, and a tea table adorned with an entire set of tea utensils. Please, take a seat. Xia Village invited as he settled onto the sofa. Yin Chun chose the chair beside the sofa, silently observing Xia Village. After Yin Chun had seated himself, Xia Village began to brew tea, speaking as he worked. We have developed a set of armor that can be mass-produced, possessing combat capabilities that rival its original form, and can be directly utilized by humans. However, we encountered a dilemma. This world lacks the materials necessary for producing photon blood, and we have been unable to find an arc reactor akin to Tony Stark's to power these armors. Thus, we seek the photon blood that you possess, Mr. Yun, to complete the armor. As he spoke, Xia Village placed a cup of tea before Yin Chun on the table and took one for himself, sipping thoughtfully. Why would I consider collaborating with you? To me, you are no different from other anomalies. You are simply targets for my eradication, Yin Chun replied, lifting the cup, blowing on its surface, and taking a sip before continuing to drink. Once he finished his tea, Xia Village set the cup down on the tray and remarked, to speak candidly with you, Mr. Yun, we arrived in this world because our king was slain by a masked rider. Without our king, we, the Ophionites, faced incomplete evolution, resulting in genetic chain issues that rendered our lifespans short, alongside numerous other ailments. At this juncture, Yin Chun placed his cup on the tray after finishing his drink. Observing this, Xia Village poured another cup for both himself and Yin Chun, placing it before Yin Chun as he continued. Thus, we journeyed to this world in search of a cure, which is our primary objective. However, upon arriving here, for reasons unknown, our genetic chains were restored. We have entirely overcome the issues of shortened lifespans and other symptoms, even gaining the ability to grow stronger. Initially, when I discovered that all bodily problems had been reversed, I felt a sense of confusion. In my past, I might have pursued the conquest of this world. Yet now, my interest in such endeavors has waned. It feels overwhelmingly exhausting and cumbersome. Returning is practically impossible, and even if it were feasible, it would be perilously dangerous. Thus, I contemplated living in this world with others. However, I am acutely aware that this is an impossibility. We are not the only ones who have come to this world, but there are 5 other races here, each with ambitions that rival those of my former self. The combat capabilities have significantly surpassed ours. Although I am the strongest among the Ophanori, I can only claim a middling status compared to other races. Moreover, the technological advancements of humanity in this world are quite remarkable. If we do not strengthen ourselves, we will inevitably be consumed by other races or eliminated by humans. Thus, for the sake of self-preservation, I have instructed my subordinates to commence the development of new belts, designed to safeguard ourselves and facilitate trade with humanity, ensuring our position in this world. However, as previously mentioned, we lack the energy sources to power the armor. Jia Village remarked, lifting a cooled cup of tea to his lips. On what grounds should I place my trust in you? Yun Chun inquired, setting down his teacup. I am fully aware that Mr. Yun harbors doubts about me. After all, I am an Ophanori, and you are human. Furthermore, to establish cooperation, we must demonstrate our sincerity. Jia Village replied, pouring another cup of tea for Yun Chun. He then retrieved a box that had been resting on the ground. This embodies our sincerity. As he opened the box and placed it before Yun Chun, the latter was astonished to discover it contained the Delta belts. This is merely a fraction. Should we achieve an agreement, I can offer you a 25% share. Additionally, every 6 months, you will receive 2 of our company's highest grade belts. What do you think, Mr. Yun? This arrangement is advantageous for you, for us, and for humanity, Jia Village said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun remained silent, sipping his tea and reflecting quietly. Noticing his contemplation, Jia Village chose not to rush him, continuing to enjoy his tea. Very well, I agree, but I have some conditions, Yun Chun stated, glancing at Jia Village a few minutes later. Speak, as long as it is within our capacity to fulfill, Jia Village replied, visibly relieved. Firstly, I would like you to ensure that my identity remains confidential, Yun Chun asserted. That is a given, Jia Village affirmed. Secondly, I wish for you to establish regulations when selling the belts and selecting clients, ensuring they are not sold to ordinary individuals or those with ulterior motives, Yun Chun continued. Of course, we will screen our clients regardless. We can guarantee that the belts will not be sold to ordinary individuals or those with ill intentions. Currently, our clientele consists solely of select individuals, and we will implement a tiered system for selling the belts. However, while we can assure that our clients do not possess ulterior motives when acquiring our belts, we cannot guarantee that they will not be robbed or stolen from after the purchase, Jia Village explained. All right, for now, those are my 2 conditions. I may add more later, Yun Chun concluded, contemplating the rationale behind his stipulations. Chapter 93. The agreement. Very well. Let us proceed to sign the contract, Jia Village stated, producing a document for their agreement. In light of our identities and capabilities, what role can a contract play? At this point, Yun Chun remarked. Certainly, however, this pertains to a contract for shares, which is still necessary, responded Xiaoxi Yuan with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun accepted the contract, perused it, and, taking up a pen, inscribed his name. How much photon blood do you require, and of what color? Yun Chun inquired as he handed the signed contract back to Xiaoxi Yuan. The more, the better. If possible, I desire every hue of photon blood, replied Xiaoxi Yuan as he accepted the contract. System, proceed with the arrangements, Yun Chun commanded the system. Understood, placing in system space. We welcome your next visit, came the response. With a wave of his hand, 10 transparent cylindrical containers, each half a meter tall and 35 centimeters in diameter, filled with photon blood of various colors, materialized on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Yun. It has been a pleasure collaborating, Xiaoxi Yuan expressed, initially taken aback, before regaining his composure to express his gratitude. I do have a few questions for you, Mr. Xiaoxi Yuan, Yun Chun stated. What questions do you have? Xiaoxi Yuan asked. This is quite unexpected. Initially, we had no inkling of your identity. It was merely a coincidence that my secretary happened to witness the transformation of that young lady in your shop into Ophanor while attempting to recruit her. At that moment, you fortuitously appeared, transformed using your belt, engaged in battle with her, and subsequently took her away. My secretary observed the entire incident, and I must say, it was sheer happenstance, Xiaoxi Yuan recounted with a smile. Hearing this, Yun Chun felt somewhat perplexed, as he had not noticed anyone around at that time. My secretary possesses somewhat unique abilities, Xiaoxi Yuan explained, noticing Yun Chun's confusion. I shall take my leave now. Yun Chun then realized the implication, finished his tea, and said, Please, allow my secretary to escort you. No need, Yun Chun replied as he stepped outside. Observing this, Xiaoxi Yuan followed him out, accompanying Yun Chun to the entrance. Upon hearing the door open, Xiaoxi Yuan's secretary stepped back a few paces. President, Mr. Yun, she called out as the two emerged. No need to escort us, Yun Chun said, making his way down the corridor while retrieving his smoke gun and a full bottle of bat, transforming as he walked. In the gaze of Xiaoxi Yuan and his secretary, Yun Chun entered an invisible state and descended the stairs, departing the premises. President, the secretary exclaimed, turning to Xia Siyuan as Yun Chun left. Bring the photon blood inside back. Xia Siyuan chuckled, turning to re-enter. The secretary, relieved, followed him inside. After leaving the hotel, Yun Chun made his way back to the shop. Upon returning to the shop, Jones, Maris, and Hank were preparing lunch. Yun Chun exchanged a few words with them before ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, Graham, Grom, and Hannah were engrossed in watching television. Yun-gu, you're back? Grom and Hannah exclaimed upon seeing Yun Chun. Indeed. Yun Chun smiled at them, approached, and settled onto the sofa, lost in contemplation. After a few minutes, Yun Chun called out to Graham. Graham turned, regarding Yun Chun with curiosity. Here, Yun Chun said, producing 3 weight cores he had previously acquired and tossing them to Graham. This was intended to empower Graham for self-defense and to ensure that Grom and Maris could be safeguarded in moments of peril when Yun Chun was absent. Oh. Graham made no attempt to catch the coins, allowing them to fly past him, and returned his attention to the television, disregarding the core coins. At this moment, Graham felt that with Grom by his side, the coins were of little value, especially since several of his own cores had been destroyed, rendering the collection of more impossible. Thus, he allowed the coins to merge into his being, seamlessly disappearing as if sinking into water. After a few seconds, Graham regained his composure, as though nothing had transpired, and continued watching television. Observing Graham's demeanor, Yun Chun was left bemused. Several minutes later, Jones and Maris ascended with a tray laden with dishes and rice. It's time to eat, Jones announced, placing the food on the table. Let us eat, let us eat. Upon hearing Jones, Graham sprang up, transforming into a coin and affixing himself to Grom's hand. He manipulated Grom's hand, bypassing chopsticks entirely, and reached directly for the food. Hey, wash your hands first, Jones exclaimed, swiftly grasping Graham's hand. Oh, right. Graham retracted his hand, stood, and made his way to the washroom. After placing the dishes down, Maris also transformed into a coin, attaching herself to Grom's hand, prompting him to wash his hands as well. Yun Chun and Hannah followed suit, heading towards the washroom. After washing their hands, the 5 of them gathered at the table to commence their meal, while Hank remained downstairs tending to the shop. By the way, Jones, let us take the afternoon off. I'll take you for some practical training, Yun Chun said after finishing his meal as Jones was tidying up the dishes. All right, but there are still a few customers downstairs. Let us wait for them to finish before we leave, Jones replied. Sounds good, Yun Chun agreed. Then, Hank, I'll be counting on you to look after Graham and the others, Yun Chun said to Hank. Sure, take care, Hank responded. Yun Chun and Jones transformed and became invisible, making their way to a secluded training ground. Since it was still daylight, they opted for a more distant and hidden location than their previous training spot. Now that you have learned nearly everything I taught you, let us proceed with practical application, Yun Chun declared as they descended. Very well, Jones replied with a nod. Yun Chun produced the transformation pistol and inserted a card into it, aiming at the open space ahead before pulling the trigger. Masked Rider Caesar. A luminous sphere emerged from the barrel, soaring towards the ground before morphing into several figures of varying colors, which fused into one. The figure that materialized was a knight clad in black, adorned with silver armor, bearing a symbol on its face, and with purple eyes and additional yellow stripes. This is the knight I summoned. It is a masked rider, and your task is to defeat it, Yun Chun instructed, pointing at Jones. Remember, you must exert your full strength. The knight I summoned will show no mercy. Do not worry about harming it. They are not human, but rather controlled by energy. Once defeated, they will revert to a card, replenishing their energy, and can be summoned again. Do you understand? Yun Chun stated with a serious demeanor. Yes, Jones affirmed, assuming a battle stance. Then let the fight commence, Yun Chun said, stepping back to allow them to engage. Upon hearing Yun Chun's command, both combatants charged at each other. Jones swung his fist, which Yun Chun deftly deflected before retaliating with a kick to Jones's abdomen. Jones staggered back, but pressed on, leaping to deliver a strike to Yun Chun's head. Yun Chun ducked to evade the kick, swiftly grasping Jones's leg, spinning, and tossing him aside. Jones rolled to regain his balance, and quickly rushed back. He swiftly unholstered his phone from his belt, transforming it into a gun, and activated the rapid-fire mode. Rapid-fire mode. Jones aimed and squeezed the trigger. The bullets struck Yun Chun, forcing him to retreat. Finally, as Jones unleashed the last energy bullet, it sent Yun Chun crashing to the ground. Afterward, Jones stowed his phone and drew 2 batons, advancing towards Yun Chun, who was rising. Seeing Jones approach, Yun Chun rolled aside to evade the attack. quickly getting to his feet, drawing a crossbow, and returning fire in kind. As Jones valiantly wielded his cane to deflect the incoming bullets, he soon discovered the futility of his efforts. He managed to block a few shots at the front, yet was forced to retreat under the relentless assault of those that followed. Upon exhausting his ammunition, he swiftly extracted the crystal card from his mobile device and inserted it into the crossbow. Prepare. At that moment, a long blade emerged from the base of the crossbow, transforming it into a cross sword. With a deft maneuver, he grasped the sword and charged towards Jones. The clash resounded as the sword descended upon him. With a swift motion, Jones raised his left-hand cane to parry the blow, while he quickly turned his right-hand cane, thrusting its elongated end into Jones's abdomen. Taking several steps back, Jones adhered to Yun Chun's teachings, seizing the moment to strike as his opponent faltered, lunging forward with another thrust. Hastily, he raised the sword in an attempt to shield himself from Jones's assault. Observing this, Jones altered his thrust into a sweeping strike, delivering a powerful upward slash that sent the sword flying. Concerned that the training might lack efficacy, Yun Chun produced a card depicting a white knight and inserted it into the transformation pistol. Mass Drive Exca. A luminous orb shot forth from the barrel, soaring towards Jones. Halfway through its trajectory, it morphed into several figures of varying colors, which danced around before converging into a singular entity, a masked knight clad in resplendent white with accents of gold armor. Although this represented the second form, Yun Chun preferred the original form. Thus, this incarnation possessed the strength of the second form while retaining the aesthetic of the first. Chapter 94. Combat Training. At this juncture, Jones prepared to charge forward, intent on delivering a decisive blow when, unexpectedly, a bullet soared towards him. He swiftly dodged, glancing back at Yun Chun. "Let us engage in battle," Yun Chun urged. Upon hearing these words, Jones nodded in silent agreement. Observing Jones evade the bullet, he pushed the elongated component at the base of his firearm, transforming it into a sword as he charged towards Jones. As Jones approached, cane in hand, he too surged forward. A fierce strike aimed at Jones forced him to parry with his left-hand cane, blocking the sword, while he prepared to thrust with his other cane, attempting to replicate his previous maneuver. In an instant, he leaped backward to evade Jones's counterattack, only to advance once more, swinging his sword with determination. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Jones tirelessly wielded his cane to deflect the relentless barrage of strikes. Meanwhile, he regained his footing and charged at Jones once again. Seizing a fleeting opportunity amidst the melee, Jones delivered a swift kick that propelled his opponent backward, retreating a few steps himself to create distance. Subsequently, he flipped open his mobile device and pressed a button. Energy recharge. A brilliant blue light emanated from the belt, tracing along the stripes of the body and entering the two canes held by Jones, causing them to emit a fierce blue glow. Witnessing Jones unleashing his ultimate move, he too pressed a button on his phone. Energy charge. A yellow light burst forth from his belt, coursing along the yellow stripes and entering the crossed sword in his hand, which then radiated an intense yellow brilliance. He followed suit with his finishing technique, removing a whistle from the left side of his belt and inserting it into the central gauntlet, subsequently pushing the gauntlet. Ikasa Sublimation Sword activated. A surge of electricity coursed through his hand and the sword, and the yellow stripes on his body flickered incessantly, erupting in a visible wave of crimson hot air. Then, with the sword exuding potent energy, he charged towards Jones. Seeing the two advance, Jones showed no fear, shouting as he charged forward as well. Just as they approached, Jones suddenly leapt, evading their swords, flipping behind them, and swiftly turning to strike with his canes. At that moment, the two attempted to dodge, but it was too late. They were struck by the intensely glowing blue canes in Jones's hands. With a loud thud, they were sent flying, crashing into a tree and breaking it in half. After shattering the tree, one of them, lying on the ground, suddenly extended a hand forward as if trying to grasp something. Suddenly, his body stiffened, ignited by an ethereal blue flame, and ultimately, he turned to ash, disintegrating into sand that scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, Yun Chun held up his transformation pistol, and with a flash, a card was ejected. Yun Chun reached out to catch it, noticing that the image on the card had become exceedingly blurred. He glanced back at the pile of sand and was momentarily stunned. Surprised, aren't you? This is a special effect created by the system to commemorate the knight's demise. Not all knights have this, you know. It's limited edition, the system interjected. What use is all this flamboyance? Yun Chun retorted, tucking the card away. By that time, the other had already stood up again, undeterred, and continued charging at Jones. Panting heavily, Jones gripped the canes tightly, watching as his opponent advanced, and he too charged forward. Engaging in battle. The The sounds of clashing weapons rang out in a relentless symphony as the two exchanged blows. Observing their combat, Yun Chun sensed that Jones was in peril. Having exhausted considerable stamina in the earlier skirmish, he was gradually falling behind. Yet, there remained a fair amount of energy. Yun Chun surmised that it wouldn't be long before Jones faced defeat. At that moment, Jones, caught off guard, exposed a vulnerability, and a sword pierced his side, forcing him to stagger back and collapse to the ground. Witnessing Jones' collapse, the assailant seized the opportunity, brandishing his sword and lunging towards him. As the blade descended, Jones swiftly rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the strike. He then flipped over, crouching low, and thrust his cane into the bend of his opponent's knee. With a resounding thud, the adversary fell to one knee, and Jones rose to deliver another blow, this time striking his foe on the head and sending him sprawling. Panting heavily, Jones's chest heaved with exhaustion, yet he remained undeterred. He stowed his cane, flipped open his phone, and pressed the number 9. Preparation, he declared, followed by another button press. Energy charge. A brilliant blue light emanated from his belt, coursing through the blue stripes on his body, and surged into his right foot, causing it to radiate a fierce blue glow. With renewed vigor, Jones charged at his opponent, leaping into the air to deliver a kick. The light from his foot intensified, transforming into a rotating drill of blue brilliance. Sensing the imminent threat, the adversary swiftly pulled a mechanism on his sword, reverting it to gun mode, and aimed at Jones. Pulling the trigger. The bullets, however, were largely consumed by the drill on Jones's foot, though a few struck him without effect as he pressed on, unfazed. Realizing the futility of his gun, the adversary raised it defensively. Yet, with a swift and powerful kick, Jones struck the firearm, which shattered under the force. The drill then pierced through the opponent's body, and with a final thud, Jones collapsed, his transformation forcibly undone. As the remnants of his being dissipated into a kaleidoscope of colors, Yun Chun's transformation pistol ejected another card, its image blurring as well. After stowing the card, Yun Chun reverted to his original form and hurried to assist Jones, who was gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Despite his dark attire concealing much, the exertion was evident. "Brother Yun, did I embarrass you?" Jones managed to ask, but Yun Chun interrupted. "First, drink some water. We can talk later." From his system space, he retrieved a cup of water won from a previous lottery, gently tilting it to pour into Jones's mouth. As Jones drank eagerly, he suddenly choked, coughing violently. "Take your time," Yun Chun said, placing the cup down and patting his back soothingly. "Brother Yun, I hope I didn't let you down," Jones inquired, recovering slowly. "Of course not. You've only been training for a few days and have attained this level. I wasn't nearly as impressive at the beginning, and I find myself feeling a twinge of jealousy towards you," Yun Chuan remarked to Jones, speaking nothing but the truth. Indeed, Yun Chuan felt a pang of envy as he recalled how hard he had fought to gain even a modicum of combat prowess, while Jones had achieved so much in merely a few days. "Is that truly the case?" Jones replied, sitting up with a smile. "Absolutely. By the time I reached your level of combat strength, it had been quite some time since my first battle," Yun Chuan responded. "Why not have another drink? Let us call it a day and take some time to rest before heading back," Yun Chuan suggested, picking up a cup and handing it to Jones. "All right," Jones said as he stood up, dusting off his clothes and accepting the cup, taking a sip of water. "All right, let us move on." After resting for over 20 minutes, Yun Chuan rose and stated, Jones replied, taking out his headphones, turning around, and donning the wings of paradise. Observing Jones transform, Yun Chuan retrieved his nebulous smoke gun and bat bottle, similarly changing his form. The two then concealed themselves and flew back towards the shop. "Please, go ahead. I'll pop next door to grab some milk tea." Upon returning to the store, Yun Chuan reverted to his original form and addressed Jones. "Sure," Jones replied, deactivating his transformation and heading upstairs. Yun Chuan opened the door and stepped back outside, making his way next door. "Ah, Manager Yun, you've arrived." Upon entering, Yun Chuan heard the voice of Shuri. "Indeed," Yun Chuan replied as he approached the counter, noting that the shop was still relatively empty at this hour. "What would you like today? The usual?" Shuri inquired. "Yes, that will do," Yun Chuan responded. "All right, please hold on." With that, Shuri began preparing the milk tea. "Has Shuri gone out for deliveries?" Yun Chuan glanced around, noticing Shuri was absent. "Yes," Shuri replied, not turning as he continued making the tea. "By the way, Manager Yun, thank you for the tickets last time. Also, do you still have that wine? I'd like to purchase some," Shuri said, glancing at Yun Chuan. "What wine?" Yun Chuan asked in confusion. "The grape wine from last time," Shuri clarified. "Oh, yes, just a moment, I'll fetch it," Yun Chuan said, stepping out. Upon returning to the store, He retrieved 2 bottles of wine and made his way back to the milk tea shop. Thank you, Manager Yun. How much do I owe you? Sure, he asked, eyeing the 2 bottles on the counter. At this point, what is the need to discuss money? Consider it a gift. Yun Chuan replied. Then thank you, Manager Yun. For the next 3 months, anytime you come to buy milk tea, it's on the house. And future purchases will receive a 20% discount. Sure, he said with a smile. Huh, sounds great. Yun Chuan responded with a chuckle. After a while, the milk tea was ready, and Yun Chuan returned to his shop with the drinks in hand. Chapter 95. The speech of Xia Village. At this moment, in a region of Mexico, the sky was illuminated by a dazzling aurora, followed by a powerful tornado that swept through the area. A hammer, accompanied by a flash of lightning, descended from the heavens, striking the ground and creating a substantial crater. For a while thereafter, Yun Chun remained indoors, either training Jones or attending to matters at the shop, seldom venturing outside. Suddenly, Yun Chun's phone rang. Lying on his bed and engrossed in his device, he saw it was Carlson's number. He pressed the answer button and spoke. Hello, is this Mr. Knight? It's me, Carlson. May I inquire if you are currently available? Carlson inquired. What is it? Yun Chun replied. Recently, we discovered a hammer in Mexico. Initially, it seemed inconsequential, yet for reasons unknown, we cannot lift this hammer, no matter our efforts. Furthermore, we apprehended a ruckus maker who claims to be the son of Odin, the king of gods in Norse mythology, and the man identified himself as Thor. He asserts that this hammer is his weapon, Mjolnir, Carlson explained. And what is it you wish to ascertain? Yun Chun asked, already grasping the situation. I would like to know if this is related to the anomalies, Carlson inquired. This has no connection to the anomalies. Whether the man's claims hold any truth, I cannot say, but it is likely that the hammer genuinely belongs to the god of thunder. Thor indeed exists, as do other figures from Norse mythology. Your world is not an ordinary one when compared to that of the anomalies, Yun Chun articulated. What? Carlson exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the implication that their world was anything but ordinary. That is all I can disclose. The rest you must investigate on your own, Yun Chun remarked before abruptly ending the call. Hello? Carlson shouted, still in disbelief, but Yun Chun had already hung up. Has the era of the thunder god begun? Upon ending the call, Yun Chun pondered. In an office, Xia Village sat in a chair, addressing his secretary. How is the preparation for the belts coming along? We have successfully manufactured 10 belts, newly developed for human use, the subordinate replied. And what of the new energy source? Xia Village pressed on. He could not guarantee that Yun Chun would provide them with photon blood, so he intended to retain a contingency plan for himself and others. Still the same, the subordinate responded. Do your utmost, Xia Village commanded. Very well, prepare swiftly and take the belts to the Technology Expo. We must ready ourselves for the confrontation with Hammer Industries this evening, Xia Village instructed. Understood, sir, the subordinate affirmed as he turned to leave the office. Carlson returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., reporting to Nick Fury in his office. Upon hearing Carlson's account, Nick Fury was equally taken aback. What do you think are the odds that man is the god of thunder? After pondering for a moment, Nick Fury turned to Carlson and inquired. Based on our investigation, while he is indeed robust and has bested even our agents, he does not seem formidable enough. It should be impossible, Carlson replied with uncertainty. You may leave now and maintain close surveillance on him, Nick Fury instructed. Understood, Carlson responded before departing from Fury's office. That evening, after closing the shop, Yun Chun's establishment had quieted down. Jones and Maris had prepared dinner, and Hank and Hannah chose to stay for the meal, joined by Shi and his daughter. The group combined 2 tables, indulging in their dinner, though Maris, lacking the sense of taste, found it difficult to partake. Shi and his daughter felt it inappropriate to possess Grom in such company, merely nibbling at their food before seeking an excuse to retreat upstairs. Conversely, Graham had no such concerns, as he and Grom were consistently perceived as a singular entity by others. Meanwhile, Tony, who was also dining, unexpectedly received a call from an unknown number. Hello, who is this? He asked, answering the phone while chewing. Hey Tony, how are you? A man's voice responded from the other end. I've doubled the RPM. The voice continued. What? Tony, recognizing the somewhat familiar voice, halted his meal, puzzled. You suggested I double the RPM to generate more energy. It's quite an astute recommendation, the caller remarked. You sound rather chipper, Tony deduced, finally identifying the caller, setting his food aside with an impassive expression. Of course, you do as well, the man teased, as though their positions were not adversarial. J-A-R-V-I-S. Trace the call, Tony instructed, pressing a button on his phone. The Stark family history will be rewritten. What your father did to us 40 years ago, I shall replicate in 40 minutes. the other party declared before abruptly terminating the call. JARVIS lost the trace, ultimately discerning that the caller was nearby, but not precisely where. At that moment, Tony noticed a news alert on his phone stating, Hammer Industries will showcase iron armor in the main hall of the Tech Expo tonight. Below it, another headline read, the company will unveil knight armor in Hall 2 of the Tech Expo tonight. It seemed the time had come to experiment with the potential of the new element. Tony pocketed his phone, rose from his seat, and made his way to the underground laboratory. JARVIS. How is the new element testing progressing? He inquired, glancing at the new element arc reactor on the table. The testing has been completed. It is ready for immediate use. JARVIS replied. Upon hearing Jarvis's words, Tony immediately lifted his shirt, removed the old arc reactor from his chest, and grasped the new elemental arc reactor from the table, inserting it directly into his chest. A breath of coconut and metal filled the air. The arc reactor on his chest illuminated with a brilliant glow, and Tony, feeling the surge of power, exclaimed, "Wow!" His voice echoed with exhilaration. With a swift press of the button on his gauntlet, he transformed into Iron Man. Flames erupting from his feet as he soared skyward, bursting through the newly repaired roof and flying out into the open air. At the Tech Expo, the main exhibition hall and Hall 2 showcased a variety of innovations. However, the majority of attendees gravitated towards the main hall, with Hall 2 hosting nearly a third less of the crowd. The upper levels of both halls were interconnected, where high-ranking officials observed the presentations below. Hammer and Kyojin stood at their respective podiums in each hall, commencing their speeches. After a while, both concluded their addresses, stepping aside to reveal the displays behind them. As the floor behind Hammer began to crack open, a series of impressive, technologically advanced robots representing land, sea, and air emerged, numbering over 30, prompting thunderous applause from the audience below. Elated by the enthusiastic response, Hammer launched into his introduction. In stark contrast, Hall 2 lacked the same spectacle. A table rose behind Kyojin, displaying 10 belts, yet there was little else to showcase, resulting in a noticeably inferior presentation. The audience's applause for Kyojin's display was significantly muted compared to the fervor next door, divided into two distinct reactions, one of exuberant excitement and raucous clapping, while the other was marked by confusion and a lack of expression, the latter group comprising the majority. After all, Yunchuan had not engaged in battles as frequently as Tony, and the audience was less familiar with the combat capabilities of the belts compared to the iron armor. Most attendees were merely curious to see if Kyojin had indeed produced the belts. Observing the audience's apparent disappointment in our product, Kyojin remained unfazed, stating, "It seems many of you might feel let down." Upon hearing his words, the crowd exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves. "Before we introduce our product, I invite you all to watch this video," Kyojin said with a smile, gesturing towards the large screen behind him. The screen flickered to life, displaying an accelerated video of Yunchuan battling the Orphanaut dispatched by Solon, capturing everyone's attention. Minutes later, as the video concluded, Kyojin continued, "I would like to extend my gratitude to our collaborators, those who, like Iron Man, have been tirelessly fighting against adversaries. Kamen Rider. It was he who lent us his armor for research, which ultimately led to the creation of our own. Even the previous Delta armor was borrowed from Kamen Rider, as we had not yet fully completed the Alpha armor," Yamamura stated. His words detonated like a bomb among the audience, igniting a flurry of whispers and discussions. "Therefore, before introducing our armor, we would like to showcase several sets," Yamamura continued, gesturing towards the large screen. On the screen appeared images of 555, Caesar, Delta, Saga, and Olga, even showcasing their accelerated forms, with the names of each armor displayed above. This maneuver caught Yun Chun by surprise. As you can see, each set of Kamen Rider armor bears its own name. "Aside from the aforementioned, I believe you have all witnessed the other three armors in action," Yamamura remarked. "I would love to elaborate on the details of these 5 sets of Kamen Rider armor, but regrettably, Kamen Rider has expressed a desire to keep this information confidential. So now, let us turn our attention to our product, the Kamen Rider Alpha Belt," Yamamura announced. Upon hearing this, everyone snapped back from their disappointment, straightening in their seats to focus on Yamamura. Chapter 96. Alpha Armor. This is the Alpha Driver. At this point, Yamamura smiled and picked up one of the belts from the table. He fastened it around his waist, and then produced the Alpha phone. Yamamura set down the belt and picked up the phone. Opening it, the display screen showed a prompt, the first of which was the transformation command. By pressing the corresponding numbers on the keypad and then hitting the button, followed by closing the phone and inserting it into the belt, one could complete the transformation. Now, let us have our staff demonstrate this. Yamamura called up 9 of his subordinates to try out the belt. As they approached, each took a belt and donned it. Subsequently, several of them picked up a silver-white flip phone with a green center, opened it, and pressed the number 6 on the keypad 3 times. Beep, beep, beep. They then pressed the button. Stand by. They closed the cover. Transform. They shouted, inserting the phones into the belts. Complete. In an instant, the belts emitted a brilliant green light, and luminous veins pulsating with green photon energy emerged, extending from the belts to other parts of their bodies, forming a radiant green photon framework that enveloped the users entirely. At last, a brilliant surge of green light flashed, revealing a figure clad predominantly in black, adorned with striking green stripes. Its chest plate gleamed in silvery white, housing a luminous green photon core at its center. Portions of the armored appendages were tinted green, while its eyes radiated the same hue. The headpiece featured 2 elegantly curved green horns, reminiscent of a knight. The audience erupted in fervor at this sight, their faces alight with excitement and disbelief, astonished that such an impressive suit akin to that of a Kamen Rider had indeed been created. Our company has ingeniously adapted the Kamen Rider's armor design to develop a compression technology, seamlessly integrating the suit into a belt for ease of transport, while also significantly enhancing combat efficacy. Observing the audience's reaction, Mr. Xia enthusiastically explained, "Now, let us test the capabilities of the Kamen Rider Alpha armor." With a clap of his hands, he summoned a large cart, which was wheeled forward, bearing a massive silver metal block, measuring 2 meters in length, width, and height. Next, Mr. Xia gestured towards an aide, who approached the metal block and boldly thrust a finger into it. To the astonishment of all present, the aide's finger sank completely into the block, as if it were mere tofu. Ladies and gentlemen, you may suspect that such ease implies this is not genuine metal. Let us verify its authenticity. Indeed, you are welcome to come forward and try for yourselves. Upon concluding his statement, Mr. Xia took hold of a hefty iron hammer presented by a nearby assistant. With a resounding thud, he brought the hammer down upon the metal block, producing a thunderous sound. He continued to strike at various points, the noise reverberating so intensely that the audience had to cover their ears. Feel free to give it a try yourselves, he invited. After delivering several blows, Mr. Xia paused, addressing the crowd, who buzzed with speculation. At his command, a few bodyguards stepped forward to take the hammer from him and struck the block, generating a series of loud clangs. The surface of the metal bore numerous dents, though they were merely superficial. After a short while, the guards returned to Mr. Xia, exchanging a few words. Now, let us further explore the prowess of the knight, Mr. Xia declared, signaling once more to his aide. The aide stepped up to the metal block and delivered a casual punch. With a resounding thwack, a 5-centimeter deep impression appeared on the surface. Unperturbed, the aide continued to unleash a flurry of punches. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The sound echoed as deeper and deeper indentations formed, the deepest nearing 35 centimeters. At this juncture, the aide finally ceased his assault. The audience erupted into cheers, marveling at the extraordinary strength exhibited by such a compact suit. Onward, Mr. Xia urged, disregarding the audience's excitement as he addressed the now still aide. Upon hearing the words of Shiatsuan, his subordinate removed a cylindrical object measuring 20 centimeters in length and 3.5 centimeters in diameter from his belt. Pressing a button on the object, a beam of light illuminated the wall. As you can see, this is a flashlight, Shiatsuan remarked, gesturing towards the flashlight held by his subordinate. The audience below ceased their murmurs, filled with curiosity. However, this is not the focal point of my discussion, Shiatsuan continued, casting another glance at his subordinate. The subordinate then extracted a crystal card from his mobile device and inserted it into a slot on the side of the flashlight. Preparation. Suddenly, a long blade emanating a green glow materialized from the end of the flashlight. 2 seconds later, the light vanished, and the flashlight had completely transformed into a sword. This sword is known as the beam sword. Let us observe its power, shall we? Shiatsuan reiterated. The subordinate took several steps back, then charged towards a steel block, wielding the sword and striking it. With a sharp sound, the beam sword sliced effortlessly into the steel, demonstrating remarkable ease. However, when the blade penetrated 80 centimeters into the steel, it became lodged, making further progress challenging. The audience, witnessing the sword's astonishing prowess, nodded in approval, clearly impressed. Did you think it ended there? Shiatsuan addressed the audience. You are mistaken, he asserted. At that moment, the subordinate swiftly opened the cover of his mobile device, pressed a button, and closed the cover again. Energy recharge. A green light emerged from the belt. Coursing along the green stripes of the subordinate's attire and into the beam sword. With a single-handed pull, the subordinate charged forward, cleaving the iron block entirely in half. One side severed by a full meter. The audience erupted, rising to their feet in a frenzy, while reporters captured the moment, their flashes illuminating the scene. "Do not rush. There is more," Shatsuin proclaimed. The subordinate promptly removed the crystal card, retracted the sword, and retrieved a camera, inserting the card within. Preparation. The subordinate secured the camera in hand, opened the mobile device, and pressed the button once more. Energy recharge. As before, a beam of green light emanated from the belt, flowing along the stripes into the camera. Simultaneously, the other 8 knights removed their mobile devices, opened them, bent them, and pressed the key labeled 106. Rapid fire mode. The subordinate wielding the camera assumed a horse stance and launched a powerful punch at the iron block, which shattered upon impact, sending fragments scattering. The other knights aimed at the flying debris, ready to pull the trigger. In an instant, with a resounding bang, all the small iron fragments that had splashed towards the audience disintegrated into ash. Observing this spectacle, the audience became increasingly restless. "Mr. Xia, how much does one set of this armor cost? Mr. Xia, can this armor be mass-produced? Mr. Xia, for how long can this armor engage in battle?" The inquiries from the crowd flowed incessantly, and even those observing from above found it quite intriguing. "Please, quiet down." Mr. Xia waved his hand, signaling for silence. "The questions you have raised will be addressed on our company's official website in a few days. I kindly ask you to await that announcement," Mr. Xia declared loudly. Meanwhile, within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury was attentively watching Mr. Xia's exhibition, devoid of surprise or confusion, simply lost in thought. Above him, Pierce was also observing the event, equally silent, absorbed in his own contemplations. On another front, Tony Stark had arrived at the Tech Expo, landing directly on the exhibit stage adjacent to Mr. Xia's showcase. The audience erupted with excitement at his arrival, while Pepper Potts and Black Widow exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Tony's intentions. "What brings you here?" Hammer inquired, addressing Tony. "Hey, buddy, what are you doing here, and why are you equipped with Hammer's weaponry?" Tony disregarded Hammer and first waved to the audience before turning to Rhodey, asking, "So, what's the deal?" Rhodey was at a loss for words. Should he admit that the higher-ups had instructed him to utilize the iron armor Tony had provided him to promote Hammer's armor? "Never mind, I'll catch up with you later." Noticing Rhodey's hesitance, Tony chose not to press further, as he could sense the situation was becoming clearer. "Now, tell me, where is Vanko?" Tony approached Hammer, speaking coolly. "What?" Hammer feigned ignorance of Tony's inquiry. "Tony, what's going on?" Rhodey interjected, stepping closer to Tony. "Do you trust me?" "He is collaborating with Ivan Vanko," Tony replied, pointing at Hammer. "What? Vanko is still alive?" Rhodey realized that Tony wouldn't joke about such matters, yet he found it hard to believe Vanko had survived. "Where is he?" Tony turned, gripping Hammer by the collar. At that moment, Rhodey noticed the data on his iron suit's screen shifting unexpectedly and suddenly exclaimed. Then, the Gatling gun behind him sprang to life, aiming menacingly at Tony. "Hey, what are you doing?" Tony exclaimed, turning to see the Gatling gun trained on him. "Not me. I can't move," Rhodey shouted. "It seems my system has been compromised. We need to get out of here." Roddy bellowed as the Gatling gun behind him abruptly shifted its aim, and the other robots on the platform raised a hand to target Tony. Witnessing this scene, Hammer rushed off the stage, causing the audience to hunker down in alarm. "We must confront this," Tony declared, grasping the situation and, wary of collateral damage, ascended into the air, shattering the glass ceiling and soaring outside. The robots on the platform opened fire, aiming at Tony in the sky. Although they missed their target, they shattered all the glass above. Chapter 97. Uprising gasps filled the air as the audience ducked down, screams erupting before they swiftly regained their composure and rushed towards the exit. "No, no, no," Roddy shouted, observing the system activating itself. He and a portion of the robots ignited blue flames from their palms, soles, and backs, pursuing Tony into the air. They aimed at him and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Meanwhile, the remaining robots in the exhibition hall began to attack indiscriminately, wreaking havoc on the people present and the surrounding structures. "What is happening?" The spectators in Hall 2 murmured, puzzled by the commotion. Suddenly, a wall in Hall 2 was breached, and a robot emerged. Without hesitation, the robot raised its weapon and opened fire on the audience, instantly claiming several lives. Seeing this, Xia Village's subordinates rushed over, positioning themselves protectively in front of him. As the screams intensified, the crowd panicked and fled. "Eliminate it, then protect the humans," Xia commanded. Observing the chaos of robots and fleeing individuals, his subordinates paused momentarily before nodding in agreement and advancing towards the robots. "And if the opportunity arises, Dismantle a few of their energy cores, ensuring they remain intact, and bring them back to me, Xia added. Understood, the 7 Alpha Knights responded, leaving 3 to guard Xia as the others charged towards the robots. Meanwhile, on the other side, after several had finished their dinner, 20 minutes had passed. Shi sat for a while, chatting with Yun Shun, while Shi Mei assisted Jones in clearing the table. Grom and the others had returned upstairs, and Hannah, feeling drowsy, had already been taken home by Hank. After some time, Shi Mei and Jones finished tidying up. Shi and his daughter exchanged a few words with Yun Shun before departing. Noticing their exit, Jones returned to the kitchen for a snack, heading upstairs to feed Melis. Melis, it's time to eat, Jones called as he ascended. Thank you, came Melis's reply. As she spoke, Melis transformed back into a coin, adhering to Grom's hand, beginning to partake in the meal. In truth, every time she and her father visited, both Grom and Graham would eat less, waiting for the pair to depart before allowing Melis to possess Grom's hand and indulge in food. Suddenly, a cacophony of explosions and screams erupted from the television. What was happening? Yun Shun lifted his gaze towards the screen, which displayed a scene from the ongoing exposition. This was dire. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Yun Shun exclaimed and sprang to his feet, dashing downstairs while retrieving the nebula smoke gun and a full bat bottle, transforming and vanishing from sight. It dawned on him that this was the final confrontation between Whip and Tony. Brother Yun, wait for me, Jones called out, observing Yun Shun as he rushed downward. Melis, could you tidy up? Jones turned to Melis and inquired. Certainly, Melis replied from her position on Grom's hand. Subsequently, Jones followed suit, racing down the stairs as Yun Shun had already exited. Jones hastily donned his headphones, transformed, and vanished, ensuring the door was secured before pursuing Yun Shun. Brother Yun. After a brief moment, Jones caught up to Yun Shun, calling out, What brings you here? Yun Shun questioned, glancing back at the pursuing Jones. I wish to assist you. Jones replied. Very well, but be cautious, Yun Shun responded, continuing his flight toward the technology exposition. With a series of explosive sounds, the duo finally arrived at the exposition, where a barrage of noises erupted from below, bomb blasts, screams of terror, cries of anguish, shattering glass, and the discharge of firearms. Yun Shun and Jones gazed downward, witnessing a scene of devastation at the exposition hall, engulfed in flames and debris. A large crowd was fleeing, pursued by a battalion of robots emerging from the hall, relentlessly firing projectiles and bullets, resulting in countless casualties. Fortunately, a group of knights clad in black and green were engaged in combat with the robots, averting even greater loss of life. Quick, save the people, Yun Shun shouted urgently to Jones as he plunged into the fray. Jones followed closely behind, aiming at a robot poised to launch a projectile, pulling the trigger of his Heaven's Wing. A brilliant blue energy projectile soared toward the robot, obliterating its head. Meanwhile, Yun Shun seized a father and son at risk of being struck by falling debris, swiftly flying them to safety. Hurry, it's dangerous here, Yun Shun urged after setting them down, then turned to rescue others. Just as he pivoted, he spotted a supporting pillar about to collapse, with a throng of people beneath it, frozen in place. Yun Shun rushed forward, but as he did, another supporting pillar nearby fell with a crash. This was not good. Yun Shun swiftly came to a halt, pivoting to confront the collapsed load-bearing column, and with a powerful kick, shattered the falling debris. Quick, evacuate, Yun Shun shouted to the individuals below. Just as he finished speaking, a piercing scream echoed through the air. He turned around in haste, only to witness the very column beginning to cave in, threatening to crush those beneath it. This is dire. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yun Shun dashed forward, yet it was already too late. Suddenly, a white figure surged ahead of him, propelling the descending stone away with a swift kick. Upon closer inspection, Yun Shun recognized Jones, relief flooding over him. Thankfully, Jones was also present. As Yun Shun prepared to turn and assist others, he was startled by a commotion behind him. He glanced back to find a robot sprawled on the ground, flanked by 2 green knights. One crouched, dismantling the robot's core. Once completed, the knights exchanged a glance with Yun Shun before rushing towards other robots. Observing their departure, Yun Shun dismissed them from his mind, yet unease gripped him as more robots appeared. Fearing that he, along with Jones and the Green Knights, would be unable to rescue in time to match the robot's lethality. In a frenzy, he retrieved his transformation handgun, producing all the knight cards he possessed and inserting them into the weapon before pulling the trigger. A multitude of luminous orbs erupted from the gun, morphing into several distinct figures that moved with agility. Kamen Rider Blade, Kamen Rider King, Kamen Rider Caesar, Kamen Rider Delta, Kamen Rider Olga, Kamen Rider Leo Knight, Kamen Rider Xade, Ultimately, these figures converged, transforming into 6 unique Kamen Riders and 3 Leo Knights. Hurry and save them, Yunshun commanded as he summoned the knights. Then, without pausing to observe their rescue efforts, he turned and rushed to assist others, responding to Yunshun's directive. The knights instinctively divided into 2 factions, one focused on battling the robots while the other attended to the rescue. Suddenly, Yunshun spotted a child adorned in an Iron Man mask, standing defiantly before a robot, mimicking the superhero by raising a hand toward it. Observing the child's brave stance, the robot's weaponry whirred to life, aiming directly at the young one, poised to fire. In a flash, Yunshun brandished his smoke sword, soaring forward and cleaving through the robot, reducing it to scattered remnants. Children should act like children. Quickly, return home and complete your homework, he remarked, lifting the child and soaring toward a safe location before gently setting him down. After releasing the child, he noticed the little one gazing at him in astonishment as he departed. In a matter of mere minutes, through the combined efforts of Yunshun, Jones, the Summon Knights, and the Green Knights, more than half of the robots present were swiftly destroyed, thereby rescuing a significant number of ordinary civilians. Remarkably, none of the Summon Knights had vanished. Despite the formidable power of these robots, their construction materials were rather commonplace. Meanwhile, a burly man, with a toothpick clenched between his teeth, sat before a computer, intently observing the scenes of battle displayed on the monitor, which featured Yunshun and his companions. Noticing the dwindling number of robots, he glanced at another screen where Tony was engaged in combat, and there too, the robots were nearly exhausted. Clenching his fists, Wonka pondered for a moment before tapping a few keys on the keyboard. He then stood up and exited the room. Just a few minutes after Wonka's departure, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open, and a man and a woman entered. The woman, holding 2 firearms, was none other than Black Widow, accompanied by Happy. It seems he has already fled, Black Widow remarked, holstering her weapons as she approached the computer to examine the footage. Yunshun, having seen that most civilians were now safe and others were retreating, let out a sigh of relief. He took to the skies once more, determined to annihilate the remaining robots. However, just as he neared the robots, they all ascended into the air, flying in a singular direction. Those rescued, witnessing this spectacle, turned back and began snapping photographs of Yunshun and the knights, their phones flashing incessantly. The Green Knights, realizing the situation was under control, grasped the dismantled arc reactor and departed. Pondering the scene, Yunshun cleared his throat and, utilizing his built-in transformation device, altered his voice to a gravelly tone and called out, "You must leave this place at once. It remains perilous." Yet, despite his warning, no one heeded him. Captivated instead by their devices, their cameras flashing continuously. Observing this, Yunshun furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of exasperation towards the crowd's obliviousness. "Brother Yun," Jones slowly approached, calling out, somewhat uneasy in the midst of such chaos. Chapter 98. The arrival of Wonka. Suddenly, a series of explosions echoed from a distance. "We must go," Yunshun said, glancing towards the source of the explosions as he addressed Jones, taking flight. "Understood," Jones replied, following suit as they soared into the air. The knights, unable to fly, could only run towards the commotion, eventually leaping onto a tall building in pursuit of the 2. At last, Yunshun and Jones arrived at the site of the explosions, which revealed the beautiful grove they often trained in, now marred by craters, littered with shards of robots. And many trees lay toppled, engulfed in flames. Gazing below, Yunshun charged forward, delivering a swift kick that sent a robot's head flying, obliterating it in the process. Jones followed closely behind, poised to pull the trigger of the heavenly wings. "Stand down. Let us handle this," Tony called out as he dismantled another robot. "Very well," Yunshun replied with a shrug, halting his advance, while Jones relaxed his finger from the trigger. Before long, the remaining robots in the vicinity were vanquished by Tony and Rhodey. Meanwhile, the knights summoned by Yunshun arrived belatedly, observing that the task was already completed, and stood quietly behind Yunshun and Jones, awaiting further commands. Rhodey, astonished by the sight of Yunshun and the multitude of knights, inquired, "How are things at the expo?" "All resolved," Yunshun replied. Just as Tony was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he was abruptly interrupted by a voice echoing from above. The group looked skyward, where a swarm of ominous black shapes approached. What in the world? Everyone was stunned to see a large assembly of robots, similar to those they had just encountered, numbering around 60 or 70, led by a colossal machine, descending upon them. "I don't recall there being this many robots," Yunshun mused in bewilderment, grappling with the fact that the robots produced by Vank seemed to have doubled in number, and the armor appeared somewhat larger than he remembered. What are those? Rhodey asked, astonished. No one replied. They merely stared at the encroaching machines. In less than 10 seconds, the robots and the Vank machine loomed overhead, one after another descending, gradually encircling Tony and his companions. This is troublesome, Tony remarked, surveying the dense swarm of robots continuously dropping from above. Though their materials are rather ordinary, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Hearing Tony's words, Yun Chun remained calm. He had a plethora of trump cards at his disposal. Even against a level 6 adversary, he felt unfazed. After all, he would emerge unscathed and could still escape with Jones, leaving the fates of the others to chance. Suddenly, a metallic vibration filled the air, prompting Yun Chun and his companions to turn in confusion. Upon looking back, they beheld 3 Leo knights, trembling as they aimed their weapons at the largest armor, their hands shaking so violently that Yun Chun and the others worried they might inadvertently discharge their firearms. With a resigned gesture, Yun Chun rubbed his forehead, turning back to focus on the descending robots, readying himself for action at a moment's notice. Tony, as I have previously stated, your family shall pay the price. At that moment, as all the robots descended, the largest armored headpiece opened, revealing Wank's face. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. Wank hastily closed the armor on his face, and the bullets struck him, ricocheting off and falling to the ground, leaving no trace on his armor. Make your move. Upon hearing the gunfire, Yun Chun, disregarding all caution, shouted and charged towards the nearest robot, delivering a powerful kick. Hearing Yun Chun's command, the others sprang into action, unleashing their ultimate techniques against the robots by their sides, igniting a flurry of sparks. The robots and Wank quickly responded, launching their own attacks against Yun Chun and his companions. The forest erupted into chaos, filled with the cacophony of explosions, gunfire, the clash of metal, and the sound of debris crashing to the ground. Unbeknownst to Yun Chun and the others, a few intrepid reporters and photographers, undeterred by danger, hefted their cameras and filmed the fierce battle, intermittently narrating the unfolding conflict. Meanwhile, in a nearby shop, Shi was engrossed in a television broadcast, which showcased the very scene captured by the reporters. So he is still alive. I wonder if he can endure. Shi pondered as he beheld Wank on the screen. At that moment, footsteps echoed from upstairs, signaling someone descending in slippers. Dad, I'm done washing up. You can take your shower now, Shi called from the staircase. Oh, all right, Shi replied promptly, switching the channel before turning off the television. Just then, Shi, clad in her pajamas and drying her damp hair with a towel, approached. By the way, Xiaomei, I need to step out to buy a few things. Keep an eye on the shop. I'll return shortly, Shi stated as he rose. Okay, Shi responded, still drying her hair as she took a seat. Upon hearing her reply, Shi smiled at her, stood up, walked to the door, opened it, and stepped outside, carefully locking the door behind him with a grin. He found a secluded corner, surveyed his surroundings, and produced a purple nebula smoke gun identical to Yun Chun's. Raising the weapon above his head, he pulled the trigger, releasing a plume of grayish-white smoke that enveloped him completely. Moments later, the smoke dissipated, leaving the corner empty, and Shi's presence vanished. On the other side, in an office, a middle-aged man sat at his desk, watching video footage on his computer, a smile gracing his lips, though his health remained a mystery. Suddenly, the door to the room was flung open from the outside, and a man and a woman entered. Did you know Ivan Wank is still alive? What do you plan to do about it? The two individuals approached the desk, and the woman spoke first. I understand. Let us proceed according to the previous plan and bring him back. The man replied, rising from his seat, circling the desk, and advancing towards them. Agreed, the woman affirmed. In an instant, the 3 figures in the room transformed into 3 pools of crimson liquid, flowing incessantly outward. Finally, amidst the relentless assaults from the robots and Vank, casualties began to emerge on Yun Chun's side. One could see a figure besieged by 3 robots, ultimately succumbing to a barrage of artillery fire that obliterated him, sending him flying and crashing to the ground, where he fragmented into several differently colored silhouettes before vanishing. Simultaneously, a rider from Leo was struck by Vank's whip, charged with a potent electrical current, propelling him away as he collapsed to the ground, igniting into ethereal blue flames that swiftly reduced him to ash scattered across the earth. Vank then advanced towards Tony, who was engaged in combat with the robots, swinging his whip with singular focus on Tony, having previously dispatched Leo merely for standing in his path. At that moment, Tony had just destroyed a robot, oblivious to Vank's incoming strike. Even had he noticed, there would have been no time to evade it. Vank's whip struck Tony, sending him hurtling into a robot, dismantling it upon impact. Suddenly, Jones ascended into the air. activating the triggers of the wings of heaven, unleashing a barrage of blue compressed energy projectiles upon Vank. Vank raised his left hand to deflect the incoming energy blasts, then, with a swift motion of his right hand, lashed out at Jones. Noticing the whip approaching, Jones quickly maneuvered the wings of heaven to evade Vank's assault while continuously firing at both Vank and the other robots. Seeing his attack dodged only fueled Vank's fury. He surged forward, disregarding Jones's energy projectiles, and wielded both whips with rapid precision, targeting Jones relentlessly. Feeling the urgency of the situation, Jones grew anxious. For this was her inaugural encounter in true combat, compounded by Vank's swift onslaught. In a moment of miscalculation, she was struck by the whip, sending her crashing to the ground. Vank, observing Jones being flung aside, paid her no further mind and turned his attention to the recently risen Tony. As Vank approached, flames erupted from beneath Tony's feet as he charged at Vank, throwing a punch with determination. Seeing Tony's advance, Vank attempted to swing his whip but realized he lacked the time. He instead thrust his fist forward to meet Tony's charge. The sheer force of Vank's armored strength sent Tony reeling, crashing to the ground as well. Vank retracted his fist and nonchalantly kicked aside a robot that obstructed his path. Advancing toward Tony, his gaze fixated solely on him. Damn it! Yun Chun obliterated a robot, witnessing the ensuing casualties, and observed Jones being struck and sent flying. Cursing in frustration. How could I have forgotten? At that moment, after kicking another robot away, a sudden thought struck Yun Chun. He tapped his head and retrieved a square, silvery object from the system space. I've had you for so long, and yet haven't put you to use. Tonight, I shall break your seal, Yun Chun declared with a playful tone, kissing the object in his hand before placing it on his right thigh. As soon as it made contact with his thigh, it affixed itself there. Indeed, this object was the card usage device crafted for Yun Chun by the system long ago, which he had nearly forgotten since he had never employed it. Chapter 99. Unexpected developments. Subsequently, Yun Chun turned and kicked away a robot attempting to ambush him from behind. He then produced a card depicting a black buffalo with two magnet-like horns, a red heart 8, capable of manipulating magnetic forces. Yun Chun inserted the card into the device on his right thigh. Magnetism, he exclaimed, extending his hands toward a robot that had targeted him. Ready to launch a projectile attack. With a surge of effort, the robot suddenly became immobile. Yun Chun then spread his hands apart, and the robot emitted distressing sounds as it succumbed to the strain, subsequently splitting in half and exploding. Indeed, it worked splendidly. Yun Chun remarked with exhilaration at having effortlessly destroyed a robot. Of course, products from the system are of exceptional quality, the system responded. Ignoring the system's words, Yun Chun continued to wield magnetic force against the remaining robots. With each hand controlling a robot, he forcefully hurled them against others. A series of explosive sounds echoed as several robots were swiftly dismantled, alleviating some of the burdens on his companions. Yun Chun relentlessly manipulated magnetic forces, persistently annihilating robots. Observing Yun Chun's actions, Wank's expression darkened as he intensified his assault on Tony, disregarding the attacks from others, fully committed to a perilous confrontation with Tony. With a flurry of strikes, Wank's whip relentlessly lashed out at Tony, who retaliated with his repulsor blasts, attempting to fend off the onslaught. However, Wank had become ruthless. Ignoring Tony's repulsor blasts, and seizing a moment of vulnerability, he ensnared Tony with his whip and yanked him forward. In a swift motion, Wank grasped Tony's neck with his left hand, releasing the whip with his right to form a fist, raining down blows upon Tony, causing sparks to erupt from his armored suit. Tony. After Rhodey destroyed a robot, he watched as Tony was relentlessly battered by Vank. He shouted and rushed over, aiming all his weapons at Vank and unleashing a barrage of fire. The explosive shells and bullets incessantly struck Vank's armor, leaving a myriad of dents upon its surface. Yet Vank remained unfazed, continuing to pummel Tony with powerful punches. Fortunately, Tony's suit was crafted from moon god metal, and despite the prolonged onslaught, only minor indentations were formed. Although Vank failed to inflict significant damage on Tony's armor, the force of his attacks left Tony dizzy and disoriented. Even with the suit's shock absorption capabilities, it could not withstand such ferocious blows, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. At that moment, Rhodey had reached Vank's side, delivering powerful punches that sent sparks flying from Vank's armor, leaving a trail of wounds. Frustrated by the assault, Vank seized Tony and violently turned to smash him towards Rhodey. With a thud, Rhodey was sent flying, and Vank then grabbed Tony by the leg, swinging him with ferocity and slamming him into the ground repeatedly. Yun Chun finally arrived at the scene, directing his hands towards Vank, unleashing his magnetic force to restrain Vank's movements. just as Vank was about to continue slamming Tony into the ground. His entire suit suddenly became immobilized. Tony quickly seized the opportunity, launching a more powerful repulsor blast that struck Vank, sending him hurtling away as he swiftly escaped Vank's grasp. Once free, Tony stood unsteadily on the ground, nearly collapsing, and took a moment to regain his composure. Observing this, Yun-Chun promptly manipulated the magnetic force to shield Tony from the oncoming robots and attacks, though his mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. Earlier, while controlling Vank, Yun-Chun had sensed a palpable resistance that hindered his ability to maneuver Vank, forcing him to halt the assault. Meanwhile, Rhodey had risen again, noting that Tony was unharmed, and turned to charge at the remaining robots. Although Yun-Chun and his allies had already destroyed numerous robots, a substantial number still remained. Roughly a third of the original force. Yun-Chun had also lost 2 summon knights. One was Blade, and the other, a Leo cavalry. At that moment, Vank rose to his feet, observing the dwindling number of robots with a grim expression. In an effort to avoid further interference from Yun-Chun, he discharged all the projectiles from his armor towards him. Subsequently, Vank commanded a portion of the remaining robots to ascend into the sky, intending to direct them towards densely populated areas to create chaos and divert Yun-Chun's attention. Damn it, Yun-Chun cursed, watching a swarm of robots ascend into the sky. He extended his wings and soared upward to confront the impending threat. Subsequently, Vank took control of all remaining robots, abandoning defense as he ascended into the air, continuously moving and directing all artillery and assaults towards Tony. He charged relentlessly at Tony, determined to engage in a final battle of life and death, showcasing the depth of his animosity towards the Stark family. Jones, Yun-Chun exclaimed, manipulating magnetic forces to seize control of a portion of the robots. With a headset on, he called out to Jones, aware that he could command a maximum of 3 robots at a time. Exhausted from his efforts to control these machines, he could only manage a fraction, leaving him immobile. The only ones capable of flight were himself, Jones, Rhodey, and Tony, but as Tony and Rhodey were currently occupied, Yun-Chun called upon Jones for assistance. Coming, Jones replied as he detonated one of the robots and soared towards Yun-Chun, grasping the control stick. He aimed at the robots under Yun-Chun's influence, relentlessly pulling the trigger to unleash a barrage of blue compressed energy blasts. The robots were struck and obliterated by Jones's energy projectiles. Observing the destruction of his controlled robots, Yun-Chun swiftly navigated towards the remaining ones. The remaining robots, perhaps sensing Yun-Chun's prowess, scattered in various directions. Damn it, Yun-Chun cursed, hastily maneuvering to regain control over those within his magnetic field, compelling Jones to eliminate them. The two then separated, targeting the robots one by one for destruction. Meanwhile, Tony evaded the oncoming artillery fire from the remaining robots by taking to the skies. At that moment, Vank charged forward, wielding his whip. Tony swiftly changed direction, dodging Vank's attack and circumnavigating him while unleashing repulsor blasts, all the while evading the robot's assaults. Witnessing Tony's struggle, Rhodey ascended as well, redirecting artillery fire towards the robots to alleviate Tony's burden. On the ground, the knights, unable to fly, resorted to using firearms to attack, while those without weapons hurled whatever they could find at the robots. In a short span, all of Vank's robots were destroyed by Rhodey and his allies. Subsequently, Yun-Chun and Jones also eliminated the remaining robots and returned. Now, only Vank remained. Engaged in battle with Tony, Rhodey and Yun-Chun, witnessing their struggle, soared over to assist. "This is my battle with him. You must not interfere," Tony declared, firing a repulsor blast that severed one of Vank's whips, which he had relentlessly attacked previously. Upon hearing Tony's words, Yun-Chun and his companion paused, retreating a few steps to stand beside Jones, silently observing the clash before them. After severing one of Vank's whips, Tony descended directly, clenched his fists, and charged at Vank, intent on engaging him in close combat. As Tony approached, Vank swung the remaining whip towards him. In a deft maneuver, Tony leaned back to evade the strike, then straightened up and surged forward again. With each punch, Tony struck Vank's armor, but the material remained resilient, leaving only faint imprints from Tony's blows. At this juncture, Vank retracted his whip and retaliated with his fists, the two exchanging relentless punches, yet neither inflicted significant damage upon the other. Realizing his efforts were in vain, Tony relaxed his grip, unfurling his clenched fists, and from the tips of his fingers, sharp claws extended, approximately 5 centimeters in length. As he deftly dodged Vank's punch, he plunged his claws into the crevice of Vank's chest armor and yanked. With a resounding rip, a substantial portion of Vank's armor was torn away. Discarding the metal remnants from his grasp, Tony pressed on, clawing at Vank's armor, systematically shredding it piece by piece. Strangely, Vank seemed to offer little resistance, continuously retreating under Tony's assault. Eventually, Vank's armor was entirely dismantled, revealing his vulnerable form beneath. With a swift motion, Tony reached out and detached the arc reactor from Vank's chest, inspecting it momentarily before crushing it in his hand. Stripped of the arc reactor's power, Vank collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, seemingly unable to bear the weight of the remaining armor. It was nearly time to intervene. Perched on a tree not far from the journalists capturing the scene, a man observed Tony and the fallen Vank with a smirk. This individual was Shur-E. He produced the previously mentioned nebula smoke gun and retrieved a bottle adorned with a cobra emblem. Chapter 100, Kamen Rider, Cobra. Shur-E shook the bottle vigorously before inserting it into the nebula smoke gun. Blood vapor, he exclaimed, pulling the trigger and sweeping the gun from bottom to top. Fog combination. A crimson light emanated from the bottle's opening, followed by a billowing cloud of black smoke that enveloped Shur-E entirely. Cobra. Within the smoke, flashes of red light flickered incessantly. Cobra. Then, a blue glowing cobra emblem emerged from the haze. Fire. Just as the smoke began to dissipate, an eruption of red and green fireworks burst forth from within. At last, as the fireworks and smoke dissipated, a figure emerged from the very spot where Shur-E had stood atop the tree, clad in a deep magenta hue. This being bore a striking green cobra emblem upon its chest, complemented by a pair of verdant spectacles adorning its eyes. To the left of the glasses sprouted a green, horn-like appendage, while its forehead showcased a black and crimson horn reminiscent of Yunchan's. Thick black pipes encircled its upper body, and beneath the cobra emblem lay slender wires resembling electrical conduits, presenting the guise of Kamen Rider, Blood Wasteland. Crouched momentarily upon the tree, it prepared to leap, but suddenly sensing something amiss, it paused and resumed a standing position against the trunk. Interesting, I did not expect you to arrive as well, it remarked, observing the battlefield with keen interest. I have lost. Go ahead and kill me, gasped Wank, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Tony remained silent, extending his hand to grasp the mask upon Wank's head and peeled it away. As the mask was lifted, Wank violently coughed up blood, splattering it across Tony's armor. Unperturbed, Tony turned his gaze to Wank's face, which was marred with numerous fresh wounds. The interior of the helmet was also soaked in blood. This armor had been hastily constructed by Wank during recent days. Aside from its combat capabilities, its other functionalities were far from refined. The injuries Wank bore were the result of the recent battle, rendering him a mere shadow of himself, on the brink of collapse. I trust you have comprehended why my father sought to expel yours, Tony stated, gazing at the nearly lifeless Wank. Do you know how I spent my childhood? Wank gasped in reply. At this, Tony offered no response. Just kill me. Wank closed his eyes and implored. Is vengeance not yet fulfilled? Are you willing to perish so easily? A voice suddenly emanated from the side. Who? Tony called out, as all eyes turned toward the source of the sound. 3 figures emerged from the shadows, clad in black. 2 men and a woman, their attire mirroring that of the individual who had transformed into crimson liquid. Though their faces differed. Who are you? Tony questioned, adopting a defensive stance. Tony, do not approach them. Yun-chun suddenly recalled something, drawing forth the smoke sword and rushing to Tony's side. Observing Yun-chun's actions, Tony furrowed his brow, unable to fathom what could provoke such a strong reaction from him. Ha ha ha, let us play for a while. We shall leave this to them, the woman among the trio giggled. The other 2, aside from the middle-aged man who had spoken, produced small vials, shaking them and twisting the caps. Subsequently, the 2 transformed into 2 pools of crimson liquid, enveloping the bottle, and soon the liquids began to bubble, morphing into 2 grotesque figures. The woman became a scissor-like creature, the scissor-shrouded marauder, wielding a sword in each hand that could serve both as weapon and shield. The man, on the other hand, transformed into a zebra-like entity, the zebra-shrouded marauder, characterized by a long neck and formidable defenses across his entire body. The system's voice announced the successful recording of information and the upgrade of the monster detection function. Observing the 2, Yun-chun felt an immense pressure. Without further hesitation, he shouted and charged at the scissor-shrouded marauder with his sword drawn. With a powerful swing, he struck. The scissor-shrouded marauder, seeing Yun-chun's attack, raised the sword in its right hand to block and then pushed forward, forcing Yun-chun back several paces before landing a kick against him. Yun-chun staggered backward, but managed to regain his footing just as Jones and the knights arrived, brandishing their weapons and assaulting the scissor-shrouded marauder. Clang! After parrying the attacks from 2 knights, the scissor-shrouded marauder swiftly leaped back, evading further strikes, and drew one of its swords to retaliate against the knights. Meanwhile, Tony and Roddy confronted the zebra-shrouded marauder, unleashing simultaneous blasts of energy from their palms. With a contemptuous sneer, the zebra-shrouded marauder stood firm, allowing both energy blasts to strike without flinching. How is this possible? Tony and Roddy exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing the energy surge collide with the zebra-shrouded marauder, leaving not a single mark. Now it is my turn, declared the zebra-shrouded marauder as it charged toward Tony and Roddy, fists clenched and ready to strike. With a resounding impact, Tony and Roddy raised their arms in a desperate attempt to block the assault. However, the force of the zebra-shrouded marauder was overwhelming, as its fists crashed down upon their arms, sending them stumbling backward. What tremendous power, Roddy remarked, noting the indentation in his armor, while Tony fared slightly better, though his armor was similarly compromised, given that Roddy's was forged from solar metal. Whether I am willing or not, my time is up, Wank lamented, observing the chaos of battle. What if I could ensure your survival? A middle-aged man interjected, raising a hand that suddenly formed a pulsating pool of red liquid resembling flames, cascading over his entire hand. Without uttering a word, he crouched down and pressed his palm forcefully against Wank's chest. As the man's hand made contact, Wank let out a sudden, anguished cry. In that moment, all of his injuries miraculously mended, yet his face remained pale as ever. The middle-aged man withdrew his hand, only for a fresh pool of the same crimson liquid to materialize once more, which he pressed against the pallid chest of Wank. This time, the red liquid gradually seeped into Wank's body, and his complexion began to restore, blossoming into a healthy hue, while his physical state returned to its peak. What say you? Will you join us? We can offer you the absolute power of vengeance. The middle-aged man extended his hand and inquired. Gazing at the outstretched hand, Wank sat up, hesitating. In that moment of near demise, a multitude of thoughts had crossed his mind. Suddenly, a cannonball erupted from the woods, hurtling toward the middle-aged man. He swiftly dodged, leaping aside to evade the projectile, yet remained silent, fixated on the direction from whence it came. Ha ha ha, my apologies, but I also desire this individual. I wonder if you could relinquish him to me? A crimson figure emerged from the trees, wielding a nebulous rifle. It was none other than Shur-E. At that moment, a few reporters, who had been covertly filming, turned at the sound, startled, with one or two inadvertently collapsing to the ground. Greetings, everyone. Ha ha ha. Shur-E cheerfully addressed the startled reporters upon his arrival. Do you truly believe it possible? Ningshin asked, his expression impassive. Then it seems there is nothing left to discuss. Shur-E replied, locking eyes with Ningshin. Abort. Upon seeing Shur-E, Yun Chun evaded an attack from the scissor striker, stepping back in astonishment. At Yun Chun's exclamation, all combatants ceased their fighting, retreating a few paces to gaze at Shur-E, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Well, I never imagined I had become so renowned that even the masked riders recognized me. Ha ha ha. Shur-E declared, leaning back in a theatrical gesture, extending a finger in jest. Yun Chun looked at Shur-E, realizing that the battle of the night would not unfold easily. Do you intend to simply seize our prey? Asked Kai Guliangxiang and Xiang Yuan Mitsutaka, standing resolutely together. Oh, how could it be called seizing? He hasn't even agreed to accompany you yet. Shur-E pointed at Wank. In the spirit of our kinship, might you consider yielding him to me? I shall borrow him for a spell, and once my affairs are settled, I will return him to you. What do you say? Shur-E spoke with an air of nonchalance. You have already forgotten our mission and are unworthy of our kinship. Today, I shall cleanse our ranks of you, a traitor, in honor of those who have sacrificed for our cause, Ningshin stated, his expression unwavering as he produced a transformation device with 2 grooves and a hand crank handle, fastening it to his waist. As the device connected with Ningshin's waist, a yellow strap automatically extended, enveloping him securely, anchoring the device firmly in place. Continuing, Ainu Kenji unexpectedly produced a bottle filled with a black snake-like creature and a red object resembling a dragon. Shaking the bottle in his hand, he inserted it into the dragon, then twisted its head and tail upwards, transforming the dragon into a cubic form. Behold, the magnificent dragon of Cross, Ainu Kenji declared, placing the cube into his belt. He then turned the hand crank on the transformation device. Are you ready? 3 twisted tubes extended from the belt, branching out in 3 directions, forming the shape of armored segments. Various colored liquids flowed from the belt through the tubes, infusing the armor with vivid hues. Transformation, Ainu Kenji proclaimed as the armor, shaped by the tubes, rapidly sealed around his body. Awaken Cross, harness the power of the great dragon. How splendid. Suddenly, Ainu Kenji's entire being transformed into a pool of red liquid, bubbling vigorously before swelling larger and ultimately bursting forth. revealing a masked rider adorned in black armor interlaced with gold, red, and green hues. Chapter 101. The Death of Wank Ah? Where have your cape and the danger trigger gone? Has the danger trigger been destroyed, or can you no longer use it? Shuri jested at Ainu Kenji. Even without the danger trigger, I can certainly defeat you. Even if your transformation device is shattered, Ainu Kenji replied, charging forward. Seeing him rush in, Shuri helplessly shook his head, dodging the incoming punch before disassembling the nebula smoke rifle back into the smoke gun and smoke sword. With a series of loud bangs, Shuri, with the smoke gun in his left hand, aimed and pulled the trigger while running, firing at Ainu Kenji. Attack! Upon witnessing the engagement, Yun Chun shouted. Hearing Yun Chun's command, everyone surged forward without hesitation, re-engaging with the two monstrous beings. Meanwhile, Yun Chun remained in place, drawing the smoke gun and firing it, enveloping himself in a shroud of black smoke. Explosive form, transformation. As the smoke surrounded him, Yun Chun holstered the gun and donned his headphones. Soon, a blinding blue light pierced through the smoke. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, Yun Chun emerged transformed into his explosive form, equipped and ready. He pressed the keyboard, entering 143, followed by another key. Sword mode, he exclaimed as the weapon separated, elongating into a long handle, from which a golden blade extended, becoming a photon annihilation sword. Get out of the way, Yun Chun shouted, charging towards Takahashi Ryo. Upon hearing Yun Chun's words, Jones and the remaining knights, engaged in battle with Kai Liangxiang, simultaneously leaped backward, distancing themselves from her. In an unexpected moment, Kai Liangxiang was struck by the photon destruction sword wielded by Yun Chun, sending her flying. You go assist Tony. I can handle this, Yun Chun instructed Jones and the others, charging directly at Kai Liangxiang with another sword strike aimed at her. Upon hearing his command, Jones and the others swiftly dashed towards Xiangyuan Guangchen to engage him. Seeing Yun Chun's sword approach, Kai Liangxiang rolled hurriedly to evade the strike and quickly regained her footing. With a flick of her wrist, several swords, resembling those on her forearm, materialized out of thin air and were launched at Yun Chun. With a swift motion, Yun Chun shattered all the swords with his own blade, continuing his advance toward Kai Liangxiang. As Yun Chun approached her, a shield composed of numerous swords suddenly materialized before Kai Liangxiang, blocking his attack. I am quite curious to see what lies beneath your armor, she laughed teasingly. With another flick of her hand, she sent Yun Chun hurtling backward, followed by a barrage of swords aimed at him. In midair, Yun Chun saw the incoming swords and quickly pressed the keys 5246 on his control panel. Then hit the enter key. Burst propulsor activated, he exclaimed. Suddenly, four jets at the base of his white flight pack erupted with golden flames and white smoke, propelling him upward and allowing him to evade Kai Liangxiang's onslaught. Observing her attack miss its target, Kai Liangxiang unleashed another volley of swords toward Yun Chun. The clashing sounds echoed as Yun Chun parried each sword, resulting in a stalemate between the two. Meanwhile, Tony and his companions seemed to have gained the upper hand in their battle, even though Xiangyuan Guangchen's defenses were formidable. Initially, their blows inflicted minimal damage. However, with the support of Jones and the Knights, and Tony's invocation of the Moon God's Claw, they managed to inflict significant harm, forcing Xiangyuan Guangchen to retreat. Despite their temporary advantage, Tony and his allies were growing fatigued from the extended conflict, while the Knights were nearing the limits of their energy. On another front, Shuri continued to engage in combat, trading blows with intense ferocity. Meanwhile, Wanka stood silently nearby, his gaze fixed on the clash between Tony and Xiangyuan Guangchen. Suddenly, the sounds of helicopters and tanks rumbling in the distance broke the tension. A multitude of helicopters soared through the sky, while from the adjacent woods emerged a procession of tanks, ruthlessly crushing trees in their path. Following closely behind was a throng of soldiers armed with rifles and artillery, encircling the entire woodland area. At the forefront of the military contingent stood several individuals clad in alpha armor. Upon witnessing the arrival of the troops, a few intrepid journalists hastily directed their cameras towards the soldiers, fervently capturing the unfolding scene, while a female reporter animatedly narrated into her microphone. As the army advanced, Shuri and his companion halted to observe the soldiers, fighter jets, and tanks. We must conclude this battle swiftly, he declared expressionlessly to Kai Liangxiang and Xiangyuan Mitsutomo, then charged toward Shuri. What a nuisance, Shuri mused, glancing at the military and the combat involving Yun Chun, feeling somewhat powerless. Suddenly, he discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Tony's Vank, and an idea struck him. He seized a smoke grenade and, aiming at the oncoming adversaries, pulled the trigger before dashing forward himself. The two resumed their skirmish with a series of explosive sounds. This is truly troublesome, Kaiji Liangxiang and Xiang Yuan Mitsutomo remarked, their irritation palpable upon hearing the words of Inoue Ken. General, all personnel are prepared and await your command. A soldier approached a tank, lifting its hatch to address the combatants below. Hold on, let us observe for a moment. The general contemplated the fray before continuing, and ensure those journalists vacate the area. It is far too perilous. Understood, the soldier replied, leading a few others towards the journalists. Excuse me, this area is too dangerous. Please evacuate immediately. The soldier instructed the reporters. You cannot silence us. We have a right to know, a female journalist retorted loudly. However, it is our duty to protect citizens. Once this situation is resolved, we will hold a press conference to explain everything, the soldier said impassively, signaling his subordinates to escort them away. At that moment, the knights summoned by Yun Chun, excluding the Leo cavalry, suddenly flickered with energy. Aware of their dwindling strength, the knights exchanged knowing glances and nodded, retreating a few paces to muster their remaining power for a decisive strike, hoping to vanquish the zebra. Final arrival. The king's serpent extracted a card depicting a cobra from a case, inserting it into his serpent staff. Subsequently, a fearsome purple cobra surged forth from the glass of a hovering fighter jet, slithering menacingly behind the king's serpent. The appearance of the cobra startled all the soldiers, who swiftly aimed their weapons at it, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Prepare. Meanwhile, another individual removed the crystal card from their mobile device, inserting it into a telescope, which they then pressed to the ground before activating it. Energy recharge. A beam of yellow light emanated from the belt, tracing along the yellow stripes of his body, and entered the telescope at his feet. He then drew the pistol from his right side, aimed at Yoshihara Mitsuomi, and pulled the trigger. Upon witnessing the movements of the three knights, Tony and his companions hastily sought refuge to the side. However, Yoshihara Mitsuomi could not evade in time. The bullet struck him, transforming into a silver net that ensnared him in place. The three knights then leapt forward, channeling their final reserves of strength to deliver a kick toward Yoshihara Mitsuomi. Yoshihara Mitsuomi bellowed at the three, breaking free from the net's constraints in a desperate attempt to evade the onslaught. Yet, it was too late. He could only cross his arms to shield himself. With a resounding thud, the knights struck him, sending him hurtling through the air, resulting in an explosion that ignited flames and emitted a deafening roar. On the ground, the body of the king snake began to shimmer with tiny white specks of light, reminiscent of effervescent tablets dissolving in water, and gradually, he started to dissipate, ultimately vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the flames surrounding him were of a ghostly blue, contrasting with the crimson flames enveloping another. Soon, both figures became rigid, transforming into sand that scattered across the ground. At this point, only one of the knights summoned by Yun Chun remained, the Leo cavalry, who stood frozen in place. Ha! Quite impressive, but you few cannot hope to defeat me, he taunted. As the flames subsided, Yoshihara Mitsuomi, bearing several wounds and charred areas, appeared largely unscathed, his condition seemingly unchanged. You dare! An enraged voice rang out. Everyone turned to see Shi-E pulling the trigger at Wank, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. The previously unsuspecting Wank fell to the ground, a gaping hole in his chest, lifeless, energy filling. At that moment, Yin Chun noticed that Sai-He Lingxiang's attention had been diverted by Shi-E and his companion, and he swiftly pressed the button above. The blade of the photon destruction sword emitted a brilliant surge of energy as Yin Chun darted towards Sai-He Lingxiang. Realizing the imminent danger, Sai-He Lingxiang attempted to shield herself with a sword-formed barrier similar to the one she had previously conjured. However, with a crack and a boom, the shield barely withstood Yun Chun's assault for a mere half-second before shattering, allowing the photon destruction sword to strike her, sending her flying backward. Chapter 102. The conclusion. My apologies, it seems I got a little carried away, Shi-E exclaimed with a maniacal laugh as he began to retreat. Observing the furious expressions around him, he turned, flashing a smile and gesturing behind him, instructing, take up the smoke gun and fire into the air. A plume of grayish-white smoke enveloped Shi-E, shrouding him entirely. Fire! At that moment, the general in the tank, noticing the smoke that Shi-E had conjured, felt a foreboding sense of dread and quickly exclaimed. Upon hearing the general's command, all the soldiers immediately aimed their weapons at the trio of Inoue Kenji, as well as the smoke produced by Shi-E, and pulled the triggers. Bullets incessantly poured into the grayish-white haze and struck the three individuals. As the bullets approached, the trio did not flinch, allowing the projectiles to hit their bodies. How is this possible? Observing the bullets having no effect, the general furrowed his brow in disbelief. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, Shi had vanished. Damn it! Ignoring the bullets, he shouted angrily at the spot where Shi had disappeared. We must leave. Turning to the recently risen Taiha Ryo, who was about to attack Yun-chan, and to his companion, Sakahara Mitsuomi, he relinquished his transformation, standing amidst the rain of bullets. He had come here solely for Wank. And now that he was dead, Inoue Kinji had little inclination to pursue anything further. Subsequently, Inoue Kinji transformed into a puddle of crimson liquid, rising into the sky. It appears we shall meet again next time. Little brother, I shall not forget you. Upon hearing this, Taiha Ryo, who was eager to charge at Yun-chan once more, reverted to her human form and laughed gaily, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Alongside her, Sakahara Mitsuomi also transformed back into human form, both becoming two pools of the same red liquid, pursuing Inoue Kinji. The bullets continued to rain down, yet they were utterly ineffective. At that moment, the arc reactor on the chest of a robot previously damaged by Yun-chan and others suddenly flickered with a red light, emitting a sound. This is not good. Get down. Tony suddenly recalled something and shouted. Following this, flames erupted from Tony's feet and palms, propelling him skyward as he flew back toward the exhibition. Get down. Hearing Tony's warning, the general seemed to grasp the situation as well, yelling at his soldiers before swiftly taking refuge inside the tank and closing the hatch. Yun-chan recalled that these robots were prone to explosions and hastily drew out a smoke gun, rushing toward Jones. Upon reaching Jones, Yun-chan pulled the trigger, enveloping both of them in a cloud of smoke as they made their escape. Just 2 seconds after the grayish-white smoke shrouded Yun-chan and Jones, all the robots detonated. Fortunately, the soldiers were positioned at a safe distance, sustaining only minor injuries, with a few rendered unconscious from the shockwave. Meanwhile, in a dirty, cluttered corner of an alley, a grayish-white smoke suddenly appeared and gradually dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man, Shi. Indeed, without a transformation device, it proves to be problematic. Yet, he is already dead. Who shall I seek? Stepping out of the alley, Shi murmured in distress. At that moment, Shi's phone rang. It seems I have been gone for too long. Upon glancing at the incoming call on his phone, Shi lightly tapped his forehead and answered, Hello, Xiaomei. What is it? Dad, why haven't you returned yet? Shi inquired anxiously from the other end. Oh, I lost track of time while wandering around. I'm on my way back now, Shi replied. Dad, you haven't gone near the exhibition, have you? Shi asked. No, I'm headed in the opposite direction. Is something happening there? Shi feigned confusion. That's good to hear. There were terrorists spotted nearby, and many people lost their lives. Please come back quickly. Shi sighed in relief. All right, don't worry. I'll be home shortly. Shi assured her before hanging up. He then stopped by a convenience store to pick up a few items before heading home. Meanwhile, Yun-chan and Jones had also returned home. By this time, Grom and the others had already gone to bed. I'm so tired, Yun-chan exclaimed as he arrived, immediately shedding his transformation and collapsing onto the sofa to rest. Why don't you wash up first, Brother Yun, and then take a rest? Jones suggested, also reverting from his transformation. No, you go ahead. I need a moment to relax, Yun-chan lazily replied, sprawled on the sofa. Very well, Jones said, retreating to his room for some clothes before making his way to the bathroom. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed, ding ding ding, error in monster detection function, clan information malfunction. What is going on? Yun-chan perked up, sitting upright and addressing the system. I'm not sure. Just a minute after leaving the battlefield, the detection function started to fade, ultimately vanishing completely, as if he had seamlessly blended into humanity. I can't trace his whereabouts anymore, yet the other 3 remain unaffected. He alone has disappeared, the system responded, a hint of tension in its tone. How could this happen? Aren't you the system? How can you not know? Yun-chan frowned, realizing the cunning nature of the situation. Losing track of him would spell trouble. But the system isn't infallible. Other monsters are easily identifiable, like green beans among red beans. But this one is like a dyed red bean. How do we locate it? The system lamented. What should we do? Yun-chan queried. Do not worry. Although we cannot find him now, as long as he is within 1,000 meters of you, I will certainly be able to detect him, the system assured confidently. Are you certain? Yun-chan pressed. Absolutely, the system affirmed, though doubt lingered. At that moment, Shi had returned to the neighboring milk tea shop. Yet the system remained unresponsive. In truth, upon learning that Nungxian and his companions had arrived here, Shi, in order to conceal his true identity, had long ago utilized his abilities to completely mimic the appearance of a human being. Unless he chose to reveal himself, even the most advanced systems would be utterly incapable of locating him. Brother Yun, it's time for a bath. Uncertain how much time had passed, Yun-chun inadvertently dozed off, only to be roused by Jones' voice. Oh, Yun-chun opened his eyes, spoke, and rose to gather his clothes as he made his way to the bathroom. Meanwhile, in the company, things were progressing exceedingly well. Xia Village sat in his office chair, observing the several arc reactors presented by his subordinates, and remarked with a smile, "Take this down for further study. Let us see if we can replicate it." After contemplating the arc reactors for a moment, he composed himself and added, "Very well." His subordinate responded affirmatively, collecting the reactor from the desk before departing. On the other side, in Mexico, a robust man and a beautiful woman were seated, gazing at the sky. "I think I must try once more to retrieve my hammer," the man declared to the woman beside him. "What? Have you lost your mind? It's not the same as last time. They weren't prepared when you first arrived, which allowed you the opportunity to enter. Now it's completely sealed off. How do you intend to get in?" The woman furrowed her brow in concern. "I was simply unprepared before. This time, I am certain I can succeed," the man asserted resolutely. "Very well, then let us plan to go tomorrow. We'll brainstorm some strategies. It's rather late now. We should rest," the woman replied, yielding to the man's determination. "Thank you, Jane," the man said, smiling at her. "Good night," she responded with a smile. And thus, they lay outside on the recliners, covered with blankets, and gradually drifted into slumber. The night passed in such a manner, and the following day, Yun-chun slept until noon before rising. After emerging from his room and freshening up in the bathroom, he settled onto the sofa, watching television while enjoying his first meal of the day. On the television, a live broadcast featured the previously seen congressman awarding Tony and Rhodey, along with a group photograph. By the time Yun-chun finished his meal, the award ceremony had concluded, and the scene shifted to another press conference. A throng of high-ranking officials sat in chairs, fielding questions from reporters. "Excuse me, Congressman, what can you tell us about the robots that appeared last night and caused extensive destruction?" a reporter inquired. "That was merely a nihilist seeking revenge against society. We are addressing the situation and have apprehended his accomplice, Justin Hammer, the owner of Hammer Industries, who is currently undergoing interrogation. Once the questioning is complete, we will provide further updates. This morning, we have commenced offering condolences and compensation to the victims from last night's Technology Expo, with the expectation that all compensations will be completed by noon tomorrow," replied a middle-aged man in military uniform. "Excuse me, may I inquire whether the nation has developed weapons to combat the monsters that appeared thereafter?" another journalist interjected. "To address this question, we have invited Mr. Tony Stark, the owner of Stark Industries, and Mr. Kaizuma, the owner of the company that manufactured the Alpha Knight belt, to provide us with answers." The military man continued as two individuals approached and took their seats beside him. "Greetings, everyone. Allow me to explain what these creatures are. The monsters that appeared last night can be classified as extraterrestrial life forms, known for their existence aimed at world destruction. However, their numbers are limited, so there is no need for concern," Tony stood up to clarify. "Indeed, there are not many. Only 4 have emerged thus far. As for the weapons to combat them, I invite our esteemed president to enlighten us," Tony remarked, resuming his seat, lost in thought. Chapter 125, the 103rd chapter, Thor regarding the weapons to counter them. "You have already witnessed our alpha armor developed by our company. I trust you are aware of its capabilities, which can effectively safeguard this world. In the future, we will collaborate with the Kamen Rider and Stark Industries to protect all citizens," Kaizuma declared, rising to speak. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. "Now, may I ask, Mr. Stark and Mr. Kaizuma, what is the identity of your collaborator, Kamen Rider, and why does he remain concealed?" a journalist queried. "Kamen Rider is not one to seek the limelight. His philosophy is that only in the shadows can he more easily locate those who pose threats to humanity and society, eliminating them," Kaizuma responded. Tony, meanwhile, pondered how those individuals were aware of his collaboration. Watching the television, Yun-chun contemplated the reporter's words, feeling somewhat perplexed, unaware of Kaizuma's activities. Equally puzzled was Tony, seated next to Kaizuma, though he concealed his confusion. Subsequently, Yun-chun switched channels, only to be taken aback as he finished. "After viewing the video, I wish to express my gratitude to our collaborator, who, like Iron Man, has been tirelessly battling against these monstrous threats," Kamen Rider. The television displayed footage of Kaizuma distributing the night belts last night. Indeed, at this moment, Yun-chun finally grasped the entirety of the situation, astonished by Kaizuma's unexpected maneuver. Beep, beep, beep. After watching Kaizuma's speech, Yun-chun wore a perplexed expression, intending to call and file a complaint against Kaizuma, yet his phone rang. What a bother. Yun-chun glanced at his phone and realized it was Tony calling. He answered, inquiring, Have you truly collaborated? As soon as the call connected, Tony responded, Indeed. Why? Tony queried. Collaborating with them is currently advantageous for me, for humanity, and for this world, Yun-Chun replied. Rest assured, I am well aware. Before Tony could reply, Yun-Chun continued, Very well. Hearing this, Tony paused for several seconds before responding. Subsequently, the two ended the call. Just after hanging up, Coulson called again. With a sense of resignation, Yun-Chun answered. Hello, Mr. Knight. However, the voice on the other end was not Coulson's, but Nick Fury's. I know what you're about to ask. I have indeed collaborated, and I am fully aware. That is all, Yun-Chun stated before hanging up and sighing. Moments later, the phone rang once more. Feeling increasingly vexed, Yun-Chun glanced at his phone and answered. Hello, is this Mr. Yun? Do you have a moment? Came the voice of Xia Siyuan. What is it? Yun-Chun asked through gritted teeth. The photon blood in the company has run out, Xia Siyuan explained, then inquired. Why does your voice sound a bit off? Is something wrong? You disclosed our collaboration. What do you think is wrong? Yun-Chun retorted, a frown creasing his forehead. Is there a problem? This is also for promoting our company. Xia Siyuan replied calmly with a smile. Our collaboration terms now include an additional stipulation. No disclosures about me without my permission. Yun-Chun exclaimed, his anger evident. Understood. Xia Siyuan chuckled. Where shall we exchange the photon blood? Yun-Chun asked. We can arrange for it anywhere, Xia Siyuan responded. Then let's meet at warehouse number 3. Bring extra vehicles. And I hope you haven't forgotten our terms, Yun-Chun said, regaining his composure after consulting the system before hanging up. Upon seeing the call ended, Xia Siyuan smiled and began to arrange for his people to go over. Yun-Chun also set about his preparations, transforming and heading towards the location provided by the system. Upon arrival, Yun-Chun retained only 5,000 points, exchanging the remainder for photon blood, which he handed over to Xia Siyuan's associates. System, how many lottery draws do I have left? Yun-Chun inquired after returning to the shop. It has been 2 weeks since the last draw. However, since the regular lottery was not utilized then, you now have 9 regular draws, for intermediate draws, 2 advanced draws, and 1 top-tier draw remaining, the system replied. I wonder if I might draw something worthwhile this time. Yun-Chun felt a surge of excitement as he opened the lottery panel. He initiated the basic lottery, tapping vigorously before swiftly retreating without a glance, proceeding into the intermediate lottery. Similar to the basic lottery, he clicked and returned, then ventured into the advanced lottery, completing it before once again retreating. With his hands pressed together in a gesture of prayer, he muttered a few incantations before finally opening his inventory. Congratulations. You have received a mirror. Congratulations. You have received a weapon, dagger. Congratulations. You have received a bundle of colorful yarn. Congratulations. You have received a skewer of candied hawthorn. Congratulations. You have received a balloon. Congratulations. You have received an expired 1982 soda. Congratulations. You have received a bag. Congratulations. You have received a case of canned fruit. As Yun-Chun gazed at the items acquired through the basic lottery, his reaction was rather subdued. These outcomes fell well within his expectations. He began perusing the descriptions of the items he had drawn. The first was merely a commonplace mirror, which he glanced at and dismissed. The second was an ordinary dagger, which he also overlooked. The third was simply a spool of standard sewing yarn, prompting Yun-Chun to summon flames and incinerate it immediately. The fourth item, however, brought a glimmer of joy, as it was the candied hawthorn he had long yearned for. Ever since he had last tasted it, he had been unable to forget, and now, having drawn it again, Yun-Chun was elated. He casually plucked one from the skewer and began to eat it, then turned his attention to the next item. Upon seeing the remaining 3 items, with a piece of candied hawthorn still in his mouth, Yun-Chun retrieved the items, placed everything into the bag, aimed for the garbage bin below, and tossed them out of the window, landing directly in the bin. Rubbish, he muttered, continuing to savor the candied hawthorn as he examined the next item. Oh, another food item. I wonder how it tastes. Yun-Chun remarked with anticipation, spotting a case of canned fruit. He promptly extracted the box, opened it, and took out a can, stowing the rest away. He then unscrewed the lid of the can and took a sip. Indeed, it lives up to the system's reputation, he declared, shifting his gaze to the items acquired from the intermediate lottery. Congratulations. You have received empty space X3. Congratulations. You have received game cartridge X1. Is my luck truly that dismal? Yun-Chun pondered, observing the 3 empty draws. He retrieved the mirror he had drawn earlier for inspection. Not dark at all. Why is this happening? He mused, perplexed. I'm so exhausted. There's not a single worthwhile item. He sighed, putting away the mirror in resignation. However, what on earth is this game cartridge? Yun-Chun questioned, eyeing the solitary item from the intermediate lottery and began reading its description. Name, game cartridge, unknown. Description, ability unknown. Requires a triggering medium to activate. Triggering item unknown. Method of activation unknown. Am I cursed with African ancestry? He lamented. Yun-chun, feeling helpless, once again took out a candied hawthorn and began to munch on it, glancing at the items obtained from the high-level lottery draw. Congratulations on receiving. Dimension, gatekeeper clown. Congratulations on receiving. Thor, the god of thunder. Hiss, has all my luck been accumulated for this high-level draw? Yun-chun was ecstatic. He had won items in both high-level lotteries. He quickly turned to examine the descriptions. The first item was a silver-white ring adorned with a door-like emblem, above which rested the head of a clown, accompanied by a chain. Item, dimension, gatekeeper clown. Description, this item allows traversal through any dimension but can only be used once, with no return unless a second one is possessed. Furthermore, a maximum of 6 individuals can traverse it once. It will shatter after use, rendering it unusable again. Nice. Yun-chun exclaimed with excitement. With this, he could traverse worlds, even the realm of knights, although he needed to gather 2 to avoid the embarrassment of being trapped in a one-way journey. System, you're up to something, Yun-chun remarked, eyeing the next item. None of my concern, the system replied. Ignoring the system, Yun-chun continued to peruse the description, which depicted a stoic Akita dog, its body cloaked in golden fur, with white fur on its belly and face, a red cape draped over its back, and a silver hammer grasped in its paws. Name, Thor, the god of thunder. Description, from the world of Tenkul, the son of Hong Qigong. Pet. Thor possesses the power to control thunder and lightning, boasting formidable combat prowess. Hee hee. Yun-chun suddenly chuckled mischievously, but I suppose my demise would be rather ungraceful. As an unsettling thought crossed his mind, he shivered slightly. Yun-chun glanced around and summoned the god of thunder from Tenkul. Before him appeared an indescribable pattern, emanating a yellow glow, a magical array. Subsequently, a stoic Akita dog emerged, standing on its hind legs. As the dog appeared, the magical array dissipated. Woof woof. The moment Thor appeared, he spotted Yun-chun, instantly adopting a playful demeanor, barking a few times, trotting on all fours, wagging his tail, and nuzzling against Yun-chun's pant leg. I know what you're wondering. When I summoned him, I infused a hint of affection towards you, which is why he is so affectionate. The system interjected as Yun-chun was about to speak. I see. Yun-chun nodded in understanding. Looking down at Thor, he picked him up and placed him on his feet, gently stroking him. Chapter 126, the 104th chapter, Thor the God of Thunder. As soon as Thor was cradled in Yun-chun's arms, he extended his tongue and affectionately licked Yun-chun's face. Ha, good boy, Thor, Yun-chun said, smiling as he petted Thor. At this moment, Thor seemed to sense something, suddenly glancing out the window, and then at the hammer in his hand. Thor, what's wrong? Yun-chun inquired, observing him closely. With a few barks, Thor levitated, enveloped in lightning, and soared into the sky. Wait, Thor, you can't just go out like that, Yun-chun shouted after the departing figure. Thor turned back, barking a few times as if urging Yun-chun to follow, and then flew off in a specific direction. Oh no. Could he be aiming to retrieve the hammer of the god of thunder in this world? Yun-chun pondered suddenly, hastily retrieving his nebula smoke gun and a full bottle of bad essence, transforming and then cloaking himself before pursuing Thor. As he soared through the air, Yun-chun pulled out his phone to message Jones, then continued his chase. After a while, Yun-chun finally caught up to Thor, drawing closer to him. However, the lightning surrounding Thor prevented Yun-chun from approaching too closely, forcing him to trail alongside. Meanwhile, on the ground, bystanders gazed up at the gathering storm clouds crackling with electricity. Startled and believing rain was imminent, they hurried towards the shelter of buildings. Let me through. That's my hammer. Just let me try again. I must lift it. At the location where Mjolnir had fallen, a man rushed towards the hammer, but was restrained by a group of uniformed individuals, unable to get closer, and he could only shout in frustration. Nearby, a man and 2 women watched, unsure of how to react. Did I do something wrong? One of the women remarked. What do you think? The middle-aged man replied, his expression darkening. What should we do? Cole-san, observing the man, was suddenly asked by a bald man wearing glasses. Just stop him. Nothing else matters, Cole-san instructed. Understood, the bald man replied. Suddenly, the sky darkened again, and thunder rolled. Ha. Mjolnir, are you welcoming me? The restrained man exclaimed, looking up at the sky. Another rumble echoed, and a bolt of lightning struck nearby, startling the men holding him and the 2 women beside them, while the man laughed maniacally, convinced that the hammer of the thunder god was indeed greeting him. Then, a dog appeared, and at that moment, both the lightning and the storm clouds dissipated. causing the man's expression to freeze in disbelief, while the others stood in stunned silence. Yun Chun descended as well, deactivating his cloaking and standing beside Thor, observing the individuals nearby. "Who are you?" they all demanded, releasing the man and raising their weapons to aim at Yun Chun. Since this suit of armor had not been seen in crowded places before, the agents failed to recognize him. "Lower your weapons. He is not an enemy," Coulson called out as he approached. Upon hearing Coulson's words, the individuals lowered their weapons, yet they remained vigilant, casting wary glances at Yun Chun and Thor. "Pray tell, Sir Knight, what brings you here?" Coulson inquired, directing his gaze towards Yun Chun before shifting his attention to Thor. "I am Thor, the god of thunder." At that moment, before Yun Chun could respond, Thor abruptly pressed a button on a device around his neck, producing a sound. "Mortal, do you dare to insult the god of thunder from Asgard? Once I seize my hammer, you shall pay dearly for this affront." At Thor's declaration, before Coulson could utter a word, a man suddenly shouted and attempted to charge forward, only to be restrained by the agents once more. Indeed, it was none other than the god of thunder, Thor. "Thor, do you have an affinity for that hammer?" Yun Chun, bemused by Thor's words, pondered for a moment and disregarded Coulson's inquiry, suddenly addressing Thor. "Bark, bark." Thor, on all fours, wagged his tail playfully and yipped. "Then let us see if you can lift it," Yun Chun remarked with a smile upon witnessing Thor's antics. "Bark, bark." Thor excitedly yelped a few times, scampering towards Mjolnir. "Do not touch my hammer." As Thor approached to grasp the hammer, the restrained Thor shouted, though he did not believe that the other Thor could lift it. He simply did not wish for it to be sullied. Thor halted, turning his head to cast a disdainful glance at the restrained Thor, then continued toward the hammer. Ignoring him, "Sir Knight," Coulson observed Thor, then looked at Yun Chun, a hint of confusion in his tone. "Fear not, let him be," Yun Chun replied, gazing at Thor. Judging by Odin's demeanor, Yun Chun felt that even if it meant incurring Odin's wrath, a lesson had to be imparted. Meanwhile, the bald man's gaze frequently drifted toward Yun Chun. At last, Thor arrived beside the hammer, standing with his feet planted, drooling as he eyed the hammer, which was larger than himself. He then set down his own hammer and reached out with eager hands to seize the one before him. "Mortal, make him desist, otherwise I will ensure you face dire consequences," Thor bellowed at Yun Chun. Yun Chun paid him no heed, continuing to observe Thor, as did the others present, eager to witness whether he could lift the hammer. Not only Yun Chun, but also on the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard, a man clad in golden armor, with golden eyes and a sword in hand, and an elderly man with a patch over one eye and grizzled hair and beard, Heimdall and Odin, the All-Father, were watching the unfolding scene. Finally, amidst Thor's hysteria and the gaze of the onlookers, Thor's claws brushed against Mjolnir, and he grasped it. With a crack of thunder, Thor firmly held the hammer, effortlessly lifting it high. As the sky darkened once more, heavy clouds gathered and lightning flashed incessantly, striking Thor and bestowing upon him an air of undeniable majesty. Witnessing this spectacle, Sol was momentarily rendered speechless, collapsing to the ground, his strength evaporating as he stared vacantly at Thor and the Mjolnir in his grasp, as if he had lost something of paramount significance, engulfed in utter despair. Were the world's monsters present, Sol could have instantaneously transformed into one of them, with even the most hopeful figures failing to inspire him. Others stood agape, transfixed by Thor and the hammer he wielded. Nearly all present had attempted to lift the hammer, yet none succeeded, and now it was being held aloft by a mere dog, stirring emotions that were easily imagined. "What shall we do, my king?" Heimdall, observing the scene from Asgard, furrowed his brow and inquired of Odin, as the very hammer of the thunder god was disgracefully held by a dog, a humiliation for Asgard itself. "Fear not, let it be. When Sol comprehends what it truly means to be a king, Mjolnir shall naturally return to his grasp," Odin replied, his expression impassive. "And what of that dog and the man?" Heimdall pressed further. "As long as Sol is not placed in mortal peril, we need not concern ourselves with the rest. Ever since those creatures breached our realm, chaos has ensued. Perhaps he may yet restore order." With that, Odin turned away. "Understood," Heimdall responded, resolutely maintaining his vigil over the Rainbow Bridge while keeping a watchful eye on Sol, ensuring his protection. "Sol, are you all right?" Jin approached Sol, observing his desolation and offering comfort. Yet Sol remained fixated on Thor and the Mjolnir in his possession. "I am Thor, the god of thunder. For the glory of the northern gods," Thor proclaimed proudly, pressing a button on his collar, producing a resonant sound, before reclaiming the small hammer he had previously placed upon the ground. "Sir Knight," Coulson nervously remarked, witnessing their findings being appropriated by a dog. "I will keep a watchful eye on him," Yun Chuan assured calmly. "Thor, We must depart, Yun Chuan called out, though internally, he was in a state of panic. Thor had taken up the hammer, leaving Sol in a state of profound despondency, and Yun Chuan wondered if Odin would turn against him, contemplating an escape. Upon hearing Yun Chuan's words, Thor, clutching two hammers, dashed over. I had always believed that the hammer of the thunder god was merely an accessory to the deity, only to realize that the thunder god himself is but an extension of his hammer. Without it, he is but a slightly superior mortal. Yun Chuan mused as he passed the despondent Sol, worried that Sol might truly fall into despair, inviting Odin's wrath upon himself. Upon hearing Yun Chuan's remarks, Sol appeared to grasp something, his expression shifting into one of confusion. Let us go, Thor. Observing Sol's return to form, Yun Chuan exhaled in relief, unfurling his wings and soaring into the sky, carrying Thor away with him. As Yun Chuan and Thor departed, it dawned upon everyone what had transpired. What should we do now? At that moment, a bald man approached Coulson and inquired. What else can be done? We dismantle the items and return, Coulson remarked, gazing in the direction of Yun Chuan's departure. Take care of yourself. As he passed by Thor, Coulson patted his shoulder and said, before leaving with his companions. Thor, Jane observed, looking worriedly at the kneeling figure of Thor. I am fine, Thor finally responded. Thor, could you possibly dispel the lightning? It draws too much attention. Hidden from sight, Yun Chuan remarked, observing the sparks and electricity surrounding Thor. Okay, Thor called out, and the lightning vanished immediately. Much better, Yun Chuan nodded, acknowledging that it made him less conspicuous and harder to detect. Perhaps it's best if you return, Thor. After some contemplation, Yun Chuan decided to retract Thor into the system space. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Thor into the system space. However, unlike the other items that simply disappeared, Thor was enveloped in a magical circle emanating a golden glow as he was drawn inside. Chapter 127. The performance of Shur-E. What is the meaning of this? Yun Chuan inquired, observing the vanishing magic circle. It is due to the fact that Thor is a living being, thus it differs from other items, the system replied. The system space comprises two levels. The first accommodates inanimate objects and items, while the second is designed for living creatures obtained from the system, allowing only those beings to enter. I didn't realize such a distinction existed, Yun Chuan expressed his surprise. I am back. Upon returning home, it was already evening. The shop had closed, and Jones had prepared dinner, with Shur-E and his daughter also present. Brother Yun, dinner is ready, Jones announced from his seat. All right. Yun Chuan responded and washed his hands before rejoining the table, greeting Shur-E and his daughter as they began to eat. In Asgard, are you still resentful towards your father? A graceful woman addressed a tall, slender, and handsome young man, who was none other than the mother of the thunder god, Frigga, wife of Odin and his brother Loki. Mother, why do you think he brought me back? Loki asked Frigga, his expression devoid of emotion. Since discovering his lineage as a frost giant, Loki had been pondering this question. I cannot provide an answer to that. Your father has his own intentions behind every action. However, one thing you must understand is that your father would never harm you, Frigga replied tenderly. I understand, Loki responded, though his mind lingered on other thoughts. This is not good. The king of gods has collapsed. At that moment, an urgent voice echoed from outside, followed by the hurried entrance of a soldier who knelt on one knee, panting. What? Frigg and Loki exclaimed in surprise, rising swiftly to their feet and rushing outside. Dinner is ready, Thor, Loki, called a gray-bearded elder holding 2 plates of food. He was none other than the master of the dog Thor, the venerable Ohang Chigong. Wong Wong. At this moment, a husky, matching the size of dog Thor, came bounding over. Ha ha, Loki, come and eat. Ohang Chigong chuckled as he placed 1 plate on the ground. Thor. After setting down a plate, he called out once more. Strange, where has Thor gone? I haven't seen him out today. After shouting a few times with no response, Ohang Chigong, puzzled, began to search for Thor. After finishing the meal and sitting for a while, Shur-E took Shur-Mei and the candied hawthorn given by Yun Chuan back to the next room. However, upon hearing Shur-Yi's words, Yun Chuan and Jones suddenly froze. Brother Yun, Jones said, approaching the doorway and calling out to Yun Chuan. System. Yun Chuan invoked the system. Rest assured, both of them are merely ordinary individuals, nothing more, the system assured. Phew, just a coincidence. Both the store manager and his companion are regular folks. Yun Chuan sighed in relief, addressing Jones. That's good. Jones also breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, let us hurry up, or the candied hawthorns will be devoured. Yun Chuan exclaimed suddenly, rising and leading Jones upstairs. Jones, allow me to introduce you. After finishing the candied hawthorns, Yun Chuan released Thor, announcing, This is Jones, seated on the sofa while petting a cat, inquired upon seeing the serious expression on Thor's face. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Before Yunchun could speak, Dog Thor pressed the button on his collar and introduced himself. Indeed, that's the case. He will be living here from now on. But he must not be seen by others. Moreover, you must also refrain from going out carelessly. If you do, remember to be invisible. Yunchun instructed Jones and Thor, having already confirmed with the system that Thor could indeed become invisible. Wong, Thor replied affirmatively. What an adorable dog, Jones exclaimed excitedly. Meow. At that moment, the long silent cat suddenly spoke up. You are quite cute as well, Jones laughed, continuing to pet the cat. Brother, why do you call yourself Thor? What relation do you have with Odin? Where do you come from? At this point, the long silent dog Hua jumped over, chattering away with questions. Clang. Annoyed, Thor shot him a glare and raised his hammer, summoning a bolt of lightning to strike him. The dog, howling in agony, was flung outside. No one paid any attention to the dog, as they had grown accustomed to such occurrences. At that moment, Yun Chun inquired about the third button on Thor's neck, recalling that it seemed to pertain to advertisements. Thor glanced at the button, pondered for a moment, and pressed it. Join the group number 1506666842, a voice echoed. Yun Chun and the others were left in stunned silence. Meanwhile, in the adjacent tea shop, Shi sat on the sofa of the second floor, holding a device resembling a transformation tool, albeit split in two. He thought to himself, this morning, the youngest female genius physicist in our nation's history, 19-year-old Elisa, was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics, hailed as a talent comparable to Tony Stark. Just then, a voice from the television captured Shi's attention, showcasing the award ceremony. Could a physicist truly rival Tony Stark? Observing a beautiful young woman on the screen, Shi contemplated and spoke aloud. Subsequently, he stowed away the bifurcated transformation tool and retrieved another device of similar design but different in hue, glancing at it with a smile. Xiaomei, I shall step out for a moment, Shi declared as he stood up, putting away the device and calling out to the adjacent room. Going out again? Please be careful and return soon, came the voice of Shi as she peeked from behind the door. All right, I appreciate you keeping watch at home, Shi replied with a grin, descending the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Shi produced a nebulous smoke gun, activating the trigger as he walked. A cloud of grayish-white smoke enveloped him as he approached the door, and when the smoke dissipated, Shi had vanished, leaving the tea shop in serene silence. On the fourth floor of an opulent villa, a young woman gazed at the trophy before her, her face alight with excitement. She was none other than Elisa from the television broadcast. Suddenly, a swirl of grayish-white smoke materialized beside her. Who goes there? She exclaimed, quickly setting down the trophy and brandishing a uniquely designed handgun. Dear young lady, no need to be alarmed. I merely seek your assistance, Shi stated as the smoke cleared, revealing his figure. I have nothing to offer you. Please leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to act, Elisa retorted. Recalling the scene she had witnessed on television, her expression frosty. Then it appears I have no choice, Shi replied helplessly, charging towards Elisa. Upon seeing him advance, she instinctively pulled the trigger of her weapon, releasing an energy projectile. Feeling the surge of energy within the projectile, Shi instinctively dodged, narrowly evading the blast. A powerful energy blast struck the wall, creating a significant hole. What transpired? At that moment, the bodyguards downstairs and outside the villa heard the commotion and shouted, quickly rushing upstairs. Ha ha ha, truly a genius physicist. My confidence in your abilities has only grown, Shi remarked, gazing at the hole in the wall, laughing maniacally as he charged towards Elisa. Bam! 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 Elisa, witnessing Shi's advance, hastily continued to pull the trigger, relentlessly firing at him. Is it effective? Shi taunted, dodging the energy blasts, and with a leap, he appeared before Elisa, delivering a punch to her abdomen. The pain caused Elisa to faint instantly. Wouldn't it be better to comply? Shi said, supporting Elisa's unconscious form. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed from downstairs. It seems we must depart swiftly, Shi remarked, extending his hand towards Elisa's face. Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke enveloped them, and as it dissipated, Elisa's appearance had transformed into a different guise. In reality, it was not merely her appearance that changed. Shi had also altered her memories. Previously, he could only erase memories, but later, in order to avoid detection by others of his kind, he mastered full mimicry and the ability to modify memories. He injected a portion of the combat memories he acquired while possessing Kiryu-Banju into Elisa's mind, granting her the fighting experience of Kiryu-Banju. Furthermore, to enable Elisa to utilize the transformation device, Shi infused her with nebula gas. Ah, this will suffice. It is time to leave, he said, producing the nebula smoke gun, and aimed it at the transformed Elisa as well as himself, pulling the trigger to release a plume of grayish-white smoke. When the smoke cleared, both had vanished, unaware that Sher would later deeply regret his actions. Miss Elisa, are you all right? At that moment, the bodyguards arrived upstairs, knocking on the door. After several knocks and receiving no response, one of the bodyguards forcefully kicked the door open, armed and ready, only to find the room empty, save for the hole in the wall and the disarray within. A rush of grayish-white smoke suddenly appeared at the entrance of a milk tea shop, and Sher materialized within. While the unconscious Elisa lay at the door, Sher smiled briefly, opened the door, and feigned surprise upon seeing Elisa on the ground. Hey, miss, are you all right? He pretended to kneel, shaking the fainted Elisa and calling out, Xiao Mei. Seeing that he could not rouse her, Sher hurried inside and called up the stairs to Sher Mei. Chapter 128, the 106th chapter, Loki's performance. Coming. What is the matter, Dad? Weren't you out? Upon hearing the commotion, Sher Mei hurried downstairs and inquired, for it had scarcely been a matter of seconds since Sher Yi had called for her. There's someone unconscious at the door. Quickly, help me bring her inside, Sher Yi urged anxiously. What happened? Sher Mei exclaimed, startled by the notion that someone had collapsed at her shop in trance, and promptly followed Sher Yi outside. I have no idea. I just opened the door and found her lying here. Sher Yi carefully lifted Eliza as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, Sher Mei quickly grasped one of Eliza's hands, assisting Sher Yi in carrying her upstairs and laying her upon the bed in the guest room. Please wash her up. I will go downstairs to close the door, Sher Yi said after placing Eliza down. All right, Sher Mei replied, hastily making her way to the bathroom. Watching her retreat, Sher Yi glanced at Eliza on the bed and smiled, then proceeded downstairs. Upon reaching the lower level, Sher Yi shut the door and, retrieving a transformation device and 2 filled vials from an unknown source, returned upstairs. At that moment, Sher Mei was using a towel to gently wipe Eliza's face and hands. How is she? Sher Yi inquired as he approached. I'm not a doctor. How would I know? But she seems merely to have fainted. She should be all right. Sher Mei answered. Father, do you think we should call the police? After finishing wiping Eliza's face, Sher Mei asked Sher Yi. For now, let us refrain from that. We'll see how she is tomorrow. I found this at the entrance. Though I'm unsure of its nature, it doesn't appear to be ordinary. We can ask her about it tomorrow, Sher Yi said, presenting the transformation device and filled vials with a serious demeanor. Well, that seems the only course of action, Sher Mei remarked, glancing at Eliza before taking the basin and stepping outside. Observing Sher Mei leave, Sher Yi placed the transformation device and vials on the table and followed her, shutting the door behind him. Thus, the night passed. The following day, in Asgard, Loki sat upon the throne, surveying his armor and the seat of power with an excited grin. At last, the throne is mine. I shall never allow Thor to take it from me, Loki sneered, unaware that the hammer of the thunder god had already been seized by Thor. Rising, Loki made his way towards the Rainbow Bridge. Send me to Earth. I wish to see my brother, Loki instructed Heimdall upon reaching the bridge. Very well, Heimdall replied, contemplating for a moment before springing into action, transporting Loki to Earth via the Rainbow Bridge. Meanwhile, in the tea shop above, Eliza, who had been sleeping in bed, suddenly stirred and opened her eyes. You're awake. Are you all right? Sher Mei, seated at the bedside, asked with surprise. Who are you? Where am I? Why am I here? Eliza sat up, gazing at Sher Mei with a bewildered expression. My name is Sher Mei, and this is my home. Last night, you collapsed at my doorstep, and it was my father and I who brought you inside, Sher Mei stated. What is your name? And why did you faint at my front door? Sher Mei continued to inquire. I cannot remember, Elisa replied, frowning as she pressed her forehead. Have you lost your memory? Sher Mei asked, observing Elisa's expression. I don't know, Elisa responded. Never mind, eat something first. I will go call my father, Sher Mei said, handing a bowl of porridge to Elisa. Thank you, Elisa replied as she accepted the bowl. Also, this seems to belong to you. Perhaps it will jog your memory. Sher Mei pointed at the transformation device and the filled bottle on the table, addressing Elisa before dashing downstairs. What is this? Elisa set the bowl down and picked up the transformation device and the bottle, as if something was coming to her mind. After a while, Sher Yi heard Sher Mei's voice and approached, looking at Elisa. Miss, hello. Do you truly remember nothing? Sher Yi asked Elisa. I genuinely don't remember and have no idea how I ended up here, Elisa said, her disappointment palpable as she struggled to recall anything. What about that item in your hand? Do you remember what it is? Sher Yi inquired. I have a vague impression, but it's unclear, Elisa admitted. Then you should rest well. You can stay with us for a while. Or let Sure May take you out for a stroll to see if it helps restore your memory, Sure E suggested upon noticing Elisa's plight. Thank you. Elisa expressed her gratitude to Sure E. You're welcome. Now rest, Sure E replied with a smile, gently pulling Sure May out and closing the door behind them. Father, should we call the police or take her to the hospital? Sure May asked once they were outside. For now, that may not be necessary. We don't know her identity. Calling the police might cause her distress. Let us first check the news to see if there have been any reports of missing persons. Sure E responded. All right, Sure May replied. How did you end up here? Suddenly astonished, Thor exclaimed, having arrived in New York with Jin and others, and was dining with Jin at her home. Hearing Thor's remark, Jin turned to see Loki, clad in deep green attire, standing behind her. Who is he? Jin gasped, rising to her feet and pointing at Loki as she asked Thor. Jin, allow me to introduce you. This is my brother, Loki. Thor stood up, approaching Loki and gesturing towards him to introduce him to Jin. Greetings, beautiful lady, Loki replied politely. Hello, Jin responded. May we speak privately? Loki inquired of Thor. Very well. Jin, let us step outside for a moment. Observing Loki's expression, Thor's demeanor shifted as he turned to Jane, pulling Loki outside. Loki, what brings you here? Has something happened in Asgard? Thor inquired, anxiety evident in his voice. The All-Father is dead, Loki replied solemnly. What? Thor was taken aback, his eyes reddening as he trembled, gripping Loki's arm tightly. The All-Father passed away. After your exile, the looming threat of war overwhelmed him, and he could bear it no longer, Loki said, his face etched with sorrow. Upon hearing Loki's words, tears streamed down Thor's face as he sank to the ground. Yet, he still loved you, otherwise he would not have sent the hammer along. He merely forgot that you, without divine power, could not lift it, Loki continued. The burden of the throne now rests upon me. I came primarily to see you and to convey the message that Father wished for me to share with you before his departure. What message? Thor asked, looking at Loki with grief-stricken eyes. He instructed me to tell you not to return, to live well here instead. After your banishment, peace has been restored between Jotunheim and Asgard. Though we do not fear battle and would surely prevail, should war arise, countless innocents would perish, something Father wished to avoid. Loki said, half in earnest. Very well, I shall remain here. After all, the hammer is no longer mine, and I cannot return, Thor choked out. What do you mean? Loki asked, surprised by Thor's words. Mjolnir has chosen a new master and departed with another, Thor explained. In that case, I shall take my leave. Take care of yourself, Loki said, his voice slightly strained, his expression contorted as if he were trying to suppress laughter, reminiscent of Nicolas Cage's most famous meme. He then turned and hastily departed. Ha! Once he turned away, Loki burst into uncontrollable laughter. Hearing Thor's words made him realize he could never return, and he laughed with exhilaration, unconcerned about who had taken the hammer, as long as it was not Thor. However, if he were to discover it was a dog sharing Thor's name, he might laugh himself into a fit, or even meet an untimely demise, given that he had always felt overshadowed by Thor. Now, witnessing Thor's misfortune, how could he not feel a thrill of excitement? From this moment forth, no one shall open the Bifrost gates until I have rectified the damage my brother has caused, Loki declared upon returning to the Bifrost, his spirits having been restored. What did you and Thor discuss? Why could I not hear or see anything? Heimdall inquired, gazing at Loki. That is of no concern to you. Simply obey the command, Loki replied coolly before departing. Understood, Heimdall responded, watching Loki leave. On the other side, Yun Chun was assisting in the shop, and the following days unfolded similarly. Thus, a few days passed, and soon boredom began to set in. After finishing his meal, Yun Chun did not descend to help as he had in previous days. Instead, he resembled a languid fish, lounging on the sofa beside Thor, who was clutching two hammers and sipping on a sugary soda, both of them venting their frustrations. Ah, Yashira, why haven't you eliminated any monsters? You've been here nearly a year now. Just think about how many beasts you have vanquished. If I could slay the master, I would do it in an instant and find a new host. Damn it, the system roared. What can I do? I am utterly despondent. I'm far too weak to take any action, Yun Chun replied, maintaining his lethargic demeanor, rolling over lazily. After a series of battles, his level had reached 49, just 1 point shy of 50. How disheartening, the system lamented. Chapter 129, the gathering point of the vampire teeth, contemplating his idleness on the sofa. Yun Chun reflected on how little he had accomplished in terms of defeating monsters during his time there, which did not sit well with him. He decided to activate the monster detection feature on his panel. System, how many vampire teeth remain with the bishop? Yun Chun inquired, gazing at the display. 11. What do you intend to do? The system responded. Are the bishop and Locke currently at the gathering point? Yun-chun continued, focusing on the designated area. Let me check. The system replied. They are not. Both have stepped out, it confirmed after a moment. Then, Yun-chun smirked with a devious grin, rising from his seat, descending the stairs, and briefly conversing with Jones before heading out. Finding a secluded corner, he retrieved his nebula smoke gun and a full bottle of bad essence. Transforming and cloaking himself as he soared towards the vampire gathering point he had observed earlier. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Thor's companions were engaged in discussions about how to bring him back. Heimdall wishes to see you, a soldier announced suddenly as he entered, promptly turning to leave. Oh no, we're doomed, Sif remarked, glancing at the departing soldier. The four exchanged resigned glances as they made their way to the Rainbow Bridge. Having forgotten that Heimdall was monitoring all of Asgard. Do you know what you are about to undertake? Heimdall inquired, his expression impassive as he regarded the four. Upon hearing Heimdall's words, they remained silent. You are defying the king's command, committing treason. Even so, you intend to retrieve Thor? Heimdall continued. Yes, indeed, Sif replied resolutely. Meeting Heimdall's gaze. Very well, Heimdall said, descending and proceeding toward the exit. Will you assist us? Sif turned and asked. I am sworn to allegiance to the king. It is impossible for me to open the Rainbow Bridge for you. As Heimdall uttered these words, he stepped outside. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than the Rainbow Bridge activated, transporting the four directly to Earth. Meanwhile, Loki, observing this scene from the palace, seethed with fury. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. Thor's hammer was lost. Even if he returned, what would it matter? Soldier, Loki called, turning his gaze. What is your command, my king? A soldier approached, kneeling on the ground in inquiry. Proclaim that Sif, Hogun, Fandral, and Volstagg, for the crime of treason, have been exiled to Earth. From this moment forth, they shall no longer be citizens of Asgard, Loki declared with a cold smirk, omitting any mention of Heimdall, for Heimdall was immobile. Understood, the soldier replied, momentarily astonished. Before turning to depart, Thor, let us take a stroll, Jane suggested to the nearby Thor. Very well, Thor responded with a smile, though a hint of sorrow lingered in his demeanor. The two tidied themselves before stepping outside, where two others awaited them. Thus, the four ventured out to explore. Minutes later, Yun-chun arrived at the exterior of a large building. Is the vampire blending in so swiftly? He pondered in astonishment. Indeed, it has been nearly a year. The system replied. Upon entering, Yun-chun found himself in an ordinary office, its layout unremarkable. Immediately, he spotted a man at the reception desk. The investigative feature indicated this man was a vampire. What secrets lie behind that counter? Yun-chun mused, observing the vampire stationed there. Consulting the investigative map, he noted that the vampires were widely scattered throughout the six-story building, for resided on both the top floor and the fifth, alongside the one on the ground floor, totaling 9. Why are they so dispersed? Yun-chun lamented. There is no choice, he concluded, making his way towards the elevator, which was crowded with employees. Shaking his head at the full lift, he opted for the stairs, turning to ascend. Let me tell you something. A woman whispered to another in the stairwell's corner as Yun-chun reached the 5th floor. The other night, my friend mentioned that she saw a woman from our neighboring department called into the office. She said that mere seconds after entering, a scream echoed, and then silence. She happened to be nearby, and when she cautiously approached the window, guess what she saw? What did she see? The other woman inquired, her voice laced with tension. My friend recounted a disturbing incident involving the newly appointed manager of her department, who stood before a woman adorned with vibrant, fragmented patterns on her face. Strangely, the woman had enormous transparent teeth protruding from either side of her neck. Soon after, the woman began to fade into transparency and collapsed to the ground. Could this be a hunting ground for the vampiric entity? Yun-chun pondered, furrowing her brow. It seemed highly plausible, the system replied. Is that truly the case? Another woman inquired anxiously. I'm uncertain, but I discovered yesterday that the woman my friend mentioned didn't even show up for work. Furthermore, my friend is absent today, and I can't reach her by phone. Since the management underwent a change, numerous individuals have vanished without a trace, including former managers. Do you think there is some truth to this? The woman expressed nervously. Please don't frighten me, the other woman responded, her anxiety palpable. Should we simply resign? After all, we hardly earn much in a month, one woman suggested. But where would we find new jobs if we resign? The other woman queried, fear evident in her voice. What are you considering? Is life more valuable than money? The first woman muttered under her breath. At that moment, before the second woman could finish her thought, a voice interjected from the side. What are you up to? A man approached, inquiring. Oh, manager. Both women exclaimed in unison, startled and instinctively clutching each other. It appears you've been discovered. In that case, I cannot allow you to remain. the man said, a cold demeanor settling over him as he observed their reaction. Suddenly, vibrant, fragmented patterns emerged on his face, and 4 enormous transparent teeth materialized above the 2 women. Please, no, they screamed in unison. Perish, the vampiric entity declared as he prepared to plunge his teeth downward. Before he could strike, an unseen force propelled him away, reverting him back to his vampiric form. The sight of the entity being thrown back caused the 2 women to huddle together in fear. Run, get out of here, Yun-chun gently urged one of the women, patting her shoulder before advancing toward the incapacitated vampiric figure. Upon hearing Yun-chun's words, the 2 women exchanged a terrified glance, rose cautiously, and fled, supporting each other as they ran. Who dares? The vampiric entity inquired as he rose to his feet. Oh, have you forgotten me so swiftly? Yun-chun replied with a tone of disdain. It's you, Kamen Rider. The vampiric entity exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the voice. Yun-chun remained silent, instead drawing forth a firearm and several cards. Rather than directly inserting the first card into the gun, he gazed upon it. It was the card of the Leo cavalry. Memories of previous summons flooded his mind, causing a moment of hesitation. Ultimately, he resolved that if this encounter mirrored the past, he would proceed regardless. With a slight shake of his head, he inserted the cards into the gun, pulled the mechanism, and squeezed the trigger. A multitude of glowing orbs erupted from the firearm, striking the recently risen vampire and sending him hurtling backward once more. The orbs transformed into several figures of varying hues, each moving with purpose. Masked Rider Leo Cavalry, Masked Rider Blade, Masked Rider King Cobra, Masked Rider Caesar, Masked Rider Delta, Masked Rider Olga, Masked Rider Exa. In the end, these figures coalesced into 9 distinct masked riders, with the Leo Cavalry being the first card Yun-chun had inserted, positioned prominently at the forefront, directly facing the vampire. As soon as the 3 Leo cavalry riders appeared, they unsheathed their swords with a swift motion, their eyes closed, and began to strike rapidly at the vampire before them. Such speed was beyond the capability of a mere 20-year veteran. It suggested at least 25 years of mastery. As for how one might discern that their eyes were closed, I shall leave that detail to your imagination. With resounding thuds, sparks erupted from the vampire's body as he was sent crashing to the ground, unable to rise for the moment. Yun-chun and the other riders stood astonished at the prowess of the 3 Leo cavalry riders. At that moment, the Leo cavalry opened their eyes and surveyed their surroundings, catching sight of Yun-chun and the other riders who were staring in awe, before turning back to the fallen vampire. A sudden realization seemed to dawn upon them, followed by an air of uncharacteristic pride. Yun-chun regarded the Leo cavalry, recalling their recent battle, finding it all quite peculiar. However, as long as they could vanquish the vampire, that was all that mattered. He smiled and nodded, clearly pleased with their performance. Very well, King Cobra will remain here. The rest of you, attend to the vampires upstairs and downstairs. Ensure they do not recover. Furthermore, 2 of you should descend to eliminate the vampire on the first floor. Yun-chun commanded. This decision stemmed from Yun-chun's awareness of his own exposure. It was imperative to prevent the other vampires from fleeing or resorting to desperate measures that could endanger innocents. Upon receiving Yun-chun's orders, all riders, save for King Cobra and the 3 Leo cavalry, surged forth towards the upper and lower levels. Chapter 130. Combat with the vampire. The 3 Leo knights observed as others ascended and descended the stairs, momentarily pausing to exchange glances before hastily following in their wake. However, upon reaching the staircase, they abruptly halted, embroiled in a dispute. One wished to ascend, another to descend, while the third, caught in indecision, appeared somewhat perplexed. Had I perhaps placed too high expectations upon them? Yun-chun mused, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Very well, you may proceed to evacuate the crowds on each floor. Yun-chun instructed with a resigned tone. Upon hearing his words, the trio of bumbling Leo knights promptly turned, saluted Yun-chun, and formed a line as they descended the stairs. Watching them, Yun-chun sighed and cast his gaze upward towards the ceiling. At that moment, the vampire had risen again, realizing that their presence had been compromised. With the staircase blocked, escape was impossible, and the vampire swiftly pivoted, dashing deeper into the building in search of allies among its kin. Eliminate him. Do not allow him to escape. Yun-chun commanded towards the king snake as he observed the vampire's attempt to flee. Just then, other staff members, drawn by the commotion, approached to ascertain the situation. However, upon turning the corner and spotting the vampire barreling towards them, they were instantly petrified, collapsing to the ground in fright. Seeing the vampire's flight, the king snake, summoned by Yun-chun's order, would not relent and immediately pursued the creature. Hurry, we must evacuate. This place is no longer safe. Yun-chun urged the staff, following suit into the interior. Upon hearing his words, the staff scrambled to their feet, not daring to linger, frantically crawling and tumbling down the stairs, none daring to return to the elevator. Meanwhile, the other knights summoned by Yun-chun had located every vampire's position, fearing that the cornered vampires might lash out in desperation. The knights seized their weapons at the sight of the vampires and charged forth without hesitation. As the vampires transformed back into their monstrous forms upon seeing the approaching knights, a fierce battle ensued. The staff, witnessing their superiors metamorphosing into vampires, succumbed to panic and screamed, racing towards the exit. Particularly concerned that the vampire at the front desk might hinder the staff's escape, Yun-chun dispatched 2 knights to confront it. The Leo knights diligently carried out the task of crowd control, performing commendably. With a resounding clash, the king snake did not wait for the vampire to summon reinforcements. He struck with his sword, sending sparks flying as the vampire was flung against a table. "You seek death." The 3 other vampires, emerging from the office, exclaimed in fury upon witnessing their comrade's downfall, transforming back into their fearsome forms and charging towards the king snake. "Ah, is that so? Let us see whether he perishes first or whether it is you who meets your demise." At that moment, Yun-chun emerged from behind the king's serpent, effortlessly blocking the punches of 2 adversaries with his hands, while delivering a swift kick that sent a 3rd blood-toothed demon flying. The 2 remaining blood-toothed demons, witnessing Yun-chun's nonchalance in fending off their attacks, immediately faltered, retracting their fists and retreating several paces to join their comrade, who had been sent sprawling by Yun-chun's kick. The fallen blood-toothed demon was once again struck by the king's serpent, sent hurtling across the ground. Without regard for their chances of success, the 3 blood-toothed demons charged forward, intent on attacking Yun-chun. He leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to one of them, sending him soaring away. Upon landing, he swiftly crouched, pivoted, and unleashed a punch upon another blood-toothed demon, retracting his hand immediately afterward. With a deft sweep of his left foot, he sent the last blood-toothed demon tumbling to the ground. In an instant, Yun-chun had effortlessly defeated all 3 adversaries. Boom. At that moment, the king's serpent had obliterated the blood-toothed demon that lay on the ground, reducing him to a vibrant array of colorful fragments, from which a luminous orb ascended and floated in midair. Yun-chun approached, extended his hand, grasped the orb, and stored it away. "Well then, you should join him now," he declared, drawing forth the smoke sword with his right hand and holding the smoke gun in his left. "Do not underestimate us," one of the blood-toothed demons exclaimed as he rose, brandishing his weapon and charging at Yun-chun. Without hesitation, Yun-chun aimed at the advancing foe and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The blood-toothed demon swung his weapon in a futile attempt to defend himself while closing the distance. The other 2 blood-toothed demons regained their footing. Upon witnessing the clash, one charged toward Yun-chun, while the other, without a second thought, turned and fled, crashing through a window and leaping into the unknown below. "Hey, what about you?" The blood-toothed demon, still intent on attacking Yun-chun, shouted after seeing his comrade escape. "Perhaps you should be more concerned about your own fate," Yun-chun replied, firing at the exposed blood-toothed demon before delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. He then aimed his gun at another blood-toothed demon standing nearby. "Do not let him escape," Yun-chun urged the king's serpent as he continued his assault. Upon hearing Yun-chun's command, the king's serpent pursued the fleeing blood-toothed demon into the mirror world, chasing after him. Bang! Whether it was the speed enhancement of the mirror world or sheer skill, the king's serpent reached the blood-toothed demon before he could land, leaping from the mirror world to deliver a kick that sent the foe hurtling away. Boom! The blood-toothed demon collided with a car, causing it to explode in a spectacular display of flames, startling those who had emerged from the building and the passers-by, who screamed and scattered in panic. The king's snake landed gracefully and drew a card depicting a serpent from its deck, inserting it into the serpent summoning staff. Contract descent. Upon the card's insertion, a purple cobra emerged from the glass of the building, lunging towards the vampire. With a resounding crash, the cobra struck the exploding vehicle, its tail smashing down upon the incapacitated vampire. Following this, it sank its fangs into the wounded creature, tossing it violently, sending the vampire crashing against the wall of the building before it fell to the ground. Observing the fallen vampire, the king snake deemed it sufficient and retrieved another card featuring a serpentine symbol, inserting it into the staff. Final descent. The cobra twisted its body, swiftly coiling behind the king snake, who then leaped forward. The cobra unleashed its venom, empowering the king snake to deliver a venomous kick towards the vampire. With a flurry of cross kicks in midair, the king snake ultimately struck the vampire, resulting in an explosion of vibrant fragments that scattered across the ground, from which a luminous sphere emerged, floating upwards. The king snake, seeing the orb, reached out and captured it, storing it within Yun Chun's system space, before charging back into the building towards the still-fighting vampire. However, before the king snake could reach the vampire, it was already cleaved into shards by a sword strike. Upon arriving, the king snake had stowed the luminous orb and exchanged glances with its companions as they ascended together. Meanwhile, Yun Chun, positioned above, struck a vampire with his sword, forcing it to retreat several steps. Ice vapor. Yun Chun adjusted the valve on his smoke sword, transforming it into ice mode, emanating chilling mist. This must come to an end, he declared, delivering a kick to another approaching vampire, sending it flying. Subsequently, Yun Chun gripped his sword and struck at the previously retreating vampire. The creature began to encase itself in white frost, rendered immobile. Electric vapor. Again, Yun Chun adjusted the valve on his smoke sword, switching it to electric mode. As currents of electricity entwined the mist, he pivoted, swinging the sword towards the charging vampire behind him, once more sending it hurtling away. With the electrically charged sword, Yun Chun turned back to the frozen vampire, delivering another strike. The vampire shattered into fragments, from which a luminous sphere ascended. Yun Chun turned, collecting the orb, and then cast his gaze upon the vampire that had just risen. The vampire, upon witnessing Yun Chun effortlessly slay his companion, turned away, clutching his chest, trembling and retreating to the shattered window. Suddenly, he pivoted and leaped out of the window, unfurling his wings to soar swiftly into the night. "Can you escape?" Yun Chun remarked, observing the fleeing figure. He then separated the smoke sword into two halves, integrating them into the fore and aft of the nebulous smoke gun, transforming it into the nebulous smoke rifle mode. Subsequently, Yun Chun retrieved a bottle of bat essence and inserted it into the nebulous smoke rifle. "Steam shot," he declared, aiming the weapon at the vampire and pulling the trigger. A projectile of energy hurtled toward the vampire, who, upon seeing the approaching orb, summoned all his strength to evade it at the last moment, narrowly escaping Yun Chun's attack. "Damn," Yun Chun exclaimed in frustration, realizing that several other vampires remained, making pursuit unwise. Consequently, he took out his phone and sent the real-time location of the fleeing vampire to Jones, followed by a call. "Hello, is this Brother Yun? What's the matter?" Jones inquired, having set aside her task upon noticing Yun Chun's call. "Jones, a vampire has escaped from me. I am unable to pursue him myself, so I must trouble you to go after him and eliminate him. I have already sent you his location," Yun Chun informed her as he turned towards the staircase. "All right, I'll head over immediately," Jones replied, ending the call. She briefed Hank and ascended the stairs, transforming and rendering herself invisible. Glancing at the vampire's location, she leaped from the balcony, pursuing the fleeing figure. Chapter 131. The Battle of Thor. Yun Chun reached the staircase, where Wang Shi and others had also arrived. He nodded at them and led the way upstairs. Upon reaching the 6th floor, they encountered he and the Blade engaged in a fierce battle with 4 vampires. The situation appeared dire. Just as Yun Chun and his companions arrived, they witnessed he being struck by a vampire wielding a weapon, resulting in a devastating explosion and igniting flames that scattered him into sand. The Blade and his contracted beast, the giant claw crab, fared somewhat better, utilizing their ability to traverse the mirror world and their formidable defenses to avoid being overwhelmed by the 2 vampires. However, with the arrival of 2 additional vampires, the tide of battle swiftly turned. The Blade brandished a massive crab claw, attempting to slash at a vampire, only to be thwarted as the vampire countered with a swift strike. The Blade retreated hastily, preparing to leap into the mirror world when suddenly, another vampire charged forward, landing a blow that sent him flying into the giant claw crab, both crashing to the ground. "You've thwarted our plans. I will see you perish," one vampire snarled, brandishing his blade menacingly toward the Blade and the giant claw crab. As Yun Chun beheld the scene, he grasped his firearm and aimed it at the vampire, pulling the trigger in an attempt to thwart its assault. The bullet struck the vampire's hand, causing its sword to clatter to the ground. "Who?" roared the 4 vampires, turning to investigate. Without a word, Yun Chun commanded the knights behind him to attack, brandishing his smoke sword as he charged forward. Observing the 4 vampires, a grave expression crossed Yun Chun's face. Their levels were surprisingly close to his own, with one matching him in strength, an unexpected revelation that the bishop had such formidable vampires at his disposal. As he advanced, Yun Chun fired at the strongest vampire. Meanwhile, the other knights engaged the remaining 3 vampires in combat, while 3 Leo knights took cover behind a wall, peeking out to watch the unfolding drama. The sound of bullets ricocheting filled the air as the vampire raised its sword to deflect the oncoming fire. At that moment, Yun Chun closed the distance, swinging his smoked sword at the vampire. With a derisive sneer, the vampire met Yun Chun's strike with a blow of its own, the two clashing blades sending sparks flying. Seizing an opening, Yun Chun executed a swift kick towards the vampire. It retreated just in time to evade the attack. Realizing the vampire had dodged, Yun Chun quickly aimed his gun once more and squeezed the trigger. The vampire's reflexes were astonishingly swift. It raised its sword to block the bullet and lunged at Yun Chun, striking downwards. Yun Chun parried with his sword and then raised his gun to aim at the vampire's abdomen, firing again. The vampire staggered back, clutching its midsection. Ice vapor. Yun Chun swiftly adjusted the valve on his smoke sword, switching to the ice mode. The vampire, now re-engaged, charged at Yun Chun once again. Lowering his head, Yun Chun evaded the vampire's sword and swung his frost-laden blade towards its belly. The vampire quickly retracted its sword, attempting to intercept Yun Chun's grasp on his weapon. Suddenly, a chill enveloped its foot, rendering it immobile. With a decisive strike, Yun Chun's sword connected with the vampire's abdomen, sending it reeling backward. Unrelenting, Yun Chun continued his assault, relentlessly striking at the vampire's rigid form. Ultimately, he delivered a final blow that sent the vampire flying, and he pressed his advantage, charging after it. In midair, the vampire, witnessing Yun Chun's relentless approach, clenched its fist and unleashed a blast against the frost enveloping its body. The ice shattered, scattering across the ground as the vampire landed and staggered a few steps before regaining its balance. With a resounding clang, Yun Chun dashed forward, wielding his sword and striking at the vampire. The creature hastily raised its own blade in an attempt to parry the assault, but in its haste, it lacked the strength to withstand the blow. Yun Chun's strike sent the vampire hurtling through a window, plummeting from the upper floor. Observing this, Yun Chun immediately leaped after it, soaring through the shattered window in pursuit. As the vampire descended, it swiftly drove its sword into the wall of the building, slowing its fall until it landed gracefully on the ground. Upon touching down, the vampire quickly pivoted, swinging its sword at the descending Yun Chun. However, Yun Chun deftly flapped his wings, evading the strike and landing nearby. Retracting his wings, he brandished his smoke gun and smoke sword, advancing towards the vampire. Meanwhile, on the adjacent streets, Sif and her companions finally located Thor. Filled with excitement, Thor approached them and embraced each of them warmly. "Jane, allow me to introduce you to Sif and these three brave warriors," he said, gesturing toward his friends. "Greetings," Jane and her companions replied in unison. "Hello," Sif and her group echoed back. "It brings me great joy to see you all, but what brings you here?" Thor inquired, looking at Sif and her companions. "We're here to bring you home," Vandal replied with a smile. "I cannot return. You know that my father perished because of me, and he expressly forbade my return," Thor said, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Yet, Thor, your father is still alive," Sif interjected, looking at him earnestly. "What?" Thor exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. But before Thor could articulate his thoughts, a sudden crash of shattering glass and a high-pitched scream interrupted him. "What has happened?" Thor turned to see the Midgard serpent, armed with a sword, engaging a vampire alongside a cobra. It appeared that the battle between Yun Chun and the knights had spilled out of the building and onto the streets. Furthermore, the once formidable blade had been vanquished by a wounded vampire at a great cost. The injured vampire, in dire need of sustenance, seized a fleeing human, sinking its two translucent fangs into either side of the victim's neck, draining the life from him. But one was not enough. The vampire surged towards other humans. "This is bad. We must save them," Thor exclaimed urgently, grabbing a nearby chair and charging toward the vampire. With a resounding thud, the chair shattered against the vampire's back, yet it seemed utterly unfazed. As the vampire sensed an attack, he turned to face his assailant, only to be struck by the overwhelming vitality emanating from the human. The energy was so potent that consuming it would restore him completely. How delightful! With a sinister grin, the vampire seized Thor by the throat, and two enormous, translucent fangs materialized above him, poised to descend. Fortunately, at that moment, Sif and her companions arrived, delivering a powerful blow to the vampire's back, sending him flying and rescuing Thor. "Thor, are you unharmed?" Vandal inquired, supporting Thor as he gasped for breath amidst the chaos. "I'm fine, but we must save the others," Thor replied, scanning the tumultuous crowd. "Then be cautious," Sif warned, as the four warriors brandished their weapons and charged at the vampire. With fierce determination, they unleashed a barrage of attacks, their Asgardian prowess igniting sparks from the already wounded fiend. "Thor!" Jane exclaimed, rushing to grasp his hand in concern. I assure you, I am well. You must flee, Thor insisted. And you? Jane questioned, her brow furrowed with worry. I shall vanquish this creature and rescue those in peril. I am an Asgardian warrior, the god of thunder, and it is my duty to protect the 9 realms, even without my divine powers, Thor declared resolutely. He then seized a chair and charged at the vampire engaged in combat with Sif and her companions. Thor, Jane called out. Go. We are mere mortals. Our presence would hinder him. Though he has lost his powers, his physical prowess remains formidable, and he has his allies, Dr. Eric urged Jane, pulling her aside to seek refuge as they observed Thor's battle. At last, the beleaguered vampire, already on the brink of defeat, was overwhelmed by the combined might of the 4, shattering into a kaleidoscope of fragments that scattered across the ground. A glowing orb then emerged from the remnants. What is this? Sif inquired, gazing at the luminous sphere. Do not touch it. It may pose a danger. We must first defeat the remaining monsters, Thor advised. Agreed. The others replied, following Thor as they charged towards another vampire engaged in battle. How did they arrive here? Yin-chun pondered, dodging an attack from the vampire, but catching sight of Thor and his companions from the corner of his eye. He resumed his own fight, noticing that the vampire he faced was now weary. Allow me to send you to the afterlife, Yin-chun declared, delivering a decisive blow that sent the vampire reeling. He combined his smoke gun and smoke sword into a single weapon, the smoke rifle, and prepared to unleash his attack. The vampire roared in fury, charging at Yin-chun with his sword raised. With precision, Yin-chun aimed at the vampire and pulled the trigger, releasing a powerful projectile. The vampire, attempting to block the incoming projectile, found his sword shattered in an instant as the explosive round struck him directly, erupting in a fiery explosion. The shell fired by Yin-chun shattered the vampire into a kaleidoscope of fragments. With the luminous orb retracted, Yin-chun charged towards the remaining vampires. Meanwhile, Jones arrived at the location where he had previously spotted the vampire, only to find the area deserted. He retrieved his phone once more, only to discover that the vampire had relocated. Putting his phone away, Jones soared in another direction. After a while, he paused to check his phone again before darting off in yet another direction. At that moment, the vampire, gravely injured, lost its balance and plummeted to the ground. Struggling to rise, it smashed through the door of a nearby establishment, intent on draining the life force of a few unsuspecting individuals to regain its strength. The sign above the shop read, Shi Milk Tea Shop. In Chapter 132, Masked Rider, upon witnessing the door being shattered and a monstrous creature barreling in, the patrons, including Shirmei, were taken aback, shrieking and tumbling to the floor. At this moment, Shir-E and Eliza, having observed the scene, cried out in unison. The vampire, fixated on Shirmei, conjured 2 enormous translucent fangs above her, poised to strike. Just then, Eliza and Shir-E rushed over, desperate to thwart the vampire. But time was running out as the fangs neared Shirmei's neck. Seeing this, Shir-E discreetly unleashed a wave of energy, invisible to all but himself, directed at the vampire's fangs. With a resounding crack, his energy collided with the fangs, forcing them apart. However, Shirmei inadvertently succumbed to the shock and fell unconscious. The vampire, momentarily puzzled by the sudden disruption, extended its fangs again, attempting to absorb Shirmei's life energy once more. At that instant, Eliza reached the vampire, delivering a flying kick that sent it sprawling. It was astonishing how such a beautiful girl could execute such a wild maneuver. Perhaps a result of the combat memories inherited from Kiryu Sento. Witnessing the creature being toppled, the patrons fled the shop in a frenzy. Shir-E hurried to Shirmei, lifting her in his arms. Manager, you all must leave. I will hold him off. Eliza shouted. All right, but do be careful, Shir-E replied, ascending the stairs with Shirmei in his arms. Meanwhile, noticing that the shop was now empty, Eliza instinctively produced a transformation device, influenced by Kiryu Sento's battle memories. A yellow strap extended from the device, wrapping around her waist and securing it in place. This is... Eliza finally grasped the situation, glancing at the belt. It seems feasible, she remarked, quickly leaping aside to evade the vampire's attack. She then retrieved 2 filled vials, one red adorned with the image of a rabbit's head, and the other blue emblazoned with a tank. I believe this is how it works. Alice, relying on her hazy recollections, shook 2 full bottles and then twisted their caps, proclaiming, next is rabbit. She inserted the red rabbit bottle into the right slot of the transformation device. And tank, she continued, placing the blue tank bottle into the left slot. The perfect combination. Alice then leapt backward to evade the vampire's attack, darting a few steps to the side to distance herself from the creature. Finally, She grasped the handle of the transformation device, shaking it vigorously. Two transparent tubes extended from the belt, reaching out in front and behind her, forming a large frame, with the tubes coiling to create a half-human shape. Subsequently, two distinct liquids, one red and one blue, corresponding to the colors of the bottles, flowed from the belt, transforming the figure within the frame into armor. Are you ready? Upon hearing the voice, Alice ceased her movements. Transform, she shouted, as the entire frame began to converge toward her. At that moment, white smoke erupted around Alice. Rabbit! Tank! Hooray! Alice transformed into a dazzling figure adorned in red and blue, her eyes mismatched in color, each sporting a horn reminiscent of a masked rider. With a resounding thud, Alice completed her transformation and charged at the vampire, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing out of the store and onto the ground outside. Yes, this is the feeling. I must have experienced such battles before, she mused, invigorated by the rush of adrenaline, and charged forward once more. I will kill you. The vampire roared as he regained his footing and lunged at Alice. Swiftly dodging his attack, Alice spun around and delivered another kick, propelling him away once more. Seizing the momentum, she rushed at the vampire, grasped his hands with both of hers, and yanked him forward, driving her knee into his chest with ferocity. Thud after thud. Alice's knee struck the vampire's body until, in a final surge, she leaped, driving her knee directly into his face, sending him flying. Meanwhile, Jones was still searching for the battered vampire that Alice had incapacitated. Inside the tea shop, it was unclear whether the soundproofing was exceptionally effective or if something else was at play, but no one had yet noticed the battle raging outside. Above the tea shop, Cher carefully laid May on her bed, her expression grave as she extended her hand, stained with red liquid, to examine May's face, probing her condition. After a brief moment, retracted his hand, exhaling a sigh of relief, and stepped outside, closing the door behind him as he made his way to the balcony. Intending to observe Eliza's battle, the vampire howled furiously, flapping its wings and ascending into the air, unleashing a barrage of feathered assaults directly at Eliza. This is bad. Eliza, noticing the incoming feathers, swiftly dodged to the side. Thud, thud, thud. The feathers struck the ground, creating numerous craters. Then, with a surge of determination, Eliza placed her hand upon her belt. At that moment, several slender tubes extended from the belt, intertwining until they transformed into a drill-like apparatus. With a yellow handle and a silver conical tip, the drill crusher. You will perish. The vampire bellowed, witnessing Eliza evade its attack, as it continued to flap its wings and launch feathers in relentless pursuit of her. As the feathers approached once more, Eliza grasped the drill crusher, striking at the incoming projectiles, deflecting some. Yet, with such a multitude of feathers, it was impossible to block them all with just one drill. Finally, in a moment of distraction, Eliza was struck by a feather, sending her sprawling to the ground. Die! The vampire roared, soaring towards her with a fist raised. Seeing the vampire's assault, Eliza hastily scrambled to her feet, attempting to leap aside, but it was too late. Thud! Eliza was knocked away again, rolling several times on the ground. Emma. At that moment, observed Emma's fight from above, contemplating briefly before producing two filled vials, one orange and one black. Calling out to Emma. The name Emma was a whimsical choice made by as Eliza had lost her memory. Hearing Yi's voice, Emma turned her head. Spotting Emma's glance, Yi hurled the two vials toward her. Seizing the vials, Emma dodged another of the vampire's attacks and ran to catch them. What are these? Emma pondered, examining the vials in her hands, one depicting an eagle, the other a Gatling gun. Her curiosity piqued. But there was no time for contemplation as the vampire approached once again. Emma quickly rolled aside to evade the attack, then extracted the rabbit and tank vials from her transformation device. Flying eagle, she exclaimed, shaking the two vials and twisting their caps, inserting the orange eagle vial into the right slot. Gatling, she declared, placing the black Gatling vial into the left slot. Optimal combination. Emma began to rotate the handle of her transformation device. Are you ready? Just like the previous rabbit tank mode, a large frame extended from her belt, with orange and black armor adorning its front and back. Emma halted the rotation of the handle, shouting, and then the entire frame surged toward her at great speed. Sky's Marauder. A plume of white smoke erupted around Emma. Emma transformed seamlessly from her rabbit form into the magnificent eagle Gatling form, adorned in a striking blend of orange and black, with a pair of petite orange wings resembling those of an eagle sprouting from her back. At that moment, the toothed vampire swooped in, prompting Emma to focus her thoughts and enlarge her wings, allowing her to take flight and evade the attack. Emma now? Stone shouted. Turning to face him, Emma saw an orange gun soaring through the air, which she deftly caught. Without hesitation, she aimed at the approaching tooth vampire and pulled the trigger, unleashing a volley of orange bullets. The bullets struck the deranged tooth vampire with explosive force, sending him crashing to the ground. Unable to rise due to his injuries compounded by Emma's relentless assault. Turn the wheel on the gun 10 times. Stone commanded again, heeding his words. Emma examined the weapon and discovered a wheel atop it, which she promptly began to rotate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. As she completed the rotations, a circular sphere composed of intricate lines enveloped both Emma and the recovering tooth vampire. With precision, Emma took aim at the tooth vampire and squeezed the trigger once more. The creature erupted in a fiery explosion, flames filling the sphere, yet contained within, leaving no trace of their fury outside. As the inferno subsided, Emma descended, removed 2 filled vials, and reverted to her original form as she made her way towards the shop, eager to pose numerous questions to Stone. Just as Emma turned to enter the shop, the flames vanished, leaving behind a kaleidoscope of colorful fragments and a floating orb of light, which soon sank into the ground and disappeared. Meanwhile, everyone nearby had logged out, oblivious to the fact that the transformed Emma had vanquished the tooth vampire. At that moment, Jones, who had been tracking the tooth vampire, was taken aback upon noticing the signal had vanished. Could it be that the creature had succumbed to its injuries? Pondering this with a furrowed brow, he shook his head and returned to the shop. Chapter 133. The Return of the Bishop and Locke. Meanwhile, all the tooth vampires had been dispatched by Yun Chun and a few others, leaving only the king snake remaining among Yun Chun's knights. As the monstrous foes lay defeated, onlookers gathered once more, brandishing their phones to capture images of Yun Chun and his companions. Observing the crowd, Yun Chun felt a sense of exasperation, while Soul and his companions reveled in the attention, visibly excited. Suddenly, from the back of the throng, a woman's voice pierced through the air, followed by a cascade of screams, both male and female, echoing in the atmosphere. Everyone turned their gaze, only to see a muscular man, clad in a black tank top and camouflage pants, forcefully pushing through the crowd, advancing towards Yun Chun. The sheer strength of this man was formidable. Anyone who came into contact with him was unable to withstand his force, as he unceremoniously shoved them aside. Some even lifted and hurled to the ground. Kamen Rider, I will end you, he bellowed as he finally broke through the throng, confronting Yun Chun, his face adorned with vibrant patterns. In an instant, his body expanded, transforming into a lion-like vampire, complete with flags protruding from his shoulders and a black body adorned with white fur around the neck, a manifestation of Rock, one of the 4 chess commanders. At the sight of this monster, a wave of soprano screams erupted, causing the crowd to scatter in panic once more. From the side, another furious man dressed in clerical attire and sporting glasses approached. He removed his glasses and, akin to Rock, underwent a transformation into another butterfly-type vampire, none other than the bishop. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed a powerful surge of green energy, annihilating those who stood in his path. Quickly evacuate the crowd. Do not confront them directly. They are foes we cannot contend with. Just focus on dispersing the people. Seeing the overwhelming might of the vampires, Thor realized they were no match and called out to Sif and the others. He then dashed towards the crowd, initiating the evacuation. No longer the reckless thunder god of yore. Upon hearing Thor's words, Sif and her companions understood that these creatures were beyond their capability to handle, and they joined Thor in the effort to disperse the crowd. Meanwhile, observing Rock's intent to attack Yun Chun, King Cobra rushed to intervene alongside Cobra, aiming to obstruct him. Get away from me, Rock roared, delivering a kick that sent King Cobra flying, followed by a leap that sent Cobra hurtling through the air. As Cobra was about to be thrown, Rock seized his tail, spinning him around before flinging him towards King Cobra. The two collided, vanishing from sight. Upon realizing that King Cobra and Cobra had disappeared, Rock turned his attention to the calm figure of Yun Chun in the distance, intent on his demise. As Rock charged forward, Yun Chun remained unfazed, drawing forth the nebulous smoke gun, raising it above his head and pulling the trigger, enveloping himself in a shroud of black smoke. Burst mode, transformation, he declared as the smoke fully enveloped him. A flash of blue light pierced through the smoke, dispersing it and revealing Yun Chun in his explosive form. He took out his weapon, transitioning into sword mode, and charged at Rock, engaging him in battle. Kamen Rider, since you have slain so many of our kin and disrupted our plans, I have no qualms about engaging in a mutual destruction. In the distance, the bishop, observing the battle between Yun Chun and Locke, spoke grimly before charging forward. Bang! Bang! Bang. Perhaps due to the previous skirmish, Locke now fought relentlessly against Yun Chun, pressing close and denying him any opportunity to wield his sword. With a barrage of punches raining down upon him, Yun Chun was compelled to raise his sword in defense. Realizing he could not strike back, Yun Chun swiftly leapt backward, narrowly evading Locke's fist, and swung his sword towards Locke. Finally, seizing an opportunity, Yun Chun sidestepped Locke's attack and landed a blow, sending Locke crashing to the ground. As Locke was hurled away, Yun Chun, sword in hand, sought to capitalize on his advantage, but the bishop had already closed the distance, ready to strike. Clang! Yun Chun hastily raised his sword, blocking the bishop's attack. Unfazed by the deflection, the bishop swung again, launching a rapid series of strikes at Yun Chun. Clang! 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 The bishop's speed forced Yun Chun into a defensive posture, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Just then, Locke had regained his footing and roared, charging once more at Yun Chun. What? As Yun Chun prepared to evade, the bishop relentlessly continued his assault, leaving no room for escape. Bang! Just as Locke surged forward, Yun Chun twisted his hand, delivering a powerful air strike that sent the bishop flying, but Locke was upon him as well. Bang! Ultimately, Yun Chun was propelled backward, crashing into the wall of a towering building. As he lay there, the bishop rose, and both he and Locke advanced without mercy. Damn it! If only I hadn't lost my divine power. In the distance, Sol, who was busy evacuating the crowd, helplessly exclaimed upon witnessing Yun Chun's plight. Continuing his efforts to clear the area, "It seems it is time for you to make your appearance once more, and this time, we must take it seriously." Rising to his feet, Yun Chun gazed at a particular item within the system space and spoke. With a swift motion, he waved his hand, but nothing occurred. Then, he grasped his sword and pressed the code 5214, followed by the activation key. Explosive cannon. Suddenly, the golden photon blood vessel on his flight pack flickered, and the thrusters on either side of his shoulders began to whirl. The golden photon conduits on his chest armor also glimmered momentarily, and then, the shoulder thrusters unleashed a barrage of bullets toward the advancing bishop and Locke. Bang! 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 The bullets struck the two vampires, igniting sparks, yet they inflicted minimal damage. The bishop and Locke merely shielded their eyes, disregarding any other vulnerabilities, as they continued their relentless charge toward Yun Chun, unfazed by the onslaught. Suddenly, from the upper floors of a nearby building, a figure clad entirely in black burst through the glass, landing on the ground with a low growl, then charging towards the bishop and his companion. The creature let out a ferocious roar as it collided with the bishop. Sensing the impending danger, the bishop swiftly drew his sword and parried to the side. With a resounding thud, he staggered back several steps. What was happening? Aware of the commotion beside him, Locke halted and turned to see a horrifying being, entirely purple, with a grotesque visage and mouth agape in a deafening roar, standing there. Moments earlier, after Yun Chun waved his hand, a golden magic circle appeared in a mundane room on the 4th floor of the adjacent building. From within, a strikingly handsome man clad in a black suit and wearing an expressionless demeanor emerged, clutching a belt in his hand. Upon stepping out, the man promptly donned the belt. "Amazon," he exclaimed, then twisted the handle on the right side of the belt. A fierce eruption of flames and gusts of wind ensued, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Moments later, as the flames subsided, the man transformed into a fearsome creature, indeed, the form of Sigma. With a fearsome roar, Sigma lunged at the bishop, claws outstretched. "Die!" the bishop shouted, swinging his sword towards Sigma. In a swift motion, Sigma evaded the bishop's strike, retaliating with a rapid swipe of his claw. Observing Sigma's astonishing speed, the bishop hastily withdrew his sword in defense, blocking Sigma's attack. What? As he parried, the bishop realized that Sigma's strength was remarkably on par with his own. He stumbled back a few paces, dissipating some of the force to regain his balance. "Damn it," the bishop muttered irritably. With such a formidable adversary present, how could he possibly eliminate Yun Chun? Frustrated, Locke turned his gaze towards Yun Chun, feeling agitated. Although his combat prowess surpassed that of Yun Chun, the latter's myriad of tactics would make defeating him anything but easy. "It's our turn," Yun Chun declared, brandishing his sword and charging toward Locke. "Humph. Even if I stand alone, it will suffice to vanquish you," Locke retorted defiantly as he surged forward. "Is that so? Then let us see," Yun Chun replied, producing the card of the sadness of eggs with his left hand, aimed directly at Locke. Feeling an ominous premonition at the sight of the card, Locke's pace began to falter. "Locke," Yun Chun called, aiming the card at him. At that moment, both Yun Chun and Locke heard a sharp crack, and Locke was suddenly overwhelmed by an excruciating pain surging from below. Locke fell to his knees, one hand reaching down while the other braced against the ground, releasing a tortured howl. Indeed, you are unlike those alluring temptresses. You are merely a wretched being, lacking any semblance of charm, the system remarked. Yun Chun chose to disregard the system's words and approached Locke, sheathing his cards and delivering a decisive strike with his sword. With each blow, he relentlessly hacked at Locke, sending him hurtling through the air. From the moment Sigma appeared, Yun Chun had no intention of confronting the high-level Locke head-on. The disparity in their levels was evident, and only a fool would engage in such a direct confrontation. Instead, he aimed for a swift resolution. Thus, with the spirit of overcoming even the divine through skillful maneuvering, he unleashed the sorrow of the egg upon Locke. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from afar as tanks and fighter jets approached. On the lead tank stood General Ross, flanked by several Alpha Knights. Chapter 134. The giant bloodsucker observing Locke being sent flying, Yun Chun could not let the opportunity slip by. Ignoring the approaching army, he pressed a button. Energy charging. A beam of energy surged into his sword, enveloping it in a brilliant golden glow. It is time for you to meet your end, Yun Chun declared, charging towards the airborne Locke, who was still clutching his groin. As Yun Chun advanced, Locke, suspended in midair, desperately sought to evade but lacked the strength to alter his trajectory, helplessly watching as Yun Chun approached. Locke, the bishop shouted, intent on intervening, yet with Sigma present. Passage was impossible. Sigma grasped the handle on the left side of his belt, twisting and pulling to reveal a slightly elongated dagger. Upon drawing the dagger, Sigma swiftly reversed his grip and lunged towards the bishop. The bishop could only fend off Sigma's relentless onslaught, their weapons clashing as sparks flew in all directions. Dare you! The bishop bellowed, suddenly abandoning defense to charge at Yun Chun. At that moment, Yun Chun had already reached Locke, poised to strike down with his sword. Open fire. Eliminate everyone except that knight. Aim precisely. As the tanks and fighter jets arrived, General Ross noted that the crowd had dispersed, and upon seeing the bishop intent on attacking Yun Chun, along with the menacing Sigma beside him, he barked orders to his soldiers. Upon hearing General Ross's command, the soldiers and fighter jets unleashed a barrage of bullets, striking the bishop and Sigma, yet causing little harm. As the bishop closed in, Yun Chun paid him no mind and swung his sword downwards. With a resounding impact, the sword struck Locke, producing a thunderous sound that sent him crashing to the ground, creating a significant crater, his body marred by vibrant cracks, teetering on the brink of destruction. I shall not allow you to find peace even in death. Locke bellowed. Arise, all the souls of my brethren resting beneath the earth. He shouted once more, then erupted into fragments that scattered across the ground, from which a luminous sphere emerged. Ignoring Locke's disintegration, the bishop roared, while Sigma, amidst a hail of bullets, charged from behind, striking with a dagger that sent the bishop flying. Cease fire. Advance. General Ross observed the bullet's ineffectiveness without surprise, commanding the Alpha Knights. Upon hearing Ross's words, the Alpha Knights surged forward to engage Sigma and the bishop. Thud, thud, thud. The fists of the Alpha Knights pounded against Sigma, yet he remained unmoved, impervious to their blows, his focus unwaveringly on the bishop. Dismissing the Alpha Knights, Sigma barreled toward the bishop. Get away from me. The bishop screamed hysterically, cleaving through the Alpha Knights one by one, advancing toward Yun Chun. Those Alpha Knights, struck away by the bishop, collapsed to the ground, reverting from their transformed state, nearly losing consciousness. What? General Ross stared in disbelief as he witnessed the assaulting Alpha Knights revert to their original forms, almost fainting. He had invested considerable sums in the belts worn by these Alpha Knights, having been thoroughly satisfied with their combat capabilities. Yet now, under the bishop's might, they were rendered utterly incapable of resistance. This was, in fact, to be expected. The combat strength of the armor worn by these Alpha Knights was merely half, or even less, than that of the belts displayed by the Canyon Village at the last exposition. Their levels hovered around 38, with the highest barely reaching 41. And against a level 58 bishop, merely surviving was a stroke of luck. After all, Canyon Village, in a bid to avoid inadvertently digging their own graves, could not afford to provide them with excessively powerful armor at this stage. Meanwhile, Yun Chun gazed at the luminous sphere, reaching out to grasp it when, suddenly, the sphere darted skyward, accompanied by the fragments on the ground. What is happening? Yun Chun watched the ascending sphere and fragments with a foreboding sense of dread. Not only that, but from distant locations, other spheres and vibrant shards soared toward Locke's sphere and fragments, ultimately merging into a colossal entity, resplendent in gold. With two slender arms and a pointed base, resembling a monstrous chandelier, hovering in the air. Little did he anticipate that such a formidable being could exist on Earth. At that moment, seated upon the throne in Asgard's palace, Loki observed the battle unfolding on Earth, where Yun-Chun and others fought, marveling at the spectacle. A hint of concern for Thor flickering within him. As Yun-Chun gazed upon the colossal blood demon in the sky, he was momentarily taken aback, inhaling sharply. Kill it. At that moment, the bishop rose, pointing at Yun-Chun and bellowing at the monstrous creature. Just then, Sigma charged forward, brandishing a dagger, aiming it at the bishop. You shall die? The bishop shouted, seizing his sword to engage in combat with Sigma. Hearing the bishop's command, the enormous blood demon began unleashing a barrage of blue energy orbs towards Yun-Chun. Miraculously, none struck him. Instead, they relentlessly pummeled the ground beside him and the surrounding buildings. The sheer size of the blood demon made Yun-Chun appear diminutive in comparison. In an instant, nearby skyscrapers began to crumble, debris falling upon the crowd below. All tanks and fighter jets honed in on the creature's head, firing their weapons with utmost urgency to eliminate the threat. General Ross, upon sighting the beast, immediately seized his radio, shouting, "All soldiers, evacuate everyone within a 2,000-meter radius centered on the monster. Save as many as you can." Upon hearing General Ross's orders, tanks, fighter jets, and soldiers sprang into action. Explosions erupted as artillery shells collided with the massive blood demon, igniting towering flames, yet the damage inflicted was minimal, almost negligible. The blood demon, enraged, altered its course and retaliated, launching energy orbs that decimated numerous aircraft and tanks in an instant. Seemingly disregarding the bishop's commands, the blood demon continued its rampage, hurling energy orbs at the surrounding buildings, causing widespread devastation. The air was filled with anguished cries and screams, a testament to the countless casualties. Damn the blood demon! Yun-Chun seethed as he beheld the chaos unfolding around him. He pressed the button labeled 103, then activated the system. Explosive mode, transforming into a photon destruction cannon. He aimed at the colossal blood demon and pulled the trigger. Bright orbs of intense energy surged towards the blood demon, detonating upon impact, causing the creature to stagger and ultimately crash into a nearby building. Curse it! Yun-Chun shouted in frustration, realizing that whether he attacked or refrained from doing so, destruction ensued regardless. Reluctantly, he continued to pull the trigger, striving to defeat the monster swiftly and prevent further devastation. However, the giant blood demon, composed of numerous fragments and energy spheres, was not easily vanquished. It re-emerged, floating once more, and targeted Yun-Chun, relentlessly unleashing energy orbs in his direction. As the energy projectile approached, Yun-Chun contemplated evasion, but suddenly recalled the catastrophic consequences if the energy blast struck the buildings behind him, potentially causing their collapse and inflicting grievous harm. Thus, he steeled himself, took up his weapon transformed into cannon mode, aimed at the incoming shell, and decisively pulled the trigger. The thunderous booms echoed as Yun-Chun's attacks clashed with those of the colossal Fong blood demon, resulting in a series of explosions that obliterated their force. However, not all energy projectiles were neutralized. Some struck the adjacent buildings. At that moment, in the distance, Thor observed a child on the brink of being crushed by a falling boulder. He rushed forward, but it was too late. With a shout, he exclaimed. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the descending boulder, shattering it and sparing the child's life. Following this, a hammer soared from afar, landing before Thor. Mjolnir. Thor instinctively caught the hammer, exclaiming with exhilaration. Subsequently, ominous clouds gathered overhead, thunder rumbled, and a bolt of lightning struck Thor fiercely, enveloping him in a formidable and stylish suit of armor, restoring him to his true form as the god of thunder. How is this possible? Loki, seated upon the throne, sprang to his feet, gazing incredulously at Thor, who had regained his powers. Witnessing Thor's resurgence on Earth, a dreadful thought surged within Loki's mind, prompting him to hasten towards the treasury of Asgard. Yes, in the distance, Vandal, who was evacuating the crowd, shouted with excitement upon witnessing the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Thor descended before his counterpart, wielding a smaller hammer, his expression displaying displeasure as he regarded Thor. "What are you doing here?" Thor inquired, his countenance slightly vexed at the sight of his brother. Suddenly, the hammer in Thor's grasp crackled with electricity, initiating communication between them. "I see now, thank you. Hurry and assist me in vanquishing that behemoth." Thor grasped the situation and, turning, soared towards the colossal Fong blood demon. Observing Thor's departure, the other Thor felt a twinge of melancholy, yet upon witnessing the unfolding events, he too took flight, wielding his hammer as he charged at the Fong blood demon. Chapter 135. The battle concludes just moments ago. Thor had been sprawled on the sofa in the shop, clutching two hammers like a sloth, indulging in his sugary beverage. When suddenly, the larger hammer in his possession began to stir, levitating as if yearning to escape. Seeing the hammer ascend, Thor sprang to his feet, grasping it tightly, concerned it might flee. At that moment, a delicate current surged from the hammer, coursing into Thor's being, establishing a connection. Sensing the hammer's intentions, Thor hesitated, but merely for a moment before relinquishing his grip, allowing the hammer to depart as he followed closely behind, wielding his own hammer as they soared into the sky. With a dog and two hammers, they moved with remarkable swiftness, leaving only elongated trails in the sky, while the onlookers on the ground beheld nothing else. In the neighboring bubble tea shop, Emma ascended the stairs and inquired of Shi. "How is the manager, Xiaomei?" "She is fine. She merely fainted. She should recover shortly," Shi replied nonchalantly, seated on the sofa, holding a cup and sipping its contents. "Manager," Emma called as she took a seat. "Do you wish to ask something?" Shi responded, blowing gently on his drink with an air of indifference. "What do you think I want to inquire about?" Emma retorted, evading a direct response. "If you do not speak, how am I to know what you wish to ask?" Shi smiled in reply. "I would like to know your identity, the nature of these two bottles, the meaning behind that creature, and whether you are aware of my origins." Observing Shi feign ignorance, Emma pondered for a moment before producing the two filled bottles she had mentioned earlier. "Is it about these?" Shi continued to smile, taking a sip of water. "As you can see, I am merely a bubble tea shop owner. I found these bottles, and I have no knowledge of their contents." That creature was quite terrifying. It was my first encounter with such a thing, so how could I possibly know what it is? Furthermore, how would I be aware of your background? He stated flatly. "Do you truly expect me to believe that, manager?" Emma questioned, fully aware of his deception. Why pursue so many questions? Isn't it more pleasant to live without knowing everything? Shi feigned exasperation. "But I am eager to know," Emma insisted, gazing intently at him. Shi sighed, setting down his cup. "If I were to claim that I, too, was once a masked rider like you, would you believe me?" He contemplated for a few seconds, adopting a serious demeanor. Emma was taken aback. "Perhaps you would find that hard to believe. Please wait a moment." Observing Emma's stunned expression, Shi stood and approached the television cabinet. He knelt to open a drawer. Where could it be? He mused, discovering the space to be empty, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Ah, here it is. I almost forgot." After rummaging through several drawers, he retrieved an item. Releasing a sigh of relief, he returned to the sofa and handed the object to Emma. "What is this?" Emma received it, astonished. "This is my transformation device. Though it has been destroyed," Shi stated matter-of-factly, resuming his sip of water. "As for these two bottles, they are called Pandora energy bottles, which I seized from 3 malevolent extraterrestrial beings. There are 60 in total, of which I acquired 20, and it was during that encounter that my device met its demise. You have also sensed the immense power contained within these energy bottles. Each different bottle can transform into distinct forms, possessing various powers, and their capabilities extend far beyond that. These bottles are, in fact, the keys to a weapon capable of annihilating the world. Once that weapon is activated, the world shall face utter destruction. Initially, it was to prevent the activation of this weapon that I engaged in battle with those 3 extraterrestrial beings and their minions. Ultimately, we suffered mutual devastation. I seized 20 bottles, yet paid the irrevocable price of losing my ability to transform. Consequently, I brought Xiaomei to this city, seeking refuge. As for the creature I just fought, I truly remain oblivious to its nature. My only adversaries were those 3 alien entities and their henchmen, known as the Strikers. These so-called henchmen were, in truth, ordinary humans captured by the aliens, subjected to a horrific infusion, and transformed into various monstrous beings through inhumane experimentation. Regarding your identity, I genuinely have no knowledge. That fateful night, I intended to step out for some supplies, only to find you collapsed at the entrance of the shop. I called Xiaomei down and brought you inside. Initially, my plan was to contact the authorities and summon an ambulance. However, upon returning to close the door, I noticed the transformation device and your 2 bottles lying where you had fallen. At that moment, I realized your identity might be far from ordinary, which led me to forego alerting the police. Yet, I could not simply disregard you. So I chose to wait until you regained consciousness to inquire about your circumstances before making any decisions. Little did I know, you had lost your memory, leading to the current predicament. Is that so? Emma responded, reflecting on Shi's words while gazing at the broken transformation device in her hands. So, you truly cannot recall any fragments of your past? Shi inquired, furrowing his brow. I apologize, But aside from the battles, I genuinely cannot remember anything else, Emma admitted, placing down the transformation device with evident frustration. What do you plan to do moving forward? I have no objections to you staying here, but I am unaware of the specifics of your situation, whether you are being pursued or otherwise. At present, I lack the means to protect you. Therefore, I suggest you refrain from exposing yourself in public, or at least wear a mask when you go out, Sure-E advised, taking another sip of water. Thank you, store manager, but there is no need for your protection. Although I am uncertain about the events that have transpired in my life, I am still a Kamen Rider, capable of safeguarding myself. As for the future, I may begin to combat those monsters to protect the world, Emma contemplated, articulating her thoughts. Are you certain? Those monsters are formidable, not to be underestimated. Are you truly resolved to engage them? Sure-E stared intently at Emma, but before he could finish his thought, Emma interrupted him. Store manager, are you underestimating us women? Emma interjected, a hint of displeasure in her tone. It is not that I look down upon you. Rather, those monsters are indeed formidable, and your greatest adversary may not be them, but humanity itself, Sure-E cautioned. Humanity? Emma murmured, lost in contemplation. Indeed, I suspect your amnesia may have been instigated by humans, and besides those who might have caused your memory loss, other greedy individuals may covet your transformation device. After all, such a powerful artifact is difficult for anyone to resist, just like today, when you transformed both downstairs and outside. If those avaricious and ill-intentioned individuals were to discover this, it could pose a grave danger, Sure-E asserted, gazing at Emma with seriousness. I apologize, it was my oversight, Emma replied contritely. Not a problem. Just be more vigilant in the future, Sure-E advised. Well then, I shall go check on Xiao Mei, Emma said, rising and making her way towards Sure Mei's room. Wait. Just as Emma was about to depart, Sure-E called out unexpectedly. Manager, is there anything else? Emma turned back to inquire. Do not disclose my identity to anyone, including Xiao Mei. I do not wish to cause her concern, Sure-E instructed. Understood. I will keep it confidential. Emma nodded affirmatively and proceeded towards Sure Mei's room. The first step has been accomplished, Sure-E thought as he observed Emma's departure, a cryptic smile forming on his lips. He then returned the severed transformation device to its designated slot. Before long, Thor and MJ Lnur arrived at the battlefield, leading to the current scene. Boom. Thor and MJ Lnur unleashed a torrent of lightning upon the colossal Fong demon. The enormous creature, charred and emitting a wretched howl, collapsed, rendered temporarily immobile. How did Thor arrive, and how did MJ Lnur return to Soul's side? Yun Chun pondered, momentarily perplexed. However, he quickly regained his composure and resumed firing at the gigantic Fong demon. Bang, bang, bang. The trio of Yun Chun and the two Thors relentlessly assailed the defenseless Fong demon. Meanwhile, General Ross and his comrades could only watch from the sidelines, as over half of their tanks and aircraft had been rendered inoperative, and the Alpha armor was temporarily unusable. The battle between the Bishop and Sigma remained stalemated, with neither side gaining the upper hand. At last, after a brief yet intense skirmish, the colossal Fong demon succumbed to the relentless onslaught from Yun Chun and his companions, exploding into fragments that scattered across the battlefield, revealing a multitude of luminous orbs within. With a flick of his hand, Yun Chun summoned all the orbs, collecting them effortlessly. Though, in truth, it was the system at work. Kamen Rider, when we meet again, I shall ensure your demise, he vowed. At that moment, witnessing the defeat of the colossal vampire, the Bishop, in a moment of desperation, relinquished his defenses and allowed Sigmar's dagger to pierce his own flesh. Harnessing the surge of power, he soared into the air and shouted towards Yun Chun, before transforming into a flurry of luminous particles and vanishing. Observing the Bishop's retreat, Yun Chun refrained from pursuit, instead quietly surveying the gruesome scene around him, feeling a twinge of agitation. Had he resolved the battle against the initial vampires more swiftly, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Woof. At this juncture, Thor, having perceived the conclusion of the skirmish, turned to gaze intently at Soul, fixated on the Mjolnir clutched in his hand. Sensing Thor's scrutiny, Soul feigned ignorance and ambled toward Jane, who was approaching from a distance. Hey Soul, now that your divine powers have been restored, let us hasten our return, Vandal remarked excitedly as he approached. Just a moment. I wish to share a few words with her before we depart, Soul replied, gesturing towards Jane with a smile. Very well, take your time, Vandal responded nonchalantly. Chapter 136. The Battle of Asgard. As Thor observed Soul advancing towards Jane, he fixated on his hammer, closely trailing behind, fearful that Soul might abscond. What is this? Sif turned her head, regarding Thor with curiosity as she addressed Vandal and the others. She had just witnessed Thor's prowess in battle, which seemed to rival that of Sol, and the hammer he wielded appeared nearly comparable to Mjolnir. Could it be that Sol has a pet of such formidable strength? Vandal mused quietly, scratching his head. Do you truly believe such a powerful creature exists on Earth? Sif remarked with a look of incredulity. If not, then what could it be? Vandal retorted, slightly perturbed by Sif's dismissal. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Loki was hastening towards the Rainbow Bridge, accompanied by a massive automaton known as the Destroyer. Heimdall, perceiving the ominous intent of the newcomers, furrowed his brow and swiftly plunged his sword into the ground, activating the Rainbow Bridge. Halt him! Loki commanded angrily towards the Destroyer. Upon hearing Loki's directive, the Destroyer charged directly at Heimdall. Are you leaving? Jane inquired of Sol, her voice tinged with sorrow. Do not worry. Once I have resolved matters in Asgard, I shall return to you, Sol assured her gently, planting a soft kiss on her lips. You must promise to return, Jane replied, her eyes glistening with tears, aware that she could not hold Sol back. I will, without fail, Sol began, but before he could finish, a brilliant light enveloped him, Thor, and Sif, whisking them away. What is happening? Sif exclaimed in astonishment. They had yet to summon Heimdall, yet he had inexplicably transported them. Woof! At that moment, Thor, feeling himself being uncontrollably lifted into the air, cried out in terror, and then vanished along with the light. By the gods, Thor! Yun Chun gazed at Thor, who was whisked away by the Rainbow Bridge, momentarily bewildered. He focused his thoughts, attempting to summon Thor back, yet there was no response. System, what is happening? Yun Chun inquired. I'm afraid the distance is too great. I cannot retrieve him, the system replied helplessly. What shall we do? Yun Chun asked, still perplexed. I am at a loss as well. However, given Thor's combat prowess, he should encounter little danger in Asgard, the system responded. Hearing this, Yun Chun resigned himself to the situation, feeling somewhat helpless. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he had no further role to play and glanced at the soldiers engaged in rescue efforts. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a figure standing behind General Ross, a military officer who had previously told Ross to go eat shit during their first battle with the bishop. So, he is still around. I thought Ross had dealt with him, Yun Chun mused as he regarded the officer. With a thought, Yun Chun conjured a magic circle identical to the previous one, which enveloped Sigma, drawing him into its depths. From a distance, General Ross observed this scene. Shifting his gaze towards Yun Chun, his brow furrowed as he pondered the connection between Sigma and Yun Chun, while also fretting over the increasingly formidable foes. Feeling that his army was falling behind. Damn it, General Ross cursed, though he was uncertain of the source of his ire. Upon witnessing Sigma's disappearance, Yun Chun produced the nebula smoke gun, pulling the trigger and sweeping it from left to right, releasing a swirl of grayish-white smoke that enveloped him entirely. As the smoke cleared, Yun Chun had vanished, returning to his shop. Upon his return, he immediately dismissed his transformation and collapsed onto the sofa to rest, having fought for so long and feeling utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Loki, witnessing Thor and the others preparing to return, shouted at the Destroyer, who had just sent Heimdall flying, quickly, destroy the Rainbow Bridge. Driven to the brink of madness to prevent Thor's return, he dared to threaten the very bridge itself. Upon hearing Loki's command, the Destroyer turned its gaze towards the Rainbow Bridge, its face opening to reveal a brilliant orange glow. A powerful energy beam erupted, striking the bridge and causing it to tremble momentarily before stabilizing, seemingly unscathed. Continue. Hurry. Loki bellowed, frustrated by the bridge's resilience. Without further prompting from Loki, the Destroyer unleashed an even more potent energy beam, relentlessly bombarding the Rainbow Bridge, which began to shudder, crackling with electricity, on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a hammer soared from the Rainbow Bridge, striking the Destroyer squarely in the face and sending it reeling. As they returned to Asgard, Thor wore a displeased expression. At that moment, the Rainbow Bridge could no longer withstand the strain. With a thunderous roar, it shattered and erupted in a violent explosion. Observing this calamity, Thor and his companions hastily assisted the fallen Heimdall, making a swift escape. Loki, why have you done this? Thor shouted at Loki after glancing at the broken bridge and Heimdall, who was being supported by Sif and the others. Indeed, why have I done this? What say you? Loki bellowed with a sinister grin. Meanwhile, Sif and her comrades hurriedly lifted Heimdall and made their way toward the palace, seeking aid for him. Eliminate them, Loki commanded, turning his gaze to the now-revived Destroyer, and with a flourish of his staff, unleashed a beam of energy directed at Thor, leaving him no opportunity to rescue his friends. Responding to Loki's words, the Destroyer's face illuminated, firing an energy blast towards Sif and her companions. Enough, Thor roared, intercepting Loki's attack. If you wish to save them, you must first defeat me. Loki, observing Thor's anxious demeanor, sneered and continued to unleash energy beams at him. No, Thor cried, using his hammer to block Loki's relentless onslaught. Desperate to save Sif and the others, yet time was slipping away. Suddenly, a smaller hammer soared through the air, striking the destroyer in the face and forcing it to stumble back, interrupting its assault. Who dares? Loki spun around, eager to discover the intruder who had thwarted his plans. Woof! Thor exclaimed as he caught the returning hammer and pressed a button on the device around his neck. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Is this what you learned on Earth? You have even abandoned the dignity of a god. Loki taunted Thor. I can explain. Let us have a proper discussion, Thor replied, feeling exasperated. There is nothing to discuss. Loki roared, charging at Thor with the royal staff, prompting Thor to engage in battle with the destroyer under Loki's command. The clash of weapons echoed through the air, sparks flying in every direction. Meanwhile, Sif and her companions seized the opportunity to carry the injured Heimdall to safety. Stop! Why must we fight? Thor pleaded, continuously defending against Loki's relentless attacks. Why? Tell me why our father has always favored you with more and better than he ever did for me. Why have you been groomed as the future king of Asgard while I was left to learn trivial sorcery from our mother? Loki shouted in fury, attacking Thor with unyielding ferocity. Thor found himself at a loss for words, merely defending himself against the onslaught. Beside him, Loki, driven by some unknown frenzy, relentlessly assaulted the destroyer, rendering it nearly defenseless. This was, of course, due to Loki's manipulation, as he was still engaged in battle. Had Odin been present, the sound of Thor's hammer striking the destroyer would have echoed throughout the scene. Yet, no matter how many times the destroyer was knocked down, it would rise again within mere seconds, akin to an indomitable cockroach, seemingly impossible to vanquish. Although the destroyer posed no significant threat to Thor, the incessant annoyance it caused was overwhelming. Thor bellowed in fury, raising his hammer, summoning powerful bolts of lightning, which then crashed down upon the destroyer. A blinding flash illuminated the battlefield as the lightning struck, followed by a tremendous explosion that ignited a massive fireball. A portion of this fiery onslaught struck Loki, who was engaged in combat with Thor, sending him hurtling away and off the Rainbow Bridge. Loki! Thor cried, rushing forward to grasp Loki's scepter. However, due to the force of inertia, he too was dragged down. Witnessing Thor's peril, Loki swiftly lunged to seize hold of his brother, for in Asgard, he was unfamiliar with anyone else. Should Thor perish, his means of returning home would vanish. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not hold on and fell alongside him. Plot demands it. As the god of thunder, how could he possibly fail to hold on? A humorous irony indeed. Just as the three were on the brink of plummeting into the abyss, a hand reached out from behind Thor, grasping him securely. It was Loki's hand. Father! Exclaimed the owner of that hand. Upon hearing the voice, both Loki and Thor turned to see a venerable figure clad in white robes. His beard flecked with gray, the All-Father of Asgard, Odin. Thor gazed down at Odin, feeling an uncanny familiarity, as if looking at his own father. Yet the resemblance was not quite right. Otherwise, he might have relinquished his grip and leapt into Odin's embrace. Loki, I have never favored one over the other. Rather, I hold differing visions for your futures, Odin declared. Then why can it not be I who ascends to the throne? Loki inquired, his eyes reddening with indignation. You are not suited for it, Odin replied, closing his eyes and pausing momentarily before speaking again. Haha, such sweet words. Yet it is merely because you are not my true father, Loki laughed maniacally, tears streaming down his cheeks. What? Thor gasped at Loki's revelation, stunned to learn that Loki was not his biological brother. At that moment, a woman's voice emerged from beside Odin. Loki, mother! Loki exclaimed in astonishment. Loki, you are mistaken. Reflect upon it. Apart from differing teachings from your father, in what other ways has he shown favoritism towards Thor? What distinguishes you both? Frigga squatted down and addressed Loki. Hearing Frigga's words, Loki was momentarily taken aback. Then he began to laugh, tears welling in his eyes as he released his grip and fell. It was only at that moment that Loki comprehended the extent of his jealousy. Realizing the harm he had inflicted upon Heimdall and the destruction he had wrought upon the Rainbow Bridge. Loki, Thor, Odin, and Frigga cried out as they watched Loki fall, helpless to intervene. At that moment, Yin Xuan, reclining on the sofa, was startled by the sudden ringing of his phone. Who is it? He inquired lazily as he retrieved his device. Mr. Knight, might I trouble you to inform us at SHIELD. Next time you encounter a large number of anomalies in populated areas? This would allow us to collaborate and prevent casualties like those we just witnessed, came Nick Fury's voice, tinged with irritation from the other end. My apologies, I will be more cautious, Yin Chuan replied, sitting up awkwardly. Initially, upon hearing Nick Fury's tone, he was tempted to storm into seize Fury by the collar and declare, "Since when do I owe an explanation to someone like you for my actions as Kamen Rider?" But was he truly that audacious? Moreover, given the significant casualties that had indeed occurred, Yun Chuan opted for a humble response. He then hung up the phone, feeling somewhat guilty. Ah, how bothersome, he muttered as he stowed his phone away and resumed his reclined position. Meanwhile, within Nick Fury's demeanor softened slightly upon hearing Yun Chuan's words. He pocketed his phone and returned to the documents on his desk. A loud knock resonated through the room. "Enter," Fury commanded. "Director, our agents in the Arctic have reported the discovery of a spacecraft," Coulson announced as he stepped inside. Indeed, Fury raised his gaze to meet Coulson's. "It is hypothesized to be the very vessel that Captain vanished in," Coulson continued. "What?" Fury exclaimed, taken aback. At a nearby tea shop, "Emma, can I trust you?" Sure inquired of Emma, who was exiting Shermay's room without looking back. "Manager, why do you say that?" Emma asked, confusion evident in her voice. "I contemplated handing over the energy bottles to you, but then I realized that I possess no knowledge of your true identity. I worry you may be an adversary sent to seize the energy bottles," Sure remarked, taking a sip of water. I also do not know." Emma stood still, momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, she uttered, "Forget it." Sure rose from his seat and walked towards his room, leaving Emma quietly standing at the entrance of Sure May's room, pondering the intricacies of life. After a while, Sure re-emerged, holding a box. He approached Emma and handed it to her, saying, "Here you go." "What is this?" Emma cautiously accepted the box, her expression laced with confusion as she opened it. "These are the 18 energy vials I have left," Sure explained, turning to settle onto the sofa. "Why are you giving this to me?" Emma asked, astonished. "As you can see, I have lost the ability to transform and cannot safeguard these vials anymore. Leaving them here might pose a threat to Xiao Mei's life at any moment. Moreover, I believe you are not my enemy, and since you wish to protect humanity, these energy vials could aid you. Thus, I entrust them to your care. Perhaps it is for the best," Sure remarked nonchalantly. "Manager, why do you trust me so much?" Emma felt a sense of unexpected honor. "Perhaps it is the instinct of a Kamen Rider. And I truly lack the capability to protect these vials now," Sure replied. "Rest assured, I will safeguard these vials," Emma declared resolutely upon hearing Sure Yi's words. "However, I think it would be better if these vials remained with you, manager. I am uncertain where else to keep them," Emma said, returning the box to Sure. "Oh, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease," Sure responded as he accepted the box, exhaling a sigh of relief, and smiled. In the office of the president of the Kimura Corporation, the secretary entered, exclaiming while handing over a document, "President." Kimura received the document and began to peruse it quietly. "President, do you think the alpha armors we provided them are so weak that it could lead to trouble?" One of his subordinates suddenly spoke up. "Trouble is inevitable. However, what does it matter? Currently, we are the only ones capable of manufacturing armor. Do you think they would dare to act against us?" Kimura replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, President," the subordinate responded. "Nonetheless, we should consider providing them with slightly stronger armor. Otherwise, if the world is taken over by others before we strengthen ourselves, that would indeed be problematic," Kimura remarked, picking up the phone nearby and pressing a few buttons. "Hello, Mr. President. This is Kimura, the president. The new alpha armor is now ready for mass production. I would like to inquire how many you wish to order so we can arrange for delivery," Kimura said with a smile into the phone. "All right, wonderful. I look forward to our collaboration," he concluded before hanging up. "Prepare 60 sets of the alpha armor for delivery." Kimura instructed his subordinate after ending the call. "Understood, President," the subordinate replied respectfully before turning to leave. In a towering edifice, General Ross followed a bodyguard to the threshold of a room, where the bodyguard rapped upon the door. "Come in," a man's voice resonated from within. "Mr. President." Upon the bodyguard's signal, General Ross entered and proclaimed, "General Ross, do you wish to discuss something with me?" A man seated in a chair inquired. "Mr. President, I wish to converse regarding the alpha armor produced by them," General Ross replied. "Are you implying that the armor we received is subpar?" the president asked. "Indeed. The representatives from the corporation have shown us no respect. Those sets of armor are hardly a match for those creatures, resulting in the loss of numerous soldiers." General Ross lamented, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by the president. "Enough. This is not merely a matter of capability. Not a single spy we dispatched has returned. For the time being, we must accept this situation. However, Their president has just called to inform me that the new Alpha armor is ready for mass production and will soon be delivered. I suggest you evaluate its combat efficacy. If it proves inadequate, I shall personally intervene, the president stated. Understood, General Ross replied before turning and exiting the room. In the ensuing days, Yun Shun found himself devoid of motivation, reverting to a state of lethargy, idly passing time in the store. Meanwhile, Thor, upon realizing he could not return to Earth, resigned himself to life in Asgard. Occasionally, when vexed, he would engage in sparring with Sor, leading a rather comfortable existence. Though it was a source of distress for Sor and Odin. Upon Thor's arrival in Asgard, he drew considerable attention. Not only was his combat prowess formidable, but he also wielded abilities akin to Sor's, which incited a tinge of jealousy in Sor. Frigga, upon witnessing Thor's capabilities, cast a peculiar glance at Odin, her thoughts wandering. Were it not for her trust in Odin's character, she might have speculated on the origins of Thor. Given that his powers were nearly equivalent to Sor's, and he displayed a peculiar attachment to Odin. Odin, perceiving Frigga's gaze, felt a sense of helplessness, uncertain of how to elucidate the matter, as he too was unaware of Thor's origins, only knowing that he had been summoned by Yun Shun. What of Loki? Frigga inquired, addressing Odin, who was preoccupied with a dog. He lives though. Odin sighed heavily. Amidst the vastness of the cosmos, aboard a spacecraft, several primates observed Loki, who lay upon a bed. One among them, a towering bald man with purple skin, wielded a staff adorned with a faintly glowing blue object. He glanced at the recumbent Loki before closing his eyes. At that moment, the faint blue glow emanating from the staff intensified markedly. When the man with purple skin reopened his eyes, his soul had already transitioned into another realm, while his physical form remained with eyes closed in the real world. Before him lay a world shrouded in darkness, with several doors of varying hues before him. He glanced around and approached a door of yellow. Upon entering, a cascade of yellow Arabic numerals and English letters materialized, swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance, forming various combinations. I seek the information pertaining to Odin's son, Loki. Regarding all the events he has recently experienced, he proclaimed, gazing at the swirling symbols. At that moment, the flow of numbers and letters around him accelerated, and a portion coalesced into a line of information that surged toward his mind. Is that so? A few seconds later, in the real world, the bald man reopened his eyes, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Lord Thanos, do you have a plan for saving Odin's son? Inquired a male entity beside Thanos, whose skin was ebony, hair white, adorned in a robe, and notably lacking a nose. Who are you? Just as Thanos was about to respond, Loki, lying on the bed, suddenly awoke, sitting up abruptly, his demeanor alert as he inquired warily.